part-timer for the gods. This story is awesome and super satisfying, for real. Yu Dam-deok is an unemployed dude with zero special talents, just scraping by, bouncing from one interview to the next just to survive. One day, in a fit of rage, he looks up at the sky and curses out the gods, and what happens? He gets struck by lightning and passes out. When he comes to, a status window is floating in front of him, telling him he's been hired as a part-timer for the gods. Yu Dam-deok's life has basically been just one unlucky break after another. He's sitting in this weird-ass interview where the cold-hearted interviewer asks him about water purification systems. Yu Dam-deok quickly answers that he'd use the company's own filter, but before he can even finish, he gets cut off by the next question about his motivation for applying, which makes his face freeze up because he doesn't have a single good reason. And then, the interviewer looks him dead in the eye and drops a ruthless comment. "Have you no shame?" The whole room suddenly goes silent. Yu Dam-deok is just stunned, his face a giant question mark, completely shocked that this clown would actually say something like that. The guy taps his fingers on the table. With the most condescending look ever, he once again mocks him because Yu Dam-deok has zero talent yet dared to apply to a major corporation like this. They posted a job opening, and now these jerks are making fun of the applicants. Yu Dam-deok clutches his pants tightly. He's so damn tired of this whole talent bullshit. After the existence of dungeons was revealed to the world, the hidden abilities within people started to awaken, and they called these talents. Thanks to that, civilization took a massive leap forward. Many people believed talent was a blessing for humanity, and our boy used to believe that too, until he realized he didn't have a single drop of talent himself. Back to the present, the interviewers are relentlessly mocking him, a talentless nobody who doesn't belong in their company. Yu Dam-deok lets out a sigh at the unethical crap coming from those arrogant pricks. He's not going to take it anymore. If you're not going to hire me, fine. I don't give a damn about this job anyway. Yu Dam-deok calls out the hypocrisy of these clowns who are spouting all this discriminatory bullshit against the talentless. Hitting them right where it hurts, the interviewer is immediately speechless. Yu Dam-deok is sick and tired of their attitude, that if you have talent, you're a king, and everyone else is your slave. He lets it all out, but they just start lecturing him with some preachy nonsense that's annoying as hell. They call his behavior low class, without taking a good look at themselves. Yu Dam-deok is no pushover, and he frankly speaks his mind on behalf of all the talentless people. We all want to be treated with respect. Everyone has their own pride. Yu Dam-deok demands an apology. The moment they hear this, these arrogant assholes burst out laughing like maniacs. They don't see anything wrong with what they did and even demand that he leave and apologize to them. Seeing their arrogant faces, Yu Dam-deok slowly stands up, giving them one last chance. But the result is still the same. That's when Yu Dam-deok plays his trump card. He's been recording the entire conversation. Holding it in his hand, Yu Dam-deok smirks, exposing all their wrongdoings, like discriminating against the talentless and posting a misleading job announcement. His arrogant expression gone, the interviewer starts to panic and makes up a lame excuse, saying he just wanted to liven up the boring atmosphere. But after all the crap he's had to endure, there's no way he's going to let it slide that easily. Yu Dam-deok firmly turns and walks away, ignoring them as they try to hold him back and apologize. One of the guys tries to apologize, but Yu Dam-deok forcefully shoves away the filthy hand reaching for him. He sternly reminds them of the things they said earlier and asks if they dare to say that in front of the Human Rights Commission. All three of them freeze on the spot, realizing their careers are toast because of their own shitty attitudes. The sky today is as clear and blue as ever. But it looks like our boy Yu Dam-deok is still fuming about what just happened. I might not have talent, but I've got a knack for being sneaky. By now, Yu Dam-deok's report has already been sent to the Human Rights Commission. He keeps complaining about this whole talent thing, which he thinks is total nonsense. At that moment, a sound rings out. Oh my god, could this MC be any unluckier? Yu Dam-deok hasn't even cooled down from his anger yet, and now he steps on a piece of chewing gum. He stomps his foot repeatedly, cussing out whatever inconsiderate person didn't wrap their gum in paper before tossing it. You could honestly give Yu Dam-deok the unluckiest MC of the Year award. He just went through 2 disasters, and now comes the third, getting water splashed right in his face. Some guys watering plants on the roadside scratch their heads and apologize for their carelessness. But Yu Dam-deok is so used to his bad luck that he just stands there, completely zoned out. He stares blankly up at the vast, deep sky. The sweltering summer sun today feels even hotter than usual, and the sky quickly turns to evening. Yu Dam-deok finally makes it back to his room after 1,000,001 disasters. He stands blankly by the window, totally exhausted. He slumps down, only to see a bunch of filth that some drunks chucked out the window. What can he do but accept his crappy fate? Yu Dam-deok is on the phone with his mom while cleaning up. He sits down and cheerfully pretends he's doing fine. He's asking if the hospital food is okay when his mom starts blaming herself for making him struggle so much on her behalf. His mom thinks he should pay back all the money he borrowed. We don't know who he borrowed from yet, but we know Yu Dam-deok can't stand this person. He angrily shouts, "Mom, don't even mention his name." Turns out, it's Yu Dam-deok's uncle, but he still despises the guy because the dude didn't pay it all back from the start and just skipped town to go abroad. Then, Yu Dam-deok calms down, telling her he's not angry and apologizing to his mom for raising his voice. After that, he reassures his mom that he's fine, but in reality, he's struggling big time. Sitting in his empty room, he comforts his mom, saying everything is going smoothly, and tells her he'll see her later. After hanging up, Yu Dam-deok leaves his room, a storm of emotions on his face. He opens his pack of cigarettes. Maybe at this point, only this can help ease his misery. But it's like the heavens want to snatch away his last lifeline. Even the cigarette right at his lips gets put out by the rain. It was clearly bright and sunny just a moment ago, but the second Yu Dam-deok is about to light up, it starts pouring. He feels like the entire world is mocking him. In a fit of rage, Yu Dam-deok throws his lighter away. He angrily glares at the sky and unleashes his resentment because his life is already miserable enough. What follows is a barrage of shouting. Yu Dam-deok just curses out Old Man God because he doesn't give a damn whether gods are real or not. His fist, filled with all his sorrow, slams into the ground. He doesn't want to live like this, and he doesn't deserve to go through it. Yu Dam-deok's tears mix with the raindrops. He wants someone, anyone, to take responsibility. Perhaps that rage reached God's ears. A massive bolt of lightning cracks down right in front of Yu Dam-deok, but at this point, he ain't afraid of a single damn thing anymore. He gave a friendly middle finger as a challenge. "What the hell are you doing? Come and get me, you bastard." Just as he let off some steam, Yu Dam-deok's face started to glow miraculously. And without a doubt, a massive bolt of lightning struck our unlucky main character. He instantly felt death creeping up on him, and it was a totally lame way to go. Lying in the middle of the yard with electricity still coursing through him, he was still worried about his mom. If he died, he didn't know what would happen to her. But if the main character dies this early, there's no good story to watch, right? His consciousness slowly started to return. Yu Dam-deok, feeling like he just came back from the dead, was like, "Who am I? Where is this place?" Sprawled out in the yard, he still couldn't believe he was alive. The sky was still clear and blue. The only difference was some familiar-looking system window that popped up out of nowhere. Yu Dam-deok was completely baffled, staring up at it and wondering what the hell this was. The words displayed on it read, "God Recruitment Notice. The gods are waiting for you." Outside, the rain was still drizzling as the window in Yu Dam-deok's room remained slightly open. He sat in his room with his chin in his hand, lost in thought, wondering if gods actually existed. His phone screen was completely shattered from the lightning strike earlier. Yu Dam-deok didn't deny the existence of gods, but he didn't exactly accept it either. Looking at his own hands, he was even more stunned. Because normally, anyone who took a lightning bolt like that would be totally fried. But here he was, alive and kicking, without even a single scratch on him. On top of that, there was this annoying system thing in his face, constantly flashing this recruitment message. Yu Dam-deok mumbled to himself that it looked just like the status windows that naturally gifted people have. An idea sparked in his mind. He thought he might have been granted some kind of special ability from that lightning strike. Having thought of it, he decided to test it out right away. Yu Dam-deok cleared his throat and called out status window, even though he wasn't sure if it was one. And of course, since it wasn't a status window at all, there was absolutely no reaction. Yu Dam-deok realized that and then thought it looked more like a job posting. The moment he finished his thought, the system emitted a strange blue light, and it evolved from one window into a dozen. It looked like he'd been teleported to another planet or something. There were so many system windows they lit up the entire room. Yu Dam-deok realized it really was a part-time job notice. He let out a bitter laugh, thinking about how his life ultimately just revolved around part-time jobs. After laughing, Yu Dam-deok sighed, feeling helpless about his shitty life. After thinking about it seriously, he figured he had nothing left to lose, so if an opportunity came up, he might as well just go for it. Yu Dam-deok looked at the system and saw it was divided into detailed categories. He randomly picked a basic option, and instantly, the blue color turned red, warning Yu Dam-deok that he lacked divine power. He was confused, wondering what the hell divine power even was, and the system immediately gave him an answer. It is an energy used by divine beings. After reading it, Yu Dam-deok sighed. How was a mere mortal like him supposed to have something like that? He didn't even have any special talents. Yu Dam-deok fell into deep thought again because it didn't seem dangerous. Could this be the thing that turns his life around? He wondered. Lowering his hand, Yu Dam-deok's expression hardened with resolve. He was going to give it a try. He figured it was like one of those job finder apps. He touched the system, and the words "search for part-time jobs" appeared. After searching for a bit, his eyes lit up when he saw the words "no divine power required." It was for the construction of the Mia Gat dungeon, no divine power required. Yu Dam-deok quickly selected it. Immediately, the job information popped up. Recruited by Thor, the job was to gather manpower to build a dungeon, as long as you could do manual labor and work with dedication. Hearing the word dungeon, Yu Dam-deok immediately imagined a place crawling with monsters. He covered his mouth, gaping in disbelief at the idea of a dungeon created by the gods. But putting that aside, Yu Dam-deok's attention was drawn to the job's salary. 12, though coins. Looking at it, he had no idea if it could be exchanged for human currency. But figuring a god as a supreme king, he bet that god money would be highly valuable. So, Yu Dam-deok immediately hit the accept button. He decided to go all in. A massive light from the system enveloped him. The light shot straight up into the sky, eventually piercing through a giant tree. Yu Dam-deok was transported there in a pretty rough way. His feet hit the ground before he could even get his bearings, and his whole body, which had just been cleaned from a shower, was now filthy and he was totally confused. Standing in a strange landscape, Yu Dam-deok had no idea what just happened. He thought he must be dreaming since he'd never seen this place before, still thinking it was a lucid dream. Yu Dam-deok didn't notice a creature stalking him from behind. It sped up, lunging towards him. Hearing the noise, Yu Dam-deok glanced back, and right at that moment, its teeth were just about to sink into his face. Facing this hideous creature, Yu Dam-deok closed his eyes, as if accepting his fate. Suddenly, a huge hand shot out and stopped it just in time, preventing it from harming him. Yu Dam-deok was shocked once again to see someone else appear. With a powerful build and bulging muscles, the man easily subdued the creature like it was a mosquito. Then, his eyes turned to Yu Dam-deok. He recognized him as the new hire at a glance, but faced with the man's immense size, Yu Dam-deok couldn't help but be terrified. Turns out, this was Thor, the Norse god of thunder and son of Odin. A light, friendly pat on the shoulder from Thor made Yu Dam-deok jump out of his skin. Then, he just slung the tiny Yu Dam-deok over his shoulder and carried him to the worksite. Yu Dam-deok now got a better look at the god Thor, his massive, muscular body and thick beard. He even noticed the hammer, Mjolnir, hanging at his hip. It was only then that he believed this was the real deal, the actual Thor. Then Thor started a conversation, confidently stating that based on his appearance, Yu Dam-deok must be a god from Asia. Yu Dam-deok's eyes went wide, shocked that this guy actually thought he was a god. Then he noticed two other gods. There wasn't a single human here. Yu Dam-deok suddenly realized he was the only human in this place. So he decided to just roll with it, claiming to be a god from a small mountain. Thor got excited, laughed, and gave Yu Dam-deok a friendly noogie. He assumed Yu Dam-deok was a mountain god who helped people in times of trouble. But then Thor's attention shifted to his clothes, thinking he was way too into human culture. Yu Dam-deok immediately panicked, not knowing how to explain, so he just laughed loudly and made up an excuse that he often comes down from the mountain to learn more about human needs. Thor bought it and then asked him if he was up for the job. He gave a sinister grin and said that his job was to create a place that would make humans suffer. Yu Dam-deok forced a smile and admitted he could do it. Then he asked if he knew about the Labyrinth of the Minotaur, the half-man, half-bull monster from Greek mythology. Yu Dam-deok said he did. Hearing that, Thor gave a mysterious smile that confused Yu Dam-deok. Suddenly, some kind of light appeared, grabbing his attention. A powerful golden light spread everywhere as birds took flight and soared. The two of them stood before a maze, the very concept of this dungeon. And Yu Dam-deok was going to have to build it with the gods. Yu Dam-deok looked up, totally impressed. So cool. Just then, some guard walked up and called him over. "Hey newbie, get over here, chop chop, we got work to do." Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok followed him. "Yeah, I'm coming." An announcement echoed from inside. "Sector E6 needs cart assistance." 3 demons hanging around nearby answered, "On our way." Meanwhile, the new guy was just crawling his way out of a pit. While Yu Dam-deok was eating with his work buddies, another call echoed out, "Sector Eoni. Need manpower," he hurriedly replied, spitting food everywhere from his mouth. Oh my god. The guard was about to announce Sector C2 when Yu Dam-deok popped out of nowhere with this creepy-ass grin. "I'm here." He scared the guard so bad the dude almost pissed his pants. Seeing him turn to leave, the guard reminded him, "Working hard, huh? Hey, watch your step. Don't fall into any pits or ditches." Yu Dam-deok slung the pole over his shoulder and shot back a cheeky grin. "If I fall, you better save me, you hear?" He headed to the work area and saw Baldy with his hands on his hips, staring at some crates and muttering, "All right, this should probably work." Yu Dam-deok put down a crate and glanced over, asking, "Are we done?" The guy turned back and praised him. "Yeah, good job. How you feeling?" He punched his own shoulder with a big smile. "Haha, it's just some simple manual labor, no big deal." Baldy led the way. "Looks like we're done here. Let's head to the cart and take a breather. We'll use it to get to the next spot." Yu Dam-deok followed behind, curiously looking around. As they were riding the cart, the guy suddenly asked, "Are all the Asian gods as gung-ho as you?" Yu Dam-deok hesitated before replying, Doesn't it just depend on their personality?" Baldy laid on the praise. "People all over are saying good things about you." Yu Dam-deok scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. For real? Man, that's embarrassing. But inside, he was totally stoked. See that? That's me, Yu Dam-deok, rocking 200% social skills. Yu Dam-deok gave Baldy a flirtatious look. He praised himself. Is this considered a talent? Socializing with the gods here is going to pay off for me. The cart stopped. The guy turned around and waved him on. Hop off. We gotta walk from here. Baldy patted the cart-pulling dog's belly and said something weird. The traps we're setting up on purpose will be totally useless if we let this dumb thing do the work. Yu Dam-deok heard this right as he got off the cart. Traps? He was struggling with a crate when the guy turned and warned him. Watch where you're stepping. Baldy pointed to a sigil on the ground. See that? It's a sign for a trap. You've got to keep a close eye on them at all times. He stood with his hands on his hips, pointing out the trap locations. Here and here too. Oh, and that one over there. Yu Dam-deok couldn't help but be impressed. Damn, you almost got me. Baldy turned back, confused. Is this your first time seeing these? Think of this experience as a lesson. He chatted with Yu Dam-deok while carrying a crate. You know, the higher-tier gods need challenges for the humans. Low-tier gods like us don't get stuff like that. It forces us to do this kind of work just to make a living. Baldy chatted cheerfully. Dungeons have to be built constantly, which creates an endless amount of work for us. He was struggling with the crate, and hearing that, he asked back, Endless? The guy turned his head and pointed to a room that a group of people had just left. They just started building that room a few minutes ago. It should be done by now. Go check it out. Yu Dam-deok walked in, and his jaw dropped. He couldn't believe his eyes. A stone room this big was built in just a few minutes? He thought for a moment, totally baffled. It's huge. What did they use to build something this big? Yu Dam-deok set the crate down as Baldy told him to. Leave it here. He took a knife and pried open the crate. This thing will make this place worthy of a god's trial. Yu Dam-deok tapped the lump inside the box a few times. It was a round stone. Baldy explained. It might look like a regular old rock, but spiders are going to pop out of that thing. He gestured towards a bunch of eggs. By the time they hatch, this dungeon is definitely going to be a real pain in the ass. Hearing that, he got worried. Yu Dam-deok peeked curiously into a nearby crate. What is this monster? A monster that was part lizard, part human was tied up inside the crate. You don't know? It's a lizard man. Yu Dam-deok reached out wanting to touch it. How interesting. Why is this part transparent? Seeing him fiddling with it, Baldy immediately warned him, Hey, be careful. It's not done forming yet. And that spot is its weak point. Yu Dam-deok scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. Oh, I didn't know. The guy reminded him softly. Just let it rest there. We gotta move on to the next room. Baldy pushed open a door and introduced it. This is a hidden goblin camp. He looked inside curiously as the guy explained while walking. If humans make it this far, it means they're close to the final destination. Following behind, Yu Dam-deok couldn't help but remark, Damn, it's cold in here. Suddenly, something made him stop. A monster with a human-like body and a messy head of hair was hiding inside. Its whole body was bright green, and it had a crazy long nose. The monster's eyes snapped open, staring straight out. It lunged forward, sticking out its long, dangling tongue, scaring Yu Dam-deok so bad his eyes bugged out and he almost crapped his pants. After the scare, it stood there laughing its ass off, leaving Yu Dam-deok frozen, still trying to process what happened. Baldy was clutching his stomach, dying of laughter. Surprise, don't worry, it's just messing with you. Yu Dam-deok was pissed about being pranked. Looking at the monster grinning in its cave, the guy added, But once the dungeon is finished, it's a whole nother story. These guys are super smart and cunning, so they're a real pain to fight. Yu Dam-deok's face was all gloomy, and it took him a while to reply. Yeah, I bet. The two of them stopped in front of a giant door with a bull's head on it, and this is the end of the maze. His eyes went wide as he looked up. You mean this is the boss room? Baldy pointed upwards and introduced it. That's right. This place is for that boss. The giant bullhead seemed to be watching them. The boss, God Do, opened the door and came out, greeting him cheerfully. Hey there, mountain god. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked with a smile, I've heard a lot of praise about you. How's the work going? Both of them bowed in respect. Yu Dam-deok replied softly, It's going well, sir, thanks to your kindness and care. God though stroked his beard, pleased. A smooth talker knows how to make things more formal. I like that. Baldy gestured forward to report. Yes, we're on the final step. Hearing this, the god smiled happily. Good, very good. God. Though pulled out a giant hammer with a red ruby on the hilt, then he grinned and raised it. Should we let the low-tier gods clock out now, huh? Seeing this, Yu Dam-deok's face went pale, and he stammered, unable to speak. Wait, hold on a sec. What's with the hammer? God, though just laughed heartily and praised them one last time. Nice work, mountain god. Next time we meet, remember to give me some tips on those Asian-style dungeons. See ya. A piercing scream echoed through the space. Yu Dam-deok collapsed. He clutched his heart, groaning. Damn, that's a brutal way to get off work. For a second there, I thought he was punishing me for lying about being a god. Yu Dam-deok held up his hand, looked at it, and burst out laughing. But this stuff is all real. He threw his arm over his forehead, his eyes shining. It's not a dream or a hallucination. It's a real awakening. Yu Dam-deok shot up, screaming like a maniac. I've finally awakened. The God system notification appeared. Yu Dam-deok, your salary has been sent. Would you like to check it? His face went pale as a ghost when he saw the words on the salary system screen. Yu Dam-deok's hand trembled as he pressed the button on the screen. All right, let's see what we've got. The text on the system changed. Loading God's shop. His eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, what the hell is this? The first thing to appear was the spear of the almighty god Odin, with a special feature that guaranteed it would always hit its target. The second was a coat made from a pile of fur with 3 fangs in the middle, the Nemean lion armor, capable of nullifying all physical attacks. The third item was a golden necklace with a red gem in the center that looked like an eye, Freya's necklace, with the ability to travel through space. Looking at the items popping up on the system panel, Yu Dam-deok figured this must be a shop for the gods. The next item appeared. It was a card showing a dark silhouette surrounded by lightning bolts, the power of Thor, the Thunderer. Cards containing the remaining powers appeared one after another. The power of Hephaestus, the flame, the power of Ares, destruction. He asked himself, what if I could buy all of this stuff? Just the thought of it made Yu Dam-deok imagine himself being praised by everyone, totally capable of becoming a god in a human body. Ugh. The more he fantasized, the more he drooled, and the fan blowing on him just intensified the high. Yu Dam-deok reached out and turned off the fan. He rubbed his wrist and smirked confidently. My life is going to change starting today. Not long after, his face fell like a soaked sponge. Not enough money. Yu Dam-deok sighed in frustration. Ah, right. Staring at the bright red notification on the system window, Yu Dam-deok finally woke up to the harsh reality of life. The cheapest one is already 70,000 though. That's way too expensive. He slumped over, resting his chin on his hand as he scrolled through the system panel. How am I supposed to buy anything with this? Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok's scrolling stopped on an item. He shot up, his eyes bulging as he stared. Talent. Yu Dam-deok grabbed his hair and stared intently at the system window, his whole body shaking, drool dripping down his chin. They're selling talent, so all I have to do is buy it, right? This is beyond perfect for someone like me. He bit his nails, thinking. More importantly, what's the price? The system window then showed the price of the SS-RANK talent item, 12 though. Seeing this, Yu Dam-deok's eyes bulged so wide it looked like he was trying to climb into the system screen. 12 though. Those other things were 70,000 though, but a talent is only 12 though. The system window then spammed a wall of text as long as a freaking scroll. Is some god really trying to sell this? Who would want to buy something a mortal uses? It's mortal junk, right? My bad. Seller, post some new powers already. What gods want to buy are powers, not talents. After reading for a bit, he sighed dejectedly. Ah, so it's because nobody buys it. Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok screamed, his face pressed right up against the system screen. This is bullshit. This is SS-RANK. SS-RANK. It's exactly what I need. He tapped on one of the talents to check it out. Ah, here it is. SS-RANK swordsmanship talent. Yu Dam-deok stroked his chin with a satisfied smile. Come to think of it, I used to be really into swords when I was a kid. Smoke puffed out of his nostrils like a steam engine. Yu Dam-deok decisively pressed the button on the screen. No more thinking. I'm buying it. A bright light enveloped him. A system notification popped up. You have successfully purchased SS-RANK swordsmanship talent. Yu Dam-deok looked at his own 2 hands, bewildered, and wondered, is it working? He clenched his fists, telling himself smugly, I suffered so much with only an F-rank talent, and now I got an SS-rank talent just like that. The system showed a chest overflowing with gold coins. Congratulations on successfully purchasing your first item, 1+1 event. As a special for today, we will gift you an item of the same rank as the one you purchased. When Yu Dam-deok read this notification, he covered his mouth, his eyes welling up with tears like someone had just proposed to him. Another SS rank? Oh my god, he whispered to himself. Okay, let's see. Without a second thought, he immediately selected the SS rank combat talent. I'll take this one. Yu Dam-deok leaped into the air, cheering. Now I can use both. Suddenly, his vision blurred. His body swayed. Huh? The world spun crazily before Yu Dam-deok's eyes. As he was about to fall, he reached out his hand, trying to grab onto something. Yu Dam-deok's entire body crashed onto the floor. What's happening? His face scrunched up in pain as he tried to endure it. My whole body hurts so much. Yu Dam-deok lay collapsed on the floor, gritting his teeth as a system notification appeared. Adjusting your body's strength to match your talent. His hand trembled violently, veins popping out, enhancing respiratory system. The process spread up to his face, looking absolutely terrifying, enhancing muscular strength. Yu Dam-deok's vision started to go dark, but the system's voice kept echoing in his ears. You have successfully enhanced your physical strength. You have succeeded. He drifted into a daze. Yu Dam-deok felt like he could see his mother in front of him. Son, son. He called out hazily, Mom. His mother's hand gently reached down as if to caress his face. I'm sorry, my son. I'm sorry that you have a sick mother who made you endure such hardships. He quickly tried to stop his mother's words. Mom, don't say that. It's okay now. I have talent now. Wait, a voice echoed as if reminding Yu Dam-deok. You can't get everything that easily. Yu Dam-deok's face was groggy, his lips mumbling. Talent. Talent. He slowly sat up, gently massaging his neck and shoulders. Damn it, my head. When did I fall asleep? I think I saw Mom in my dream. After talking to himself for a moment, Yu Dam-deok's eyes shot open as he realized something. Wait a minute, was it all just a dream? He hurriedly called out, Status window. And the system immediately displayed Yu Dam-deok's information. Name, Yu Dam-deok. Race, human. Class, lowest. Rank, God. Talents, SS-RANK swordsmanship talent. SS-RANK combat talent. Yu Dam-deok read it carefully and then realized. Lowest rank God. So is that why I can work in the dungeons? He leaned back against the wall and let out a long, satisfied sigh. A talentless guy like me becoming a god. I guess life really does pay you back sometimes. Yu Dam-deok took out his shattered phone to see who was calling. It was his mom. He answered cheerfully. Mom, I've got great news. Before he could brag about anything, Yu Dam-deok was met with his mother's confusing words. Damn Duke, don't come to the hospital today. He asked curiously. Did something happen, Mom? Yu Dam-deok's mom didn't answer and just repeated herself. Just listen to me and don't come, okay? Don't worry about me. Yu Dam-deok refused to give up and asked again. Why? Why don't you want me to come? But this time, someone else answered him. Hello, is this the guardian for Miss Cho Young-ae? Yu Dam-deok was confused but still answered politely. Yes, this is he. The person on the other end of the line continued. We're in a bad situation, so I can't give you the details. There are signs of a dungeon appearing near the hospital. He was shocked by every word that came out of the phone. The person on the other end didn't seem to notice anything was wrong. We're informing you, but we can't make any guarantees about the patients. The phone was tossed aside, abandoned in the room. The voice from the other end kept droning on. From now until the situation improves, no one is allowed to visit the patients. The person on the other end didn't get a reply from Yu Dam-deok for a while and got confused. Hello, sir? Yu Dam-deok frantically bolted out of his house like a madman. Sweat was pouring down his face. The only thing on his mind right now was his mom. At the scene, thunder was roaring and helicopters were whirring in the sky. A reporter was urgently broadcasting the news. I'm here live on the scene. As you can see, there are signs of an impending dungeon on every street corner. A soldier from the army held up a megaphone and yelled, warning everyone. This is a restricted area. Everyone please step back. The car screeched to a halt near the bend. Yu Dam-deok quickly got out, his eyes darting around frantically. In the distance, he saw a soldier standing on the roof of a bus, shouting something into a megaphone, while everyone around was still laughing and talking, chilling like nothing was wrong. Yu Dam-deok was dazed, having no idea what was going on. What is all this? Just then, the system popped up again. Combat concentration skill has been activated. Suddenly, he could hear the soldier's warning from far away, fall back. At the same time, Yu Dam-deok's vision started to get clearer. He could see the face of the soldier making the announcement in sharp detail, even from way in the distance. Fall back, now. This is a restricted area. Yu Dam-deok was startled by the realization. Who? I can see that man in perfect detail from so far away. Voices from an unknown source echoed around him. Did you hear the government is gathering every hunter in the city? It was the conversation of two soldiers standing far in the distance. You think there's an 8-star hunter here? The one next to him replied. I heard there is. They said a pretty dangerous dungeon is about to appear. Yu Dam-deok felt like he was surrounded by the whispers all around him. What if something bad happens? Hey, take a picture of me to post. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Okay, I got it. Let me through. Please just tell us what's going on. Yu Dam-deok clutched his head, completely baffled. What? This is the skill. Is it from that talent I just bought? But he quickly snapped back to reality, remembering why he was here. This is no time to be thinking. I have to get inside the hospital. Yu Dam-deok tried to push his way through the crowd. As he got close to the soldier, he pleaded, Excuse me, my family's in there. I have to get inside. The soldier immediately refused. Not a chance. There are signs of a labyrinth in this dungeon, so we can't let you in. He was dumbfounded when he heard that. A labyrinth? The sky above looked like it was about to crack wide open. Something happened that made both the soldier and Yu Dam-deok stare in shock in the same direction. A terrifying surge of power shot straight down from the sky. The crowd scattered like a disturbed beehive, shoving and pushing to get out of there. Ah, get out of the way! Yu Dam-deok gritted his teeth, trying to stand his ground. Piercing screams echoed all around. After some time had passed, he slowly came to. The area around Yu Dam-deok was now in total ruins. He sat up in pain, still not fully recovered from the horror of a moment ago. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok froze. Before his eyes, a giant black mass appeared amidst the dust and rubble. Yu Dam-deok had a strange feeling that the thing was very familiar. Wait a minute. Maybe that's... The black mass gradually came into focus. A spatial gate that looked like a giant eye. No way, right? He blankly realized. The dungeon that I built? At the castle construction site, Yu Dam-deok propped an axe on his hip and looked around. Damn it. Now that I'm looking at it like this, it's actually pretty damn magnificent. He let out a sigh. I just didn't realize it until now. Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok became frantic again. Now what the hell is happening? He remembered seeing the giant spatial gate. Yu Dam-deok wondered blankly why that thing was here. He was startled when he saw a man fall right next to him. Yu Dam-deok quickly helped him up and threw the man's arm over his shoulder. Mister, are you okay? The man didn't answer his question but instead warned him, We have to evacuate. Immediately, Yu Dam-deok felt something behind him and quickly shoved the man away. A flash of light shot past between the two of them. Yu Dam-deok fell hard onto the street. He was stunned to see a sword embedded in the wall. A sword. A pained groan made Yu Dam-deok whip his head to the side. A skinny man lay on the ground, his whole body trembling violently. The man managed to force out a single word. Run. A lizardman had caught up to them. It stomped the man flat right before Yu Dam-deok's horrified eyes. He watched the lead lizardman raise its sword high, signaling for the others behind it to charge. Lizardman? Seeing this, the military commander immediately gave an order. Lizardmen have appeared on the main road. Open fire! The lizardmen charged forward as if they were deaf to the bullets, ignoring the barrage as terrified screams echoed all around. Yu Dam-deok hid behind an overturned car. Watching the firefight, he screamed in panic. There are still people over there! A lizardman holding a sword rushed in front of him, its eyes filled with murderous intent, and it swung its sword at Yu Dam-deok. He panicked, with nowhere to run. Just then, the system panel appeared. Activating combat concentration skill. A surge of power flowed from Yu Dam-deok's eyes, wrapping around the sword and breaking it to a halt just before it could hit him. The power caused everything in front of Yu Dam-deok to move in slow motion. Just as the tip of the sword appeared right before his eyes, Yu Dam-deok easily reached out and caught it. He stared, stunned, at his own hand gripping the blade. Yu Dam-deok held his own wrist tightly, looking back and forth between the sword and his hand. His jaw dropped in amazement. Did I just catch that? What the feck? Yu Dam-deok then spotted something on the other side. By K model, a lizardman was about to lunge at that old guy from before. Seeing that he was in pain and totally clueless about the lizardman coming at him, the kid screamed, Mister, watch out! Yu Dam-deok grit his teeth and took off, yelling, Sir! The military guys were watching this whole thing go down. His feet were flying across the pavement, like he was gliding. Damn it! Yu Dam-deok risked it all, lunging forward to tackle the lizardman. Wait! Hold your fire! A soldier frantically yelled into his radio. We've got a civilian right in our line of fire! The soldier next to him couldn't help but ask, Is that guy a hunter? They watched Yu Dam-deok get swarmed by the lizardman, completely baffled by his reckless move. Even if he is a hunter, did he really just charge in there with no weapon? Surrounded, he was shaking like a leaf, his face pale as a ghost. It was only then that Yu Dam-deok belatedly realized his anger had made him do something stupid. Now what was he supposed to do? Just as a lizardman lunged to slice him up, its mouth gaped open, a long, nasty tongue flicking out. Yu Dam-deok cowered in fear, totally freaking out. Whoa, my bad. I'm sorry. Just in the nick of time, a system notification popped up to save his ass. Talent activated. Combat focus. His body suddenly felt weightless and he started to float. Yu Dam-deok was still completely dazed, with no idea what was going on. A lizardman charged from behind, still dead set on skewering him. Yu Dam-deok's body dodged on pure instinct, which totally surprised him. What the hell? Is this that combat focus skill? It feels like I just chugged a dozen cups of coffee. Yu Dam-deok's eyes lit up. I can see every single one of their movements perfectly. He let out a joyful yell, and with that, Yu Dam-deok shot off without a second thought. Quick as lightning, he clenched his fist and went on the attack against a lizardman. Suddenly, his hand started looking weird. The system interface turned red, and every single punch was aimed right at the lizardman's critical weak spot. Yu Dam-deok casually tossed it, sending it flying for over a kilometer. He stared in shock at his hand, which was now surrounded by some kind of energy. It worked. Yu Dam-deok felt a surge of confidence as he saw two lizardmen charge at him at once. Okay, two left. One of the lizardmen, its eyes burning with killing intent, rushed forward and let out a piercing shriek. Yu Dam-deok effortlessly ducked under its blade. He glanced up, planting his feet wide for balance. Then he spun around and kicked the lizardman square in the face. A long-haired lizardman was already creeping up behind him. The horrifying sound of its sword scraping against the pavement was enough to give anyone goosebumps. He glanced down to see it aggressively dragging its massive sword. The lizardman swung with all its might, trying to cut Yu Dam-deok down. It looked up and let out an angry snarl. He did a taunting flip right over its head. Then, Yu Dam-deok put all his strength into a stomp, slamming the lizardman's head straight into the pavement. The soldiers watching this were completely jaw-dropped. Their eyes were glued to him, unable to believe what they were seeing. One soldier turned to his buddy, as if he was afraid his eyes were playing tricks on him. Did that kid just take down all those lizardmen with his bare hands? The other soldier stared at the kid standing among the defeated monsters, stammering, completely unable to form a sentence. I think so. A long-haired man appeared out of nowhere, startling the soldiers. He shouted over to Yu Dam-deok, "Hey, you, what guild are you with?" The man calmly walked up to him, flanked by two people in masks and black cloaks. "You're a new face, but you're not bad." The man held out his hand to introduce himself. "I'm Nam Gung-duk from the Sanoon Guild." Gung-duk pressed on. "There's no way someone from a guild would come out here all alone. Are you a solo hunter?" Yu Dam-deok shook his hand, answering evasively. Yeah, I guess you could say that." He gestured behind him and asked, "We're here to clear out this dungeon. You want to join us?" Yu Dam-deok's heart leaped into his throat when he heard that word. Dungeon. He stared at the dimensional gate in front of him, and it all clicked. That's right, I'm not a normal person anymore. Yu Dam-deok glanced towards the nearby hospital. The monsters will just keep flooding out if we don't stop them here. His hand was shaking, but finally, Yu Dam-deok clenched it into a determined fist. "All right, I'm in." His face was filled with determination. "Let's go." The group walked over to a pitch-black tunnel, and Yu Dam-deok reached out to touch the entrance. He turned back, giving the others a wary look. "This way." Gung-duk shot a look at the guy behind him, giving him a signal. Yu Dam-deok had already spotted the knife that dude was sneakily holding. "Man, I'm glad I remember this place. Of course I do. I've been in and out of here 1,000 times." Yu Dam-deok hesitated for a moment before calling out to him. "Wait." Gung-duk tilted his head. What's up?" Yu Dam-deok looked at him seriously and made a proposal. "From here until we get out, I'm taking the lead." Hearing that, one of the hunters blew up. "What? The hell you say?" "Listen here, you pathetic solo hunter. I don't know where the hell you crawled out from, but we're here on official government business, got it?" Yu Dam-deok completely ignored that guy and turned to explain to Gung-duk. "There are pits and traps from here on out. That's why I said it." Gung-duk crossed his arms and let out a confident laugh. "Thanks for the concern, but our elite team has already cleared the path ahead." Yu Dam-deok picked up a rock, his voice sounding totally casual. "Oh, really?" He nonchalantly tossed the rock into the tunnel. It hit something with a loud crack, shattering into pieces. The rest of the group just stared, completely stunned. Yu Dam-deok looked at the blades that shot out from the walls and said calmly, "I think we can be pretty sure your elite team never came this way." He pointed to a sigil on the floor and explained, "This trap is pressure activated. The spikes are also made from a special alloy, which means they'll tear through any armor like it's made of paper. It's a simple design, but it's way deadlier than you think." Gung-duk rubbed his chin, intrigued. "But how do you know all this?" Yu Dam-deok froze for a solid 5 seconds. "Oh right, if I tell them I helped build this dungeon, I'm pretty sure I'm dead meat." He didn't dare turn around, sweat pouring down his back as his brain kicked into overdrive. Let's just say it's a trade secret." Gung-duk gestured to the people behind him. He stepped forward cautiously. Gung-duk watched, curious, as Yu Dam-deok walked over to the wall and grabbed a torch. "What's up now?" He turned back and warned them. "It's gonna get way more dangerous from here on out." Yu Dam-deok took the lead with the torch, when suddenly, something appeared that made Gung-duk and his entire crew's jaws hit the floor. He held the torch up high, revealing a massive door with a giant spider carved into it. Yu Dam-deok warned, "You better get ready to defend yourselves." A boot came down, squashing a spider flat as a curse rang out. "Die, you freaking spider." The hunter lifted his foot, his face twisted in disgust. "Damn it, it's all over my feet." The guy next to him was getting antsy. "Hey, at this rate, are we all gonna get roasted alive?" He whipped around and started yelling. "Did you doze off during the briefing or something? These damn webs are everywhere, forming a network that's basically one giant trap. The easiest way is to just burn it all down." Two of them huddled together, whispering. But those words came from that guy. Can we really trust him? He could be a spy from another guild trying to screw up our raid on this dungeon. Yu Dam-deok, walking ahead, was totally fed up. "Yeah, I can hear everything, you idiots. Don't you get it? His expression turned serious as he stared inside. Inside was a room completely covered in spider webs. This is the one. This is where I stashed countless boxes full of spider eggs. Yu Dam-deok flicked his lighter open with a wicked grin. I know all the spiders' hiding spots, but why waste the effort? I'm gonna turn them all into roasted spiders. And I'll get a sweet reward for working hard instead of slacking off. A support team member came up with a plan, holding his torch near the thick webs. They must have spun these webs all over the place. Let's just torch this spot and move on. A system notification popped up. The combat focus skill has been activated. Someone trapped in the webs was trying to call for help. Is anyone there? The voice was a faint whisper, like they were on their last breath. Help! Help me! His eyes lit up. He'd clearly heard the cries for help. Yu Dam-deok put a hand on the black-cloaked guy's shoulder to stop him. Hold on. His eyes flashed as he carefully scanned the area. I don't think we should use fire. Someone's in here. Gung-deok, with his hands behind his back, instructed the guys in black cloaks. There are signs of life inside the stone chambers. Our priority right now is to rescue the survivors. He ordered them into formation with a stern voice. Go in with a defensive formation. We don't know their exact locations, so hold back on any wide area attacks. One more thing. Gung-deok's eyes darted over to Yu Dam-deok, sizing him up. I don't know how he does it, but that young punk seems to know where the survivors are. The support team will follow his lead. Hearing this, Yu Dam-deok's jaw dropped. You suddenly want me to be the commander? I've never been in this kind of position before. While the black-cloaked guys were murmuring among themselves, a strange girl appeared. He raised his hand, trying to negotiate. Hold on a sec. But a voice cut in. Mr. Yu Dam-deok. Yu Dam-deok looked back to see who it was. The mysterious girl walked up and held out her hand for a handshake. Thanks to you, we made it through those traps safely. Please, keep leading us. Staring at the hand still hanging in the air, Yu Dam-deok hesitated. Yeah. He took her hand to shake it. Let's work well together. But honestly, before he could even finish his sentence, the mysterious girl cut him off. Don't worry so much. Yu Dam-deok still didn't get what she meant. Huh? The mysterious girl added. Commander, all you have to do is point out where the survivors are. The support team will handle the rest. It's much simpler that way. Yu Dam-deok scratched his neck, a bit unsure. Okay. But is it really that simple? She assured him again. Yes, it's very simple. Noticing the mysterious girl hadn't let go of his hand, he awkwardly reminded her, could you let go of my hand first? She totally ignored what Yu Dam-deok said and asked something else. You don't use a weapon? He was confused why she'd ask that. A weapon? I've never used one. Why the sudden question? The mysterious girl said something weird again, like they were on completely different wavelengths. I see. She yanked her hand away from his and arrogantly turned her back. It'd be much smarter to carry a sword or two. The girl pulled her hood down low, her bright blue eyes staring at him. Well, I'm off. On the outside, Yu Dam-deok replied politely, okay, but inside his head, he was still totally clueless about what just happened. What the hell was that? This girl just says a few things and then leaves. He put a hand on his chin, thinking with a dazed look on his face. Did I give something away about myself before? He looked around and saw everyone was still getting into formation. All right, everyone in position. We're about to head in, but there was no sign of the mysterious girl. She had vanished. A foot stepped forward. Everyone was in a defensive stance, carefully watching their surroundings. Just when everything fell silent, some guy from the support team naively commented, "It's a little too quiet, huh?" Which made Yu Dam-deok jump out of his skin. Gung-deok turned back to warn him. Shh, don't let your guard down and stay in formation. Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok screamed. Above us! Startled, Gung-deok also looked up. Giant, bright red spiders were diving down. What the hell? Why are they so huge? One of them swiped its claw at a support member, scaring the crap out of him. Save me! Gung-deok quickly drew his weapon. Without a word, he charged forward and landed a solid slash on the spider. Then, he sternly commanded the whole team, don't panic, stick to the plan. While Gung-deok was directing everyone to fight the monsters, switch to defensive formation, watch out for their paralyzing venom. Yu Dam-deok took the opportunity to lead the support team and make a run for it. Support team, this way. His eyes flashed, and a stream of blue light poured out of them. The light shot down a dark path as if to guide them. He looked in that direction, shocked. Seeing people hanging in the air, Yu Dam-deok yelled out the announcement, Found them! Over there, those people are wrapped so tightly in webs they can't breathe. We found the survivors. Here, a knife slowly sliced through the layers of silk, and a support member caught the man as he was freed. Are you okay? Hang in there. He couldn't answer. All he could do was groan in response. Suddenly, a swarm of giant spiders flooded in. Crap, since when were they here? Yu Dam-deok, carrying a black-cloaked person on his back, told the others behind him. I know where the safe zone is. This way. Gung-deok, who was in the middle of a fight, paused and stared for a long moment, feeling pretty suspicious. Then he decisively split an approaching spider in two. Gung-duk quietly watched him from a distance. He knows the dungeon's layout and paths perfectly. He even knows the exact location of the survivors. He saw Yu Dam-deok guiding the support team. There are survivors over there too. A seed of doubt grew in Gung-duk's mind. That's something I've never heard of before. A support member holding a piece of paper directed everyone around him. We've got injured here. Evacuate the victims out of this area. Seeing Gung-duk approaching with an axe over his shoulder, the support member reported, Guildmaster, all the victims are safe. We have a few injured on our side, but overall, the losses we took were minimal. He chuckled in praise. We're off to a great start. Keep up this performance and let's move on with those who can still fight. He told everyone to take a breather. Then Gung-duk turned back to Yu Dam-deok and said, and one more thing. I've got a few questions for you. The kid froze up, pointing at himself just to make sure. You talking to me, sir? The two support guys in the back saw this and started whispering to each other. One of them scoffed bitterly as Yu Dam-deok walked over, looking at the two people lying on the floor. He listed the injured people, with 2 police officers and the rest being hunters, for a total of 10 people who were trapped here. A few of them were also members of our team. Gung-duk looked at him and let out a hearty laugh. He didn't hold back on the praise. If it wasn't for you, they'd all be toast. Yu Dam-deok scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. It's no problem. But before he could even recover, the old man hit him with a killer question. By the way, you've got some serious talent. It's like you're the one who built this dungeon yourself. Yu Dam-deok went stiff as a board. He forced a laugh. No way. Yu Dam-deok frantically denied it. Build a dungeon myself? I'm not a god or something. Seeing this, Gung-duk put his hands on his hips and laughed his ass off. I was just kidding. The kid pointed ahead, trying to change the subject. We need to regroup and keep going now. Inside, Yu Dam-deok was shaking like a leaf, thinking, I really thought I was a goner. Another giant door appeared, carved with patterns that looked like eyes. One of the support members couldn't help but ask, what is this? Is this thing from the Incan civilization? He immediately shot that down, saying they were from the Goblin civilization. The group stared at the door, and someone's voice rang out, full of contempt. Huh? Just goblins? The support members started whispering. I thought we were going to fight a boss next. What a letdown. Yu Dam-deok stood to the side, secretly hatching a plan. A goblin ambush zone. I can't think of a foolproof plan. But with combat focus, it should be possible. He spoke up to everyone's surprise. Excuse me, can I go in alone? A support member stepped forward and clapped Yu Dam-deok on the shoulder with a condescending look. Hey kid, you're getting a little too hyped just because the guildmaster complimented you a bit. If it's goblins, we've handled tons of them, so don't worry. If you're scared, you can just sit this one out. Gung-duk didn't agree with his idea either. I can't just let you go in there by yourself, so Yu Dam-deok proposed something else. Then there's no other way. If that's the case, you have to follow my orders once we're inside. The old man finally agreed, seeing that he seemed to have a plan. Fine. While the two of them were busy talking strategy, they had no idea 2 of the support members were glaring at them. One of them was grinding his teeth in anger. I wanted to use this chance to get the guildmaster's attention, but I can't even shine because of some random nobody. He was seething with jealousy, dead set on getting in the kid's way. I can't let him steal the whole spotlight. With that thought, he grabbed his staff and said to the others, let's go. The group slowly filed inside. Seeing the place was completely empty, confused murmurs started to spread. What? There's nothing here? It's just an empty hallway? Yu Dam-deok raised a hand to signal the people behind him. Shh, keep your voices down. He was on high alert, thinking, I feel something in here. One of the guys smirked, followed by a cackle and a mocking tone. Oh, really? But there's obviously nothing here. Maybe a giant cockroach or something? Another guy chimed in. If any goblins show up, we'll protect you. Just stick close to us. The moment he finished speaking, a strong gust of wind blew out all the torches. The group descended into chaos, yelling and screaming. What the hell? Turn on the lights now. Yu Dam-deok quickly tried to stop them. Wait, you shouldn't turn them on. One of the support members turned and snapped at him. Bullshit. We need to see clearly to fight, don't we? What kind of so-called hunter is afraid of a bunch of goblins? He cursed as he turned on his light. All you cowards, get to the back. All the kid could do was stand there with his mouth hanging open, unable to say a word. After a few seconds of shock, Yu Dam-deok screamed a warning to everyone. Everyone, get down, now! Gung-duk immediately hit the deck as he said, but the 2 idiots from before were left standing there like statues, holding their lights. The white-haired guy thought to himself, suddenly I'm getting a really bad feeling. He tried to psych himself up. It's probably nothing, right? The white-haired guy immediately urged the one in front of him. Let's keep moving. What are you doing? The guy in front turned back, trembling, unable to speak a word. His body was riddled with countless arrows, and then thousands more flew out, piercing right through him. Gungduk and the white-haired guy could only stare, dumbfounded, as the light shone directly on the man's face. The white-haired guy could only scream as chaos erupted again. What the hell? Where did that come from? It's an ambush! I can't see anything! Gungduk yelled a warning. Everyone, don't move! The entire group froze in place, not daring to budge an inch. He turned and whispered to Yu Dam-deok. Is this why you told us not to turn on the lights? The kid quietly replied, yes. If they see the light, they'll attack that spot immediately. Gungduk was still puzzled, but it's strange. They must have heard us when we came in, and even now, so why aren't they attacking? Yu Dam-deok's eyes were fixed ahead. They're playing with their prey. From a dark corner, a goblin peeked out, grinning from ear to ear. They want to savor our terror from the darkness. Gungduk carefully assessed the situation and started planning with him. Even so, we can't fight back if we can't see anything. We'll have to take some losses just to get an opening. Yu Dam-deok immediately offered an idea. What if we could fight without seeing? Gungduk looked at him skeptically. What? Is that even possible? The response he got was a confident one. Yes. Yu Dam-deok took the mission on himself. Just leave it to me. He slowly stood up, looking cool as hell with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Yu Dam-deok walked forward step by step, his voice reassuring the group. I know you're all worried and can't see a thing, but I'll make this work, no matter what. The support member heard Yu Dam-deok's words and obeyed. He clamped his mouth shut, sweat pouring down his face as he followed the kid's instructions. Until I give the signal, don't move or make a sound. Yu Dam-deok closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Focus now. Remember that feeling. The system notification popped up again. Skill Combat Focus A has been activated. A blue circle formed around Yu Dam-deok. Goblins appeared, peeking in curiously. He immediately snapped his eyes open. The support member and Gungduk looked up at the same time as his voice echoed in the darkness. Everyone can turn on your lights and move now. When the lights flickered on, the scene before them was a goblin flailing around in Yu Dam-deok's grasp. All around him, goblins lay scattered on the ground. Yu Dam-deok choked the life out of it until it was dead. The goblin was thrown at his feet, while the support guy started seething with jealousy. No way. What the hell is his talent? What kind of cheap trick did he pull? Watching Yu Dam-deok wipe the sweat from his brow, the guy just got more and more pissed. If you'd just given me a little more time, I could have handled them. Why does this asshole keep getting in my way? Gungduk walked over to him, a look of surprise on his face. That was incredible. I've been a hunter my entire life, but I've never seen a hunter like you. Yu Dam-deok just gave an awkward laugh to brush it off. I was just lucky. So, should we keep moving? That's what he said on the outside. Inside, Yu Dam-deok was just as surprised with himself. I didn't even know I could fight like that. They all looked up at a massive-ass door with a bull's head mounted on it. We're here, Gungduk guessed. So this is... The guy immediately finished his thought. That's right, this is the end of the maze. Gungduk looked up at the space behind the door. They all gathered in front of a giant gate, with a bull's head mounted on it, the final boss of this dungeon. The giant door slowly creaked open, letting slivers of light into the room. Gungduk warily scanned his surroundings. Nothing. Could it be hiding somewhere? Yu Dam-deok carefully looked ahead. No, it's right in front of us. Flames began to flicker in the darkness, and the massive door started to close. Up ahead was a bull, its entire body blood red, standing between two torches. It bared its fangs, a ring hanging from its nose, its eyes glowing a fiery red. That's the master of this dungeon. Gungduk gritted his teeth, facing off against the mad bull. The pressure is insane. Just as I expected. He glanced over at the support members. It probably won't attack first. We have time to map out a strategy and figure out this place's mechanics. A system notification popped up. The Minotaur's human sacrifice has begun. Select 5 offerings. He read it for a bit but didn't understand a thing. Human sacrifice. Offerings. What the hell is this supposed to mean? On the other side of the room, the discussion continued. The combat team will split into 2 groups. Yu Dam-deok was lost in thought. It seemed like he was the only one who could see this. He stroked his chin, weighing the possibilities. Is this some kind of guide? It could be a hint on how to clear this place safely, so it's better to share this information. He walked over and cut into their discussion. Excuse me, I have a suggestion. Gungduk turned to look at him. We're discussing a plan right now. Can this wait? With a serious look on his face, Yu Dam-deok didn't back down. This might be information related to the solution for clearing this dungeon. He frowned and asked, a solution? Are you sure? While the two were talking, the guy in black watched the scene, clenching his fists and burning with jealousy. He gritted his teeth, his eyes red with rage. This fucking bastard, he's at it again, stealing all the credit that should have been mine. The guy in black slipped away, his mind full of plots. I'm not gonna just sit back and watch like last time. He peeked from behind a pillar, watching the mad bull. The guy in black pulled out his bow, thinking arrogantly, only losers need a strategy. It's a waste of time for people who are scared of losing. I'm not listening to a single order from you. He aimed straight at the bull up ahead, his mind filled with his scheme. I'll show you the power of a master archer. One shot is all it'll take for all the glory to be mine. But after aiming for a while, the guy in black still wasn't sure. Shit. Gotta get closer to guarantee a hit. He started creeping towards a barrier that had been set up earlier, completely oblivious to it. Just a little closer, the guy in black cracked a twisted grin. One more step. Gung-duk was lost in thought, but Yu Dam-deok beside him was startled when he saw what was happening. He quickly yelled out to stop him. No, stop. The guy gritted his teeth and cursed. It's this damn bastard again. The idiotic guy in black still thought he was being clever, like a damn dog trying to outsmart a human. I know you're just trying to hoard all the glory for yourself again. The boss is just standing over there like a moron. It's about to be taken down. He hurriedly raised his bow to shoot. By me. Yu Dam-deok tried to rush forward, but it was too late. That idiot had already stepped into the barrier. The system immediately blared an alarm. You have entered the labyrinth boss's room. The offerings will be chosen at random. The barrier shattered like glass, shards raining down with a clatter. He stood there, completely stunned and dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? His entire body was covered in a blue light. Gung-duk turned and warned quietly. Damn Duke, look at your body. Yu Dam-deok paid no attention to his words, staring upwards in a daze. Meanwhile, the guy in black was panicking and screaming for help. What's going on? Somebody help me. He saw Gung-duk rush in front of him and stammered, Guild leader. The man furiously yelled at the fool. Do you have any idea what you just did? Seeing how tense things were, Yu Dam-deok quickly interjected. I don't think this is the time to be arguing about who's right and who's wrong. The mad bull now loomed before everyone, its eyes bloodshot with rage. The beast let out a roar, a sound that felt like it would shatter their eardrums. Yu Dam-deok and Gung-duk had to grit their teeth and endure it. As for that guy in black, he was now trapped inside a pinkish-purple barrier. He sat there stunned for a moment before jumping up and pounding on the barrier, screaming his head off. What is this? Let me out. Get me the hell out of here. Every step the mad bull took made the floor crumble. Gung-duk was starting to panic at the sight. He didn't have to wait long. It landed a solid hit on him, sending him flying for what felt like a mile. He scrambled back to his feet, pulled out his axes, and commanded, Spread out, don't panic, everyone stay calm. Gung-duk directed the support team while twirling his two axes. We'll have to make do with our current numbers. Get into position while I draw its attention. The mad bull swung its arm down, but Gung-duk was quick enough to dodge. The moment it slammed its axe into the empty ground, he seized the opportunity to rush in and parry it. Gung-duk let out a massive yell, hacking at the bull with every ounce of strength he possessed. The support members cheered, thinking they were about to win. The fight is going super well. That's our leader for you. With those insane shockwaves, we don't even have a chance to jump in. Yu Dam-deok, who was watching intently, couldn't help but be impressed. Damn, he's good. The guild leader is on a whole nother level, isn't he? Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed. Gung-duk's face, however, had darkened as he muttered under his breath. Damn it. He looked up at the mad bull, which was completely unfazed by his slash. Are you kidding me? Gung-duk's face went pale. It feels like I'm hitting a sheet of iron, not flesh and blood. Yu Dam-deok suddenly screamed a warning. Watch out! A massive force came flying right at his face. Gung-duk's feet lifted off the ground. He was sent flying. Gung-duk tried to use the pommel of his axe to break. It was only then that he realized it wasn't that the beast couldn't dodge his attack. It was that it didn't even need to. Gung-duk clutched his injured arm, taken down by just a light swing. He stared down the crazed beast in front of him, calculating, one wrong move and I'm toast. So Gung-duk yelled out the order, Everyone, form a perimeter. Like lightning, the support team moved into their positions. Everyone, get on the defensive and listen to my commands. Gather intel while you dodge its attacks. We have to find this thing's weakness. Yu Dam-deok stood back, silently sizing up the situation. The commands were firm and clear. The guy was obviously a seasoned pro at dealing with dungeons. He looked up at the crazed beast. This seemed like the best move they had right now. Yu Dam-deok watched the crazed bull, which was just standing there, not even paying attention to them. It's not even trying to charge us. It's like the distance between us means nothing to it. But then, as lightning crackled around its muscular arm, he had a shocking realization. Yu Dam-deok recalled images of the god Thor, looking exactly like this. The power of Thor. Gung-duk roared the command. It looks like it's charging something up. Stop it. They all rushed the crazed beast at once. It was an opening. This is the chance. Yu Dam-deok frantically tried to stop him. No, it's too dangerous. I've seen this before. But before he could finish, Gung-duk was already clashing head-on with it. Gung-duk's face went rigid. Crap. Seeing that thing's arm about to come crashing down, he knew. This was a bad call. Just then, Yu Dam-deok launched himself forward and kicked the crazed beast right in the face. He glanced back at it. The kick had knocked the crazed bull's head to the side, and its eyes were glowing crimson with rage. Yu Dam-deok was floored when he saw that look. A massive surge of power erupted. He realized with horror, oh crap, it's too late. The entire room was blown to smithereens, and everyone was thrown everywhere. A trembling hand touched the barrier. They couldn't believe it, watching the crazed beast slaughter everyone right before their eyes. Their leader had been defeated. The members of the support team watched some idiot frantically pounding on the barrier. Two of them were discussing it. There's no way through this barrier. The other guy looked just as troubled. Damn it, I've never even heard of something like this before. We have to give them backup before it's too late. The other guy didn't look too keen on providing backup. But how? Didn't you see the way our leader got taken out? Going in there means dying like a dog. The two argued back and forth. Meanwhile, Yu Dam-deok's hand pushed its way out of the rubble. He cursed to himself. Damn it. This crazy bull, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't even put a scratch on it. He collapsed onto the ground, unable to accept his fate. Is my screwed up life, which was just starting to show a glimmer of hope after I got this talent, really gonna end so lamely right here? His hand brushed against something. As Yu Dam-deok struggled to push himself up, the corner of his mouth curved into a smirk. That's right. There are still a few things I haven't tried. Yu Dam-deok grinned, slowly getting to his feet. Dying like this? Yeah. I wouldn't be able to rest in peace. From the cloud of dust in front of the crazed beast, a figure slowly emerged. He gripped his sword with determination. I'm not just gonna give up and wait for death to find me. Yu Dam-deok swung his hand, creating a badass-looking streak of light. A murderous glint flashed in the crazed beast's crimson eyes. His own confident charge was reflected on the surface of the sword. Get ready, cause I'm not dying without putting up a fight. The system window popped up. Swordsmanship talent has been activated. Yu Dam-deok stood there, long sword in hand, facing off against the massive bull-headed monster. Through the thin covering of mist, only the creature's blood-red eyes were visible. It stood there, holding a massive, long-handled axe. As for Nam-deok, he was lying on the ground, clothes caked in dirt and his body covered in wounds, struggling to look into the distance, lost in thought. It's no use. My axe can't even leave a scratch on that bastard anymore. It's not the kind of thing that can be beaten by someone who's just picked up a sword. I want to tell that kid to run, but I can't even get the words out. Nam-deok coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, drenching the sleeve of his shirt. This is all my fault. I'm sorry, kid. The bull-headed monster roared, raising its sharp claws and lunging toward Yu Dam-deok's small frame, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the darkness. Nam-deok, one eye injured and still bleeding, stared with his good eye, wide with shock. Three figures in black cloaks and grotesque masks had their mouths hanging open in utter astonishment. The guy at the front of the pack couldn't stop himself from throwing both hands up as if in surrender. The red-eyed, bull-headed monster's eyes were wide with disbelief. You could only see his feet moving quickly across the tile floor. The bull-headed monster stood frozen as Yu Dam-deok zipped past it, appearing behind the creature in an instant. Clang! One of the bull-headed monster's horns was sliced clean off, sent flying before it hit the ground. At first, it felt like a desperate gamble, but Yu Dam-deok's eyes were fixed forward with determination. But the moment he raised the sword, all he saw was the monster letting out a pathetic scream, blood spraying from the wound as golden sword trails enveloped it. Sword in hand, Yu Dam-deok walked with a steady gait, his head lowered and his eyes dark. I knew for sure I could hurt it. His grip on the sword tightened, his eyes widening as he stared at the blade. This is my first time ever holding a sword, but it feels like it's a part of my own body. Yu Dam-deok got super hyped, laughing out loud. Am I a sword genius? The bull-headed monster snarled in fury, whipping its head around, one horn now missing. Boom! Its massive foot stomped on the shattered floor, sending debris flying everywhere. The snarling, bull-headed figure charged at Yu Dam-deok from behind. He glanced back over his shoulder at the monster. The bull-headed beast reached out with its muscular arm. Suddenly, it froze, a sharp pain shooting through its limb. The beast's massive, muscular arm slammed down hard onto the floor. The entire arm was covered in countless slashes, fresh blood spraying out as its face twisted in agony. The beast stood motionless, its fist still buried in the floor, creating a massive crack in the white tiles. Its body was surrounded by countless intersecting golden lines of light, mixed with a few long streaks of red. At some point, Yu Dam-deok had already moved behind the beast, sword in hand. Nam-deok was still lying on the ground, his eyes wide and mouth hanging open, his face a mask of pure shock. 6 precise slashes in a single second? No, that was 7 slashes. Even I couldn't follow that, he exclaimed in disbelief. An image of Yu Dam-deok flashed in Nam-deok's mind holding the longsword, his eyes glowing, his aura overwhelming. He doesn't have any abilities, but his sword skills are unbelievably refined. Nam-deok's expression grew grim. However, Yu Dam-deok stood there, his knees slightly bent. In the distance, the muscular body of the bull-headed beast stood firm, covered in layer upon layer of wounds. Yu Dam-deok shot a sharp glance at his opponent, still too shallow. Not enough damage. This thing's hide is ridiculously thick. The bull-headed monster glared back with red eyes, clenching its jaw. The white-haired masked guy clutched his head, screaming, "There's no freaking way he can beat that monster at his level. We're so dead." Nam-gung-duk shot a disgusted look at the black-robed guy flailing around in the distance. Bullshit. That kids' attacks just now were easily on par with the strongest swordsman in Korea. Nam-gung-duk's brows furrowed. The kid's got talent, sure, but the problem is that sword. The blade was chipped in several places and looked like it was about to snap, its tip pointing to the ground. Yu Dam-deok lifted the sword, clenching his jaw as his expression instantly grew tense. He'd only swung it a few times and it was already about to break. His face grew more worried. "I can't use this thing anymore. I have to hit this bull's critical weak spot." Sword in hand, Yu Dam-deok dashed forward at top speed. The bull-headed monster swung a massive fist toward Dam-deok's figure, but he just nimbly spun out of the way, dodging the powerful punch. The fist slammed straight into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Dam-deok swung his longsword up and slashed hard at the bull-headed monster. His face darkened as he poured all his strength into that one strike. SS-RANK Innate Martial Arts. After the slash, he looked back at the monster, his face filled with shock. It didn't even budge? Yu Dam-deok reacted instantly, aiming the sharp tip of his sword at the bull-headed monster's bright red eye. Before the monster could even realize what was happening, he thrust the sword forward like lightning, and the bullhead shut its eyes tight in fear. That was the opening he was waiting for. Yu Dam-deok launched a kick straight into the bull's face. With no time to block, the bull's head was sent flying upwards by the kick, and blood sprayed from its nose. "Ha!" He exhaled, caught the sword steadily, and flipped his body to aim for the bull's neck, intending to stab it. SS-rank swordsmanship, talent. A look of absolute terror flashed in the bull's eyes. "Huh?" Yu Dam-deok, still upside down in midair, had a look of pure shock and confusion on his face. Boom! The wind whipped around them as a powerful pillar of white light shot straight into the sky. The ground cracked, forming a huge crater. Yu Dam-deok landed, dropping to one knee to balance himself, tightly gripping his longsword to block the chunks of rock flying at him. Crack! Crackle! Yu Dam-deok's already grim expression soured even more as the cracks on his blade multiplied. Yu Dam-deok's eyes narrowed in thought. This sword is at its limit. My martial arts don't do jack against it. The next attack is my last chance. If only I could find some way to hit its weak spot. The bull-headed monster stood over the large crater, weapon in hand, glaring viciously at him. A surprised look crossed Yu Dam-deok's face, but it quickly turned into a victorious smirk. The bullhead stood there, relentlessly firing bolts of lightning at Yu Dam-deok. He stood still, sword in hand, staring straight at the bullhead, his hair whipping around as lightning bolts grazed past him. "I've got away." Nam-gung-duk, lying nearby and caught in the crossfire, struggled to open one eye to watch the fight. That's the same skill the kid used earlier. As if realizing something, his eyes flew wide open in surprise. Suddenly, the space went pitch black, and a brilliant golden light began to radiate non-stop from Yu Dam-deok's body, pouring outwards. Nam-gung-duk's expression was one of pure shock. Is he really going to go head-to-head with that thing? The air grew tense. On one side was Yu Dam-deok, his sword emitting a blinding golden light. On the other, the bull-headed monster, its great axe glowing with a cold blue light. The sword couldn't handle his immense power, and a few more cracks appeared, little fragments breaking off and falling away. Nam-gung-duk struggled to his feet, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. I have to give him a hand. Suddenly, he froze as if remembering something. An image of Yu Dam-deok flashed in his mind. What if I could attack without needing to see? Nam-gung-duk turned to the white-haired guy in black, who was cowering in a corner with his head in his hands. "Hey, you." The white-haired guy with the demon mask looked back at him, confused. Nam-gung-duk gave a knowing smile. "I've got something cool right here in my coat. It's your time to shine, kid. Want to give it a shot?" In the distance, Yu Dam-deok still stood on guard, sword at the ready, staring ahead. He placed a hand on the blade, silently calculating, then raised the sword high, his eyes cold as he stared down his opponent. I have to land a fatal blow this time. On the other side, the bull-headed monster glared back, grinding its teeth. For a moment, their furious, fiery gazes locked, and the ground cracked open, creating a massive tremor as earth and rock shot out in all directions. Yu Dam-deok charged forward, sword in hand, as bolts of lightning swirled around him. The lightning bolt struck the ground, creating small craters on its surface. Yu Dam-deok shot forward, leaving a pitch-black abyss in his wake, dotted with a few brilliant golden sparks. Across from him, the bull-headed monster also charged, swinging its axe, leaving a long black trail behind it filled with blue lightning. The two sides clashed. The sound of their weapons colliding rang out. The power radiating from both of them sent debris flying everywhere. With a cold look in his eyes, Yu Dam-deok swung his blade high. The powerful slash struck the bull-headed monster, and it roared in agony. After that last strike, the sword finally reached its limit and broke. Yu Dam-deok's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at the blade falling to the ground. The sword! He looked at the hilt still in his hand, which was crumbling into fragments, and then at the monster's face, contorted in a painful scream. His grip on the hilt loosened, and it fell to the ground at his feet. His face darkened. It shattered. While Yu Dam-deok was still stunned by his broken sword, the bull-headed monster gathered its strength for a counterattack. Just as things looked hopeless, a hand appeared, holding another sword aloft. A familiar figure appeared in the distance, raising a sword with one hand, a taunting smile on his face. "You're toast, you piece of trash." The white-haired masked guy wound up and threw the sword, shouting, "Catch, rookie!" Yu Dam-deok caught the sword perfectly and stabbed it straight into the bull-headed monster before it could attack. Outside the portal gate, a crowd watched intently, anxiously waiting for an announcement. "No monsters have come out of the dungeon gate for 5 hours now. Report to me as soon as anything changes." Suddenly, a brown-haired guy with a mic turned his head, spotting something. He pointed toward the gate. "Whoa! Someone's coming out!" Yu Dam-deok emerged from the gate with a smile on his face, supporting Nam-gung-deok on his shoulder. "It's light. We made it out." Following behind him, the group in black cloaks helped each other out one by one. As if remembering something, Yu Dam-deok turned to his side. "By the way, how did you know I'd be able to catch a sword thrown from behind me?" Nam-gung-deok just smiled. "I didn't. I just remembered you once said you could strike without knowing what was coming. So I figured if I threw the sword at you, you'd sense it and catch it. It was just a gamble." Yu Dam-deok scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "Haha, I almost got turned into a kebab, but thanks anyway." Nam-gung-deok shook his head, denying it. "No." Yu Dam-deok looked at him in surprise. Nam-gung-deok turned to look at him. "You're the one who saved all of us." The group in black with demon masks and Nam-gung-deok gathered around him, all of them smiling brightly at Yu Dam-deok, who was still standing there looking dazed. Before he could figure out what was going on, a hand gently landed on Yu Dam-deok's shoulder, pushing him forward. "What the hell are you doing?" Yu Dam-deok thought, startled, as he looked down at the massive crowd below. Nam-gung-deok stood with his arms crossed. "Everyone's waiting, dude. As the guy who contributed the most to clearing this dungeon, you should probably say something, right?" Yu Dam-deok looked at Nam with a totally surprised expression. "Me? The one who contributed the most?" Nam-gung-deok just smiled and nodded at him. Yu Dam-deok suddenly froze as a few dark memories came flooding back. "I'm the guy who's been looked down on his whole life for having zero talent." In his memory, a middle-aged man in a black suit appeared, chin in his hand, a look of disapproval on his face, the corner of his mouth smirking. Next to him, another dude was giving him the same look, a scornful grin plastered on his face. One hand clenched into a fist, while the other held a phone, his mouth wide open. His small figure was wrapped in thousands of thick, long chains, his face screaming in agony. Then, another image of him sitting alone, covering his face in utter helplessness. "That's right, I'm different now." Yu Dam-deok's lips trembled slightly as he clenched his fist and raised it high. Below, thousands of people raised their hands high, looking towards the gate where the group was standing and cheering. In the dead of night, a huge, tall building stood in silence. Only a few rooms on each floor still had their lights on. In the hospital lobby, nurses were busy working behind the counter, while across from them, patients sat neatly in chairs, waiting for their turn to be seen. Yu Dam-deok gently pulled back the curtain in front of him to look at the person lying there. The tense look on his face gradually relaxed. "Thank God. Mom's okay." Suddenly, a voice from a nearby TV caught his attention. "We interviewed the person who made the biggest contribution to clearing the dungeon that appeared right in the city center." The news was showing Yu Dam-deok's interview. He was smiling confidently at the camera as a reporter held a microphone towards him. "Can you tell me about your methods and your thoughts on what just happened? You handled it so quickly. Was it a life-threatening situation?" After that came a barrage of rapid-fire questions that left Yu Dam-deok flustered. "Where are you from? What's your name?" "My name? I'm Yu Dam-deok." He was so flustered he started waving his hands and feet around, but the reporter's questions didn't stop. "This is the first time I've heard that name. Do you belong to any guild? Is it true that your skills are both swordsman and fighter? Please give us more information." Yu Dam-deok was so overwhelmed by the reporter's questions that the smile on his face started to look totally weird. "Whoa, one at a time, people." Yu Dam-deok sighed wearily, quickly fixing his expression and looking straight ahead. "My guild and where I come from don't matter. Countless people have risen and fallen, and I fought with my life on the line to protect someone I consider a treasure." Yu Dam-deok declared loud and clear on the news, under the headline, "The new face of the Sangoon Guild." "Who is he?" The reporters quickly latched onto the main point. "So you're saying your background and guild are irrelevant?" Right now, the Hunters Association's attitude after this dungeon appeared is considered to be quite cautious. Is the government going to directly target and criticize the Hunters Association for not handling this situation well? Yu Dam-deok's face flushed red, and he quickly grabbed the remote to turn off the TV. So embarrassing, I can't watch this anymore. His phone's notification sound went off, making him turn his head. They actually managed to snap a pic of this? On his cracked phone screen was a picture of him fighting the bull-headed monster with an article describing it. They didn't even run, they stayed to film. These tourists are seriously scary. Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok's eyes widened in shock. A large, blue notification window appeared right in front of him. The lowest-ranking god, Yu Dam-deok, has increased his fame points. Divine power has exceeded 100. What? Yu Dam-deok raised a hand to his chin, thinking, divine power. Isn't that the standard for the test on the recruitment form? That's it. Another notification window popped up. You have surpassed 1,000 divine power. You will have the opportunity to unlock a new profession. Would you like to proceed? Yu Dam-deok reached out and tapped the rectangular box on the notification window. What's there to even think about? Unlock it, now. After Yu Dam-deok pressed the button, another notification window appeared. Chief Security Manager of Hephaestus's Forge. The employer, Hephaestus, requires over 1,000 divine power points. Experience for newcomers. Warning, a pretty intense job is coming up. Scrolling through the notification, Yu Dam-deok smiled, satisfied. Oh, security manager. Sounds like a pain in the ass, huh? He sat in a swivel chair in his room, stretching out his arms and legs. Sigh, I've been so exhausted lately. I just want to go home, rest up, and make a report for next week's schedule. Suddenly, another notification window appeared in midair. Unlike the previous ones, this notification was bright red, with a red triangle in the top right corner and a warning exclamation mark inside it. 3 gods are applying for this job. Last chance. Yu Dam-deok grabbed the notification window in shock, pulling it closer, his eyes and mouth wide open as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What? Without a second of hesitation, he quickly hit the apply button. No way, this simple job is going to be mine. A blue light shot out from a room in the massive skyscraper, streaking across the dark night sky. A series of piercing screams echoed through the air. Yu Dam-deok was lying on the cracked ground, with rocks scattered and dust everywhere. He had a pissed-off look on his face, a hand on his chest. Couldn't they have given a guy a softer landing? After his little rant, Yu Dam-deok finally looked around the hall. In front of him were tons of large stone pillars and small torches, and high above, a ball of fire hovered in the air. Firebirds flew in from who knows where, gathering all over the fireball floating in the middle of the hall. I think I'm in the right place. This is Hephaestus's forge. Yu Dam-deok wiped the beads of sweat rolling down his face, hot as hell. Wiping his sweat, he grimaced and complained, "It's like a freaking sauna in here. Couldn't Hephaestus spring for some AC?" Suddenly, from behind, a large arm wrapped around Yu Dam-deok's neck, and a cheerful voice rang out, "You the new guy?" Hearing the voice behind him, Yu Dam-deok warily glanced back at the person. Seeing his reaction, the person greeted him, "Nice to meet you. I'm Hephaestus, the master of this forge." Yu Dam-deok tensed up and wriggled out of Hephaestus's hold, backing away a few steps before bowing respectfully. "It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Yu Dam-deok. I'm the applicant for the security manager position." Hephaestus stood with his arms crossed, and after seeing this display, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, what was that? Is that how humans greet each other?" Cold sweat dripped down Yu Dam-deok's back, his eyes wide with panic. "I'm so screwed. I wonder if he heard me. Did he hear me or not? He probably heard me. What do I do now? I should have just greeted him properly from the start." Hephaestus smiled, rubbing his chin as he sized up the guy in front of him. Hephaestus spoke up just as planned. He had a friendly smile, a huge, solid frame, and his tan skin made him look even more imposing. This was Hephaestus, the god of the forge. Yu Dam-deok jumped when Hephaestus suddenly spoke. "So, mountain god, is your love for humans what made you fight in Thor's dungeon without a care for the danger?" Yu Dam-deok stuttered, about that." Hephaestus let out a huge laugh. "No wonder that hothead Thor has a soft spot for you. You've got guts." Yu Dam-deok scratched his head, looking totally embarrassed. Thank God, maybe he didn't quite hear what I said. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Hephaestus's next words terrified him, asking me to install an air conditioner in my forge. That takes some serious balls too, you know. The kid bowed a full 90 degrees, totally sincere. "I am so sorry, sir." Hephaestus ignored it, turning to walk away as he spoke. "That's enough. Now, let me explain your job." Yu Dam-deok's face went dark, his whole world turning upside down. Hephaestus raised a hand, summoning a horn from thin air. It was as big as his forearm, wide at one end and tapering down to a curve like a bull's horn. "It's easier to see for yourself. We need to meet them first." He brought the horn to his lips. "This is going to be a little loud." You could see Hephaestus puffing his cheeks, blowing with all his might. A deafening blast echoed through the place, making Yu Dam-deok clamp his hands over his ears, his vision blurring as he screamed from the sheer noise. Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps thundered from outside, and 3 figures came rushing in. Once they were in the hall, the 3 of them knelt on one knee before Hephaestus, full of respect. "We have arrived, Lord Hephaestus." The god stopped blowing the horn and looked down at the 3 men kneeling on the floor. Hephaestus placed a hand on the shoulder of Yu Dam-deok, who was standing beside him. "This here is the god in charge of management for the day. Let's get a round of applause." A round of applause broke out. "Yes, welcome. We will always follow your orders." Yu Dam-deok scratched his head and smiled. Yeah, thanks. I'm not really used to working in a forge, but I'll do my best to get the hang of it." Hephaestus laughed loudly. "No need to be so modest or anything. Even a newbie can do this job just fine." Yu Dam-deok happily played along. "Yeah, I hope you're right." Suddenly, Hephaestus leaned in close to Yu Dam-deok's ear, covering his mouth to whisper, "Those guys are skilled, but they're a pain to manage. Their work ethic is a real problem. You know how it is. There might be some arguments and brawls while on the job." His whisper made the kid picture a small, golden-haired dog, viciously baring its fangs. "Is that so?" Hephaestus recalled a time he was busy hauling a stone pillar. When he came back, he was shocked to see that the cord he'd left on the table had vanished. "The pendant I was preparing as a gift for Freya last week. I have no idea how, but it just disappeared while I was away working. You should keep an eye on things." Freya, the goddess of love and beauty. Yu Dam-deok was shocked. "Whoa, Lady Freya? Someone stole something meant for her?" Hephaestus held his forehead, completely exasperated. The whole thing has been a massive headache. A man with jet black hair and a beard knelt on the ground, his eyes closed. They seem a little weird, don't they?" Hephaestus started packing his things into a cloth bag. "I'm taking a day off to head up to Olympus. I'm not expecting you to get a whole lot done today, but just in case, let me give you this." He tossed something wrapped in gray cloth toward the kid. The blue notification window popped up again, showing a wooden club that was thick at the end and tapered down to the handle. Club of Heracles, a club made from the trunk of an olive tree, a replica of the club Heracles used to defeat the Nemean lion. It has an excellent ability to conceal the user's identity and a 10% chance to stun living entities on hit. Yu Dam-deok was floored. "Holy shit, this club is OP as hell." Hephaestus smirked and raised a hand to summon a portal. "Well then." The portal gradually grew larger. Hephaestus waved goodbye as he slowly stepped through. "Take good care of my forge, mountain god." As the portal began to close, a blinding golden light forced Yu Dam-deok to shield his eyes. "Wait, you didn't even tell me what my job is. Are you just gonna ditch me here to fend for myself? What am I supposed to do now?" Hephaestus just laughed cryptically. "What are you worried about?" Yu Dam-deok suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. From the darkness behind him, 3 demonic faces with sharp, bared teeth emerged, staring at him like they wanted to eat him alive. Hephaestus's voice echoed in his head again. "Everything will be fine, as long as you're stronger than them. They're just a bunch of weaklings, so be confident. See ya." The portal snapped shut, Hephaestus vanished, and the room returned to normal. Yu Dam-deok stood frozen to the spot. Behind him, a hand gripping a hammer slowly moved closer. Sweat dripped down Yu Dam-deok's face as he forced a smile, his eyes betraying his nerves even as he tried to look confident. "Haha, hey now, didn't we already introduce ourselves?" The middle-aged man across from him had a face carved with brutal features. The dim light made his stark white eyes stand out as he glared, his thick eyebrows knitted together. His jaw was clenched, and the shadows covering one side of his face made him look even more threatening. Yu Dam-deok's eyes flew wide open, and he leaned forward in pure shock. He was stunned as the memory of receiving the club flashed back in his mind. "So he knew this was going to happen and still gave me the club of Heracles." Yu Dam-deok smirked, a look of cunning defiance in his eyes. He tilted his head down slightly and said in a mocking tone, "Haha, why don't you dwarves try to chill out for a second?" His expression was openly provocative, his lips curling up in the red glow as if to show the power surging through him. He leaned forward, ready to spring into action, his face a mask of half-joking, half-serious confidence and determination. "I just got my hands on a pretty badass weapon." Yu Dam-deok stood up straight, his right hand gripping the massive wooden club that was radiating a powerful aura. "I'd hate to accidentally hurt you guys." He casually stuck his other hand in his pocket, ready for a fight. Yu Dam-deok stood perfectly still, holding the club, his expression unchanging, that smirk still playing on his lips. 4 black gun barrels were pointed straight at his chest and head. He tilted his head slightly, a single drop of sweat tracing a line down his jaw, which was clenched in surprise. His eyes narrowed. Across from him, a rough hand with gnarled knuckles slowly brought a glowing red cigar to its owner's lips. The bearded man's eyes glowed blood red in the thick darkness, every deep wrinkle on his cold, emotionless forehead standing out. A voice cut through the dim darkness. What the hell have you been doing? Your shift ended a long time ago. Another voice rang out. Don't be a dick. Stick around a little longer. I'll cut you in once I sell this thing. Hearing the voices, Yu Dam-deok slowly opened his eyes. What's going on? I'm still alive. Through his blurry vision, Yu Dam-deok could see two burly men standing across from each other, their bodies silhouetted by a faint light from behind. The red-haired man with a bandana on his head stared intently at the strange object the other guy was holding out, his eyes full of curiosity. What is this? The man across from him, who had a thick beard and bulging muscles, answered. This is an item made by the god Hephaestus himself. Both of their eyes lit up, and the air crackled with tension and excitement. The guy with the black beard continued. I heard this was originally a necklace for the goddess Freya. We're gonna make a killing if we sell this baby. Sweat beaded on Yu Dam-deok's forehead as a flash of fury lit up his eyes. He gritted his teeth. Shh, these damn scumbags. Behind him, his hands were tied tightly to a pillar, the ropes digging into his wrists and turning them red. He sat on the floor, back against the pillar, his eyes scanning the room. Two men walked up and stood in front of Yu Dam-deok. The bald one with the thick beard frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion. What's with this kid? He woke up way faster than we thought. The red-haired guy in the bandana whispered cautiously, leaning in. That tranquilizer gun was pretty strong. You don't think this idiot is a god, do you? They both eyed each other, full of doubt. Yu Dam-deok, still tied up, leaned forward slightly. You guys have got some serious nerve. The two men across from him froze instantly, their gazes locking onto him, a strange look creeping into their eyes. The red-bearded guy tightened his grip on his gun, his expression tense. The bald dude next to him also felt a sudden wave of unease. The air abruptly turned a suffocating shade of red. You really think you're gonna walk away from this after pulling this crap on one of the 12 Olympians in his own damn forge? Yu Dam-deok's eyes blazed in the crimson darkness. His body was still bound, but his presence alone made the entire space tremble. The two men facing him went pale. The bald guy froze, while the red-bearded one stuttered and trembled. What is this? Yu Dam-deok's voice was low and sharp as a blade. This is your last chance. Untie me and let's end this before it gets worse. It felt like the whole room was holding its breath. The two goons looked at each other, sweat pouring down their faces. They tried to act calm, but their trembling arms gave them away. The two men burst out laughing their asses off. The sound echoed through the room, going on and on as if they'd just heard the funniest thing in their lives. One of them clutched his stomach, tears welling up from laughing so hard. Ha ha ha! The other one threw his head back, his hair flying everywhere. Ha ha ha! The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife, caught between the wild laughter and a threat that had just been spat on. Yu Dam-deok's eyes went wide with shock as the guys spoke with pure contempt. You think dropping Hephaestus' name is gonna scare us? If we were scared, we wouldn't have tried this in the first place. Creak. Behind him, another one of their buddies leaned out from between the shelves and forging tools, yelling quietly, Yo guys, we got all the good stuff. Let's get ready to bounce. In the shadows amidst the large stone pillars, the other two replied, Yeah, got it. We'll just hit this little punk with another dose of tranquilizer, then we'll catch up. While they weren't looking, Yu Dam-deok slowly started to move, pulling out a small knife he had hidden in his sleeve and began cutting the ropes himself. Once the other guy was gone, the red-bearded one with the bandana and the bald, black-haired guy turned back to look at Yu Dam-deok. They sent another useless idiot like this to be a clerk. Seeing him with his head down, staring at the floor, the guy next to him got even cockier. I didn't think it would be this easy. Yu Dam-deok kept his head down, his eyes dark, a smirk playing on his lips. You're gonna regret this. The burly bearded man in front of him showed no fear, just stared at him with cold eyes. The two guys started laughing, the one with the red-bearded bandana mocking him. Boo! Who? He fake cried. We're gonna regret it! The bald, black-bearded guy laughed so hard he started tearing up. Heh, your impression is spot on. Heh. Yu Dam-deok's smirk widened, his face becoming seriously menacing. You've got some serious nerve. Behind him, the ropes finally came undone. Yu Dam-deok pulled out a wooden club, gripping it tightly. I told you, the red-bearded guy in the bandana and the bald guy with the black beard just stared blankly at him. Before they could even react, Yu Dam-deok charged, swinging his club and sending them flying. He roared in fury. I told you you'd regret this, you sons of bitches. After letting out all his frustration, Yu Dam-deok tied up the two guys, who were now unconscious with bruised faces and their eyes rolled back. To make sure they couldn't escape, he wrapped them in multiple layers of rope. When he was done, he looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Yeah, this should do it. Yu Dam-deok stood up straight, dusting off his hands. You're the ones who forced me to get violent. He looked smugly at the trembling men before him, thinking to himself, these guys are such a joke. He slipped the dagger back into his sleeve, thinking, man, good thing I asked Doyu for this. Thinking of that, he remembered Doyu gently pulling on her hood and advising him, you should probably keep a sword with you. Yu Dam-deok mentally thanked her. Good thing I remembered what she said. I'll have to thank her next time. Suddenly, he turned his head in surprise, spotting something glittering with a pink light near the two tied-up men. It was a person, pouring shiny metal ingots out of a chest. The shirtless, bald guy had one hand on the chest, which was overflowing with sparkling platinum-colored blocks. With his other hand cupped around his mouth like a megaphone, he tilted his head back and yelled, "Boss, we're done loading up the minerals!" After he shouted, other voices started reporting in from different areas. "We've got all the armor, too. This side is done." The boss sat there, deep in thought, a cigar in his mouth and his arms crossed. Right. Suddenly, a guy with bleach blonde hair and beard yelled out, "All right, people, let's move out." Two bald dudes who were drooling over the shimmering platinum minerals were snapped back to reality. "Hey, you drooling idiots, focus!" Once the others had gathered, the blonde-bearded guy pointed towards the man standing on the platform. "Our boss, Red Fist, has something to say." Following the direction he was pointing, they saw a man in a white shirt, his hands clenched into fists. His body was massive, and he looked down with an imposing air at the underlings of Hephaestus, the leader of the dwarves. The guy in the black bandana, holding a cigarette, turned to the crowd. "Everyone, listen up." Cheech Quien stood on a high platform, looking down at his crew gathered below, all of them staring up at him. He declared dramatically, "Listen up, my brothers. We are the tribe blessed by the soul of the fiery mountains." But in a hidden corner, where no one was looking, a hand and a tuft of hair slowly emerged, totally sticking out from everyone else. Yu Dam-deok was hiding behind a chest of ore at the back of the crowd, listening to Red Fist's speech. The most talented miners and the bravest warriors. Red Fist yelled with passion, his voice booming. "We work for the reward, sure, but our pride is in our craft. But tell me, have we ever gotten the respect we deserve?" The chest lid slammed shut with a loud bang. The room went dead silent, and every single hostile gaze locked onto Yu Dam-deok. "Haha, great way to start the day." All those unfriendly eyes bored into him, and every one of them raised the gun in their hands, making his back break out in a cold sweat. A volley of gunshots erupted, and Yu Dam-deok scrambled for cover behind a pillar. Yu Dam-deok crouched down, hugging his head behind the stone pillar. What kind of damn dwarves just open fire like this? Bullets zipped through the chaotic scene as smoke and dust filled the air. The dwarves held their guns tight, aiming at Yu Dam-deok and roaring with rage. Who was it that called them gummy candies? The dwarves' eyes were bloodshot, their faces twisted in rage from the earlier insult. Red Fist arrogantly stepped forward as the gun-toting dwarves aimed at the pillar Yu Dam-deok was hiding behind. "You managed to get past the overseers." The bald guy standing nearby bowed his head and reported, "Looks like the guards have been defeated." Red Fist tilted his head back and took a long drag from his cigar. Through the rising smoke, he declared, "Hey, you low-level god. From now on, we're clearing this place out." Hiding behind the pillar, Yu Dam-deok flinched. He nervously peeked out from the side. Red Fist then made an offer. "But our beef is only with that Hephaestus guy. It's got nothing to do with you. And you probably don't want to die, so I'll give you a choice." He took another drag from his cigar and continued. 1. Help us take everything here and become one of our brothers. Or 2. You go back to wherever you came from and act like nothing ever happened. Yu Dam-deok's eyes darted around as he secretly weighed his options. Red Fist added another threat. "You better think carefully. You're not going to make a stupid choice over a few measly coins, are you?" Low-level god. Yu Dam-deok clenched his fists. He calculated that if he ran away now, his reputation would plummet. Images of two gods slowly appeared in his mind. The god of the forge, Hephaestus, appeared with a scornful look. He calls himself a mountain god, but he's all talk. Then Thor, with a look of disappointment. "Mountain god, I was wrong about you." His eyes widened in a daze, not daring to imagine any further. Yu Dam-deok bit his lip nervously. "If that happens, I'll never be able to find a job again. I can't let that happen. I worked so hard to get this power. No, even before that, Hephaestus will kill me if he sees his entire forge has been robbed." Yu Dam-deok shuddered at the thought, picturing Hephaestus tying him up tightly with a huge rope and gagging him. He'd be lying there, eyes wide with terror. Hephaestus would hold his head in place with a pair of iron tongs in one hand, a hammer in the other, his eyes dark. "I'm out of iron to forge. You'll have to do instead." Snapping out of his imagination, Yu Dam-deok glanced back at the dwarves. Red Fist sat on the chest lid, leisurely smoking his cigar, one arm resting on an open chest of minerals, flanked by two of his goons. The one with the blonde beard and hair was tilting his head back, blowing smoke at the ceiling. The one with the black beard and bandana was pointing at him impatiently. Yu Dam-deok was still torn between not fighting these guys and being killed by Hephaestus. Yu Dam-deok wanted to cry. Damn it. I thought this was going to be an awesome part-time job. But what the hell is even happening? He gave a bitter smirk. The world is so damn cruel to me. Red Fist raised an eyebrow, leisurely smoking his cigar, a cloud of smoke swirling around his face. Red Fist chewed on his cigar, raising an eyebrow as he waited for an answer. He saw Yu Dam-deok raise both hands high, his mace also held up as a sign of goodwill as he stepped out from behind the bullet-riddled pillar. Red Fist was completely satisfied. All right, you made a very smart decision. Then he added, low-level god. Yu Dam-deok's face scrunched up in annoyance. This guy keeps calling me a low-level god. It's really pissing me off. Suddenly, he spoke up, startling Red Fist who had been watching him. Sorry, but I want to ask something. Aren't you supposed to be the Forge God's assistant? Yu Dam-deok stood below, looking up at Red Fist and questioning him, word by word. Why are you taking it this far? If Hephaestus finds out, do you really think he'll just let it slide? He lowered his voice, although I'm not totally sure. Seeing no reaction from Red Fist, he continued, one of the 12 major gods of Olympus, the supreme forge god Hephaestus. You have no idea what'll happen if he gets angry, do you? After a moment's thought, he added, then again, I don't know either. Sensing the bald dwarves starting to murmur amongst themselves, Yu Dam-deok pressed on with his threat. He'll burn you alive in his furnace and throw your bones to Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell, to chew on. He paused for a bit, then added in a quiet voice, or maybe not? Yu Dam-deok suddenly raised his voice, his words now filled with fierce, angry emotion. You damn bastard. Are you really not afraid of a god's punishment? Bang! A gunshot right next to his ear made him freeze. A bullet grazed the two fingers he had pointed forward, punched a clean hole through his collar, and embedded itself in the wall behind him. The blonde-bearded subordinate, a cigarette dangling from his lips, aimed the black smoking barrel of his gun at Yu Dam-deok. Shut your damn mouth, you mutt! How dare you spew that nonsense? You don't deserve to be spared. Yu Dam-deok seemed to shrink, holding his cheek, his eyes welling up as he trembled. The blonde-bearded goon raised his gun, getting ready to aim. I'm gonna kill you right now, you little punk. As Yu Dam-deok flailed around, dodging the bullets, Red Fist's voice cut in, stopping him. Wait! The blonde-bearded goon looked back, confused. Boss. He saw Red Fist angrily striding towards Yu Dam-deok. He spewed enough crap. I can't let this slide anymore. You just called that guy the supreme forge god Hephaestus. Yu Dam-deok collapsed onto the ground, a few bullet dents cratering the floor at his feet, panting from exhaustion. Red Fist angrily walked up to him. You don't know a damn thing. Low-level god. He gritted his teeth, the red tip of his cigar glowing against his black beard. I'm gonna make this clear for you one last time before I turn you into worm food. Hephaestus's stuff is nothing but garbage. Sitting on the ground, Yu Dam-deok's eyes went wide. He looked up in surprised disbelief at what he just heard, instinctively repeating the words. Hephaestus is garbage? Yu Dam-deok was shocked. Hephaestus is garbage? Red Fist confirmed. That's right, though the label thief suits him better. Memories came flooding back, and Red Fist began his story. One day, he came to the place we were living and said this. Back then, Red Fist was shirtless, admiring a sword he had just finished. Hephaestus walked up, praising it. That is a fantastic sword. Hephaestus gave a thumbs up with a bright smile. How would you guys like to work with me? I'll provide everything you need. The flashback ended, and Red Fist's voice was filled with resentment. After we followed that despicable bastard and came here, he turned us all into slaves. Yu Dam-deok's mouth fell open in shock. Slaves? Hephaestus turned you guys into slaves? The image that followed was of Hephaestus diligently working at the forge, while the narration described, he paid us our full wages with 6-hour workdays, 5 days a week. In our free time, we could do whatever we wanted. Yu Dam-deok was baffled. Huh? In Red Fist's memory, he was leisurely sitting around smoking a cigar, while his two subordinates were playing cards. The black-bearded one with the bandana laughed out loud, throwing down his hand provocatively. Royal flush. The blonde-bearded one wasn't having it, grabbing his gun. Shut your mouth, or I'll kick your ass right now. Jichquan's voice was filled with resentment. In a perfect life where everything was provided for us, we had no idea that it was tearing apart the passionate soul of our craft. Red Fist raised his hand and shouted amidst the glittering piles of gold and jewels, his face full of rage. If it weren't for all those wasted years, all this wealth and fame would have belonged to us dwarfs. This has to be the plan of that cowardly bastard, Hephaestus. What else would you call him but a thief? Yu Dam-deok's head was full of question marks, his eyes filled with suspicion. He had no clue what the old man was talking about. With a cigar in his mouth, the glowing embers reflected in Jichquan's sharp eyes. He rested his head on his hands. By the time I realized what was happening, there wasn't a single dwarf left in this forge who gave a damn about the spirit of craftsmanship. Snapping out of his flashback, Jichquan stood among the dwarfs, a gun in his hand, his overwhelming presence cast in a crimson glow, his face filled with determination. The only thing we have left is the desire for revenge on that bastard. Yu Dam-deok lowered his head, his eyes hidden by shadows, and forced a smile. All right, I get what you're saying. That guy really is a piece of trash. Jichquan raised an eyebrow skeptically. What? Yu Dam-deok repeated, his gaze sharpening. Someone who wants to destroy everything out of jealousy for the achievements of those better than him. That's a dude who's trashed down to his very core. Shichquan's face went dark, stunned, and ugly. He held out a hand, biting down hard on the cigar in his mouth. Are you done talking? Yu Dam-deok raised a hand, signaling him to stop. In front of him, the gun-wielding dwarfs were advancing. Seeing them halt, he gave a reassuring little laugh. Just hear me out. This is what outsiders will think when they hear this story. Shichquan froze. Yu Dam-deok continued. If you guys just leave like this, you'll be nothing but thieves in their eyes. Can the dwarf race, the race of master craftsmen and proud warriors, really stand that kind of reputation? Shichquan's eyes suddenly lit up. Master craftsmen, proud warriors. Yu Dam-deok pressed on, raising his mace high. There's another way for you to get revenge on Hephaestus. One of the weapons Hephaestus made just so happens to be in my hands, and I'm just a lone warrior. The whole group of dwarfs, including Zichquan, stood frozen as if in thought. Seizing the opportunity, he tossed out another provocation. If you call yourselves master craftsmen or proud warriors, then why don't you put down those toys and fight me with real weapons forged by your own hands? Seeing Zichquan start to hesitate, Yu Dam-deok smiled. Defeating a warrior who uses Hephaestus's weapon, isn't that the most legit way to make Hephaestus pay? Otherwise, you can always just accept that Hephaestus is better and run away from here. The blonde-bearded dwarf glared, his eyes cold and furious. He screamed viciously. Damn it! You're about to die and you're still trying to pull this crap? The blonde-bearded dwarf next to him pulled out his gun and aimed it at Yu Dam-deok. Don't listen to him, boss. Yu Dam-deok staggered back in fear, his mouth wide open in shock. He waved his hands frantically. Whoa, what's all this? Shichquan's face was grim, only his glowing red eye and the burning cigar visible in the darkness. The great Shichquan? The blonde-bearded dwarf tried to intervene. Boss. Shichquan stood there, the burning cigar in his mouth, his face set with determination. You've got a silver tongue, lesser god. Tears of joy streamed down Yu Dam-deok's face. He took the bait. Shichquan's solid figure appeared from behind. Fine, I'll fight you, but you better take responsibility for calling yourself a warrior. Shichquan tightened his grip on the massive sledgehammer. If you can't last long enough for me to prove that our weapons are better, then for your insolent words just now, saying we dwarfs would run away. Shichquan's eyes were sharp and furious as he tightened his grip on the giant hammer, getting into a ready stance. I will smash your bones to dust. He stomped on the ground, creating a crater. Shichquan raised his hammer high, his movement decisive and powerful, his body moving like a swift mountain. The arc of the hammer tore through the air, creating sharp shock waves that rushed toward Yu Dam-deok. Shichquan roared out a challenge. Let's see you block this. Yu Dam-deok's eyes flew open, his face tense and on guard, his pupils constricted from the pressure of the attack. The dwarf brought the hammer down with all his might. In the blinding light of the attack, he used his mace to throw himself out of the way of the thick cloud of dust. A look of bewilderment crossed Yu Dam-deok's face, his eyes wide in a daze. That's insane. Sweat trickled down his forehead. A second later, he whipped his head around, his expression shocked as he saw the huge pillar behind him had been completely shattered. Seeing his face, Shichquan gloated. You look surprised. He lifted his foot and stomped it down on the stone floor, sending dust flying everywhere. What's the matter? You thought you'd have a chance to win if we just put down our guns? Shichquan raised his hammer and stood tall, the light casting his long, imposing shadow across the ground. Huh, you low-class god? But I do have a chance. Yu Dam-deok's reply made Shichquan's eyes go wide with shock. A small smirk played on Yu Dam-deok's lips as if he'd predicted this. Don't be so surprised. He swung his mace and charged at Shichquan, a wicked grin on his face. Shichquan stood stunned with his hammer on his shoulder, only reacting when Yu Dam-deok was about to strike. He swung his hammer angrily. Bullshit. The hammer slammed into the floor, sending rock and debris flying everywhere. Yu Dam-deok's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Where are you looking? That was just my afterimage. He suddenly appeared behind Shichquan, raising his mace to strike down. The dwarf reacted instantly, swinging his hammer around. Once again, Shichquan hit nothing but air. Yu Dam-deok appeared below, ready to strike. Shichquan spotted him and frowned. Not bad. Yu Dam-deok smiled. It's too early to be surprised. It was as if things hadn't even really started yet. He swung his mace hard at Shichquan. The blonde-bearded dwarf cried out, Boss! Next to him, the black-bearded dwarf was also stunned. Captain Yu Dam-deok was surprised to see a clear boot print on the shoulder of his shirt. Zichquan laughed triumphantly. I told you it was bullshit. Yu Dam-deok was knocked back, and in an instant, a distance opened up between them. Yu Dam-deok stood up straight, pointing his mace forward confidently. That's the first time I've been kicked by someone wearing shoes. It actually kinda hurts. But you're not half bad yourself. Shichquan gripped his large hammer. Smooth talker. I'll admit, your fighting stance is a little weird. He smiled. It'd be better if you knew your own skill level, little swordsman. Yu Dam-deok was surprised. You knew that just by looking at my stance? The dwarf glanced at him. Even an idiot could tell. I've never in my life seen someone so skilled with a blunt weapon. In Shichquan's eyes, Yu Dam-deok stood in the deep crimson shadows, his silhouette hazy but full of presence, with a terrifying look in his eyes. Your sword aura is no joke, man. It's even giving me goosebumps. Red Fist excitedly ripped off his already torn shirt. Man, how long has it been since my heart pounded this hard? Who knew I'd run into someone on my level, maybe even stronger, out here? His two lackeys stood there frozen, like they couldn't believe what was happening. The blonde-bearded dude was in utter shock, completely floored. The black-bearded guy in the bandana chimed in. Is that bastard really as strong as the boss? Yu Dam-deok's eyes shot wide open in surprise. Red Fist spoke up. I sincerely apologize for calling you a low-tier god and underestimating you. His tone became formal, a total flip to show respect for his opponent's power. The ripped piece of his shirt was thrown to the ground as a red aura flared up around Red Fist. He gripped his hammer, dead serious. I'm going all out. Yu Dam-deok wasn't scared at all and just motioned with his hand. Bring it on. Red Fist charged at Yu Dam-deok with his hammer. Dust kicked up like crazy behind his feet. The kid just stood his ground, raising his mace into a ready stance. Red Fist swung the hammer in his hand high and brought it crashing down on Yu Dam-deok. The kid didn't even flinch, just gripped his mace tight and waited for the impact. Their weapons smashed into each other with a massive clang. Red Fist grimaced, gritting his teeth as he pushed down hard, while Yu Dam-deok calmly and steadily blocked the attack. He angled his mace to parry Red Fist's hammer, then leaped high into the air, his eyes sharp as he spun around to bring his weapon down on Red Fist's shoulder. The guy was stunned for a second, but quickly countered, swinging his hammer back at Yu Dam-deok. Their weapons clashed again and they were face to face, sparks practically flying from their eyes, both of them grinning with excitement. The crowd of dwarves watching the fight were screaming their heads off. Is this what a battle between the strongest looks like? The blonde-bearded dwarf's eyes were wide. My heart is beating like crazy. The black-bearded guy in the bandana's jaw dropped, as if those two were speaking in unison. The battle was intense, sparks flying everywhere. Yu Dam-deok and Red Fist had their weapons at the ready. Red Fist's eyes widened. The sound of the forge, his emotional gaze, the vibrations in the air. The blonde-bearded dwarf had tears welling up in his eyes. The roar of metal, the sight of a hammer striking iron and sending sparks flying. It brought back all the familiar sounds of the forge. Flames, swirled flames from his hammer. Yu Dam-deok yelled out, and an inferno erupted around him, like it was setting our very souls on fire. Red Fist's two lackeys were both blown away. Red Fist grinned, completely satisfied. It's like the very soul of a blacksmith. Yu Dam-deok's words echoed again in Red Fist's mind. Someone who wants to destroy everything out of jealousy for the achievements of people more talented than him. True scum, rotten to the core. I couldn't even argue, because it's always easier to blame someone else's talent than to accept your own shortcomings. On the day I received the invitation from Hephaestus, Hephaestus excitedly pushed open the door. This is the forge where you guys will be working. Standing before Hephaestus was the black-bearded guy in the bandana, and next to him was Red Fist. After him was the blonde-bearded dude. The eyes of all three were filled with pure shock and joy. The deep emotions and huge ambitions we felt. We were like frogs in a well, finally seeing the outside world. Red Fist, with a burlap sack on his back, stared in total awe at a sparkling, jewel-encrusted sword resting on a red cloth. It just kept making us realize more and more how much we sucked. Red Fist was in agony, tears streaming down his face as he wiped down the pathetic iron sword scattered around the dark room. What a freaking pathetic story. Everything that happened after leaving that place, flashes of memories, all the wrong things he'd done, slowly came flooding back. It was all just a total waste of time. Just as the flashback ended, Yu Dam-deok knocked the hammer right out of Red Fist's hand, sending it clattering to the ground. He was filled with regret, tears rolling down his cheeks. Is this really my complete and utter failure? Red Fist stood still, a satisfied smile on his face, and closed his eyes, waiting for Yu Dam-deok to swing his mace for the final blow. A blinding golden light erupted in front of Red Fist, like it was about to swallow him whole. A huge hand gently stopped the mace. The smithing god, Hephaestus, had appeared between them, his hand blocking Yu Dam-deok's mace just as it was about to hit Red Fist in the eye. He yelled, "Stop right now!" Yu Dam-deok looked up at Hephaestus, surprised, as the god demanded, "I haven't been gone that long and everything's already gone to hell." Red Fist was silent too, sweat starting to drip down his face. Hephaestus continued, "For a second there, I thought I'd walked into the wrong house." Hephaestus glared at the two of them, his face dark as he growled, "I'd really love to hear your report on what the hell is going on here." After the fight, the place was a total wreck, with debris and junk scattered everywhere, making it look miserable. He kept on lecturing them, "I know you guys were fighting, but just look at the absolute mess you've made." Hephaestus stroked his chin, then lowered his voice, getting serious. But that's enough of that. Now, he looked over at the silver ingots scattered on the ground and demanded, "Explain that pile over there." The immense pressure from Hephaestus bearing down on him made Red Fist sweat buckets. In that same threatening voice, he asked, "I'm listening. What happened?" At this point, Red Fist was completely broken, ready to accept any punishment. To keep the other dwarves from getting punished, he quickly knelt before the smithing god and took all the blame himself. "I did this on my own. My tribe has nothing to do with it." That sudden move shocked the group of dwarves, since it was different from what they had planned. Everyone started yelling, "Chief! Boss!" Even the smithing god, Hephaestus, felt like something was off. He frowned, glancing at him and asking, "On your own, you say? So, can I know the reason?" In his mind, Red Fist knew he could be punished for this screw-up of a decision. However, the people of his tribe had done nothing wrong except put their faith in a useless leader. He thought this while flashing back to the adoring looks in the eyes of his tribe members, who looked at him like he was the gospel truth. Just as Red Fist was about to confess, "I was getting ready to rob the forge." He didn't even get to finish his sentence before Yu Dam-deok stepped in to stop him. He gently patted Red Fist's shoulder and took all the blame for himself. "Ah, about that." Yu Dam-deok stepped forward. He scratched his head awkwardly as he walked. The guy was just radiating main character energy. "I made him do it. Haha. Sorry about this mess." This move left Red Fist, who was still kneeling behind him, completely stunned, his jaw hanging open. Turns out there are still good people in the world, but he still said something dismissive. "What the hell are you talking about, you low-tier god?" But Yu Dam-deok didn't give a damn about the people behind him. He continued, "The dwarf chief was just following my orders." This excuse completely shocked the smithing god. He sneered, looking down on him and asking, "You? Even though I trusted you with protecting the forge, give me an explanation." The god's powerful aura just made him tense up. Haha. Well? But with his main character's superpowers, where did Yu Dam-deok pull out a sparkling necklace from? Then he tried to bargain. "For now, please, could you take a look at this first?" Even the god of smithing was stunned when he saw it, realizing what it was. Then the guy handed the necklace back to the forge god, who immediately got his good mood back. "You found it?" But Yu Dam-deok just kept his cool. "I remember you saying you'd lost it." Seeing this, Red Fist was horrified. "That's definitely the necklace I gave to those guards." The more he thought about it, the more he spiraled. If that punk says he found the necklace on them, it's not just me who's getting punished. The smithing god's curious voice rang out again. "But where did you find it? I looked everywhere and couldn't see it." Before he even heard the guy's answer, Chief Red Fist was sure he was toast. But who would have guessed he'd say, "Chief Red Fist helped me look for it." Since my supervisor job gives me a lot of free time, I asked him to pull everything out of the warehouse so I could check. He's a pretty small dude, so after searching every nook and cranny, he was the one who found it. That answer left everyone who heard it absolutely floored, stunned, and completely mind-blown. Yu Dam-deok, still speaking casually, turned to look at the guy who was still kneeling and asked, "Isn't that right?" Red Fist was still a total mess. As for this, the forge god Hephaestus was a little suspicious. The god's tone made the atmosphere tense and suffocating. But then, Hephaestus let out a huge laugh, breaking the tension. "Ha ha. Anyway, you helped me look after the forge and even found my necklace. I couldn't ask for more." Like a huge weight was lifted off his shoulders, Yu Dam-deok let out a sigh of relief. "I'm so glad." The forge god Hephaestus walked over and lightly touched his shoulder, his voice filled with joy. "Yu Dam-deok, you're a good kid." Hephaestus kept that bright smile on his face as he encouraged him. "Now I get why Thor likes you." Getting praised made him blush. Thank you, sir." Then he turned towards Red Fist with that hammer. His impulsive action made Red Fist jump and stare at it, but to everyone's surprise, Hephaestus started praising Red Fist. "I was worried you guys would lose your motivation and slack off on your duties as smiths, but I guess this is no longer necessary." With that, the god raised the hammer high. A brilliant light shone from it like a constellation of stars. The god continued his introduction. The sound of it clashing with the Black Demon King's mace echoed all the way to the peak of Olympus. And yet, it doesn't have a single scratch on it. Hephaestus handed the hammer back to Red Fist. The god declared, "Not only is it not damaged, but it's become even stronger." The god's sheer presence sent Red Fist from one shock to another. His emotions were on a free-fall roller coaster. The god's voice reminded him of a weapon that was now even deadlier than before. It was like an emotional dam just broke. Tears streamed down Red Fist's face. His eyes glistened as he looked at Hephaestus. Hearing the offer, "I look forward to the sound of your smithing hammer. Let's continue working together." Red Fist was deeply moved. "Yes, my lord." Then the god turned back to Yu Dam-deok, a shimmering aura radiating from him. His voice boomed, making Yu Dam-deok a little nervous. "Yes." From within a swirling portal, the god said brightly, "I knew I was right to trust you with this. Not only did you handle your duties perfectly, but you also helped me find my necklace. Then, from the teleportation gate, the god Hephaestus pulled out a mysterious box, like a blessed reward. Here, take it. The god introduced it while slinging an arm around Yu Dam-deok's shoulders. That's how we roll. Heh. Since you did even better than I expected, take this gift as a token of my gratitude. Yu Dam-deok saw the gift and practically started drooling. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the present, his heart soaring with joy. This is insane. Yu Dam-deok knew this was the same kind of reward you get for completing an SS-RANK quest. I thought my only payment was going to be that mace. But what the hell is this thing? Totally hyped. He quickly took the gift before the offer could be withdrawn. He replied excitedly, "It would be rude to refuse." He was grinning from ear to ear, "So I will happily accept it. Thank you so much." However, as soon as he opened the box, the smile on his face died. Huh? He finally saw what was in the box. Isn't this just a tiny little monster? Seeing he was a bit disappointed, the Forge God quickly explained, "You idiot, take a closer look." Yu Dam-deok was still looking at the gift, totally bummed out. It's a baby fox. It's cute and all, but giving me a pet is a little weird. Hephaestus immediately picked up the white fox, a smug, contemptuous smirk on his face as he looked down at him. "So you don't want it?" Then the Forge God whispered some ancient words to the fox. The fox understood, instantly transforming into a gleaming silver sword pulsing with power. While Yu Dam-deok was still trying to process what was happening, the Forge God sighed, feigning regret. "What a shame. Why wouldn't you want something like this?" Yu Dam-deok was still confused and he stammered, It can turn into a sword?" Hephaestus flashed a wicked grin, his eyes narrowing like a total shark. He replied, "It's not just a sword, you know." The god explained the fox's other functions. Whether it's a sword, a scythe, or a spear, this is the very essence of weaponry. It can transform into any weapon in the universe, as long as it's around the same size as this little guy. In other words, this little guy is as valuable as a goddess's treasure. After the weapon morphing demonstration, the smug little fox returned to Hephaestus's arm. The Forge God put on that mocking smile again, and even the fox had a snooty little smirk. "It's this amazing, but what a waste, huh?" Without another word, the Forge God turned to leave, the fox even waving goodbye to him. "Since you don't want it, I can't force you. I'll just give it to the dwarves then." Now that he'd seen the fox's true value, Yu Dam-deok did a complete 180. He rushed over to the Forge God, his voice dripping with flattery. "How could I possibly refuse a gift that you've bestowed upon me?" But Hephaestus already knew how this would end. He wasn't surprised at all. "Didn't you just say you didn't want it? Changed your mind already?" Yu Dam-deok immediately started scrambling his brain for a new excuse. "Not at all. I was just refusing once out of politeness, my lord." With that, he quickly knelt down and started petting the fox to win it over. "I'll take great care of it." He gently held the fox in his arms, admiring it. "Hee, you're so beautiful." The more he looked at the white fox, the more he fell in love with it. "Since you're white and so soft." "All right, from now on, I'll call you Bake Seal." The fox loved the name and started licking his face excitedly. "Haha, you like that, don't you?" Suddenly, the Forge God reached out his hand, casting a spell on the fox. "Oh, treasure of the moon goddess, Selene, I transfer ownership of the moon fox to him." Just after the spell, Yu Dam-deok saw the fox return to his side and asked the god, "Did it work?" The god replied cheerfully, "Of course. It belongs to you now, and I'll give you that item I left in the warehouse." With everything settled, the Forge God smiled brightly and said his goodbyes. "I've got stuff to do, so let's part ways here." The god even carefully reminded him, "Be careful on your way back." Yu Dam-deok, on the other hand, was grinning ear to ear. "Thanks for worrying about me." A moment later, after he had gathered all the items he wanted, the god of the forge opened a gate for Yu Dam-deok to return. Suddenly, Redfist approached and called out to him, "Good, you haven't left yet." Filled with questions, the old man wanted an explanation. "Why did you help us? You know we were planning to get rid of you. If you got in our way, you were clearly just disposable trash, so why?" But he didn't care about those complaints. He just answered, "I know, right?" As he spoke, he recalled the past. "I see a similarity between us. My past self and you guys." The bizarre answer even took Redfist by surprise. "Similar, that's the only reason." Yu Dam-deok didn't waste any more time. He walked towards the portal. "If there's something you want, don't worry. I'm not asking for anything." He still lingered, turning his head to look back at Redfist. "After all, don't we all live by helping each other?" His words sank in deeper and deeper, like life lessons. And if it were Sir Hephaestus, he probably would have noticed from the very beginning. He just chose to ignore it. With that said, he stepped through the portal. "So, goodbye. I'm out of here." At that moment, the name Yu Dam-deok was burned into old Redfist's memory. He's gone. The old man quickly bowed deeply, showing respect on behalf of his entire clan. "I thank you. Although the stain on our clan's name can't be washed away, I hope that one day I can erase it by repaying this debt. Once again." I sincerely thank you. Afterwards, under the god of the forge's leadership, they all happily returned to work, overflowing with passion. We're working all night now. Don't stop hammering. Crank up the heat. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of Earth, where skyscrapers glittered with dazzling lights. Yu Dam-deok was dragging a heavy sack. The place he was headed to now was the Hunter's General Store. He exclaimed excitedly, "Time to make some cash!" The man's name was JB, 37 years old. Ever since he was young, he had worked in this field as a hunter manager. An image appears of a man in a sharp suit, holding a glass of red wine. He stood by the window, looking up at the stars. And just last week, he had become the general manager of the largest hunter store in the country. The look on his face as he drank the wine was one of pure satisfaction. In his joyful mood, JBN muttered, "Now that I've secured the best position in the country, I should leave my past behind and start living elegantly like the other nobles." He was always adjusting his clothes. "My tie is crooked. I can't let myself appear so unkempt in front of others." His face, full of contempt for the world, was accompanied by his thoughts. "They say a person's status makes the man, and with the position I'm in now, I should be treated with the utmost elegance." Voices echoed around him. Excuse me. But reality was nothing like that. That call made JBN even more furious. In this sacred place that I've built, why? It turned out to be Yu Dam-deok, looking like a total wreck. After returning from his work, he had a pile of stuff slung over his shoulder, with Bikeseal in tow. "I'm here to sell some things." Glancing at his appearance, JB. Judged, how dare a beggar like him set foot in here? The more he looked, the more JB judged. Is this bum even a real hunter? His pet is tiny, and he isn't wearing a single piece of armor. After observing the customer for a moment, JB smirked contemptuously. "I know what's going on here. This kind of thing happens pretty often. A bunch of delusional idiots who think they're hunters pick up trash from an empty dungeon and try to sell it." However, that was just his inner thought, because he still had to deal with this customer. "Yes, welcome to the hunter's office. I will guide you. Please come this way." JB led the way, introducing the place as he walked. "This is the item appraisal center." Reaching the end of the hall, JB sighed as if his task was done. He pointed condescendingly towards the appraiser. "Here, you can give whatever you picked up to him for appraisal." After he finished, the old appraiser said cheerfully, "Now then, I'll appraise the items you've brought." The sack Yu Dam-deok had been carrying was finally opened. The moment he held an old weapon in his hand, the old man stuttered nervously, asking him, "Where did you get these things?" As if he expected this, he just replied calmly, "I got some random items from someone I know." From a distance, the manager JB overheard and was a little surprised. But just as he'd suspected, JB yelled, "I knew it! Random items? You dare to come to the hunter's store with this cheap, filthy junk?" His screeching voice was so loud Yu Dam-deok had to cover his ears. Right after, JB turned to the appraiser and asked, "Sir, he must have just brought a bunch of weird junk, right? Tell me." But on the contrary, the old appraiser replied firmly, "I've been doing this for 40 years, and you're the first person to call things like these random items. Because all of these are high-quality, 4-star pieces of equipment. A whole bunch of items that seem to glow with a brilliant aura were laid out on the table." Hearing those words, JB froze for 5 seconds, unable to believe his ears. Impossible. JB looked at Yu Dam-deok with a bit of caution. His gaze had completely changed. How could someone like him get his hands on such high-end items? Is he actually some big shot? So where did he come from? I've heard there are humble people who are actually filthy rich. After just a moment of consideration, JB attitude flipped like a switch. He switched to a fawning tone. "Sir, let me guide you to the VIP room." He even bowed respectfully, pleading. They moved to the room for VIP guests. "Here," the old man proposed. "First, I'll give you a price. If you sell all of this, you'll receive about 3 billion. Yu Dam-deok was now being treated like royalty, but he kept a calm expression. "Haha, is that so? 3 million? But he quickly realized something was wrong. He froze, deep in thought. It was then that Yu Dam-deok realized and was shocked to his core. 3 billion. He even had to cover his mouth to keep from screaming. A pile of equipment that the god of the forge Hephaestus called failures is worth 3 billion? His reaction even confused Bikeseal, who was standing beside him. While he was trembling, thinking about how the money he'd get was enough to live on for the rest of his life, the old man continued, not noticing. "And we're just talking about the product quality here. It also depends on the number of buyers and sellers. You could even get double that amount." Listening to all this, JB still had a puzzled look on his face, staring at him and trying to figure him out. A stash of high-tier loot, so rare that buyers would pay literally anything for it, was staring him right in the face. The more he thought about it, the more determined Jabin got. He clenched his fists, thinking, "Even if I have to act like a total suck-up, I am absolutely getting the rights to sell this stuff, no matter what it takes." After psyching himself up, Jabin stood, plastered on a fake smile, and said in a syrupy voice, "My dearest customer, if you're thinking of selling these things," but he got cut off mid-sentence. Yu Dam-deok just said, "Sell everything." Hearing that, Jabin was so stunned he just froze, his jaw hanging open. "What?" Yu Dam-deok, looking totally in charge with his eyes half-lidded, just confirmed it again. "I'm selling it all." Hearing Yu Dam-deok say that made him want to do a happy dance in his head. An angel. He's a freaking angel sent down from heaven. With this, my career is about to skyrocket. But then, Yu Dam-deok hit him with another shocker, saying, "Oh, but I have no intention of selling it here. I've never seen anyone serve a customer with their hands stuffed in their pockets." A complete 180 from his initial introduction. Things were different now. His name is Jabin, 37 years old, former general manager of the Hunter Division. He was the first person to ever lose the top spot just 1 week into the job. A little later, Yu Dam-deok was at another shop selling his items. A staff member bowed respectfully to him. "Thank you for your business." Opening his passbook, Yu Dam-deok's hands trembled as he stared at the number for the cash he just got. He really hoped this wasn't some kind of dream. As he walked, he got so emotional his eyes started to well up because the number in his account was so big he couldn't even count all the digits. He thought to himself, "I've got money in my account now. Just how many zeros are back there?" But then he thought about it again. Even the people at this place seemed surprised by him. Though not as shocked as the guys from the Hunter Association, maybe it's because I'm dressed like such a scrub? Well, that would make sense, since I've been fighting for my life all day. Just then, his attention was caught by a clothing store, with bright lights sparkling from inside the window. Yu Dam-deok cracked a smile, thinking to himself, "All right, since I've made a ton of money, I'm going to treat myself for working so hard. And tomorrow, I'll go straight to mom's looking like a proper son." The scene cuts to the next day, at the door of Yu Dam-deok's mom's hospital room, number 331. Inside, his mom called out his name in surprise. "My son, you haven't visited in so long it was making me a little sad. I've even gotten a bit thinner. It has been a while, hasn't it?" But what really startled her was that he showed up with gifts. "What's with all these gifts you brought me?" Just then, the lady in the next bed came over, grabbed the remote, turned on the TV and said, "Oh, honey, you should really watch the news once in a while to stay updated." The news report on TV began. Mr. Yu Dam-deok, who cleared the Labyrinth dungeon, has been hailed by experts as the greatest talent in the nation. However, he is currently not affiliated with any guild. The patient in the next bed continued to gush over him. "Everyone is going crazy over your son. He's seriously famous now." The lady just kept raving about Yu Dam-deok's talent. According to the reporter, Yu Dam-deok cleared the dungeon with his own talent. Hearing all the praise, Yu Dam-deok just scratched his head shyly and laughed. "Haha, well, it's not like I finished the dungeon all by myself." The lady in the next bed seized the opportunity to add, "Oh, what a humble young man. Can I get your autograph before you leave?" Lying in her hospital bed and hearing all this, his mom was floored. "An autograph?" she stammered, her mouth hanging open. "My son has talent?" Seeing his mom so shocked, Yu Dam-deok awkwardly tried to explain, I only just recently realized it myself." In his head, though, he was thinking, "That's not even the half of it." He looked at his mom and gently explained, "This all happened so suddenly, so I'm not even sure what's going on myself." Before he could even finish, his mom suddenly slumped over the table, making him yell out in a panic, "Mom!" Thankfully, she was just trying to hide how emotional she was. "I'm just so happy." Tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. Her reaction left Yu Dam-deok confused, not understanding what was happening. "Mom, why are you crying?" His mom just kept sobbing into her hands. "This is just so wonderful." It finally clicked for Yu Dam-deok that his mom had always blamed herself for not having any talent. On the TV, the report continued. "We're back with another update on the dungeon situation. Reporters were swarming someone for an interview. Hunter Nam-deok. Right now, everyone is buzzing with curiosity about this new hunter because of all the rumors." "Who is he?" He answered calmly without a hint of hesitation. "I can't give you all the details, but he's the best hunter I know. Of course, he's incredibly strong as a swordsman, but he's also extremely fast. And if it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't have been able to clear that dungeon." While his mom listened to the news, stunned and trying to confirm, "Oh my God, is he talking about you?" Yu Dam-deok stood next to her, covering his eyes with his hand. He was so embarrassed by the praise. "Mr. Deok, that's laying it on a bit thick," but his thoughts immediately shifted. "No, this could be an opportunity." He got lost in thought. "The more famous I get, the more divine power I'll receive, and then I can take on more part-time jobs. I've already picked out some pretty decent part-time jobs." The system kept pinging with notifications. Divine power increased based on reputation. Help wanted. Exterminate the lost souls on Hill E. Divine power required. 100,000. Recruiter is Michael. Reward is 1 golden apple. A golden apple represents the immortality of the gods, and it was the reward for the job on Hill E. That apple could. An image of a glistening, brilliantly colored golden apple appeared. Yu Dam-deok looked at his mother, who was beaming with pride and joy, and thought to himself, it could even cure my mom's cancer. Suddenly, the TV anchor announced some breaking news. A gate has just opened in Gyeongin City in Gyeonggi-do. All residents have been immediately advised to evacuate at this time. The screen showed a massive wormhole with thick, black smoke billowing out from around it. Seeing this, Baexiol, who was normally so arrogant, got scared and tried to hide. His mother, standing beside him, saw Baexiol burrowing into his shirt and asked in surprise, "Oh my, isn't that your scarf?" Seeing Baexiol shaking so much, he asked with concern, "What's wrong, Baexiol?" On instinct, he touched its ear, and just like that, a surge of dark energy let Dam-deok's eyes see a bizarre scene playing out between the galaxies, right outside Earth's atmosphere. The haunting vision left him shaken and full of doubt. He clutched his head, wondering, what the hell was that? The news report kept playing, the association has requested help from several guilds, as this gate is different from previous dungeons. It doesn't let anyone in, it only lets monsters out. Watching this news report only made Dam-deok's head spin more as he tried to figure out the illusion he'd just seen. Then, he quickly got ready to leave. "Hey mom, I've gotta go. See ya." His mom didn't want to see her son go either. "You have to leave already? Why don't you stay a little longer?" But her friend stopped her. "He's probably busy. I told you he's a big deal now." Right then, at the gate, countless killer monsters were pouring out, ruthlessly charging forward to tear the civilians apart. The hunters were getting into their fighting stances. The squad captain yelled, "This is the third wave. Everyone get ready. Get the wounded to the back. Hurry." Up on a cliff, a figure slowly appeared. It was none other than Dam-deok with Baexiol. Their appearance signaled the start of a new fight. Looking down from above, he realized it was the location of the gate. Below, tons of soldiers were desperately fighting against the bloodthirsty monsters. With a determined look in his eyes and Baexiol, the fox, on his shoulder, both of them were fired up and ready to charge into battle. "Let's go." A long-nosed monster got a sword straight through its chest, fresh blood pouring out non-stop. It was knocked out cold, no telling if it was dead or not. A soldier sheathed his sword and turned to ask his comrades behind him, "This is the third wave, right?" The commander wasn't doing anything but pointing his finger, constantly giving orders. "Everyone, rest up a bit before the next wave hits. The reporters are here, so remember to look sharp." A low-level grunt looked bewildered when he heard the sound of falling rocks and looked up. Dam-deok's silhouette was reflected in the soldier's eyes, but he couldn't see his face clearly. "What's that? Is that a person?" Realizing something was off, he scrambled back in a panic to report it. The captain angrily grabbed him by the collar and demanded, "Who the hell gave you permission to leave the formation? Didn't you hear the announcement that reporters are here? You idiot!" Even though the grunt was terrified of being yelled at, he still pointed in the direction he just ran from, his voice trembling. "But sir, look up there, up there." The captain followed the direction he was pointing, frowning in confusion, wondering what was going on. "What is that?" Our guy was just striking a cool pose, looking down at them while they talked. When asked, the grunt voiced his suspicion. "I think it's a civilian." The captain froze for a few seconds. "Oh, a civilian? In a restricted zone?" The guy scratched his head and replied, Yes, sir." The captain's mood flipped in an instant. He blew up again, grabbing the guy's chin tightly, and asked through gritted teeth, "Then what the hell are you doing here?" He immediately pointed and shouted, ordering his men to go capture him. The grunt scrambled to his feet and took off, not forgetting to say, "Yes, sir." The reporters standing nearby saw the whole thing, and one man asked curiously, "What's going on?" The woman next to him, who had been observing the situation, replied, "It seems a civilian has wandered in here." The commander was stunned that the reporters had already picked up on the situation so quickly. The male reporter turned and covered his mouth to whisper to the girl beside him, "But I heard the team leader for this operation was supposed to be pretty competent." The female reporter took out a notebook to jot something down and casually replied, "Yeah, and yet he can't even control civilians entering a restricted area." He voiced his suspicion. Maybe he climbed his way up through connections? The girl agreed, smiling with excitement. "I think that would make for an interesting article." The commander's face turned dark with rage. He immediately stormed off, leaving his hat on the ground, and clicked his tongue. "Tch, bunch of useless bastards." He ran towards the back of the mountain. He grumbled in annoyance. "My teammates get to go into dungeons while I'm stuck here. This is driving me crazy. I'd better get a promotion soon." He activated his C-rank speed skill, gaining momentum to run up the mountain, heading straight for where our guy was standing. Our guy was surprised to see this and let out an "oh." By the time the commander reached the top, he was gasping for air, one hand on his hip, the other rubbing his bald head as he complained, "Damn it, why do I have to do everything myself?" After catching his breath, he turned to confront our guy. "All right, that's enough. Don't you know this is a restricted area?" He then ordered, "Get out of here." Now, you can go somewhere else to film your little YouTube video. He saw our guy just standing there, frozen and speechless, and smirked to himself. Look at this idiot. He's totally starstruck after seeing a 3-star hunter in real life. Look how scared he is. He started running his mouth again. I get it, you're nervous standing in front of a 3-star hunter? But don't worry, if you want an autograph or an interview, I can help you out. Our guy was so over this dude's massive ego and shut down everything he just said. I have something I need to do here, so please give me some time. He completely ignored the man and turned to talk to Baek-seol. Ugh, is this guy famous or something? Getting ignored for the first time like this, the man angrily grabbed his arm to stop him. Hey, did you just ignore me? Getting pulled back like that, our guy turned his head in annoyance and asked, What is your problem? The commander was cursing him out in his head. Is this bastard messing with me? He looked up at the sky, covering his face with his hand in exasperation, cursing his luck. Now even some random nobody with a weak little pet dares to look down on me. You must be some no-name hunter trying to get famous. But you should know your place, and if you don't, I don't mind teaching you with my fists. Baek-seol, on our guy's shoulder, couldn't take it anymore and growled, baring his teeth, wanting to leap forward and claw that guy's face to shreds. As soon as he finished talking, he threw a punch, rushing to attack our guy, but he just leaned to the side and skillfully dodged it with ease. He then smoothly stuck his leg out, tripping the guy and causing him to lose his balance and fall forward. Unfortunately for him, right in front of him was a cliff. He screamed in terror, just an inch away from falling. At that exact moment, our guy casually reached out and grabbed his hand. As they held on, our guy quickly apologized. Are you okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Still, should a 3-star hunter really be throwing punches around so carelessly? The man was completely taken aback by his response, his face turning from red to white with rage as he cursed. You bastard! That was just a lucky shot. Do you have any idea who I am? You bastard. He easily yanked the guy up with his divine power, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Then he turned around and put his hands up like he was surrendering. Hold on, I don't mind keeping this fight going, but are you cool with that? I think we've got an audience. Down below, the crowd was buzzing. What's with all the noise? A reporter's voice cut through. Are they fighting up there? Get a close-up. The guy had been dealing with one humiliation after another, his eyes like daggers as he growled through clenched teeth. You bastard, you did this on purpose. A female reporter below looked up, wondering, Hey, who is that kid? The cameraman next to her recognized him and answered, Yeah, that's him. The guy who cleared the labyrinth dungeon with the Sun Gung Guild, the monster hunter Yu Dam-deok. He blew up out of nowhere recently. Hearing the conversation from below, the guy was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. What? This asshole is Yu Dam-deok? The top hunter that even Nam-gung-deok acknowledged. Up above, he looked down with his hands in his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like we've got their attention now. He waved to the reporters again and shouted, Hey, reporters, get my good side, 'cause you're about to get some seriously good news. After saying that, he slipped his hands back into his pockets and turned to the other guy, his tone ice cold. So, what were you saying before? Something about some nobody disrespecting you? About teaching me a lesson by beating me down? Called out. The guy panicked and collapsed to the ground, all his earlier arrogance gone, stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. He enunciated every word, watch closely and see what a nobody can do. The guy trembled, sweating bullets. The reporters were still watching the scene unfold, while the other guy couldn't even process what was just said. Wait, what do you mean? He didn't answer, instead jumping off the cliff with Bark Twet, to everyone's utter shock. He was heading straight for the gate, a place not just anyone could enter. With just a light touch of his hand, the gate swung open. The people below were engulfed in dust and smoke, covering their noses and coughing violently. The reporter cried out in shock, What the hell was that? The other guy was also shocked by his actions, watching his every move without missing a single detail. Gates. This phenomenon started appearing 10 years ago. Unlike dungeons, where only weak monsters showed up. And since they disappear on their own after a while, they're usually just treated like minor traffic accidents. Some scholars had stressed how dangerous the gates were, but most people just ignored them because humans couldn't pass through the gates anyway. The crowd was buzzing. Did he just go through the gate? The gate is verifying information, checking status. Result, lowest ranking god. You may enter this world. The system also warned him. You are entering the other world. The eye of the abyss is watching you. The other world slowly materialized before his eyes, revealing a pretty bleak landscape of hills and mountains. I was right, this really is the gate from Hanbang's memories. So does that mean a god can enter? So many unanswered questions. He was lost in thought. Why don't they let humans enter the gates like they do with dungeons? He said dungeons were made to test humanity. He recalled what Thun Tho had said before. Your job is to create trials that humans can overcome. He started to check the place out. All right, let's look around. Suddenly, he ran into a red barrier blocking his way forward. Startled, he had no idea what was going on. The hell is this? He reached out and touched it again. A warning popped up. Insufficient divine power. You cannot enter. The eye of the abyss is watching you. He froze for a second, then kicked the barrier. The warning flashed again. Insufficient divine power. You cannot enter. The eye of the abyss is watching you. Still not giving up, he threw his whole body against the barrier. The warning just kept blaring. Insufficient divine power. You cannot enter. The eye of the abyss is watching you. Again and again, he slammed his head against the damn thing, and the warning just kept going off. Insufficient divine power. You cannot enter. The eye of the abyss is watching you. He roared in helpless frustration. Damn divine power. How the hell am I supposed to get out of here without any? After trashing the place, he flopped onto the ground to throw a tantrum. After freaking out for a while with zero results, he sat down, crossed his legs and arms, looking totally fed up as he angrily analyzed the situation. All right, fine. Looks like I have no other choice. He shot back to his feet. Then I've only got one target. With a sly look on his face, he told Bark Twet, "Stay close." He turned his attention to the dark cave nearby. I saw this thing as soon as I got here, but I didn't want to go in. He stared into the pitch-black cave. The path was rough and uneven as hell, but he'd made up his mind. Might as well go meet them. The masters of this gate. He trudged on and on into the darkness with no end in sight, panting from exhaustion. Every now and then, the sounds of monsters echoed through the cave. Some time passed. He'd taken down a ton of low-level monsters, but still hadn't run into their boss. He took out his frustration on a defeated monster lying motionless on a rock. Where the hell do so many of you keep crawling out from? He was getting sick of this endless trek, thinking he could just wipe them all out by killing the boss, like in other dungeons. But he didn't even have a single clue. Something about this was different from a dungeon. Maybe the monsters in dungeons are programmed to fight like robots. But this bunch, they seem like they have minds of their own. He spotted a surviving monster running for its life, trying to escape. He had to give it some credit. Damn, you're fast. He touched a nearby stone wall. My divine power definitely leveled up when I entered the gate. If that's the case, I've got to hold on to it. While his guard was down, a giant monster appeared right behind him out of nowhere. By the time he noticed, it had already launched an attack. He dodged just in time with his quick reflexes. A loud explosion rang out. Boom! He stood his ground, sizing up the newly appeared boss, and praised it. Not bad. So you're the one, the gatekeeper boss. The monster was fuming. Its body was 3 or 4 times the size of a normal person, and it held a sword that was 100 meters long. He noticed its face was drooling nonstop, and its eyes were completely white. Wait a sec, it looks a little weird. Without a word, it just charged at him. Here it comes, but he waited, and it still hadn't reached him. His jaw dropped in disbelief. So damn slow. His excited expression instantly turned to disappointment. What a letdown. Are you sure you're even the boss? You've got the title of boss, but you're not cautious at all. While he was muttering to himself, it swung its blade right at him. You easily stomped on its sword, pinning it to the ground and snapping the blade in two. The thing just held up the broken hilt, scratching its head like it had no clue what the hell just happened. You summoned Baexiol, who transformed into a sword, and casually sliced it right across the chest before it could even react, totally stunned. The thing was so slow, it probably didn't even know why it was dying as it collapsed. You still couldn't believe it was that easy, just staring at the motionless boss on the ground. What the hell? It's over already? You grabbed a dry stick from nearby, sat down, and started poking the monster's face with it, propping your chin up with your other hand, just messing with it for no reason at all. Is this thing for real, or is it just playing dead? No one's gonna believe I cleared this gate if it was this lame. You picked up your sword, your eyes lighting up with an idea. I gotta fake some battle scars. YouTube taught me that to get the core, you gotta start with the heart. You started carving it up with your sword, sending blood splattering everywhere, getting all excited. Here or here? Oh yeah, right here. That's it. Gushes of fresh blood just kept spraying out. You hit something hard, quickly dug it out, and looked at it with a huge grin. Found it. Even unconscious, the monster couldn't escape this desecration. This guy is a straight-up demon. You turned the thing over in your hand, wondering, why is it so damn black? I thought cores were supposed to be like shiny, sparkling jewels. You frowned, feeling like it was moving. The black lump started getting bigger and bigger, freaking you out so much that you chucked it away. Why does it look so creepy? You poked the black thing with the tip of your sword. Did I do something wrong? The cursed soul of the dead goblin? Baexiol, still in sword form, blurted out in shock. What the hell? You used the sword to lift the thing up, making Baexiol shriek in disgust. You actually felt a little bad. Sorry, Baexiol. A system notification popped up. Core collected. The gate will now permanently disappear. You were surprised too. When you got back to where the reporters were, the area was already cordoned off by the police. Inside were the rifts leading to the gate. The cops were struggling to hold back the reporters who were all shoving to get a scoop. Some reporters were already shouting their questions. Did someone really go inside the gate? What's going on? A middle-aged woman with short hair and a red headband was off to the side, relentlessly questioning someone. Doctor, the reporters are still bombarding the commander over here. That guy was waving his arms around, passionately answering every question. He flew right into that gate. The woman looked like she was losing her cool. Shouldn't we be stopping them? It'll be total chaos if this gets out to the world. Is that all? No way. There's going to be a huge backlash against the Academy for spreading misinformation. But the doctor over here was busy looking something up, just listening to the woman with an annoyed look on his face, not saying a word. From famous dungeon investigators. A secretary pushed up his glasses and asked, "Chairman, what are your orders?" The old man with the white hair and beard answered immediately, "We'll wait and see." And to high-ranking officials from the Hunters Association, everyone had their eyes on this. A middle-aged blonde guy took a drag from his cigarette and said, "A hunter has entered the gate." Just as that lady was in a heated argument with the doctor about what might happen next, your head suddenly popped out with a greeting. Whoa, that's a lot of people. And just as you'd hoped, all eyes were glued on you. The murmuring and reporter questions exploded into a frenzy. "That's the guy who came out of the gate. Oh my God, how did you get in there?" You were swarmed by the crowd and couldn't get out, just laughing and saying, "Hey, let me through first." That lady watched you walk out completely unharmed, her jaw on the floor. He walked through that gate like he was jumping through a hula hoop. As soon as you stepped out, you closed your eyes, took a deep breath of fresh air and sighed. Ah, the air out here is so nice. A wall of cameras was pointed right at you as the reporters scrambled to get an interview. "Where are you from? Did you really go inside the gate? Were there monsters in there? Are you messing with us?" The questions just kept coming, one after another. You held up a finger, striking a cool pose. No, that's not what's important. What's important is what happens from now on." You paused mid-sentence, trying to be all mysterious. "You all can close that gate yourselves." The reporters went nuts. "Destroy the gate? Just getting inside is a miracle. How can it be destroyed? Does that mean gates can be cleared just like dungeons? Tell us more." You turned your back to the crowd, feeling smug. "Nice, very nice, great performance. Super pleased with yourself. You held up your sword to show everyone what you'd brought back. This is the core I took from the boss that was guarding the gate. Open your eyes and take a good look." The cameras were all on you. You snapped your fingers, tossed the thing into the air, and it instantly changed size. "Let me show you guys something cool." With your sword, you unleashed a flurry of overlapping slashes, shattering the thing into tiny pieces that rained down on the ground. At the same time, the gate itself started to react. It suddenly exploded, shattering into tiny fragments, making everyone outside gasp. The gate. Unbelievable. The gate is gone. You were just basking in all the admiration, feeling cocky. "Man, this spotlight is awesome." That lady was cradling a fragment of the gate in her palm, completely stunned. "I thought I'd seen everything there was to see from testing gates my whole life. But this." The reporters erupted again, a total madhouse. "Should I be taking pictures of this? Damn it, this is insane. Oh, get this on the front page now." That lady turned her head, looking at you bewildered, and asked, "Who are you?" Inside, you were jumping for joy that someone finally asked. "I've been waiting for that question." You smiled and replied, "My name is Yu Dam-deok." The headlines and the media went wild, reporting non-stop about the mysterious hunter who entered the gate. Thanks to the broadcast that caught everyone's attention, the name Yu Dam-deok became famous all across the country. Comments started popping up online too. "Isn't that Yu Dam-deok, the guy who's super active in the Labyrinth dungeon?" A user named Jika also left a sarcastic comment. "What a total attention whore." Another user named Encouragement replied, "Is this what they mean by looking so dumb it's actually cool? Wait, but is he even a hunter? His name doesn't pop up when you search." Another user is wondering the same thing. Did he really break the gate? Isn't he just faking it? SFG agreed with that take. You got to appreciate a performance of this scale, but someone else jumped in to defend him. Wasn't he the first person in the world to open a gate? Someone named Uti chimed in. Agreed. I'm proud that Korea was the first to do it. The system kept spamming him with reward notifications. Divine power is 5,000. Divine power is looking good. Divine power is 7,000. Divine power is 8,000. Divine power is skyrocketing. Congratulations, Yu Dam-deok. You have reached 10,000 divine power. From now on, you are a lesser god. He scrolled through the notifications one by one. Huh? Looked like there was an important one. Something about being a lesser god. Suddenly, some reporter rushed up and shoved a microphone in his face, asking for an interview. "Mr. Yu Dam-deok, please get..." The reporter's questions just kept coming. "When were you first able to go through that gate? How did you get the core that you used to break the gate? Please answer us." He was swarmed by everyone's microphones and could barely get a word out. "Hold on, I just got an important notification." A pair of impossibly long legs stepped out of a car. The woman seemed to be talking to someone on the phone. "Yes, we've just found him." A bodyguard in sunglasses hurried over, gently nudging a reporter, and immediately apologized. "Excuse me, ma'am. The reporter, pissed at being bumped, spun around, shot him a dirty look and cursed. Damn it, don't push! It's crowded as hell here. Where do you think you're going? Then she spotted someone interesting and quickly tugged on her colleague's sleeve. Hey, it's her. Before she could finish her sentence, the crowd erupted into a buzz. The Sun Guild? For real? Whoa, I thought she was a literal goddess. Bombarded with questions, he quickly held up a hand to calm the reporters down. Calm down, one at a time. Ju So-yul, leading a squad of bodyguards, crossed her arms like some badass boss on TV. She ran her other hand through her long, jet-black hair as she called out. Her tone was so damn snooty. Yu Dam-deok, the guildmaster wants to see you, so you're coming with us now. She could be that arrogant because she was the future guildmaster of the Sun Guild, a 7-star hunter, Ju So-yul. Dam-deok was led by Ju So-yul's people to meet the guildmaster, Sang-gun. While he waited for them to get the guy, he was told to wait in a ridiculously large room. He looked around the room, sizing it up. Whoa, this is what you'd expect from one of the 2 biggest guilds in Korea. This place is huge. He remembered when he first got here. The bodyguard let him in and told him, the guildmaster is busy because an underwater dungeon suddenly appeared in Okinawa. He'll be back soon, so please wait here. He had followed the bodyguard, a confused look on his face. What's with this dude? Calling someone over just to run off to a dungeon? Back in the present, he plopped down on the sofa, making himself at home. With nothing to do, he started speculating. Did he see the news on his way to the dungeon and call me in a panic or something? But if I had stayed out there any longer, I definitely would have said something stupid. Are they trying to recruit me or something? But man, I can't believe someone of her caliber actually showed up in person. He leaned back on the couch, thinking about Ju So-yul from earlier and couldn't help but be impressed. Ju So-yul worked her way up to become the youngest future guildmaster of Sang-gun, one of only 3 7-star hunters in the entire country. In this golden age of hunters, she's recognized by pretty much everyone on the planet. If she were just a regular Korean citizen, she'd be a huge celebrity everyone knows. He looked dazed, lost in thought. But for real, it would take someone of her level to get me out of that mob, wouldn't it? Those people parted for her like the Red Sea. But this is good, because I wanted some free time to check things out. He called up the system. Job window. On the screen, a status message popped up. Welcome, Lesser God Yu Dam-deok. You have been promoted to Lesser God. New abilities have been unlocked. The power system has been activated. The symbol system has been activated. The title system has been activated. Would you like to load the titles you can choose from? He excitedly scrolled through all the title notifications. Something like Thor, God of Thunder, or Ares, God of War. I gotta pick something cool. He was debating which one to pick. Each one had its own benefits. Which one should I choose? Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he'd found the perfect one for him. Oh, so these are the god titles. God of fans, God of mosquito swatters, God of water bottles. He jolted as if he'd been electrocuted and yelled in horror. What the hell is this? What kind of god names are these? God of mosquito swatters? You've got to be kidding me. He imagined himself as the god of mosquito swatters, holding a racket and hunting down mosquitoes one by one. He frantically scrolled to see if there was anything suitable for him. I have to find a really cool one. An hour later, the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Found it. This is it. A good title. On the screen appeared the titles. God of Shoe Soles, Sword God, God of Spoons, God of Gloves. His face lit up like he'd struck gold as he exclaimed, Sword God, that fits my talent perfectly. All right, then I choose you. He immediately hit the button to select Sword God. The system confirmed one more time. Do you wish to select Sword God? He didn't hesitate and immediately hit the yes button. The lesser god Yu Dam-deok has been granted the name Sword God. Magic circles appeared, reformed into a title that flew towards him, and then shot into his body. As soon as it connected with his body, he felt an uncomfortable sensation, like currents of electricity surrounding him. After a while, the entire merging process was finally done. He came to, panting heavily. The system notification popped up again. Congratulations, Yu Dam-deok. You have been granted the title of Sword God. An unnamed goddess has bestowed her blessing upon you. He sat down on the sofa, breathing a sigh of relief. Just picking a name was this hard. He remembered how much he struggled when he first got his power. Now that I think about it, I passed out when I got my ability too. The system's notification chimed again. You have selected a title. Power has been unlocked. Please select the power of the Sword God. The system provided him with a ton of information. He read through every detail, completely stunned. Power? I finally have the power of a god? It also mentioned divine power in here. He looked at the information for sword key. Transforms divine power into a sword, a power that can pierce through anything. He muttered to himself, why should I worry? It's not like I'm gonna buy the expensive stuff in the shop anyway. Once I level up, it'll all be mine, right? I can't choose any insane powers right now. He was a little disappointed, continuously scrolling through the items in the shop. My first power will be, he blurted out, my gut says to pick this one. A notification popped up. You have selected intuition as your first ability. Your profile has been updated. The profile the system laid out for him was super detailed. Yu Dam-deok. Race, human. Class, low. Rank God. Divine power, 10 out of 120. Strength, 120. Intuition, martial arts talent, SS. Swordsmanship, SS. Training skill, combat focus S. Boxing E+, darts E. Instant acceleration F. Counter F. Horizontal/F. Short hammer B. Intuition unlocks sixth sense. He was so stoked, he hugged the system screen and started jumping around like a maniac. Finally, a stat sheet worthy of a god. I even have skills now. I'll check them out later. He was totally hyped seeing his new skills. Just as he was basking in the glory, a knock on the door snapped him back to reality. He called out, "Mr. Deok, is that you?" Bakeseal, perched on his back, shot back. "No way," he went to the underwater dungeon. "There's no way he's back already." He shot back. "Yeah, but who else would even come looking for me?" Curious, he went to the door and opened it. "Who is it?" He totally froze when he saw it was Yuju Soyul. She had her arms crossed, wearing a jacket over her clothes. The second she saw him, she spoke up, "Can I come in for a bit?" Yu Dam-deok was still just standing there, completely stunned, wondering, "What the hell are you doing here?" She didn't answer right away, rummaging through her bag instead. "Hold on, the guildmaster wanted me to give you this." He took the red card she handed him and checked it out. It had a tiger and a barcode on it, she explained. "It's a special card for the Sangun Guild. You can use any of the guild's facilities." He glanced at the card, then back at her, thinking, "So this is part of their whole recruitment scheme, huh?" He immediately switched gears, putting on a smile. "Hey, thanks." She just stared blankly, not getting it. He got super awkward and quickly clarified, "Thanks for the card." Still, she gave him nothing. An awkward silence fell between them. He had no idea what to do next. Ugh, this is so cringy. Why is she so quiet? This Yuju So-yul girl, something seriously off about her. He couldn't stand the awkward vibe anymore, so he forced a smile to try and break the ice. "All right, well, I'm gonna." But before he could finish, Bakeseal's eyes suddenly lit up, and it happily jumped right into her arms, stunning them both. Totally caught off guard by Bakeseal's move, he yelled, "What the hell?" A second later, it hit him. His eyes bugged out, and he broke into a cold sweat, screaming, "Bakeseal!" Then he whipped around to her, apologizing like crazy. "I'm so sorry. He can be a real pain sometimes." But her reaction was totally not what he expected. She just calmly said, "It's fine." She started stroking its pure white fur, praising it. "This familiar is adorable." She asked hesitantly, "Can I feed it?" He stared, not believing what he was hearing, but just nodded. "Huh? Sure." With his permission, she pulled something that looked like an almond from her pocket and offered it to Bakeseal. Its eyes crinkled into a smile as it happily chomped down on it. Watching Bakeseal with Ju So-yul, he got super suspicious. Just the other day, this little brat couldn't care less about the cute nurses. What's so special about Yuju So-yul? Does it just have a thing for pretty girls? But what the hell is she feeding it? He couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "What kind of nut is that?" She glanced at him, looking a little surprised. "It's a kind of nutrient pellet. It's really good for them." Then she turned back to watch it gobble it down without a care in the world. After getting its fill, it went right back to his shoulder and passed out. She went right back to her cold, distant self, crossing her arms. "It was nice, officially meeting you today." Then she leaned down to say goodbye to Bakeseal. "See you again soon, okay?" After she left, he went back inside and crashed onto the sofa with a sigh. Man, talking to her is impossible. He leaned over to Bakeseal. "You really like her, don't you? She gives you one snack and you're totally hooked, huh?" Suddenly, he shot bolt upright. "Hold on." He replayed her last words in his head. "See you again soon, Bakeseal." He suddenly realized, wait, I never told her Bakeseal's name. As she walked away from his room down the long hallway, she smiled to herself. Yu Dam-deok rested his chin on his hand, a serious look on his face. "Yuju So-yul, what am I gonna do about her? I mean, she's kinda hot, but isn't it obvious she's a stalker?" An image of Ju So-yul's distant smile popped into his head, making him second-guess everything. "See you again soon, Bakeseal." He was still scowling, totally unsure what to do. Then, a flood of notifications started popping up like crazy, just confusing him even more. Then, bam, one notification popped up that basically slapped him in the face. The popular part-time job listing has been updated, and Dam-deok was salty as hell, but it's not like he could do anything about it. "What now? You think I'm not busy enough?" Annoyed, he tapped the notification to see what it said. Popular part-time gig. The whole description was a total joke. Feed Cerberus. Recruiter. Hades. Divine power over 10,000. Experience. Those with beast taming experience have an advantage. Job description. I have to go on a business trip to Olympus, so I have to leave Cerberus at home for 3 days. The job is super easy, just take really good care of him. Full accident insurance is provided. Salary, 200. P.S. Why isn't anyone taking this job? I'll double the pay. A note from the boss. My dog doesn't bite. Normally, anyone who saw a job post like that would run for the hills. It sounded sketchier than a pyramid scheme. But Dam-deok wasn't normal. Maybe that salary number completely blinded him? Double the pay? Who cares about some stalker girl right now, right? And just like that, in a moment of pure impulse, his finger hit, confirmed before his brain could catch up. I'll do it even if it kills me. Moonlight filtered through the dense, dark forest. It was probably the only light source around, but that faint white glow was suddenly swallowed by a powerful blue light from the sky. Dam-deok clutched his head. Man, I'm getting way too used to falling like this. But a second later, he was blinded by a yellow light, forcing him to shield his eyes. Ow, what the hell? Getting a light shined in his face out of nowhere was, to say the least, confusing. Who the hell is shining a light in my face like this? He looked up and whoa. In front of him was some thing that didn't look human at all. Its skin was all shriveled, and its eyes were bulging so wide they looked like they were going to pop out. It looked more like a ghost than a person. The second he saw it, Dam-deok let out a terrified scream. He scrambled to get away, only to realize it was impossible. He was on a boat, surrounded by water. A boat? The creature with the lantern pointed a bony finger right at him. You? Then it stated, completely deadpan. You are dead. It went on to explain, this is the river Styx, the path for the dead on their way to the underworld. It is a place the living cannot cross. Hearing this, Dam-deok could pretty much guess who was standing in front of him. The river Styx. So this guy must be the ferryman? Charon? He awkwardly scratched his head, trying to figure a way out of this. Actually, I'm kinda here for a job. Could you, give me a lift across the river? Charon's answer was driving him nuts, but he tried to keep his cool. Not gonna happen, kid. But hey, at least he knew he couldn't win a fistfight, so he decided to run his mouth instead. So, can I meet Hades or what? That question made the guy's last nerve snap. How dare a punk like you say his name so casually? Of course, there was no way he was stopping there. Pissing people off was too much fun. Obviously, I'm gonna call him Hades. What else am I supposed to call him? Oh, or maybe I should use his title Lord of the Underworld, King of Hell. Provoked, Charon furiously grabbed Dam-deok's collar. You got a death wish? But unlike him, our boy was totally, aren't you the one who started with me first? Charon gripped his scythe tightly. I warned you. Right after that, he swung his scythe, slashing at him. He glared menacingly. Plenty of low-life wannabe gods like you have died on this thing. But to Dam-deok, that threat was a total joke. Whoa, you're so evil. Realizing he was being dissed, Charon got seriously pissed, like he'd just swallowed 10 chili peppers at once. Bullshit. This is your last chance, kid. Turn back. Dam-deok just gave a smug smirk and flipped him the bird. Seeing that, Charon couldn't hold back anymore. You little punk. Without another word, he charged right at him, ready to cut him down. Fine, I'll kill you. When he was just millimeters away from his target, the most unexpected thing happened. His opponent dodged the attack. Damn it! Realizing he'd missed, Charon, who was already mad, got even more furious, swinging his scythe like a maniac. Just die quietly, and then you can officially ride this boat. But because his attacks were so random, Dam-deok could easily read his moves, even tricking Charon into slashing himself. Charon's eyes went wide, having no idea what was going on. How? How can you even hold something like that? Knowing exactly why the guy was freaking out, Dam-deok was totally loving it. What? Guess that myth is real, huh? You recognize this club? Of course, the guy wasn't stupid enough not to know what it was. Of course, that's Hercules' club, right? That mortal who defeated me and crossed the river while he was still alive. The guy was about to say something else, but before he could finish, Dam-deok smacked him on the head a few times with the club. Dam-deok found this guy way too annoying, so he used the club to shut him up. You talk too much. I'm busy. Let's get a move on. For some reason, after getting bonked on the head a few times, the guy became way more cooperative. Well, you at least have to pay the fee, right? Seeing a hint of defiance, Dam-deok asked a question that sent a shiver down Charon's spine. What was that? Hearing that, Charon could only suck it up and swallow his tears. Sit, let's go. In the pitch-black darkness, the faint light of the moon was the only thing guiding the boat as it sailed on and on. Finally, the boat docked. Dam-deok knew it and gave Charon a smile of thanks. Thanks a lot. Of course, he had no idea that the guy behind him had secretly raised his scythe for a sneak attack. You idiot, let your guard down in hell and you'll die in an instant. He swung the scythe high without any hesitation. Die. But, as they say, man proposes, God disposes. In the exact moment Charon thought he'd succeeded, boom, the power of the sword god's intuition activated. Thanks to this power, Dam-deok escaped death by a hair's breadth. His eyes flew open, clearly surprised by this new power. Dam-deok was as clueless as a deer in headlights, with no freaking idea what was going on. So, is this the power of intuition? My body reacted faster than I could think. As for Charon, one second he was a tiger, the next he was a total pussycat. How? Dam-deok turned around and gave Charon a super friendly smile. This isn't gonna work. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. All Karen could do was scream in terror. He was trembling like a leaf, tears welling in his eyes as he saw Dam-deok approach. Wait. Not one to keep an opponent waiting, Dam-deok took care of this obstacle in a flash. Phew, what a loser, wasting my time. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Are you the one here to take care of Cerberus? It was the voice of a stunningly beautiful girl. She had golden hair that shone like the sun and eyes so beautiful they could mesmerize anyone who looked into them. She hesitated. Are you the new part-timer? The girl tucked her hair behind her ear and flashed a radiant smile. It was the goddess of spring in the underworld, Persephone. She warmly welcomed her guest, who was also about to be her new employee. It's a pleasure to meet you. My husband was so angry because no one was taking the job. Thank goodness you're here, or else he would have left it to me. Her gorgeous appearance made Dam-deok blush. Yes, I'm Yu Dam-deok. He even mistook her for Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. If she hadn't called Hades her husband, he might have actually believed it. Not Aphrodite? If she's Hades' wife, then she must be Persephone. Persephone kept her bright smile. Let me take you to Cerberus. Let's go. The path got darker and darker, but since she was clearly used to it, Persephone wasn't the least bit scared. She even chatted comfortably with Dam-deok. He's pretty far away. We used to call him to the front, but my husband told us not to do that anymore. Dam-deok found this incredibly weird. Why? Persephone was used to these kinds of questions. Half the people who come here run away the second they see him, so he figured they should at least be skilled enough to beat Karen if they want to handle Cerberus. Hearing that, Dam-deok understood. Ah, so that was the first test. To be honest, he was actually a little nervous about his upcoming task. It was understandable, since in mythology, Cerberus is a terrifying monster known as the Jailer of Hell. This is making me antsy, but when he thought about his own abilities, poof, the anxiety vanished. Nah, no worries. I'm the great sword god. Even if it's Cerberus, he's still just a dog. Persephone was super confused, wondering what he was thinking to get so fired up all of a sudden. After walking for a while, they finally arrived. Persephone announced, "We're here. He's just up ahead." From the darkness, something huge and pitch black began to emerge. But what was even scarier was that it didn't have just one head, but three. It had incredibly sharp claws that looked like they could kill someone whenever it pleased. The thing that appeared before Dam-deok had eyes that were literally burning with red fire, and it was drooling everywhere. It must have been starving. Seeing this creature, the first thing Dam-deok thought was, I'm so screwed. Then, that job posting appeared once again. While Yu Dam-deok was just standing there clueless, forcing a big ol' smile, Persephone's voice made him jump. Yu Dam-deok? You good? Yu Dam-deok's reply was super awkward, cause honestly, he was about to piss his pants in fear. Yep, ha ha ha, I'm fine. Of course, Persephone had no clue, so she just acted like everything was normal. These are some instructions on how to watch the dog, written by my husband himself. Please read this before you begin working. This was probably a pretty new concept for Yu Dam-deok, cause normally, who the hell has time to write a dog-sitting manual? Instructions? He asked, taking the guide from Persephone. That's right. There's no way he would make me watch that thing without prepping me for it. He eagerly unfolded the paper, silently thanking his boss. Hades, you really did have a plan all along, huh? But life's full of surprises, right? The second he opened that guide, a whole crap ton of warnings about this Cerberus thing smacked him right in the face. No idea what Hades was thinking, claiming his dog was well-behaved amidst a ton of warnings like these. Stuff like may get injured while feeding, plus a whole list of situations needing special attention. Like when Cerberus is guarding the gates of the Underworld, when it's lying down, standing up, sitting down, and a bunch of other ings. To put it bluntly, you needed to be on high alert 247 with this dog if you wanted to get back in one piece. Seriously, what the hell? At this point, Yu Dam-deok totally understood why half the applicants had bolted at the sight of Cerberus, cause a part of him kinda wanted to do the same. Are you kidding me? It'd be faster to just tell me to go die? But Persephone was probably used to this kind of reaction, so she stayed super calm. Oh, and the daily schedule is written on the back. Please check that as well. My husband wrote it himself, so it should be quite clear. Yu Dam-deok stared blankly at the paper he'd just thrown on the ground. A daily schedule? That schedule just pissed him off even more. Even though it was just eat and walk, the problem was that these things could only be done in the underworld. Not to mention, how the hell was he supposed to walk this monster obediently? Yu Dam-deok furiously ripped the paper in half. Stop messing with me! How do you expect me to walk that thing? You said all I had to do was feed it in the job posting. Is this some kind of systematic scam or what? And yeah, it totally was a scam. Persephone offered him some advice. It's okay if you change your mind and go back, even right now. But dude, her next words were basically a threat. But I am a little worried. The last guy was caught by Hades trying to quit, and my husband dragged his ass down to hell. She even started describing the scene. My husband definitely ripped him limb from limb. and it was just too gruesome, I can't say anymore. Seeing Yu Dam-deok's wide eyes and his face dripping with sweat, she finally stopped. Oh dear, I shouldn't have said that, should I? You should get going now, hurry up. Yu Dam-deok looked back at the poor piece of paper he'd just ripped in two. He sighed and shook his head. What else could he do now but tape back the pieces he'd just torn apart? Haha, I made a little mistake trying to pump myself up. What should I start with? He must be seriously regretting his choice right about now. I miss my mom. Guess you really shouldn't trust those easy work, high-pay gigs. Persephone told him he could start with the most mentioned task in the guide, feeding the dog. Then please start by feeding Cerberus. Do you see the nymphs carrying carts of meat into the warehouse? Seeing those massive carts of meat made his head spin. Should I go join them? That looks like a lot. Then Persephone said something that made it clear to Yu Dam-deok that the price for not obeying would be steep. He also tears apart those who try to deceive him. Yu Dam-deok hauled a whole pile of gigantic meat slabs on his shoulder and brought them to Persephone. I brought it. Now what? Seeing this, Persephone was very pleased. Excellent. She then instructed him. You can throw the pieces to Cerberus one by one. That three-headed dog that looked so terrifying just a few minutes ago had now turned into a trio of good little puppies waiting for their master to feed them. Its eyes lit up, and drool poured out at the sight of the food. Its growling now made Yu Dam-deok feel a little less scared. Whoa, that's some serious growling. Does it really just turn into a regular dog in front of food? Right after that, it splattered a clump of mud right on his head. Persephone tried to hold back her laughter at the sight, but she couldn't hold it for long. Ah ha ha ha, this new hire is certainly an interesting one. Meanwhile, Yu Dam-deok looked pissed as hell, Persephone said, unable to stop laughing. There's no point trying to discipline them. Cerberus only listens to my husband. The three-headed dog, meanwhile, was getting antsy since it hadn't gotten any food yet. Where's the food? Give me the food, you. Yu Dam-deok then came to a harsh realization. Now I get why nobody takes this job. He angrily picked up a piece of meat. Then he chucked it right at the dog without a shred of pity. Screw it, here's your damn meat. But instead of landing in its mouth, it hit one of the three heads right in the eye. The other two heads didn't give a damn about their buddy's hurt pride and just started cracking up. Yu Dam-deok pretended to feel bad. Oh dear, my bad. I forgot to hold back my strength. Then he chucked the other two pieces of meat straight at the remaining heads to teach them a lesson. You shouldn't laugh at your friend like that. But who knew? He was the one about to get taught a lesson by that dog. They roared in anger and started closing in on Yu Dam-deok. But he didn't really care, even with them right in his face, because they were chained up. Yu Dam-deok knew this damn well, which made him want to mess with the dog even more. He looked at them with a smirk, his eyes full of contempt. What are you gonna do, get mad? Especially when you're still chained up like this. They say you should never judge a book by its cover. That saying was especially true here, because it took Cerberus no time at all to snap that dog chain. Now Yu Dam-deok was scared shitless, but he still had to find a way to calm the monster down. Whoa there, mouthy, hold on a sec. Looking at that pathetic chain, all Yu Dam-deok could do was exclaim in disbelief. Huh? It just snapped the chain just like that? Immediately after, the three-headed monster lunged at him. Even though he managed to get away, he couldn't avoid getting hurt. I'm screwed. In complete contrast to Yu Dam-deok, Persephone was incredibly calm. Well, so that thing can break, huh? Yu Dam-deok, on the other hand, felt like this goddess's reaction sensors had completely shut down or something. I mean, how could any normal person be this calm? This is no time to be impressed. Without a second's hesitation, he grabbed Persephone and started running with her. Run! Yu Dam-deok glanced back at the dog. That crazy dog tried to bite me just because I teased it a little. The state of his arm made Persephone at least a little bit worried. Is your hand okay? But maybe a wound like this is nothing to you, or you're just trying to tough it out. I'm fine. It just grazed me. He was feeling seriously sketched out about the workplace safety here. I mean, how the hell did that chain snap so easily before? Even for some janky, no-warranty construction, there's gotta be a limit. However, Persephone was just as clueless as he was. This is the first time I've ever seen it act like this. Cerberus caught up to them way faster than Dam-deok expected. Shit, it's too fast. Split up. But Persephone was totally calm. No, you should stay close to me. That statement left a giant question mark hanging over Dam-deok's head. Why? But she answered with total confidence. I might not look the part, but I'm the wife of the god who rules the underworld. As long as I'm here, it won't dare to attack recklessly. However, she totally jinxed it. The monster wasn't listening to her at all. Dam-deok yelled, "It's doing it anyway." Persephone herself was stunned. It's attacking. At this point, he had no other choice but to call for help. Hearing the command, Baxiol, the creature that had been on his shoulder this whole time, began to transform into some kind of weapon. He swung the weapon and leaped into the air. Dam-deok glared, challenging it. Try taking a bite out of this, you damn mutt. Then he slashed right at the dog, but while his guard was down, it raised its claws to strike him from behind, and it landed the hit. Dam-deok looked like a total wreck after that attack, but somehow, He was still standing. Damn, how is it so strong? The monster kept charging aggressively toward him. Persephone screamed her head off. Dam-deok, get out of there! Hurry! She yelled in terror. If you fall into the river Styx, it'll catch you and eat you alive. Dam-deok! Just then, a cluster of hands started to appear behind him, but he was too out of it to notice. Shit, my mind's getting fuzzy. I can't even hear what she's saying. Persephone's face went pale. He doesn't seem to hear me. What do I do? She tried to command the beast. Cerberus, stop! Sit! I told you to stop! But it was useless. It just kept advancing toward Dam-deok. Obey me, you mongrel. Not only that, but it even shoved her aside. As Cerberus closed in on Dam-deok, he was filled with despair. God damn it. I came here to feed the dog, but I ended up becoming the dog food. But he was still defiant. Like hell, I'm accepting this. Then, right before the beast could eat him, he threw himself back into the cluster of hands. I refuse to die like this. Persephone screamed in terror. Dam-deok! But he had already vanished. A thought drifted into his mind. Shit, why is it so cold? Dam-deok's body was sinking deeper and deeper into the icy water. I can't even lift a finger. Am I dead? He thought in despair. Then, memories of his past started flashing before his eyes, just like a long movie. It feels like I'm floating in a dream. Everything that's happened to me until now, and all the time I've worked my ass off, my whole life. Could this all just be an illusion? There's still so much I want from the God shop. I haven't even bought a single thing yet. It feels like my memories are drifting away along with my body. This must be that life flashing before your eyes thing people talk about. In the water, the blurry form of Baixial appeared. Don't come here, Baixial. At least you have to live on. After struggling for a bit, Baixial finally managed to touch its master. It looked like it was about to give him CPR, but nope, it didn't do that. Instead, it gave his nose a sharp nip, jolting him awake. Not only that, it mercilessly bit his nose hard enough to draw blood. Dam-deok wanted to groan and cry from the pain, but being underwater, he was screwed. He glanced behind him and realized a bunch of hands were clinging to him. They were even squeezing his neck tightly. What the? Ugh, my consciousness. He was losing consciousness so fast that he couldn't even hear Baixial's cries clearly anymore. Damn it. I should have. But right before he was dragged to the other side, Baixial managed to transform into a weapon, and Dam-deok swung it high, trying to hack off those hands. He even managed to activate a skill, Dwarf's Hammer. This helped him break free from their grip. But another problem was already waiting for him. Gah, can't breathe. He had no choice but to try and surface as fast as he could to avoid drowning. Luckily, he made it. He scrambled ashore, thinking, that was way too close. However, as soon as he got to the bank, a giant shadow appeared before him. It was Cerberus, and it was still waiting to eat him. Seizing the opportunity while his guard was down, it chomped down on his entire head. Anyone who witnessed that scene would definitely have nightmares for weeks. Dam-deok screamed in agony, but then he realized something wasn't right. Shouldn't I be dead by now? A cryptic line of text appeared. The effect of the river Styx is taking hold. Time limit, 1 hour. Ah, so that's the effect of the river Styx. It grants immunity to effects like poison, stun, and bleeding. Long story short, it's immunity to all physical attacks, or in other words, you're immortal, temporarily. Dam-deok's eyes widened. What the hell are all these notifications? This whole flood of new information about the river Styx effect completely overwhelmed him. According to Greek mythology, if you bathe in the river Styx, legend has it that you can become an invincible warrior. The goddess Thetis dipped her own son in the waters of the Styx to make him the mightiest warrior, but only his heel. The place where she held him never touched the river water, and it later became Achilles' fatal weakness. That's when something suddenly clicked for Dam-deok. Wait a second, I was just dunked from head to toe. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. So, does that mean my body's immortal now? Of course, Persephone had no clue about this effect. So from her perspective, all she saw was that dog happily munching on his head. The horrific sight scared the absolute soul out of her. She tried to pull him out. Dam-deok, but no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. Are you still alive? Let go, she screamed. You disgusting monster. The monster finally let him go, probably because he was too chewy and it gave up trying to swallow him. Persephone rushed over to him. Are you okay? The sight of both him and Baixial passed out and covered in slobber absolutely terrified Persephone. You look awful. Hearing that, Dam-deok immediately regained consciousness. How can you say that to someone who just came back from the dead? That's so cruel. Persephone felt incredibly guilty toward him. You're awake. Hehe. I'm sorry, I couldn't help at all. Seeing that he didn't look too bad, Persephone felt a lot more relieved, but you are okay, right? But she had a few questions of her own. How the hell are you still kicking after falling into the river Styx? Meanwhile, Dam-deok, while hastily cleaning himself off, still answered her question. It was so nasty I just got myself out. This was probably the first time Persephone had ever seen anything like it, so she was completely floored. You got out of there? On your own? But to him, it all seemed pretty normal. Yeah, I just swung my axe. Hearing this made her even more stunned. Swung your axe? I've never heard of a case like this. While Dam-deok was distracted, the dog snuck up and chomped on his arm. It just started dragging him away for the hell of it. Persephone was still screaming her head off. Hey, Dam-deok! It seems the monster also realized something wasn't quite right here. Dam-deok was so over this scene of 1,000 identical attacks that he let out a huge yawn. Yan, are you done yet? Not only that, he even took the chance to taunt it. Guess I'm a little too tough for you. Huh? What is this? That's not even enough to scratch an itch. Ha ha, Persephone was dumbfounded. Even a low-level god probably couldn't withstand a bite from Cerberus. Don't tell me it's the blessing of immortality. Dam-deok smirked. I don't know how he managed to look so punchable and so handsome at the same time. Hey, I served myself up on a silver platter. It's your fault if you can't eat me. So, now that we're done with the meal, should we go for a little walk to digest? Good boy. The three-headed monster was pissed that Dam-deok was taunting it, but besides putting on a scary face and growling to be intimidating, what the hell else could it do? Dam-deok gave it a side-eye. You know it's useless, so why are you still growling? Keep it up and you don't get a walk. Hearing that, the dog froze completely. After hesitating for a moment, it finally sighed, giving up on attacking him. Then it turned right around. Dam-deok thought, this dog isn't like the normal ones. This trick usually works great on the dogs at the pet store, so you're different from a regular mutt, huh? Well, it is the monster that guards the gates of hell, you know? What a weird comparison. Then it grabbed the broken chain in its mouth. Yep. After that, its scary eyes vanished, and it stuck out its tongue like it was waiting for a treat from its master. Even Dam-deok was at a loss for words at this sudden change. Huh? Where'd that scary face go? Why is this three-headed monster suddenly acting as obedient as a little puppy? On top of that, its eyes were sparkling. Dam-deok sighed. But in the end, you're still just a dog. Is this really the freaking monster from Greek mythology? Dam-deok was reattaching the broken chains, with someone, of course, guiding him from behind. Suddenly, Persephone said something completely cryptic. Excuse me, Dam-deok. She asked him to please go as slowly as possible, since it's been a very long time since Cerberus was last taken for a walk. He must have done this a million times before, because he looked super confident. I got this, don't worry. I'm a part-time pro. At the pet store, they call me the dog commander. This is nothing. Before he could even finish, the dog yanked him away at a terrifying speed, making his head spin. Whoa, 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 hold on. Not only that, his chin was scraping the ground and rocks were smacking him in the ear. To put it bluntly, he was being dragged by a dog. No matter how much he yelled, the dog just kept dragging and dragging him, and God only knows where. Just then, a notification popped up. Skill, wind speed, rank E has been acquired. Condition: running at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour has been met. Whoa, so this dog can run as fast as a car. Reading those words made Dam-deok dizzy. What the hell is this? Persephone had been running after him the whole time. What are you doing? She was totally confused. Why wasn't he doing anything? Why wasn't he using his divine power to strengthen his body? He had no freaking clue what she was talking about. Huh? But there was something even more confusing. Wait, how the hell is she keeping up at this speed? Persephone just kept yelling. I said, use your divine power to strengthen your body. Cerberus is too strong. But her next words were what really threw him for a loop. Why aren't you using your divine power? And the reason he was thrown off? It was because he was thinking, use it? Isn't that just a stat? I can actually use it? He asked her while still being dragged by Cerberus. How do I use it? The question made a ton of question marks pop up over Persephone's head. Don't tell me you don't know how to use divine power? But his answer just made her even more confused. I don't. This was definitely not something she'd planned for. How the hell is that possible? But he was being totally honest. It's true. I really don't know how. The dog, meanwhile, kept running at that insane speed, making Dam-deok's face contort. Ugh. How long is this thing gonna run? Persephone, somehow, still kept up with him. Remember the feeling you get whenever you use your power? Dam-deok didn't get it at all. How the hell am I supposed to know what that means? But she didn't care. She just kept yelling at him. Hurry up! Dam-deok focused his thoughts. The feeling of using my power? Now that I think about it, it activated on its own during my fight with Karen. This time, Persephone gave more specific instructions. Picture it in your mind. Think of it like you're controlling the divine power inside your body. Dam-deok closed his eyes. A picture of controlling the flow. Then he slowly opened his eyes, gripped the chain, and slammed his feet into the ground. Cerberus's eyes bulged. He had stopped the dog. He probably couldn't believe it himself. Did that really work? Persephone was extremely pleased. Great, just like that. Now, focus that divine power on the part of your body you want to enhance. Cerberus clenched the chain in its jaws, trying to lunge forward. Dam-deok was getting dragged along with it. Crap, it's pulling the chain. He gritted his teeth. Son of a bitch. He tried to process what Persephone just said. A part of the body, especially that last part, and focus the divine power there. Right now, his hands were trying to yank the chain back. This made Dam-deok use every last bit of his strength to pull it. Good boy. Witnessing this, Persephone's eyes went wide and her jaw dropped. She probably never in a million years thought this would happen. Cerberus was finally slammed to the ground. A thunderous crash ripped through the air. Dam-deok gave an order. That's enough walking for today. We're heading back. But if Cerberus was the type to listen that easily, it wouldn't be a monster. And Dam-deok knew that damn well. You want to fight back? He flashed a sinister grin. Then I guess I'll have to do this my way. Hearing that, the dog immediately powered down, turning into a puppy in an instant. Persephone must have been trying really hard not to laugh. She showered him with compliments. This is your first time using divine power, and you can already do this much. Persephone was very satisfied. Looks like I hired an amazing part-timer this time. Meanwhile, Yu Dam-deok was getting suspicious of her. Thinking back, it was pretty damn weird. Just one look was enough to tell she was seriously powerful. But then why didn't she do anything about it, when even a low-level guy like him could? These thoughts really got his curiosity going. Can I ask you something? She smiled back. Sure, go ahead. He cut right to the chase. Why don't you go anywhere near Cerberus? But it was his follow-up question that really threw her off. I'm pretty sure you could handle it easy, Persephone answered, super cautiously, because there are restrictions. Yu Dam-deok had no idea what kind of restrictions a goddess like her could possibly have. Restrictions? She explained. As you already know, Cerberus is the guard dog of the Underworld. Its job is to stop all the lost souls trying to escape back to the human world, and also to keep the living from poking their noses where they don't belong. Then she dropped a line that totally shocked Yu Dam-deok, and I'm one of them. Right then, Persephone flashed this brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling like stars, one of the ones who wants to go back. The three-headed dog looked totally savage, with its piercing, fiery eyes and razor-sharp teeth. One of the heads was even drooling, for crying out loud. It looked ready to tear someone to shreds. In front of it, a sea of arms reached out, desperately trying to break free from their chains. Persephone explained further. Cerberus is the warden of this place. It stops countless souls from trying to get back to the world of the living, and it also blocks anyone curious enough to try and get in. Yu Dam-deok was floored by what Persephone said next. I'm one of them. She looked at him, her gaze full of warmth, one of the ones who wants to go back. Man, morning in the underworld is just like the dead of night. The sky was this grim gray, completely choked with dark clouds that hung over the trees. In the distance, a few birds were flying toward the full moon. The whole vibe felt creepy, like Halloween on Earth, but probably way more intense. He just kept walking steadily on the path back to where they started. He watched Persephone walk ahead of him, thinking. So basically, Persephone is super restricted down here in hell and can't do jack squat about Cerberus. She can only mess with certain creatures Hades gives her the okay for, like this one. He stroked his chin, looking all deep in thought, even glancing off to the side as he tried to remember everything he knew about her. According to the myths, Hades totally kidnapped Persephone and locked her in the underworld after being mesmerized by her beauty. I thought that was just a story, but damn, it's real. He looked at her back as she walked in front of him. She had this straw blonde hair that went past her waist, all done up in a braid. It moved like a flowing stream. He was still totally lost in thought. She must have been stuck here for ages. Man, that's messed up. Then he clenched his fist like he was psyching himself up to do something. Can't just give up on doing the right thing. Persephone's husband is Hades, brother of the big boss Zeus. He felt bad for her and all, but then he remembered her husband was some crazy powerful god who could squash him like a bug. What the hell was he supposed to do? He looked down, snapped back to reality by his own thoughts. He suddenly realized he was totally powerless here. What can I even do? Suddenly, Tuyet's ears perked up and its tail shot straight in the air. It let out a yelp, making him look. Oh right, Tuyet. The little guy's eyes narrowed as it jumped right at him, yapping its head off. It looked seriously pissed. He felt like an idiot, realizing he'd left his pet behind. I completely forgot about you, buddy. My bad. Meanwhile, Cerberus just plopped down, looking totally bummed out. Even though Yu Dam-deok was literally dragging it the whole way back, it just let itself be pulled, leaving a long groove in the dirt. One of its heads was just slumped over its own leg. Its ears were drooping and its eyes were cast down. It didn't even bother to look around. After a bit, they finally made it back to the puppy's place. Yu Dam-deok was still dragging it by the chain, with Persephone and Tuyet walking alongside them. After getting dragged all that way, it was finally back at its own den. But then, something made it snap to attention. Its head shot up, eyes narrowed and on high alert, completely shedding that mopey look from before. Yu Dam-deok crossed his arms, staring blankly at its crazy reaction. The thing was baring its fangs, a low growl rumbling in its throat. What's with this thing all of a sudden? The goddess Persephone looked over and explained, It's chasing the dead. It might seem lazy, but it's dead serious about its job. That's precisely why I can't get out of here. Then she walked over to a big, spiky stone pillar and turned back to him. Chain it to that pillar, and we're done for the morning. He coiled the chain in his hand and shrugged, totally confused. He couldn't help but think, a goddess being babysat by a dog? Man, Hades must be a real piece of work. Still, he did as he was told, swinging the chain in an arc as he walked toward the pillar she'd pointed out. He mumbled to himself as he went. Why would the guy raise a dog that only listens to me? Suddenly, a blue status window popped up. Intuition has been activated. Blue energy flooded into his eyes, giving him freaking X-ray vision. He could see straight through the stone pillar to something glowing blindingly bright inside. It was also giving off these little wisps of energy that just screamed, "Check me out. There's something inside the pillar." What is that? He kept asking himself. It doesn't look alive. So it must be an item or something? Should I take a closer look? Without a second thought, he focused, channeling shimmering gold energy into his hand and balling it into a fist, just as she turned to him with a satisfied look, saying, "Well, that's the morning mission done. Time to get ready for the afternoon." She froze, her eyes bugging out and her jaw hitting the floor at what he was doing. She screamed his name, "Yu Dam-deok." And yeah, she had every right to scream, because without any warning, he'd slammed his glowing gold fist right into the center of the stone pillar. Dude was straight up wrecking someone else's stuff. She screamed, "What are you doing?" A second later, he calmly pulled out a round object. It was covered in a bunch of sharp spikes, kind of like that studded collar the dog wears in Tom and Jerry. Her face was completely frozen, but once she saw what the item actually was, she looked pretty surprised. Yu Dam-deok just looked awkward, scratching the back of his neck with a nervous laugh. My bad. Seemed like there was something in there. The blue status window popped up with the info on the item he'd found, laying out its name and what it does. It was the collar of Cerberus, the very collar Hades uses to train Cerberus. When you use it, Cerberus will obey your commands. As she watched him hold up the collar, she clasped her hands and stammered, "No way. He really hid it in there." She started waving her hands around, talking a mile a minute, like she couldn't believe he'd actually pulled it off. "I looked everywhere and couldn't find it. How on earth did you find it?" He just scratched his cheek a little. He couldn't really take full credit for her praise, since it wasn't like he found it with his own power. Still, he just replied, let's just call it a lucky guess, huh?" The few seconds of awkwardness faded, and his expression went back to normal. When he found out what the collar did, he still couldn't believe it and had to ask again. But, is this collar really that insane? Holding the collar in his hand, he never would have thought it was so ridiculously powerful. It was pretty obvious he didn't really get the world of the gods, or just how strong Cerberus was around here. When she heard his question, her voice wasn't normal anymore. She raised it a bit to explain it to him. Duh. Cerberus is the symbol of hell. Controlling him means controlling all of hell. He looked down at the collar, turning it over and over. No matter how he looked at it, he still blurted out, "Honestly, it just looks like a normal dog collar." And then it finally hit him that this thing belonged to the master of the house. Who was it that just wrecked the guy's pillar a minute ago? He thought to himself. So he held the collar up high and mused, "So I guess this means I probably can't use it, huh? I mean, it belongs to Hades after all. If I could use this thing, this job would be a total cakewalk." Persephone raised a finger to her lips, thinking, but didn't say a word. After a long moment, it seemed she found the answer she was looking for, and replied calmly, "It'll be fine." Hearing that, he lit up, a complete change from just a moment ago. "For real?" She closed her eyes, calmly propped her chin on her hand, and said it like it was totally obvious, as if anyone could use the collar. "Even though it's a huge deal, it's not like it's forbidden to use or anything. My husband is always telling me to try and find this thing." Her eyes drooped slightly and she sighed, murmuring. "He said if I found it, he'd let me train Cerberus." He grinned, thrilled, his mind racing with excitement. Looks like she needs to have a serious talk with her husband. Anyway, there's no way I'm passing up a chance to nerf this job. He swaggered over to the three-headed dog and cockily held the massive collar up in front of it, one hand shoved in his pocket, and called out, "Yo, get over here. I'm gonna put this collar on you." It lowered its heads and saw his attitude and heard his tone. It snorted through its nostrils, its eyes still glaring upwards just like before. It still wasn't giving him any respect. Seeing its defiant attitude, like it was ready for round two, he couldn't be bothered to care and just asked calmly, "Oh? You still don't get that you're no match for me?" Then a smirk that was both radiant and cocky spread across his lips as he pushed it. "You still haven't snapped out of it?" His insult made it furious, its eyes blazing with rage. But of course it couldn't fight back for long. Any attempt to rebel was shut down completely. He might have the title of the three-headed hound of hell, but he still got his ass kicked like any other house dog, and our boy immediately gave him a beatdown he wouldn't forget. The result was tears welling up in its eyes, blood pouring from its nostrils, and dark bruises all over its body. In the end, it obediently let him put the collar on, and that heartless jerk was grinning from ear to ear, showering it with praise. "Damn, that looks pretty good, doesn't it? See? Wouldn't it have been better if you'd just been a good boy from the start?" Suddenly, a wicked grin spread across his face, the corners of his lips turning up as a fun idea popped into his head. He immediately started cosplaying as Ash Ketchum from Pokemon, turning his red cap backward and pointing straight ahead, shouting with glee, "Cerberus, I choose you!" Right after that, he started ordering it to do everything he could think of. Sit, lie down. And in response to all his commands, it obeyed instantly, and without a single hesitation. He yelled out another command, "Roll over!" The three-headed dog immediately tucked its four legs in, put its back on the ground, and started rolling back and forth like a roly-poly toy, its three faces looking unbelievably dumbfounded because it had no idea why it was even doing it. Watching it, he thought he was going to die from laughter. Finally, unable to hold it in, he threw his head back and laughed his ass off. Haha, it really works, you're kinda cute, you know. Hearing the laughing and praising tone in his voice, the beast hit its face against the wall in shame. To think, a creature with 3 brains had been losing to a mere mortal all day, and now was being used as a toy for his amusement. It was so humiliating. He stopped laughing at it and gave it its punishment. "This is for biting me and dragging me around. You're going to face the wall and think about what you did until I say stop." He was totally enjoying its obedient, punished state, without a single growl. He absolutely loved that it couldn't talk back, smiling so wide it reached his ears. He was like a villain gloating over his victory, a dark thought crossing his mind. At this rate, this job's gonna be a cakewalk. Watching him laugh triumphantly from a distance, the goddess Persephone was acting very strange. She approached him, tapping her pale fingers on his shoulder and calling out, "Young man," but when he turned around to brag, "Ah, Lady Persephone, see? That dog can't do a thing to me." In that very moment, she touched her finger to his cheek. Her mouth murmured a spell in an ancient language. From her touch, a series of circular, magical patterns appeared one after another. He stared in shock, asking, "Lady Persephone?" Immediately after, he felt all his strength leave him, and he collapsed. Looking down at him from above, she said, "My husband gave Cerberus 2 orders." He looked up, squinting at her. Her voice remained even, emotionless. "One is to manage the dead who try to escape the underworld, and the other," her eyes narrowed slightly as she recounted it like she was talking about someone else, not herself, "is to manage Persephone." Hearing her words, he probably understood what she was feeling and wanting, so he didn't reply, focusing only on how he felt at that very moment. "What's happening? I'm so dizzy." Under the spell's effect, his vision started to blur. He could no longer make out her expression, only hear the goddess's clear voice, "Sleep well, young man." She then turned to leave, but still gave him a clear promise. "I'll be back before my husband, so don't worry." He'd probably been hit with a sleeping spell that would knock him out, just like the chloroform that kidnappers use in the mortal world. Gods are just like humans, after all. And her voice faded, so just sleep soundly until then. As the spell took hold, he slowly started to realize a few things. That's right, to Hades, the most important thing isn't the underworld. His eyelids felt incredibly heavy. He squeezed them shut and fell deep into sleep. His subconscious, however, couldn't escape the anger, and he cursed to himself. "Damn it, I can't just let this happen." A moment later, he was woken up by a familiar cry. His eyes slowly fluttered open, and the scene and the person who woke him gradually came into focus. And that person was none other than Baxiol, his pure white fox. While still groggy, dazedly calling the white fox's name, Baxiol, his eyes suddenly shot wide open as he quickly remembered what had happened before he passed out. He immediately bolted upright. "Whoa, did I just fall asleep?" He totally panicked. Where the hell is the goddess Persephone? But when he looked around, the only ones left were him, Baxiol, and one good boy Cerberus who was being punished, facing the wall on the other side. He gulped hard. "I'm so screwed." His face went pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about Hades ripping him to shreds and burying him on the spot. But no matter what, he had to pull himself together. It's not over till it's over. He wondered, man, how long was I out? Instantly, the familiar blue notification window popped up next to him. A quick glance at the displayed info showed, "River Styx effect, 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining." So he realized he hadn't been asleep for long and there was still time to salvage the situation. He immediately took off running, but not before giving Cerberus a command. "Guard the gates of hell. I'm out of here." Baxiol quickly hopped onto his shoulder. He sprinted ahead toward the river to stop her. He thought, normally, the goddess Persephone can't leave the underworld because of Cerberus. The long, narrow path ahead, covered by dense trees, made his heart pound with anxiety. If Hades finds out that Persephone escaped on my watch, that dude's gonna kill me. He frantically looked around. Where did she go? I have to get her back as soon as possible. Talk about a clutch moment. Just then, he realized he had a new skill, thanks to the notification that he'd learned the Gale skill, which let him run at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour for 3 minutes. He thought to himself, perfect, I just got this skill. He immediately channeled it into his legs. Gale skill has been activated. Depending on the user's physical stats, the ultimate move can be significantly upgraded. Fueled by a massive surge of energy, his eyes flew wide as he stared straight ahead. He quickly cranked up the speed to test out the skill's agility, and it was seriously insane. You could only see where his feet touched the ground, not his body. In no time, he had blasted out of that gloomy, dense forest, and wherever he ran, only streaks of light were left behind. With the power of the Gale skill, both he and his pet mascot were clenching their jaws as they moved. It was like his legs had jet engines attached. The slightest movement sent him shooting forward like the wind. He glanced back at the distance he'd just covered and was totally floored. Whoa, that's crazy fast. He dropped to one knee, looking ahead as he announced his next plan. Let's try activating the skill while using divine power this time. Instantly, an aura of energy surrounded his whole body, looking totally badass. But to his surprise, with just one jump, he launched off the ground and flew so high he cleared the tops of the dense forest trees. His view from up there was way more open and clear, and thanks to that, he spotted his target. Far away, someone was standing on a boat in the middle of the river. He cheered in excitement. Found her! Looking down a little, he saw it was the goddess Persephone, trying to steer the boat across the river, which meant he had to be even faster to catch her. Water parted on both sides of the hull as her power propelled the boat forward at high speed. Under the bright moonlight shining down on her figure amidst the dark, gloomy forest, it looked like she was glowing. As the boat was about to reach the other side, a sudden sound from below caught her attention. What was that noise? What could it be? On a river like this, besides the water, it could only be. She voiced her thought out loud. Did I hit a rock? But just as she was thinking she'd hit some hidden rocks, someone suddenly shot up from under the water, making her scream in terror. Ah! The person's head breached the surface, looking like a drowned ghost coming to drag someone down. Their wet hair was plastered over their eyes, and they were muttering a creepy old rhyme. Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? To trip on a stone and get caught in a flurry. That person was none other than our main character. Instead of stopping her like a normal person, he chose to dive into the water and then pop up to scare her in the dead of night. His furious yell practically echoed to the heavens. You were the one who said no one is allowed to cross the river Styx. Not done yet. He aggressively got right in her face. So why are you doing it? Busted, her attitude immediately became super gentle, and she waved her hands, trying to explain. I'm sorry, I just wanted to see my mother again. Hearing the word mother made him think of his own mom for a second, so his voice softened. Shouldn't you have thought this through first? She lowered her gaze, standing there silently listening to him, but not even a few seconds later, she snapped her fingers, winked, and replied, completely dropping the innocent act and leveling up to a sly, mischievous vibe. Don't worry, my husband won't be back for another 2 days. This is our little secret, you know. I've never been caught before. He immediately froze on the spot, completely speechless, because he realized he'd been worrying for nothing. To put it bluntly, he'd totally overreacted. What? Not the first time? However, because the two of them were so busy talking, they didn't notice the boat had slammed into a rock, causing both of them to stumble and sway. Oh crap! The boat quickly cracked open, and then a huge hole was punctured in it, causing water to spray rapidly inside. His jaw dropped as he thought, what the hell? Opposite him, Persephone was just as jaw-droppingly shocked. Looking at the shore on the other side, he silently concluded that at this rate, the boat wasn't going to make it. On top of that, the blue notification window popped up with a reminder. River Styx effect, 15 seconds remaining. So now, they were running out of options. Their boat was adrift on the vast, wide river. Looks like there's no other way. So he bent one knee and pinched his nose shut to keep from inhaling water. Splash! He jumped into the river, and water went flying everywhere. A few seconds later, he resurfaced. Damn, I almost drowned, he thought, taking a huge gasp of air. As soon as he put his hands on the side of the boat, he yelled and used every ounce of strength he was born with to push the boat to shore. Hold on tight. A little while later, the two of them and one animal finally made it to shore safely. She led him to a secret cave of hers. It was located on this side of the river, and it was a place filled with warm light, a place where she felt much more comfortable than where she currently lived. Ah, this is great. Watching her stretch out so comfortably, her face full of happiness, our guy just had this dumbfounded look on his face, like he was completely over it. But finally, he spoke up and asked, Can you promise me one thing? She turned back. Promise what? He frowned. After you're done visiting your mother, we have to go back immediately. No ifs, ands, or buts. She replied cheerfully with a wink. I told you, I've never been caught. You worry way too much. He still wasn't convinced, thinking to himself, yeah, but if we get caught this time, I'm the one who's dead for sure. But she could see he was still super worried, so she grabbed his hand and was like, It's cool. If you're that concerned, why don't you just come with me? The sun was still sparkling through the treetops, beautiful as ever. He saw her run into a cave and call out for him to follow. Over here! He wondered why the hell all the Greek gods lived in caves. As they both went inside, her happy voice echoed out, "Mother." The woman in front of them was the goddess Persephone's mom, the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. Hearing the shout, she spun around to look. Huh? Seeing the golden-haired girl running toward her, she instantly shot to her feet, not believing her own eyes. "Oh my God," Persephone answered quickly. "It's me." She rushed over, cupping her daughter's face in her hands and asked, "Oh God, my child, is it really you? My Persephone?" She immediately confirmed. Who else would it be? After she confirmed it was her, the two of them grabbed each other's hands and pressed their foreheads together, completely overjoyed. Witnessing this and feeling the vibe, he quietly swiped his nose and thought, "Look at them. Looks like I'm the third wheel now." But then he noticed something right under his feet, a bush of pure white flowers that was glowing. He instantly remembered the myth while Persephone was kidnapped. All the plants on Earth withered away because of Demeter's grief. That period lined up perfectly with winter on Earth. The guy's got some sense, you know? He knew exactly what to do next. Not wanting to ruin their happy reunion by being a total outsider, he said, "I've got something to take care of, so I'll be leaving now." Hearing that, she glanced over at him. Persephone asked, "Aren't you supposed to be watching me?" He just waved as he walked off. "See you at the river at 8 o'clock. The goddess got that he was giving her and her mom some private time, so she called out, "Dan-deok." Hearing his name, he glanced back. She was hugging her mom, completely filled with joy, and flashed him a radiant smile. "Thank you." The gray sky was a sign that night was falling. After tinkering by the river for a while, he looked at his boat, satisfied. Sweet, all fixed. But when he pulled out his phone, it was already past 8 o'clock. He muttered, "Shouldn't she be here by now?" Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. He lightly touched a flower, and its petals fluttered to the ground. Thinking it was her, he happily turned around. "Ah, you're he." But when he realized it was the one person he never thought he'd see, his face just froze. His entire body turned to stone, and he couldn't even stop that last word from escaping. It was none other than the god Hades, with his long, pointy, elf-like ears, dressed in a sharp suit with a flower on his tie. He stared down at the flower he'd just plucked from the branch. His voice was cold as he asked, "Where did an insolent punk like you come from, causing trouble here?" Right after that, his intuition skill kicked in, and a ton of red notifications all screaming danger popped up. Finally, the last thing he saw with wide-open eyes was the notification that death was coming. "You are dead." Hades didn't even bother to look at him. It looked like he cast some kind of spell on the flower, and its petals slowly disintegrated. As the dust blew away in the wind, he asked the guy one more time, "Persephone, where is my wife?" At this point, the guy was genuinely terrified. Beads of sweat started rolling down his face as his mind screamed in total panic. Just hearing him talk is making my whole body shake. Is that really Hades? What the hell are you doing back so early, dude? While he was still shaking in fear, Hades was suddenly right in front of his face. He asked for a third time, "Have you lost your mind?" Hades kept muttering, but the guy was still too scared to move, frozen like a statue. "I still don't get how a punk like you managed to find Cerberus's collar, much less help Persephone escape." Suddenly, his whole vibe and tone changed as he raised his hand to attack. Whatever. The reason doesn't matter, just die." Hearing those three terrifying words, as 5 fingers reached for his face, his eyes flew wide open in fear, his pupils dilated, staring at that hand of death. Just as his hand was about to touch his face, a loud voice cut in. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Both of them whipped their heads around to see her with her hands on her hips, still scolding her husband. "Why are you trying to hurt an innocent god?" He just asked her, "Persephone, where have you been?" She quickly ran over, saying, "You're the one who told him to go find Cerberus's collar, remember?" She angrily poked him right in the chest and yelled, "We found it, so what's your problem?" Realizing he messed up by blaming the wrong guy, he cleared his throat and said, "All right, fine, but still, you shouldn't just run off without saying anything." She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at him and pouting. "Get over it. I was just gone for a little bit to see my mom." He looked down, a little hurt. "But you still should have told me." She got a little flustered by how much he cared and asked, "Do I have to tell you everything? Do you think I'm a kid?" Hades got all flustered and tried to explain, "No, that's not what I meant," but the goddess Persephone just pouted, glaring at him and teasing, "What is it?" Watching this scene of Hades trying to explain himself to his wife, the guy thought, wait, even Hades gets totally shut down? And he also realized the guy was a total romantic, completely devoted to the one he loves, when a blush spread across Hades' face as he said, "I was just worried about you." The guy's thoughts got even bolder. Turns out he's a huge sap, huh? Seeing that he was still standing there, she decided it wasn't the time to air out their family drama and said, "This isn't over. We'll talk about it more when we get back down." Right after that, she used her magic to conjure a gift box. Then she handed it to him. "Here, take this, it's a bonus." Surprised by the extra gift, he just took it, stunned. Yeah, thanks." Seeing this, Hades spoke up. You're letting him live? What did you give him? She immediately frowned and shot him a look. He did the job he was assigned, so I'm rewarding him. You're being so petty. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently touched the guy's hair with her delicate finger, making him flinch and squeeze one eye shut. In total contrast to Hades' sulking, the goddess Persephone cheerfully winked at him again and waved goodbye. I'll pay you for the job, so you don't need to report it to the system. And don't come wandering around here again, okay? Instantly, a beam of light shot up into the gray sky, and that's what took him home. Back in his familiar room, Dan-deok sighed. Since I took this part-time gig, how many times have I almost died? Seriously, working like this has got to be shortening my lifespan. Looking down at the gift box in his hands, he was curious, but he gently untied the ribbon from the box and mumbled to himself. The goddess didn't even hesitate to give me a bonus. Wonder what it is. When the box was unwrapped, a golden light started shining from inside. Inside were 2 fruits, and he was completely stunned. What the hell is this? In front of him was a golden apple, and next to it was another fruit that looked similar, but it was a purplish-pink color. Instantly, the blue notification screen popped up with new information. The forbidden fruit. After eating it, the user will be able to distinguish between good and evil. The golden apple is the fruit of the gods, a symbol of immortality. Whoever eats it will be able to live forever. Seeing them, he was as happy as if he'd struck gold, because this was the very thing he'd been searching for to save his mom, the golden apple. With this, Mom can. This is totally perfect for her. But then his eyes darted around as he started scheming. But humans can't just eat the fruit of the gods. Even though he was holding the golden apple, the thing he was more curious about right now was that forbidden fruit giving off black smoke. So he carefully picked it up with 2 fingers. He examined it and thought, so this is the forbidden fruit? Should I eat it? Cut to the hospital, where a super excited voice cried out because a miracle had just made the impossible possible. It's a true miracle. A doctor held a medical chart in one hand, while his other hand unconsciously touched his bald forehead as he added, your cancer cells have all disappeared. How is that even possible? The kid and his mom were sitting across from the doctor. His mom was just as shocked, and she asked again, not believing it. Is that really true, doctor? The doctor pushed his glasses up and stared intently at the medical chart one more time before confirming. Yes, although modern medicine can't explain this phenomenon yet. Hearing that, his mom burst into tears, never having imagined she could be cured. Oh my God, how could this miracle happen? He placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her, though he already knew how things would turn out. See? I told you everything would be all right. He put his arm around his mom and helped her up, all while secretly letting a satisfied smirk slip. The golden apple worked. He remembered how he'd been trying to figure out how to get his mom to eat it, so he decided to make it into juice. Good thing I didn't peel it, so it would keep its full effect. He handed it to his mom and said, Here's some juice, Mom. She saw the bright and beautiful golden color and asked, What is this, sweetie? She wiped away her emotional tears as her son continued to cheerfully console her. The doctor said, You can be discharged now. Let's go home, Mom. After that, he quickly handled his mom's discharge papers and called a taxi to go home. He opened the car door and let his mom get in first, but when he told the driver where they wanted to go, Sir, to Ben, please, the driver was taken aback. The kid was also pretty confused by the taxi driver's reply, We'll have to take a detour to get there, you know. Hearing that, he shot back. Why? It's way faster to just go along IU Park. The taxi driver realized from his response that he hadn't heard the latest news about that area. The driver glanced over at him and asked, You haven't heard? There's a disaster near that area. It's all over the news. Then he turned the knob and switched on the car radio. An announcement immediately came on. This is breaking news from the park near the dungeon. He perked up his ears to listen. A cylindrical dungeon has recently appeared. Residents in the vicinity are currently in the process of evacuating. Guilds and solo hunters are gathering in front of the dungeon gate. But due to traffic jams, their approach has been somewhat difficult. Suddenly, his mom grabbed his shoulder and called his name intently. He turned to look at her. She said affectionately, I can go by myself. You need to get over there. She squinted with a happy, gentle, and honest smile. They need you there, don't they? I really want to see you on TV. Seeing that her son agreed, she got out of the car right as it was about to move, sticking her head out the window to remind him, Don't push yourself too hard, okay, sweetie? He stood there, waving back at his mom and replied, Yeah, don't worry, Mom. The sky was stained a golden orange as the sun slowly set in the distance, peeking out from behind the tall buildings. He quickly headed towards the dungeon. It looked like a giant cylindrical tower with lines wrapping around it from bottom to top, embossed on its surface. He said in awe, This dungeon looks sick. Shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand, he smiled confidently and said, Looks like I'm pulling an all-nighter again. He struck a heroic pose and called out loud, You ready, Bakeseal? Let's go. However, before entering the dungeon gate, he had one more thing in mind, to check the quest list. By now, Bakeseal had already scrambled up and perched right on his shoulder. I want to take a peek at the god's shop before going in, just to see what they've got. He lightly tapped the familiar blue display screen. Current coins, 12,000. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Your profile is being upgraded. A full profile of him appeared with all his information, and then a new title was added. Title, Tamer of Cerberus. Confused, he reread the new category. Title, Tamer of Cerberus, the dog of all dogs. You are the one who has tamed this charismatic gatekeeper hound. From now on, every dog in the world will obey you. Congratulations. You have been recognized as the king of all dogs. Huh? What the hell? He froze up like a statue. King of all dogs. He was baffled, imagining a future where he had to stand up and preach. There's no such thing as a bad dog in this world. A young man's voice called out, "That's him over there." Just as he thought his fame had led a reporter to recognize him, he quickly turned away to dodge them, stammering, "You've got the wrong guy." But they rushed right past him to someone else. It was Miss Yu Soo-yoon, who was now being swarmed by reporters with countless microphones shoved in her face as a barrage of questions flew at her. Please give us a statement on the current situation. The estimated rate is about 90%. Unless a special case like a maze appears in the dungeon. Why did you decide to handle this yourself? Looking at Soo-yoon now, he felt a bit embarrassed that she was the one they were after. Oh, it's Yu Soo-yoon, not me. That scared the crap out of me. She looked at them and replied like she always did. The Sanguk Guild will do its best this time as well. I refused to answer any more questions. While the reporters kept clamoring and begging, "Please, just a few more words." He just stared wide-eyed at their shouting. Miss Yu Soo-yoon is looking this way. He thought to himself, whoa, she's totally ignoring all of them. Putting on his cap and pulling it down a little, he started planning again. Anyway, I don't have time to stand around here. I need to hurry and catch up to her. While Soo-yoon was the one leading and taking charge of this dungeon raid, next to her was some dude in a cloak, but without his hood up. That guy followed right behind her. As they walked down the dungeon corridor, the endless chatter of the rookies echoed around them. Those losers must be holed up somewhere good, huh? Yeah, I bet they're getting ready for a sneak attack. A sneak attack from a pack of dogs? Pfft, nothing to be scared of. They're just oversized puppies, aren't they? One of the guys grinned and jabbed his elbow into the dude who just spoke. Says the guy who got his ass chomped the other day. Look who's talking tough now. Haha. The other guy got pissed, veins popping as he shot back. What did you say? Did you even see it happen with your own eyes? The guy saw his buddy freaking out, but he just grinned, totally getting a kick out of it. Suddenly, Duju Soyul raised a hand, signaling for silence. The guy who was smirking saw this and whispered to his friend who got nipped by the dog. Ah, were we being too loud? His buddy shot back. It's 'cause you keep talking about pointless crap. Just then, Duju Soyul's assistant spoke up, asking the guildmaster a question. But he got no reply, not even a hum. He stared at her back, thinking to himself, what's wrong? She's acting different today. He remembered the first day he met her. Even though she came off as a woman of few words, she wasn't the type to get pissed off over something so small. I wonder what she saw to make her look like that. Suddenly, the dark corridors were lit up by torches, followed by a noise from inside, and a wave of evil energy blew out. It caught the attention of all the Sangun Guild rookies. So she announced, they're coming. A giant dog appeared in front of them, its long tongue hanging out, looking absolutely disgusting. No, wait, it was a whole pack of vicious dogs. This made the rookies and the assistant's jaws drop in shock. One of them yelled, "We weren't told they'd be here." The assistant probably knew what those dogs were, because his face scrunched up as he gritted his teeth and thought, hellhounds. Just a light scratch from their venom-laced fangs is enough to kill a person in just 10 minutes. As if to prove the assistant's thoughts right, the dogs all stood in the same pose, and drops of poison began to drip from their tongues, hitting the ground and steaming up like acid, the most terrifying venomous monsters. Drawing the longsword from her back, she said, "This is going to be a tough fight." She kept her eyes on the monster dogs and gave her command. Anyone not good at close combat, fall back. The rookies and her assistant followed her next order, each drawing their swords and getting into a ready stance. The rest of you, follow me. Suddenly, there was a bark in a human voice. Woof, woof, woof. Just as the assistant turned around to chew out the rookies, "What the hell? You guys still have time to mess around?" But one of them calmly replied, "It wasn't us this time." He pointed forward and continued, "I think that sound came from over by the dogs," and the human voice imitating a dog bark continued, "Woof, woof, woof, over here." A shadowy figure appeared, standing right in the middle of the ferocious hellhounds. The assistant's eyes went wide as he thought for a second, did that guy tame them? Hellhounds? Watching the figure casually petting one of the dogs, the assistant was so scared he didn't even dare to ask his next question out loud. Is that a human-shaped monster? Or some kind of demon? He immediately calmed himself down and started planning. In a situation like this, where we don't know who the enemy is, we're at a massive disadvantage no matter what. So, he quickly stepped forward to shield her and urged, "Guildmaster, get behind me." Her expression was totally calm, like she already knew who it was, but she stayed quiet and let her assistant take the lead. He stared straight at the figure and yelled, "You bastard! Show your face!" Then he swung his sword, pointing it right at the guy. "Are you a monster in human form, or some demon from God knows where?" Right then, the boy strode out and said calmly, "Could you lower your sword?" He glanced at the assistant and said coldly, "You'll scare my puppies." The assistant was stunned. A human. Just then, another hellhound started creeping up behind the guildmaster. The boy's eyes caught it, so he immediately dashed forward, activating his rank C skill, Gale. He rushed towards her, zipping right past her assistant. The assistant whipped his head around, a look of pure rage on his face for failing to protect her. Ugh, damn it. He watched helplessly as the boy grabbed his guildmaster's arm, only managing to yell her title, "Guildmaster." Seizing the moment, the boy swung a powerful fist towards her, but he wasn't hitting a person, he was hitting the hellhound that was about to sneak attack Duju So-yul. A loud thwack landed on its head, making it cry crocodile tears. The boy scolded it sternly. "Jay, you bad boy, no biting them." Suddenly, it sat its butt down on the floor, tongue out, wagging its tail obediently like a house dog. A blue notification window explained, "Tamer of Zeus title, your title has been activated. The current number of dogs following you is 32. Activation requirement is direct physical contact." This whole scene left the assistant completely shocked. He didn't attack? The guildmaster's cold expression shifted as she looked at the boy, and he seemed to notice something too, his eyes following her gaze. After a moment, he realized he was still holding her hand tightly. He recognized the bracelet she was wearing. He'd seen it somewhere before, and he found himself wondering about it. But then he broke into a bright smile and said to her, "We meet again, Miss Duju So-yul." That's right. He remembered seeing that bracelet on a goddess. There was no doubt. It was exactly like Persephone's. His eyes narrowed as he looked straight at her and asked, "Duju So-yul, how do you have that?" But while he was trying to grill her about the bracelet's origin, she cut him off. "This is annoying. You're holding my hand too tight, and a lot of people are watching," he unconsciously replied. "Huh?" She added another line. "I think you're being quite bold." Only then did he realize the situation he was in with her, and seeing the face of his pet devil, Baexial, he knew she was totally shipping this couple. I mean, she did like Duju So-yul after all. Down on one knee, holding her hand intimately, he quickly and clumsily tried to explain. "No, wait, this is just a misunderstanding." But no matter how many times he yelled, nobody believed him. Case in point, one of the rookie guild members cleared his throat and muttered, "A marriage proposal? In a dungeon?" Meanwhile, the assistant pulled out his phone, snapping a few pictures, his face blushing with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. "Oh, come on," he pleaded with them. "It's not like that, stop taking pictures." He could only scream in vain. "This is a misunderstanding." A little later, he connected his mind with the hellhounds and started giving orders. "All right, all my babies, sit." They immediately followed his command, all sitting down in unison. To the absolute astonishment of the guild's rookies, he smiled and pointed to each dog one by one. "Numbers 1 through 10 will dig in that area. The rest of you will provide support." He added one more instruction. "Safety is the #1 priority." As soon as he finished, both humans and dogs raised a hand or a paw, saluting like they were ready for a mission right in front of the rookies. And that clueless, dumbass assistant, what the hell did they just do? Before they could even figure out what was going on, the hellhounds had already dashed off to do their job. And in the spots they dug, glowing red crystals appeared from beneath the ground. It let out a bark, calling its master to show off its achievement. The cute bark also caught the assistant's attention. He walked over, patting its head and showering it with praise. "Whoa, good boy Serby, you can just leave it here." While the assistant was still fawning over it, he saw another dog obediently carrying a glowing red crystal in its mouth, walking right past him to get praise from the MC. The guy froze. "No way!" He cried out in shock. "Am I dreaming or what?" She stared intently at his and the hellhound's every move, remaining silent, not making a single comment. So she walked closer, casually crossing her arms and looking down at him to ask, "That's quite an amazing ability. Where'd you get an ability like that?" He whipped his head around to look at her, staring at her. He was seriously confused, thinking to himself, wouldn't most people just assume this was some innate talent? How does she know I learned this ability? He stood up and answered, "I didn't learn it. I was born with it. Besides, I have a few questions about this bracelet." She listened attentively as he continued. "Is this yours?" Confused by his question, she held up her arm with the bracelet and replied, "Of course it's mine. You're wondering why I'm wearing it?" Hearing that, he quickly got right up in her face. "Where did you buy it?" Seeing that she wasn't answering, he scowled and repeated himself. I said, "Where did you buy it?" Right after that, he narrowed his eyes, staring at the bracelet on her wrist as his mind raced. "I can't believe it. This unique, old-fashioned design looks just like the friendship bracelet Persephone told me about." Leaning in closer to get a better look at the bracelet, He wondered why Ju Soyul had it. Ju Soyul, I thought she was some dangerous stalker, but who is she, really? He seriously demanded she answer his question. Why won't you answer me? Her eyelids drooped slightly. She was confused, but answered anyway. Online. Meanwhile, he activated the effect of the forbidden fruit to determine the truth. However, when she answered, I bought it online, the response he got was that it was close to the target's intention. Spit it out, and when she looked at the bracelet and said, if you like this bracelet so much, I'll send you the link. The notification still hadn't changed, she was telling the truth. That made him break out in a cold sweat. With a totally fake smile, he tried to save the situation. Whoa, for real? Awesome. I'd love to wear that bracelet. Hearing that, the entire group, including the assistant, everyone except her, gagged in disgust as they imagined the horrifying sight of him wearing that bracelet, drooling and puckering his lips for a kiss. And right then, whether the rookies meant to or not, their words made him blush. Did you guys hear that? He wants to wear that girly bracelet. Whoa, so all that stuff he was doing with our guildmaster was just for that bracelet. So creepy, he thought to himself. I guess traveling between two worlds has made me more paranoid. I totally overreacted, and now everyone thinks I'm some kind of pervert. The more he thought about it, the more his mood plummeted. At this rate, my reputation is going to hit rock bottom. A moment later, his inner spirit ignited as he found a solution. Since it's come to this, I'll just change the subject. Come on, you dangerous stalker. I'm going to expose the truth about you. He then put on a devious, crescent-eyed smile as he asked her, Ah, so how did you know Bexiel's name before? Did you investigate me or something? Haha. But his smile quickly vanished when she replied, it was right after that. I just heard people talking about it. At the gate, I heard someone say, let's go, Bexiel. His face went even more blank as the notification confirmed it was, again, close to the intention. She's telling the truth. The air between them was now dead silent, but after a moment, his brain started working again. She's telling the truth? Whoa, her intention is genuine. Wait a minute. An explosion went off in his mind. So I've been acting like a complete psycho this whole time because I misunderstood everything. Damn it. Luckily, an explosion from a nearby room broke the tense atmosphere for him. Right after, a bright red monster appeared. Parts of its body were covered in skin, while other parts were just bare muscle, making it look a lot like those human models that students study in biology class. It was the dungeon boss, and it was introducing itself. You weaklings have dared to step foot into my domain. You are all walking straight to your own deaths. Its 4 eyes sparked with red energy, highlighting its ferocious face. It cackled, what a bunch of fools. Your sins will be paid for with your lives. But it was immediately cut short by a human fist smashing into its face. It was none other than Yu Dam-deok, who was venting all his frustration, killing the boss instantly. Shut up. This left the rest of the group speechless, unable to believe what they'd just seen. Did he just one-shot the dungeon boss that easily? He took down the boss all by himself. After beating the crap out of it, he put his hands on his hips, panting heavily. While they were still staring at the gooey mess that was the boss's corpse on the ground, the guy who did it, now covered in bright green blood, walked up to the assistant and placed a friendly hand on his shoulder, suggesting, hey, don't tell anyone I was in this dungeon. Before the guy could even react, he continued, oh, and of course, everything I said is also a secret, got it? The assistant was sweating bullets out of fear and quickly replied, yes, I'll pass the message on to the others. As soon as he got the promise from that assistant, he brazenly walked up to the remaining rookie soldiers, slung an arm over one guy's shoulder and threatened, forget everything you heard earlier. She glanced at him, then looked down at the bracelet on her wrist, lost in thought, genuinely not understanding why he was so obsessed with this bracelet. Outside the dungeon, just like after any other dungeon raid, a huge crowd of people and reporters had gathered. And as soon as they saw Ju Soyul's group emerge, the reporters swarmed them with questions. It's Miss Ju Soyul, over here. As they stood among the rookies, one more person trailed behind them. It was him. The reporters kept firing off questions. Please tell us about your experience clearing the dungeon. Was it really that easy to clear the dungeon? She calmly crossed her arms and listened to their questions. She replied, as the one responsible for this, I'm just glad no one was injured during the operation. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the reporters being distracted, he ducked his head down and snuck away. He thought to himself, I really don't get the struggles hunters go through, since I just randomly got these powers and became one. But then, as if on cue, a massive building came into view, a place where hunters gathered for some kind of evaluation. He explained further, to become a hunter in this country, every one of us has to pass an official test. It's because hunters have insane power and strength. The guilds need a way to manage them. That's why you can look up any hunter's info with just a simple internet search. He thought back to his time working for the gods since he wasn't an official hunter. He was basically trespassing in those dungeons and gates, and no one knew who he was. If public opinion sours on me again like this, my reputation is going to be trashed. Pulling his hat down lower, he quickly walked on. I'll just leave Miss Yoon here and get out of here quick. But just as he was trying to push through the bustling crowd, some guy deliberately stepped in his way, making him slam right into him. He quickly apologized just to get it over with. The guy grinned and asked, Yu Dam-deok. You're Yu Dam-deok, aren't you? Hearing his full name shocked him so much he couldn't even answer. Seeing his reaction, the guy was thrilled he'd found the right person. A mocking laugh echoed above his head. Whoa, haha, it really is you, haha. He quickly looked up, only to see a teenager in a gaudy yellow patterned shirt over a casual t-shirt, taking off his sunglasses. He squinted and sneered. Hey, you Dam-deok, what's a talentless little maggot like you doing crawling around here? He was talking so damn loud that he caught the attention of all the reporters. Someone spoke up, hey, did you hear that? Another person replied, that's Yu Dam-deok. And just like that, the chatter started, even as our two main characters were still staring each other down. But what does he mean, talentless? After seeing the news, I find it hard to believe he's talentless. He lowered his gaze, silent for a moment, wondering who the hell was calling his name. Lost in thought, he was jolted by a slap on the shoulder. Not even gonna say hi after so long? When he didn't say anything, the guy leaned in even closer, right in his face. Gotten a little bolder, have we? Yu Dam-deok. Hearing his words, his annoyance instantly flared into irritation as he realized who it was, cursing him in his head. Trong Dung, that bastard. What's he doing here? He remembered the old days. He was a stain on his school days, a world controlled not by God, but by people with a hell of a lot of money. He remembered being beaten until his face was swollen, sprawled out on the ground. His eyes were puffed up in pain, but he still managed to glare at him, the guy who was just smoking and laughing, enjoying the show. Haha, idiot. Let's go. He grabbed the hand that was still on his shoulder, shoved it off, and stayed silent, acting as if nothing was wrong. But things were different now. The situation had changed, and he had a plan to get past these assholes. Facing him again, he gave a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Does that filthy mouth of yours come with being from a rich family? Those words made the guy's eyes bug out in shock. What did you just say? As he spoke, he violently yanked his hand away, his voice dripping with jealousy. Ah, so a punk like you gets a little famous and suddenly thinks he's hot stuff, huh? Then, he used a few fingers to flick the brim of his hat up, his posture oozing with cocky, sly mockery. I saw on the news you cleared some dungeons and even destroyed some gates. He smirked and continued his taunt. But it's all useless, you know. Before he could finish his sentence, he ripped the hat right off his head, laughing and shouting maliciously, as if to make sure everyone could hear him. You bastard. You're just talentless, you get it? At least come up with a more believable lie. Ha ha ha. The reporters were hooked, leaning in to catch his booming voice. Clearing dungeons? Destroying gates? Give me a break and say something I can actually believe. Haha, how could a talentless maggot like you pull something like that off? By now, the bastard was yelling so loud that almost everyone had heard. His worst fear was coming true. The crowd's chatter grew even louder. Hey, did you hear that? He lied about clearing the dungeons? Didn't you say you couldn't find his info on the Hunter website earlier? Is he really talentless? He frowned, annoyed. This is a mess. Just as he was trying to figure out what to do, a savior arrived. She slowly walked over and snatched his hat back from the obnoxious rich kid's hand. Both of them stared, stunned, as Ju So-yul dusted off his hat before handing it back to him. Watching her every move, the rich kid tilted his head curiously and asked, What's your deal with Yu Dam-deok? Why are you protecting him? A talentless piece of trash like him? She shot him a sideways glance and replied, Being talentless doesn't make someone trash. And another thing, are you prepared to take responsibility for your words? Her comeback only made the rich kid even more pissed off, and he started yelling louder. Responsibility, my ass. Do you even know him? I know everything about him. He pointed a finger right in his face and screamed, He's an idiot. He's just a talentless nobody. Suddenly, he noticed she was looking at him. She just kept staring without saying a word, and he had no idea what she wanted. Looking at her, he wondered, Is she expecting me to do something? But she just kept staring at him, so he guessed she wanted him to prove his strength. That's not hard. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was suddenly filled with confidence. He took a light step, then leaped onto a nearby bus. Seeing this, the guy's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped, unable to believe what he was seeing. Talk about being stubborn till the end. That was this rich kid to a T. He was not only blind but pig-headed too. The more shocked he got, the louder he yelled. There's no way you have that kind of talent. You bastard, you're just a worthless piece of trash. But listening to him whine and curse was getting exhausting, and he didn't have the time or the need to explain anything to him. He cleaned out his ear with a bored sigh. I don't need to deal with him. It's just a waste of time. I'm out. Despite the guy's furious protests, hands on his hips as he kept screaming, Hey, where the hell do you think you're going? He reached over and turned off the 5 a.m. alarm on his phone. After that whole showdown with the rich kid yesterday, the incident had been bugging him. He decided to head to the headquarters today because, after that mess with Trong Dung, he realized he needed to get certified as a hunter as soon as possible. As he bent down to tie his shoes, he thought, good thing I heard about the hunter exam being held in the capital. I already made my own plans on the down low. But the second he stepped out of his house, a car was already waiting for him. Curious, he walked over, and the window slowly rolled down to reveal. You Ju Soyul, she asked, you on your way to the hunter exam, right? Get in. A little while later, they arrived. He got out of the car with a friendly vibe and, at the same time, left Baexiol in her care. Man, getting here was a breeze, thanks. The place they'd arrived at was a massive island covered in lush green trees. But there was one thing he totally didn't expect in this crowded hunter exam area. Ju So-yul tagging along. But wait a sec, she was petting Baexiol all affectionately, and the little guy was totally loving it, looking like he was in heaven. He just stared blankly, like, why the hell did Ju So-yul follow me here? A little baffled, he just had to ask, can the future heir of a guild really be this casual? Yep, she looked really dressed down today, wearing a white baseball cap and a black jacket, holding Baexiol in her arms. With the affectionate way she looked at Baexiol, anyone would have just thought she was a girl taking her pet for a walk. She answered him. I'm not busy today. He was pretty surprised by her answer. She was probably always so formal before, which is why he followed up with, hold on, why the sudden change in how you talk? She answered casually, you're the same age as Jung Hyuk, right? That means we're the same age, too. So why can't we be friends? A blue notification popped up. Approach target with good intentions. After hearing her explanation and the system confirmation, he thought, sweet. What else can I say to that? Suddenly, a voice came over the loudspeaker. Number 1117, please proceed to the physical examination area. So he told her, that's my cue. I'll be back soon. Take care of Baexiol for me, okay? At that moment, she was giving the creature a nut, which it held adorably with its two front paws. Watching her every move up till now, he found it hard to trust her. So he just kept watching and observing her. I know she's here for a reason. She then gave it another nut. Ignoring his stare, she didn't do anything suspicious besides feeding Baexiol nuts. And since all of her intentions were showing up as good, it probably wouldn't be a problem. The announcer called out number 1117 again. We will now begin your examination. Please note that you may only use the equipment provided for the test. A moment later, he had changed into the provided outfit and was stretching his arms to see if it was comfortable. The loudspeaker was basically the test proctor. It told him what to do. We will now begin testing your lower body strength. He got into position and grabbed the handles to lift the weights. He'd barely lifted it when the speaker blared again. Number 1117, increased to maximum difficulty. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with shock. What the hell? We just started, damn it! While pouring all his strength into his arms, he silently cursed this stupid-ass test. This is supposed to be a basic physical exam? Then, a snarky voice cut in. That's why you should know your place, haha. This time, a red notification popped up, warning, malicious intent detected. The guy just kept muttering his garbage. That's a whole ton. No human can lift that. He thought that scummy voice might belong to. Yep, same old look. Jung Hyuk appeared right in front of him. He pointed to the watch on his wrist and gave him a smug grin, totally ready to bust out laughing if he failed this test. The main villain himself was giving commentary. If you know what's good for you, hurry it up, my friend. Haha, don't you know you'll be automatically disqualified if you can't lift it? Hearing him talk was pissing him off so bad, he gritted his teeth and silently cursed his full name, Jung Hyuk. After that thought, he took a deep breath, calmed himself down and said, at first, I was just planning to get my license and leave quietly, but he secretly activated the energy flowing to his legs. While that jackass kept running his mouth, trash like you belongs in the garbage can, got it? He decided it was time to unleash his real power, easily lifting that 1-ton weight. The loudspeaker announced he had passed the lower body strength test, achieving 6 stars. Looking totally relaxed, like it was nothing, he lifted the bar with 4 plates on it with just one hand. It spoke again, upper body strength, 6 stars. Full body strength, 6 stars. It confirmed he'd passed as he pulled 3 giant wheels tied by chains around his waist. He also aced the whack-a-mole test, nailing every single one with the hammer. Speed, 6 stars? As the announcements of his successful tests rang out one after another, that guy was now completely terrified, unable to believe his eyes. No way. So he grabbed the test manager by the collar and screamed, "Hey, stop this thing right now." The manager stammered, I'm sorry, sir, but we can't stop a test unless there's an error." Furious, he shoved the manager to the ground, clenching his fists and screaming, "How is that not an error? You think that's normal?" But by then, the first test was already over. He relaxed his body and listened to the loudspeaker's final evaluation. The basic physical examination for number 1117 is complete. Final score tally. Upper body strength, 6 stars. Lower body strength, 6 stars. Combined upper and lower body, 6 stars. Flexibility, 4 stars. Full body strength, 5 stars. Agility, 5 stars. Reflexes, 6 stars. That is all. Number 1117. Please proceed to the next examination room. The next area was a glass-domed building on a huge chunk of rock jutting out of the sea, completely cut off from the mainland. The old geezer of an examiner announced, "I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all the potential hunters who successfully passed the first test." The old man continued cheerfully. "This next test will evaluate a skill that is absolutely essential for becoming a hunter, your teamwork." Then, the examiner pushed a button. Instantly, the circular stone platform they were standing on began to sink, splitting the contestants into teams. He was randomly put on a 4-person team, while the old man shouted an additional warning. "You are not permitted to use any equipment other than what we have provided. Pay attention." He looked down below the platform and saw countless yellow monster eyes staring up at them. It was doubtful any of them were still listening to the old man's instructions. "Pay close attention. Even if you kill another group's monsters, it will not affect your team's score." And the second they spotted the humans, these catfish-headed monsters couldn't contain their excitement. They let out a bizarre shriek. "Scree!" Then they crouched and leaped, launching a surprise attack on the contestants. One of them charged at a bald contestant who was taken by surprise, but he quickly raised his sword to block the attack. He thought he could hold his ground, but out of nowhere, the monster slammed its foot on him, pinning him to the floor. It let out a massive roar, about to bring its sword down and slice the bald dude in half. Seeing he was about to die, he squeezed his eyes shut, covered his face, and screamed for help in utter despair. At the same time, our guy rushed over. Luckily, his teammate jumped in and blocked the downward sword strike. Then he ordered the other contestant, "Can you get up?" He knocked the monster's sword aside and added, "I'll handle this thing." He immediately counterattacked, ramming his sword into the monster with all his might, leaving a hole in its body and killing it on the spot. But it wasn't over. He heard another one of his teammates scream. More catfish monsters were attacking, and his teammates were getting overwhelmed, so he dropped to one knee, pulled his sword back in a ready stance, glared at the monsters, and decided to wipe them all out in one go. And he did just that. Moving at top speed, he took out countless catfish monsters with a single slash. Seeing that, his teammates were totally shocked. The blonde girl blurted out, "What the hell was that?" The monster corpses were piled up in front of them. The other guy replied, "Did number 1117 seriously kill them all himself? Thanks to him, we passed this test with no sweat." But contrary to their celebration, that bastard Dung Ak appeared above the monsters on a round energy platform. Seeing our MC get stronger and stronger made him burn with jealousy, and he gritted his teeth in anger, so he decided to use a blood-red potion. He shook the liquid in his hand and poured it straight into the mouth of that dead catfish monster. It instantly came back to life, its eyes filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. It targeted him to attack, but a red notification immediately popped up, warning him of the danger. An intense, murderous intent has been detected. So when he looked around, he saw the catfish monster charging at him for a strike. He instantly raised his sword to block the blow. However, because the monster was juiced up on that blood-red potion, it easily sent him flying. And while he was struggling to defend himself, his teammates screamed, "Shit! One of them is still alive!" Those sounds caught its attention. It turned its glowing red eyes toward them. It changed direction and charged. In a flash, it grabbed the blonde girl who had just shouted and smashed her head into the ground. As for the other teammates, the bald guy and the rest fared no better. They were quickly taken down by that single revived catfish monster. It roared triumphantly, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a killer's lust. It happened so fast he was stunned into silence. No, just as he was worrying about his teammates, a voice boomed from above. "All participants except for number 1117 have failed the test." He immediately looked up and saw that scumbag Dung Ak, the guy who'd stop at nothing to screw him over, grinning like an idiot and lifting his sunglasses to talk to him. "You can't earn any points without a team. You still want to continue?" He cursed Dung Ak under his breath. "This bastard." That guy smirked and continued, "I told you, you should stick to your own league." Right then, he was trembling, holding back his rage as he looked at his brutally killed teammates. "I know this isn't right," he thought. "To think he'd pull this kind of crap just to make me fail." And with that, he silently decided to raise his sword. Sitting up high with his chin in his hand, Dung Ak called out as he started to walk, "Hey, where do you think you're going? You're not going to give up, are you?" Seeing no response, he switched to taunting him. "It's useless without teammates anyway." He yelled back, "Shut your mouth." Right after, he activated his divine power and focused it through his entire body, retorting, "You bet your ass I will." And in a split second, he sliced that revived catfish monster to pieces, passing the test and becoming a top-tier hunter, no problem. But that wasn't all he was after. He sheathed his sword, then immediately wiped out all the remaining catfish monsters, attacking the other contestants in the area, aiming to save as many people as possible. I'll finish every last one of them. The tip of his sword touched the ground, marking the end of his rampage. I'll finish every last one of them. With both hands on his sword's hilt, he stood tall before the piles of dead catfish monsters. Even if I don't get team points, I still get individual points, right? I think I earned the necessary 200 points when this stage only required 100, correct? He then looked up at the two of them and asked with a smirk, "Am I right?" The old examiner and Dong-ak, standing on the energy platform, were totally stunned. The old man knew he couldn't make things difficult for him. He glanced at Dong-ak, who was also frozen and speechless, and then made the announcement. Ahem, the results of the second test are. However, a warning siren suddenly blared. Emergency announcement. All personnel in the testing room, please proceed to the nearest shelter. A massive tsunami has been detected near Dokdo Island. It is heading this way. Hearing the announcement, everyone in the arena, including the old examiner and that rich prick Dong-ak, started to panic. The warning siren wailed as everyone in the arena scrambled to get the hell out of there. He looked up at the ceiling where water was pouring in through circular openings, frowning in confusion. I need to know what's going on. He crouched down, striking a cool pose to launch himself upward. The blonde dude standing on the magic circle next to him was shocked by his action. He stumbled backward, nearly falling, and blurted out, "What the?" Startled, Dong-ak fell flat on his ass and yelled at him, trying to stop him. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? That's dangerous." He leaped out of there through the circular exit above, then looked back in shock at the place he just came from. Raging waves were crashing in, so powerful they were shattering the sturdy flood walls nearby. He stared wide-eyed, sweat beading on his forehead. Is that a tsunami? He thought to himself, if I don't do something to stop it, everyone in there is going to die. Everyone below was in total chaos, covering their heads to shield themselves from falling debris and running for their lives. Piercing screams echoed everywhere. Just when he didn't know what to do, a reward notification screen appeared in front of him. Sender, Persephone, sorry to have kept you waiting. He looked up in surprise. A reward? He eagerly scrolled to see what he got, muttering a prayer for something useful. Something even a little useful? Just a little would be fine. He was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling as if he'd struck gold, and he exclaimed, "Perfect wave splitter!" SSS-RANK wave splitter is a swordsmanship technique rumored to be so sharp it can split a tsunami clean in two. Baexiol rushed in from outside, tugging on his jacket, wagging its tail and rubbing against his leg to get his attention. He stopped what he was doing and turned his head in surprise, asking, "Hey Baexiol, what are you doing here? Where's Du Seo-yoon?" But before he could finish, another seawall shattered, and water rushed in, cutting his conversation short. He clicked his tongue. "Screw it, that's not important right now. Baexiol, get ready." Yu Dam-deok commanded Baexiol to transform into a sword. He raised the sword, activating the new skill he'd just gotten. A powerful golden energy immediately wrapped around his entire body. The system notification popped up. Wave Splitter, SS-RANK, has been activated. He struck a cool pose, ready to swing the longsword, and instantly, the wave was sliced in two. He was ecstatic, totally celebrating his achievement. "I did it, I really did it." But then it was like a bucket of ice water was dumped on his head. He barely had a moment to celebrate before the warning siren blared again. "All contestants, please evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. There is a high probability of a second tsunami approaching. I repeat, all contestants, please evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately." The warnings echoed in his head, making him sick with worry. Sweat poured down his face. What the hell? Why does this keep happening? Can I even stop it again? The sky turned clear again, and the ocean waves lapped gently, like dancers moving softly to nature's music. He and Baexiol stood there watching the peaceful scene, but he felt a knot in his stomach he couldn't explain. Was this the calm before the storm? Suddenly, a notification sound snapped him out of his thoughts. A screen appeared with an urgent job posting. Employer, Poseidon. Position, aquarium repair team. The aquarium's barrier has cracked, causing continuous tsunamis in the human world. Please apply immediately. He was instantly lost in thought. Continuous tsunamis in the human world? So, all of this came from the God realm? The screen flickered, editing the job post. Why hasn't anyone applied? This is an emergency. He figured if the job was this urgent, the tsunamis wouldn't stop until the repairs were done. I already got back the stuff the dwarves stole from me, and Persephone is always looking for a way to ditch me. Gods are such a pain in the ass. He casually picked up a shirt that had been dropped on the ground, ripped off the one he was wearing, and threw on the new one, grumbling to himself as he hit the accept button. Damn it, what choice do I have? If I want to live, I gotta go. A moment later, he was transported to a magnificent, glittering underwater palace. The place was meticulously decorated. Schools of fish swam all around, and even the seaweed was used as part of the decor. While he was busy checking out a stone statue in front of him, a man's voice yelled from behind, "Hey, who are you?" Startled, He whipped his head around, and the second the guy saw him, his expression did a complete 180. He flashed a brilliant, milk-white grin and shot him a thumbs up. "You're Hephaestus, aren't you?" The blacksmith god, Hephaestus, with his tan skin and ridiculously buff, muscular body, walked over and ruffled his hair like they were old friends, laughing gleefully. "I knew I'd see you again." Getting his hair messed up like a little kid pissed him off, but he forced himself to put up with it. The god bent down, pointing at Baxiol perched on his shoulder, and exclaimed in amazement, "Whoa, the moon fox has gotten this big already?" Annoyed at being pointed at, she just turned her back on him, pointedly ignoring him. Realizing he was being snubbed, the god sulked and turned away, on the verge of tears. "Even now, she still hates me." Seeing him look like he was about to drop dead, the kid awkwardly tried to explain, "She's just shy." But as he glanced at Baxiol pretending to be asleep, he couldn't help but wonder, "That's weird. Was she really that fond of Du Seiyun?" He changed the subject, asking, "So, what are you doing here anyway?" Hearing his name, the god whipped back around, tear and snot streak still on his face. He immediately straightened up, put his hands on his hips, raised a clenched fist, and looked super smug. "What a stupid question. How can you do repairs without a blacksmith? You came at the perfect time. We're seriously short on manpower." He turned to the side, his voice growing serious as he explained the situation. "All right, I'll brief you on the current situation before we get started." He motioned for him to look. "Over here." They both looked in the same direction. This spot is cracked, so water is leaking into the human world. To us, it's just a small leak, but to humans, it's a freaking great flood. Looking at the crack, he asked, "How did the barrier get cracked in the first place?" The god glanced in another direction and replied, about that. "See that thing over there? That annoying gate. You close one and another one just pops up somewhere else." He followed his gaze, totally confused and suspicious. "What the hell? The gates aren't created by the gods, are they? They're like dungeons, so I'm pretty sure they are created by the gods. What the hell are these gates anyway?" Just then, Baxiol, who had been faking sleep, suddenly woke up. As if she'd spotted something, she sat up and started nudging his face. He had no idea what she was trying to tell him and snapped in annoyance, "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" And that's when he noticed what she was trying to warn him about. "What the?" A strange phenomenon was starting to appear around the gate. It quickly formed a vortex that shot right towards him. He took a step back, throwing up an arm to shield himself. While he was complaining, "This freaking god realm. Why is there always so much crap going on?" Hephaestus yelled out a warning. "I'll handle it. Grab onto something. If you get sucked in there, you're toast." Before he could even finish his sentence, Baxiol was sucked into the vortex. He turned and screamed, "Baxiol!" trying to stop her from being pulled in. The god immediately unleashed his power, creating a fiery magic circle. From within it, a massive arm appeared, connected to him. When Hephaestus threw a punch, the giant arm shot forward, aiming straight for the gate. He was pouring all his strength into controlling the massive arm, creating a blazing hot space beneath the gate, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Seeing this, he could only stare, completely stunned by the power of the blacksmith god. A highest grade god was on a whole other level. He was shocked to see black smoke begin to envelop the area Hephaestus had just created. A hand with razor-sharp claws emerged from within it. Then, hundreds, thousands of merman-like monsters started leaping out. Their faces were so ferocious that he was frozen for a few seconds. Even the gates of the gods have waves of monsters. The god cursed again in frustration. "Damn it." Then he snapped his fingers, and a longsword materialized. He yelled over to him, ordering, "Grab your sword. While I hold back the gate, I'm leaving the monsters to you." He took the sword, muttering and complaining to himself. "I thought this was supposed to be a repair job. Why is my luck always so trash?" You rush forward, absolutely furious, screaming, "I seriously need a bonus for this crap." You go ham, slicing through one monster after another, even counting them off in your spare time. A system notification pops up. Intuition skill has been activated. You feel it too, and spot one of them trying to ambush you from behind. It smashes its fist into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But to you, the thing is pretty slow, so you dodge it easily. Still, that just makes you even more suspicious. No way. I hit it with divine power, and it just tanked the hit? The beast stomps forward, each heavy step looking like it's about to crack the ground. It aggressively closes in on you. "You disgusting Olympus scumbags, I'll rip you all to shreds." You realize something is off, but you can't quite put your finger on it. You blurt out in shock, "What? It can talk? Something's not right with this guy. Aren't the monsters from the gates supposed to be the weak ones?" You stare at the monster in front of you. It's got 4 bared fangs, drool everywhere, and its eyes are just solid white. You tighten your grip on your sword, ready to defend. You look at the horde of monsters striking all sorts of poses in front of you and mutter nervously, "This is looking real dangerous for me." From behind, the sound of a ton of frantic footsteps catches your attention. You whip your head around and see an army of mermen looking exactly like the monsters from before charging right at you. You're terrified and about to fight back, but they just rush right past you and start attacking the monsters coming out of the gate. A totally chaotic battle breaks out. You just stand on the sidelines, watching everything unfold without jumping in, totally confused. They're the same species, but they're fighting each other. Then you spotted a blue trident tattoo on their shoulders. I'm guessing these are Poseidon's reinforcements. Man, I was worried I'd have to face those things by myself. They're super strong. A merman monster with a red mark on its shoulder tries to jump you while you're distracted. But since your intuition skill is active, you spot it easily. You let it get a little closer, then send it flying with a single kick. But if I'm fighting them one-on-one, I can probably handle this. The moment you swing your sword, the system chimes in again. Skill activated. Horizontal slash E. Vertical slash C. You use vertical slash C and aim right for its head, but the monster blocks the attack. You're a little surprised. You grit your teeth and pour everything you've got into your next attack. It wasn't a fluke that he blocked my first hit. Even with my divine power, all I can do is leave a scratch. You keep slashing at the thing, but it's completely unfazed. You have to admit, these things are seriously tough. Now it's the monster's turn to counter. The merman finally speaks up. Playing with you this whole time has gotten me really bored. Its expression darkens, looking totally evil. Stop resisting and just die. You're not one to back down, either. You ready your sword, preparing to strike first, and reply with a smirk. Oh really? Then try blocking this one. Activate skill, part the waves. You unleash your ultimate skill, but you're not just aiming for this one guy. Your target is the entire horde of monsters that came out of that gate. The second you unleash the attack, the other monsters are just as stunned. Everyone stops their epic 300-round brawl mid-fight and whips their heads in your direction. A nearby pillar gets caught in the blast, letting out a loud crack as it starts to split. It doesn't take long for that pillar to snap in half. The monsters' bodies and heads are sliced in two, sent flying by some invisible force before they crash to the ground. You let out a sigh of relief, slinging your sword over your shoulder, but you don't forget to taunt them. Who's next? You've beaten them so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them, but they still don't know when to quit, and start cursing you out. You damn bastard! They all charge at you at once, screaming, "Kill him!" You couldn't care less. Activating your divine power, you shout back excitedly, "Bring it on! My next move is coming right up." Just as you're getting hyped, a system warning pops up. Insufficient skill points for Part the Waves, SS. The smile on your face completely vanishes. Huh? What the? Just when things were getting good, the system has to go and kill the mood. You start throwing a fit, yelling, "Hey, come on, everything was going so well." They're already right on top of you, and this is no time to be messing around. Your eyes practically bug out of your head as you scream for mercy in total desperation. Wait, I surrender, but they couldn't care less. Just as they're about to finish you off, a bullet flies out of nowhere and hits one of them in the arm. Its eyes go wide as it glares around, looking for whoever dared to ruin its fun. It growls and backs off. A hail of bullets comes flying in, and you, completely broken, drop to your knees and quickly crawl away. The person who just showed up is Duovist, and he's got a gun aimed right at them. You stinkin' fish, who the hell do you think you're messing with? You turn to see who just saved your hide, overjoyed that you managed to keep your sorry butt alive. He's got a cigar clamped in his mouth, and his face is as black as thunder. He pulls the pin on a grenade with his teeth, lobs it at them, and says in a loaded tone, "Fish is best served fried." The second the grenade leaves his hand, it explodes. A terrifying explosion rocks the entire area. Your jaw drops as you stare in amazement and blurt out, "Duovist." He walks up to you, his expression doing a complete 180 from a moment ago. He flashes a grin. "Sorry I'm late to the party, sir." After shielding yourself from the force of the grenade, you realize something. The monsters didn't take any damage. They're still alive, but they seem more scared of the pressure coming from Duovist's crew. The dwarves. They're here. Duovist is just chilling on a wooden crate, smoking his cigar and holding a massive iron hammer. Two of his lackeys are standing behind him, each holding a different kind of gun. They're basically shirtless, showing off their bulging muscles and rock-hard abs. One of the angry merman monsters switches its target to the newcomers, growling, "Humph, you filthy rats, I'll rip you to shreds." The second the words are out of its mouth, it lunges into an attack. One of the shirtless lackeys, who's got a big gut, scowls and aims his gun at the approaching monster, taunting it. "You got guts? Then bring it on, you stinkin' fish." His eyes go wide when he sees what the monster is holding, and he blurts out in disbelief, "A rock!" While he's distracted, it hurls the rock straight at the hand holding his gun. But he's quick enough to block it with his gun hand, managing to keep his grip on the weapon. He curses through the pain. "Son of a bitch!" He aims his gun at it again, but before he can even pull the trigger, the thing leaps up and kicks him square in the chest, sending him flying. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, and the other two guys were totally stunned, whipping their heads around to see their buddy had already been wiped out. Duovis tilted his head to the sky, roaring in fury. That son of a bitch! He didn't give it a chance to even think, just gripped his hammer and charged right at it. Totally blindsided, the thing just froze, its eyes bulging. He unleashed his hammer skill, and with one blow, the monster was down for the count. My eyes went wide, totally blown away as I muttered, "Dwarven hammer. It's insanely strong, just one hit and the monster was practically buried, leaving a massive crater." Now that I think about it, I totally used that skill without realizing it when I fell into the NT River. Could that actually be my skill? I pulled up the system to check out Dwarven Hammer, and a ton of detailed info instantly appeared. Dwarven Hammer, 5 skill points. A hammer skill used by dwarves. I scanned the info and was psyched to see it didn't cost a boatload of skill points. This is perfect. The note said skill points let you use stronger skills in battle and determine how often you can spam them. It works like stamina, basically a stat just like MP and HP. Just when we thought that monster was toast, it lunged up and grabbed Duovest by the neck, growling through clenched teeth. "Gotcha, you tiny little bastard." He was choking, gasping for air, clawing at its hand but couldn't get away. The merman monster raised its arm to finish him off, roaring, "I'm gonna kill you." Seeing how bad this looked, I charged in to rescue Duovest, activating the skill I just got from the system, Skill Activates, to get its attention. "Hey, fish for brains, you're the one who's gonna die." I was all hyped up, swinging my sword, but then the damn system alert popped up. Skill cancelled. Incompatible equipment. This skill can only be used with a blunt weapon. I was just stuck there in midair, and my sword just kinda tapped the thing on the head like I was giving it a little scratch. I totally freaked out, like, who am I? Where am I? The monster, totally pissed that I interrupted its moment, spun around and slammed its fist right into my gut. You could literally hear bones crack. I didn't even have time to react before I was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind me. As I tried to push myself up, I thought, so it failed because I don't have a blunt weapon? Crap, and I don't have Bike Seal to shapeshift into one right now. I wiped my mouth, and then an idea hit me as I stared at my arm. Hold on, looking at my own hand. Couldn't this count as a blunt weapon? Right? If my combat skill is SS rank, then maybe, just maybe, I can use the Dwarven Hammer skill with my bare fists. While I was lost in thought, Duovist was already getting the crap beaten out of him, coughing up blood. I clenched my jaw and forced my battered body up. Screw it, I don't have time to second guess this. I'm trusting my combat skill. I took off like a shot, but the monster's sharp eyes caught me immediately. I threw a bare-handed punch right at its chest, but it caught my fist, its face full of scorn. Came to throw your life away? I took that chance, using my fist to activate the Dwarven Hammer skill. Dwarven Hammer! The monster was way too cocky and got sent straight to hell. After I took care of that one, another system notification popped up. SS rank, combat skill has been activated. Wait, Dwarven Hammer B leveled up to Dwarven Fist A? I stared down at my fist, grinning like an idiot. Awesome. Bexiol rushed over to my side too. I scooped her up, checking her all over and asking worriedly, "Bexiol, my little Bexiol, are you hurt anywhere?" She just grinned and shook her head like crazy, as if to say no. I held up both my fists, now decked out in a pair of golden gauntlets, and gave the order. "All right, Bexiol, I'm counting on you now." I immediately charged and decked a nearby merman monster right in the face. Then I spun around and slammed my foot into its chest, sending it flying back into its crew. But just as they caught their pal, I launched another punch, nailing all 3 of them at once. I didn't give them a second to breathe. They were sent flying sky high before crashing down, screaming in pain. I looked at the pile of them on the ground, gave my wrist a little shake, and thought, guess I can handle these guys. Meanwhile, over by the gate, the dark, evil energy just kept growing stronger. Hephaestus was struggling to contain it, yelling in shock. Why did the power spike all of a sudden? Everyone, hang on. The pull was making the ocean waves even more insane. I walked up right then and asked, "What's happening?" He was almost completely wiped out, sweat dripping everywhere, as he rushed to explain, "The gate. I can't control it anymore." Powerful whirlpools were erupting, sucking in everyone around me. Even the mermen were getting sucked in. The blood-curdling screams just wouldn't stop. "Ah, help me!" I threw up an arm to block the dust kicked up by the vortex, squinting. It broke through the gate and is going this crazy. At this rate, we're all gonna get pulled in. My eyes bugged out, and I yelled in shock as he got sucked in too. "Hephaestus! Hephaestus!" I could only watch, totally helpless, as my people got sucked in. Even Hephaestus. What the hell do I do now? While I was trying to figure out what to do, the system announced that it had detected an insanely powerful aura, followed by a non-stop flood of other alerts. Danger, danger, danger. Some shadowy figure was trying to force its way out of the portal in the sky. It didn't take long. That black energy shot down to the ground and solidified into the form of a man holding a trident. He slowly opened his eyes, locked them on me, and asked in a cold, powerful voice, "You dare to mess with my underlings? You insects." His eyes slowly turned red as he bared a perfect set of fangs, breaking into a demonic grin. The man with the trident stood majestically in the distance. The merman soldiers went wild, jumping and screaming, Lord Poseidon stopped the whirlpool." I couldn't believe what I was hearing, just standing there frozen solid. "Are you serious? That's Poseidon?" I quickly grabbed one of the mermen to get it straight. "Hold on." Even though the fish guy confirmed it, I still had a feeling something was off. The guy was radiating this dark, deathly vibe, this chilling feeling. Is that really Poseidon? The merman was wondering too. Now that you mention it, he does seem kinda weird. I had to agree. Looking closer, he was definitely a little different. So who is this guy? I started observing him again, trying to figure him out. This uneasy vibe. And that seriously intimidating tattoo. It's the exact same crap that was carved into that merman from the gate. On top of that, my gut is screaming its head off. He clenched his fists, totally on edge. This dude is seriously bad news. He remembered how the guy threatened him the second he showed up. "You dare lay a hand on my men?" The guy is using his trident to gather water, forming a massive freaking water orb. Just then, our boy spots something off about the dude. He dodges to the side, yelling a warning to the merman soldiers. He's about to make his move. Watch out. He's a total pro at controlling the water. From inside that orb, tons of light beams just blast out. Moving at insane speeds, they sliced off the merman soldiers' heads in a split second. He was flat on the ground, gritting his teeth, struggling to dodge the guy's attacks. Blood was everywhere, just completely surrounding him. The metallic stench of it hit him right in the nose, making him scrunch up his face in disgust. But that guy was just standing there, all high and mighty, his hair blowing in the wind. He covered his face with his hand, his arm trembling like he was crying. "You disgusting pieces of trash." But in reality, behind that mask, he was sporting a totally ecstatic grin. Hiding in a corner, he watched the situation unfold. His instincts told him this guy was a monster he could never hope to beat. Suddenly, their eyes met. The guy's gaze turned sinister as he bared his teeth in a grin. "Looks like there's still a piece of trash left." He aimed the tip of his trident, unleashing a massive amount of power right at him. Realizing he'd been spotted, he knew there was no point in sneaking away anymore. He shot up to his feet and started running for his damn life, trying to dodge the attack. Crap, he saw me. It's fine, I just need to use gale force. No sooner said than done. He focused his divine power into his legs and activated the skill, praying like hell as he booked it as fast as he possibly could. However, in just a flash, the guy was already right behind him. He leaned in close, his wicked face right in front of our heroes, and threatened him. "Where do you think you're going? Die, you piece of trash from Olympus." He then pointed the trident right at his face, just millimeters away from ending him instantly. His eyes went wide. "No. Damn it." Thinking he was about to kick the bucket, he squeezed his eyes shut and waited for death. But nothing. He waited and waited, but nothing happened. He only heard a massive explosion. He snapped his eyes open, stunned to see the guy had been sent flying in another direction, crashing into the corner wall behind him and leaving a huge crater. The real Poseidon had appeared. He smirked, saying one cryptic line. Neptune, you fake." Our hero, on his knees, looked up at the person shielding him. His face was just a blank slate of shock after that near-death experience, with no idea what the hell just happened. He'd grabbed the trident aimed at our hero with his bare hand. "Did you really think you could imprison me, Poseidon, forever?" Seeing that Poseidon had escaped, the guy was a little flustered at first, but he quickly regained his cool and shot back. "Poseidon, don't be ridiculous. I am also the god of..." Before the guy could even finish his sentence, Poseidon couldn't take it anymore and decked him right in the face, sending blood and spit flying everywhere. His jaw went sideways. "Shut your mouth, you bastard. The name you're using, Neptune, was originally mine, you got it?" Quick history lesson. The Greek god Poseidon was once called by a name that likely came from an Italic language. This god was known to the Romans as Neptune. Seething with rage, he landed another punch on the guy's other cheek. "How dare you impersonate me?" But the guy wouldn't back down, grabbing Poseidon's long hair and yanking it back hard. Poseidon cried out in pain, tilting his head to the sky, and furiously yelled through gritted teeth, "You son of a bitch! Pulling hair? You're fighting dirty." Poseidon grabbed his hair right back, and the guy demanded, "Take back what you just said." Our boy, just chilling in a corner enjoying the show, was thinking, "I can't believe I'm watching a fight between top-tier gods." Poseidon refused to back down, retorting, "You want to challenge me? Let's end this all today." The guy immediately accepted his offer. "Fine, you're on." Our hero just watched as the two of them kept pulling each other's hair, neither one willing to let go, and thought, "Whoa, they're fighting like little kids. This is so surreal." Poseidon looked like he was about to cry from the hair pulling, cursing angrily, "You fake! I'm going to destroy you today, no matter what it takes." The other guy was the same, baring his teeth in a grin as he replied, "You're all talk. Isn't this your 78th failure?" Hearing that jab at his humiliating past, Poseidon just gave a smug smile and replied, "That's why today I've hired a powerful god." Right then, a black vortex appeared above their heads. Seeing this, he spoke up, right on time. Our hero looked up to see who was about to show up, then glanced back at the two gods, thinking, a god that Poseidon himself had to hire. Just how strong must they be? Hephaestus used both hands to pry open the gate that had sucked him in earlier and calmly stepped out. Those monsters, using such a dirty trick. Seeing him step out, our hero thought, Hephaestus. That's right, if he's here. As soon as he stepped out, his eyes suddenly rolled back and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees. He yelled, "You think that's all it takes to bring this body down? I completely wiped them all out. Maybe my body aches from fighting after so long." Our hero watched him, his face dark as he frowned and thought, can he really do this? Hephaestus was badly injured but still managed to give him instructions. "I'm leaving the rest to you." Ju So-yul and two others also jumped out of the gate, replying, "Yes, sir." He was shocked to see her appear, stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. Ju So-yul. As the rest of the people trapped behind the gate came out, Ju So-yul immediately snapped her fingers. A flash of light slashed forward, splitting the gate in two before it shattered into 1,000 pieces. Seeing this, Poseidon burst out laughing, unable to close his mouth. But the other guy's eyes were wide with disbelief, staring in shock. He screamed in anguish, "No, my gate!" Then he turned to threaten them. "But that's not enough to beat my subordinates. How dare you do that to my precious gate?" The moment he finished speaking, he created an orb of water and launched it at her. Seeing this, our hero screamed in terror. "That move! Ju So-yul!" The guy swung his arm and a beam of light with terrifying destructive power flew out. Our hero was still screaming his lungs out, "Run! It's dangerous!" However, she completely ignored his warning, standing perfectly still, watching the beam of light fly towards her as it got closer. She created a blue orb, held her knife behind her, and launched herself high into the air. She swung her knife, landing several slashes around the guy, before making a totally cool landing. The guy just watched her dance and spin around him, then glared and reached out to grab her, but our hero was faster, rushing in to block him with his sword. He stopped the guy in his tracks. She glanced over at him but said nothing, as cold as a statue. Our hero felt like something was off. His body just moved on its own. My instincts must be totally broken. The guy had been pissed off this whole time with nowhere to vent. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Are all of you insects trying to get in my way? Just die, all of you." He pointed his trident right at the guy, but he didn't even flinch. Seeing that, she grabbed him by the collar and tossed him back like a sack of potatoes, then fired off a blast at the enemy. Hephaestus looked like he was completely recovered, storming forward and throwing a punch at the guy with absolutely no mercy. But before the punch could even land, the guy was faster, jumping back to dodge and getting on the defensive, while he was distracted and cursing. "Humph, that bastard." Another god appeared right behind him. He quickly cast his spell, creating a massive explosion. Over on the other side, she pretended to be pissed off, turning away to chew the protagonist out. "Why do you always jump in without thinking?" He felt a little guilty and asked, "Is my help annoying you or something?" She spun around, staring him down coldly. "You really think something like that could hurt me?" He was speechless, forced to just suck it up and stew on it. "She's so arrogant," he thought. "But I can't say anything back because she's right. That's the power of a god for you." She dropped the subject and turned to talk to Hephaestus. "You're back faster than before. Neptune's about to blow a gasket." The guy walked away with a dark expression, looking completely soulless. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. The protagonist overheard their conversation, his mind filled with questions. "Faster than before? Ju So-yul, who the hell are you?" But before he could get lost in thought, she quickly reassured him. "I can tell from the look on your face you have a lot of questions. I'll tell you when this is all over." Then she pulled out an intricate-looking bottle and tossed it to him. "Here, catch." He caught the bottle, not knowing what was inside, and quickly tried to analyze it. The system immediately sent him the information. Due to insufficient information, the explanation will be incomplete. Elixir of uses the power of a potion that increases the user's divine power. Her voice called out from a distance, instructing him, "Drink it and focus on the fight." He just kept staring at the potion, hesitating, so she added, "You have to be the one to finish off Neptune." He was stunned, looking up at her to confirm. "What?" She rushed forward, leaving him with just one sentence. "I'm leaving this to you." He wanted more information and shouted after her, "Wait, at least explain what's going on." But before he could finish his sentence, she was already long gone. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head in frustration. "I'm gonna lose my mind. Why is all this happening so suddenly?" She charged forward without a word, relentlessly slashing at the guy with her knife. However, he didn't seem to have a single scratch on him, so she started aiming for his legs. Right then, Hephaestus also rushed in to attack with her, aiming straight for the face. A massive explosion erupted. He lay motionless on the ground, but everyone knew there was no way he could be taken down that easily. So they were a bit spooked and didn't dare to act rashly. The mage god wanted to end it quickly, leaping up to deliver a fatal blow to his head. Suddenly, the guy's arm moved again, grabbing the mage by the neck and slamming him into the ground. He was knocked out cold on the spot, turning the tables in a spectacular reversal. Hephaestus charged in and got the same treatment, getting beaten to a pulp. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with terror. No way. They were taken down in an instant. Does Ju So-yul really expect me to finish this monster? Poseidon, who had been MIA until now, finally appeared, scowling. The look on his face said it all. I'm in a bad mood, so don't even think about messing with me. Neptune, so he's finally been caught? The protagonist had zero confidence, thinking, what could I possibly do to him? I can't. He kept denying his own abilities, backing away, when he carelessly tripped over a rock. The noise gave away his position. The guy was now completely corrupted, glaring over at him with pure killing intent and contempt. You pathetic god, you ruined my body before. Now I'm going to rip you to shreds. With that, he looked ready to explode, scowling and screaming as he created a purple sphere of water in his hand that radiated immense power. The protagonist stood frozen to the spot, not even thinking about trying to escape. His arms hung limply at his sides as he waited for death, looking as if he was ready to give up his life without a single regret. Ju So-yul rushed in and shoved him out of the way. What the hell are you doing just standing there? The image of the enemy was still burned into his vision as he snapped out of it. Huh? Ju So-yul, covered in scrapes and blood, collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Neptune, showing no mercy at all, casually walked over and stepped on her like she was an ant. His expression turned sinister. How foolish. You would have lived if you had just run. Did you really think some miracle would happen if you saved that bug? The bug he was referring to was Yu Dam-deok, who had been pushed aside by her. He stammered, Ju So-yul, why did you? She had come to, trying to drag her pained body toward him, her voice weak. Of course. However, not giving them a moment to talk, he stomped hard on her shoulder, making her body tremble in pain. That guy is far more amazing than you think. In the end, you'll die at the hands of the very god you look down on. He couldn't believe she thought so highly of him and quickly shot back. What are you talking about? How could I possibly win against a demon like that? Even though she was in so much pain, she could have died. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. She smiled encouragingly. Yu Dam-deok, you can do this. I believe in you. The system screen displayed a line of text. The subject's intentions are entirely benevolent. Memories that he thought were long buried in his mind suddenly came flooding back. Those days of being isolated by his friends, with no one to hang out with, where all he could do was endure it and sulk home alone. Powerless. Your future is decided the moment you're born. Those people born with special talents. Even though I lived among them, I had to experience a completely different life. On that lonely walk home from school, I'd see the silhouette of my mother standing at the end of the alley, smiling and waving, welcoming me home. But still, there was one person, my mother. The only person who believed in me told me that talent wasn't everything. Thanks to my mother's encouragement, I tried my absolute best not to get left behind. And then came the day I was saddled with my uncle's debt, and the only person who had ever believed in me also left. One day, while I was enlisting in the military, my mother came to see me. She knelt down, crying and begging. I'm so sorry. It's my fault you have no talent. It was because of her that I realized all those words of comfort were just her way of easing her own guilt. The emotions I felt back then weren't anger or sadness. The only thing I felt was relief. Isn't this better? So, I can finally give up. If no one believes in me anymore, it also means that no one can be disappointed in me anymore. That pathetic excuse of mine, that I worked so hard and got nothing back, it makes me sick to my stomach now. I've run away once before. I had nothing back then, but I still broke free from those chains. The suffering of your past entered this world. You were given a power that you wouldn't even dare to dream of. And here, you even met friends who believe in you and stick by you when things get rough. It's different now. I have people who believe in me. I have a chance. A notification popped up. Blessings are enveloping your body. He pulled the potion Ju So-yul had given him out of his pocket and chugged it without a second of hesitation. The system announced again. Divine power is surging within you. He tossed the empty vial to the ground, his whole body overflowing with life force, and calmly put on his confident face again. Ju So-yul, you're really something else. He made up his mind. This time, I'm not running away. He shot forward like a gust of wind, got to her side, and gently placed her in a safe spot. Rest up. I'll be back soon. That guy was pretty shocked, having no clue when he'd slipped past him, then watched him leap down from above for a sneak attack from behind. But who do you think he is? He spotted it instantly, summoned his sword, White Snow, spun around, and aimed the tip right at the guy's face. It was just a hair's breadth away from his eye. The guy quickly jerked his head back as the sword grazed his face. He could feel power surging through his body. At this rate, I've got a shot. The two of them charged at each other, trading blows. Neither was willing to give in, both thinking they could crush their opponent. One explosion after another ripped through the air. Seeing his fearless, damn the consequences attitude was starting to piss the guy off. He gritted his teeth. Don't get so cocky just because you got a tiny bit stronger. The trident in his hand flew forward, knocking the sword out of his hand. His eyes widened, and he clenched his teeth, forced to admit one thing. Sure, I've gotten stronger, but the gap in our power is still huge. Damn it. Even so, I can't let him push me back. He thought of Ju Soyul, injured and waiting for help, raised his fist, and channeled his divine power into a punch straight to the guy's jaw. How could that dude have ever expected him to be so reckless? He got his face smashed in, teeth and lips busted and bleeding everywhere. He unleashed every last bit of power he had, seizing the moment to let out all the anger he'd been holding back for so long. Faster. I have to be faster. Even faster. He kept pummeling him relentlessly, not giving him a single opening to counterattack. Blood sprayed from the guy's body like a downpour. His eyes were filled with pure hatred, as the sickening thud of his fists hitting flesh echoed over and over. Don't even let him breathe. He was trying to stall for time until White Snow came back. The guy was seeing stars from the beating, screaming in agony. But then, he suddenly threw his head back, gearing up for a counterattack. His eyes burned with a killing intent so fierce it could kill you on the spot. He spewed a massive fireball from his mouth. He stopped, kicked the guy away, and jumped back. The guy focused his power into his hands again, screaming at him, "This time, I'll kill you for real." He felt a flash of panic, seeing how insanely fast he recovered. Right at that moment, White Snow returned. A ground-shaking explosion went off. Yu Dam-deok was sent flying by the force of it, but luckily, White Snow had formed a shield to block the blast. He got his bearings and saw the guy manifest a gigantic arm, the trident reappearing in its hand. The guy glared down at him and sneered. "You think locking me down like this is actually going to work?" Poseidon suddenly let out a roar. "Water dragon, attack!" And instantly, a massive blue dragon appeared. Its face was absolutely ferocious. It charged toward Neptune, who was about to make a move, opened its massive jaws, and swallowed him whole, sending up a huge spray of white foam. He was sure of it. Finally, he'd dealt with the bastard. But as the sea foam slowly cleared, it revealed the guy looking like a piece of burnt fish, battered and broken, but absolutely seething with rage. Same old trick. He created a blinding orb of light, his voice dripping with impatience. "All right, I'll end this all." He unleashed a devastating attack, a wave of pure white light that blinded everyone. From inside the sea foam, he answered confidently, "I'm not letting you end a damn thing." Looking at the notification window, transfer all of your divine power into Wave Slash, he raised his sword, preparing his counterattack. Kindness isn't something you use to prove a point, but even a total moron can understand what it's like to be looked down on your entire life. This is the first time anyone has ever truly believed in me, so there's no way in hell I'm gonna let her down. While he was busy fighting the guy, the commotion woke her from her unconscious state. Just as he swung his sword, a blinding light erupted from the blade, slicing straight through the guy and splitting him in two. The system notification popped up excitedly. "Congratulations! You have defeated the forgotten god, Neptune. An unnamed goddess has smiled upon your victory. You have fulfilled the conditions for evolution with that final blow. Through the final blow, you have received power from the forgotten god, Neptune." One notification after another began to stream in. Moon Fox level 0 became Moon Fox level 1. Moon Fox has leveled up. He was completely stunned, unable to believe this was real, panting for breath. I did it. But that final attack seemed to have drained every last drop of his energy. His vision started to blur before he finally passed out cold. Yu Dam-deok slowly opened his eyes. The hazy figure of Poseidon gradually came into focus. Seeing him, he shot right up, asking in a daze, "Huh? What the hell?" Poseidon, sitting comfortably in a chair, casually replied, "So, you're awake? While you were unconscious, I healed your wounds and restored your clothes for you." He looked himself over from head to toe, seeing that his wounds were completely gone, just like the old guy said, but then he realized he couldn't move his hands because they were tied behind his back. He thought to himself, "My hands." The old man sat with his legs crossed, continuing their earlier conversation. "First, I want to say that I am incredibly grateful to you for defeating Neptune for me. However, putting that aside for a moment, let me ask you something." All this while he was forced to sit on the floor, his arms tied up and aching like crazy. The old man paused for a second, glancing down at him while cradling an orb of power, savoring the massive energy flowing through him. "Thanks to you taking down Neptune, most of his power has returned to me. However, a piece of that power was lost when you landed the finishing blow. It may only be a fraction, but it's still powerful enough to either reshape the order of this world or plunge it into total chaos. The system sent out an alert. Intuition has been activated. Killing intent detected. The subject's intentions are malicious. The old man's eyes glared, glowing blood red and burning with killing intent as he growled. So, I'm asking you, what do you plan to do with that power? A dark, demonic aura poured off of him, like something straight out of hell, leaving the kid sitting on the floor totally clueless as to what was happening. The system also provided more information on the old guy. Poseidon's talent, Eyes of the Deep, is seeing through you. He could feel the malice in those words, a chill running down his spine. He thought, the talent, Eyes of the Deep, is he testing me? Flat out lying to this guy is definitely a death wish. Besides, with this killer aura he's giving off, he'll probably murk me on the spot if he's not happy with my answer. After thinking it over carefully, he slowly explained, from the very beginning, I wasn't targeting Nepen for his power, but if you'll allow me, I will do everything I can to become a god that everyone will acknowledge. The old man was stunned, not expecting such an answer, and repeated his words with a frown. A god that everyone will acknowledge, huh? He thought to himself. It feels like I'm looking at my past self, as if I'm witnessing the birth of a new god. He smirked and replied, you're pretty straightforward and honest. That annoying gate has been destroyed, and I was lucky enough to meet a smart god. There's no reason not to celebrate. He stood up excitedly and ordered his subordinates, prepare a feast. At the party, the merfolk gathered in groups, chatting excitedly. A blue-haired god held a glass of wine, smiling and talking. The white-haired goddess raised her wine glass to her lips for a sip, surrounded by merfolk guards. He had been released and was walking around as if looking for someone. Suddenly, he spotted the person he was looking for and walked over to Ju So-yul. She was standing with her arms crossed, observing the lively party, the only one standing alone and lonely. He walked up and said, there you are, we need to talk. She just glanced over her shoulder without answering. He didn't give up and continued to ask, Ju So-yul, who the hell are you? While he was talking to her, Baexiol, who was on him, suddenly got excited upon seeing her and immediately leaped into her arms. He was trying to have a serious conversation with her, and yet this little simp abandoned him for a pretty girl, leaving him furious but helpless. He yelled his head off, hey, Baexiol, this is important. Why'd you run over there? Hurry up so I can talk to her. She was also a bit surprised by its actions, but still opened her arms to catch it and stroked it like a pet. As for the little furball, it completely ignored his words, pretending to be asleep in the beautiful girl's arms, acting like it heard nothing. His jaw dropped, and he was completely speechless, wondering to himself, look at that little punk, acting all high and mighty just because it leveled up a bit. You don't even give a damn about other people. So why are you so into Ju So-yul? Suddenly, a blue-haired girl bumped into him but didn't even bother to apologize. Following her was a crowd of beautiful girls who also came to surround her, their faces showing clear admiration. In just a moment, the other girls had blocked his way, giving him no time to talk to her. Stunned by the scene before him, one of the girls happily asked her, Ju So-yul, what are you doing here? He stood on the outside, trying to squeeze his way in. Hey, I was in the middle of talking to her. Whether it was intentional or not, the girl in front raised her elbow and hit him right in the cheek. He could only cry out in pain. Hey, wait a minute. The voice of the girl from before rang out again. Thank you so much for last time. Another girl chimed in. I saw how you dealt with the gate. He still refused to give up and tried to negotiate with the girls. I was talking to her first. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder from behind, followed by a man's voice. There you are. He was startled to find it was Paul Sidon. He cheerfully threw an arm over the kid's shoulder, lifting him up and carrying him away. Before your shift is over, we've got a lot to talk about. Like a fish on a chopping block, he struggled helplessly, screaming at the top of his lungs. No, I refuse! When the girls surrounding her saw Sir Paul Sidon approaching, they all dispersed, leaving her alone. But she didn't step in to stop him. She just stood there and watched, letting the old man drag him away. The man began his sales pitch. Blunt, I like it. Want to work for me? She mouthed to him. We met earlier than expected this time, but let's succeed together in this life. He was carried away, screaming, until he disappeared from sight. She opened her system window, which displayed all of her information. Ju So-yul, human class, mid, tier god, symbol, god of reincarnation, god of rebirth. Rebirth number 1869. Talent, clairvoyance. Divine power, 376,500. Martial arts SS, spearmanship SS, medicine SS, archery SS, marksmanship SS, cooking SS, architecture SS. Special skills. Plum Blossom Sword, Technique SS, Devil's Whisper SS, Sure Shot S, Golem Shield S, Angel's Wings A, Heal B. Nicknames: Hero of Xiao Village, Destroyer of the 30th, Floor Demon King, Conqueror of Golems, God of Reincarnation, God of Rebirth, Rebirth number 1869. She whispered, This life, It took forever to finally clock out and get back to the human world. It's located on a lush island surrounded by the sea. What a beautiful view. The words of the certificate issuer still rang in his ears. Well done. You have passed all of your tests. Congratulations, this is your hunter certificate. He had finally passed all the exams, holding the 6-star hunter certificate in his hand, feeling pretty pleased with himself. I finally got it. My own hunter certificate. Not to mention a 6-star rating on my very first try. Hunters across the universe are ranked by stars. This ranking system goes from infinity down to 9 stars. Currently, there are no 9-star hunters in Korea, and there are only 13 hunters with a rank of 5 stars or higher. This meant that the pressure of being a 6-star hunter was unimaginable. Dungak was being dragged out by 2 huge, beefy security guards, screaming his head off. No, never, daring to enter a gate and a dungeon without a certificate? Are you guys really just gonna let a criminal walk away like that? He flinched and turned to see the murderous look on the guy's face, thinking to himself that he hadn't changed a bit, still pretty pissed about my success. The guy was still struggling to break free from the 2 guards, threatening, "Let me go, I'll kill all of you." Annoyed, he turned and walked away, sighing in frustration. What a pathetic bastard. My ears can't take this anymore. As he was walking, he suddenly glanced at Baexiol sleeping soundly on his shoulder and wondered, whoa, Baexiol feels heavier. Did it get bigger? Come to think of it, Baexiol leveled up too. What if it keeps growing and one day becomes independent? He remembered the times it was with Ju Soyul, and how Baexiol seemed to really like Ju Soyul too. Nah, no way this adorable little guy would do that. How could you ever follow her? He nuzzled his cheek against it, enjoying its soft fur, and asked, Baexiol, you like me more than Ju Soyul, right? While he and his pet were playing around, she appeared wearing a tracksuit and a cap, leaning against a wall with her arms crossed. You seem to be in high spirits, but that won't last long. Follow me. As promised, I'll tell you everything the things you need to know and what will happen in the future about the end of this world. Ragnarok. Bright sunlight streamed down on the trees lining both sides of the road. A car was speeding down the mountain road. Sitting inside, Yu Dam-deok asked curiously, no matter how I look at it, you're just really weird to me. He put his hands behind his head and looked over at Ju Soyul, who was driving. Who are you, for real? She kept her focus on the road, glanced at him, and replied, is that what you're curious about? She slowly began her story. A year ago, somehow, a window for part-time jobs for the gods just suddenly popped up in front of me. And thanks to the rewards from those jobs, I was able to get stronger and become a mid-tier god. After that, I got a talent called prophecy, he asked. Stunned. Prophecy? She nodded. Yeah, prophecy. I can't see everything, but I saw a horrifying vision of the future, that a war between the gods is going to break out soon. Sometimes, the names of the gods are different depending on the mythology. Like Zeus and Jupiter, Poseidon and Neptune, Eros and Cupid. He sat beside her in silence, hanging on her every word. People usually think those names just refer to the same god, but they're actually different gods with different names, unlike the gods who exist because of humanity's worship. The gods who were forgotten in the past will come to take back their names. She paused for a moment, then continued. Through the gates, they use them to boost their own power. A gate is basically a place for the ancient gods to farm power. After the ancient gods regain all their energy in the gate, they'll clash with the current gods to reclaim their names, and eventually, the apocalypse Ragnarok will begin. Hearing this, he was completely thunderstruck, his eyes wide with shock. Wait a sec, so you're confirming a gate has appeared in the human world too? That's right, she explained. To give humanity a fighting chance, dungeons were created in a similar form to gates. They were made to train humanity. He suddenly remembered what the god Thor had told him, now it's time for you to create your own experiment for humanity. It's a training area to help people prepare for the disasters to come. He gritted his teeth in anger and shot back. A training area? Ever since the dungeons showed up, countless people have been maimed, or even killed, and you're telling me they're just some damn training area? While they were being created, the gods should have. She cut him off. You've already seen Neptune. You should get it. Neptune backed off because he couldn't use his full power yet, and even then, that guy was that strong. A gate is a place that even gods have a hard time resisting. The more energy the gods manage to gather, the harder it becomes for us to stop the disasters at the gates. It's a hell of a task for humanity. For the gods who have to prepare for the apocalypse, it's just as tough. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. So if Ragnarok breaks out, not a single god is going to step up to protect the human world. Obviously, humanity still doesn't know a thing about this. They just think the appearance of gates is a normal occurrence, like a traffic accident. Focusing on the road, she posed a hypothetical. If a being like Neptune suddenly showed up in the city, the entire surrounding area would be wiped out in an instant. He seemed to get it now, thinking to himself, so that's how it is? Now all the pieces are starting to fit together. The appearance of dungeons, talents, and skills similar to the gods' powers, and the items that drop after you defeat monsters, it's all just like a game. All of this was the god's final gift to humanity. Just thinking about it made him unbearably angry. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Damn it! So in the end, humans still have to fight for their own survival? If even gods can't stop the gates, how the hell are humans supposed to? Her gaze was steady as she met his eyes in the rearview mirror, reassuring him, I'll help you. You can do it. In the future I've seen. You faced the gates and protected the world, so I'll do everything I can to help you become that person in the future. He froze for a few seconds as their eyes met. She pulled the handbrake, stopping the car. We're here. Startled, he replied. Oh, we're here already? He opened the door and got out of the car, apologizing. I was so out of it, I didn't even realize we'd arrived. He turned his head and said with a smile, Thanks for the ride. Suddenly, his eyes widened in bewilderment when he saw a crowd of reporters waiting for him. Breaking news! The new 6-star hunter, Yu Dam-deok. The reporters rushed forward, swarming him. Oh, he's here. Yu Dam-deok is here. Get ready. A young reporter quickly asked, Can we please get a short interview with you? He turned back, looking for an answer from her. Hey, Ju So-yul, are we even in the right place? I think you brought me to the wrong spot. He yelled angrily, Hey, didn't you say you were going to help me? A system notification appeared. Your fame is increasing. Your divine power is increasing. While he was completely surrounded by the press, she drove away. Leaving him all alone, he yelled after her, Get back here, Ju So-yul. 1 month later, on the TV news, look everyone, that's Yu Dam-deok, the 6-star hunter who has cleared 3 dungeons in just 1 month. And this time, just like the others, he completed it without a single casualty. As the person who has cleared the most dungeons this month, he's accumulated items worth millions of dollars. He grabbed the remote and turned off the TV, laughing mockingly to himself. Being this famous isn't all it's cracked up to be, but I guess it's a good way to raise my divine power. Still, even when nothing's happening, those reporters are always hounding me just because I'm a 6-star hunter. He flopped down on the sofa with a sigh, then suddenly shot back up. Oh, by the way, Snow, did you know you have your own fan club? You're famous without even trying. Snow couldn't care less, just rolling around and playing by itself. Just then, Ju So-yul's voice rang out. Well then, you should try working harder. That fame will soon become your strength. She stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the door. The battles to come will be much harder. As foretold by the prophecy, if you lose faith in the future and let yourself spiral into despair, the future that awaits will probably be even more horrific than we can imagine. So, are you still going to face that cruel fate? The system displayed a question. Your divine power has exceeded 25,000. Do you wish to accept Apollo's request? Yes. You looked totally bummed out and said, I'm not sure what I should do, but the end of the world, that's just not fair. Looking like you'd made up your mind, you added, I get it now. I'm not going to sit around and do nothing anymore. She smirked, as if she knew that was his answer all along. I knew you'd say that. The two of them stepped into the teleportation circle, and strange symbols began to appear. Let's get going. To the world of the part-timers for the gods. Apollo snapped his fingers, his long hair flowing in the wind as he struck a pose, trying to look all cool and stuff. Welcome, my little fledglings. You should consider it a great honor to be a part-timer for the great Apollo. Yu Dam-deok was teleported by the system to Apollo's location. Seeing the god striking a pose, his jaw dropped and he totally freaked out, thinking about how he could see the sun right in front of him. It was so bright. Apollo, basking in the praise, got even cockier. He tilted his head, smiled, and replied, Of course it's bright. It is my representative, after all. You couldn't stand his over-the-top confidence and just gave a weak laugh to end the conversation. Ah, yes. He took your response as agreement and laughed, totally pleased. You think so too, huh? Even the sun chariot is gorgeous because it resembles me. It has such smooth curves, just like my body. Even so, it's still not worthy of my perfection. You felt your eye twitch as he hit you with an insane question. Have you heard about just how perfect I am? Ju So-yul just stood to the side, letting out a massive sigh like she was already used to this. He was starting his bragging routine again. Ever since I was born, I've just been getting more and more perfect. After the two of them had greeted him and gotten the job, she took the reins of the sun god's chariot while you sat beside her, chilling and complaining. How can he just praise himself nonstop like that? Is he, like, a total narcissist or something? Thank God it's morning. She gripped the reins tightly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I was this close to just punching him. Totally the opposite of her, he answered all enthusiastically. Still, it's kind of fun, isn't it? She had no clue what he was talking about and just scoffed. Fun? What's so fun about it? It's always just building dungeons or training dogs, but it would be way better to do something actually worthy of a god. He looked totally stoked but played it cool, like it was nothing. When am I ever going to get another chance to pull the sun? She read you like a book and asked seriously, Hey, you don't actually think this is the real sun, do you? You answered honestly. Even a kid would know it's not. She explained, This is just a fake sun created by Apollo's power. They just fly in a loop across the sky to match up with the sunrise. Deep down, you were thinking, honestly, a part of me already knew that. But for real, it's not like I knew for sure, so it's okay to be a little bummed. But having her just call you out like that totally ruined the fun, and your face scrunched up. Then why the hell is he even doing this? She glanced over at you, then at the sun ahead, then her gaze drifted down to the mortals who were looking up, mesmerized, as the sun chariot flew past. It's because if we do this, people will believe in and worship the sun god. This way, it increases his divine power. And that's how Apollo became the sun god. You took the reins to drive the chariot, blurting out your shocked theory. What? Isn't this just a scam? She replied calmly, as if it had nothing to do with her, and admitted, yeah, it is a scam. He's just a con artist who feeds on people's faith. She closed her eyes and reassured you. You don't need to worry about it, though. Just focus on your job. You remember the reward for this part-time gig, right? She took the reins back from you and spurred the horses on. So let's just hurry up and finish this pain-in-the-ass job. The horses startled and let out a few neighs. You were enjoying the fresh air up there, looking all around and complimenting her. Wow, Ju So-yul, you're a pretty good driver, huh? Have you driven a chariot before? She answered with total confidence. Of course. I've done this part-time job countless times. I could do it with my eyes closed. You were shocked, hearing this for the first time. What? This isn't your first time doing this gig? Apollo didn't seem to recognize her, and she was surprised by your reaction. She broke into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, most of the time he's a little slow, but he's being surprisingly sharp this time. He might figure out I'm lying. So, she threw all the blame on Apollo. Of course he wouldn't remember. He only cares about himself, after all. So even after all the countless times I've been here, he still doesn't remember. The chariot was speeding through the air, and the two of you were so busy talking you didn't even notice the hairy monsters blocking your path right in front of you, and you flew straight into them. They quickly dodged, surrounding the chariot. It was a pack of vibrant, furry dogs, their bodies radiating scorching hot fire in the middle of the air. No one had messed with them, but they came looking for trouble anyway. It seemed like they weren't actually planning to attack, just letting the chariot fly past them. You got a notification. The intuition skill had been activated. Those dogs were still tailing you, not giving up yet. You whipped the horse to make it run faster, yelling anxiously, "What are they doing all of a sudden?" She looked back, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. That's weird. There usually aren't any sunwolves on this route. You gasped in surprise. Sunwolves? Are they like hellhounds or something? A notification popped up. Special skill, Alpha Dog, has been activated. She stood up, ready to challenge them, and handed you the reins. All right, I'll fight them, so take this. But before she could even finish, you shot her down. No, let me fight them. She tried to reason with you. Yu Dam-deok, this is way above your level. If you touch a sunwolf's fur, it'll burn you right down to the bone. But you were dead set on your idea. Still, to get as strong as the prophecy says I will, I need to be able to handle a pack of wolves like this. Baexiol transformed into a sharp sword, and you grabbed it and leaped from the chariot. You jumped onto the back of the chariot, and before taking on the sunwolves, you shouted to reassure her. Besides, I've got a plan. You swung your sword at them, but they dodged it easily, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. You held the sword up in front of you as if to prove your point to her. Watch closely and see how I win. Another slash flew out, making them howl in pain. The wound wasn't deep, but it was the opening you needed to attack. Seizing the opportunity, you lunged at the nearest one and grabbed its head. Thick black smoke started billowing from your hand. He could feel the heat coming off its body and thought, damn, its fever broke, but it's still burning up. The system popped up again. Power of the water god. The blessing of the waves will envelop your body. He was skeptical. Power of the water god? The blessing of the waves. The heat was gone. All right, with this power, I can do this. He placed his hand on a dog's head, activating the Alpha Dog skill. Another notification appeared. Special skill. Alpha Dog has been activated. Number of dogs following you, 33. After activating the skill, the dogs that had been aggressive just moments before were now as tame as if they were under a spell, obeying his every command. He smirked, crooking his finger cockily. All right, just one more to go. She stood on the side of the carriage and saw him messing with the dogs like he was Baexiol or something. Her eyes wide with disbelief, completely speechless. She let out a sigh of relief as memories of the two of them, from the moment they first met, flashed through her mind like a movie reel. He really is something else. When I first met him, he was just a total clown who couldn't do jack squat. But no matter how hard things got, he just kept pushing forward. To anyone else, it probably looked like he was just spinning his wheels. Seeing the images of him fighting monsters to complete quests, she couldn't help but respect his ability more and more, over and over again. He just kept grinding away, bit by bit. He never stopped improving himself. To get this far after 1,869 failures is insane. She adjusted her cloak, a determined smile on her face, completely sure of her prophecy. It's not anyone else. You're the only one who can kill that thing. I was reborn. For this one single reason. Just for that. Meanwhile, he was stroking the wolf's soft fur and it was licking his hands. He then gave the order, "All right, Son Wolf 1 and 2, you're gonna stick with me and help me chase off the rest." The two wolves obeyed, following behind him and waiting for the command. The two wolves stood on either side of him, baring their teeth and glaring at the remaining pack. They weren't afraid of a single one of them. After getting the order from him to advance, my little puppies, they immediately charged straight ahead. They pounced on the others, their mouths wide open, biting them like crazy, not letting go even after they started bleeding. Standing in the back, watching them tear each other apart, he said, "You're all confused because your own friends suddenly attacked you, aren't you?" He raised his sword, preparing to attack, a wicked grin on his face. "I'll make sure you guys are all friends again soon enough." The wolf that got ambushed was thrown back, its eyes wide, and then another one went down. He sat on the back of a wolf as the notification popped up again. The special skill Alpha Wolf has been activated. 2 more of them got hit. He shouted excitedly, "2 more! The number of dogs following you is now 40. The pack of wolves behind him grew larger and larger, and they pushed forward with their momentum. All right, time to tame the rest of them. Notifications appeared one after another. Congratulations, the number of dogs following you has surpassed 40. The support skill for the special skill Alpha Wolf has been unlocked. He was completely floored. A support skill for Alpha Wolf? A notification explained the skill in detail. Alpha Wolf support skill, Howl. You can now gather all the dogs you have tamed. No matter what you say, they will obey with absolute loyalty. Sitting on a wolf's back while scrolling through the notification screen, he thought deviously. So I can gather every single dog I've tamed, huh? Besides the ones I've tamed, the hellhounds aren't very useful right now, but what would happen if I summoned them? Watching them fight would probably be pretty entertaining, right? Just as he was having these dark thoughts, she cut him off, saying, "Hurry up and tame the rest of them." The scariest thing isn't when they're alone. It's when the sun wolves feel threatened, and they merge into one. Her words snapped him back to reality, but it was too late. They had already merged, forming a giant wolf that charged in to attack. It had barely opened its mouth when a massive fireball shot out, hurtling towards them. Even the wolves he had tamed had to tuck their tails and run from that kind of power. He was trapped on both sides, not knowing what to do, when a huge explosion went off, leaving the sun god's chariot charred black and split in two, shrouded in a cloud of smoke and dust. She was already on the horse from before, yelling angrily. "You spaced out again at the most critical moment." He was dodging the flames, calling out "Ju So Yul." She shot him a reproachful look. "I seriously can't take my eyes off you for a second. If you get it, then hurry up, we don't have time." She grabbed him by the collar and pulled him onto the horse she was riding. He was still worried about his mission, struggling non-stop. "Wait, Ju So Yul, what about the sun chariot?" She struggled to pull him up behind her on the horse and explained, "Both that giant sun wolf and the sun chariot have fallen into the village below." He was stunned and blurted out, "Huh?" She patiently explained to him, "I didn't want to say this because you'd just start overthinking things." The moment that giant sun wolf appeared, all the surrounding villages were already in danger. So evacuating the villagers is the top priority. Ever since those fire wolves appeared, they'd been destroying everything, breathing fire and burning down the village, causing everyone to panic and scatter. Wherever they went, fire followed, and some people who couldn't run fast enough were killed instantly. Heart-wrenching screams echoed everywhere. They spared no one, rampaging through the whole place. A girl tripped and fell to the ground. He walked over with his sword and said gently, "Go hide, quickly." The explosions kept going off. The girl was stunned for a moment, then scrambled to find shelter. He moved as fast as the wind, facing the beast head-on. He leaped up to attack, but it seemed he was outmatched. He struggled to hold on, and seeing an opening, he stabbed his sword into its belly. Blazing with fury from the sneak attack, its eyes were as red as blood. It opened its mouth, which was as big as a cave. The slightest mistake, and he could be swallowed whole at any moment. He smirked as if he'd found its weak spot. "Even if you sun wolves combine, I bet you've got no chance against a Cerberus." Its mouth was about to clamp down on him, but he didn't flinch or show any fear at all. He stared right into that drooling mouth full of sharp teeth and commanded, "Hold it down, Zeus." He raised the sword in his hand to the sky, his gaze firm. "Now, it's time to end this." A terrifying explosion erupted. An old man shielded his eyes from the dust and stared coldly at the stranger, asking the person behind him, "Who is that kid? Just appearing from the sky and taking down that monster so easily." She didn't hide anything and revealed his identity. "He is Yu Dam-deok." The old man was stunned to hear that name. "Ah," he uttered. She repeated herself. "That person... No, the name of that god is Yu Dam-deok." The old man watched his silhouette from a distance, the hero who saved everyone, leaning on his sword with both hands, basking in his achievement. He frowned and muttered, "Yu Dam-deok." She smiled, her voice tinged with envy. Good grief, he's hogging all the glorious spotlight. Meanwhile, our boy was happily crossing his arms, with Bakeseol playing on his shoulder. He praised Seuss, the wolf he had tamed. Good job. You're being a good boy now, so you should take responsibility for your battlefield, don't you think? It didn't object and quietly went to clean up the aftermath. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, clenching his fists and yelling furiously. Hey, you guys over there! You dare slack off when I'm not looking? They jumped in fright and scrambled back to work. After everything was settled, he plopped down on a nearby patch of grass and started complaining. I swear, they'd just sit around all day if I didn't watch them. The white-haired old man from before approached him and bowed politely. Lord Yu Dam-deok, we are truly grateful to you. On behalf of the entire village, I would like to present you with this gift. He got flustered when the old man called him a god, and even more so when he knelt down before him. He was completely at a loss, not knowing how to handle the situation. He frantically told the man to get up. It's really fine. Besides, this whole thing happened because of our carelessness. Please, stand up. The old man looked up but still refused to stand. No, it is because a god has shown concern for us. We sincerely thank you for the mercy you've shown us. So from now on, we will show our gratitude to you every month with our lavish offerings. The man started showing his devotion by praising him to the high heavens. All hail the god Yu Dam-deok. All hail the god Yu Dam-deok. By the time the man looked up again, he had already bolted, not a trace of him to be seen. He frantically yelled, "Oh, divine Yu Dam-deok! Oh God, where have you gone? Oh my God!" He ran in fear to a deserted place, leaning against a pillar, gasping for breath. What kind of crap did she spread for everyone around here to act like this? Either way, I'm in deep trouble. The scene is in a dense forest, and he started complaining again. The chariot was completely destroyed, so it's useless now. The chariot's artificial sun was also eaten by the sun-devouring wolf. We still have a week left on the part-time job for Apollo. What are we supposed to do? She didn't seem the least bit worried, replying simply, "What do you mean? What are we gonna do? We'll just make a new one." He shot up in disbelief, getting in her face with a ton of questions. Make a son? I don't even have an artistic bone in my body. She, a head shorter than him, looked up and shot him down. Not you. She looked away and said cryptically, "He's someone you know very well." The person she was referring to was the blacksmith god, Hephaestus. Yu Dam-deok and Shu Yun had just left the village and were discussing asking Hephaestus to create a son. Yu Dam-deok was lost in thought. Hephaestus? Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok asked her, "You must have a ton of money, right? How else could we ask him to make a son?" Shu Yun replied casually, "Money? Don't have any." Shu Yun's words left Yu Dam-deok a bit stunned. As soon as he snapped out of it, Yu Dam-deok immediately shot back at her. "Are you insane? No matter how close you are with Hephaestus, asking him to make a son without paying him is." Shu Yun cut him off. "Just shut up and follow me." Yu Dam-deok was pissed off by what Shu Yun said. Walking behind her, he yelled, "Then how the hell is he supposed to agree? I bet Hephaestus will turn you down flat. Come on, let's make a bet. The loser has to grant one wish for the winner." Contrary to what Yu Dam-deok thought, Hephaestus's reaction was the complete opposite. He burst out laughing and agreed immediately. "Ha, sure, of course. I owe you more than I can count. This is nothing." Hephaestus was still laughing his head off and said, "Just give me 3 days." From a distance, Yu Dam-deok looked on in utter shock that Hephaestus had agreed so easily. He thought to himself, what the hell does he owe her to agree to make a son for free? The scene changes to outside the temple, with Shu Yun and Yu Dam-deok, one in front of the other. Yu Dam-deok spoke up from behind Shu Yun. "You said you wanted to talk? What was so important we had to come all the way out here?" Shu Yun tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "You said the loser has to grant the winner one wish, right? Before I tell you what I want, I have to tell you this." Yu Dam-deok was a little surprised but replied, "All right, what is it?" He thought to himself, why is she making the mood so damn creepy? Shu Yun turned back seriously, crossed her arms and looked at him, saying, Yu Dam-deok, to prevent the prophesied end the war among the gods, you have to start gathering priests. Yu Dam-deok repeated her words in surprise. Priests. Shu Yun explained it to him. Once a lesser god's divine power surpasses the 50,000 threshold, they gain the ability known as the Call of a God. That ability allows you to summon priests at any time to fight alongside you. Yu Dam-deok asked her skeptically, You've got to be kidding me, right? Yu Dam-deok shot back, I can't just go around announcing that I'm actually a god. I'm not even a real god. Shu Yun's face remained serious as she looked at him and said, Even so, you still have to do it. You can't stop the war by yourself. Shu Yun continued to explain to him, But you can gather priests from other dimensions. In the prophecy, you and 12 priests will stop the war. Yu Dam-deok was a bit flustered, touching his forehead and saying, Whoa, hold on. I can't process all this information. Not just 1 or 2, but 12 of them. Yu Dam-deok stood facing her and asked, "What do you mean by other dimensions?" The wind howled, carrying leaves along with Shu Yun's voice. "Right now, you can only work part-time on this continent." But Shu Yun continued, explaining to him, "If you keep accumulating divine power, you'll soon be able to take on part-time jobs in other dimensions." Yu Dam-deok thought to himself, "Other dimensions? Working for Greek mythology is already exhausting enough." Shu Yun's voice continued, but the scene changed to a classroom with a white-haired boy. She spoke comfortingly, as she knew he was worried. "Don't worry too much. The priest from our dimension. They'll be more than happy to help you." Suddenly, Shu Yun's expression changed. She smirked and said, "Ah, and you did say you'd grant me one wish, didn't you? I just remembered." As the sun shone from over the mountain onto the land, the people all looked up at the sky, kneeling down to bow. One of the men looked up at the sky and wondered, Yu Dam-deok, who's that?" The long-haired man turned and said, "Oh, you don't know? He's the god who defeated the sun-devouring wolf in the next village over." They looked up at the sky where a chariot was passing by with a sign hanging on it. One of them said, "Looks like the god Apollo really treasures that guy to hang his name on the chariot like that." Meanwhile, at the front of the chariot, Yu Dam-deok's face was beet red with embarrassment. He turned and yelled at Shu Yun, "I know you want to raise my divine power, but this is way too embarrassing." Even though he said that, Shu Yun's face remained calm as if she didn't care. Shu Yun glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "You did say you'd grant any wish." Shu Yun started speaking again. "Our goal is to unlock the Call of a God ability through this part-time job." Shu Yun and Yu Dam-deok were driving the chariot, a large source of yellow magical energy trailing behind them. Shu Yun continued, "In the time we have left, we have to raise your reputation as high as possible." Yu Dam-deok shot back, "Well, you don't have to do it like this." The early morning light shone through the temple's window. Yu Dam-deok sat on the floor and opened the system panel to check it. On the system panel, it read, "SSS-RANK sharpshooter successfully purchased." Yu Dam-deok looked at the system screen and smiled, thinking, "All right, this will help me in long-range battles." He remembered the fight with Neptune, thinking that back then, he only had Wave Cutter, so facing Neptune was really tough. "If I had made one mistake, I probably would have died." Yu Dam-deok's finger touched the system screen, pressing the status space tab. "Now then, I guess I should check how much divine power I've earned." Yu Dam-deok stared at the system screen and said, "I seriously lost sleep over that stupid sign." Yu Dam-deok yelled out, "Huh?" On the system window, his divine power was at 50.01. The second item, unlock the ability Call of the God. The third item, only those overflowing with fear can register as a priest. Yu Dam-deok's eyes flew wide open, his body trembling as he gaped, unable to believe what he was seeing. He thought, "What the hell? How did my divine power jump this much? That freaky thing actually worked." Yu Dam-deok never expected that sign to boost his divine power so damn fast. Suddenly, a figure peeked out from behind the system window and said, "What are you doing?" Apollo's sudden appearance made him jump out of his skin and scream, "Gah! You scared the crap out of me." In contrast to Yu Dam-deok's shocked expression, Apollo just laughed cheerfully. Apollo smiled, holding out a hand to help up the still-dazed Yu Dam-deok on the ground. "The main system can't be peeked at by others, so what are you so flustered about?" Yu Dam-deok finally calmed down, taking Apollo's arm. He thought, "The main system? Is he talking about the status window?" Yu Dam-deok let out a nervous laugh. "Ah ha ha, right." Apollo kept his smile, looking at him fondly as he asked, "By the way, did something happen?" Yu Dam-deok answered, "A few sunwolves attacked us, but I already took care of them." What he said seemed to surprise Apollo a little. "Oh?" Apollo raised a hand to cover his laughing mouth. "You mean those annoying wolves? Nice." Apollo put his hands on his hips, still smiling gently. "In that case, I'll hook you up with a special service and a little gift." The mechanical system voice announced, "Received Apollo's self-healing skill." Yu Dam-deok stood still with his eyes closed, letting Apollo transfer the magic. Looking down at his palm, Yu Dam-deok said, "Self-healing?" Apollo clutched his head and laughed out loud. "Yep, you only get that skill if you're a truly sincere part-timer." Still laughing, Apollo said, "There are tons of gods who would kill for this skill, you know? How about that?" "Ha ha!" Apollo's laughter woke up the little fox curled around Yu Dam-deok's neck. Yu Dam-deok reached out, happily petting the little fox. "Oh, Bexiol, you're awake? Since you're up, let me borrow some of your power for a sec, okay?" The little fox immediately opened its eyes and let out a cry, "Wee." A stream of golden energy from the small white fox transformed into a dagger in Yu Dam-deok's hand, making even Apollo go, "Ooh." Yu Dam-deok used the dagger to slice his finger, drawing blood. He thought, "First, I gotta test this skill." The mechanical system voice announced, "Activating self-healing skill." The wound on his finger slowly began to heal. He thought, "It's kinda slow, but it still heals completely. Yu Dam-deok looked at the healed wound and remarked, "Pretty neat." The little fox, Baek-seol, gently licked the healed spot on his finger. Yu Dam-deok laughed, speaking affectionately to Baek-seol. "Baek-seol, are you licking my hand because I used you to cut myself?" In his arms, Baek-seol looked at his wound with a bit of worry and let out a small "why." Apollo leaned down to look at Baek-seol, impressed. "It's a mythical creature that can turn into a weapon? Damn, that's impressive." Baek-seol growled at Apollo from Yu Dam-deok's arms, looking like it was about to bite him. Apollo ignored it and looked up at Yu Dam-deok. "You have a taming skill, don't you?" Yu Dam-deok stroked Baek-seol to calm it down while thinking of his other two creatures, the hellhound and the sun wolf. "Yeah, I guess so." Yu Dam-deok looked at Apollo and asked him, "Why do you ask?" With a weary look, Apollo replied, "There's been a pretty annoying problem lately. I'm trying to figure out how to raise it." Apollo stroked his chin, exasperated. "I'm so over it, constantly biting and chewing on my son." Apollo's eyes flashed. "I'm trying to figure out how to raise the sun wolves." To Apollo's jaw-dropping amazement, Yu Dam-deok summoned a sun wolf. Apollo thought, "I've never heard of any god capable of taming a sun wolf." Apollo watched in awe as Yu Dam-deok petted the sun wolf, marveling to himself, a mere mortal who can do something the other gods can't. Apollo watched the sun wolf happily nuzzle its chin against Yu Dam-deok's head. He then made his request. "Can you teach me how to tame them?" Yu Dam-deok said cheerfully. I don't know." Then he laid out his terms to Apollo. "Well, all right, but on one condition." The condition Yu Dam-deok made was, "Teach me archery." Most people see Apollo as the sun god, but he's also the god of art, music, poetry, and archery. The scene changes to the edge of a forest. Apollo summoned an arrow in his palm and told Yu Dam-deok, "Focus your power into your fingertips to create a bow and arrow." As he drew his bow, Apollo explained to Yu Dam-deok, who was watching from behind, "Steady your breathing, draw the bow, lock onto your target, and fire." As soon as Apollo finished speaking, he released the arrow and it went flying. It pierced a falling apple. Apollo turned back, smiled, and said to Yu Dam-deok, "That's it, easier than you thought, huh?" Yu Dam-deok stammered, "That? Easy?" He broke out in a cold sweat watching Apollo shoot. He realized he'd underestimated him because of his ungodlike behavior. But what really got Yu Dam-deok's attention was the insane distance from which Apollo had hit the target. Yu Dam-deok marveled to himself. This has to be the kind of stuff only a god like him can pull off. Contrary to what Yu Dam-deok expected, Apollo's archery training was absolutely brutal. A month had passed since Yu Dam-deok started training with Apollo in the divine realm. After a solid month of non-stop grinding, he finally nailed it. "I finally get what archery is all about." Yu Dam-deok started to recall his previous learning methods, including all the battles he'd fought up until now. "The only way I've ever leveled up my skills was by watching YouTube or copying the moves of dwarves and aquatic soldiers." As he put his coat back on, Yu Dam-deok thought, learning a skill from a god is a whole different ballgame. He began to think about combining his skills. If I combine the skills I already have with the one I learned from a god, if I can pull that off, I'll reach a whole new level. Yu Dam-deok looked up at the clear blue sky, his resolve hardening. Shu Yun appeared behind him and said, "It's time to go back." Shu Yun's face was expressionless as ever, holding the little fox Baek-seol in her arms. She said, "There's not much time left until you meet the first priest." Yu Dam-deok turned to her, smiled, and said, "All right, so where's Apollo? I want to say goodbye to him before I leave." Shu Yun, still deadpan, updated him on Apollo's situation. "He's busy playing with the sun wolves." An image of Apollo laughing and playing happily with the sun wolf flashed in their minds. Yu Dam-deok chuckled, He must be tight with them now." Yu Dam-deok's face was smug as he explained to Shu Yun, "There's one thing I learned back when I worked at an animal cafe. Any dog can be tamed if you just treat it right." Shu Yun frowned a little at his smug face and shot back immediately. "That whole thing only worked because you got lucky." Shu Yun added, "And what if it didn't?" In response to her words, Yu Dam-deok just waved his hand dismissively and said, "Then you just keep trying until it does." Shu Yun scowled at Yu Dam-deok's cheerful attitude. "You should really think about the consequences. What if this causes some huge problem down the line?" But contrary to Shu Yun's worried face, Yu Dam-deok just grinned like he'd already won. "Geez, you worry way too much. My divine power got a boost, and I even got new abilities and learned a new skill." Yu Dam-deok's tone was firm as he said, "It doesn't get any better than this." Elsewhere, in the gloomy, cold underworld, Hades spoke up. "Is the information you bring me accurate?" Hades stood before a massive window, gazing outside. Behind him, what appeared to be his butler answered, "Yes, my lord. I checked and double-checked multiple times before coming to you. I am certain he was summoned to another world without your consent." Hades' face was completely blank, but his words dripped with irritation. "How dare you? Crash!" The glass window in front of Hades shattered from the immense pink magical power erupting from him. The already dark room grew even gloomier, filled with his immense magic and rage. He spoke, his eyes burning with fury. I don't care who he is. I will kill him. Hades' pink magic had shattered the frame of the large window, carrying his furious voice with it. He will suffer for daring to defy me, the king of this underworld. That day, the sky was a brilliant blue. A skyscraper with a giant SG logo loomed before them. This was the Sangun Guild. Notification. The system chimed continuously. Your swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Your swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Huge chunks of severed logs fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Another notification popped up. Your swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Continuous slashes sent splintered pieces of wood flying everywhere. Turns out it was Yu Dam-deok, practicing his swordsmanship. Drenched in sweat, Yu Dam-deok stopped and glanced behind him. Shu Yun was standing there, completely absorbed in her phone, a cup of coffee in her hand. He started talking. Glad I can train here, but hey, Su Yun, are you sure that priest dude is even going to show up? Still glued to her phone and paying him no mind, she said nonchalantly. Just wait a little longer. He glanced at the mess of wood he'd made and continued his rant. I've been training on my own for a whole week now. And since I'm doing it alone, it's taking forever for my swordsmanship and divine power to improve. Wouldn't this time be better spent working a part-time job or something? Hello? Are you even listening to me? Shu Yun just sipped her coffee, searching for something on her phone, not giving a crap about whatever Yu Dam-deok was rambling on about. Suddenly, she spoke up. Found it. He whipped his head around and asked curiously, Found what? Did you find the priest? She started walking away on her slender legs, calling back over her shoulder. Oh no, I found a part-time job. You wait here, I'll be right back. He sputtered. You're going to get a job by yourself? Then I'm going too. Shu Yun stopped and shot him a look, rejecting his plea. No, you have to stay here. Feeling abandoned, his hair looking a little messy, Yu Dam-deok opened his mouth wide and yelled like a spoiled kid. You're just gonna selfishly do it all by yourself, aren't you? Where are you going? Shu Yun calmly kept walking, just calling back. It's a long and complicated story. He stomped his foot, putting his hands on his hips and yelling at the door like a total child. We haven't seen a single person all week. What makes you so confident telling me to wait when we have no clue when that guy's gonna show? Getting a part-time job would be better than this waiting game. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. A guy smirked at him and spoke with a voice full of scorn. Being poor really makes you love part-time jobs, huh? Anger still lingered in his eyes. He looked back curiously, thinking to himself, that obnoxious voice. No way. It was Young Ak, standing there with his hands in his pockets. A thick dog chain was wrapped around his wrist, and he was wearing a Hawaiian-style floral shirt and black sunglasses. He let out a loud, scornful laugh. It's so obvious. You pretend to be some big-shot hunter, but now that things have gotten tough, you're desperate for a job, huh? Yu Dam-deok jumped, yelling, Young Ak. As he spoke, Young Ak swaggered closer to Yu Dam-deok, the dog chain still wrapped tightly around his wrist. He kept talking as he walked, pretty predictable. Ha ha, talentless hacks like you should stick to the jobs you were made for. Yu Dam-deok just stared at Young Ak with a dazed, confused look. This again? Don't you ever get tired of this crap? Anyway, why are you at the Sangun Guild? I thought you were from a different guild. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes darkened and he broke out in a sweat, thinking, hold on, this dude, he can't be the priest we're looking for, right? Oh crap, please don't be him. Young Ak's face was a mix of confidence and mockery as he flashed a wide grin, showing off his perfectly white teeth. He said smugly, What, you came all the way here and you still don't know? He glared, his eyes visible through his dark glasses. There's a taming competition today. Duh. Glancing down at Baexiol, he sneered, What are you planning to do with that useless cat? Guess it's just like its owner. Baexiol glared back at him with pure hatred, looking like she was about to leap up and shred his face. He brought out his own pet. It was a huge, muscular dog with black fur and a spiked collar, growling and ready to attack at any moment. He smirked, holding his head high with provocative arrogance. I brought this beast back from a dungeon in Germany. It's a crossbreed with the deadly bloodline of a hellhound. You need a pet of this caliber if you want to win. He walked past Yu Dam-deok, patting him on the shoulder with a slight slouch, a grin still plastered from ear to ear. Stop causing trouble and go work your part-time job. Today's an important day. I don't have time to deal with trash like you. Haha. Yu Dam-deok was disgusted and wanted to teach him a serious lesson, thinking to himself, a taming competition, huh? The scene changes to the competition venue. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, the announcer shouted, and now, the score for contestant number 9, Young Ak. The announcer's words immediately sent the entire auditorium into an uproar. 39 points. This is the highest score ever recorded in the history of this competition. The dog lay calmly on the floor, completely relaxed. As for Young-ak, his hair was slicked back neatly, a smug smile on his face, his fist clenched, certain of his victory. He winked and smirked, looking like he had facial paralysis on one side, thinking to himself, with this beast, I could probably score even a few more points. Looking down at his imposing father standing in the audience amidst the cheers, he thought smugly, I'll use this chance to show you, father, just how amazing your son really is. A little background. His father is John Gunk, the guildmaster of Korea's #1 guild, Iris. He stood there, watching his son on stage with a stern expression, while Young-ak was lost in his own smug delusions. I'll definitely prove that I'm worthy of being the heir. The MC continued to host, a shocked expression on his face. And now for our final contestant. To describe this person, well, lately he's been the hottest topic in all of Korea. Please welcome contestant number 10. Lost in thought, he whipped his head around, curious. A massive beast's paw slammed down, its fur a blazing red-orange with razor-sharp claws that looked seriously powerful and vicious. Golden flames roared intensely around that paw. Dam-deok was dressed down in a long, dark coat, looking totally cool and calm despite the chaos and the crowd screaming their heads off. Baekseol looked like a damn firefox, its entire body covered in blazing red-orange fur, giving off magical flames and this mystical glow. That punk Young-ak's jaw totally hit the floor, completely stunned. The MC's voice boomed. We will now begin the evaluation of Yu Dam-deok's taming skill. The female judge couldn't believe her eyes, pushing up her glasses while sweating bullets, her mouth wide open. I've been a judge for years, but this is the first time I've ever seen a creature like this. The male judge was just as blown away, grabbing his notes and shouting, a fire-breathing hound. This is a completely new species. This is gonna totally shake up the competition. Young-ak was absolutely livid, his face beat red, gritting his teeth. Then some bastard suddenly slapped him on the shoulder, making him jump. That slap came from Dam-deok, getting some payback for earlier. It made him stumble, and Dam-deok's voice was totally taunting. You seemed pretty pumped up at the start. Baekseol was showing off now, draping a paw over that droopy-faced dog's neck. The dog just sat there obediently, shaking like crazy. Dam-deok whispered in Young-ak's ear. You can act all tough, but it's not doing you any good. You really think your little droopy-faced pet is gonna help you win? He gritted his teeth. You bastard. Wipe that smirk off your face. He grabbed Dam-deok by the collar and screamed right in his face. Why do you always have to get in my damn way, you bastard? Jagal Gun shot over like a rocket, his powerful white cloak billowing as he yelled. If you want to stay in this competition, shut up. Still haven't snapped out of it? Only then did the guy let go, terrified. He turned to the man, his voice shaking. Father, it's not what it looks like. The man said sternly, that's enough. Shut your mouth before I ship you off to another international exchange program. Then, his gaze shifted to Dam-deok. That kid's been a handful. On his behalf, I apologize to you. He bowed politely. It's no problem. Inside, he was totally stoked. I never thought I'd run into him here. Gun, the leader of Iris, Korea's largest guild. He gave a slight smile, patting his shoulder and chatting casually. You've grown up since the last time we met. It's been a while, Dam-deok replied respectfully. Yes, sir, it has. Young-ak's face darkened, absolutely fuming as he watched his father chat with Dam-deok. Don't mind him, he said. Just try to understand. Pretend he's got a screw loose or something. Scene change, a flower pot goes flying and shatters everywhere, followed by a curse. Son of a bitch! Young-ak was the one who threw it. He stood there, panting hard, tearing at his hair and screaming, Arg! Dad's always like this, always comparing me to some nobody who has nothing to do with me. God damn it! His eyes were bloodshot, glaring like they were about to explode with rage. Ever since that son of a bitch appeared, nothing has gone my way. Guri, holding a gaming console, asked with a chill smile, Why so pissy? Haha, he continued. You mad at someone? Young-ak shot back. What the hell, why are you so late? Guri, decked out in his school uniform with his slick blue hair, answered without even looking up from his game. Ah, I was gaming. The event ends today. Already pissed off, he just let it all out on him. Guri, you idiot, you broke your promise to Dad for a stupid game? He glared at Guri, thinking, Dad spoils him a little and now he thinks he can do whatever the hell he wants. Both of these bastards are the same. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as a plan formed. He smirked. Yeah, scumbags should just tear each other to pieces. Later that afternoon, white clouds drifted through the sunset, giving off a super soft and peaceful vibe. Down in the guild hall lobby, an excited voice rang out. Yo, So-yoon, you won't believe what went down while you were at your part-time gig. He was standing next to So-yoon, all hyped up and telling the story, but she didn't look too interested. You should have seen the look on that loser Young-ak's face. It was priceless. Ha ha ha! His hair was a mess, his eyes were wide, and his smile started to look a little unhinged. His voice was buzzing with excitement. Oh man, that felt so good. So-yun just stood there, cold and silent. All of a sudden, she glanced over his shoulder and whispered, "He's here." Dam-deok, who was still messing with his system screen, just cheerfully said, "Huh? Who's here?" The system suddenly flashed a notification. Intuition activated. Killing intent detected. Guri was already standing right behind them, and they hadn't even noticed. His hands were stuffed in his pockets, and he had a sword on his back. He asked, "You're Yu Dam-deok, right?" Before they even had a chance to turn, Guri was already reaching for his blade. He mumbled, "Man, you've already seen my brother's bad side." Dam-deok just barely caught a glimpse of Guri, who was still muttering, "Don't hate me too much for this, okay?" And bam, he whipped out his sword and slashed, kicking up a massive cloud of white dust. He smiled, his blue hair falling perfectly over his face, and said in a low voice, "It's nothing personal." He's Baekun, the top hunter in Iris. Meanwhile, Young-ak was just chilling on a sofa, leaning his head back against the wall, looking totally smug. He muttered, "Baekun, the most elite member of Iris, and the one Dad loves the most." Picturing Baekun casually perched on a pile of dead bodies, he couldn't help but be impressed. The guy was born with an SS-rank innate talent for the sword, an absolute prodigy who mastered the sword by the time he was 10. And with that arrogant, brutal personality of his, he'll beat his opponents to within an inch of their lives. Even as a kid, he had the blood of a demon in him. The smell of fresh blood is like an old friend, which is how he got the nickname Bekma, the White Demon. Thinking about this, Young-ak smirked. "You're in for a nasty surprise this time, Yu Dam-deok." Scene change. Dam-deok has already blocked Baekun's attack. Baekun looked a little shocked by this, but he instantly swung his sword again to keep up the attack. Dam-deok's bangs fell forward, hiding his eyes. He looked up, his eyes narrowed, and his tone was full of contempt. And here I was expecting more from a sneak attack. Kinda disappointing. Dam-deok lunged forward at insane speed, making Baekun start to sweat. Dam-deok shouted, "Young-ak sent you, right?" Baekun instantly fought back, swinging his sword with massive force. His stance was decisive and powerful, sending rubble flying everywhere. After the counter, Dam-deok started to get a read on Baekun's power. "Okay, I've got a pretty good idea of where you stand now." Baekun was seriously surprised by Dam-deok's skill. He'd never fought anyone who pushed him this hard. He didn't even realize when he'd gotten a cut on his cheek. He lowered his head, his face darkening, but he couldn't help but admit, "You're not half bad." He went to wipe the sweat from his face and was shocked to feel the cut on his cheek. His voice turned cold. "Ha!" And here I was, planning to finish this up fast. Dam-deok stood opposite him, a black sword in his hand in a defensive stance. Bak-van, enraged, held a sword with a brilliant red glow running along its blade and screamed, "If you're gonna blame someone, blame yourself!" Instantly, a flash of light whizzed past Dam-deok's ear. He dodged to the side in fear, but a few strands of his hair were still sliced off. Bak-van flipped midair, his right hand gripping the red sword tightly, as white streaks slashed across at an insane speed, looking like he was about to dive down. Startled, Dam-deok tried to dodge the blow by spinning his body with incredible agility. Boom! The entire scene was torn apart by Bak-van's ridiculously powerful attack. The ground shattered, and Dam-deok was sent flying. The attack wiped out the entire ground and the space in front of it. Dam-deok was blown away, his hair a mess, and a slash cut across his face, sending blood splattering everywhere. He gritted his teeth in horror. This guy's moves were so damn sudden. Without giving him time to think, Bak-van shot through the air like a rocket, closing in straight for his face. Bak-van's eyes were blazing red as he mused, "Right arm, or left arm? Which one should I chop off first?" Their eyes met, and Dam-deok was lost in thought. Damn it, this guy's a tough opponent. He's even met the first condition. He remembered Shu Yun's words. The first condition is to make them fear and respect you. Shu Yun's eyes at that moment seemed to be hiding something. There's more than one way to do it, but the easiest way is to show them an overwhelming difference in power. Bak-van charged forward, roaring in anger. "Just try running your mouth again, you bastard." He landed with an earth-shattering stomp. Bak-van swung his sword, slashing across Dam-deok's shoulder and sending blood flying. Bak-van's landing was anything but gentle. Dam-deok glanced back in pain, pissed off and utterly confused. What the hell? How can he be better with a sword than me, the sword god? Does that even make sense? How am I supposed to make him fear me? He gritted his teeth in pain, but Bak-van clearly had no intention of stopping, continuing to swing his sword and fight. One slash sent Dam-deok flying backward again. Pressing his advantage, Bak-van charged forward like a maniac, relentlessly swinging his sword. The continuous barrage of slashes forced Dam-deok to do nothing but retreat and dodge. Dam-deok seemed to come up with a plan as his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, "Facing this guy with just a sword in my hand is going to be tough. But who said I have to fight with just a sword?" Bak-van was still attacking with intense focus and ferocity, continuously swinging his sword which carried a chilling blue energy. Dum-deok drew his sword to defend, a yellow aura surrounding his blade, but he was still on the back foot. Suddenly, as Bak-van was lost in his attack, his eyes shot wide open. Dum-deok had unexpectedly sheathed his sword and raised his iron arm to block. He smirked, his gaze resolute. Bak-van was totally panicked. What is that thing? A system notification popped up. Skill activated. He grabbed a hold of Bak-van's sword, making it impossible for him to move. Immediately after, a thunderous punch landed right on Bak-van's cheekbone. He didn't have time to defend, his eyes wide, completely frozen in shock. Dum-deok unleashed the punch with his entire body's strength, a lightning-fast blow that made everything explode. This punch was called the dwarf's hammer fist. The sunset that afternoon was beautiful, with sunlight casting a soft, deep glow on the Guildhall. Below the building, the battle raged on. The ground shattered to pieces. Dum-deok yelled, "Whoa, this crazy bastard!" Bak-van took the full force of the punch to his face, his expression darkening as his head snapped back like a broken reed. Dum-deok gripped the sword, his other fist still mid-punch, but he seemed pretty surprised. "You took that punch?" Bak-van's cheek was dented, and tears welled up in his eyes as if he'd just been bullied. He whimpered through gritted teeth, "Shut up! What kind of swordsman uses his fists like a coward?" Dum-deok smirked smugly. "There's a realm you can never reach using just a sword. If you don't even know that, you're still just a kid." With one cheek already swollen, Bak-van refused to admit defeat and yelled, "Shut up, I just let my guard down." Sensing victory, Dum-deok got cocky and laughed with glee. "Oh, really? So, should we keep going? Hope you don't let your guard down again." Bak-van started to get intimidated, but his ego was bigger than the Guildhall. In a not-so-strong voice, he said, "Yeah." The next second, remembering the earlier punch, Bak-van started trembling like a kid being scolded by his mom, sweat pouring down as he cried out shakily, "Wait!" But it seemed it was already too late. A continuous barrage of punches rained down on him, making him scream in pain. The scene changes to nighttime. The night sky is quiet, with clouds and stars. A modern high-rise building stands out among the surrounding structures, and the city lights sparkle. This is Dum-deok's house. The sound of continuous footsteps echoed. Dum-deok sat with his legs crossed on the sofa, eyes closed and arms folded. He lowered his head and asked Soo-yun, who was pacing back and forth, "I left a message saying that if he got pissed, he could come find me. You think that bastard will come looking for me after I beat the crap out of him like that?" He thought back to that afternoon, when Bak-van took a severe beating, his face all swollen and deformed. Soo-yun replied calmly, "Anyone else? Maybe not. But since it's Bak-van, I'm sure he'll come looking for you first." Dum-deok looked up, exasperated, and whined, "Sigh, why does this feel even more tiring than working part-time for a god?" He furrowed his brow, his eyes looking exhausted as if he hadn't slept all week. "Did you say I have to satisfy 3 conditions?" A quick explanation. To recruit a priest, you must satisfy the 3 conditions below. First, you must make them fear and respect you. Second, you must make it clear to them that they will become a priest. Finally, they must accept everything and swear an oath to become your priest. Dum-deok tore at his hair in frustration. Why are these steps so damn complicated? Soo-yun reminded him, "That's why most people still can't use the call of the god, even after unlocking it." Dum-deok wondered, "Then why don't you use it? You're a mid-tier god, so you must have unlocked the call of the god a long time ago, right? You've definitely got more than enough power." Hearing his question, she just lowered her head, saying nothing. She turned towards the glass window to look out at the city at night. She whispered, "Due to some special circumstances, I can't use it." The reflection of him sitting on the sofa, his head tilted with a bit of arrogance, showed in the glass. Why not? What circumstances? Behind the hazy city lights, she lowered her head in silence, an unspoken emotion filling the air. Seeing her reaction, Dum-deok suddenly felt guilty, thinking to himself, "What is this feeling? Was I not supposed to ask that?" Suddenly, she broke the dreadful silence. "I'm not telling you, because I'm lazy." Outside the door, someone's hand was hesitantly reaching for the doorknob. Inside the room, he yelled, "This woman!" The hand clenched into a fist again, trembling, as if they were still hesitating about whether to enter or not. Dum-deok glanced at the door and realized, "Oh, he's here," he yelled out. "What are you doing? If you're here, then get in. Don't just stand there model." Baek-woon jumped, startled. He couldn't believe he'd been caught. He yelled back inside, "Shut up! I just came to ask you something and then I'm out. Got it?" Dam-deok was sitting on the sofa, laughing his ass off, looking like he was expecting this. Baek-woon, still in his school uniform, didn't go in. He just leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed and asked, "You, what the hell are you? Are you a martial artist or a swordsman?" Dam-deok, still chilling on the sofa, called back, "You saw for yourself. I can be both a swordsman and a martial artist." That answer made Baek-woon, who was leaning against the door, flinch. Pissed off, he kicked the door open and stormed in, flailing his arms and legs. "Bullshit. There's no way some genius is a master of both. He stomped right up to Dam-deok's face and demanded aggressively, so which one is it, swordsmanship or martial arts? Dam-deok just sat there casually with his legs crossed, a smirk on his face and a challenging look in his eyes. Well, if you don't believe me, we can always go another round. Hearing Dam-deok's challenge, Baek-woon totally chickened out. His aggressive act vanished as he trembled and backed away, stuttering in fear. Wait, I didn't come here to fight. He calmed himself down and glanced around nervously. I just want to analyze why I lost. Dam-deok lowered his brow, looking arrogant, his eyes sharp and a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. You really don't know why you lost? He stood up and said slowly, You lost because. He then stood up straight and said in a teasing, playful tone, I'm not going to tell you. Huh. Baek-woon screamed in frustration. Arg, why not? Dam-deok leaned in close, making Baek-woon flinch back in fear. His voice was stern, like an older brother lecturing his dumb little sibling. Who'd want to tell you anything when you ask with that shitty attitude? He suddenly broke into a not-so-friendly smile. If you really want to know, how about this? His face twisted into a cunning grin, his eyes lighting up with amusement as he kept teasing him. Try saying, Master Yu Dam-deok, please take me as your disciple. Baek-woon was stunned. His anger turned to anxiety as he wrestled with himself, wondering if he should actually go through with that ridiculous request. At the peak of his emotional turmoil, Baek-woon, his messy hair hiding his face, choked out as he trembled. He whipped around, stomped his foot furiously, and suddenly yelled like a volcano erupting. I'd rather bite my own tongue off and die. Forget it. I'm out of here. And yet, that jerk Yu Dam-deok just chuckled behind him, mocking him. Every one of Baek-woon's steps felt as heavy as a boulder. His emotions were boiling over, and he gritted his teeth so hard a fly couldn't get through. I can't believe he actually wants me to call him master. The image of that damn Cheon Dong-ak was burned into Baek-woon's mind, fanning the flames of his unrelenting hatred. I spent 10 years calling that idiot Cheon Dong-ak, big bro. And now this guy wants me to call some dude I've never even met master? You've got to be kidding me. He stomped his foot so hard it could have broken the floor and was about to leave when a voice called out, Huh? You're leaving? What a shame. It was that Yu Dam-deok guy, speaking in a calm voice. I was just thinking about teaching you the secrets of martial arts. With those, you'd probably be perfect. Too bad, too bad. His moss-green eyes narrowed as he watched Baek-woon with satisfaction, thinking to himself, his pride is making him deny the real reason he lost. But Baek-woon, who had been storming off, froze in his tracks at Dam-deok's bastardly provocation, his steps faltering. It seemed he'd hit a nerve. Baek-woon must have realized it himself. Combining swordsmanship and martial arts would be incredibly effective in a fight, and he needed that to get stronger. Damn it, this already sucks, but that Dam-deok bastard just has to keep poking at me like he's got nothing better to do for entertainment. Whatever. I'll just pretend this conversation never happened. He noticed the beads of sweat rolling down Baek-woon's arm and thought, guys like him need to be messed with a little. Baek-woon's suppressed rage flared up, nearly suffocating him. Behind his cool blue hair, his eyes burned and his jaw was clenched tight, as if that bastard Dam-deok had pushed him to the absolute breaking point. Even though his heart refused to accept it, he still had to force out those two words, master, like a shard of glass tearing through the pride in his mind. For some goddamn reason, that Dam-deok guy still managed to plaster on a fake, triumphant smile, trampling all over his pride and making Baek-woon's blood boil. What was that? It was so quiet I couldn't hear a thing. That rage was like a stormy sea, but he choked it back down. His eyes trembled as he swallowed his shame and his last shred of pride, thinking to himself, fine. Let's just get this over with. Baek-woon clenched his fists so tight his knuckles turned white, his nails digging into his palms. He made a silent vow. After I master martial arts, I'm going to crush that bastard, Yu Dam-deok. He lifted his head and spoke the words he hated from the bottom of his soul, each one like a knife to the heart. Master Yu Dam-deok, please accept me as your disciple. That Dam-deok guy let out a smug chuckle from behind him. He walked up to Baek-woon, put a hand on his shoulder with a sickeningly affectionate look in his eyes, and faked a friendly tone. All right, little bro. If you want, I'll teach you the secrets of martial arts. That shameless bastard kept poking at Baek-woon's anger, calling him little bro without a hint of shame. But before that, this big bro wants to ask you for a favor. Beneath the deep blue water, like loneliness compressed at the bottom of his memory, he drifted silently. Suddenly, a hand reached out, trying to grasp something that didn't belong to it. After becoming a student, there were several conditions to make him a priest. Encrypted data slowly materialized against a cold blue background, the words like a command from a supernatural system. The first condition, to his surprise, had been met. The world doesn't operate on common logic, but by the rules of supreme beings. He was a substitute for a god. He could pass through gates and into the worlds of the gods. Baek-woon was still hesitating when I mentioned he'd have to offer his life to a god. I was worried it sounded a bit absurd, but I was so surprised I was left speechless. All my thoughts just now felt like they were straight out of a video game, huh? And surprisingly, Baek-woon accepted it really easily. Just like that, the priest's oath was completed without a single hitch. Baek-woon was silent for a moment, as if words were now meaningless. In that instant, he clenched his fist and threw an unforgiving punch that tore through the air itself. Ironically, fate wasn't on his side this time. The punch that seemed so powerful in his imagination missed completely, leaving Baek-woon totally embarrassed in front of Dam-deok. That guy burst out laughing, making Baek-woon want to dig a hole and crawl into it. All right, that's enough for now. Model. Guri plopped on the ground, pissed and disappointed, but still got some words of encouragement from Dam-deok. You're actually getting the hang of it. Guri scratched his head like a little kid and asked, For real? Dam-deok egged him on. Yeah, why would I lie? Dam-deok paused for a moment, thinking to himself, besides that, this guy learns way faster than I thought. He never would have guessed that Guri's ability to pick things up was way beyond normal. Did he really learn all that from just one punch? In that moment, Dam-deok flashed back to when he was looking cool as hell. Back then, he'd landed a punch on Guri and then spun around and walked away like some kind of badass CEO. But he was shocked to realize that in just a little while, Guri could be standing there, taking his place. At this rate, that guy would master the dwarf's hammer punch in no time. Shit, this dude's definitely gonna get better than me. He was about to just turn and walk away, done with teaching Guri. Now, link everything you've learned together, and then we'll take a break. His sudden plot twist made Guri's jaw drop. Again? Guri was shocked as hell, wiping the sweat from his cheek as he glared at that jerk Dam. You're one hell of a strict teacher. He was pissed because that damn bastard Dam had ignited a fire in him, making him get back up after his pride just got crushed. Guri narrowed his eyes, looking ahead as if he could see the gateway to success, ready to rise from his failure. A system notification rang out. Your priest has acquired the 1-2 combo skill. Guri unleashed powerful blue strikes that tore through space like blades of pent-up rage. The young man was like an embodiment of speed, power, and an awakening that transcended human limits. The system's voice chimed in once more. Your combat power has slightly increased. Yu Dam-deok smiled with pride. Even though the conditions are tough, the priest system is pretty damn good. When he gets stronger, I get stronger too. Twilight descended, draping the city like a thin veil of silk. The last rays of sunlight glanced off the skyscrapers, making them glitter as if sprinkled with gold, creating a dazzling visual symphony. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the training room. Why? Why? Turns out it was Guri. He was screaming his head off as if the whole world had turned on him, all because his master plan seemed to have completely fallen apart. Why can't I go to the dungeon I planned to raid? Guri had been screaming so much that Dam-deok was sick and tired of hearing it. I heard there's definitely an ancient language skill there, he blurted out. I already told you. Do I have to repeat myself? Guri opened his mouth wide and screamed in his senior Yu Dam-deok's face. What? The War of the Gods? Fine. Stopping a war is great and all. His screams got louder by the day, a look of insane fury plastered on his face. He scowled like a monkey, making even Yu Dam-deok shrink back in fear. But doesn't that mean I should be going into those dungeons even more? So why the hell do we have to go to those lame, pointless gates for? Yu Dam-deok sighed, thinking to himself, I guess it makes sense he's reacting like this since I didn't tell him the whole story. This must be how Ju So-yul felt. I was just like this not too long ago. Yu Dam-deok lowered his head, his hair falling over his face as he tried to console him. All right, just calm down. He straightened up, gave Guri a serious look, and said clearly, like a senior giving orders, Listen up. We're going to the gates to see when the War of the Gods will break out. We're also going to find other guardians from other worlds. That was the sugar-coated explanation for that punk Guri, but he just screamed in Yu Dam-deok's face like a little brat. Oh, whatever, I don't care. If we have to go to the gates, then I'm not going. Yu Dam-deok's eyes widened as he thought back to how Ju So-yul acted. I'm starting to get why Ju So-yul did what she did. In his mind, he pictured himself being led around by the nose by her. Just follow me. Lost in the flashback, he zoned out from reality. He raised his hand and grabbed Guri by the throat, making him let out a groan. Why, you little bastard? I told you to go, so just go. Get moving. Suddenly, an image of Ju So-yul appeared right there with her shimmering blue hair and sharp eyes, looking at Yu Dam-deok gently, as if hypnotizing him as she spoke. There's a solution for everything. Scene change. On a sofa, a hand was holding a game console, playing with satisfaction. A cheerful voice called out, and on the screen were cute little cats with the word, clean. What? I already beat this game. It was Guri, who had just gotten his ass handed to him by Yu Dam-deok, now sprawled out on the couch and glued to his console, and yet he was still wondering, I wonder if they got there safely. He glanced around with a hint of suspicion. I probably should have gone with them. Who knows what set him off, but he got pissed off all over again. With a furious look on his face, he threw the console aside in a rage. No, why should I even worry about crap like that? I thought about it really carefully and paid a ton of money to get intel on that dungeon. A magic circle appeared like a snowflake carved from icy blue light. It wasn't just for summoning, it was filled with his pent-up fury, his screams echoing from within. The more I think about it, the more pissed I get. In the middle of the swirling magical light that poured down like a waterfall, Guri roared with rage, trying to vent all his frustration. Does he have any idea how hard I had to work to find it? He must have seen the streak of blue light that suddenly flashed past his face, leaving him totally bewildered, wondering where it came from. It was the same room, with the golden evening sun pouring in, but now it was even more dazzling, dotted with flashes of blue light from a corner of the room. Guri suddenly vanished from the room, and now, standing in front of him were that guy, Yu Dam-deok and Ju So-yul. The sudden teleportation left him shocked and utterly clueless. Yu Dam-deok spoke up. Oh. Ignoring Guri, who was standing there like a lost puppy with no idea what was happening, Yu Dam-deok turned to Ju So-yul with a voice full of admiration. You can really summon him from anywhere. This ability is awesome. Haha. In his unending rage, Guri immediately screamed in Dam-deok's face without even trying to understand what was going on. What? What the hell is happening? In contrast, that punk Yu Dam-deok stayed calm and covered his mouth. What do you think? I summoned you with my divine power. Yu Dam-deok advised, calm down and catch that thing. Hearing this, Guri froze. Behind him, a monster was closing in, looking like it was about to swallow him whole. It was like some primal nightmare fuel, a swirling vortex of creepy purple darkness. It had one single, glowing eye and a gaping maw full of razor-sharp teeth, letting out this terrifying screeching roar. Guri bolted, nimbly dashing over the dark gravel at his feet as he charged straight for the monster. Gray smoke billowed from his feet, a sign of his raw, intense power. Drawing on all his training and pure grit, Guri unsheathed his sword, smacked that thing around a bit, and with 3 quick slashes, that horrifying hellbeast was toast. The whole scene was so epic that even that Yu Dam-deok guy, who was just standing in the back, couldn't help but gasp at how sick it was. Oh, but get this. The second Guri took down the monster, that dude Yu Dam-deok just spun around and started to walk off, looking like a total deadbeat and giving this lame whatever wave. Cool, time to clean up the leftovers. Guri, feeling totally disrespected and used like some pawn, got pissed and shouted, Yo, what the hell is this? No way. I'm not going anywhere. Yu Dam-deok just smirked. Fine. Stay put then. I'll just teleport you. Suddenly, a system message popped up. Your priest will be summoned before you. Arg, fine. I'll go on my own. Just stop doing that. Under a shroud of darkness as thick as a funeral cloth, streaks of dark, clotted blood splattered across the charcoal blue ground. Each stream of blood was thin as a silk thread, branching out as it spread. The faint light reflecting off the puddle gave it a cold, metallic gleam. Turns out it was Yu Dam-deok, looking all triumphant while stepping on a monster's corpse. Phew, he sighed. This wrapped up pretty quick. The monster collapsed into a pool of thick, dark blood, its last breath fading with a choked gurgle caught in its throat. Guri got back up after his own epic monster takedown, his hands still covered in blood as he looked over at Yu Dam-deok. He actually pulled off the moves I taught him, Dam-deok thought. Just as he was starting to feel proud of his accomplishments, Yu Dam-deok's voice cut in. You really like that dwarf hammer punch, don't you? Guri paced back and forth, kicking the monster's pathetic face as he shot back at Dam-deok. It's not like that. If you're done checking out the gate or whatever, let's bounce. I've got games to play. Dam-deok held up a purple stone with a rough surface that reflected a constant dark, magical light and warned, What do you mean, let's go? We're just getting started. With a flick of his fingers, he crushed the instant teleportation stone, which burst into a puff of magical purple smoke. He said, We were just passing through the gate. The real place we need to be is somewhere else. In that instant, Guri once again found himself standing on an ice-blue magic circle, terrified that he could be sent anywhere. The ones controlling this freaky magic circle were that Yu Dam-deok guy and Ju So-yun. The two of them were cloaked in a mysterious blue light, its center glittering with twisting magic runes that shot out condensed beams of energy. Their hair floated in the magical wind, their focused eyes looking like they were one with the all-powerful circle. The whole scene was bathed in this enchanting blue light, looking both mysterious and kinda epic. Yu Dam-deok said, You heard me. The fact that Guri was being treated like some lab rat by this Yu Dam-deok dude totally lit a fire in his soul. That bastard, Yu Dam-deok. The three of them, Dam-deok, Ju So, and Guri, leapt out of a bright-ass green portal right in the middle of the city. The second they arrived, Guri started acting like a total geek who'd just hit the jackpot, looking all over the place and screaming, This is a magic world. His eyes darted from the clock tower to the buildings bustling with people, his face totally lit up with excitement. But when he looked over at Dam-deok, it was a whole different vibe. Landing in this weird place, he looked totally overwhelmed or something, just standing there with a dumb-as-a-rock look on his face, muttering to himself, This place is totally different from what I imagined. But, just his luck, Ju So-yul overheard him. She turned to him with a look that was 30%, "Are you for real?" and 70% pure contempt, sizing him up like some clueless hick who'd just rolled into the big city. So, she asked, "What exactly did you imagine it would be like?" The view stretched out over a massive city, packed with countless modern skyscrapers. Dam-deok whined helplessly to Ju So-yul, "But how are we supposed to find a new priest in a place this huge? I don't even know what she looks like." But Ju So-yul's attitude was totally nonchalant, like it wasn't her problem. She just tilted her head up slightly and reassured Dam-deok, "Don't worry. Finding her will be easy." After saying that, Ju So-yul glanced up at Saren's picture on the system screen and continued her intro. Because that's her. El Saron, 27 years old, who won the Best Actress award for a magic film. After hearing Saren's mind-blowing profile, Dam-deok was so shocked his jaw hit the floor. His face scrunched up like a monkey's butt as he yelled in disbelief, "An actress! Why the hell would someone that famous want to be my priest?" But without letting Dam-deok stay surprised for even 2 seconds, Ju So-yul's expression turned serious again as she reminded him to get it together. The other priests are way harder to find. But totally unlike Ju So-yul and Dam-deok, Guri was like some little kid seeing a celebrity for the first time, his eyes lighting up like high beams. He shot Dam-deok a thumbs up and kept bugging him like a broken record. Dude, you look hyped. Let's go! Let's go!" Meanwhile, Ju So-yul was being a total buzzkill. Seeing Guri so hyped must have pissed her off or something, because she turned and casually threw shade at him. She's not simple like he is. Hearing that diss, Guri got salty and snapped back. His eyes went wide and his face scrunched up as he yelled, "Did you just call me simple?" Then Guri turned, clenching his fists like he was ready to throw down with Ju So-yul. He got right in her face, still screaming like a rabid dog off its leash. "You think I'm simple just because I let things go, huh? Fine, let's clear this up right now." But he only got to act tough for like 1 second before he was eating dirt, face planted on the ground and shaking like he was hooked up to a damn motor. Meanwhile, Ju So-yul stood there with a dark expression, glaring down at the clueless idiot on the ground as she dusted off her hands. Dam-deok, who'd been watching the whole thing, was just frozen in place, his jaw hanging open in shock. Dam-deok didn't dare jump in to save his bro. He just stood on the sidelines, lamely trying to console him. "Hey, I told you, man, Ju So-yul is way stronger than I am." Guri was sporting 2 massive lumps on his head, and his face was covered in scratches. He was totally defeated. After hearing what Dam-deok said, he obediently replied, "I'm sorry. So I guess he won't be a smartass from now on, huh?" After beating Guri to a pulp, Ju So-yul went right back to her usual cold, serious self. She turned to Dam-deok and casually continued, "Don't worry about finding her." Then, Ju So-yul proceeded to fill Dam-deok in on Saron's schedule. According to the prophecy, El Saron visits the Magic Academy every Friday. Hearing this, Dam-deok, now 30% confused and 70% curious, opened his big mouth to ask another question. "People who are 27 years old still go to school in this world?" Shu Yun glanced back at Yu Dam-deok for a second before replying, her voice as cold as melting ice. "No, El Saron is a special case. You can figure out the rest on your own. Now, follow me. We need to go somewhere." Cut to the Magic Academy or what the hell, maybe it's a castle, who knows. The entire place was plated in gold. On top of every building, there was a freaking massive diamond, like they were trying to show off how ridiculously loaded they were. The moment Yu Dam-deok stepped through the academy gates, he bowed a full 90 degrees, greeting everyone with a booming voice like he'd never said hello in his life. "Hello, my name is Yu Dam-deok. I'm a new student starting today. I hope to get to know everyone." As Yu Dam-deok bowed, his face darkened with pure cringe. He kept furrowing his brow, cursing in his head. Damn it, coming to school at this age. Could it be that when Du said she'd be gone for a part-time job, she was all alone? Did she plan this whole thing out? Man, it's just school. It's not like I'm here to shoot some kind of dirty movie. Why am I so damn embarrassed? But what Yu Dam-deok didn't expect at all were the whispers and gossip that hit him right in the ears, and he couldn't hide his shock. "Hey, is that him? The total failure who got in with a recommendation letter from the principal." The whole atmosphere turned a blazing red, while Yu Dam-deok just stood there, stunned, right in the middle of all the chatter. Laughter and whispers surrounded him, judging him. Man, it was pathetic to watch. I even heard that his mana assessment came back as 0. Haha, hey, he's gonna hear you. Forced to take all that humiliation, Yu Dam-deok didn't even try to fight back. He just stood there, clenching his fists and taking it, thinking to himself, this place is no different. It's horrible. But he wasn't the type to just let it slide without getting pissed off. Yu Dam-deok's face went grim, and his eyes screamed, "If any one of you so much as bumps into me, your head is gonna fly." Yu Dam-deok stood there scowling and continued his inner monologue, feeling like everyone was being divided by their skill level. But the teacher arrived just in time to shatter the tense atmosphere. He clapped his hands loudly to get the students' attention, not forgetting to call out, All right, Everyone settle down. Then, the young teacher turned to Yu Dam-deok with a gentle, angelic smile, beaming as he said, "There are plenty of empty seats, so you can sit wherever you want. Everyone, get ready." Even with the teacher's warm welcome, Yu Dam-deok didn't look any happier. His face was still as sour as a pile of stinking crap. He mumbled in response, "Yeah." Then he started walking, thinking to himself as he went, "I've already got a spot in mind." He casually strolled with his hands in his pockets, his face all gloomy like he was being forced to be there. His mind was racing with a plan. People who have the same physical problem usually end up getting close. So, I'll sit next to Saren. As Yu Dam-deok thought this, his eyes were glued to Saren's face, who was sitting alone at the back, resting her chin on her hand. He walked up and asked, startling her unexpectedly, "Can I sit here?" But Saren shot him down with a cold attitude. "Do whatever you want." As she answered, she turned her face away, refusing to even look at Yu Dam-deok. The second Yu Dam-deok's butt hit the chair, he turned to her with a cheesy grin and started spitting a whole barrage of words at Saron like he was a rapper. "Thanks. Let's get along. Oh, right. Do you know where the magic training hall is? This is my first time here, so I don't know anything." Haha. But Saren just shut her eyes contemptuously and sharply turned away, as if to signal to Yu Dam-deok, "You talk too much. Shut up." But either Yu Dam-deok was too naive to get the hint, or he just didn't care. He just looked confused, scratching his head and forcing a stiff smile as he kept on rambling. "My next class is there, but this is my first time here." He might have been acting all friendly, but it turns out this was all part of a pre-laid plan. First, I'll use some small talk to get the conversation started. Who knew working part-time would be useful for stuff like this? Yu Dam-deok's clueless rambling continued non-stop, like a parrot chirping in Saran's ear. By the way, this lecture hall is huge. Yu Dam-deok just kept on talking, completely oblivious to the fact that Saron had been gritting her teeth in annoyance for a while now. But at this point, she couldn't take it anymore. Saron slammed both hands on the desk with a shocking bang and shot up right in front of Yu Dam-deok, making him jump in the middle of his sentence, completely startled. He had no idea what was happening. Saren's eyebrows were knitted together as she shot Yu Dam-deok a death glare, not forgetting to remind him of his place. "Don't act like you're close to me. You probably think just because we're in the same school, you can be friends with someone famous, huh? As if my famous label is that big a deal." She was letting Yu Dam-deok know that being friends with a celebrity isn't that easy. Then, Saren switched to a snobby tone and told him to get lost. "If that's what you think, can you just get lost? Otherwise, I can't focus on my studies." Getting chewed out like that, Yu Dam-deok was so humiliated he froze up completely. He was so flustered he was sweating bullets, stammering out a reply. Sorry." All he could think was, "I totally screwed up the first conversation." The bell kept ringing with an annoying ding-dong. Yu Dam-deok walked alone down the academy hallway, one hand in his pocket, his face completely emotionless as he mumbled to himself, "This is a problem. I have a magic class." He then looked up at the area sign with an annoyed scowl, wondering, where the hell is Area A? But suddenly, as Yu Dam-deok was walking, the voice of Saren's assistant rang out, making him stop in his tracks. "El Saron, you still remember your promise, right? If you can't graduate this year, you'll have to drop out and go back to acting." The assistant stood face to face with Saron as he spoke. Faced with the assistant's firm attitude, Saren was extremely annoyed, her face scrunched up like a prune as she yelled back, I know already." "I said I know," but that assistant still wouldn't back down, continuing to press her. "When are you going to get it?" Yu Dam-deok, completely shameless, just leaned against a statue outside, eavesdropping on the conversation between Saren and her manager with a dumb look on his face. That chatty manager just kept nagging her relentlessly. "You know that, but you're still so stubborn. Your mana deficiency isn't something that can be cured." Suddenly, the voice of an old professor echoed, "Now everyone, feel your mana flow and imagine a flame." As he spoke, sparks of fire appeared in midair, gathering into a large flame. Then, those powerful flames shot like rockets toward the human-shaped target set up in the middle of the schoolyard. While demonstrating, the old prof casually continued his lecture. "After this, you guys will be able to shoot a fireball." Yu Dam-deok, who'd been watching from the back this whole time, was so shocked his jaw hit the floor. Seeing the old prof's ridiculously epic performance, he got super into it, even raising an eyebrow. He was totally starstruck. Whoa. Seeing the old guy make it look like a piece of cake, Yu Dam-deok got cocky and decided to copy him. He shot a cocky smirk, slowly raised his hand, and muttered to himself, "All right then, my turn." He held out his 5 fingers and yelled, "Fireball!" But, obviously, a fireball didn't just shoot out of his hand that easily. But if there's one thing Yu Dam-deok doesn't lack, it's determination. He switched to using both hands to summon the fireball, trying a different pose and tone of voice for each one. For the first pose, Yu Dam-deok just screamed like a psycho, "Fireball!" But when that didn't work, he switched to a Son Goku Kamehameha pose and groaned, "Fiere, ball." When that still didn't work, he freaking switched to a Spider-Man web shooting pose. At the same time, Yu Dam-deok stopped yelling fireball and tried something else. Go fire! But of course, none of the poses were working. Realizing his antics made him look like a complete moron, Yu Dam-deok got super embarrassed and started sweating bullets. He still tried to play it cool with a calm smile to save face, muttering to himself, no way that was gonna work anyway. You'd think he'd be embarrassed, but apparently, this dude has no shame. Yu Dam-deok suddenly threw his hands up in the freaking praying mantis style from Kung Fu Panda. As he flailed around, he muttered to himself again, just to be sure, I should probably try some other poses too. That's just what he said out loud though. In his head, Yu Dam-deok was thinking, I tried using divine power instead of magic to see if it would work. Guess magic really only works with mana. The other students saw Yu Dam-deok in the corner, flailing his arms and legs like some crackhead, and they all just burst out laughing in his face. They stood behind him, pointing and jeering. The hell are you doing? Startled, Yu Dam-deok glanced back, but instead of getting pissed and yelling back, he just shot them a look of pure disgust and replied curtly, what does it look like? I'm practicing magic. Hearing that, the douchebag started laughing even harder than before. He was laughing so hard, tears were streaming down his face, practically drooling all over the place. The noise from those idiots caught Saren's attention, and she furrowed her brows in annoyance, glancing back to see what the hell was going on. The guy's obnoxious laugh just kept going. That? Did you work at a circus before you came here or something? While the guy was still laughing his ass off and roasting Yu Dam-deok, he said, Hey, do that hilarious pose again for us. Haha. Yu Dam-deok just stood there, scowling in annoyance, trying to get rid of the nosy, obnoxious prick. Stop distracting me and mind your own damn business. That's when Saren's face completely darkened. She silently strode over to where Yu Dam-deok was. The second she got there, she just said, hey, making even Yu Dam-deok, who was in the middle of arguing, jump and whip his head around to see who called him. Saren is such a drama queen. She wanted to talk to Yu Dam-deok, but I guess she didn't want anyone to see, because she made a whole show of walking by and bumping into him, then muttering just loud enough for him to hear, I need to talk. Stay here after class. As the sun began to set, painting the sky this gorgeous peachy pink color, Saren was inside the academy, standing by a window with one hand on her hip. She had her eyes squeezed shut and said to Yu Dam-deok, you. But then, mid-sentence, her eyes snapped open. She narrowed her eyes, staring daggers at Yu Dam-deok, and then started grilling him like it was an interrogation. You don't have any mana, do you? You don't even have any mana. Watching you practice is just painful. So why don't you just give up on magic? Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok's face went dark, and he narrowed his eyes at Saren like he was about to go over there and rip her damn tongue out. It was like Yu Dam-deok had been holding back this whole time and finally got to let loose, because he didn't hesitate to fire back a savage roast at Saron. Don't you feel pathetic, projecting all your own issues onto someone else? Saren was so shocked to get hit with a comeback that stung 10 times harder that her eyes went wide. It clearly hit a nerve, because she immediately whipped her head away, refusing to look him in the eye. She tried to play it cool, but her voice stuttered as she replied, what are you talking about? Yu Dam-deok saw his opening and went for it. Seeing her reaction, he casually asked a question that twisted the knife right in her wound. You have mana agnosia, don't you? And, boom, the secret was out. Realizing she'd been exposed, Saron froze up completely, like she'd been turned to stone. But Yu Dam-deok's probing voice just kept echoing in her ear like a recording. It's a rare condition that prevents someone from using mana, no matter how much they have in their body. Saren finally snapped out of it. She was trembling like crazy and she stammered, barely getting the words out. How? How did you know that? Mana agnosia. A rare, incurable disease. The one horrible condition that shattered my dream. Is that why? When someone else in the same boat as me showed up, Yu Dam-deok's pitiful, confused face flashed in my mind. But instead of empathy, all I felt was hatred. His existence is just a constant reminder that no matter how hard I try, I can never become an archmage. Then, Saren's voice cut through her own thoughts. But I still kept trying. At this point, she just snapped. It was the last straw. Saren hung her head low and just screamed her lungs out. I've had to endure this over and over again. I tried so damn hard, damn it. An image of that asshole manager flashed in Saren's mind, along with all his patronizing bullshit advice. How long are you going to keep acting this childish? You need to learn when to give up on things that just aren't meant for you. Completely defeated, Saron collapsed to her knees on the floor, right in front of Yu Dam-deok. She buried her face in her hands and mumbled brokenly, I took it all out on you. I'm so damn pathetic. Suddenly, while Saren was in the middle of a complete meltdown, Yu Dam-deok opened his mouth and said something that sounded pretty much impossible. I'll help you use magic. After saying that, his whole vibe did a complete 180. Yu Dam-deok grinned until his eyes practically disappeared and switched to this negotiating tone to talk to Saren. But I'm gonna need your help in return. Deal? Seeing Yu Dam-deok acting like he was just messing with her, saying something so impossible, Saren was so pissed she could have exploded. She shot her head up, her face twisted in a scowl, and screamed at the top of her lungs. Weren't you listening to me? It doesn't matter how hard I try. I can't do it. I can't even handle beginner-level magic. What could someone like you, with no mana, possibly do to help me? Even after being called a useless nobody, Yu Dam-deok just calmly held up one finger and declared, 1 week. You just hold up one finger and flash this gentle smile like, just trust me, don't I look totally reliable? And to Saren, he didn't forget to make a declaration to win her trust. When the time comes, I'll show you I can use magic. Saren started freaking out like a pig about to be slaughtered. She was still scowling, staring daggers at Yu Dam-deok with pure contempt before screaming her head off again. She even let out a sneer as if Yu Dam-deok had just run his damn mouth off. Huh, 1 week? You've got to be kidding me. Why don't you try some beginner magic first, huh? Then you can talk big. Faced with Saren's intense attitude, Yu Dam-deok stayed perfectly calm and confident, not salty at all. He casually turned to Saren and asked, is that so? Want to make a bet? By the wall in the backyard were Ju So-yul and Yu Dam-deok, with the warm sunset glow washing over the scene. The two of them were standing face to face, just bullshitting about something, when Ju So-yul spoke up first. You told her you'd learn magic in 1 week. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her eyebrows knitted so tight they were about to kiss. Ju So-yul had this look of total exasperation on her face when she heard about Yu Dam-deok's plan. She put a hand to her head like, dude, you're giving me a damn headache. Where do you get off being so confident? Yu Dam-deok just looked like a total dumbass as he answered. He tried to avoid her gaze, quickly looking the hell away. I know it was a little impulsive, okay? But I didn't have any other choice back then. If I didn't do that, everyone would have just dissed me. You gotta see the attitude on this one. Ju So-yul fell into deep thought. She rested her chin on her hand, her face as tense as a guitar string. But it's the only way to get her attention. The only thing that chick is interested in is magic. She was still hesitant, her thoughts racing. Even so, learning magic in 1 week. That idiot Yu Dam-deok had this freaking dumb look on his face. He laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck as he said, isn't there like a prophecy about me learning magic in a week or something? Magic-related abilities aren't sold in the god's shop. It takes a long time to acquire mana and be able to use it. Ju So-yul's expression fell. Even in her past life, it took her 3 months. Of course, it's a different story if we take on a hidden job. Within 2 months, the forgotten god of magic, Kot, will appear. An image of the city drowning in a sea of flames suddenly flashed through Ju So-yul's mind. When he comes to destroy this magic city, the god of magic, Vimao, will immediately post a job quest. The system window also popped up in her mind. Job posted by Vimao. Urgent request to help stop the destruction caused by a gate. One of the rewards will be magical ability. Ju So-yul crossed her arms like some cool-ass female CEO and said, ha, but there's no other way. We have to get that magical ability. Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok was pretty surprised, looking dumb as hell. He pleaded with Ju So-yul. I can? How? Ju So-yul narrowed her eyes, putting a hand to her mouth in thought. If I say too much, it'll affect his development. So I'll just feed it to him little by little. Once her brain was done processing, her mouth started moving. She said thoughtfully, in 2 months, the gate will explode and the forgotten god, Carlos, will appear. Yu Dam-deok copied Ju So-yul, even pretending to think by putting a hand to his mouth as he listened to her continue. When that happens, you'll take the part-time job posted by Vimao. So, just tell Saron to wait for 2 months. That's the best way. Yu Dam-deok suddenly gave a little smirk, real mysterious-like. He beamed at her, saying confidently, is that really necessary? I think it'll work right away. Ju So-yul was like, what the fuck, thinking, wow, for you to come up with that is something else. Her brow furrowed as she questioned Yu Dam-deok. How the hell did you reach that conclusion? Yu Dam-deok just squeezed his eyes shut, crossed his arms, and tilted his chin up, acting all high and mighty. Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. He pointed a finger to the sky, mumbling some random crap. You said that Vimao would post a part-time job if he thinks the city is in danger, right? When Ju So-yul heard that, her face went white as a sheet, like, what the hell? Yu Dam-deok continued his bullshit rant. We'll just pretend to be monsters from the gate. Wouldn't he offer up a job then? An image of 2 raccoons wearing headbands appeared in Ju So-yul's thoughts. Her face was still frozen, solid, completely stunned. What? Ju So-yul's expression calmed down. She didn't know what else to say, just mumbled to herself. Beautiful magic cities appeared, light flooding every corner. The world of magic is complex and very particular. Until Yu Dam-deok's 1869th resurrection, everything was the same. However, this Yu Dam-deok, Ju So-yul let out a small smile. She had no clue why he always had to act so damn mysterious. She thought to herself, he seems different. Besides that, Ju So-yul returned to her original emotional state. She closed her eyes again, crossed her arms, and said calmly, I think that plan will be difficult. She warned Yu Dam-deok seriously, if you're not careful, you're going to die. Hearing that, this Yu Dam-deok guy just kept on smiling brightly. He brushed off Ju So-yul's worries. No problem. He pointed right in Ju So-yul's face and said cheerfully, you're the one who's going to be pretending to be the warrior, not me. After all, you're the strongest one out of all of us. Ju So-yul's face maintained the same apathetic expression, but she reached out, grabbed Yu Dam-deok's finger, and a blood-curdling scream echoed afterward. Meanwhile, at Vamao's temple, countless priest mages were gathered at its base, sunlight flooding the area. Yu Dam-deok had found his way here, his face looking thoughtful but kinda stupid as he observed the scene. More than I thought. Ju So-yul let out an exasperated sigh. As for our boy Guri, he had the face of a new recruit about to get worked to death by his seniors, looking completely sick of life. Yu Dam-deok, however, was still smiling and talking like the scumbag he was. Alright, I'll hide here so you guys go cause a ruckus. The little bro felt like he'd been tricked and was absolutely livid. Guri screamed at Yu Dam-deok, looking super pissed. Hey, you said we were going to fight a god. How did it turn into this? Yu Dam-deok could only put a finger to his lips to signal the kid to shut up, looking scared shitless. Shh. Who said anything about fighting? I just told you to be the bait. Guri, still pissed, roared back. It's the same damn thing. You're basically telling me to go die. Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok turned into a demon, putting his underling in his place. It was scary as hell. He growled, who the hell do you think you're raising your voice to? You want to die out there, or do you want to die by my hand? Seeing that, Guri immediately dropped his gaze, standing at attention to obey his scheming big bro. I'll go and be right back. Seeing that his point had been accepted, Yu Dam-deok lowered his voice. See? Wouldn't it have been better to do that from the start? Be careful not to get caught. Guri started walking closer to the temple. A nearby priest spotted Guri's sudden appearance. The priest instinctively pointed his magic staff towards Guri, who was stepping closer and closer. He yelled out, who goes there? You dare attack this place? Guri continued to walk forward slowly and deliberately. He drew his sword, gripping it tightly, while muttering under his breath about the priest in front of him. That guy's so full of himself. A priest? My ass. He's more like a slave. The priest shouted a warning at Guri while summoning flames on his staff. Stop! Take one more step, and we'll attack. The priest kept on shouting his warning. I'm warning you. One more step and we attack. But Guri couldn't give a damn about whatever crap this priest was spouting. He gritted his teeth, thinking, those two are totally looking down on me. Suddenly, Guri shot forward at top speed. Seeing how stubborn Guri was, the priest's eyes went wide as he prepared to launch his first attack. He screamed the skill name, Firestorm! The second he finished speaking, a massive vortex of fire shot straight at Guri. But our boy was cool as a cucumber, not even a hint of fear. Just you watch. Yu Dam-deok, Ju So-yul, and through the flames, Guri, smooth as silk, unleashed a single slash that tore the priest's magic apart. So damn cool. He just stood there and swung his sword once, totally emotionless. But damn it, after being a badass for all of a few seconds, our boy went absolutely ballistic, like someone lit a fire under his ass. He just started screaming his head off. I am the great Baek-woon. Once I master my skills, I'll make you two bow down to me. He then charged at the priests like a flash of lightning. His ego must have turned into a friggin' jetpack, cause that's how fast he was moving. He furiously screamed the names of his cute friends. Yu Dam-deok, Ju So-yul, die! As Guri let out those weird screams, system notifications started flooding in. Ah, attack! Whoa, the notifications are blowing up. Your priest has acquired Flame Slash. He is beginning to understand fire resistance. He has learned Flame Slash. Watching from the side, Dam-deok just looked stunned, totally impressed. He even created a new skill? Man, what a genius. Our boy Guri started to show off. He raised his hand, creating a small orb that glowed with a mystical golden light. Alright, should I just go ahead and complete it? The system announced the skill Howl. Guri casually summoned 3 fire wolves to attack the priests up ahead. The wolves were incredibly aggressive and totally savage. He didn't forget to remind them, hey you guys, just play around, okay? Don't actually bite anyone. The priests saw this and were scared out of their minds. They started freaking out and screaming. Monsters are invading the temple. They yelled, shield, creating a magical barrier to try and protect the temple grounds from Guri's savage fire wolves. The wolves kept slamming into the shield to break it, while the priests, scared to death, screamed, don't let a single one get into the temple. One of the priests was trying to yell for backup, but before he could even finish his sentence, Ju So-yul was on him in a flash. Call for reinforcements. The monsters from the gate. It's not just one, there are 2 of them. Ju So-yul moved swiftly, taking down 2 priests at once, her face still completely blank. The priest collapsed unconscious to the ground, and in the distance, Ju Soyul was already walking away. She glanced over her shoulder and muttered, "Faster than I thought. I was worried because you said this was a powerful god." The scene was pretty wrecked, with small fires still smoldering all over the place. Guri and Ju Soyul regrouped. After trashing those priests, that girl Ju Soyul just stood there, cold as ice. Meanwhile, our boy Guri was squatting down, holding his scabbard like some high school delinquent, looking badass as hell. The kid even said scornfully, "What, is it over already?" Damn Duke, watching the devastation from the sidelines, was speechless. Dude was completely frozen. Guri was poking the priest on the ground with his scabbard, complaining, "Isn't their security a bit lame?" Damn Duke, seeing nothing new happening, looked confused and wondered, if we've caused this much of a ruckus, he should have appeared by now, right? A figure slowly approached Damn Duck from behind. He was still completely clueless, sitting cross-legged and wondering when the hell Vormao would show up. Vormao stepped out of the woods, dressed like some cosmically wise dude who's seen it all, complete with a monocle. He spoke, making Damn Duck jump. "What are you people doing?" Damn Duck glanced back, slowly sizing him up. He thought, "Damn it, did he really have to come from this way?" He asked out loud, "Who are you?" Vormao looked down on him, cold as hell, like some alpha CEO. He was probably pissed, but didn't let it show on his face. Vormao said sternly, "I asked first. What are you all doing here?" Damn Duke was scared, about to crap his pants. Sweat was pouring down his face. He tried to calm himself down. "Chill out. If he wanted to kill me, I'd be dead already. He probably doesn't know what's really going on." Vormao kept his eyes glued on the sneaky kid in front of him, while Damn Duck, thinking fast, threw his friends under the bus and laughed to make it less awkward. "Some crazy guys are attacking the temple. I just came out to see what was going on. When stuff like this happens, I mean, we're all gods, right? Wouldn't you be curious about something like this?" Vormao replied sternly. "Are you looking down on me?" He grabbed Damn Duke by the face, eyes wide, and said in a rush, "That's right, the temple is being attacked in broad daylight. But you think you and I are in the same league?" Damn Duke's cheek was totally squished by Vormao's hand. He still tried to explain himself. "No, of course not. How could I? That's not what I meant at all." A glint suddenly appeared in Vormao's eyes, while that idiot Damn Duke just kept smiling dumbly like a moron in his grasp. Haha! Vormao's attitude suddenly switched, as if nothing happened. He put a hand on Damn Duke's shoulder and said gently, "Your clothes are covered in dirt. Get up." Hearing that, Damn Duke suddenly shivered. Vormao went back to being cheerful. He gave a small smile and straightened his collar with both hands. "My language was a bit rough. Sorry for being rude." Damn Duke also replied with a fake smile. No, it's fine." Damn Duke's face was still totally blank, while Vormao just kept rambling. "I was just checking to see if you were telling the truth, and I don't sense any ill will from you. You're a god who has nothing to do with me." Damn Duke replied with that same dumb look on his face. "There's no way I'd attack the temple in broad daylight." Meanwhile, Ju So-yul recognized Vormao as he was bullshitting with Damn Duke in the distance. "I made a pretty bad first impression, didn't I?" "It's fine." Ju So-yul quietly called his name, Vormao. After all the small talk, Vormao started piecing things together. Damn Duck, still behind him, was on high alert, looking like he could bolt at any second if Vormao made a move. In that case, those must be the monsters that came from the gate. Ju So-yul and Guri stood there looking pretty bewildered, with the fires behind them raging like someone had just poured gasoline on them. Our boy Guri's face was pale as a ghost as he asked worriedly, "Who's that dude with the bowl cut? Doesn't he look kinda dangerous?" Ju So-yul suddenly grabbed Guri by the collar. "We're jumping, get ready." The kid didn't even know what was happening, just letting out a confused, "Huh?" Boom. This beast, Ju So-yul, clenched her glutes and launched herself into the air, shattering the ground where she'd been standing. Ju So-yul tore off like the wind, her face still cold and emotionless, dragging the screaming Curium behind her. Quick as lightning, the two of them vanished in a flash, leaving only a streak of light behind. Seeing this, Vormao just calmly said, "Oh well, they ran off. It'll be hard to catch them now." Yu Dam-deok shot a glance at Vormao, thinking to himself that the guy had no intention of chasing them either. The system window suddenly appeared behind Yu Dam-deok. "I shouldn't let my guard down yet. The moment he goes after them, I'll press it." The system window was already primed for a spatial transfer. Location: Korea. Targets: Baekhyun and Ju So-yul. Do you wish to use 2,300 divine power points to perform a spatial transfer? There were a few reasons why Ju So-yul agreed to this plan. Vormao sat at his desk in the room, a green butterfly perched on his hand. First was Vormao's personality. The guy hated fighting, and his only interest was messing around with his research. Vormao went back to chatting with Yu Dam-deok, not giving a single damn about those other two. "So, where are you from?" Yu Dam-deok answered curtly. "I'm from Korea." Vormao brought a hand to his mouth, looking thoughtful. "Korea, you say?" I've never heard of it. Another god said they were from America. I wonder if that's in the same dimension. Hearing this, Yu Dam-deok was suddenly alarmed. America? Is there an American who got a system like me and Ju So-yul? The two of them stood before the sun-drenched temple, their robes fluttering in the wind. Vermao continued, God from another world, I have a favor to ask. The shade of the trees covered Yu Dam-deok and Vermao, with rays of sunlight still peeking through the leaves. The two guys stood facing each other, Yu Dam-deok full of questions. And that is? He confidently puffed out his chest, his face beaming as he accepted. If it's about suppressing the gate, just leave it to me. Seeing this, Vermao closed his eyes and flashed a pageant-friendly smile. You really are reliable, but that's not what I was going to ask. A sneaky, deep purple butterfly looked like it was about to land on his finger. Vermao wasn't finished. They say there are evil things inside the gate, but even the smallest insects have their own stories. An image of a desolate landscape, with collapsed structures piled on top of each other, emerged from his words. The temple can be rebuilt. If you meet them again, just punish them a little and let them go back. Vermao looked at the butterfly on his finger, chuckling to himself like a total psycho. He didn't care that his buddy Yu Dam-deok was just standing there dumbfounded, listening to him ramble on and on. They're actually living really sad lives, you know? Yu Dam-deok's face looked like he just smelled a pile of shit. He let out a sigh, a thought flashing through his mind. I can see why this guy lost, even with all that power. Based on Ju So-yul's prophecy, it seemed Carlos knew Vermao's personality all too well. That bastard assassinated Vermao and left him with a serious wound. And if that guy wasn't stopped soon, this entire dimension would be swallowed by the gate. The sneaky butterfly couldn't stand Vermao's rambling anymore and flew away. I don't know what this guy eats to have so much energy to talk. Yu Dam-deok's eyes curiously followed the butterfly, even though Vermao was still going on and on. That is the favor I wanted to ask. Blend in with the people and teach them magic. To me, the monsters pouring out of the gate are as natural as a butterfly flapping its wings. But then, the shadows of a man and a woman appeared. They were corrupted, with vicious, glowing red eyes. Vermao still wasn't out of mana. His mouth just kept on running. To humans, they are like a storm of despair. If the monsters from the gate become as strong as they were before, there's no way they'll be able to handle it. This time, it was Vermao's turn to make a face like he just smelled shit. Seeing his friend look like his whole world just ended, Yu Dam-deok totally freaked, sweat pouring down his face as he glanced away, trying to avoid something. Vermao whined, I'd go myself, but I have to fix the temple. When is it ever going to be done? It was impossible to tell who was alive and who was dead. Someone's magic staff was snapped in two. A few of them were scrambling to their feet, helping each other up. I was going to ask my priests, but never mind. So, will you help me? Yu Dam-deok's eyes lit up like car headlights when he heard Vermao mention a reward. Of course there will be a reward. If you help me teach magic, I will help you use magic more easily. Yu Dam-deok felt like he'd struck gold, instantly switching on his confidence mode and accepting the offer. Of course I can. This is my specialty. Just leave it to me. Seeing his enthusiasm, Vermao grinned like he'd won the lottery. Really? Then I'm counting on you. I'll let them know so you can work without any trouble. The weather was clear and beautiful. In the backyard of the Magic Academy, a swarm of mages, packed as tight as ants, were whispering bullshit to each other on the green lawn. Two students, a guy and a girl, were strolling along, chatting cheerfully. The cocky little punk spoke up with a question. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen that guy around lately, have I? The nasty girl mockingly asked back. Who? You mean that talentless loser? That girl had a smug look on her face, closing her eyes while talking crap. The twerp next to her, with his shrew-like face, looked just as nasty, waving his hand around doing God knows what. He realized he had no talent and took off early. What a shame, huh? Was his desperate face when he couldn't use magic that funny to you? Seeing these two weirdos making a scene by badmouthing someone, a long-haired dude with his arms crossed spoke up, looking as pissed off as someone who's been constipated for days. Everyone, shut up. A blonde female student nearby glanced over with an annoyed look, clearly bothered by the noise. The teacher's voice kept yelling, "Focus on the lesson." The blonde student turned and walked away, her silky hair flowing like waves. As she left, she thought, I have to leave this school because of this. Of course. What was I expecting? Like an idiot? Suddenly, a foot stepped forward, followed by his voice. Has class started already? Yu Dam-deok, with his hands in his pockets, walked toward the trash-talking students, looking cool as hell for some reason. He was like some cold-hearted CEO among a bunch of low-class gossips. His appearance seemed to stir up the atmosphere, making it way more rowdy as the students started laughing at him. What? He's here? Look at him, acting so casual even though he's late. Over on the side, the teacher stood silently in one spot, his face scrunched up like he was about to crap his pants, his expression dark. The other students were still buzzing. But why show up now? This professor is super strict about punctuality. The professor gritted his teeth in anger. Whoa. Suddenly the old geezer's attitude did a complete 180. He looked fake as hell, his face practically melting as he rubbed his hands together like a puppy sucking up to its owner. Oh my gosh, High Priest, you're here. Yu Dam-deok smugly closed his eyes, enjoying the old man's reverence. He smiled slightly with his eyes shut. Sorry, I got stuck in traffic, so I'm a little late. The bunch of students who were just talking smack about Yu Dam-deok were completely floored, probably cursing up a storm in their heads as every single one of them stood there with their jaws on the floor. The teacher, meanwhile, was still fawning over him. Oh heavens, no need to apologize. It's my fault for not coming to greet you in person. The professor gestured with all 5 fingers toward Yu Dam-deok, who was smiling smugly beside him, and introduced him to the students. All right, everyone, gather round. The High Priest, respected by Lord Vermouth himself, Yu Dam-deok, will personally be teaching us a magic class. Let's hear some applause. Yu Dam-deok, looking smug as hell, checked out his new students with the smirk of a badass CEO. The students' faces all went blank, and you could tell a lot of them were pissed. Seeing his beloved students looking like a pile of crap, Yu Dam-deok asked a question, as if to provoke them and get a rise out of them. It's been a while, after all. What's with all the long faces? Was I the only one looking forward to seeing you all? That rat-faced dude who was just trash-talking Yu Dam-deok to that girl now puffed out his chest at the professor, seeing that the person he was bad-mouthing was now standing here about to be his teacher. Professor, what the hell are you talking about? Seeing the kid suddenly blow up at him, the teacher started sweating bullets. His jaw dropped, completely speechless. The kid went full beast mode, screaming his head off, looking like he was about to tear the old man in front of him to shreds. How can that bastard teach us anything? He pointed at Yu Dam-deok and just bellowed, while Yu Dam-deok's face was basically saying, what the hell is this weirdo doing? Everyone knows he has 0 mana and only got in here through connections. What can a guy like that possibly teach us? Hearing his idol get insulted, the teacher puffed up his chest and started yelling back at the kid, his face all tense. How dare this idiot talk like that? Yu Dam-deok, standing beside him, was still acting cool, like he couldn't care less about this brat. I'm fine, calm down. The teacher's voice was still booming, and meanwhile, I don't know if he was hungry or what, but this insolent punk started biting his own glove. He yanked off the glove and threw it at Yu Dam-deok, but our guy still didn't seem to give a damn. His badass CEO vibe didn't change one bit. I'll handle this. The student was still roaring, his hand pointing straight at Yu Dam-deok and the teacher. He looked like he was about to explode from rage. I will prove that this guy has no right to teach us. I demand a duel. Yu Dam-deok's expression turned a little sour. It's like, this dude is starting to get ridiculous. The student just kept screaming like a psycho, I'll help a talentless hack like you wake up to reality. The sky was still a brilliant blue, sunlight filtering through the trees and hitting the school walls, making the whole scene glow. And under those trees, Yu Dam-deok was facing off against that student. They were in a duel. The student was already in position to throw his first attack. Yu Dam-deok, confident as ever, threw out some trash talk, looking like he'd already won this thing from the start, with that total CEO face of his. I'll be generous and let you have the first move. The other student's face was still scrunched up like a monkey's ass. He ground his teeth, glaring daggers at Yu Dam-deok, who was trash-talking him. Here it comes. It's really coming. The student unleashed his first move, his eyes rolling back as he screamed the name of the attack, and a pretty massive fireball appeared. A second later, a freaking huge flame came flying at Yu Dam-deok, but it didn't even make him flinch or waver. He raised his hand and formed a seal in the air right in front of him. That giant flame was casually blocked by the seal. Yu Dam-deok gave a little smirk, like he was telling a little kid to stop barking. The student was completely floored by this, his eyes bugging out because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The huge fireball from before was now the size of a tiny marble on Yu Dam-deok's finger, and that look in Yu Dam-deok's eyes was enough to make anyone's knees go weak. That's so freaking badass. He smirked on one side just to intimidate the guy a little. My turn, right? After saying that, Yu Dam-deok flashed a smile as bright as the sun, looking totally innocent. He pointed his finger at the student, getting ready to unleash a new move. A brilliant light erupted from his fingertip, covering the whole area. You better block this, okay? Yu Dam-deok's memories flashed back once again. He remembered hearing Vermouth say, even for someone as talented as you, using high-level magic right from the get-go is going to be tough. That's why I'm going to share a bit of my power with you. Back to the fight. The flame shooting from Yu Dam-deok's finger was several times bigger than the other kids. Now that's what you call huge. Its destructive power is definitely going to be insane. The other students were completely shell-shocked again, all of them with their jaws on the floor. The light from the flame illuminated their pale faces. The student taking the hit head-on was so shocked he probably crapped his pants, his mouth wide open, hair blown straight back. I don't know if he pissed himself, but he looked terrified. He was so scared he was crying, his pupils had vanished, and he was screaming and begging for him to stop. I was wrong. Seeing this, Yu Dam-deok just flicked his finger upwards, and the flame instantly changed direction, shooting straight into the sky, making a perfect right angle. The flame created a massive explosion up in the air. If that kid had taken the full hit, not even his own parents would have recognized him. Yu Dam-deok's finger was still pointed at the sky, the explosion making his hair fly. He looked so damn cocky, smirking on one side of his mouth. The student looked like he'd seen a ghost, plopped on the ground, staring up at Yu Dam-deok like a kindergartner who just saw the boogeyman. His face was completely drained of color. The tears on his face hadn't even dried yet from the sheer terror. Yu Dam-deok asked, "Woken up yet?" Damn, Yu Dam-deok's face right now looked so freaking devious and evil. You could practically see the word victory written all over that smirk of his. And remember this, anyone else who has a problem with me, from now on, this useless guy will be your teacher. After that epic opening performance from Yu Dam-deok, a lot of the students probably saw him differently now. The teacher came scurrying over to suck up to him. In the distance, another female student was watching. So that's the high priest. I can't believe you can use an 8th circle magic spell that no one else here can. Seeing this, Yu Dam-deok just looked kinda dumbfounded. Thanks, but aren't you supposed to be teaching? Saren stared at him, looking completely dazed, and stammered, "He's for real." A small hand slammed down on a table with a loud smack. Looks like its owner was super pissed. She started screaming her head off. "Are you kidding me? You expect me to just go along with these conditions?" Saren leaned over the table with both hands, looking totally pissed off and fed up. Across from her, Yu Dam-deok's face was totally blank with fear. Calm down. Behind him, Pak Gurion couldn't care less, just happily playing his game. Sweet, cleared the stage. Yu Dam-deok's face just looked so done with everything. He glanced over at Gu, thinking, seems like that kid's having way too easy of a time. This reaction. Meanwhile, that Saran girl was still running her mouth a mile a minute off to the side. How am I supposed to calm down? Are you treating me like an idiot? Saren looked like she was about to eat the guy in front of her alive, her face all scrunched up like a monkey's ass. Yu Dam-deok was frantically waving his hands, trying to defend himself. Okay, just calm down and listen to me. I'll explain everything slowly. Saren finally calmed down and sat, though she still looked pouty as hell. Yu Dam-deok forced a smile and tried to explain. But first, tell me, which part don't you like? That Saran girl just screamed back. Everything. She seemed to get even more pissed off after hearing that arrogant jerk's excuse. Saran's face looked like a madwoman's as she just kept roaring. Are you even getting it? So I have to show up whenever you call, and I have to be completely devoted to you too. What is this, a slave contract? This situation just got way more intense. That old hag Saron just kept yelling, looking like she was about to chew Yu Dam-deok's head off. You call yourself a god, but are you any different from some scumbag asshole? Yu Dam-deok was pale as a ghost, totally scared, but he still managed to stammer out a few words like, it's just a job. Now Yu Dam-deok is putting on this totally unbothered look, saying all pissed off, whatever, I'm not calling you for some stupid crap. I just need your power to stop a disaster from happening in the future. A sphere of light, shrouded in streams of blue power, appeared as he spoke, and a battle will happen. I'll do everything I can to help you overcome your mana deficiency and learn magic. Hearing that, it was like Saren found her human side again after going full-on monster mode just a second ago. Her eyes flew wide open like she'd just woken up. Saren asked doubtfully, "You'll help me cure my illness? This thing that not even millions in gold could fix?" Turns out, it was just this dork Yu Dam-deok running his mouth about his own skills. He gave a forced laugh and tried to patch up his words. There's no method yet, but I'll do my best. Saran went right back to being a monster, her psycho side flaring up again. She slammed her hand on the table and screamed, "You're a damn con artist, aren't you?" Yu Dam-deok's face was totally priceless. He just looked so stupid it was hilarious. Saren still wouldn't stop nagging. If it's all just talk, then I can call myself a god of magic, you know? Yu Dam-deok's face was still stuck on that dumbfounded look, unable to argue. Suddenly, he noticed Ju So-yul and called out to her, "Hey, Ju So-yul, is there a way to cure her instantly?" Ju So-yul heard him but didn't even give him a glance. She just replied coldly, "No." All of a sudden, Ju So-yul's eyes secretly darted behind her, with a ton of thoughts racing through her mind. It's impressive that he was able to use magic so quickly and get here, but convincing Saron is always a pain. Even a star in this world has their weak spots. Saren was still sitting seriously with her arms crossed on the table, her eyes still filled with rage and bitterness. That's what mana deficiency is. Ju So-yul advised coldly, and Yu Dam-deok turned to listen. Give her more time. The teacup rattled on the table. Ju So-yul wasn't finished. There's still time before the gate explodes. So I will teach you magic. Saren and Yu Dam-deok sat across from each other, and the air felt like it was being crushed by some kind of heavy gravity, making everything feel oppressive. A red-haired boy's eyes suddenly turned serious. What? A rift in space opened up in the sky, shooting a pillar of crimson energy straight down to the ground, dyeing everything a deep blood red. Everyone in the room was shocked, looking out the window curiously. What is that? Ju So-yul suddenly looked worried. No way, there's still 1 month left. Why is Carlos already here? The sky was stained red by the light from the giant pillar in the distance. The scene was total chaos. Monsters, who knows where they crawled out from, were swarming the entire sky. The people below were scared to death. Piercing screams and shouts to run for their lives echoed everywhere. What the hell is that thing? Mommy, mommy, where are you? Run! Saren gripped the railing, looking towards the massive, glowing red pillar in the distance that was stirring up the whole area. What? Her face was pure shock, her mind blown, not a drop of blood left in her face. What is going on? Yu Dam-deok was freaking out too, throwing a million questions at Ju So-yul. Ju So-yul, what are you talking about? What do you mean that's Carlos? You said there was still time before he showed up. Are you sure that's Carlos? Ju So-yul wasn't panicking, but she couldn't hide the worry on her face. There's no doubt. In the distance, Saren was screaming her head off when she saw the two of them just standing there talking crap. Why aren't you two running? Ju So-yul worriedly thought to herself. Carlos has never shown up this fast before, not even the Sun Wolf. Something is different in this life, but for now, the result will be the same. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light appeared behind her. Yu Dam-deok was now holding a golden sword, looking cold and totally badass without saying a word. Seeing that, Ju So-yul immediately turned back to question him. Hey, why did you pull out your sword? You're not planning on doing something stupid, are you? He switched into cool guy mode and turned away. He ignored Ju So-yul nagging behind him. Carlos is on a whole different level from that unstable Neptune from before. If you act this impulsively with how things are, I'm not sure what will happen. Yu Dam-deok didn't even glance back, just replying softly. Either way, we're not going to solve anything by just sitting here waiting, right? The system window appeared, with an urgent recruitment request, asking for someone with over 50,000 divine power to stop Carlos in the gate. Yu Dam-deok suddenly rested his sword on his shoulder, glancing back so Ju So-yul could see half of his face. He smirked like, "Don't worry, you silly girl, leave the whole world to me." The confidence was written all over his eyes. Let's go. It's our part-time job. Brawny warriors were facing off against super fierce monsters. Countless beasts were being slaughtered. Yu Dam-deok was in the thick of the fight too. He sliced off a monster's head, looking insanely cool with a completely emotionless face. Over in the distance were Saron, Ju, So-yul, and Guri, also fighting alongside Yu Dam-deok. He still held his sword tight, starting to get pissed off because the monsters were so annoying. Is there no end to these things? Ju So-yul looked over and muttered a few things. It's a miracle he can even get this far with his current abilities. He is a god who never asks for anything and is also the strongest god of this world. Dumbass Yu Dam-deok admitted his power was only 1/50th of Veo Mao's. I know. I figured it out when I taught those students before. Just then, Ju So-yul and Saron landed on the ground in front of Yu Dam-deok and kept on rambling. Since we don't know the situation, let's just focus on stopping the monsters from pouring out of the gate for now. Ju So-yul looked more like she jumped down than the blonde girl, cause who lands head first like that? As she continued talking to Yu Dam-deok in front of her, Saren was struggling to her feet beside them. Even if the event has changed, Veo Mao should be able to fight off Carlos by himself. Ju So-yul suddenly looked super dangerous, like creepy as hell. A massive explosion went off behind her. The color drained from Yu Dam-deok's face. He asked in surprise, "What? Carlos and Veo Mao are supposed to be around here." The warriors who had been fighting their hearts out suddenly stopped, listening to a voice that echoed through space to the gods holding back the gate. Listen to me. The situation is not good at all. Somewhere, a mysterious Veo Mao was sending his message to the battlefield. Someone needs to get a haircut. I can't even see your face. It's shameful, but I have to amend my request. Abandon everything you are protecting. Saren was stunned, her face a complete blank as she listened to Veo Mao, and focus on evacuating the civilians. I'll buy some time. Both Guri and Yu Dam-deok over here were completely shocked by that strange, disembodied voice. Every dude's face was just like totally clueless. Huh? A voice called out from somewhere. Ju So-yul was also staring up at the sky, looking completely zoned out. It was a message from Verm. Suddenly, all the warriors started heading in the same direction. Saron was just cluelessly looking around, not getting what was happening. Even Yu Dam-deok left without a word. Seeing this, Saron totally freaked out and yelled, "What the hell? What's going on? Where is everyone going? Verme just ordered us to retreat." Hearing that, Saren just froze in shock. What? Yu Dam-deok kept his back to her like some badass CEO. Saron, full of doubt, just kept rambling. What do you mean, retreat? I mean, the scene was a total nightmare, like World War III just ripped through this village. The sky was fiery red, and the walls were nothing but rubble. People were scattered all over the ground, and you could still see monsters circling in the sky way off in the distance. Saren wasn't finished talking. What about our village, and what about the people who couldn't escape? Ju So-yul, standing behind Saren, still looked as cold and zoned out as ever. This is different from the prophecy, so I can't be sure. But this entire dimension is going to be annihilated by Carlos. Hearing that, Saren froze up again, her expression completely stiff. Rain began to fall, and the sky turned a gloomy gray, a perfect match for the despair in Saren's heart. It was like she couldn't believe what she just heard, so she just kept repeating unconsciously, "Lies. You're lying, right?" Ju So-yul and Guri just stood there motionless in the rain like a couple of weirdos. Ju So-yul continued, "I'm sorry, but Carlos is way out of our league." Seeing this chick just stomp on all her hope, Saren turned to Yu Dam-deok, desperate to hear a different answer. She frantically grabbed him by the collar and screamed, "Yu Dam-deok, can't you do something? There's gotta be a way, right? Anything at all." Saren was still gripping his collar tight. Seeing this, Yu Dam-deok could only turn his face away, helpless. "I'm sorry." Her hands suddenly fell away. It was as if Saren had accepted that her last shred of hope was gone. She collapsed to the ground, muttering in despair, "How can you all just give up so easily?" As Saren spoke, you could just picture the young mages still struggling to fight off the monsters. A god, huh? There are people still fighting, citizens helping each other up in the rain, or more like, in the clutches of death itself. Yu Dam-deok suddenly froze when she mentioned him, his face already soaked from the rain. "Yu Dam-deok, you said you were a god who saves humanity." An image of another Yu Dam-deok, reflected on the surface of the water, flashed through his mind. Yu Dam-deok's face started to crumple, his eyes welling up with emotions about to spill over. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Please!" In Yu Dam-deok's imagination, he was on his knees in the pouring rain, begging himself, "Please save them." Back in reality, the one begging was Saren. It was as if Yu Dam-deok was seeing a reflection of himself in her. Saren kept begging helplessly. He was silent for a long time, but his once limp hands clenched into tight fists. Saren was still completely heartbroken, her head hanging low in silence. Suddenly, a strange blue light appeared in front of her. Yu Dam-deok's voice rang out, "Summon, God's shop window." Yu Dam-deok held out a hand, about to summon something to help the poor girl. Seeing this, Ju So-yul cried out in worry, "Hey, you!" But Yu Dam-deok was still cool as ice. Gotta admit, playing the hero for a girl always looks badass. He completely ignored Ju So-yul's warning next to him, just replying coolly, "Don't worry, Ju So-yul, I don't plan on dying." His finger touched uppercases on the system panel, which means exchange for all you noobs out there. I wonder if he regretted it, cause Yu Dam-deok muttered, "I didn't think I'd have to use Verma's value this soon." System windows popped up one after another. Haken's Lion Armor, Legendary, effect when equipped. Defense increases by 500%. Haken's Staff, Legendary, effect, 100% chance to stun any living creature. Note, only effective against leaders. Due to equipping Haken's set, both attack and defense increase. Modifying gear for compatibility. Seeing this, that chick Ju So-yul totally lost her shit and screamed at Yu Dam-deok, "You idiot!" Saren, right next to him, still had tears on her face, looking totally dumbfounded as she tried to process what just happened. Yu Dam-deok was now decked out in his new armor, looking like an absolute badass. He glanced back with a smile that could make any girl's knees go weak and casually dropped a cool line. "Take care of the others, Ju So-yul." Meanwhile, the rain was still pouring down like a waterfall. Verm suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. From up high, he looked pretty damn pathetic. That was the view from some purple-haired dude who was laughing and screaming like he was possessed. "Kya ha ha ha. You think this pathetic rain can wash away my dark power?" That was Carlos, a wicked demon with evil blood-red eyes. His body was encased in a layer of hard rock, and the crack in his chest glowed a deep, lava-like red. The guy was screaming like a maniac. "It's disgusting to think I was once your student." In the pouring rain, Verm struggled to his feet, a scowl on his face like he was totally constipated. He wiped the blood from his mouth with one hand while spouting some moral lesson. "Even if you've lost your way, have you forgotten your place in my teachings, Carlos?" The dark clouds still covered the sky, rain pouring down. From high above, Carlos wouldn't shut up, talking back to his master. "Don't make me laugh. How can't you understand that it's you and the people here who are the ones who've lost their way? Oh crap, talk about a jump scare." Carlos suddenly morphed from a demon into the father of all demons, and damn, he looked scary as hell. He laughed like an escaped lunatic, his eyes glowing red as streams of black and red dark energy shot out from his clenched fist. He was still screaming his head off. "Why aren't you more ambitious? Isn't that the natural instinct of a magic user?" Honestly, if you ignore his face, Carlos's pose right now is giving major Winx Club transformation vibes. He spread his arms out, creating tons of dark energy orbs in the air, staining the entire area red. He just kept on shouting, "The path to pursuing greater power." He tensed up, pulling in his arms and legs like some mid-air frog. At the same time, those deadly orbs suddenly rained down, creating insane explosions. Up in the air, Carlos was still blabbering on. "Take a good look. This is what true magic is." Verm's body was now a bloody mess, covered in wounds, but he was still trying to condense a blue orb of power to fight back against his delinquent ex-student. Yeah, Teach is seriously pissed off now. His face wrinkled up like a raisin as he roared. Your dark magic exists only for destruction. That's not the right way to use magic. If you're a god, you should only be using magic to help people. With that said, Verm used both hands to fire that massive stream of power straight at the dark orbs raining down from the sky. When it collided with the orbs, the energy blast spread out like an octopus. Models, and just like that, earth-shattering explosions went off. Carlos looked like he had this in the bag, his face still twisted with pure evil and glee. God, the student is talking back to his master again. Of course, for whatever messed up reason, the dude kept attacking, his power totally terrifying. From Carlos's hands, a wave of energy shot out like giant blood-red roots, heading straight for Vermouth. He was still roaring like a rabid dog, using that dark magic of his. The red glow from his power was so intense it even stained Vermouth's hair. He was in some deep crap, hanging on by a thread and looking scared shitless. Vermouth threw his hands up to block, but the blue light of his power was completely swallowed by that sinister red darkness. He cried out in pain. Ah, I can't take this anymore, Vermouth thought helplessly. Then all of a sudden, a giant fireball appeared in the sky right in front of Carlos. That bastard was still laughing his ass off, totally clueless that he was about to get wrecked, because the hero was finally here. Suddenly, the entire sky was engulfed in those flames. It happened so fast that even Vermouth couldn't process what had just happened. Carlos seemed to be lost in a sea of fire. A figure slowly walked forward, and the second he spoke, you knew it was game over. Looks like you're having a tough time on your own, huh? Vermouth's glasses were freaking shattered. He looked up in surprise at the strange man. It was Yu Dam-deok, decked out in the armor of a god. In his hand was the same fireball that had just scorched the entire sky. His eyes were totally mesmerizing. Damn, he was cool as hell. All the fangirls would totally lose their minds over this. The badass main character has arrived to save the day. The rain still hadn't let up. Realizing Yu Dam-deok was there, Vermouth frantically yelled out. He must think Yu Dam-deok is still a total noob. What are you doing here? Didn't you get the message? At your level, you can't do a damn thing to Carlos. I don't have any divine power left to give you. Get out of here now. Yu Dam-deok replied, his face a complete blank. I didn't come here for a reward. He went on. After all, the reward for this mission isn't worth as much as people's lives. Hearing that, the look in Vermouth's eyes softened a little. Yu Dam-deok pulled out a bone-white sword, his face radiating pure confidence. I have a plan. Carlos was still floating in the air, laughing like a total psycho. KKK, ka, ka, ka. What's this pathetic little flame? Yu Dam-deok and Vermouth just stood there like statues, listening to Carlos's taunts. Is this your new disciple? You must be seriously desperate, huh? The bastard started prepping a new attack. The orb of dark energy condensing in Carlos's hand grew bigger and bigger. He was still laughing like he was high on something, his mouth stretched wide open. Fine, you two can just burn to death together. Seeing the danger closing in, Vermouth created a giant blue magic seal in the sky, trying to block Carlos's incoming attack. Carlos's darkness shot straight toward Vermouth's shield, looking like it was about to completely devour that fragile layer of protection. Vermouth was straining his guts out, gritting his teeth to keep the barrier from shattering. He pleaded, "Oh, gods of Korea, I can't hold on much longer. Do you have a plan or not?" Yu Dam-deok, still gripping his sword tight, yelled with a dead serious look on his face. Just one time. I just need one chance to hit him, and we can neutralize his power. Suddenly, Vermouth's gaze fell on the sword in Yu Dam-deok's hand. Could it be that weapon? I can create an opening, but I don't have the power to protect you from the dark energy. Yu Dam-deok planted his feet more firmly. That's enough. The system window popped up. Skill activated whirlwind. Yu Dam-deok flew up towards Carlos, sword held tight, getting ready to strike the demon nearby. At that moment, Carlos was still getting a kick out of destroying Vermouth down below. Yu Dam-deok yelled, "I've got a trump card of my own." He brought his sword down in a super powerful slash that hit Carlos. The impact created another earth-shattering explosion. As he struck, he finished his sentence. Hidden right here. But then, Yu Dam-deok's face just went completely blank, stunned by something. Yu Dam-deok was completely floored when he realized his blade had only hit Carlos's dark aura, the crap that was always surrounding his body. His face was just dumbfounded, while that bastard Carlos just gave him a creepy grin. Yu Dam-deok's expression changed completely. Damn it, with my power, I can't even lay a finger on him. Suddenly, tendrils of dark energy shot out and surrounded him, looking like they were about to swallow Yu Dam-deok whole. In front of him, Carlos was motionless, like his batteries had died. Then the dude started laughing gleefully again. Kike. Vermouth looked up. Yu Dam-deok had been completely swallowed by Carlos's darkness, turning into a giant sphere next to him. Meanwhile, Carlos was just clutching his face, laughing like a maniac. "Ka ha ha! What should we do now, huh, Vermouth?" Carlos taunted smugly. Vermouth just stayed silent. "Your student is nothing but a pile of ash now." Vermouth was just seen muttering something. It had to be a spell. Suddenly, dozens of chains of light appeared in midair, wrapping tightly around Carlos from behind. The guy was a little surprised, but he was too full of himself, so he kept on yelling to look tough. "A restraining spell? You think you can tie me down with this?" Vermouth's face turned grim. "With this spell, I can only buy a few seconds, but that's all he needs." Yu Dam-deok suddenly broke free from the dark orb, and at the same time, water bubbles started appearing out of nowhere. He swung his sword towards Carlos. The system window popped up. Neptune's blessing has been activated. Yu Dam-deok grinned like he'd just won the lottery as more and more water bubbles appeared. Now Carlos was starting to freak out. He was shocked as hell when he glanced over at where Yu Dam-deok was. "How?" The system window continued its announcement. "Effect has a 100% chance to stun any living creature. Note, only effective against the leader of a specific type." Yu Dam-deok landed a critical hit on Carlos, sending him flying straight into the ground. The blow carried an insane amount of power, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Down on the ground, Carlos was collapsed on his knees, looking like he was totally done for. The ground all around was shattered from the explosion. Yu Dam-deok landed soon after and walked over to where Carlos was kneeling. He stared down at the demon with a grim face. Carlos's eyes were still bloodshot red. Vermouth watched in silence. Yu Dam-deok spoke up, asking him, "Let me finish this, Vermouth, okay?" Vermouth was lost in thought. His eyes filled with sadness. He said quietly, "It was raining then too." A memory suddenly flooded Vermouth's mind. Back then, Carlos was sitting, leaning against the base of a tree. He had stood watching him from a distance. "It was pouring rain," Vermouth revealed. "The day I met him, Carlos wasn't like this." Carlos's face back then was completely gaunt, like he'd been drained of everything. His eyes looked at Vermouth with total indifference. He was cursed with a dark fate that no one would ever want. Carlos's eyes were tired, but they used to be so beautiful, Vermouth continued. But he also had a talent that everyone coveted. "God, is this rain ever gonna let up?" Vermouth stood pensively behind Yu Dam-deok, recounting Carlos's past. "That's what I thought when I personally taught him magic." As he speaks, we see a flashback of Vermo and Carlos happily learning magic together. "I have to change this child's destiny. No one but me, the greatest god of all." Looking back, that was a pretty arrogant thought. Vermo blames himself for accidentally helping the kid get his hands on dark magic. That's when he showed his true colors. "I couldn't bring myself to kill him, so I exiled him." From an innocent boy, Carlos became a monster wielding dark power that could destroy everything. Vermo turns his back to Yu Dam-deok, still reminiscing about his past with his precious student, even though he knows one day the guy will come back to kill him. Hearing this, Yu Dam-deok also glances back. The sky was slowly returning to its usual clear blue. Vermo was still looking up, mumbling about Carlos. "If only I had guided him down the right path sooner, things might have been different. If only I hadn't taught him dark magic. I've been living with those regrets ever since." The sun finally came back out, shining brightly from behind the deep blue, crystal-clear clouds. Vermo wasn't finished. However, maybe it's time to leave it all behind now. Right to the end, Vermo still refused to kill Carlos. Maybe he still had faith in him, or maybe he just couldn't let go. Yu Dam-deok just stood there, bored as hell. His prize was right in front of him, and he had to let it go. He lets out a heavy sigh. "I've gotten stronger, but I've never felt this crappy." The system window pops up announcing, "You have succeeded with the final blow, absorbing the power of the forgotten god, Carlos. Moonwolf level 1, Moonwolf level 3. The sealed skill of the Moonwolf has been unlocked. By using the skill, the amount of dark power can be expanded as the mastery stat increases." Yu Dam-deok raises his hand. Carlos's power is now his. That black and red dark power now belongs to him, the power of Carlos. Yu Dam-deok stares grimly at the black and red flame in his hand. "Just like how I used Neptune's blessing to save myself, I'll have to use the power of an evil god when I need to." Guri pops up out of nowhere, staring curiously at Yu Dam-deok's new power, looking like a total clueless kid. "Whoa, that's sick. What's this black flame?" Yu Dam-deok cracks a quiet smile, but who the hell knows what he's thinking. Guri keeps whining in his ear. "Teach me too." The system window appears again. Switching to default armor, Yu Dam-deok suddenly clenches his fist, and the flame on his hand vanishes. He gently turns his little bro down. Later, "K?" The kid gets rejected and his face scrunches up. "I kid you not." Guri throws himself on the damn ground and starts a tantrum. Yu Dam-deok's face is pure what the fuck. "What the hell are you doing, dude?" His little brother just keeps wailing his head off. "No. Why later? Show me right now." Suddenly, a hand grabs the kid by the collar and yanks him up. A clearly annoyed voice says, "Shut it." The kid, caught by surprise, lets out a yelp. A pissed-off Guri looks up and yells at Saren. You got a lot of nerve, huh? What do you think you're doing? Saren puts her hands on her hips and totally lays into the kid. Stop being such a baby. You should be worshipping him, shouldn't you? He'll teach you when he has time. Yu Dam-deok flips on his troll mode switch, a smug, douchey look on his face, saying things that leave Saron completely frozen. Oh, so you're just starting to realize it now? That I'm a cool and courageous god. All of a sudden, the chick gets all shy and her face turns beet red, stuttering like some cringy, cute anime girl. It's kind of nauseating. What do you mean, cool? Anyway, you were very brave. Because you proved it. I know now that you weren't lying to me. Seeing this, Guri in the back has this dumbfounded look on his face like, what the hell is this chick even doing? Yu Dam-deok's face suddenly lights up. So, what you're saying is? As if understanding him, Saren whips her head away, reluctantly agreeing to their previous deal. It's a stupid contract, but if it's being a priestess for a god like you, I guess I'll give it a shot. Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok. Saren glanced over at Yu Dam-deok and said softly, Still, I think I'll stay here a little longer. She placed a hand on her chest and continued seriously, I've realized something. If I can't use magic, then I'm completely useless. That's why I'm going to find a way to make myself useful. Vermouth, standing to the side, gave Saren a kind smile and said gently, In that case, I can help. Saren jumped as if she'd been zapped. She exclaimed excitedly, Sir Vermouth! Saren was so thrilled she bowed deeply before Vermouth. It would be an honor, Sir Vermouth. Vermouth stood tall, his gentle tone unchanged. Haha, I have to repay the god you believe in, don't I? So I'm glad I can help him in this way. Sensing some bad vibes from So-yoon and Guri, Yu Dam-deok quickly shoved them behind him. So-yoon seemed pretty curious about Vermouth, though. Rum, on the other hand, looked like a little devil. Yu Dam-deok, looking totally freaked out, said to the smiling Vermouth, Dude, you're creeping me out. Hey, let's get out of here, quick! So-yoon, still calm behind him, said, We don't need to. It was just a glance he probably doesn't even remember, but Yu Dam-deok was still panicking and worried. Yeah, but better safe than sorry. Meanwhile, Saren was still smiling and chatting happily, so Yoon's calculating gaze remained fixed on her. Whatever, it's all good now. It's not like we have a cure for mana deficiency syndrome or anything, so she'll be useful here. Guri was getting pissed because Yu Dam-deok was pushing his head down while talking to a girl. Alright, let's go before we get caught. He looked like he was about to eat his big brother alive. Stop pushing my head down. Fine, let's just go home. A system window appeared, announcing that 2,300 of Yu Dam-deok's divine power was being used for a spatial teleport. Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok's eyes widened in shock at what he saw in front of him. What the? He took a step forward, onto ground that had been completely shattered. What the hell is this? Before Yu Dam-deok was a scene of utter desolation and ruin, with fires blazing everywhere. Everything looked like it had just been through an insane, brutal battle between some terrifying forces. What could possibly be waiting for Yu Dam-deok now? The scene was total chaos. The massive buildings all around were severely damaged, with shattered glass and jagged cracks scarring the walls as if they'd just been attacked. A creature shaped like a bizarre eye appeared beneath a building. It let out a piercing sound and shot down towards the ground. Scream! The moment it landed, a lion with fiery red fur and blood-red eyes lunged out to attack it. The lion ripped off one of the creature's wings, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground. A blue notification window suddenly popped up. Activating skill. Roar. All of a sudden, Yu Dam-deok ran out, a look of complete surprise on his face. What the hell is happening? It turned out there wasn't just one of those creatures, but a whole swarm of them. They hovered in front of Yu Dam-deok, and weirdly, they didn't seem hostile. In fact, they seemed worried about their buddy who was caught in the lion's claws. Yu Dam-deok anxiously asked the creatures, Where are the hunters and the army? While he was talking, a monster that looked like a giant snake slithered out from behind a wall, secretly stalking all of them. The snake monster lunged at Yu Dam-deok out of nowhere. It bared its razor-sharp fangs, like it was ready to eat him alive. His face went pale, but it happened so fast he couldn't even react, just froze on the spot. Ju-yoon shot forward at insane speed and gave the monster a clean, powerful slash, sending it crashing to the ground. It was taken out instantly. After that strike, she landed lightly, as if what she just did was no big deal to her. Yu Dam-deok slowly turned to look at her. The two of them stopped to talk, surrounded by the wreckage of destroyed buildings. Ju-yoon had a worried look on her face. Everything's happening faster than we thought. Yu Dam-deok just stared at her, confused. What was she talking about? Ju-yoon frowned, sweat rolling down her pretty face. This wasn't a dungeon break, it was a gate explosion. Yu Dam-deok stood surrounded by crumbling buildings and clouds of dust. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He looked around doubtfully. A gate explosion? This was at least equivalent to a C-rank dungeon break. As he was thinking about what she said about the gate, it was like Ju-yoon could read his mind. She turned and gave him a mysterious look. That's right. It means the forgotten god of this place has gotten stronger. Yu Dam-deok's face was one of pure shock, his mouth hanging open like he couldn't close it. His eyes narrowed, looking as if his whole world had just completely fallen apart. No way. I've only gotten 2 spirit items. Ju Yoon's expression was still cold, but she was trying to calm him down and lift his spirits. Don't worry. I can't sense a god's presence anywhere nearby. The moment she finished speaking, a huge helicopter suddenly flew towards them. The sound of its blades was so loud that everyone had to look up and focus on it. The helicopter slowly descended, and the wind from its rotor blades whipped Yu Dam-deok's hair around. He stared intently at the hovering chopper, not looking away for even a second. In that moment, he gave off this incredibly cool, powerful vibe. A man leaned out of the helicopter. He was dressed super formally, looked like he was from some organization or company. You're Yu Dam-deok, Ju Yoon, and Baek Woon, right? We're from the Gate Management and Maintenance Office. Please come with us. They were taken to the place called the Gate Management and Maintenance Office. It was this massive building with an impressive design and height. Everyone was gathered and sitting together. Suddenly, a man's voice cut through the room, making everyone turn their eyes towards him. I'm sure everyone here understands why we've been gathered. He was a man with dark orange hair. He wore a sharp suit with a red tie that really made the outfit pop. The wrinkles on his face sort of showed how much experience he had. He stood up, looking dead serious. 12. 12 gates have exploded in a row in the mainland region. The death toll is the highest ever recorded. And yet, what was the response from the hunters in charge? Down in the audience, Park Yu-ryom and the Cheongun Guildmaster were staring at the man, looking like they were hanging on his every word. Next to them was the guy who showed up in the helicopter earlier. The man continued with his speech. Most of them either didn't respond or were extremely late. The guy from the helicopter was Hunter Kim Gyu-bin of Iris. He casually adjusted his tie and glanced around, his sharp gaze enough to give anyone chills. It's pretty sad to hear you say that, Chief. While the orange-haired man shot up from his seat, looking pissed, Hunter Kim Gyu-bin of Iris kept pushing back. A series of gate explosions like this has never happened before. And what exactly has the Gate Management and Maintenance Office been doing all this time? You guys believed the gates weren't a threat and just let today's disaster happen. The orange-haired man cut him off, his expression getting even more pissed. Are you blaming us? Suddenly, a huge, white-gloved hand slammed down on the table, making a massive sound that cut right through their argument. It made everyone sitting nearby jump. The one who slammed the table was the Cheongun Guildmaster. He shot to his feet and spoke clearly to stop the two of them, ignoring the startled looks from the people next to him. Both of you, stop. He looked up at everyone with a serious, determined gaze and stated his opinion. This isn't the place to be pointing fingers at each other. We should be figuring out a solution for this mess. Whatever the cause, the hunters here today shouldn't be ignoring a national disaster. 2 of the hunters in the room suddenly looked away nervously, sweat rolling down their faces as if they were the ones he was talking about. The Cheongun Guildmaster continued to call them out. And yet, out of 18 hunters, 12 of them were late. Hunter Kim Gyu-bin of Iris pushed up his glasses with a helpless look on his face. He didn't deny it. That's right. The Cheongun Guildmaster sharply turned and walked away. He spoke as he walked. Dressed in all white with a black belt around his waist, he looked incredibly majestic and cool. That's why I'm proposing this. He walked past a map on the wall and suddenly slammed his hand into it so hard it practically caved in. He seemed tense as he yelled to everyone. Everyone here will team up and launch a full-scale attack on the gates. It seemed like everyone in the room was on board with the idea. One of the women shouted out loud, "Good idea, I agree." The brown-haired man next to her chimed in, "If Iris is in, then there's no reason to refuse." Yu Dam-deok let out a sigh with a confused look. He thought, so they don't give a damn about the chief, huh? Iris really does have its fanboys. Yu Dam-deok shot to his feet. He made it clear to the others, if we're just talking about killing monsters, I'll be acting on my own. The Cheongun Guildmaster walked past him, his face looking serious and a little annoyed, as always. He asked Yu Dam-deok bluntly, "Acting on your own? May I ask why?" Yu Dam-deok shot him a look with his sharp green eyes and answered, "Because I'm the only one who can enter the gates." An image appeared in his mind, 2 giant black holes hovering in the sky, slowly swallowing the city below. The whole scene was freaky as hell, like something straight out of the apocalypse. The thoughts racing through his head were enough to make anyone shudder. This is just a temporary fix. If an attack like the one on the magic world happened here, nobody in this room could stop it. The only way out of this mess is to stop the war between the gods. The Iris Hunter, Kim Gushon, shot up in a rage, slamming his fist on the table. He was so pissed, his face was all wrinkled up. He started cussing out that arrogant bastard. Everyone in the room tried to hold the hunter back, trying to cool things down. "Guildmaster, just ignore that guy. Yeah, he's acting all high and mighty just because he's a rank 6 hunter. He's nothing but a kid who thinks he's hot stuff." While everyone in the meeting room was making a racket, someone came tearing down the hall, running straight for the room. It looked like one of the staff. his face completely pale with panic. He stammered, trying to get the words out to everyone. "We've got a huge problem." He was so worried he could barely speak. Incheon Airport. A gate exploded. Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok and the others next to him were just completely stunned, their faces a mask of disbelief. The staff member's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. The blast was so brutal it had wiped out the entire area. The massive, modern airport had been ruthlessly destroyed by some unknown force pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The staffer continued, "We can't get a handle on the casualties." Yu Dam-deok broke out in a cold sweat. His jaw dropped as he thought, destruction on that scale. Was it a fallen god? Do we have a powerful god helping us in the magic world? He stood there frozen, glancing at the panicking crowd on the other side. He was just as freaked out, thinking to himself, "But with the way things are now, there's nothing we can do with the forces we have." Suddenly, a slender, pale hand reached out and tugged on his shirt, making him jump a little. Turns out it was Ju Seo-yoon. Yu Dam-deok blurted out in surprise, "Ju Seo-yoon." She quickly tried to calm him down, chill. She looked at him with a cool, unreadable expression. "There's nothing to worry about. The incident at Incheon wasn't a fallen god." After she said that, a blue panel popped up with a message, "They have good intentions." Seeing that, Yu Dam-deok's mood instantly lifted. A relieved smile spread across his face. Yu Dam-deok suddenly spoke up, asking the man with dark orange hair. His voice cut through the silence in the room. "Chief, a rank 6 hunter can call for a plane, right?" The chief shot back in answer. "Out of the blue? Of course. Why?" But hearing that, Yu Dam-deok just said, "Let's go take care of this gate." After he spoke, the scene changed to a massive purple black hole hanging in the sky over the city. It was so huge it looked like it could swallow the whole city in seconds. When everyone got to the airport, the scene waiting for them was absolutely horrifying. The ground was covered in massive cracks and the wreckage of airplanes. Busted-up vehicles were scattered all over the place, as if they'd been brutally torn apart. The place was so wrecked, you'd never guess it used to be a modern airport. Suddenly, 2 wolves with blood-red eyes and dark fur lunged out, attacking the monsters. They ripped the monsters' bodies to shreds, leaving them no chance to fight back. The 2 wolves slammed the monster to the ground with insane speed, kicking up a huge cloud of smoke. Watching this, Yu Dam-deok thought to himself, "I used a bit of divine power to summon Rebirth. Damn, I need to wrap this up as soon as possible and get back to training." He turned on his heel and walked away, his head hung low. He stuffed his hands in his jacket pockets, the sounds of monsters still raging behind him. I wonder how El Salon's mana scarcity syndrome is doing. From behind Yu Dam-deok, a strange figure appeared. The person was dressed in spotless white and was stalking him, while he just kept walking, totally clueless. He thought, "I should have prepared better before I left." Suddenly, the blue panel popped up again with a message, "Intuition activated." Yu Dam-deok got a bad feeling, like his gut was screaming at him. He whipped around, his eyes filled with suspicion. He thought, "What the hell?" Yu Dam-deok slowly turned all the way around. His face was a mask of worry and suspense. He kept thinking, someone's watching. Before he could even finish the thought, a flash of white light shot right past his face. The white light came at him with terrifying speed. Out of nowhere, Ju Se-yoon appeared, jumping in front of Yu Dam-deok with her sword to block the beam and protect him. Yu Dam-deok was so shocked he could only blurt out her name, his eyes wide with worry. Ju Seo-yoon. A huge man with long orange hair appeared. He had 2 weird horns growing out of his head, and his eyes were wrapped in bandages. Based on his appearance, he definitely wasn't human, probably some kind of monster. The man looked at Ju Seo-yoon and threatened her. "Don't get in my way, Ju Seo-yoon." Ju Seo-yoon frowned, annoyed, as she stared at the guy, her grip tight on her sword. "What's this all of a sudden?" "Baron." The man turned to face Ju Seo-yoon, his expression ice cold. He kept threatening her with harsh words. "Did you really think you could steal a mythical creature from the Underworld and get away with it? There won't be a second chance. Step aside. If you get in the way, you'll die too." Ignoring the dude's threats, Ju Seo-yoon moved in fast, pressing her sword to his neck to restrain him before he could even react. Ju Seo-yoon held the blade right against the man's throat, staring him down with her sharp, ice-cold eyes. She had him cornered, forcing him to stay put. "You really think you can?" Ju Seo-yoon threw his own threat right back at him. "You're the one who should leave. This is your last chance." Suddenly, a purple aura started swirling around the man's body, like it was some kind of power he possessed. He stayed cocky, even with a blade at his throat. What a foolish choice. To think you'd protect that piece of trash who summons underworld creatures whenever he feels like it. Enjoy your freedom while it lasts. Your true wicked nature will soon be revealed by Hades himself. As the guy's words ended, he felt the purple smoke creeping towards him, and he backed away in terror. And just like that, the man slowly vanished into the purple smoke. That smoke was so disgusting, it was like it rose straight from hell. His voice still lingered in the air, giving everyone the creeps. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of punishment the Underworld has for you. Ju Seo-yoon and Yu Dam-deok backed away, trying not to touch the smoke. Right now, in a room tiled with square blocks, Park Guri and Yu Dam-deok are training like crazy. This training session is a little weird though, because only Park Guri is flat on the ground, looking totally exhausted. Yu Dam-deok is acting as Park Guri's coach. Seeing the kid couldn't take it anymore and collapsed, Yu Dam-deok reluctantly said, "All right, that's enough for today." Park Guri let out a tired groan. Yu Dam-deok commented with a harsh tone, "Your movements have been getting a little slow lately." Park Guri was still sprawled on the floor, too tired to even get up. "Ugh," he whined to Yu Dam-deok. "Do you have any idea how long we've been training? 17 hours! We've been at this since 5 in the damn morning." It was only then that Yu Dam-deok realized, "Oh, has it really been that long? I've got something to take care of, so I'm heading out. Clean this place up, then you can do whatever you want." Park Guri was so shocked, his jaw dropped. "What? You're just gonna leave this mess for me and ditch me?" Yu Dam-deok turned and walked away. He looked so badass walking off, on his way to destroy a gate. "Don't even think about following me. It'll be a pain in the ass if people see us together and think I'm mixed up with Iris." Behind him, Park Guri just watched him go. Park Guri kept staring at the door Yu Dam-deok had just walked through. He was lost in thought, seemingly plotting something. He flopped back, a confused look in his eyes as he stared up at the ceiling. Then he shot up, his face turning cold, but he still had a gentle look about him. What the hell happened at Incheon Airport that's got him in such a rush? If I ask, he'll just dodge the question anyway. He treats me like a freaking servant. Guess I'll just go home and play some games. Just as Park Guri was about to leave, he suddenly imagined Yu Dam-deok's terrifying face with blank white eyes and a twisted, wicked grin. Words of warning echoed in his head about what would happen if he didn't clean up. "Oh, you're not done cleaning this place yet?" The thought alone made Park Guri shudder, sweat dripping down his face. After thinking it over, Park Guri finally decided to grab a broom and start sweeping. It looked like he was so scared of his own imagination that he started cleaning his ass off. He tried to comfort himself while he swept. "I'm not cleaning because I'm scared of him. That's right. This is just part of my training." He looked pretty funny, but also kinda cute. Suddenly, a huge guy walked in. He was wearing a loud orange shirt covered in a flashy floral pattern. The moment he entered, he questioned Park Guri, who was struggling to clean in the distance. "The hell are you doing?" Park Guri thought it was Yu Dam-deok and started complaining. "What? You're the one who told me to clean this place up." The guy who walked in was Tron Dungak. He had sunglasses on and his hands in his pockets, trying to act all cool. "So you really were here." Park Guri now realized it wasn't Yu Dam-deok, so he spoke to the guy more politely. "Oh, it's you?" Tron Dungak suddenly got pissed and started rudely yelling in Park Guri's face. "You little bastard. I looked all over Iris for you and couldn't find you. Why the hell are you cleaning this training room? You're an Iris family member, and you're doing this kind of crap. At least it's not this. Don't you know how much your father treasures you?" Park Guri, still holding the mop, shot back with a sneer. "Oh, I thought it was something serious. Who gives a crap about that stuff? And stop trying to order me around. I'm staying here for a while." After he finished, Tron Dungak glared at him with a terrifying look in his eyes. He screamed, "Damn it!" He continued fuming. "I told you to go humiliate Yu Dam-deok, not to become his freaking lackey." Park Guri, with that same scornful look, replied, I don't know. I'm staying here with my big bro Yu Dam-deok." Tron Dungak's face scrunched up in anger. "What? Big bro Yu Dam-deok? You're calling that mutt your big brother? We've known each other for 10 years and you've never once called me your big brother." He angrily grabbed Park Guri's arm with immense force to get his attention, trying to force the kid to go with him. He dragged him along, giving him no other choice. "Enough of this. You're coming with me. Your father ordered you to take part in the gate destruction plan." Park Guri was reluctantly dragged away. "Aish, damn it, I already told you I don't want to." Tron Dungak just kept pulling him. "Shut your mouth. Don't you get it? Just by being here, you're already disobeying orders." Park Guri suddenly let out a curse. "Son of a bitch." Tron Dungak was stunned, unable to believe what he just heard. "What? What did you just say?" Park Guri coldly shook his hand off and shot him a threatening glare. As if he were a completely different person, he said, "Let go of me." Suddenly, a sound from behind Tron Dungak made him jump. "Wow, look at that. So awesome." An LED screen was showing an image of Yu Dam-deok with the headline, "Yu Dam-deok destroys a gate." The anchor was describing the scene live. "Is that armor a divine artifact? He's on a completely different level." Everyone watching the program gasped in admiration. "What kind of skill is that?" "That black flame. He has swordsmanship skills and can even use long-range attacks." Everyone was buzzing. Only Tron Dungak and Park Guri stood frozen, glued to the screen. Park Guri proudly showed off to Tron Dungak, making him grind his teeth in anger. "See that? My bro has so much I can learn from him. Why the hell should I follow you?" Park Guri turned to leave, not forgetting to taunt Tron Dungak one last time. I'm outta here. Haha, don't come looking for me. Those words left him clenching his teeth, his body trembling with rage. He stared at the TV screen, where Yu Dam-deok's image was displayed, and thought with jealousy. Yu Dam-deok, why are you always one step ahead of me? Damn it, why won't you just die? At the same time, Yu Dam-deok was relaxing, cleaning his ear, and seemed to sense someone was talking about him. Is someone talking about me? Do-yoon gave him a confused look. You're so carefree. Do you even use your brain? Yu Dam-deok replied, Nope. My ear just itches a little. Do-yoon sat down on a nearby bench and started discussing their plan with him. The place looked romantic, with cherry blossom trees planted everywhere. We don't know when Hades will show up. Are you sure it's okay to be so casually destroying gates like this? Yu Dam-deok didn't sit, but stood beside her with a serious expression. Getting famous increases my divine power, and I'm protecting more people this way too. It seemed they were in a park, with lots of people walking around the grounds. Yu Dam-deok said proudly, Is there any reason I shouldn't be doing good deeds? My divine power is already at 90,000. I'm about to hit 100,000. Do-yoon didn't just sit there. She joined the conversation. If you want to boost your divine power, getting a part-time job is a better move. That way, you can also stay off Hades' radar, she said, sipping the can of soda in her hand. That'll just piss Hades off more. We should bounce to another dimension and get stronger there. Yu Dam-deok looked at her, confused and a little surprised. What? Are you just going to keep running forever? If you do that, Ragnarok will probably catch you first. So, Do-yoon, what's your genius plan? Yu Dam-deok said nonchalantly. I don't need a plan. If he wants to see me, I'll go see him myself. The second he said that, Do-yoon was so shocked she spat her drink right out. She couldn't believe he'd actually say that. Do-yoon screamed at him, Hey, you moron, are you out of your mind? If you meet Hades, you're dead meat. Yu Dam-deok stretched, teasing Do-yoon with his cocky attitude. Whoops, did I make you choke on your coffee? She glared at him, looking ridiculously cute when she was mad. Stop screwing around like that and explain yourself. You're scrambling my brain. Yu Dam-deok gave her a super cool look. He pointed up at the sky. We just need to find a place where he can't kill us, even if we happen to run into him, right? Do-yoon crossed her arms over her chest. She was wearing a jacket, giving off major rich boss lady vibes. And where is this place? The Banquet of the Gods. A screen suddenly popped up with the 29,034th part-time job listing. Employer, routes, minimum divine power, over 90,000. Experience, newbies welcome. Description, hall serving, kitchen assistant. Hours, negotiable. Payment, 100 routes, paid daily. A word from the employer. It's party time. Scene change. Towering, massive mountains stood side by side in a majestic vista. At a glance, this place looked to be thousands of meters high. At the peak of Mount Olympus, the Temple of Olympus stood as a colossal building with steps leading inside. In front of the building was a giant torch, as if symbolizing the temple's fiery spirit. Inside the temple was a room overflowing with tables packed with food, including all kinds of meats and fruits. Beastmen were bustling about, preparing the food. It looked like they were gearing up for an epic feast. Suddenly, a centaur in the distance yelled out an order to everyone. Hurry up! The banquet starts in less than an hour. The guy kept barking orders while everyone was hauling baskets of fruit. These are the fruits and veggies Demeter sent over. Prep them perfectly. Saron and Purium were at a table piled high with fruit, getting it ready. They were being constantly tormented by the centaur's commands. When you're done with that, deal with all the stuff in front of you, too. While the two of them were busting their butts, Yu Dam-deok suddenly jumped out with a goofy face to mess with them. You hear that? Good luck with that. The moment they saw Yu Dam-deok, they totally lost it and rushed toward him to complain. Their faces were a mix of pure anger and misery. Yu Dam-deok, you said you had something important to do. That's why you called us here. Bro, I was in the middle of a game. Saren was just as pissed. I was in the middle of a stream. Yu Dam-deok stayed calm, trying to use his hands to block his face so they'd stop yelling at him. Geez, you two are such boring acolytes. He suddenly whipped his head around to look at them and tried to win them over with his argument. We're doing this to stop Ragnarok and save the world. They weren't buying his ridiculous excuse, so they shot back. How? By peeling onions? The centaur from before walked over, cutting everyone off to announce that the banquet was starting. Hall servers, get out here! Yu Dam-deok quickly answered him. Me, I volunteer. Saren and Purium were left behind, feeling completely hopeless. They just kept complaining. Purium was frantically running his hands through his hair. I knew this was going to happen. Saron collapsed onto the floor. I must be insane for agreeing to be his acolyte. Yu Dam-deok walked off with a mysterious look on his face. He thought to himself as he walked, Thanks, my acolytes. This is all thanks to you two. All right. If everything goes according to plan, this will all be sorted out. In the Hall of the Gods banquet, tons of guests from all over were chatting and laughing. Suddenly, someone walked into the banquet. A person nearby immediately took notice. The person who walked in was none other than Yu Dam-deok, carrying a tray of wine. People started whispering, "Is that dude wearing a lion costume to a banquet? Yeah, he looks like a total clown." Yu Dam-deok scanned the room. "Hades isn't here yet?" Do-yoon said she was super worried, "But I know this plan is gonna work." Suddenly, an arm wrapped around his neck. "Well now, who's this?" The person was none other than Apollo. He smiled and said to Yu Dam-deok, "Isn't it my adorable disciple, Yu Dam-deok? Your fashion sense. You look awesome." Yu Dam-deok gave Apollo a strained smile. "Haha, long time no see, Lord Apollo." All of a sudden, another person walked up to them from behind and said, "He's right. Seeing you working a part-time gig again is pretty amusing." The one who appeared was Poseidon, god of the sea. He strolled toward Yu Dam-deok and Apollo with a smile. "It's been a while, hasn't it? I never thought we'd meet again like this. You still remember my offer to become my knight, right?" Yu Dam-deok quickly answered, "Ah, yes, Lord Poseidon. It's been a while." Apollo rubbed his chin and glared at Poseidon, saying, "Poseidon, I was talking to my disciple Yu Dam-deok first." Poseidon just kept smiling as he shot back at Apollo. "Apollo, how about you give us a little privacy? I have a lot to talk about with this low-ranking god." In the banquet hall, the guests were buzzing, seeing Yu Dam-deok talking with Apollo and Poseidon. "I've never seen that god before. Who is he?" Someone else chimed in. "I think he's some low-tier god, but how is he so buddy-buddy with such high rankers? But is it okay to just stand here and watch?" In front of them, Apollo was holding one of Yu Dam-deok's hands. Poseidon had his hand on Yu Dam-deok, pulling him closer. Apollo spoke up. "I started talking to him first." Yu Dam-deok, getting pulled from both sides, started to panic and yelled, "Wait a minute." Poseidon, not backing down, gave Yu Dam-deok a hard tug and said to Apollo, "Let go. I was first." Right in the middle of Yu Dam-deok's awkward situation, another person walked up, laughing loudly from behind him. "Ha ha ha, it's been a long time, but you still look as full of life as ever." Yu Dam-deok seemed to recognize the person behind him, thinking, "That voice." Yu Dam-deok, as if he'd found a lifeline, joyfully called out, "Lord Thor." Yu Dam-deok quickly ran over to Thor, knelt down, and said, "I hope you've been well. About what happened in the dungeon, I am truly sorry." Thor just burst out laughing. Ha ha, it's nothing. You don't have to apologize." Suddenly, another person stepped forward, carrying a dark, gloomy purple aura, and spoke in a chilling voice. "It seems you're apologizing to the wrong god." The one approaching them was none other than Hades, king of the Underworld. He sneered and pointed a finger at Yu Dam-deok, saying, "You filthy animal. Did you come here to dig your own grave?" Yu Dam-deok's eyes went wide as he thought to himself, "Hades." Hades raised a hand, black magic crackling around it, ready to attack at any second. Hades' voice was ice cold as he said, "I have no idea what you were thinking, daring to show your face here. But hey, this just makes things easier for me. I was about to come hunt your sorry ass down anyway." In a flash, Hades' magic engulfed Yu Dam-deok before he could even react. Veins bulged on Yu Dam-deok's face and his eyes went white as Hades' magic crushed him. He screamed, "Arg!" In that critical moment, a massive arm grabbed Hades, stopping him. Thor gripped Hades' arm tightly and said sternly, but with a hint of respect, "Don't you think it's wrong for the strong to bully the weak like this?" Thor tightened his grip on Hades' arm. Hades shook him off, annoyed. "You brat from Asgard, this is Olympus, not your turf. Stay the hell out of my business." Thor kept a polite smile on his face as he shot back at Hades. "If I'm not mistaken, shouldn't the master of Olympus and this whole party be Zeus?" Immense power began to radiate from both Hades and Thor. The entire party started to shake from their energy, and people started screaming and scattering in panic. "Whoa, the supreme gods are about to throw down. Everybody, run!" Suddenly, a trident flew past, embedding itself in the wall between Hades and Thor. The one who threw it was Poseidon. He spoke up, trying to mediate. "That's enough. Are you two really planning to spill blood on a beautiful day like this?" Thor stomped his foot hard, cracking the ground as he roared in fury. "Beautiful my ass! Hades was threatening to kill someone weaker than him." Thor bellowed with rage, his eyes turning white with anger. "And he humiliated me, a warrior of Asgard. In the name of Odin, I will not let this slide." Apollo finally couldn't take it anymore and stood between Thor and Hades, saying, "Hey, this is getting ridiculous. Knock it off." Thor wouldn't listen. Apollo then yelled at Hades, who was starting to turn away. "Where do you think you're going?" "Hades." Hades turned away with a look of disgust. He just scoffed, completely ignoring Thor. The butt of the trident slammed hard onto the floor. Poseidon planted his trident in the ground, standing protectively in front of Yu Dam-deok. He shouted, "That's enough, Hades. Will you only stop when blood has been spilled?" When Hades spoke, his voice became even colder and more sinister than the dark magic swirling around him. So annoying. If all of you are so eager to die, I'll be happy to grant your wish. As the sun was eclipsed by the moon, the entire sky turned blood red. Hades' dark magic enveloped the mountain and the peak of Olympus, a gloomy sight so terrifying it struck fear into all who saw it. Shadowy figures rushed toward Yu Dam-deok like moths to a flame, but he was still frozen, unable to react. There were many screams and loud voices all around. Whoa, Hades is pissed now. Poseidon's being attacked too. The dark magic wrapped around his body as if trying to swallow him whole, making him gasp. That's psycho! Yu Dam-deok was terrified as he was surrounded by Hades' magic. He thought to himself, damn it, I can't believe he's taking it this far. Hades' face contorted into a glare, his voice as cold as ice as he said, Die, you piece of filth. In the middle of all the chaos, someone approached, surrounded by crackling lightning. He spoke up. What's all this? The newcomer was Zeus, the host of the party. Wherever he walked, golden lightning overpowered Hades' dark magic. Zeus casually strolled over to where Yu Dam-deok was standing and said with a frown, I invited everyone here for a party, so why the hell are you guys fighting? Why did you bring the Underworld all the way up to Olympus? This is a celebration, not a funeral. Hades' face remained cold, still holding a trace of darkness as he spoke. You've misunderstood, brother. Yu Dam-deok looked confused, no longer feeling Hades' magic. Ever since Zeus appeared, he thought to himself, Hades' power just vanished instantly. Zeus stood before Hades and questioned him. What do you mean? A misunderstanding. Does your wife know you're up here? Hades began to explain himself. Someone stole something from the Underworld. I'm just doing my job. Zeus was a bit stunned to hear Hades had been robbed. Huh? What do you mean you were robbed? You? The almighty Hades? Seeing you this worked up, it must have been something pretty valuable, huh? Hades gritted his teeth. Finally, Hades revealed what was stolen. Cerberus. Hades continued. The hound that guards the gates of hell has been stolen. What Hades said next made the gods who had been protecting Yu Dam-deok stare. Their jaws dropped at the low-level god. At his words, the god standing behind Zeus stared slack-jawed at Yu Dam-deok. Yu Dam-deok himself just stared back at Hades, dumbfounded. He thought to himself, wait, how is that stealing? I summoned him and then sent him right back home. At some point, Zeus had appeared right in front of Yu Dam-deok. He asked, Hey kid, what's on your mind? Zeus frowned slightly and asked Yu Dam-deok, What kind of god are you? Yu Dam-deok, still out of it, replied, Huh? Zeus calmly asked again, What do you represent? Your domain. I'm the god of swords. Yu Dam-deok's answer seemed to surprise Zeus a little. He asked again, Swords? A god of swords, huh? That's a weird one. You seem pretty resourceful. Zeus's words only confused Yu Dam-deok more. Zeus stood up straight, sizing Yu Dam-deok up. But I can tell just by looking at you that you're a low-tier god. Zeus frowned, his voice full of doubt. Which is why this is so weird. Cerberus even growls at me, so how in the world did you get him to like you? Yu Dam-deok honestly explained everything about the incident with Cerberus, how he walked him and restrained him, and how he discovered Cerberus's collar inside a gate pillar at the entrance to the Underworld. The system had notified him about what Cerberus's collar could do. The collar that Hades uses for training. When used, Cerberus will obey your commands. Seeing Yu Dam-deok's bewildered and confused expression, Zeus clutched his, Ha ha ha, this is hilarious! How can one low-tier god cause this much drama? Yu Dam-deok was a little surprised, thinking, Huh? His reaction is way better than I expected. If he helps me, maybe I can sort things out with Hades. Suddenly looking interested, Zeus said, All right, to settle this, how about you two have a duel? Yu Dam-deok was so shocked, his jaw dropped, and all he could manage was a desperate, Huh? The blonde man beside him looked worried. Zeus, this is ridiculous. A duel between low-tier and high-tier gods, he just casually shot back, then just fight without using any divine power. Anyone else got a problem with that? After saying that, he turned and left, adding, Today's banquet was ruined by these two punks. They're gonna have to take responsibility. The blonde man tried to call after him, but it was useless. Wait. Yu Dam-deok was still in shock, his voice kinda trembling. A duel? Next to him, the gods, Thor and Por, were both helpless against Zeus's freaking temper. All they could do was pat his shoulder to calm him down. Hades quietly gritted his teeth. Yeah. Then he turned around and coldly dropped a threat. Looks like today isn't your day to die. You better enjoy whatever time you have left. Yu Dam-deok started freaking out even more, sweating bullets and wondering if the item shop sold a skill for taking a beating. Just then, Shu Yun stepped out from the crowd, frowning. Looks like you couldn't handle things here after all. I told you you'd be in danger. The two of them walked towards the exit, and Yu Dam-deok asked her, Yeah, for real. So what now? Shu Yun replied, acting all nonchalant. What do you mean, what now? Now we go fight, duh? Yu Dam-deok got a little pissed. Hey, you're talking like this has nothing to do with you. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. You planning on training? I'll help you. Turns out it was the Greek god Heracles. He was grinning at Yu Dam-deok. Let's go to the arena of Ares. I'll train with you there. At the arena of Ares, sunlight bathed the whole place, adding to its raw, epic vibe. Heracles explained as they walked. This is Ares' training ground. You'll be training here for the next few months. The three of them walked and chatted cheerfully. The atmosphere was actually pretty chill. Yu Dam-deok was stoked. Thanks, sir. I can't believe you're actually helping me. Heracles smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Don't mention it. We're comrades in arms. Yu Dam-deok was kind of speechless, but he didn't dare say it out loud, so he just thought to himself, I can't believe the greatest hero in Greek mythology is such a freak for his own armor, calling me a comrade just because I'm wearing a similar set. A loud noise echoed from the distance, catching his attention. Yu Dam-deok looked towards the sound, where he saw two people, a guy and a girl, fighting like crazy. He was a bit confused. Someone's sparring. I wonder who. He thought to himself, damn, they're fighting hard, but it looks so sick too. Suddenly, the blonde guy collapsed to the ground, looking totally pissed off. Damn it, I let my guard down. This isn't over yet. The purple-haired girl pointed her sword at him, gloating. Who told you to let your guard down? If this was a real fight, you'd be dead 100 times over. Fine, let's call it a draw. I'm being generous here. Then get that sword out of my face. Yu Dam-deok was a little confused. Judging by their skills, they don't seem like regular gods, but they weren't at the banquet, so they're probably not that strong. Suddenly, Heracles popped up out of nowhere, yelling, Ares, you lost to Athena again? Yu Dam-deok stared at the two bickering gods in front of him, too shocked to speak. What? They're Ares and Athena? As in, two of the 12 Olympians who literally have war in their titles? Shu Yun, next to him, was way calmer. Meeting people who are this good at fighting is a huge advantage for you. He didn't say anything, just silently watched Ares put Heracles in a headlock, looking pretty annoyed. Perfect timing, let's see who's stronger this time. Apparently, Ares' grip was insane, making Heracles immediately scream, Ah, wait! He kept tapping on the muscular arm clamped tight around his neck. Let me go, I want to introduce you to someone. Ares finally noticed Yu Dam-deok and Shu Yun, frowning slightly as he asked, You mean those two over there? Heracles rubbed his neck and explained, Yeah. Since you two have been fighting here all morning, you probably haven't heard what went down at the banquet. This is definitely going to be the biggest gossip among the gods for the next few days, Heracles said excitedly. The banquet today turned into a total mess, and one of those two has to fight Hades. Athena and Ares were a bit surprised, asking in unison, Who's fighting Hades? Ares then started to size the two of them up. The girl seemed stronger, judging by her skills and power. But that dude is weird. I've never seen an energy source like this before. He smirked. All right, I could use a training partner. He reached for his sword, gripping it so tight his muscles bulged. The only way to know how strong someone is to fight them one-on-one. He looked totally intimidating right now, pointing his sword straight at Yu Dam-deok and Shu Yun. He let out a menacing laugh. I'll find out who's stronger soon enough. Only the stronger one gets to train here. Shu Yun pushed Yu Dam-deok, who was still totally lost and confused about what was happening. He turned back to ask her, Hey, why'd he say only one person gets to train? Shu Yun, with a blank face, said, Because I'm going back to Korea. They said they need someone to handle some gates or dungeons or whatever. Yu Dam-deok was resigned. Yeah, I guess there's no other way. Of course, Ares didn't wait around, walking right up to him. So it's you, huh? You've got some interesting energy. He was giving off this super intense bloodlust. It was almost suffocating. He tilted his head, looking at him. Ready? Athena, standing behind them, was a little curious. But why do you have to fight Uncle Hades anyway? Ares cut him off before he could answer. That doesn't matter. With Uncle Hades' crap personality, of course he'd pick a fight with someone. As he spoke, he shot forward, kicking up sand everywhere. He flew towards him like an arrow. If you want to survive that match, you've got to fight with everything you've got. You hear me? With just one hit from him, the ground shook, sending sand and rocks flying. The power was just overwhelming. In all that chaos, you couldn't even see Yu Dam-deok anymore. Heracles stood on the side, looking kinda helpless. Ah, there he goes again. Athena had a disgusted look on her face. Seriously, sometimes I can't tell if Ares is simple-minded or just plain stupid. The dust started to settle, and the scene became clearer. Yu Dam-deok had been knocked back. The wall behind him was cracked to hell. He couldn't even stand properly and had to kneel on one knee just to support himself. Ares was pretty surprised. At least you can take a hit. Ares started to get interested. The killing intent in his eyes was impossible to hide. Now, he didn't waste any more words, rushing at him like the wind and yelling, Show me your swordsmanship! His blade came down, strike after strike, each one like a freaking thunderbolt too fast and powerful for the naked eye to follow, leaving him struggling just to block. Even though he was all muscle, his movements were super coordinated, and seeing him struggle like this really got him excited. What are you doing? You just gonna play defense the whole time? Yu Dam-deok was pissed now. He seized the opportunity and charged at him. He put all his strength into one attack, a fast and decisive slash aimed right at him. Athena was a little surprised. Oh? He's fighting back. For a low-class god, that's not too shabby. Even if he does have some skill. She looked over at the two of them, sizing them up. There was a huge gap in their power and speed. A low-class god versus a high-class one. The outcome was obvious. The look in Ares' eyes changed as he gave a creepy smile. How interesting. Like a wild beast, he shot towards him like an arrow, yelling, "Keep going! Continue to amuse me!" As expected, just one of his blows sent the boy flying. He backed away in fear, looking at Ares. "I give up. The gap between us is too wide. I can't defend myself." But Ares was like a wild beast that had lost all reason. He snarled, "Surrender is not in my vocabulary. Attack!" Athena, who had been watching them this whole time, was quite surprised by Yu Dam-deok. He's held on for over an hour. That's beyond my expectations. Huen was also standing beside her. Yeah, but should we intervene? Ares seems to be getting a little too into the fight. No, let's keep watching. She studied Yu Dam-deok intently, a strange look in her eyes. Something is clearly changing. Hacken, however, wasn't paying much attention, assuming it was just because Ares was going easy on him. That makes sense. There's no way a low-class god could block Ares' sword. The battle over here seemed quite fierce. The clash of metal created a piercing sound. It wasn't like what the two spectators thought. Ares seemed to be struggling. Damn it, how is this happening? The longer we fight, the more this guy learns how to block my attacks. Is he really learning this fast? Impossible. Ares roared in anger. You little brat, you're good at hiding your strength. With a sharp crack, Ares' blade was broken in two by the boy. The blow was so fast and precise that everyone was stunned by the sight, especially Ares. His eyes widened, still unable to believe he'd just been defeated by a low-class god. Yu Dam-deok, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised at all, merely letting out a long, quiet sigh. Ares charged at Yu Dam-deok with his sword in hand, moving with incredible speed. Dust billowed everywhere. Yu Dam-deok thought, thanks to my talent with the sword, I was able to understand Ares' skills quickly. Now I can block his attacks. With a serious expression, Yu Dam-deok charged at Ares at high speed, sending dust flying. You might not understand, since you're used to buying legendary grade skills and items from the god shop that you can use immediately. This is the true value of talent. The space suddenly fell silent. Ares and Yu Dam-deok stood back to back, Ares' sword broken. He scowled, blurting out in a mix of shock and anger, "You broke my sword. You were hiding your skills this whole time, weren't you?" Furious, Ares raised his fist from behind Yu Dam-deok and roared, "If that's how you want it, bring it on. Let's see this to the end." Moving at high speed through a cloud of dust, Ares' punch was suddenly blocked by a hand. Athena stood before Yu Dam-deok, her expression cold. "Ares, that's enough," she said, her face like ice and her gaze sharp. "Calm down. This is just a trivial sparring match." Ares was extremely displeased that someone had interfered and forced him to stop. He gritted his teeth and grunted, but complied. Athena looked at Yu Dam-deok with satisfaction. "Sword god, your swordsmanship truly is far beyond that of an ordinary person." Yu Dam-deok broke out in a cold sweat, looking helpless. It's nothing that special. Ares wasn't even using his divine power, and yet I was pushed back." He looked at his hand, thinking seriously, "I've only been fighting for a short time, and my swordsmanship has already reached a new level. If I can learn from them, then fighting Hades again is completely possible." Yu Dam-deok pursed his lips and clenched his fist. He resolved that he absolutely had to learn. He looked at Athena and Ares. "Lord Ares, Lady Athena, I have a request." The two instinctively turned their heads toward him, listening with serious and determined expressions. "Please teach me your swordsmanship." Athena's eyes narrowed. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Yu Dam-deok bowed a sincere 90 degrees. "Yes, I know this is rather sudden, but I hope you will agree, no matter what the price." Athena was serious. "You yourself know that Ares wasn't fighting you with his full strength." She could see the determination in his eyes. The power difference didn't deter him, but rather, it excited him. "I see now why Uncle Hades hates you." Although Athena was intrigued by this stubborn boy, she still used Ares as an excuse. "I'm getting a little bored of having to train with Ares every day anyway. Since you've made such a bold declaration, don't give up too easily. After all, we are gods of war, so don't expect us to go easy on you." Ares, standing beside her, also looked at him seriously. Rocks and dust flew, forming a vortex. Stone figures charged at Yu Dam-deok, and he shattered them into pieces of all sizes with his sword. Ares yelled, "Hey, rookie, you only have 1 minute left. If you don't destroy them all, they'll just regenerate. Hurry up!" Yu Dam-deok struggled with all his might, his face anxious and beaded with sweat, thinking, "Damn it, there are too many. I've used up all my divine power." The stone figures began to charge at him in greater numbers and with more intensity. The hilt of Yu Dam-deok's sword began to glow with fire. He moved nimbly, shattering all the giant stone figures. Ares frowned, his face stern, as he watched the fragments of the stone figures fly around him. As the broken stone fragments fell at his feet, Ares exclaimed, "What?" He frowned sternly, his eyes wide with surprise. "Magic. Who in the world are you?" Yu Dam-deok looked surprised and broke into a sweat. "Huh? What do you mean? I'm just an ordinary god." Ares grabbed Yu Dam-deok by the collar, his expression grave. Yu Dam-deok was sweating bullets, a look of panic on his face. Ares shouted, "What kind of god uses ancient energy? You're Taphus." Yu Dam-deok replied, "Huh? Wait, who is that? You must have misunderstood something," Athena said with a calm expression. "Calm down. Why are you getting so worked up, Ares?" She stepped between the two of them and looked at Ares. "There's no rule that says gods aren't allowed to use magic. It was the gods who gave magic to mortals in the first place." Ares roared grimly. "Stop it, Athena. No, God uses magic in place of divine power, only that Taphus would use such useless magic." Yu Dam-deok watched the two of them with a serious expression. "All right, then I just need to prove that I'm not Taphus, right?" Yu Dam-deok smirked, raising his thumb as a small, circular light emanated from it. No matter how good someone is at hiding their identity, only a true god can do this. A call to summon priests came from the circle in the sky, from which two people descended, a boy with short blue hair and a girl with long, pale blonde hair, both wearing uniforms. Yu Dam-deok held out his hand towards the two new arrivals. "Summon priests." He then asked, "Is this enough, or would you like to see more?" The two newcomers looked at him with confused expressions. Athena nudged Ares with her elbow, giving him a sharp look. "See? I told you, you're just making a scene. Go apologize to him." Ares, with his white eyes, frowned and broke into a sweat. My bad. It's just that Dam-deok is one crafty bastard." The blonde priestess angrily yelled in Dam-deok's face. "Hey, are you messing with me? You told me that if I became your priestess, you'd heal me, but all I see is you using me for free labor," she snapped. "You liar! When the hell are you going to heal me?" Dam-deok was helpless. "I know, just calm down. There are some seriously powerful gods here, you know." She grabbed him by the collar, screaming, calm down, please. Somebody stop her." Heck Queen stroked her chin, amused. "Oh, a god this chummy with their priestess is a rare sight." Dam-deok, helpless and a little pissed off, yelled, "In what universe do we look like friends?" Athena smiled. "You really should have told us you got a new priestess." "A priestess's power is a reflection of her gods, after all," she laughed. "We could train them for you too. The results would be so much better." Ares grinned mischievously, tilting his head. "That's right. Now that you have 3 people, we can triple the number of monsters." "What?" "Their number of strategies will increase too. We should at least increase the monsters tenfold." Saren suddenly broke into a cold sweat and whipped his head around, his voice panicked. "Why do I have a really bad feeling about this?" He continued, "Who the hell are these guys?" Dam-deok was sweating bullets, his voice laced with anxiety. "Hey, wait, what's going on? Hey, guys!" Athena snapped her fingers, and now, stone monsters with bloodshot red eyes surrounded the 3 of them. Athena said cheerfully, "Well then, try to survive." Someone screamed a curse. "What the actual feck is this bullshit?" And so, a month went by. They struggled through the brutal training meticulously designed by Ares, Athena, and Heck Queen. The sky was clear blue, with golden sunlight shining down. A girl approached and said, "It's time." Jusu Yun walked up nonchalantly, her hands clasped behind her back. Dam-deok was standing on a pile of rubble. She looked at him and asked, "Do you think you can win?" His face full of confidence, he smirked. "Don't worry, there's no way I can lose." In a large, sand-covered arena surrounded by high white walls, a massive crowd was cheering and roaring. The chaotic scene from above was a world away from the tension below. Down there stood Dam-deok and Hades, with an angel who had distinctive green hair and an eye patch standing between the two of them. Hades, with both hands in his pockets, spoke in a mocking tone. "So, you dared to stay instead of running away. If you hadn't shown up today, I would have hunted you across every single world. But since you had the guts to appear, I'll grant you a swift death." Hearing this, Dam-deok just looked at him in silence. The angel in the middle spread her wings, rising a short distance from the ground before speaking. "Now then, I, Nai, declare the start of the holy war between 2 gods." Nai smiled and said, "The use of divine power is forbidden in this battle." Raising her hand, she summoned a laurel wreath that radiated a brilliant golden aura. "That laurel wreath will seal both of your divine powers. This battle will only end when one of you has fallen." As she spoke, laurel wreaths identical to the one Nai had just summoned appeared above the heads of both Dam-deok and Hades. Both of them were now glaring at their opponent, their faces dead serious. Yu Dam-deok already had his sword in hand, ready to charge into battle. Hades also relaxed his hands, preparing for the fight. "Now then, good luck." Nai's words were the signal to begin the war. The moment she finished speaking, Dam-deok took off, activating his wind dash skill and charging straight for Hades' torso. He swung his sword, slashing at his body with no wasted movement. After landing, Dam-deok sent the sand and dust of the arena flying everywhere. Dam-deok glanced back slightly and thought to himself, Ares' training is really paying off. My swordsmanship is now at A rank, maybe even higher, even if my opponent is Hades. Before he could finish his thought, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. That was an amusing little trick. He flinched, his eyes widening. Dam-deok got a cut right on his neck before he could dodge. As Dam-deok clutched his neck to stop the bleeding, Hades was already standing there. He said, Is that all you've got? Calling yourself the sword god with skills like these? Hades smiled sarcastically. Now I'll send you straight to hell. After that, the two of them began to fight fiercely. The spectators in the stands started to argue. A man with long blue hair said with a worried expression, Oh man, that kid is done for. Well, at least his opening move was impressive. The person next to him replied, Of course, some low-ranked god can't fight a high-ranked one. Well, it may look that way, but there's no way he's losing. Ares suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making the two who were talking turn around in alarm and say, Ares, why did you come to watch such a boring match? That guy is the disciple I personally trained. Of course I had to come and watch. Ares replied calmly. Everyone nearby was surprised. A disciple? The arrogant Ares took on a disciple? He continued to speak while watching the fight. What's meant to be will be. Basically, I'm just curious to see what he learns from this battle. Down in the arena, Dam-deok was still seriously dodging Hades' attacks. He thought, I'm getting used to Hades' movements, but something feels off. A feeling I can't quite describe. Are you feeling despair yet? Hades' shout cut off Dam-deok's thoughts. He continued to yell, Just die, and leaped toward him. Dam-deok simply dodged his attack and continued to think. The moves I saw during training were even crazier than this. His eyes lit up. Dam-deok began to remember. On the outside, they look like different sword styles, but the tip of the blade activates the invisible sword skill. The skill made the path of Dam-deok's sword form a graceful, winding arc as it slashed through Hades. He was hit, let out a grunt, and collapsed to his knees. The entire arena, witnessing Dam-deok's victory, looked at each other in surprise. Then, everyone erupted into thunderous, excited cheers. Dam-deok let out a long sigh of relief. Zeus appeared from nowhere and walked onto the arena floor, laughing happily. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. He held out an inviting hand to Dam-deok. Next time there's a party, I'll definitely invite you. We'll have a great time. Hearing this, Dam-deok replied politely, Thank you, my lord. But inwardly, he was ecstatic. The last time I was here, it was to serve, but this time I get to attend as a god. This is awesome! Hades' shout rang out. Who gave you permission to invite him? Never before has some low-ranked god been allowed to attend a party. They have to be at least a mid-ranked god. Zeus retorted to Hades, Come on, don't be so hung up on those old-fashioned rules. Hades continued to yell, What about our oath on the river Styx? Are you planning to break it? Hearing this, Zeus said awkwardly, What an unfortunate turn of events. Hades got the answer he wanted and let out a satisfied smirk. Suddenly, a notification window popped up in front of Yu Dam-deok. Congratulations, your name is now known to the gods of Olympus. Yu Dam-deok read it and laughed in disbelief. Huh? In a massive hall decorated with tons of bright, colorful flags, a super lavish party was going down, with food and drinks laid out on these long, pristine white tables. All the food on the tables was practically sparkling and looked insanely delicious. The place was buzzing with people chatting loudly, with crowds gathered in groups, deep in conversation. Yu Dam-deok was leaning on a table with both hands, right in front of a spilled drink. He put a hand to his head and said, Ugh, I drank way too much. With a tired look on his face, a girl with long, shiny blonde hair and big, round red eyes suddenly peeked out from behind a pillar, smiling as she called out, Sir Yu Dam-deok. He curiously glanced behind him. It's been a while, hasn't it? The girl ran out, gently tucking her hair back as she walked and smiled. Yu Dam-deok was surprised. Lady Persephone, I watched the match. You've gotten way stronger since the last time we met. Persephone walked right up to Yu Dam-deok, clapped her hands together, and said with a laugh. Yu Dam-deok got all awkward. Ah, you watched it? I don't really know what to say. I'm sorry if I caused any trouble for you, Yu Dam-deok said, feeling guilty. Oh, please, it's nothing. Persephone laughed. I actually thought it was pretty fun. You have no idea how many times I've told my husband to fix his attitude, but he just won't listen. Persephone pouted. She suddenly bent down, picked up a wooden box, and said, Oh right, take this. It's a fruit from my mother, a golden apple. Then Persephone opened the box, and inside was a golden apple that was giving off a shimmering light. She said that hundreds of years of pent-up anger just vanished in an instant. She praised you so much she almost lost her voice. Ah ha ha! Yu Dam-deok laughed sheepishly and said, "But this gift is too valuable. I have to go. Goodbye," said Persephone. "Yeah, see ya," Yu Dam-deok replied. "Looks like you're really enjoying the party." A foot stepped forward. Yu Dam-deok turned and said, "Ah, Ju So-yul, perfect timing. I saw a part-time job listing this morning. Let's go do it now." Ju So-yul tilted her head, confused, and asked, "Why are we leaving? You're the special guest at this banquet. Why not try asking some of the people here how to cure Salon's mana problem?" She continued to ask. Yu Dam-deok gave a slight smile. That was the original plan. But things have changed. Yu Dam-deok held up the golden apple for her to see. Ju So-yul was startled and asked in shock, "Where did you get a golden apple?" Then Yu Dam-deok called out to Salon, who was up ahead. "Hey, Salon! Salon!" Salon, who was sipping some wine, turned around to look, and a summoning circle appeared above her head. After that, she was summoned right to where Yu Dam-deok was. Salon freaked out and screamed. She angrily cursed out Yu Dam-deok. "You psycho! You scared the crap out of me! I was standing right in front of you. Why the hell did you have to pull that summoning crap?" Just as she was yelling at him, Yu Dam-deok suddenly shoved the entire golden apple into Salon's mouth. She was shocked. "Huh? What is this lunatic doing?" Salon froze. She chewed the piece of apple in her mouth and asked, "What is this?" A notification window appeared. "Your priest, El Salon, has been affected by the golden apple. Her mana deficiency has been cured. I can feel a warm, gentle energy flowing through me." "What is this strange feeling?" Salon asked, puzzled. Yu Dam-deok smiled and explained, "That's the feeling of mana circulating." "Congratulations on being cured, Archmage Salon," Yu Dam-deok said to Salon, who was standing in front of him with a look of pure shock. In Salon's hand now was a small white orb, no bigger than a marble, with a magical red light enveloping her hand. Salon's face was blank as she stared at the orb in her hand like she was seeing it for the first time. "So, this is mana." While she was curiously admiring the mana orb in her hand, Yu Dam-deok, standing beside her, smiled gently and said, "How does it feel?" The mana orb sparkled brightly in Salon's hands. The girl was so stoked she was cradling it like a treasure. "It's so beautiful." Salon clutched the mana orb to her chest, looking totally fulfilled. "Master, my entire life I've dreamed of seeing this tiny light in my own hands." "What the hell?" This chick was so emotional she was tearing up. Salon looked at Yu Dam-deok adoringly, smiling as she said, still hugging the mana orb tightly, "My lifelong dream just came true. I have nothing to give you in return." But Ju So-yul stood between the two of them, her expression unchanging. She said coldly, "Now's not the time for sappy speeches." She closed her eyes, not caring, but her mouth kept running, making Yu Dam-deok next to her look like a total idiot. "The golden apple only opened your mana circuits. You're a long way from being a true archmage. The truth is, right now, you're still useless." This Ju So-yul chick continued to lay down harsh words on poor Salon. "I know you're happy, but you should focus on developing your skills. There's no time to waste." Yu Dam-deok was like, "What the hell, you psycho?" He spoke up to defend Salon. "How can you be so cold? Are you trying to crush her spirits on purpose?" Hearing that, Salon just looked stunned, not daring to talk back. "No, she's right." Ju So-yul continued. "Even so, she's like AlphaGo, a total robot." Ju So-yul looked at Salon with a cool, indifferent expression and gently patted her on the head. Seeing this, Salon was a bit surprised. Ju So-yul praised her softly. "But the fact you could channel mana the moment you felt it is pretty impressive." "Good job." Salon was so happy she squealed. "Whoa, really? Thank you, sis." Hearing that, Ju So-yul looked a little awkward and asked back, "Sis? I mean, you're as kind as family. I have so much to learn from you." Yu Dam-deok, standing off to the side, could only give a wry smile. Honestly, sometimes it's hard to hate her. He looked at the two beautiful girls, one a top ranker and one a boss, walking and chatting cheerfully, and thought to himself, she really is a strange girl. Sometimes I can't believe she's the same age as me. How do I put it? She has this really mysterious vibe to her. After that random thought, Yu Dam-deok chuckled and urged everyone to get their butts in gear. "All right, we're done here. We should get going, right?" Salon, standing next to that kid Guri, heard Yu Dam-deok say, "Salon, you should go back to your world and start learning some real magic. We've got a new part-time job to deal with." That brat, Guri, with his hands cockily behind his head, shot back. "So where's this new part-time job?" Yu Dam-deok gave a faint, almost crazy smile. "Hell." A system window appeared. Daily worker recruitment for the Hellforge. Employer, Demon God Rukip. Divine power, over 100,000. Details. Just do what you're told. Working hours, 1 day until the forge closes. Salary, random. Benefit, demonic authority. Note from the boss. Scouts from those goddamn angels will be ground to dust in the hell grinder. Below them was a sealed-off area, with a bunch of people standing around, either watching or doing God knows what. In the area they were supposed to block off, there's a crack in the ground glowing with this weird pink light, looking like some kind of gate. Dam-deok has already suited up in his god armor, ready to throw down at any second. His little bro, Guri, quickly runs ahead to scout. Below them is the mysterious gate leading to another dimension. Figuring this out, Dam-deok looks kinda worried and confused. Weird. Usually, the system just teleports workers straight to the job site, but it looks like Hell is an exception. The system works fine with other worlds, so why not with Hell? It only gave us a few directions. Suddenly, the ground beneath the gate starts to crack even more. The space gate starts getting bigger, making the ground shake and the crack grow wider and wider. The cables wrapped around the fence all snap. Some random dude gets blown backward. A guy in a full suit and tie is frantically reporting the situation to someone through his earpiece. Red alert, HQ, red alert. A medium-sized gate has suddenly expanded into a large one. He's sprinting down the street like his life depends on it, screaming, "Somebody help me!" He's moving so fast he leaves a trail of smoke on the pavement. Dam-deok dives down from above, sword in hand, and the guy on the ground looks up in total panic. He falls flat on his ass on the pavement, his face screaming, "The hell you want, dude?" Dam-deok walks past him, sword in hand, his cape flowing in the wind, looking badass as hell. He's got this smirk like some rich CEO who just saved a pretty boy. "You okay? Get out of here now." Seeing the danger's gone, the guy on the ground scrambles up, saying, "Thanks." Now Dam-deok is facing that mysterious gate, and it's practically begging him to walk in. He hesitates for a second, thinking, "So, I guess I have to go through this thing to get to Hell?" Behind him, Ju So-yul and Guri are looking all cool and stoic. Dam-deok sticks his hand into the gate first. "Gotta get through this without any casualties, 'kay? Oh, a system notification pops up. You have entered the gate. The three of them step through the gateway to Hell, and before them is a dark, death-filled space without a single ray of sunlight. Oh, another system notification. You have reached your destination. Dam-deok scans the scene around him, lost in thought. The destination is Hell. That means the gates are connected to Hell. So the forgotten gods might not just be inside the gates. They might actually be in Hell. The place is a total, desolate wasteland. The sky here is covered in these creepy purple clouds. Jagged mountains jut out from the ground like giant spikes. Suddenly, something appears behind Dam-deok. It's a monster, and it looks gross as hell. It lunges at Dam-deok, its huge mouth full of razor-sharp teeth wide open. Too bad for it. Hell's welcoming party is kinda lame. With just a few slashes, Ju So-yul dices the monster into pieces. Only then does Dam-deok even realize the monster was there. The badass Ju So-yul, gripping her blade tightly and not even flinching, reminds our clueless hero, "Don't get distracted. Let's clear this gate first." Suddenly, 3 more monsters, identical to the last one, pop up in front of Dam-deok. They all have their mouths wide open, ready to devour the handsome guy in front of them, which makes him jump a little. But this time, unlucky for them, he sees them. Dam-deok stares them down with a confident smirk, getting ready to fight, but not before muttering something under his breath. "Yeah, I'll push those useless thoughts aside for later. Gotta deal with this first." A moment later, the ground at his feet is littered with the bodies of those all-talk-no-action monsters, dropped like flies, their blood splattered all over his shoes. Standing in the middle of a pile of monster corpses, Dam-deok congratulates himself and his crew. "Awesome, we've wiped out all the monsters." Dam-deok continues, his voice cold. "Now, there's just one thing left." He looks up. It's a giant shield, no, more like a massive magical barrier. It looks super sturdy since it's made of magic. Dam-deok says softly, "The barrier on the other side of this gate." He reaches out and touches it. "Heh, this is pretty interesting. Every gate I've been to has had one of these." An orange-yellow flame starts to glow from his fingertips. Dam-deok has this psycho smirk on his face, but his eyes are filled with pure confidence. "Not long ago, I wasn't even strong enough to get near this barrier." Suddenly, a fireball forms in his hand and he presses it against the barrier. The fire begins to spread in all directions. Our boy's face is still looking epic as he shouts in excitement. But now, it's time to pull back the curtain. The Hell System panel flashes a notification. "The Eye of the Abyss is watching you." The barrier can't seem to handle the power of Dam-deok's fireball, and a huge chunk of it cracks apart. His flames look like they're about to swallow the entire protective field. Dam-deok's gaze grows even more confident and determined. "All right, bring it down." Finally, the barrier shatters completely. Dam-deok is now standing on the edge of Hell. He turns back to say something to the ever-serious Ju So-yul behind him. She just crosses her arms in silence. "Hey, Ju So-yul, I think we're on the right track." Suddenly, Ju So-yul's face gets all grim, like she's about to crap her pants. She's so worried she starts to stutter. I have a really bad feeling about this. We should probably turn back." But our boy Dam-deok hears this and couldn't care less. He just scoffs. "What? But we've already made it this far. When are we going to get another chance to obtain a demonic authority?" Ju So-yul is still scared shitless. Hell is where countless demons and ferocious beasts run wild. So there they are, the three of them standing alone in this creepy wasteland, having a super lively chat. Look around you, she says. There's nothing here. Do you know what that means? It means this is the territory of something way higher up the food chain. She goes on to say something that no one else would dare to. Before she can even finish, both Ju So-yul and Dam-deok realize something's behind them, just as she suspected. She whips around to look, urgently yelling at Dam-deok to destroy the gate. It's too late! Yu Dam-deok, destroy the gate core now! Suddenly, a giant, glowing red eye appears right under Dam-deok's feet. It stares wide open, glaring up at him. Who dares? Dam-deok realizes the danger, his face a mask of pure terror, scared absolutely shitless. The monster rises up behind him. It's huge and horrifying, with long, sharp teeth and a slimy, pitch-black body. The creepiest part is the massive eye right in the middle of its face. It roars at Dam-deok, who's just standing there, his face drained of all color from fear. Look out! Yo So-yul shrieks in a panic. Get out of there now, you Dam-deok. Just then, the monster slams its horrifying, fang-filled head straight into the ground, right where Dam-deok was just standing. The impact makes an earth-shattering noise, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Dam-deok finds himself in a different world. Beneath his feet, pieces of the ground are floating up, revealing a cosmic abyss below. Before him is a breathtaking, mystical, starry sky. He looks around, totally confused. Where am I? Just a second ago, I was getting attacked in hell. Dam-deok suddenly notices something behind him. Two kids run past, holding hands. The girl has crazy long hair. A little boy follows her. This way, hurry up. Dam-deok watched the two kids walk away, thinking to himself, all right, time to exploit some random kids. He figured those brats might know where the hell he was. He rushed to catch up, reaching out and yelling, wait up! Too bad for our boy. Dam-deok's foot slipped into an empty tile space, and his whole body went into a freefall. This dark, bluish-black smoke started swirling up around him. The fall was so sudden, it fucking blinded him in one eye. He landed softly. But this place was nothing like the dimension he'd just gotten lost in. Everything was pitch black, smoke was billowing everywhere, and these streams of dark energy were still lingering around him. He was staring at a super weird place, feeling so dizzy he was about to puke. He just kept muttering to himself, what? Where the hell am I? What is wrong with this world? Suddenly, his foot stepped on something. Did he think he just bumped into someone or what? He casually says, oh, my bad, clearly not even noticing the body on the ground yet. Ah, and there it is. Our boy finally gets it. Dam-deok's eyes went wide with shock. The corpse looked just like him, holy shit, and it was lying in a massive pool of blood. Dam-deok saw the shirt and got a weird sense of deja vu. This shirt, it looked so familiar. In the distance, Ju So-yul was walking toward him. She had a few bloodstains on her, but hey, at least she wasn't lying in a puddle of it like some other guy. Dam-deok was still in total shock, realizing something about the body in front of him. No way, it can't be. Ju So-yul just glided past Dam-deok, calling his name in a daze, Yu Dam-deok. She dropped to her knees and slowly lifted the body in front of Dam-deok, repeating over and over, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you. Seeing that, Dam-deok was scared shitless. He frantically called out to her, reaching for her shoulder. Ju So-yul, Ju So-yul, I'm right here, that's not me. His hand landed on Ju So-yul's shoulder, but he just kept screaming, having no fucking clue what was going on. Where am I? What the hell is happening? Suddenly, he was teleported back to that space with the floating tiles. Dude's face was just a blank slate. Like what the actual feck just happened? Holy crap, what did Dam-deok see that freaked him out so bad? He frantically looked around, his face plastered with pure terror. The tiles from below started to break off and float upwards. Every single tile showed a picture of him, stabbed through the back by 3 swords. His blood-covered face was right there on the tile too, and Ju So-yul was there, sobbing next to his dead body. Dam-deok was in so much shock he could barely even stammer. What the hell is this? He was getting pissed now. Dam-deok's face twisted in anger as he screamed his lungs out, totally ficking pissed off and confused. What is going on? The tiles just kept floating up, slow and steady, more and more of them. Down below, all Dam-deok could do was scream helplessly. Stop it! Boom! Dam-deok's eyes shot open. Turns out, it was all a nightmare. The big guy's face was still totally horrified, drenched in sweat. He bolted upright, coughing like he had tuberculosis. Cough. Gurium, sitting next to him, asked anxiously, you okay, man? Ju So-yul stood behind them, just watching. Dam-deok completely ignored the kid's concern, making the poor guy's face go totally blank. Yeah, I'm fine. Just let me chill for a sec. Then all of a sudden, Dam-deok stood up, clearly wanting to talk to Ju So-yul. Ju So-yul, I need to talk to you. Weirdly enough, the barrier was back to normal. Ju So-yul didn't give a crap and turned her back to him. Dam-deok didn't give a crap either and just said it straight out. I saw you in my dream, Ju So-yul. He went on, are you positive this is the first time we've ever met? Hearing that, Ju So-yul cracked an eye open, thinking, looks like he's starting to get some of his memories back. The image of Dam-deok fighting that monster from earlier flashed through her mind. It's definitely because of our run-in with that demon. Asmodeus, one of the 72 great demons of hell and the Sword King. That Dam-deok guy saw her being quiet and started to get anxious, yelling, "Hey, say something!" But nah, honey, she's got her own agenda. Ju So-yul ignored the hell out of Dam-deok and kept thinking. In Yu Dam-deok's 1,000 reincarnations, every single one was ended by that demon. It's not weird at all that his memories are a total mess after that thing attacked him. She replied coldly, "I have nothing to say." Seeing that, Dam-deok started to lose his patience and opened his big mouth to yell again. What's that supposed to mean? Just answer my damn question. But Ju So-yul's lips were sealed. I'm sorry, I can't tell you anything. She thought worriedly about that freakish one-eyed monster. The eyes of the abyss, as long as they're staring at us, Dam-deok seemed to give up. She mumbled some useless phrase again. I'm just trying to do what's best for you. There it is again. Dam-deok's face tightened. The dude looked hella pissed, but he just thought to himself, good intentions don't always mean you have to tell the truth. Guess you could call it a white lie. She doesn't mean any harm, so I'll just roll with it, Dam-deok said coldly. Fine, I won't ask anymore. You must have your reasons for saying that. His words actually made Ju So-yul turn around pretty surprised. Seeing her face, Dam-deok just looked dumbfounded and asked, what? Surprised I'm dropping it this easily? Ju So-yul's face went right back to its usual blank expression. Yeah. A little. Dam-deok squeezed his eyes shut and said quietly, well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious about what you're hiding. But there's one thing that's for sure in the dream, right now, and maybe even in the future. Dam-deok went full player mode, hitting on Ju So-yul with this super sappy look on his face. Yo, Jo So-yul, you'll always be by my side, won't you? Ju So-yul's face was still a total blank. Yes, the system window popped up again. Target is friendly toward you. The boundary shield was still up. The two of them started to change the subject. Alright, so what now? We're gonna need a ton of power to beat the 3 guards. Ju So-yul got lost in thought. Should we go back to hell? No, no way. Asmodeus is probably still there. When Dam-deok heard her say the monster's name, a monster he'd literally just met, he got pissed and started yelling. Hey, how the hell do you know his name? You've met him before, haven't you? If you knew about him, you should have warned us beforehand. Ju So-yul was still stiff as a board. She answered calmly, I didn't know he was gonna show up here, I swear. She thought to herself, it's because we always run into him after you become a high-level god. Dam-deok sulked and blamed her, giving her a look like pretty face but dumb as a rock. Whatever. From now on, we can't just rely on your future-seeing powers anymore. We'll have to find another way. Cut to a modern city with a crystal-clear blue sky. A film camera is rolling, and someone yells out, cut! Turns out Dam-deok is on a film set now, looking like an actor on the job. A guy with red hair, who seems to be the director, lunges forward and starts screaming. Come on, you Dam-deok, stick to the damn script. The director looked pissed as hell, but when he turned to Dam-deok, the guy was just smiling casually like nothing happened. The director roared, it's the shield from M Company, the one that's supposed to block the attack from the 3 hunters. It's right here in the script. Dam-deok still didn't give a crap, just casually replying. But I did do what was written down. Meanwhile, the mannequin had a massive hole punched clean through it. The director just kept on screaming his head off. This isn't some scripted act. You see that hole? If that was a person, they'd be dead instantly. We're trying to show off how awesome the special gear from M Company is. The director was waving his rolled-up script around like a lunatic. He looked pissed, but he was practically begging Yu Dam-deok. Don't go overboard, just take it easy. Got it? But Yu Dam-deok's face had this come at me look. I swear. He shot back with a smirk. Hell no, I'm not doing it. Isn't that basically a scam? The director's face turned ugly as hell. He spat out, what? A scam? Fine, whatever. You want to show everyone reality, right? Okay then, just don't come crying to me later. A bunch of guys in black suits walked in on the director's command. Start rolling the action scene. They were a bunch of thugs who looked like they only knew how to talk with their fists. The director kept running his mouth. They're all 5-star hunters from M Company. Since you love reality so much, we'll just shoot this with no script, no rehearsal. The director yelled, action! The second he said it, those hunters zipped towards Yu Dam-deok. They rushed him all at once, weapons out, ready to teach him a lesson. But Yu Dam-deok? He didn't even flinch. He just let out a little sigh with a smirk on his face, like, I don't even need to lift a finger for these chumps. A massive skyscraper stood tall in the middle of a plot of land, Yu Dam-deok thought. A fake program designed by the Mayas Company and the Iris Guild to scam money from rookie hunters. Sorry, not sorry, but I've decided I'm using you for my next plan. Yu Dam-deok gave a slight, cool smile, looking like a CEO who had everything under control. The director's face went slack, sweat dripping down. Suddenly, someone shouted, and Ju So-yul made a surprise appearance. Out of nowhere, a few reporters swarmed in to interview Yu Dam-deok. Hunter Yu Dam-deok, do you think teamwork is a mandatory skill for a hunter? He answered with a deadpan face. No, I think a hunter's value is determined solely by their individual strength. Yu Dam-deok continued answering the reporters while the other actors were fixing their costumes. You saw it yourself. No matter how good their teamwork is, a team of weak-ass hunters will always lose to one strong individual. That's just reality. He answered casually with the attitude of someone on top, glancing back at the red-headed director who was clutching his head and sighing in defeat. If you call yourself a hunter to protect civilians, then isn't getting stronger the obvious thing to do? Teamwork is just secondary, he added, a look of complete boredom on his face. I mean, people say that companies promoting that teamwork crap are useless. Only an individual who doesn't depend on a company or a guild can become a hunter strong enough to protect the country and its people. After a bunch of long-winded answers, the reporter awkwardly left, not forgetting to comment on his perspective. Yes. Thank you for sharing your very clear opinion on the matter. Next hunter, behind the bustling reporters, some shady-looking guy with white hair was on the phone with someone. A moment after Yu Dam-deok stepped out of the building, that strange dude approached him from the side. The stranger showered him with praise. That was a pretty impressive interview, Hunter Yu Dam-deok. While Yu Dam-deok was glancing over at him, the white-haired man bowed politely. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of the Korean branch of the Mayas Company. Our chairman would like to meet you. If you don't mind, I'd like to take you to him. Later, at the Mayas Company office, the chairman, a foreigner with a matching yellow suit and hair, grinned widely. It's a great pleasure to meet you. The most talked about event recently, the only person in human history to have ever entered the gate. Yu Dam-deok sat down and complimented him. Your Korean is excellent. Why did you want to see me? The chairman flashed a sinister smile. I'll get straight to the point. Take back what you said in the interview. Officially, Yu Dam-deok's face was pure contempt as he cursed in his head. Damn it, this son of a bitch is exactly like the rumors say. So, should I play along or not? He thought to himself that there were plenty of guys like him in the US, crappy hunters who couldn't care less about the government or other people. They might call themselves hunters, but they're nothing more than a bunch of scummy teenagers. The chairman added, if you do it, we will support you without holding back any resources. Meanwhile, Yu Dam-deok continued his train of thought, as long as they offer something worth considering. Finally, he asked the chairman directly. For real? The chairman replied, just taking back your words is enough. Just give me a script, and I'll handle the marketing. Don't worry. The chairman smirked, pleased with himself. Hunters are so easy to deal with. Yu Dam-deok spoke up. Lately, I've had my eye on a weapon. It's a sword that originated in England. Its name has been passed down since ancient times. Chairman Maya sipped his tea. How interesting. What is the name of this great sword? He thought to himself, we own dozens of 5-star and above weapons, but he's only asking for one. After a long pause, Yu Dam-deok's voice cut through the silence. It's called Excalibur, causing the chairman to do a full-on spit take with his tea. What did you just say? Yu Dam-deok just grinned. You said you'd give me anything. I'm asking for too much. Oh, and that Excalibur is the most powerful sword on this planet. It's surrounded by rumors because no one has found it. No one has ever even seen it. And it's the legendary sword of King Arthur. The chairman's face twisted in frustration. Shit, is this kid insane? Or does he know we have Excalibur? No way, that information couldn't have leaked. Right, he's just bluffing. He hurriedly wiped away his sweat with a handkerchief. Haha. I have no idea what you're talking about. With his hands clasped arrogantly, Yu Dam-deok said, I'm just letting you know that I know everything. My condition is Excalibur. Take your time and think it over. The chairman trembled. I really don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean you know everything? His eyes narrowed threateningly. I'm not just talking about Excalibur. I also know about the methods you used to get that sword. The chairman completely lost his cool, slamming his fist on the table and yelling, You're being seriously disrespectful. You won't get a damn thing if you keep pushing this. Yu Dam-deok looked startled, dropping his intense gaze and acting friendly again. All right. Calm down. I never said you had to give it to me. I just want to see it. How about for 5 minutes? If you let me see it, I'll take back everything I said and also promote your training program with everything I've got. Chairman Myas looked at him suspiciously, then stood up and turned away. You should leave. This conversation is going nowhere if you keep spouting such nonsense. He sighed in relief and glanced back at Yu Dam-deok. Whoa, I almost fell for that. Even if he knows we have the sword, I'm never going to admit it. He then said, I can't make any arrangements for Excalibur, but if you want another weapon, just contact me. A short while later, on the rooftop of a building among the city's skyscrapers, Yu Dam-deok's chat with Do Yoon proved useless. Now what? I predicted he'd refuse to hand it over. There's no way he'd just let me see a sword like Excalibur. Do Yoon looked over at Yu Dam-deok and she asked, What? You want to get Excalibur? Hasn't that sword been missing for ages? Next to her, Yu Dam-deok was smiling. I thought so too, but Thor told me something interesting at the party on Olympus. He said a group under the name Midas killed countless people just to get their hands on a certain sword. and he was glad King Arthur wasn't around to see it. Do Yoon thought, asking him head-on like that is so his style. He suddenly took off running. Anyway, I plan on visiting some dungeons while we wait. She asked him, why? You won't get any stronger from regular dungeons at your current level. Yu Dam-deok replied, that's exactly why I have to go. You can wait for me at the guild. A month later, in his office, the chairman of the Midas Company was absolutely furious, seething with anger. He was stunned by the breaking news report. This afternoon, the large-scale dungeon KN-203ST on Jeju Island was conquered. Hunter Yu Dam-deok has set an unprecedented record, clearing a massive dungeon with 0 casualties in the shortest time ever recorded. The chairman went ballistic, his face twisting into an ugly sneer as he cursed, that damn bastard. He looked up at the TV, which was showing an interview with Yu Dam-deok. Including this dungeon, he's managed to clear dungeons that were considered impossible over the past month. You've been using the same strategy over and over again. Do you feel there are any areas where this strategy is lacking? He shared his thoughts. I think I've been relying too much on my gear. When you're up against a strong boss, equipment isn't all that important in the end. The way I see it, you can have a small number of attackers, as long as every hunter is skilled. Right then, the enraged chairman slammed his fist on the table. He ordered his subordinate, get Yu Dam-deok on the line now. Tell him I accept his conditions. Yes, sir, I'll do it right away. Yu Dam-deok. In the middle of a wasteland full of mountains and forests, the chairman of the Midas Company was leading Yu Dam-deok and Do Yoon down into a dark basement. I'm only giving you 5 minutes, just like we agreed. He glanced back at Yu Dam-deok behind him. Yu Dam-deok was completely amazed by the basement, yelling, whoa, what is this place? The three of them stepped into the place where the sword was hidden. With each step, the Excalibur sword shone brighter, plunged into a mountain of piled-up gold. Yu Dam-deok had to exclaim, this is the legendary Excalibur, a legend that boosts the user's fighting spirit. When used, all stats are doubled for 10 minutes. Attribute lock, attribute lock. Yu Dam-deok turned to his pet and asked, what do you think? Baxiol squeaked. White Moon Fox is now copying the legendary Excalibur. Meanwhile, the chairman was standing outside the sword's hiding place, plotting something with a sinister look on his face. Found it. He burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, he whipped around. You fools, did you really think I'd let you walk out of here unharmed after you've seen my treasure? He laughed like a madman, his face twisting like a demon's, as he screamed from under the door. This is a door that can even withstand explosives. This room is sealed. You'll never escape from here. A slow and painful death is exactly what you deserve. Yu Dam-deok just looked at him with contempt. Ha, I knew he'd pull something like this. Well, it's about time. Shall we test out this new item? As he spoke, he drew the Excalibur sword. His pet, Baxiol, let out another squeak, while the chairman's expression was no longer human. I guess in about 3 months, I'll have to send someone down here to clean up the trash. Heh heh. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light burst out from the basement, making him freeze. He spun around in shock. What the hell? The blue light exploded in a wide, blinding flash, sending shattered rock from the mountain flying everywhere. The TV was reporting on the chairman of the Midas Company. In other news, the location of Midas Company chairman, William Zone, has been revealed. According to the FBI, Zone is suspected of committing crimes such as murder, drug trafficking, and being an executive member of a criminal organization. The identity of the person who cracked the earth and revealed the hiding spot remains unknown. Yu Dam-deok watched while holding the legendary sword. Ah, this is so damn cool. Behind him, Do Yoon was exasperated. You like it that much? He was ecstatic. I'm at a loss for words. To think a perfect weapon like this actually exists on this planet, he wondered, could this have been made by Hephaestus? No human could ever forge something like this. Appearing out of nowhere, Gurium scowled and laid into Yu Dam-deok. What have you been up to lately? Why do I keep seeing you on TV? You don't even bother to visit me. Yu Dam-deok stood looking out the glass window. Oh, you're here? Gurium suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. You've seen Excalibur. What is this badass sword? Yu Dam-deok quickly pushed Gurium away. You don't need to know. Get away from it. You'll get it dirty just by looking. Gurium felt completely wronged and demanded justice. But I'm your disciple. Let me see it. This is so unfair. Just let me touch it for a second. Just one little touch. Yu Dam-deok was still standing there, judging him. You want to touch it that bad? He offered Gurium his pet. Here, you can pet Baxiol for as long as you want. Wait. Gurium was outraged. Are you serious? Why are you doing this to me? Yu Dam-deok replied nonchalantly. Why? You said you wanted to touch the sword. The sword and Baxiol are one and the same. Go on, pet it. You're making Baxiol sad. Do Yoon, already wearing a thick parka, cut off the argument. All right, that's enough joking around. Let's get going to meet the three guardians. In a frigid, desolate mountain range where there wasn't a soul in sight, with wind whipping bone-chilling gusts, the group struggled on their way to meet the three guardians. Yu Dam-deok was so cold, his face was red and his nose was running. Hey, Do-yoon, are you sure this is the only way to meet the three guardians? She glanced back indifferently. The three guardians live between the third and fourth rivers. If we hurry, we can get there by tonight. Saren, following behind them, had to exclaim, who the hell would live in a place like this? Gurium hugged himself tightly. She's lying, I'm sure of it. Do-yoon asked back coldly, do you all want to turn back? Should we just stop now? Look, if we turn back now, the world gets annihilated. Got it? She told the three of them, who were shivering and throwing her dirty looks. Dan-deok finally gave in. Yeah, you don't gotta be a jerk about it. We're going. As they trudged through the deep-ass snow in a literal blizzard, Yusu yelled over the wind, we're almost there! We'll hit the guards right after that mountain. Gurio, like a total dork, jumped up and threw his hands in the air, super psyched. Our suffering is almost over. Let's go! Pick up the pace, people! But from the back, Dan-deok suddenly felt like something was off. Gurio whipped around. Oh, right. Bam! A mountain-sized chunk of ice, sharp as 1,000 daggers, exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, throwing snow everywhere and turning the whole gloomy forest into total chaos. All four of them totally freaked out. Dan-deok screamed, run! The ice thing kept growing, smashing through pine trees like they were nothing and sending massive slabs of snow crashing down in front of them. Everyone was screaming their heads off, like they were being chased by some nightmare monster. They hauled ass, running for their lives from whatever the hell this was. Up ahead, a path opened up, leading into this pitch-black void. There, that way. Wait, no can do, it's way too narrow. Dan-deok didn't even hesitate. He whipped out Excalibur and ordered Baekseol, then we'll just have to make it bigger. Baekseol and the crew were still running from that spiky ice monster tearing through the ancient forest. Nobody dared to stop for even a second. A few moments later, the four of them finally found a place to hide. Yusu used her magic to light up the narrow path. The entrance was completely snowed in. It's gonna take days to melt all this. Saren was still wiping sweat off her brow from a distance. Heh, this is my jam. The second she said it, she blasted fire from her hands, lighting up the whole area. See, I don't waste my time. Behold the power of third circle magic, wielded by the future great archmage, Saran. Huh? She stopped, confused. Yusu could tell right away that little spark wasn't gonna cut it. Besides the sun, only mana from Niflheim itself can melt this crap, Saren grumbled. Well, you could have told me that sooner. Gurio was over in a corner, kicking the packed snow over and over. This stupid goddamn snow. Dan-deok sighed. Dude, don't waste your energy on that. We have no idea how long we're gonna be trapped here. He thought about how the forgotten gods were getting stronger every second, then finally said it out loud. Seriously, is there no other way to get out of here? Suddenly, Baekseol leaped down onto the ice, standing tall and looking around all confidently. Dan-deok thought that was weird. Baekseol? The wolf tapped its head against the solid ice wall in front of him. What's up with this wall, he wondered, then looked where it was looking. He pressed his ear to the ice wall and heard something weird. Huh? What is that sound? Just then, the wall shattered open, catching him totally off guard. His jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. He saw these tiny fairies hiding behind a huge chunk of ice, and he just stared, his eyes still bugging out. There were 3 of them. Loki! Loki's here, they said, looking totally terrified. No, it's one of his goons. What do we do? Dan-deok, super curious now, leaned in to talk to them. Whoa, are you guys fairies? You look like you're straight out of a storybook. That evil guy, he's gonna eat us, isn't he? They shrieked in terror. He tried to give them a reassuring smile. Hey, chill out, I'm not the enemy. Then Baekseol peeked out from behind his shoulder, and the fairies started screaming their heads off again. Ah, a monster! It's Cerberus! We're gonna be eaten alive! Another fairy yelled back. Cerberus? It's not Cerberus, you moron! Dan-deok tried to get them to calm down. Hey, this is an emergency! An actual emergency! Loki and Cerberus are here to take Mjolnir. You gotta help us. Mjolnir! Dan-deok just stared. He couldn't even with these fairies. But listening to their rambling, something clicked. Wait, Mjolnir? Loki? Then a footstep echoed from somewhere nearby. What's all this noise? It was the god, Thor. He glared down at the fairies. Didn't I tell you all to shut it until I recovered? Just a second ago, Thor had been all serious and majestic, laying down the law. But now he was totally cracking up, his voice booming with laughter. Ha, for a second there, I thought I'd fallen for another one of Loki's tricks. Ha. The moment Gurio saw Thor, his eyes lit up, his fanboy mode fully activated. Whoa, it's really Thor. Am I dreaming right now? Dan-deok shot Gurio a look that was part I'm so done with you and part worried. But honestly, he couldn't tear his own eyes away from the god standing right in front of them. Thor seemed to notice the fanboying and let out another booming laugh, but he gave Gurio a nod of approval. You've got some serious guts for a priest. But the whole vibe shifted when Dan-deok spoke up, his voice dead serious. Are you saying that massive avalanche from earlier was Loki's doing? He swallowed hard, putting the pieces together, to trap you in here. Thor's expression changed instantly. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a grim seriousness. There was no doubt about it, Dan-deok had nailed it. Thor was quiet for a beat before answering. Yeah, that idiot is planning to raise an army here in Niflheim. Yusu chimed in, looking just as grim. I knew it. An avalanche that huge is no natural disaster. This is a real pain. The timing of all this is really bothering me too. Dan-deok listened closely to her analysis, but something was still nagging at him. It just didn't sit right. Realizing what it was, he turned to Thor and narrowed his eyes. Hold on a sec, what about you? Why haven't you gotten out of here yet? Thor flinched like Dan-deok had hit a nerve. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Ah, well, I tried, but it was no use. The snow in Niflheim is special. My hammer can't break through it. Dan-deok froze, staring at the wall of snow, the gears in his head turning. The snow could tank a hit from Thor's hammer. A wave of dread washed over Dan-deok. If Mjolnir, the all-destroying hammer, is useless against this stuff, are we seriously stuck here until it melts on its own? Seeing how deep in thought he was, Thor let out a big laugh, trying to break the tension. Ha ha. Why so glum, kid? Don't sweat it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Thor pointed at the three tiny creatures. Their skin looked like it was made of ice, and their wings and horns glittered like crystals. He said it with total confidence, trying to calm Dan-deok down. These little guys will take care of the food situation, so all we have to do is wait for the snow to melt. But the three creatures looked pissed. The one with long hair gritted her teeth, totally furious. These intruders are trying to steal our food. The next one immediately jumped in. Yeah, what even are they, a bunch of hobos? After the other two finished talking, the last one finally spoke up, its voice soft but full of resentment. We worked so hard to find our emergency food. Before it could say more, Dan-deok snapped at them. Hey! They immediately clammed up, eyes wide, trembling slightly, and breaking out in a sweat like they'd just been busted. All three of them were dead silent, as if waiting to see what Dan-deok was going to do to them. The long-haired one stepped forward on behalf of all three to speak to him. Even so, it didn't dare to look him in the eye, just cautiously declaring, "We will never agree." Dan-deok glanced at the creature out of the corner of his eye, looking completely bored, and immediately cut it off. I don't care, just tell us the way out of here. Maybe it felt like it was being pushed around, treated like a slave or something, because its expression immediately hardened, showing it was not happy. It looked straight up into his eyes and said, "And why should we tell you? You're the ones who barged in here without permission." Faced with its defiant attitude, Dan-deok still didn't seem to give a crap. Seeing that, it got pissed and yelled, "Listen here, you punk. You have to prepare us a feast so huge that the table breaks." Even though it was yelling its head off, he probably didn't hear a single word, casually saying, "Is that so? Well then, I guess we'll just have to live with you guys until the snow melts." Hearing that, it freaked out and screamed, apparently refusing to accept reality. Hey, what the? Yup, his words definitely hit the mark. They huddled up in a circle and started talking it over. The most timid one spoke first. What do we do now? The next one chimed in. If that god Mio Mio stays here any longer, we'll starve to death. The long-haired one offered a solution for the group. We should just tell them and then kick them out. As they talked, they were sweating bullets, worried about their food supply. This time, they caved to his demand. The long-haired one stood up again, pointed right in his face, and announced loud and clear, "Fine, I'll tell you, but you have to promise me one thing." Dan-deok, probably already knowing how this would go, just gave it a satisfied smile. It continued, "Once you're out, don't you ever come back here again?" Dan-deok kept that smug look with an arrogant smirk, confidently replying, "All right, I promise." Getting the answer it wanted, it smiled, putting its hands on its hips and replying as if it were praising a pet. Good. Then it got into a stance. Even though it was only as big as Dan-deok's shoe, it gave off a vibe that made you take it seriously. It spoke up. "You better back up. This is dangerous." Then, it threw a punch. The punch was coated in a thin layer of ice. It shot straight toward the wall. Against the power of that fist, the wall was instantly obliterated. The layers of ice shattered into tiny sand-like particles that flew into the air. Dan-deok was stunned, his eyes wide and pupils shrinking. No way. He must have been seriously shocked to actually say it out loud. Hearing that, the creature puffed out its chest smugly and looked to the sky, replying all full of itself. See, if you use an ice attribute attack, the snow shatters just like this. However, because of its limited size, the impact of the attack was also small, so it only managed to punch a small hole in the snow. Dan-deok must have been super disappointed, because he said out loud, "Yeah, if we're only breaking off small chunks of ice like that, we're never getting out of here." Hearing him say that, the smug look on its face instantly vanished, replaced by a dumbfounded expression. "Hey!" Dan-deok raised an eyebrow, annoyed, and said, "You can't just break it all in one go?" Saren put a hand on his chin, analyzing. We could get out if we chipped away at the ice all night." Hearing that, the creature immediately went pale. What kind of crap are you talking about? We'd run out of magic if we did that, it shot back, retorting. The gods have never done anything for us, so why should we sacrifice ourselves for you? Faced with its question, he replied calmly, but you said you would help us get out. As if it had found the perfect loophole, it immediately perked up and said, I showed you the way. You guys can do the rest by learning an ice attribute attack. Hearing that, Riem got all excited. Oh, so does that mean I can do a water wave move like Dam-deok's? Saren got interested too, flashing a wicked grin. Heh, the great archmage won't pass up this opportunity. Just then, God Tho spoke up, stroking his beard as he voiced his skepticism. But kid, only creatures from Niflheim can use the ice attribute. Hearing that, it pointed right in his face as if scolding him for being so clueless. That's because you gods look down on mana as something inferior and have no intention of learning it. Then it continued, crossing its arms like a know-it-all. Now, raise your hand if you have even a single drop of ice attribute mana. Water attribute works too. Everyone was speechless when they heard that, not knowing what to say. Seeing that no one raised their hand, it asked awkwardly, completely stumped. No one? Saron was the first to speak. I haven't learned the water attribute, Riem chimed in. I couldn't use magic in the first place. Ju So Yul just stayed quiet and glanced to her right. Hearing them, it asked in shock, what do you mean? The ice attribute is a little different, but the water attribute is like the most basic of basics. Tho let out a big laugh. Ha ha, the snow will melt on its own eventually, so just kick back and enjoy your time here. By the way, he subtly reminded them. More importantly, kiddo, I'm still waiting for that food. The creature grabbed its head and wailed miserably. No, our emergency food supply. While it was freaking out, a hand went up. I think I have it. It was Dam-deok. His face was dead serious as a glowing vortex of water appeared in his hand. He spoke up. I forgot, but I guess you could call this attribute mana. Before he could even finish, the system window appeared right below him. The blessing of the forgotten god, Neptua, has been activated. Seeing that, the creature looked thrilled, its eyes narrowing. Oh, is that pure water attribute mana? Nice, that's more than enough. After being stuck in the middle of nowhere for a while, Dam-deok was still training hard. That's right, slowly condense the mana. He stared seriously at the sphere of water in his hand. We'll use that water attribute mana as bait to attract the mana of Niflheim. Right after that, Dam-deok successfully condensed it into a glowing orb. In the center, there was a small vortex. That vortex must have been the focal point of the orb's power. Easier than I thought, he thought to himself. The system window popped up again. Notification. You have discovered the principle of the ice attribute. Understanding of the ice attribute. 10%. He had successfully transformed that orb into a block of ice, its power creating a gust of wind that blew his hair up, swirling around the ice itself. Seeing that, the long-haired one looked totally shocked. What? He did it? The one next to it gasped in amazement. Whoa. Seeing this, Riem pouted, looking totally annoyed, and said, It's always the jerks who are so multi-talented. Saren couldn't help but be impressed. Amazing. He flew closer, observing the block of ice in Dam-deok's hand intently, stroking his chin, as if he were witnessing the birth of a genius. You've got some real talent, you know. On the outside, he acted all impressed, but he still wanted to show off. I mean, seriously, this new kid is already better than him? How insulting is that? He spoke up again, but we're not done yet. The most important part is practicing how to use this ice attribute mana. Yu Dam-deok wasn't having it and just smirked back. Nah, that's not necessary. He gripped the gold-hilted sword as a golden aura coiled around it like a dragon. Ignoring everything, he stepped forward. Then he looked up and said, all cocky, I think I figured it out. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes, and the next second, a massive explosion sent snow flying everywhere. The solid wall of snow was instantly turned into nothing but fine powder. Yu Dam-deok stepped onto the pile of shattered snow. It was still freezing and covered in ice outside. Before he could even react, he saw something absolutely terrifying. His eyes flew open at the sight before him. A giant foot appeared right in his line of sight, its skin rough and black, with long, razor-sharp claws. Its body was covered in thick, shabby white fur. Yu Dam-deok screamed in fear. What the hell? Right in front of him, dozens of these giant creatures appeared. He just stood there, staring at the horde of giant creatures. He clutched his sword tightly, but he couldn't stop shaking. Looking at their sharp teeth, Yu Dam-deok flinched, wondering, what are these giant monsters? What the hell happened in the short time we were trapped? Just then Tho appeared behind Yu Dam-deok, his face twisted with rage. Loki, that bastard. He brought us in here while we were distracted. Ju So Yul, standing next to him, also spoke up. She looked calm, but you could see a hint of worry. I can feel the presence of a guardian god. Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok got scared and shot back. What? Ju So Yul's voice was steady and slow as she continued. The king of the frost giants, Etten, he's nearby. On top of a massive, snowy mountain, thousands upon thousands of snow monsters appeared, all heading in one direction. A huge foot came into view, and you can just tell this has got to be the final boss. I mean, pitch black feet with a seriously fancy set of claws, you guys. White snow was everywhere. The beast slowly revealed itself. It looked kind of like a monkey, but it had a coat of pure white fur, like a polar bear. They moved in a pack, and they were freaking huge, like 5 times the size of a normal person, with these super long limbs, just strolling along casually. Yu Dam-deok was standing there, completely stunned, almost having a heart attack. As if that wasn't creepy enough, then there was its face. Its teeth were razor sharp, one bite and you're toast. Its mouth wasn't exactly smiling, just hanging down in this permanent scowl. Then To and his six-pack abs stood behind him, shielding them from the snow with one hand, while Ju So-yul kept shouting warnings. Loki, that damn bastard. He gathered them while we were distracted. Ju So-yul, chiming in from the side, only made him panic more. I can feel the guardian god's presence. Not that it's a surprise. Yu Dam-deok jumped. What? Standing in the shadow of dozens of monsters, her voice was completely casual. The king of the frost giants, Etten, is nearby. He was floored. Wait, Ju So-yul, are you saying the third guardian god is one of them? It must be him. Bro, she still had that same ice-cold expression. That's right. The third guardian god, Etten, is the king of the frost giants. The two of them stood high above, talking non-stop about the monsters. Ju So-yul kept answering his questions. The frost giants have a very tight-knit bond, so it's possible Etten is watching over his people from somewhere. A dozen unspoken questions popped into Yu Dam-deok's head. Besides the fact that the third guardian god isn't human, why is he so hostile toward Tho? Seeing the sweat dripping down his cheek, she seemed helpless. Etten would never side with a god like Loki. It's likely he's being controlled by Loki. That is Loki's specialty, after all. Loki this, Loki that. It's enough to give you a headache, right guys? His gaze was fixed ahead, deep in thought, probably mulling over what Ju So-yul had told him. Watching Tho struggling against every single monster down below, he started having an existential crisis over this whole being controlled thing. Watching him fight them was seriously badass, a total I'll take you all on by myself vibe. Tho's eyes reached the peak of fury, turning completely white like a ghost's. He roared, I will kill you. Poor Loki, honestly. It's like Tho's being totally gaslit by his crush and can't escape. Up on a high ice ledge, some blonde dude was sitting like he owned the place. Was he just chilling and enjoying the view or what? Meanwhile, the guy below was screaming his head off. Stop hiding and come out here, you coward. This dude's got blonde hair and suddenly he has 2 horns. Oh, kinda like a ram, but it looks a little weird. Pretty sure he's not being cheated on though. Red eyes, pointy ears, a V-line jaw. Damn. He's actually kinda hot. Y'all, he had this look of total disdain on his face. He's as stupid as ever. He sat there smugly, leg crossed, chin in his hand, a completely sarcastic smirk on his face. Look, Etten, your people are being killed. Hurry up and save them. Oh my god, his tone of voice, you guys. Of course, saying that is gonna make the monster leader absolutely lose his shit and start blasting everything. That leader dude looked exactly the same, except for his spiky hair that looked like 2 fur pillars were stuck to his head, looking real stylish. Oh man, he was grinding his teeth, totally pissed. Meanwhile, Tho was still giving it his all, raising hell. Fight me like a real man. Loki was still talking, but his eyes darted to the side as he heard a strange noise. How much longer are you going to hide? And who else would it be but our boy, the leader? He came in and decked the guy so hard he flew a meter and vanished. See? He's terrifying when he's mad. Then Tho was smashed through a wall, his head slumped over like he was dead. But you really think our guy would go down that easily? His eyes snapped open, glaring with the fury of 100 hateful arrows. 2 monsters charged in, trying to teach Tho a lesson, but sorry, life's no fairy tale. While they were fighting and monsters were pouncing over there, Yu Dam-deok was still watching that blonde guy with the horns. So the guy up there is Loki, and the giant who just joined the fight is the king, right? We have to act fast, before Tho takes out all the frost giants. Saren and Pargurium, standing nearby, couldn't hide their anxiety. Her face was a mess of confusion. Hey, don't tell me you're planning on fighting that guy. Pargurium gritted his teeth too. Humph, he looks pretty damn strong. Yu Dam-deok, seeing everything from above, turned to them and said with a sneer, What, you 2 scared? He totally hit a nerve, but they couldn't admit it. Denying it fast was way less embarrassing. What? Scared? Who? Me? No way, I'm not scared at all. Acting so tough, huh? Let's see if you don't crap your pants when the fight actually starts. Ju So-yul turned and smiled gently, and damn, it was kind of heart-melting. Man, hearing their voices probably reassured her a bit. We'll crush anyone who gets in our way, whether it's Loki or not. It seemed like everything was going according to his plan. A winning smirk starts to form on his lips. All right, let's do this. The snow is still coming down thick all around. Yu Dam-deok is just booking it across the snow like a legit superhuman. I have no idea what kind of skill Loki used to control Etten, but brainwashing on that level must take a ton of concentration. The blondie is right in front of him, charging full speed with his sword out. Right now, it looks like all he wants to do is take the guy down. If I can just distract him for a single second, his control over Etten will loosen up. The snow's still falling, but his eyes are just filled with grit and determination. But the problem is, a giant fist suddenly comes crashing down from the sky. It's obviously one of the monster's fists. Etten isn't just going to stand there and let me get close to him. A punch slams right into him, the impact powerful enough to make the whole sky roar. Snow explodes everywhere, and he gets sent flying before he can even react. This isn't just some regular beast, it's their king. It looks like it's wrapping itself around the blonde dude to protect him. Seeing this, Yu Dam-deok is completely floored. That Loki douchebag presses his advantage, his face looking so damn smug you just want to punch it. Sneaking up on me like that is pointless. He turns and gives the raging beast a little pat. I spent a ton of time and effort to control this one. Even in this state, he's still revered as the most powerful being in Niflheim. His eyes flash with a mix of provocation and challenge. I'm guessing you're a god from another world, aren't you? Attacking from behind like that isn't Thor's style. Pretty clever of you, not gonna lie. At that, Yu Dam-deok just shuts up. He has no clue how to explain it to this horned bastard, and it's not like he needs to. He just grips his sword and gets into a fighting stance. Loki puts a hand to his chin, acting all thoughtful, like he thinks he's so damn cool. So, you're the silent type. That means you're really confident in your skills. Like, no duh, genius. What the hell else do you want him to say? What a drama queen. He beams, placing a hand over his chest and acting all friendly. Gods can be so ridiculously naive sometimes. They don't realize their arrogance will only be their downfall. Oh, by the way, my name is Loki. Are we friends now or something, bro? Loki holds out a hand, swirling it around as a magic orb begins to form. Our meeting here was destined to be, so let me show you something. Very interesting. In the white, snowy landscape, the orb shines like a spotlight lighting up the sky. We gods tend to look down on mana. But did you know that mana is also a gift from Mother Gaia? Just like divine power? Nope. The snow-capped mountains loom before them. In this frozen land, where even Thor's divine power is useless, I have discovered the infinite possibilities of elemental mana. Then, all of a sudden, the blondie starts acting like a maniac. The orb in his hand begins to churn out thick black smoke. Loki screams, looking absolutely ecstatic. And that is when I discovered the ultimate elemental mana. He keeps screaming like an uncontrollable lunatic. Look! This brilliant black flame can even melt the snows of Niflheim. Yu Dam-deok's eyes go wide in shock. That's ultimate elemental mana. Loki looks like he's completely high right now, his eyes bloodshot and a crazed grin plastered on his face. It's beautiful, isn't it? I haven't had a chance to test it in a real fight yet. You'll make an excellent test subject. He steps right into the thick black smoke, his voice dripping with defiance, scared of absolutely no one. Oh, is that right? In real life, any dude who says, "Is that right?" like that is just begging to get their ass kicked. God, what an annoying prick. Even though the black smoke completely swallows his sword, he's just standing there looking totally unfazed, as if nothing is happening. You should have told me sooner. He tries to intimidate him, but gets nothing. The blondie must be pissed right now. The system immediately announces, Black Flame's skill has been activated. Ooh, la, what a shocker. His face goes completely pale, jaw on the floor. What? How? Loki is still in disbelief, and before he can even finish his sentence, our boy shoots forward like a rocket and is right in the blondie's face. Now watch this, bitch. All you can see is a massive explosion, as snow and smoke billow everywhere. It must have been a hell of a strike to cause a shockwave like that. But no, the sword didn't hit that horned asshole's punchable face. Instead, it struck the hand of the snow giant king. The slash leaves a long, deep gash, staining the white fur red with blood. He feels a wave of helplessness. You got lucky. Man, he's ficking pissed now. Eyes blazing with fury, Yu Dam-deok points his sword forward again. I was holding back so I didn't chop your entire arm off. Holy crap, you mean he could have sliced off that massive beast's arm in one go? The sword is pointed right at Loki's face, and now the guy finally knows what fear feels like. Wait, stop, I surrender, see? Wouldn't it have been easier to just do that from the start? Taking his sweet time, Yu Dam-deok seems to let him off easy. Undo your control spell on him, and I'll let you go. Loki puts on this pitiful act, trying to look like he's suffering or something. All right, I get it. Just put your sword away first. I need to concentrate to break the spell. And what do you know? Yu Dam-deok actually listens. He slowly lowers his sword. Don't try anything stupid. Loki gives a strained laugh. Yeah, I know. That attitude totally screams I'm about to do something shady, and surprise, surprise, he does. With a roar, the beast rises again. Etten. Loki's eyes glow with a despicable darkness, his face twisted into a treacherous smirk. This is my final command. Crush him with every last bit of your strength. The second he says it, the monster charges. Holy shit. What a dirty move, you bastard. He's so dead now. Faced with the snow giant's punch, Yu Dam-deok is stunned. What? And boom, snow and dirt go flying everywhere. Man, it must suck to be the snow around here getting blown up over and over again. With his guard completely down, Yu Dam-deok is sent flying and plummets downward. But he's not worried. He's just pissed. Stop it. If you do this, you'll kill yourself too. He's about to unleash a move to set that thing free. Meanwhile, Loki's face is just pure bliss, grinning like he just hit the jackpot. Now this is what I call fun. Etten, crush him. Crush everything and then disappear. The snow giant goes absolutely berserk, its roars shaking the heavens. That ugly mug is seriously terrifying. Right now, Yu Dam-deok is completely helpless. He looks up in despair, realizing the creature has been so thoroughly brainwashed that it's impossible for it to resist. Yeah, if he can't fight it with pure strength, what's he supposed to do now? All Yu Dam-deok can do is scream, Etten, stop! And shockingly, the raging monster actually freezes. Or maybe it'll just get even more pissed. And then, because life ain't a fairy tale, all the bad shit starts happening at once. The block of ice he's standing on suddenly shatters and begins to fall. Holy crap, turns out our boy Yu is trapped against a cliff face, just like in those movies where one wrong step means you're toast. And once it starts falling, it doesn't go slow, it drops like a freaking rock. Sitting on that thing, you'd be praying to every god you know. But if he dies now, it would be like a movie without an ending. A hero has to come to the rescue, right? And it's none other than Yuna, who swoops in and catches him. So now it's the beauty saving the hero, huh? Loki and Etten went tumbling down with him, but that freak wasn't even scared. He was laughing his ass off like a total psycho. Even while falling, he's still running his mouth, threatening people. You really shouldn't underestimate me. After saying that, Loki just kept laughing like a psycho. Yo, that ain't just crazy, this dude's completely tripping. Once they were pulled back up, Yu Dam-deok's voice was a little shaky. Loki, that lunatic, he must have thought he was about to meet the Grim Reaper for real. The four of them regrouped and stared down into that bottomless, snowy abyss. He was about to lose it too, the god of mischief. He's actually lost his mind. Baekgum also looked down, totally terrified. I can't see the bottom. You think that big guy is dead? Then suddenly, a flash of something caught everyone's eye, surprising the hell out of them. Wait a sec. No need to guess who this mystery guest is. While the snow was still coming down hard, something started to appear from that pitch-black bottomless pit. Yeah, there's definitely something down there. A piercing gaze shot straight up, sending chills down everyone's spines. It looked like it was about to eat them alive. A strong gust of wind shot up from below, and just like that, the devil was back. In that moment, Yu Dam-deok's heart totally froze. Not in a good way, but like, from pure shock. His eyes flew wide open as he looked up at the sky, sweating bullets. What the hell is this? Damn, if another monster shows up now, I'm just gonna give up, bro. And of course, just as I thought, a massive ice dragon was looming right in front of him and his friends. It had to be at least 20 meters tall. Yu Dam-deok, standing next to it, was barely the size of its toe. Even though it's a villain's pet, I gotta admit that dragon was kinda gorgeous and majestic. It had this crystal blue look, looked rich as hell. He looked up in complete awe. A dragon. Holy shit, that bastard Loki showed up again. His smug-ass attitude was already pissing everyone off. He gave them a mocking wave. Hey, I'm back. Then he winked, like he was trying to hit on them or something. Now, let's move on to phase 2, shall we? Then suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. Down on the ground, Loki's footprints showed him suddenly taking off. Hello? Who's this now? That hammer. Looks familiar. Yo, our boy Thor is back. Don't tell me you already finished off those dozen frost giants. Damn, he just swung his arm and flew straight at Loki. Your little joke has gone too far. Looking at Loki's deadpan face, you could tell how cocky he was. Then suddenly Thor flinched because something was flying right at his face. The dragon's tail whipped around and smacked him, sending Thor flying. Shit, if that was me, I'd be dead, not just sent flying. And yo, that tail was huge. Thor was barely the size of one of the spikes on that giant beast's tail. Loki was now standing on some kind of flying platform created by his magic, spinning it like a propeller to control Yong-Yong. Oh, for real? The dragon actually has a name? Why is it so damn cute? It doesn't fit this psycho at all. He jumped down to the ground, making a real cinematic landing, and let the dragon fly off. After the dragon, Loki snapped his fingers again. Poppy, come here. How many of these things does he have? Damn it. One after another. I can't even process all this. Baekgum flinched and looked up at the sky. Through the blizzard, another huge dark shadow appeared. It created a tremor when it landed, sending snow and dirt flying everywhere. Everyone had to brace themselves so they wouldn't get thrown off their feet. Yu Dam-deok was shocked as its appearance slowly came into focus. It was a freaking gigantic snow wolf. Its fur was a vibrant blue, and it had some ice or crystals on its head that looked super elegant. Yo guys, why is this one so damn beautiful? Damn, why are the villains' pets always so gorgeous? And on top of being beautiful, it got a hyped-up introduction from that Loki guy. Poppy, my ice wolf. She's one of my most precious pets, second only to Yong Yong, poor thing. Even though you're gorgeous, to him, you're just the backup. Loki just grinned. Well, the last time I was this surprised was about 1,000 years ago. Who would have thought another god could wield black flames? In any case, a great being like myself always has a plan B. Ugh, cringe. His ego is making my skin crawl. He stood face to face with our boy Yu Dam-deok. Don't hold it against me too much, I just really hate variables that mess up my plans. Yeah, right, like we're scared or something. Juseoyeon, get the other two out of here. I'll take care of him. So badass. 10 out of 10, bro. What a threat. But Loki didn't even flinch. He ordered his beast to attack. Poppy, tear him to shreds. Seriously, does this dude have a fetish for tearing and crushing people? Why does he give all his pets the same order? Hearing that, the ice wolf shot forward like a rocket, and in a flash, its claws were right in front of our boy's face. It stood there, its murky eyes glowing like amber, and let out a massive roar, so loud that drool went flying everywhere. Oh, what the hell? I thought it was just growling, but it actually snatched Yu Dam-deok right into its mouth. Loki walked up, his voice full of pride. That's my dear Poppy. He placed a hand on its mouth, stroking it like he loved it so much. All that hard work taming you really paid off. I like you a lot. Ooh la la. Its eyes suddenly weren't cloudy anymore. They had pupils now. Did it awaken or something? That other guy's voice was still rambling. Now, go find the others who were with that guy and eat them too. We have to kill them quickly. Then go help Yong Yong. Loki's reflection appeared in the wolf's eyes. Huh? Why are you giving me that look? Get a move on. Its eyes narrowed. A smirk appeared on its face, and it said the same old line. Crush him. But this command came from the black-haired guy. Isn't that our very own Yu Dam-deok? The system notification popped up again. Title, He Who Tamed Cerberus. Trait, Canine King. You can tame any type of canine. No more words needed. The ice wolf slammed Loki straight into the ground. In just a few seconds, he was eating dirt, crying out in pain. Ah, so satisfying, you hateful little demon. Yu Dam-deok suddenly crawled out of its mouth and said, I think I got some dog fur in my mouth. Yo, our boy Yu is back. Everyone, did we just win? Loki, still on the ground, glared up, his eyes filled with rage. How? How do you possess a power that overrules my own control? What's the matter, you salty now, sweetie? That's what you get when you're strong and handsome. My man is so cool. I have a few special abilities. But more importantly, you'd better start working on a plan C, or you're gonna eat a fist. I mean, if he ain't the coolest, who is? Another foot stomped down right in front of his face. You could tell from the boots, Thor was back, and Loki's face was filled with pure terror. Hold on, my beloved Thor. I just took the joke a little too far this time, that's all. Let me buy you a beer to say sorry, yeah? Acting all chummy like they're best friends or something. Thor's face looked demonic as hell. He was gritting his teeth, with lightning crackling all over his face. One wrong move and he'd probably murder him on the spot. Loki's voice was still echoing. Let's just let this go. The dragon had returned and it was curled up on the ground, seemingly asleep. It looked scary cute. Thor's voice rang out, Mountain God, I'm in your debt this time. Thor looked at him with a kind face and smiled. Every time we meet, it seems you've grown a little stronger. I won't forget your help today. For now, I have to take this guy away. This guy? Who's he talking about? Who else could it be but the guy with the horns? He slumped under Thor's hand, constantly muttering, my beloved. Seriously, why do they look like a possessive husband and his chaotic wife? Is that why everyone ships them? Anyway, Thor just grabs the guy's head and flies straight up into the sky. Damn, looks like Superman or something. Just one whoosh, and he's gone. Down below, Yu Dam-deok shields his eyes from the sun, and damn, he looks fine enough to make your heart flutter. Well, he dragged Loki off. Good thing he didn't make a scene. If I were Thor, I'd make Loki wish he were dead. Huh? Next to him, Do-yoon rests her chin on her hand, thinking, but we've got a bigger problem right now. She looks down the cliff and explains. Etten is at the bottom of the cliff. Oh, right. Totally forgot about that snow giant. If she hadn't brought it up, he would have been completely forgotten. Once things quieted down, Do-yoon spoke up. How about we all climb down there? Are you freaking serious, lady? Yu Dam-deok looked genuinely shocked. Bakurian standing behind them wasn't nearly as patient. He just straight up cursed. You want to go down there? Are you nuts? Man, this guy is hilarious, such a troll. What if that god dude is already dead? He fell from such a huge height. Do-yoon's expression was still ice cold. That's not something you need to worry about. As they were talking, some creepy black fingers suddenly started crawling up from over the edge. Ew, those filthy things can only belong to Etten. Seriously? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. The creature placed its hand on the ledge, and yup, it was him, no fucking doubt. Everyone looked up, their jaws on the floor. Oh, for God's sake, Etten's back again. This is insane. We can never escape this crew. Same skin, same face, same teeth. It's even got the same crystal thing going on. So why does this version look so damn cheap? My god, talk about a downgrade. Who designed this mess? The second he showed up, the whole group started screaming. Bakgurian immediately ducked for cover behind someone else. Hello? Dude, you're like 1.5 times bigger than her. Why the hell are you hiding behind her? Hey, are you trying to pick a fight with us? Let me just draw my sword and we can settle this right now. Ooh, so tough. As if his sword is all that. Even Yu Dam-deok was surprised. After a battle like that, fighting again will completely wipe us out. Damn it, do we really have to fight him? He's not being controlled by Loki anymore, so this isn't about fear. It's about respect. Okay. Etten gritted his teeth. Oh god from another world. What's this? Is my guy actually about to throw down? Oh, never mind. He just plops right down on the ground in front of Yu Dam-deok. I thank you for releasing me from my bonds and for defeating that ice dragon, even though we had never met. Whoa, that sounds surprisingly touching. Etten lowered his face. All living beings in this place were tormented by that dragon. Man, I guess it's true that everyone's got their own sob story. His hand scraped against the ground as he spoke with bitterness. For thousands of years. With a setup like that, you know he's about to offer a reward. Etten continued. As a reward, I will grant you one wish. Oh, snap. Yu Dam-deok practically jumped out of his skin. Can't tell if it was from excitement or shock, though. A real wish? Geez, every time they show Etten's face, I'm reminded of how ugly he is. Damn, that's mean. Sorry, my handsome boy. His gaze on Yu Dam-deok was gentle, but there is one condition. In the middle of the snowy sky, the sun suddenly broke through. Could this ray of sunlight be a sign of peace, a beacon of hope? Yu Dam-deok was also curious. What is it? Etten looked away. I can only grant the wish if it is made in Niflheim, as I must stay here to protect my people from that dragon. Wait, the dragon's still a thing? Yu Dam-deok turned to look too. Huh? I thought that dragon was dead. He glanced at the dragon, which was just snoozing nearby, and looked a little surprised. Not quite. Etten closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh. You can tell he's been through it. No matter how many times you kill it, it will always revive. It will remain frozen like this for hundreds, or even thousands of years. My comrades, we have struggled for so long to defeat it. Standing across from him, Yu Dam-deok raised his hand. Is it immortal? Is there no way to stop it from harming your kind? After thinking for a moment, Etten answered, Perhaps there is. A prophecy exists in Niflheim. Man, his eyes look so damn sad it's heartbreaking. He remembers back before the dragon went crazy. It used to attack like a freaking battle tank, one who possesses both white ice and black flame. A person who can wield an energy so cold it feels like being scorched by the great black flame itself. When that being appears, the ice dragon will meet its end, and this land will be saved. Now, Yu Dam-deok started thinking. Come to think of it, Loki could use black flames too. Is he really on that level? Then, he raised his hand, and a black aura flared to life the great black flame. He shoved his hand right in Etten's face. You mean this? Cue the shocked Pikachu face. How is this guy so OP? He's on another level. Etten leaned in for a closer look. It seems that really is the great black flame from the prophecy. But that alone isn't enough to reach the state of white ice and black flame. The Snow Giant King's expression darkened. That's because you can't use the divine halo. Having never heard that term before, Yu Dam-deok was just hit with one surprise after another. The divine halo? Damn, I thought the guy only had hair, but he's got a whole beard too? Etten stroked his beard like some wise old sage. The prophecy states that when the Savior arrives, he will not yet have achieved that state. With that, he slowly turned his back and began to walk away. Follow me. I know someone who can help you. The snow continued to fall relentlessly. A pouting face appeared, clearly in the middle of a tantrum. Etten, what's going on? She demanded, pointing straight at Yu Dam-deok's group. Why are you hanging out with these losers? In complete contrast to Thor, Yu Dam-deok just smiled and waved. Hey there, long time no see. It's always like this with them. She even hits Etten. Hey, do you guys already know each other? Then you must be the savior. The girl had wings like a tiny fairy. And when I say tiny, I mean she was probably the size of Etten's nose. Know each other? Police, she said, pouting like her life depended on it. She must have gotten tired, because she sat down in the giant's palm to rest. Etten began to explain who she was. Here, there are very few who can wield mana as skillfully as the snow fairies. With their help, you'll be able to use the mana halo in no time. Man, she's tiny but has a huge attitude, so feisty. Why should I help him? I'm busy looking for food, she snapped. The second she heard food, Do-yoon leaned right in. Hey! The little fairy couldn't be bothered. What? Do-yoon held out a massive piece of tea-flavored candy. It's candy. Want to try it? As soon as the fairy realized it was food, her eyes lit up like high beams. Food? She snatched it up in a heartbeat, no hesitation. The piece of candy was literally the size of her face. It was orange and looked delicious as hell. Super tempting. Smells good. Her tiny green tongue peeked out to give it a little taste. With just one lick, her whole body twitched. This is amazing. It was like she got a massive energy boost, zipping all over the place. What is this stuff? Could this be the golden apple from the fairy tales? Honey, since when are golden apples orange? Get real. One piece wasn't enough, so Do-yoon pulled out the rest of her candy, a whole double handful of it. I'll give you this whole stash if you help us out. The candies are all perfect, like a freaking rainbow. Seeing a dozen candies like that, the little fairy would have to be crazy not to be tempted. What? A sweet deal right in front of her? It'd be a total waste not to take the bait. You don't even need to ask to know she's gonna say yes. Only an idiot would refuse. So, that sketchy crew got the help they needed. Cut to the training scene, right away. She holds her hand out, looking like she's trying to control her power. The aura ring. Basically, divine aura is what you get when you compress mana to its absolute limit. As for me, I can do it like this. It's on a whole nother level compared to a simple mana fist. Yu Dam-deok's face gets all tense listening to the little fairy, but the real tricky part is controlling two streams of divine aura with different attributes at the same time. On top of that, you'd need some insane natural talent if they're two opposing attributes. That's, like, basically impossible. As if that wasn't scary enough, Etten just had to chime in with a few comments to test his patience, saying that rushing it makes it even harder. You can't learn this in just a few days. You have to practice it slowly. Before he could even finish, the little fairy whips around and screams in his face. What the hell? Why is this chick so obnoxious too? She and that demon Purium would be a match made in hell. She's so tiny but acts so high and mighty, so annoying I could just squash her. Sir Etten, you seem a little out of it. Damn, she's pointing right in his face. You've got some big dreams, kid. So brave. And just like that, they start bickering. Suddenly, the little fairy yells, "He's a monster!" If I didn't think he could do it, why the hell would I have wasted my breath explaining all that? But Etten is super calm and gentle. Calm down, now. While those two are talking, Yu Dam-deok is having some serious doubts. He raises his hand, recreating that stream of great dark fire. Man, the backlash from this intense mana is going to be really tough. Looking at his hand, he knows this power isn't small at all, it's just been dormant, but I think I get the main idea now. That's more like it. Time to conquer this. Etten looks on, totally shocked, sweating bullets. No way. His aura has already stabilized. Surprised, old man? The little fairy next to him looks so proud. See? Told you I'm always right. The sword in his hand seems to be shrouded in a dark aura, looking sinister as hell. So, without wasting any time, he walks over to the ice dragon to get a good look, because that thing is a top-tier monster. Damn it, the dragon is still sleeping like a log. Come on, wake the hell up so we can have an epic fight. His eyes look kinda sunken. Why does he look so sad when he's about to kill it? Does he feel sorry for that thing or something? The system also announces you have mastered the Dark Icefire attribute Aura Ring. Yu Dam-deok raises his sword to the sky, and the blade radiates this incomparable aura. It's like the sky itself is telling him to unleash all his power. Gotta admit, this pose looks pretty badass. He points the sword straight ahead. The system keeps updating. A new skill has been created due to the effect of the Sword God title. Yu Dam-deok slashes his sword down toward the ground, and the sky seems to open up, unlocking this new power. Skill. Black Sword Burst. This dude is always full of surprises. With one long-ass slash, he cuts right through the ice dragon. Etten is totally shook. Can you believe it? How can he be that terrifying right after learning it? Is he some new kind of monster or what? The guy is still stunned, unable to look away. We had to fight for so long, and all he needed was a single slash. How sick is that? The system pops up again. You have killed the ice dragon. You have obtained the essence of the ice dragon. Mana absorption rate increased by 2.00%. Mana accumulation rate increased by 1.50%. Obtained Ice Dragon's cold resistance. You have become stronger against the cold thanks to your cold resistance. Obtained Ice Dragon's recovery speed. Stamina has slightly increased. God, he's so freaking cool. I'm obsessed. He tilts his head, looking totally confident. A little while ago, you said you'd grant me a wish, right? How would you like to be my priest? You have to keep your word. And just like that, Etten agrees to Yu Dam-deok's request. The system announces again. The pact ceremony with the priest has been completed. Etten is now your third priest. Whoa. Etten has a total glow-up. He looks handsome as hell now. Yu Dam-deok holds his hand out in front of the guy. Awesome. From now on, you'll be my third priest. But that's not all. The system chimes in again. Your divine power has increased. Detailed information of your priests is now displayed in more detail. Etten opens his eyes. So, how's this? Now there's clearer info. Etten, giant, class, third priest, talent, ice-type martial arts, Lord of the Frost Giants in Niflheim for 68 years. Currently 127 years old, he is known for caring for his people more than anyone else. Yu Dam-deok looks up, super happy and proud. This is even better than I expected. His bright smile is cut short by Purium's voice. It's so freaking cold. When are we going home? Suddenly, he sees that guy's detailed info pop up too. Oh, Park Gurium, human, class, first priest, talent, swordsmanship. Hailed in the West as a swordsmanship genius. He thinks he's the best in the world, super arrogant and rebellious, making him a pain in the ass to everyone around him. His only good quality is that he's pretty simple-minded, so he doesn't hold grudges. After reading that, he just bursts out laughing like a total psycho. Park Gurium is just looking at him like, what the hell? What's with that face? So weird. He's still snickering though. Man, finding this stuff out is actually pretty damn cool. Kinda interesting. Saren, standing next to them, has to say something. Hey, he's still our god, you know. Watch what you say. And there she goes again, being a total buzzkill. Park Gurium wraps his arms around himself and shivers. Ugh, I'm getting goosebumps. Our god, my ass. What a load of crap. True to form, he always thinks he's the best. He's always got that condescending tone, like some dad who thinks he knows everything. I'm gonna defeat him soon anyway, so it's fine for me to talk to him like this now. Saron immediately gives him a look of total disdain. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, you loser, who's never won a single fight. Park Gurium should just become a comedian or something to save us all the trouble. Meanwhile, the system is showing Saren's info. While he's reading, those two are still bickering like a couple of kids. Saren, human, class, second priest, talent, ice magic. He nods while reading. Oh, I get it now. After he's done, Yu Dam-deok snaps his fingers. Stop fighting, it's time to go. A magic circle, like the kind mages use, appears above their heads. Both of them look excited. Wow, Saren is all smiles. Where are we going now? That lunkhead Park Gurium looks pretty happy too. Anywhere's fine, as long as it's a little warm, please. For a second there, I thought he was gonna say as long as we're together, which would have made everyone pass out from cringe. Yu Dam-deok laughs, probably excited too. We've finished our mission here, and in a flash, like they teleported, they all disappear. Time to go check on the other world. Cut to another scene. People are getting grabbed by a giant tree monster, all of them screaming in pain, needing help. One of them screams into his headset, "The dungeon broke!" Risk level increased from D to A. He's still screaming for backup, requesting support. Before he can even finish his sentence, a kick smashes right into his face. There's a boot stomping right on his head. And it belongs to Jeon Young-hyuk. What the hell are you doing? Why the attitude, babe? His face was all scrunched up like a dog's ass. I gotta kill as many monsters as possible to improve my performance rating. If I call for backup now, I'll have to share my points with those other losers. Yo, this is starting to look pretty pathetic. So that dude was getting his ass kicked, but still tried to explain that our team couldn't handle it alone. His side profile is actually hot and gives off total player vibes. So why is he being such a tool, man? The whole reason I brought you along was to make this possible, you know. As he was talking, he suddenly flinched and looked behind him. A yellow mist enveloped the area, and the monster suddenly vanished, fading into nothingness. Tron Dung-ak squinted. What the? That gesture of raising a hand to retract power, it looked so familiar. There she is. It's Saren. She stood in the middle of a yellow-red mist mixed with a bit of orange, looking sexy, alluring, and cool as hell. So refreshing. This is exactly why fire magic is so damn fun. She raised her hand to the sky, and the aura followed suit. Damn, she looked so cool. And just like that, the plant monster was obliterated before everyone's shocked eyes. People started whispering. She killed an A-rank mutant all by herself. Who is she? I've never seen her before. You think she's a foreign hunter? Tron Dung-ak stood to the side and yelled at his underlings. You morons, did you come here to watch a freaking circus? She's an illegal trespasser. Get her out of here now. His subordinate immediately argued back. But we can't handle it on our own. Maybe we should ask her to help protect the civilians in the vicinity, and then we could. Before he could finish, Tron Dung-ak couldn't take it anymore and cursed him out. I pay you to follow my damn orders. Call gate management now. Hearing that, the subordinate had no choice but to obey. Yes, sir. If he didn't listen, he'd probably get his teeth kicked in. The phone in her hand instantly turned from an iPhone XS Max into a brick. Bakerim walked up, one hand on his sword, the other coolly tucked in his pocket. Ugh, what a pain sometimes. But yeah, report her for causing us trouble. Tron Dung-ak's face twisted ugly. Baek Woon, what are you doing here? Seeing him, it all clicked. Wait a sec, if you're here, then that means... He glanced to his left. Whoosh. Yep, right on the money. So this is your little game. Yu Dam-deok stood beside them, one hand in his pocket, his other holding a jacket over his shoulder. Hubby, you're so hot, I can't take it anymore. Yu irritably turned to glare with contempt at the headache-inducing scream. You said you'd never join a gate raid again, so why are you eating your words now? He squinted, his eyes dripping with sarcasm. Well then, you'd better hurry up. The casualties are just going to keep piling up. Turning back to that guy, his face was like a monkey's ass, all scrunched up and ugly. He was pissed as hell but couldn't do a damn thing about it. What a weakling. He's flimsier than rice paper, flips sides so damn fast. Ha, a guy who uses dirty powers actually has the nerve to open his mouth. The two of them were obviously not on friendly terms. Thanks to those dirty tricks, you're probably loaded now, huh? The look on Yu Dam-deok's face was pure. What the fuck, you psycho? You're spouting nonsense again. He grinned like a madman, leaning in and acting all dangerous. You think I don't know why you're so strong? How long did you think you could hide it? That abnormal power of yours. Whoa, damn, he's good. Yu Dam-deok started to panic. No way. Did he figure out I'm using divine power? Wait, for real, bro? Time to dip. He shouldered past him, looking cool. Like hell you know anything. I'm busy. Get out of my way. Tron Dong-ak smirked to himself with a twisted grin. Ah, I've waited so long for this day. You think I'd let you go that easily? And just then, his path was blocked. A group of people appeared in front of Yu Dam-deok. This is Sector 44. I've found Yu Dam-deok, the one suspected of monsterization. And just like that, the task force, who looked like some kind of cops, surrounded him. A guy in a long trench coat stood there with his hands in his pockets. Probably the captain. Yu Dam-deok, you are under suspicion of monsterization and are considered a Level 1 threat. From now on, your personal affairs will be monitored by the Hunter Inspection Bureau. If you fail to cooperate, you will be killed on the spot. That inspector's face was dead serious. I hereby declare the emergency protection protocol will begin now. I hope you won't resist. Oh my god, how did it come to this? Tron Dong-ak stood to the side, grinning with delight. You're finished, Yu Dam-deok. His face was that of a madman, desperate for recognition, desperate to defeat him. You're not getting away, boy. I've prepared everything perfectly. Oh, is that so? Let's flash back to when Tron Dong-ak had to kneel before his father. Father, we have to lock that bastard Yu Dam-deok up so he's not in our way anymore. The guildmaster thought otherwise. Stop it. How long are you going to keep being jealous of him? Seriously. What a childish punk. He still tried to convince him. I think he's in the process of monsterization. No, I'm sure of it. Hearing this, his father grew suspicious. Monsterization? Tron Dong-ak gritted his teeth. That's right. Father, do you remember last year's disaster, when our 5-star hunter turned into a monster? The Iris monsterization incident, with 326 casualties. Hearing that, his father slowly turned. I remember. We still haven't recovered from that setback. Which also means we can't just carelessly accuse someone of monsterization. At that, Tron Dong-ak got angry. No, I have proof. Yu Dam-deok had absolutely zero talent, but he changed overnight. There's never been a case of someone awakening so completely like that. Don't you find that strange, father? What's more, that guy's power is completely incomprehensible. No wonder the dude was so damn jealous. The dad was totally speechless with his son, but man, he really spoils him rotten. Tron Dong-ak's slowly twisting smile made it clear his demands had been met. If Yu Dam-deok really is undergoing monsterization, then getting rid of such a dangerous time bomb before it explodes is the right thing to do. His father picked up the phone. Director Lee, arrange a meeting with the Hunter Correctional Bureau. If possible, ask the director of the Hunter Inspection Bureau to join as well. You're really gonna go that far, old man? Back in the present, Yu Dam-deok's face started to show worry. Meanwhile, that Tron Dong-ak guy was still grinning like he'd won the lottery. Did you hear me? If you don't want to be killed, stay still. Oh, but he didn't look that worried. He turned his head. I have to get Saren out of here first. They probably won't find out she's from another world, but just in case. His face was ice cold as a magic circle appeared at Saren's feet. His voice was urgent. Saren, you go back first. Of course, she was shocked and refused. Wait, what about you? Someone outside saw it and yelled, teleportation! Don't let her escape. Yo, things are getting intense, bro. A slash shot past the inspector's feet, making him jump. A black line was scorched into the ground. The one who stepped over that line was none other than Gurim. His face looked possessed. And I will kill all of you. The inspector dude's face was so red, he looked like he was gonna blow a gasket. Iris's useless son. But he didn't get to act tough for long before a strange foot landed on the ground. This guy was standing in front of our boy Param. You're just as arrogant as they say. Punk. The dude's face was completely covered, so he charged. I warned you not to cross the line. Those lazy-looking eyes. Who else could it be but Leo Lux? That's enough. He arrogantly swung the sword resting on his shoulder. Cut it out. And just like that, the guy collapsed. Park Guri was shocked the sword had flashed right past him. Blood sprayed out from somewhere. At that moment, his father looked dead serious. If you're right about Yu Dam-deok undergoing monsterification, then we'd better lock him up in the Hunter Correctional Facility first. His dad's brows furrowed. Jo Young-hak, go help the Hunter Management Bureau capture Yu Dam-deok. You'd think the cocky brat would just agree, but nope, bro, he copped a major attitude. What? You want me to help them? Then his expression totally changed. But he's in the middle of monsterification, probably pissed his pants in fear, huh? You little punk. But his dad just kept trying to calm him down. Just do as I say. Don't worry about it. Just go. Someone will be there to take care of things soon. Jo Young-hak looked totally lost. Who? His dad had this smug look on his face. This is your chance. Go and see for yourself just how much of a monster he really is. Back in the present, Park Guri was collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Suddenly, Leo Lux whipped his head around, like he sensed something. Yu Dam-deok charged in, sword in hand, blocking his path. Put that sword down. Now. Right now, he had to protect his teammate first. He yelled, Ju So-yul. And just like that, she swooped in from behind like a blur. Got it. Damn. Their teamwork is actually pretty sick, huh? Without hesitating, she went to carry Park Guri, who was seriously wounded and sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, he got pissed, just staring after them. Yu Dam-deok seized the opening, pivoting on the ground as they fought and landing a blow that sent the guy sliding way back. You dare get distracted? Down below, So-yun was using her powers to help her dying friend. His wound is deeper than I thought. I need to focus on healing now. Damn, she's such a badass. Make sure you watch that guy until I'm done. Hearing that, he just nodded. Leave it to me. And so the battle began. Leo Lux, covered from head to toe and holding a ridiculously huge sword, was looking super annoyed. So, you finally decided to swing that sword. The supposed monster had to block his attacks, all while wondering, what the hell is this monsterification thing? Damn it, no one knows what it is, but they just keep accusing people. As if gaining momentum, the guy unleashed a flurry of attacks. You really don't know? Your freakish strength is all the proof I need. Hello? That's your proof? You can actually condemn someone with that bullcrap? The guy's face was totally cold. Monsterification is the process by which a normal human gains extraordinary abilities. Just then, an image of a red demon appeared, with long, sharp horns sprouting everywhere, and teeth so black they looked like they hadn't been brushed in a billion years. Ugh, so nasty. Leo Lux was probably totally convinced he was right. Right now, you're probably so proud of yourself for having this kind of power. But over time, your sense of self will start to fall apart. Eventually, you'll become a bloodthirsty monster with no humanity left. He's saying Yu Dam-deok is at risk of becoming that ugly, filthy thing. Oh, hell no, that can't happen. The guy kept rambling on with his theory. Lately, with the gates getting more dangerous, there have been a lot more cases of monsterification, and I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but this all started happening right when you awakened. At this point, he was getting pissed because this dude was just spouting lies about him. That's bullshit. You've got it all wrong. I'm not turning into a monster. But of course, Leo Lux wasn't about to let him get a word in. Lies. Your power is unnatural, like the strength of dozens of monsters combined. That shut him up real quick. Yu Dam-deok didn't know what to say. By now, the guy was genuinely pissed because he'd been denying it this whole time. You're even more shameless than I thought. All you monsterified freaks make the same excuses. But normal people do that too. It's not just him. What the hell? Leo Lux's eyes widened. If you complete your monsterification, it'll lead to the worst disaster in human history. Then he even glanced back at where that inspector dude was standing. Hey, Hunter Management Bureau, don't even think about interfering. I won't be responsible if something happens to you guys. Hearing that, the guy immediately ordered a retreat. Everyone, fall back. Hunter Leo Lux will handle things here. Yes, sir. Yo, why does that feel so cowardly? They were acting all tough before, but the second a real fight breaks out, they bail. Right then, he focused on channeling his power. I'll help you, you monster. And then a crap ton of lightning started zapping everywhere, and a huge gust of wind blew everything away. His hair stood on end, and honestly, it looked pretty badass. Damn, why is every guy in this series so hot? His stance got wider and his movements faster. Charging forward, the two of them clashed in a massive flash of light. Leo Lux's eyes were filled with pure disgust and contempt. I knew it. You weren't using your full power this whole time. You're finally showing your true colors. Disgusting. He pointed his sword down at Yu Dam-deok, who just looked totally helpless, not knowing how to explain the situation. The more he fought, the more hyped up he got. Fine then, I'll face you with everything I've got. And he wasn't kidding about everything. He slammed his sword into the ground once and the earth just exploded everywhere. He leaped into the air, still trying to explain. I'm being framed. I have nothing to do with this. Man, that feeling of being wrongly accused and no one believing you. It's the absolute worst. Yu Dam-deok gave up trying to explain and switched to threats. They call you Leo Lux, so you must be the world's #1 ranked hunter. If you beat me, you'll get a reward, but if you lose, it'll be a huge embarrassment. This fight is pointless. Leo Lux crouched and leaped. I don't care about honor. I just want to protect the world. Damn, that sounds kind of tragic, but I don't even know what to say to that. And with one leap, he was in the air. Back to the fight. The two of them started clashing swords again. Yu Dam-deok was still trying to talk him down, since it was obvious he didn't want to fight. I'll say it again. Today is the first time I've ever even heard of monsterification. I don't want to continue this stupid fight. But you think any of that was getting through to the guy? I've heard that excuse a million times. Leo Lux charged in, unleashing another attack. And I've killed every single person who said it. This is painful and exhausting. Yu Dam-deok had probably lost all his patience by now. You bastard, are you even listening to me? He had to use all his strength just to hold on while trying to figure a way out of this mess. Okay, I gotta keep my cool. No matter how annoying he is, we need strong hunters like him to stop the world from collapsing. Leo Lux's face turned purple, his whole body entering some kind of awakened state as he yelled, "This is the end!" A sphere of light flared up, engulfing everything. From way up high, he landed on the ground like he was freaking Spider-Man. Model. Thinking he'd dealt with Yu Dam-deok, the guy was feeling pretty pleased with himself. Don't blame me. You'll be thanking me for this later. So, you really think this is the end? But then another energy orb appeared in the sky, this one looking all dark and mysterious. A voice echoed from inside it. Sorry, but I think that's my line. Hearing that, Leo Lax totally freaked out. His hair probably stood on end. A familiar figure shot down from above, and the system announced, Nemesis Lion Armor, transforming. He whipped around in shock. What? His eyes went wide as a powerful beam of light shot towards him. Black sword burst. With just one attack, dust flew everywhere, practically causing an earthquake. Leo Lax was beaten bloody but somehow still on his feet. Yu Dam-deok, standing opposite him, just shook his head, annoyed. I held back. I don't want to kill you. Yeah, and this guy still doesn't get it. He was panting, looking like he still hadn't processed what just happened. Yu Dam-deok was seriously surprised he was still standing after a blow that killed an ice dragon. He must have redirected the attack into the ground using his mana attribute. His face covered in blood, his eyes dazed. He really made you wonder. His mana control is insane. To reach that level in a world where magic isn't even a thing. In a shaky voice, he muttered, I have to stop. He could barely breathe but was still hell-bent on saving the world. Kinda pathetic, but also kinda stupid. Looking at that face, he couldn't help but think, this must be the skill of the world's #1 ranked hunter. At the same time, he remembered what the king had said before. Thinking back, the king mentioned a girl with short hair and a monocle over her right eye. Korea. This is the first time I've heard of that dimension. It's probably in the same dimension as that place called America that I heard about from another god. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered. What if that guy is like me and Ju So-yul? Looking down at the guy kneeling on the ground, a sliver of hope appeared. If that's true, I have to clear up this misunderstanding. He decided to act on it. Have you ever heard of the system? If you have, then we have a lot to talk about. Face all messed up, Leo Lax still forced himself up to answer. The system? You mean the status window? Everyone knows about that. You've really lost it. Then his eyes started to droop. Damn it, I should have stopped you before you went on your rampage, but my body won't listen. After saying that, he collapsed. This can't happen again. Elijah's tragic fate. Hello? Bro, you just gonna pass out after a few sentences? What's up with that? Yu Dam-deok just stared, not knowing what to say. Is he trying to hide the fact that he's using a system from the gods? When he wakes up, I've got to grill him about this. Done thinking, he tightened his grip on his sword. From that sneaky look on his face, you could guess what he was about to do. Yu Dam-deok swung his sword, and it felt like the world was about to explode. Get your ass out here, you bastard. Which bastard? The only one it could be is that arrogant blonde dude. He stumbled backward. Yep, that's him. Tron Dungak probably just pissed his pants. His face was ice cold. This time you've really crossed the line. Even the air you breathe is a waste. Damn, that insult hits hard. Such a pro-gamer move. As for the other guy, there was nothing to say. He was just sweating buckets, so scared he was about to cry. A doctor walked in and stood by Tron Dungak's hospital bed with a serious look on his face. Broken bones, torn muscles, and tons of other injuries. The doctor continued, it seems he managed to avoid any fatal blows, but whoever did this was ruthless. His body is a complete wreck. He's barely hanging on. Chairman Cheon asked, is he going to be okay? The doctor replied, yes, he's alive. But if he wants to be a hunter again, it'll take at least half a year to recover. The moment the doctor finished, the chairman's expression changed instantly. He was a bit stunned, his eyes wide, his face darkened. Is this the end of my connection with that kid, Yu Dam-deok? Or have I been nursing a viper in my bosom, giving wings to a tiger? Barry whined to Saren, I seriously thought I was gonna die. Saren just laughed and slapped him hard on the back with a loud thwack. You're so dramatic, he groaned. Ouch. Saren kept laughing and offered a compliment. Anyway, your never-say-die fighting spirit is commendable. I'll have to see you in a new light now. Bigum coughed, cursing under his breath. Cough, cough. Crazy. Yu Dam-deok called out to Ju So-yul from behind, his voice stuttering a bit. Hey, Ju So-yul, besides me, have you met anyone else like us? Ju So-yul seemed a little confused, turning her head to ask, like us? How? Yu Dam-deok replied. I mean, like you and me. Doing part-time jobs for the gods? I had a thought. What if that guy, Leo Lax, is like us? A part-timer for a god? As soon as he finished, Ju So-yul looked a little surprised, but her expression didn't change much. She asked, "Why would you think that?" Yu Dam-deok answered, "Last time when we went to the magic world, Hermes said another god had been there before us." She seemed curious. "And? Any god who controls a system could go to Atlan." Yu Dam-deok nodded. "Yeah, that's true, but the god who went to Atlan was supposedly from America." He hesitated a bit before continuing. Hearing that, Ju So-yul's face changed. She frowned slightly and asked in surprise, "From America?" Yu Dam-deok replied, "Yeah, weird, right? Usually they'd use names like Asgard or Olympus. What kind of god would say they're from America? What's more, coincidentally, Leo Lax is an American hunter." An image of Leo Lax appeared in both of their minds. Yu Dam-deok didn't stop. "Not only that, Leo Lax uses mana like a pro. A god from America once visited the magic world. An American from the human world, where the concept of mana doesn't even exist, can control mana freely. Isn't that a little too perfect of a coincidence?" Yu Dam-deok finally stopped after laying out all his thoughts for Ju So-yul. Ju So-yul hummed for a moment, then replied, "I get what you're saying, but you can't conclude that Leo Lax is like us based on just that." She sighed, flopped down onto a nearby bench, and crossed her legs. "Why not?" "I think it's super suspicious," Yu Dam-deok asked, puzzled. "Listen to me. Even though I can't clearly explain why we, normal humans, can use the god systems," Ju So-yul explained, "there's one thing I can be sure of. The only people in this world who can use the god systems are you and me, just the two of us." She slowly raised her head to meet Yu Dam-deok's eyes. He froze for a second, then asked curiously, "Wait, how can you be so sure? There's no way you can be certain about that." She lowered her gaze. "You'll understand eventually. For now, just trust me. Only we can use the system." Yu Dam-deok let out a sigh and scratched his head. Fine. If you say so, I guess it's true." He thought, "Honestly, I don't really get it, but what choice do I have besides trusting you? Suyun's never been wrong before. She was the one who showed me how to stop the War of the Gods in the first place." All of a sudden, a system window popped up, totally derailing his thoughts. He glanced over. "Whoa, what's this? A job posting? Urgent. Scribe needed for newborn blessings. Employer. The midwife. Divine power. Over 100,000. Experience. Newbies okay, but related experience is a plus. Job description. Help the midwife by taking notes while she blesses babies. The birth rate has totally tanked, so it's 10 kids max per day. Talk about a sweet gig. Work hours are mostly midnight to dawn. Pay is 10 divine power per kid." All of a sudden, his phone buzzed with a notification from the corner of the desk. The C-rank gate in Hanak Village has been upgraded to S-rank. The four of them just stared at each other, totally stunned, muttering with their jaws on the floor. Hanak Village. Wait, isn't that where we fought Leo Lux? Yu Dam-deok cursed in his head, his face getting all tense. Crap, that gate we didn't finish off. It's already evolved this much? We gotta move, now. A terrifying scene unfolded. The sky was stained a deep, bloody red, and a thick, pitch-black fog covered everything. What used to be lush green trees were now all dried up and withered. Creepy-ass tree people were scattered all over the forest in weird poses. Yu Dam-deok rushed over. "I can't believe the gate we had to bail on last time because it was too chaotic got this strong." He gripped his sword, getting ready to fight. He thought, "All right, first things first, I'll just slice this creepy thing in half. Easy peasy." Suddenly, a terrified scream ripped through the air. "Ah!" He jumped, instinctively whipping his head around to look back. Some long-haired dude in a white outfit came running over, totally freaking out and screaming his head off. Yu Dam-deok asked, concerned, "Yo, is everyone all right?" The guy collapsed to his knees, just moaning over and over in pure terror. He grabbed onto Yu Dam-deok's arm, his eyes wild with panic. His face was twisted up in this super creepy way as he rushed out. "Run, you gotta run. That old man. That old geezer's gonna kill us all." Yu Dam-deok, totally confused, asked the guy, "What old man? What the hell are you talking about?" His mind was racing. He thought, "Seriously, what the hell is going on behind that creepy-ass fog? I've got a super bad feeling about this. What if the thing that walks out of that gate is some forgotten god?" While he was lost in his head, he didn't even notice that the freakish thing he'd just sliced up was slowly putting itself back together. Right then, the system updated. Perception activated. He felt it instantly and whipped around. Luckily, he dodged the thing's attack. He spun around and landed a nasty kick right to its head. He was shocked, thinking, "It can regenerate? These things are tougher than they look. Guess I've got no choice but to use my mana." He dropped the careless act and got into a stance, ready to throw down at any second. Damn, I really wanted to save my mana for inside the gate, he thought, kinda bummed out. Just as he was about to use his mana, this crazy powerful blinding blue mana blast showed up out of nowhere, shocking him. "What are you doing here?" Leo Lux? He was pretty shocked that the person who just showed up was Leo Lux himself. Listen up, Yu Dam-deok. I'm still not 100% sold on this whole innocence thing you're trying to pull. Leo Lux shot Yu Dam-deok a look, his voice serious. But he paused, then went on. Right now, stopping this gate for humanity's sake is priority number one. The air was thick with tension and danger as soldiers faced off against tree ghouls with razor-sharp claws diving at them from above, making the whole scene super threatening. The brown-haired soldier shouted, "Hold him back! Don't let any of those things get out!" Anxious and scared, he whipped his head around and saw a tree ghoul right next to one of his guys. He freaked out, his words getting all jumbled. Over there." With sharp, cold eyes and narrowed brows, blue sparks of electricity flashed around some blue-haired guy's head. A blurry figure appeared right in front of him. He slammed his foot down, and lightning crackled around his legs, holding the line. It was Leo Lux. He ordered in a strong voice, "Secure the perimeter, keep the civilians safe." The brown-haired soldier yelled out, surprised, "Leo Lux." Leo Lux immediately started barking orders at the other soldiers. "Hunters who can't use mana, aim for their limbs. Don't take them head on, just focus on slowing them down." The soldiers yelled, "Yes, sir." Leo Lux glanced over. It was obvious this had all just started. Before, no matter how dangerous a gate was, it was still just a dungeon. This world is getting seriously screwed up. The scene was super creepy and haunting, like some kind of dark, twisted world. The sky above was blood red with dark streaks that looked like they were bleeding, making the air feel heavy and full of dread. Dried up, leafless trees reached out with branches like claws, with long strips of red, blue, white, and yellow fabric just hanging off them. They looked like something out of a ritual or like some seriously creepy warning signs. These cloths could be symbols for souls or some weird-ass sacrifice. Down below, there were rows and rows of tree ghouls just standing there, stretching into the distance. It had this cold vibe, like it was the land of the dead or something straight out of the apocalypse. A massive tail was whipping around in the middle of some gloomy purple smoke. It was dark brown with bulging veins, twisting around like crazy, looking totally alive. It showed just how powerful and alive its owner was. A pink-haired girl got smacked by the tail and sent flying, totally helpless. She screamed in terror. "Ah, somebody help me! Help me!" Leo Lux looked up, totally helpless. He yelled out, panicking, "Hang on!" All of a sudden, Soo-yoon showed up and said to him, "You can feel that too, right? There's something seriously terrifying hiding in that black fog." Leo Lux shot back, obviously. The bad vibes coming from that fog. Walking in there is basically a suicide mission. Leo Lux clenched his fists. "Even so, I have to go." His eyes went wide with shock as he faced down black tentacles shooting up from the glowing purple ground. Yu Dam-deok suddenly appeared out of nowhere, his eyes sharp and pissed off as he threw a massive punch at the black tentacles. Soo-yoon and Leo Lux were just frozen. She yelled out in a panic, "Yu Dam-deok!" That idiot! Yu Dam-deok tore through the black tentacles with his bare hands. He saved the pink-haired girl. A voice echoed out of the shadows, "Yu Dam-deok." A foot in a dark shoe touched down on the cracked, gloomy ground. A creepy blue-purple light spread out from it, giving off a cold, otherworldly vibe. A voice echoed, "Where am I?" Yu Dam-deok was standing in this gloomy-ass place, surrounded by dried-up, leafless trees whose branches reached up like claws. He muttered to himself, "Looks like this is some other dimension connected to the fog." The whole place reeked of evil energy and the stench of death. Sweat dripped down his cheek as he felt his life force being drained away. Out of nowhere, an old woman's voice echoed out, "Well, well. Has an interesting little child wandered in?" Dam-deok whipped his head around, shocked. The old hag's face was grotesque. She cackled at him. "Come over here." A red notification window popped up, a premonition of mortal danger. Dam-deok stared blankly, feeling his body starting to turn to stone. The tree the old woman was sitting on suddenly shot out long branches, whipping straight down at Dam-deok with brutal force. Thanks to his insane agility, he managed to dodge the devastating blow. His face was a mask of pure terror. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Is this the old geezer the hunters saw?" He didn't even have to fight to know this thing was extremely dangerous. The old hag looked at him, pointed a bony finger, and her smile stretched from ear to ear as she cackled, "Hehehe, such an arrogant and rude little brat, aren't you?" Suddenly, another branch shot towards him, making a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. By the time Dam-deok turned his head, the branch was just a couple of inches from his face. He quickly dodged to the side, raising his sword and slicing the branch clean off, grunting through clenched teeth. "Ugh!" A flash of interest appeared in the old hag's eyes. She squinted, actually throwing him a bit of praise. Oh ho, not bad. A far cry from the others, so young and full of life. But as calm as she was, Dam-deok's situation was the complete opposite. He was struggling to swing his sword, hacking away at the branches that were relentlessly attacking him. He couldn't get a moment's rest, and they just seemed to be multiplying. A golden light flashed in his pupils as he let out a yell, "Arg!" Then, Dam-deok spun around, executing a flurry of beautiful, decisive sword strikes that chopped the branches into pieces. But you've got to be kidding me, right where he landed after his attack, more branches sprouted out of the ground. They snaked around and locked Dam-deok's body down like an octopus grabbing its prey. All he could do was scream in utter helplessness as the branches dragged him face to face with the old hag. She stared at him intently and praised him again. Ah, wonderful. That defiant expression is so different from the rest. Her smile turned even more sinister. I would love to see your real face. The surrounding branches seemed to grow their own faces, all staring at him with gaping mouths. She continued to speak. A mighty warrior, a child looking for his mother, a widow who lost her husband, a hunter begging for his life. Then the old woman poked a branch next to her voice dripping with malice as she laughed. Hey, they all had such wonderful expressions. What look will you wear when you finally die? Her eyes grew wider, so wide you could easily see the blood vessels inside. I'm so looking forward to it. Suddenly, a red warning window appeared. It read that an overwhelming fear was taking hold, reducing agility, reducing strength, and reducing spirit. The text was small, but it was enough to make Dam-deok break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, this feeling, it's exactly the same as when I faced Asmodeus. Seeing the look on his face only made the old hag more interested, her words becoming even more savage. That's the expression. Yes, how absolutely delicious. Watching her bony hand, with a branch growing from her sleeve, reach for his face, he started to panic. No, he screamed in his mind, just as the branch was about to touch his eye. This can't be happening. But maybe his 3 generations of inherited luck finally decided to kick in. A blue notification window appeared. The application has been accepted. Seeing that notification, he let out a surprised smirk and said, Huh? Talk about perfect timing. The message on the window changed again, moving to the work location. Thinking he had victory in the bag, he looked at her with an arrogant tone. You'd better start praying. You think I'd let you escape that easily? You idiot. The old hag reached out and touched the notification window, sneering. What a cheap trick. The next second, the notification window shattered into a million pieces, disappearing right before his eyes. His escape route had been completely cut off. Tension flashed in Dam-deok's eyes. He heard her continue, her voice like a final warning. Don't even think about escaping. Then she grabbed his chin, forcing his face close to hers as she introduced herself. The moment you set foot in here, your death was sealed. I am death itself. I am the Grim Reaper. That monstrous thing kept taunting Yu Dam-deok with its wrinkled face and deep-set eye sockets that were nothing but terrifying white orbs. It opened its mouth. Come on, let me see that expression of yours. In your twisted dreams, Yu Dam-deok shot back. You think I'm gonna give up that easily? He screamed in its face, his whole body still wrapped tight by vines, his expression a mask of rage and disgust. The familiar blue system window appeared, activating the Hellfire skill. Their hateful gazes locked, both sides filled with nothing but contempt for the other. As the flames began to rise, he and the monster lunged at each other at the same time, neither giving an inch. The scene was both chaotic and weirdly beautiful. Her eyes turned pitch black, with no whites to be seen, as she opened her mouth with a disdainful tone. Trying to take me down with you? You're a stubborn brat. But that just makes me even more excited. Meanwhile, Yu Dam-deok was a total mess on the ground, his body all scratched up, but he was still clutching his sword, rocking that bittersweet I'm done with everything look. He started to push himself up, jamming his sword into the ground for support, but he still managed to struggle back to his feet, shutting that other dude down. No way. There's no way I'm giving up. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword as flames began to flare up from under his feet. If I let a monster like you escape, Super Unun will be wiped out in an instant. His eyes blazed with rage as he stared her down. That's why, even if I have to die, I'm stopping you right here. He yelled, jumped up, and charged straight at the creature. The thing narrowed its eyes at him, its voice filled with excitement. Good. I'd love to see it. That tear-streaked face of despair. It held out a hand, followed by a few crooked branches extending from its body. As you struggle in vain? The moment she finished speaking, the number of branches increased dramatically, piercing straight through his body. He coughed, blood spraying from his mouth and the fatal wound in the center of his chest. Now, lift your head and let me see, she said excitedly, her voice dripping with contempt. While Yu Dam-deok was in critical condition, hanging on by a thread, cherry blossom petals suddenly began to drift down all around them. A girl with white hair braided into 2 large pigtails, wearing a colorful hanbok, formed some kind of sign with her hands and spoke, "Myriad flowers, dream of the peach blossom spring." The tree creature's branches gradually retracted, a look of pure shock on its face. Model? She glanced back, gritting her teeth. You? How could you? The girl sighed, stepping towards him. Ch. Kids these days are so damn undisciplined. The girl gave a casual smirk. Can't even show up for work on time. Behind her, Yu Dam-deok was fading away with the cherry blossom petals. Again? You're here to steal what's mine again? The old hag was clearly pissed, her eyes bulging, her mouth hanging open like a suffocating fish, and the tree branches and even her hair were sticking out like a busted broom. Give him back! Give him back to me! She shrieked like a maniac, as branches lunged at the girl. Steal? What are you even on about? This crazy old hag. She glanced over, totally unbothered. Falling flowers, fiery dance, 10 days of crimson. She cast some kind of spell, and as cherry blossoms rained down once more, the branches vanished along with them. I can't just stand by and watch when karma gets all twisted up. She lowered her eyelids, watching nonchalantly. That guy's body was starting to turn transparent. The old woman panicked, her face twisted with resentment. Now, be a good girl and go back to hell. The moment she finished speaking, the hag's body dissolved into petals. Her eyes bulged, her wrinkled skin turning ashen, and her eye sockets were shot with blood. She seethed. You dare interfere with me again? You will pay for this. The girl stood in the middle of the forest, her hair and hanbok fluttering in the wind, while the petals danced around like free-spirited butterflies. She sighed and frowned. I told them to stay away from here. She glanced back, tilting her head slightly. She saw Yu Dam-deok, covered in blood with his eyes shut tight, and sighed, good thing I made it in time. She knelt down beside his body and began to use healing magic on him. Geez. Oh geez. These wounds are nasty. This poor kid has been through so much. Suddenly, 3 people came running, one of them yelling, Yu Dam-deok. The girl smirked. It's time. She summoned a flower in her hand, placed it on his chest, and said, catch you later. The 3 who ran over were Jusu, Saren, and Park Gorium. As night fell, the sky sparkled with stars named Jack J97. Bright moonlight poured down upon a high-rise apartment building. Yu Dam-deok groaned in bed. Ugh, my head. My head. Beside him, Yusu asked coldly, you awake? Meanwhile, he clutched his head in pain, a little surprised. Huh? Yusu? He asked. Where am I? She raised an eyebrow. Your bedroom. Can't you tell? Always pulling reckless stunts and making people worry. He held his forehead, his brows knitted together. Ugh, what happened? She replied. I found you unconscious in the mist. He wondered to himself, but I'm sure I met an old woman who called herself the Grim Reaper. Her expression turned serious, her pupils shrinking slightly. He lowered his gaze and continued. She was unbelievably strong. I was completely helpless. I couldn't even fight back. She replied, that Grim Reaper hag is a forgotten god, with power on par with Asmodeus. Among the Korean gods, she's one of the most dangerous. Sigh, it's a miracle you even survived, she said with a sigh of relief. He clenched his fists, his voice tinged with disappointment. I'm sorry. I guess I got too cocky about my own strength, destroying the system interface itself. I never even imagined that was possible. As soon as he finished, her expression turned to pure shock. What? Wait, what did you just say she destroyed? She demanded, rushing over and climbing right onto his bed, her voice urgent. He was flustered by her intense reaction. That Grim Reaper hag destroyed my system interface. He got a little shy, blushing as she got right in his face. She was shocked. What the hell? A system interface appeared, its dark blue screen completely cracked. System. Error. Error. He replied. I was pretty shocked too, but do you have to overreact this much? She frowned at the error message, her tone grave. Do you have any idea what the system even is? The system is a universal protocol created by the primordial mother to maintain balance across all dimensions. A brightly shining diamond-shaped mass of magic power appeared. For the system to be destroyed, this is completely unprecedented. She was propped up on the bed, one knee down, supported by her hands. He was surprised. Is that so? On the floor below, Saren and Park Gorium were fast asleep. She got off the bed and paced back and forth, muttering, repair it. I have to repair it immediately, but how? Magic or divine power? Yu Dam-deok spoke up, trying to calm her down. Calm down. She suddenly remembered Hephaestus. That's right, the blacksmith god, master of all mystical creations. Maybe he can help. The system interface displayed a message. Hephaestus is currently not in his workshop. Please try again later. She was stunned. Huh? Why now of all times? She was at a loss. Yu Dam-deok gave a strained smile, thinking, that guy can be a real flake sometimes. Suddenly, the flower in the vase spoke. Awake now, are we, young man? He was astonished. Don't be surprised. I have sent my consciousness into this flower. He was confused. What is it now? If you help me take care of my garden, I'll help you fix your system interface. The flower continued. This is a mutually beneficial deal, this energy. It's the same energy I felt before that Grim Reaper hag killed me. His eyes widened as sweat poured down his face. Yusu asked, What? What do you mean? We'll talk later, he said. Be careful, the flower warned. You might feel a little dizzy. The moment it finished speaking, glowing petals burst out, swirling around like a fierce storm. He panicked. Wait a minute. She was also blinded by the intense light, letting out a small cry. Irk! Park Gorium was jolted awake by the light, his face still groggy and his mind hazy. Ugh, what the hell is that? Night enveloped the city, with the bright moon illuminating the sky. From the high-rise apartment, a powerful, dazzling pink light shot out, lighting up the entire unit. The scenery changed. Before their eyes now was a lush green meadow with hundreds of flowers blooming in a vibrant display. White birds soared across the clear blue sky, and behind them stood majestic, towering rock formations that scraped the heavens. Saren rubbed his eyes, looking around. Where is this? Yu Dam-deok was just as surprised. The Samshin standing behind them asked, A beautiful place, isn't it? This is my garden. The goddess smiled at him. He thought in surprise, this warm energy. Then he asked, Is it you? The person I met in the mist? The Samshin smiled in reply. Yes. I am the Samshin, known to mortals as the birth grandmother. Yu Dam-deok lit up. I knew it. Thank you so much for what you did back. He was cut off by Park Gorium. Hey, who's the little kid? Yu Dam-deok completely froze, a million question marks popping up in his head. That idiot Park Gorium continued. Who are you? Are you cosplaying or something? Park Gorium looked at the Samshin like she was a child, smiling as he patted her head. Hey kiddo, go play somewhere else. We're busy. The Samshin looked up at him. Kid, I am the Samshin. The Samshin just laughed again. Ah, whatever. The child I've chosen is certainly a lively one, Park Gorium replied. Geez, I think she actually believes it. Yu Dam-deok scrambled over and shoved P. Gorium's head down, sweat pouring down his panicked face. My apologies, Samshin. I'm so sorry. He's, a bit of an idiot. What's your problem, Bat Gorium? Saren shot back, just as shocked. Whoa, is this totally adorable, amazing woman for real, a goddess? For real? Yu Dam-deok was freaking out, terrified of ticking off a god, and quickly jumped in. Ah, and the little girl in the back is a mage. Ha ha ha, he forced a laugh. Oh, you're from another world? Even though you don't have my blessing, you're still one amazing kid. Samshin stroked her chin, her eyes full of approval. Saren got all flustered, stumbling over his words. Huh? Thanks. Samshin cut the chatter short and looked at the four of them. All right, that's enough with the greetings. Time to get to work. Samshin led them to a flower garden and then turned back to them. This is the garden of children waiting to be born. Your job is to water these flowers. Saren gasped. Whoa, it's beautiful. I'm so down for this kind of chill part-time gig. Du Yun, standing beside her, was also captivated by the garden. Bak Gorium was losing his patience. Yeah, whatever, let's just get this over with. Yo, lady, where's the water? Yu Dam-deok snapped at Pagorium, totally pissed. You moron, show some respect when you talk. It's all right, just ignore him. Each of you take one of these jars and go get water from the mountain behind us. Samshin replied, a large jar in her hand. That cliff back there? One of the four asked. The whole crew looked up at the towering cliff where a single house was perched right on the peak. Bright sunlight streamed through cracks in the cliff face. That's my house. Get the water from the top of the cliff, where that ancient tree is, Samshin said casually. Bakorium and Yu Dam-deok's jaws dropped, their faces practically screaming, I'm way too lazy for this crap. Bakorium yelled, What the hell? Yu Dam-deok cried out too. You've got to be kidding me. A romantic sunset began to fall, staining the bright blue sky from that morning. The sun was no longer blindingly bright, but soft like a closing eye, carrying the lingering feelings of all living things as the day came to an end. The whole crew was panting like dogs, but finally, the jars were full of water. Yu Dam-deok groaned. Finally, we're done. The whole group was dead, tired, drenched in sweat, sprawled out and gasping for air. I thought I was gonna die. Seriously thought this would be an easy gig, but guess not, Yu Dam-deok whined. Samshin was just sitting in a tree, dangling her legs with a smirk. You really think it was gonna be that easy? He looked up, shocked to see her. Huh? Samshin? Samshin hopped down from the branch. To fix a treasure like the system interface, there has to be a corresponding consequence. She tilted her head, looking at him. Follow me. Samshin led him to a place under a night sky. The night sky was like a silent dream, stretching out endlessly above them. The stars weren't just bright. They seemed to be breathing, sparkling with a vibrant soul, as if looking back at the person watching them from the other side of the universe. He walked up the stairs, step by step, with Samshin leading the way. Her back was turned to him. Watering this garden of souls is incredibly meaningful. Your hands have washed and purified the physical bodies of the children about to be born. This act is the same as helping to maintain the cycle of reincarnation. He sighed, bored out of his mind, thinking, what is she even talking about? I don't get any of this. I can't believe the place to fix the system interface is somewhere I have to haul water all day. In the deep of the night, the sky was lit by countless brilliant stars. A giant moon shone brightly in the corner of the sky, like a massive celestial lantern watching over the world. Samson stood on the steps. "This is your karma," he replied. "Really?" Samson urged him on. "Come on up." Meanwhile, he was so tired his knees buckled. He looked at the scene and gasped. "Whoa, I swear that was just normal water a second ago." Before him was a crystal-clear lake, its turquoise water glowing under the moonlight, making the surface sparkle like crystal, like stars were swimming in it. Samson considered this. This means you are worthy." She smiled at him. "Now, go on in." He froze for a second. "Huh?" he asked, confused. "Go in? Is this water safe? Why is it glowing like that?" Samson lost her patience. "Why do you ask so many questions? Hurry up." Then she smacked him hard on the head, sending him tumbling into the lake. He let out a yelp. "Oof!" He came to, his eyes still half closed, letting out a soft, ugh. He opened his eyes, surprised. "Huh?" He looked around. This was the same space where he'd met Asmodeus. In front of him was a sparkling cosmic sky, a deep void. The weird part was the puzzle pieces floating everywhere, like fragments from a shattered painting. He wondered, why is the lake connected to this place? All of a sudden, one of Samson's flower petals was floating in this strange space. He stared intently at the petal. Why is Samson's petal here? The petal suddenly flashed, transforming into a massive, dazzling puzzle piece. The number of pieces grew, and all he could do was stand there, stunned. The scene changed in a flash. His body was now that of a small child, and Samson was in front of him. She looked at him. "That is the primordial mother. Although I am the one who blessed you, in reality, every living thing in this world is her child." A sparkling pink flower materialized in her hand. "This flower contains the essence of all things in the 3,000 great thousand worlds." She continued, "Here, take it." She placed the flower in his palm. He let out a surprised gasp. "Whoa, I can have a flower this beautiful?" Samson ruffled his hair, smiling. Of course you can." Samson looked at him fondly, her gaze gentle. "Because you are you." He woke up, his eyes flying open. Samson was leaning over him. "Oh, you're finally awake? How long were you planning to zone out? Get up already." Samson urged him. He sat up, tilting his head. "What was all that I just saw?" Samson looked at him, her voice flat. "What are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense and check your system interface," he remembered. "Ah, right, the system." The system display showed that a new feature had been updated. He was ecstatic. "Oh, it's fixed! And there's even a new feature." The system continued. "Primordial memory has been added. You can now review memories of past lives. Do you wish to review your memories?" He thought in shock. Primordial memory? So, what I just saw was a memory from my past life? What the hell even is a past life? His finger touched the system interface, apparently choosing yes. System is now launching past life logs. Searching for past life logs. 1,868 past lives found. Optimizing, displaying only viewable records. Volume 1. Primordial memory is viewable. The system announced, after optimization, other memories are currently unavailable. He thought, disappointed. Only one for now? I'll check it out later. For now, he called out to Samson. "Thank you for saving my life and for fixing my system interface. Thank you so much." He expressed his gratitude with a 90-degree bow. Samson smiled. "You really are a good kid. Lift your heads. I've only done what was necessary. Now, let's go. I have a gift for you." Yu Dam-deok's hand gently accepted the offered cup. He glanced at the dark liquid inside, his brows furrowing in curiosity. He asked cautiously, "Your gift for us is tea?" The triple god gave a warm smile, his eyes filled with affection as he answered, "Yeah, it's brewed from a sacred herb that only grows in hell." Meanwhile, Yu Dam-deok raised the teacup to his face, taking a soft whiff of the strange aroma before getting ready to taste it. The god slowly continued, "It will help you strengthen your will and overcome your fear." As his lips touched the rim of the cup, Yu Dam-deok silently sized up the taste spreading on his tongue. "Ugh, this tastes pretty gross." On the other side, the triple god continued to explain, his voice calm but hiding a hint of worry. "The nature of that old death hag is incredibly cruel. She never lets her prey go." His voice grew stern, emphasizing every single word as if engraving it into their souls. "When you face that ferocity again, you at least need to have enough courage to fight." Yu Dam-deok stared down at the hand holding the cup, clearly feeling a vague power beginning to rise within him. He thought to himself, "I feel like something inside me just got a hell of a lot tougher." He slowly stretched out his fingers, the thought continuing in his mind. But this still isn't enough. The old memories came flooding back. Every time I remember facing that old death hag, I still feel my stomach drop with fear. Probably after hearing what the triple god had to say, Saren, without a word, lifted his cup and just started chugging it. Yu Dam-deok turned to the god, his urgent voice breaking the silence. Sir Triple God, could you give us some more of that tea? The triple god looked at him, his expression suddenly falling. His voice was a bit wistful. Damn. You're worried it's not enough, huh? I guess that makes sense. He sighed, continuing in a regretful tone. Unfortunately, this sacred herb only works the first time you drink it. The kid froze for a moment, then lowered his head and replied, Oh, I see. The god's face fell, his eyebrows forming a line of sorrow as he said slowly, I'm sorry, there's nothing more I can do. Not wanting him to feel bad, Yu Dam-deok quickly replied in a sincere voice, It's okay, sir. You've already helped us a ton. Just then, he suddenly spun around, his gaze immediately caught by a soothing blue light that was seeping in from behind him. The light was from the system, sparkling in his eyes like a sign that something important was about to happen. A bright blue window suddenly popped up in front of Yu Dam-deok. The text from the system cut through his thoughts. A new part-time job notification has been posted. The system screen quickly switched to the mission interface, displaying sharp, clear lines of text. It was an extermination mission on Gogan Island from a recruiter named Elia, requiring applicants with over 200,000 divine power, combat experience, and nerves of steel. The job was to decapitate Medusa. The work period would end as soon as the mission was completed. The pay would be Perseus's Aegis shield. Upon completing the mission, your fear resistance will increase significantly, with an immediate effect that's better than any divine potion, only accepting applicants who are truly in need. Please note, do not ask for personal information and do not send private messages at night. His eyes lit up, and a smile he couldn't hide spread across his face in excitement. Slay Medusa! He was already imagining the precious reward. He thought, satisfied? Increased fear resistance. That's exactly what I need. Before he could press anything, a hand suddenly shot out from the side and yanked Yu Dam-deok's ear hard, making him yelp in pain as his face twisted. The other person shouted, Perfect! Sign up right now! Hurriedly prying the hand off him, Yu Dam-deok whipped around, his face a mask of confusion until he realized who it was. He gasped in alarm, Ju So-yul. In front of him, Ju So-yul's face had darkened, her voice low and powerful. She crossed her arms, her eyes like daggers as she called Yu Dam-deok the nastiest name in the world. You moron! He mumbled back. What? Before he could even react, she was glaring at him angrily, demanding, Are you planning on pulling another reckless solo stunt again? The second she finished, she took a deep breath and unleashed a whole tirade at him like a rap battle, leaving him completely caught off guard. She screamed, Just how much of a death wish do you have? Do you think you're immortal or something? Or that if your limbs get chopped off, they'll just grow back like a plant? He just stood there, frozen like a statue, completely shut down by her scolding. But Ju So-yul had no intention of stopping. She continued her rapid-fire assault. If your stomach gets stabbed full of holes, you think you can just patch it up like a manhole cover? You got beaten half to death by that old hag and you still haven't learned your lesson. Her anger was still building, her voice steady and sure, with the flow of a professional rapper. Do you even care about the feelings of the people who worry about you? If you keep this up, you're gonna get yourself killed before you know it. In the distance, Saren and Guri's eyes went wide and their jaws dropped, letting out a synchronized, shocked gasp. Seeing Yu Dam-deok just standing there silently, Ju So-yul snapped. Answer me. He had lost all of his composure and stammered, I'm sorry. Sweat was pouring down his face in beads, but Ju So-yul wasn't letting him off the hook, her voice cracking like a whip, and, sorry is supposed to fix everything? Or are you just trying to get yourself killed? Yu Dam-deok, still in shock, was frozen to the spot. She continued her relentless tirade. Or do you just refuse to listen to what anyone tells you? Answer me! Unable to take the pressure from this goddess of fury, Yu Dam-deok finally dropped to his knees, bowing his head to the ground to apologize as if he were before a god. He knocked his head on the ground repeatedly, his voice pleading earnestly, I was wrong. Please, forgive me. The sky above suddenly became strangely clear, a brilliant blue canvas dotted with a few wisps of white clouds and faint starlight. It was as if the heavens themselves were anxiously watching the conflict, or maybe they were just preparing for the next chaotic chapter. Ju So-yul had finally calmed down. Her voice was slow and gentle as she analyzed the situation. First of all, the Medusa extermination mission isn't a bad idea, but we need to prepare for it thoroughly. In front of her, all three of them, Saren, Guri, and Yu Dam-deok, knelt obediently in a row, listening intently like 3 elementary school students in front of their homeroom teacher. Ju So-yul stated seriously, To cut off Medusa's head, we need 3 things. Saren reluctantly grumbled, Why do I have to? Not letting anyone interrupt, Ju So-yul began to list them. First, Hermes' winged sandals to travel to Gogan Island. Second, the invisibility helmet to approach Medusa without being detected. Finally, she concluded firmly. Third, a mirrored shield to fight Medusa without looking directly into her eyes. She then began to outline the plan to get the necessary items. As for the mirror shield, I'll get it by taking on a side job. The invisibility helmet is super common in the magical world, so Saren will definitely have one. At this, Saren closed his eyes and gave a smug smile, placing a hand lightly on his chest like a noble lady. Piece of cake. You can leave that to me. Just when things were going smoothly, Ju So-yul tilted her head, shot an icy look at Yu Dam-deok, and suddenly snapped her fingers. The only thing left is Hermes' sandals. The post office is always short-staffed. One more person probably won't hurt. The moment she finished speaking, a bright light flashed before his eyes, stunning him for a second. Before he could even get a word in, she went on like it was all part of the plan. You should probably head over there. Cut to the Met post office, a place so hectic it'll make your head spin. Envelopes were floating through the air like a flock of colorful birds. A girl with long purple hair and a pair of deer antlers was multitasking with all 6 of her arms, scribbling away on long scrolls of paper, like a freaking grocery list. A 3-eyed dude with slicked back hair was slapping colorful sticky notes onto a sheet, yelling as he read, F-156, we got a lost package here. A giant red demon, with massive wings and a wickedly sharp horn jutting from its forehead, its eye sockets like bottomless pits, waved its hands and screamed, Yo, move it! In the middle of all that Kyumium, the American Guri just stood there, stunned, like a couple of tourists who'd wandered into the god's workshop. Envelopes were fluttering down like dead autumn leaves. Guri's eyes went wide in amazement. Whoa, this place is massive. Are all of these letters? Yu Dam-deok had his hands in his pockets, his eyes sparkling with total awe. Damn, the realm of the gods is on a whole other level. Just then, a laugh echoed from high above, making both of them snap their heads up. That voice was just oozing with confidence. Haha, so you finally arrived? In a haze of clouds, Hermes soared through the air like some mythical bird, his light blue and white hair flowing in the wind, the winged shoes on his feet giving off a soft glow. His face was lit up with a mischievous and super confident grin. Hermes gave them a wave. Welcome to the Hermes Express. Down below, Yu Dam-deok just stared up at him, not even blinking. Hermes did a full spin in the air, pointed at himself, and gave them a super dramatic wink, his voice cutting through all the noise. I'm sure you guys have heard of me, right? If not, you better learn fast. 'Cause for today, I'm your boss. He leaned down, his blue hair fluttering in the wind. There was a playful glint in his eyes, but his tone held a slight warning. Working all day is going to be exhausting. You two think you can handle it? Yu Dam-deok looked up and grinned confidently. Don't you worry. Hard work is kinda our thing. Keeping that smile, he held up a finger, as if to make one last check, his tone a little cautious. But you did confirm it, right? That we're getting paid with a pair of Hermes' shoes instead of cash. Hermes raised an eyebrow and said smoothly, Yeah, chill out. My word is my bond. The second he finished his sentence, he flicked his wrist, and all the envelopes in the air magically flew right in front of the two of them, forming a sick-looking spiral. He let out a big laugh, his eyes flashing mischievously. All right then, time to get to work. The letters just kept pouring down like a paper blizzard, piling up into a freaking mountain right behind Yu Dam-deok and Guri. The two of them were still standing there, frozen, with looks of pure terror, unable to believe what they were seeing. The voice of their so-called boss was totally casual, like it was no big deal. That's today's mail count. If you want to finish on time, you're gonna have to run yourselves ragged. Cut to the blazing Greek sun beating down on a massive, classical-style palace. Huge, ivory-white stone columns stretched high into the brilliant sky, giving the whole place a seriously majestic and epic vibe. Inside, Ares was casually resting his sword across the back of his neck, a typical arrogant habit of his. The moment he saw Yu Dam-deok, his eyes lit up and his mouth twisted into a taunting smirk. Well, if it isn't you. After that training session, you totally ghosted me. Unable to resist his battle lust, he issued a challenge. Since you're here anyway, how about we throw down for a bit? Let's have some fun. He just gave a slow smile, slyly shifting the target over to Guri like it was the most responsible thing to do. I'm kind of busy, but how about him? Oh, and can I get your autograph? Guri stood beside him, giving him the most judgmental look ever. Meanwhile, Ares threw his head back and laughed, totally pumped. Oh, hell yeah. Now, in some grim, gloomy land, the sky was dark and thick as sludge. A massive, ancient-looking castle, just radiating evil vibes, was sunk deep in the shadows of the underworld, right where it belonged. Yu Dam-deok stood in a freezing cold hallway, sweat pouring down his forehead, holding out a letter with a trembling hand. His face was rigid, trying to force a customer service smile. Hello, I have a letter for you, he rushed out. Please sign here. Before he could even finish, an insane purple flame just erupted, torching half the letter right in his hand. Standing before him was Hades, his face as cold as stone, his eyes literally burning with rage, his hand gripping a dark scepter. He snarled, You dare just waltz into the underworld? You got a death wish or something? He growled, trying to chase him off. Get the hell out now, or else. But before he could finish his threat, Yu Dam-deok cut in, quick as a flash. It's a letter from Persephone. Instantly, from the shadows behind him, a graceful figure emerged. Persephone's face was stormy, her cold eyes looking like she was about to eat her husband alive. In the gloom of the underworld, Hades just froze, beads of sweat rolling down his temple. His entire body trembled when he heard his beloved wife's voice drift from behind him, a voice so thick with murderous intent it sent a chill down his spine. Hades, we need to talk. Time passed, and the sun began to set. A brilliant sunset painted the whole sky red, creating a shimmering band of light across the horizon as the air finally grew quiet. On a path leading up a mountain, two figures were slowly making their way up. Yu Dam-deok walked casually ahead, holding a piece of paper, checking his notes as he went. Guri trudged along behind him, drenched in sweat, his face showing just how exhausted he was after the long day. Yu Dam-deok listed them off. I got the signature of Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, of the river god Aeolus, then Artemis, the goddess of the moon, plus the god of leaves, the god of rocks, and the god of sand. He paused for a beat, a flicker of determination in his eyes as he looked towards the distant mountain peak. He knew there was just one more person to go. The sun was sinking behind thick clouds, and ahead of them was a towering, sharp, and lonely mountain standing against the fiery red sky. Layers of clouds wrapped around its peak like a mysterious veil. Yu Dam-deok revealed quietly, Prometheus, the prophet god on top of Mount Caucasus. The moment his foot touched the summit, he let out a breath. Phew, we finally made it to the top. From the towering peak, a gigantic eagle with piercing, cold eyes looked down, as if monitoring every step of the intruders. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and a whole flock of eagles swooped in from every direction, their powerful wings making the wind howl as they circled the mountaintop. Eagle feathers drifted down one by one, spinning in the air like tiny falling meteors. Yu Dam-deok stood there completely frozen, his eyes wide in shock. Right then, the system flashed a line of cold blue text. A new memory fragment has been found. And there, in front of him, was Prometheus. His head was hanging low, long hair hiding his face, his hands bound tightly to two wooden pillars with rusty chains. Yu Dam-deok stood there, utterly speechless. Guri, who had just made it to the top, was bent over, gasping for breath. The system displayed a new notification. Volume 1002 of the Prophecies of Prometheus. Prometheus slowly lifted his head. One eye was barely open, a faint light reflecting in his glazed-over pupil, like he was lost in a memory. His gaze landed on the young man standing before him. A blue light flashed from the system, and sparkling characters formed a hazy message that looked like a magic spell, beginning playback of new memory. Yu Dam-deok's eyes widened, reflecting the bright light from the system screen. The space around them blurred before reforming into a scene from an ancient memory. A hoarse roar echoed across a ruined battlefield as a deep, gravelly voice boomed out. I killed Asmodeus. A massive sword plunged into the ground. That voice continued to echo. By some miracle, I was able to defeat enemies who seemed invincible. A muscular silhouette emerged from the dust. He stood silently, gazing into the distance. He spoke in a somber tone. I fought desperately, constantly struggling for my life, and achieved great things. The wind blew, his messy hair flying as he looked up, his voice growing softer. But even so, his eyes flashed with a deep, bottomless sorrow. The sky above seemed to reflect his heavy mood, gradually darkening. He closed his eyes and quietly uttered, I have failed. The words landed like a heavy stone as the scenery shifted to a blood-soaked land, with thick fog obscuring the horizon. The voice continued to echo through the air. In this life, I still couldn't kill it. He didn't specify what it was, leaving behind only a chilling feeling. Then he spoke again, but paused for a beat, as if to steady himself before saying, I've found an important clue from the prophetic god. Crimson light swirled around the space as he said in a low voice, Though this body will perish and my memories will fade. The wind died down, and he spoke each word clearly, as if carving them into time. But please, remember Pandora, the name in the prophecy. The light vanished. Yu Dam-deok stood frozen, his eyes wide, his whole body tense as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He didn't blink as a fierce pain, like his brain was being torn apart, suddenly washed over him. He clutched his head, his whole body trembling as his knees buckled, and he let out a soft groan. Ugh, Guri, who was behind him, was startled and shouted in alarm, Hey! Yu Dam-deok grimaced, gritting his teeth through the pain as he tried to reassure his friend. I'm fine, it's just a little headache. Inside his head, thoughts swirled like a hurricane. My past self could even take down Asmodeus. So what the hell is this it that I still couldn't kill, even in my 1002nd life? From a high angle, he was still bent over, his eyes seemingly glued to the ground. While Guri stood behind him, his face full of worry, the words of Prometheus's prophecy kept replaying in Yu Dam-deok's head. Before them, the prophetic god was still trapped in chains, his wretched appearance a symbol of eternal tragedy. Yu Dam-deok took a deep breath. The shock in his eyes was gone, replaced by clear calculation. First, we need to find out what Pandora is. Yu Dam-deok walked closer to the old man who was chained by both hands, his long hair falling down and covering his upper body. Prometheus, there's a letter for you. His lips were dry and chapped, and his face was pale and lifeless. He told him to read it aloud. Yu Dam-deok looked intently at the paper. You arrogant old gods. You who have committed an unforgivable sin, bound here for all eternity, yet you still refuse to repent. And you dare resent me, the god of all creation? He cut him off. That's enough. Yu Dam-deok looked up at him, curious. My condition is already terrible. I don't need to hear any more. It's definitely just more useless preaching, telling me to repent and reflect on my actions. He looked back down at the paper in his hand, hesitating. About that, the old man opened his lifeless eyes. If there's nothing else, then go. He looked at Yu Dam-deok, whose face had darkened. After all, I'm just entertainment for you people. The boy didn't know what to say. Yu Dam-deok clenched his fist, and suddenly, an aura appeared, making his hand glow with a brilliant gold light. A blue screen appeared with a notification. Activating self-heal. Effectiveness is reduced by half when used on others. He placed his hand on the old man's chest, channeling the golden light's energy. The old man was stunned. Prometheus asked, "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" Yu Dam-deok continued to channel the energy and smiled. "I'm healing you." The old man looked at him, his expression grim. "I am a sinner. Do you have any idea what your actions mean?" Yu Dam-deok replied gently, "I know. You don't need to worry." He felt a pang of sorrow. Prometheus, the god who acted for the sake of humanity. If the price for that was pain and ridicule, if no one acknowledges that noble sacrifice, then at least humans like us, Yu Dam-deok exclaimed. "At least," he smiled brightly. "Let us show our respect for your unyielding will. You deserve that respect." Prometheus was speechless with surprise. Then he lowered his head. "You. Are you insane?" Yu Dam-deok raised a hand to scratch his head. "Haha, I just really love humanity." Prometheus closed his eyes. How strange. "What's your name?" Yu Dam-deok replied. "I'm Yu Dam-deok." Param, the divine sword, appeared behind him, nagging. "Hey, how long are you going to stand there chatting? We delivered the letter, so let's go." Prometheus looked at Param and wondered. That one with no divine power. Is he human? Yu Dam-deok turned to look at him. "Oh, yeah. He's the mage traveling with me. He's still pretty weak, so he has to tag along with me," the old man advised. "Even though this is a world where gods and humans coexist, it's still a very dangerous place for weak humans. Be careful." Param's face twisted in anger. He cursed. "Weak, my ass! You old bird!" Yu Dam-deok was startled. What?" Prometheus was confused. "Old bird. Are you talking to me?" Yu Dam-deok hit Param. "Hey, you bastard, watch your mouth." Param yelped as a lump grew on his head, his eyes tearing up. "Ouch! Why'd you hit me?" Yu Dam-deok scolded. "Who told you to be so disrespectful?" "Show some manners," Param shot back. "Manners? What manners?" "Oh my god, you uneducated punk. Have you ever even read a book?" Prometheus watched the two young men bickering, surprised. Are young gods these days all as close as brothers with mages? His long hair fell over his aged face as he lowered his gaze. The world really has changed so much. If she had been born in this era, perhaps things would have been different. Yu Dam-deok looked at him, speechless. He asked him, "She? Do you mean Pandora?" Prometheus was startled. He looked at the boy. "How do you know of her? You would have had to exist since the dawn of time." Yu Dam-deok replied, "The story of Pandora is very famous." He smiled. "There's probably no one in the world who doesn't know it." Param chimed in. "Yeah, I've heard about Pandora's box, too." Prometheus was surprised. He looked at the boy with his lifeless eyes. "Pandora's box? What in the world happened during the time I've been imprisoned here?" Yu Dam-deok answered. "It seems you haven't heard." Prometheus looked at him, his voice urgent. "Then, can you tell me that story? Please, I'm begging you." Yu Dam-deok replied. "Of course, sir. I'll tell you what I know." He explained, Pandora was the first woman, created in the image of the immortal gods. She was born from their blessings, inheriting talent and beauty from all of them. She was the wife of Epimetheus, Prometheus's brother, and also the one who unleashed terrible disasters upon the world because of her curiosity, he continued. And at the same time, she was the woman that Prometheus was passionately in love with. Prometheus looked all gloomy. Pandora. She never listened to my prophecy in the end. My eyes went wide. "You mean the prophecy of Pandora?" If you know anything, you gotta tell me. I thought back to the prophecy I heard in my 1002nd life. He lowered his head. So, you're sticking your neck out all because of that prophecy, huh? Yu Dam-deok answered him straight up. Look, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious, but I'm helping you because I genuinely want to. Prometheus cracked a small smile. Nice answer. All right, fine. He looked up at the sky. For years I've been locked up, getting my flesh gnawed on by monsters. But you know what's worse? Having to watch all the messed up crap that's about to happen and not being able to do a damn thing about it. Prometheus's face got real dark. You know what? I'm sick of this. Maybe dumping this burden on you isn't such a bad idea. So listen up. Here is Pandora's prophecy. The sky turned that classic sunset orange, casting long shadows everywhere. Gurium and Yu Dam-deok were strolling along. Gurium stretched out with a groan, looking totally beat with some serious bags under his eyes. I'm so beat. Why the hell is teleporting banned anyway? Yu Dam-deok explained. 'Cause tons of thieves use it to make a getaway. Yu Dam-deok was carrying a bag of stuff. This part-time gig was a total grind, but hey, at least I scored those $2 million shoes. More importantly, I got my past life memories back and heard the prophecy from Prometheus. He cracked a smile, even though he had no clue what the prophecy actually meant. He was thinking, but Pandora isn't the woman from the myths. The real Pandora's box, the one that brings total chaos, hasn't been opened yet. Yu Dam-deok walked on ahead. What the hell is that supposed to mean? One thing's for sure. To take down that thing I saw in my past life, Pandora is the key. Gurium trailed behind him. He shot a look at Gurium. I'm gonna go sort out the paperwork to get our stuff. Just stay here and don't start anything, you got it? Gurium shot back. What a god, acting like he's my damn babysitter. Then he heard someone shouting. I said, put it down. The racket caught his attention. It was some noisy crew, two grown-ups in ridiculous outfits, and a little girl clutching a ton of packages. The dude dressed like a cockroach started laying into her. Who the hell said you could just grab your stuff before it's been delivered? We're gonna get fined because of you. The purple-haired guy was a little calmer. Just be a good girl, hand it back, and wait for it to be delivered. You hear me? The blue-haired girl looked timid, but her voice was firm. No. I need my things now. What's so wrong with me taking my own stuff? The purple-haired dude was pretty built, but his skin was all pale. He jabbed a finger in the little girl's face. Trying to talk sense into you is a waste of breath. I warned you, so don't come crying to me later. Gurium looked totally bored and just smirked. This place is exactly the same as the human world. The purple-haired guy spun around to face him and started running his mouth. Hey, you, what was so funny? Gurium, hands stuffed in his pockets, turned around. Huh? The guy kept yelling, don't hum me, you little punk. I'm talking to you. You little bastard. You worthless human. You got a death wish or something? Piss off now. Gurium shot him a dirty look. What did you say? His expression darkened as his hand reached for the sword on his back. Ha, pathetic. A bunch of low-life scum trying to act big. He was just about to pull out his sword and show these punks what's up. But then he remembered what Yu Dam-deok told him before he left. Don't start anything. Gurium was pissed. Whatever, forget it. The purple-haired guy behind him smirked like a villain. He sneered, what a chicken. That totally hit a nerve. The guy kept going, go run back to your mommy for some milk. He didn't even see Gurium pull his sword and leap right at him. The cockroach dude suddenly started puking his guts out and collapsed pathetically on the floor. Gurium struck a cool pose, one hand in his pocket, sword resting on his shoulder. You scumbags. I was actually going to pull out my sword and take care of you myself. The purple-haired dude pushed himself up from the floor. He grabbed a purple whistle. You little punk, you actually hit first. He put the whistle to his lips. Let me teach you some manners for when you're in the divine realm. The whistle blew, and suddenly Gurium was surrounded by all these weird creatures. They're all monsters, he thought, totally caught off guard. Gurium started sweating bullets, but he tried to play it cool. You damn cowards. But inside, he was freaking out. Crap, I'm in deep trouble now. Gurium was totally screwed. Now what? This is bad. If Dam-deok finds out. He was so busy panicking, he didn't even notice that Yu Dam-deok was already standing right behind him, looking seriously pissed. Yu Dam-deok flashed a totally terrifying smile and shoved Gurium's head down. Find out about what? I told you not to start trouble. Gurium freaked out. Dam-deok. Whoa, wait, stop, it wasn't my fault. Yeah, it was him. He can explain everything. Saying that, Gurium pointed a finger right at the guy. The little girl shot him a look. He kept snitching. He's the one who started it. Plus, he was trying to jack this kid's stuff. Gurium clenched his fists, all pissed off. Long story short, I did nothing wrong. Yu Dam-deok just stood there, hands in his pockets, totally chill, looking at that shameless face. The purple-haired guy got his second wind and charged at Gurium and Yu Dam-deok, yelling, Shut your mouth! Shinade or both of you can just go ahead and die. His hand shot out towards Yu Dam-deok, but he just calmly put up a hand and blocked it. Yu Dam-deok's face was ice cold. There are a lot of people watching, Tone it down a bit. Let me handle this mage myself. The purple-haired guy sneered. People watching? Listen, kiddo. Around here, as long as the mail gets delivered on time, nobody gives a crap about anything else. Right after he said that, 3 massive monsters charged straight for Yu Dam-deok. He glanced up at them, then Yu Dam-deok closed his eyes. In a flash, a blue aura started shimmering around him like tiny particles of dust. Then he unleashed even more power. The blue aura exploded outwards, swirling up like a damn tornado. After that shockwave, the purple-haired guy fell on his ass, terrified, just staring up at him. It can't be, the lion-clad swordsman. You're Yu Dam-deok, the mad god. Yu Dam-deok's eyes bugged out. The what? The mad one. The dude in the brown coat, who had also fallen down behind him, suddenly remembered. Oh yeah, I remember now. He's the god who picked a fight with Hades. Even the big, tough-looking fatty was freaking out. Don't tell me he's actually the legendary mad god? Yu Dam-deok asked again. What the hell are you guys talking about? He looked up at the ceiling and screamed in frustration. Who the hell gave me that nickname? Elia stood behind him with a dark expression. Stop it. He just kept ranting. Bring me the loser who started that stupid rumor. I'll give him a piece of my mind. A ton of dust and debris came crashing down on him. Yu Dam-deok was totally bewildered, his ridiculously handsome face now covered in grime. He whipped around to Elia, pissed off. What the hell do you think you're doing? The little girl held a paper bag up to her face and said quietly, Look, you ripped my package. What are you going to do to make it right? Elia stuffed her hands in her pockets. If anything inside is broken, you're paying for it. Who asked you to stick your nose in other people's business anyway? Yu Dam-deok shot back angrily. Are you seriously hassling the guy who just saved your life over one little tear on the box? That purple-haired guy saw his chance and shakily backed away from Yu Dam-deok. Elia watched him bolt. Yu Dam-deok couldn't do a damn thing. This freaking brat. Elia kept her face totally blank. My name is Elia. Yu Dam-deok buried his face in his hands, so over it. Who the hell asked for your name? Unbelievable. Then, he suddenly looked shocked. Wait a sec. Elia. He stared at the blue window that popped up with the info about slaying Medusa on Gogan Island. Recruiter, Elia. Yu Dam-deok's jaw dropped. This cheeky little brat is my recruiter? Seriously? Maybe I should just bail on this whole thing. Elia spoke up. Whatever. I wanted to meet you at least once. Yu Dam-deok was like, why the hell would you want to meet me? Elia looked up at Yu Dam-deok. So, you're backing out of the Medusa mission? Yu Dam-deok shot back. How do you know about that? I haven't even registered. How did you know? Elia answered. Follow me, we need to talk somewhere else. The sky was a perfect blue with puffy white clouds, and a massive castle was peeking through the green trees, looking super grand and majestic. He stared at her. You mean you knew all this because you're a prophet or something? Elia stood facing him. Let's just go with that. Yu Dam-deok started to sweat. Seriously? Since when are prophets a dime a dozen? Should I actually believe this chick? Elia looked totally over it. I'm just telling you the truth. She stared him down. Believe it or don't. Your call. Anyway, let's get to the point. He was like, what point? She pointed right at his face. The plan to slay Medusa. You're taking this job, right? Yu Dam-deok froze. Okay, I don't know about anything else, but based on how you're acting, you've got to be a prophet. Yu Dam-deok was so over it. Fine. So what's your grand plan? She looked up at him, the sunlight pouring down and making the whole scene look way too picturesque. First off, we need a safe way to fly. He shot back, I literally just got the Hermes boots. Elia looked like she was getting a migraine as she explained, the Hermes boots aren't some divine weapon or magic spell. It doesn't matter what gear you have, you still have to train to master it. Even baby birds have to learn how to fly. She kicked her foot out. If you don't have some crazy natural talent, it'll take at least a year to get good enough to use them in a real fight. If you're not careful, you'll just end up as dinner for the sirens before you even make it to Gogan Island, Yu Dam-deok wondered. So what's the plan? Elia said calmly. To fly safely, we need the wings of Icarus. Yu Dam-deok's interest was piqued. Wings of Icarus, huh? How much do those cost? The sun was still blazing down through the leaves, she explained. In terms of divine power, it's around 2,000 M. Yu Dam-deok was floored. It's that crazy expensive? He muttered. Damn it. Now what? Then, an idea suddenly sparked in his head. He whispered, I've got an idea. Elia was curious. What kind of idea? Yu Dam-deok just grinned, leaning down to look Elia right in the eye. Give me my pay up front. I know a way to fly without the wings of Icarus. Elia raised an eyebrow. Your pay? He nodded. Yeah, about 100. Elia looked up at Yu Dam-deok's handsome face. Fine, whatever. That much isn't a big deal. But I'm not some famous god, so the pay isn't that great. It's definitely not enough to buy a divine weapon. Elia tapped the blue window that appeared in front of her. All right, here you go. But if you dare to rip me off, I'm taking your head instead of Medusa's. The sky was a high, endless blue. Then someone let out a sound. Ack. The blue window popped up, activating flight talent. Two tiny little wings sprouted from Yu Dam-deok's shoes. He was thrilled, thinking, man, flying around up here isn't half bad. He was seriously impressed. He couldn't figure out why the gods were so obsessed with divine weapons when natural talents were this damn useful. He zipped forward. All right, let's see how far I can go. Elia stood on the ground, just watching him up in the sky. No freaking way. In just a few seconds, Yu Dam-deok had flown so far he vanished from Elia's sight. She cracked a small smile. That guy's really something else. Ju So-yul appeared behind Elia, her face radiating pure bloodlust as she held a knife to Elia's throat. Elia didn't even move. Right, Ju So-yul? Ju So-yul shot her a suspicious look. Who are you? Elia turned to face her. I'm Elia. Nice to meet you. Regressor. A woman's voice echoed. Nice to meet you, Ju So-yul. The regressor. She flinched, shocked to hear someone mention the past she had kept hidden for so long. She whipped her head around to see who it was, but she had no clue who this person was, yet they knew her secret. She started digging through her old memories. I remember pretty much every single thing that happened in my past lives, all 1,869 of them. So yeah, I remember most of the gods I've ever met. Suddenly, her eyes went ice cold. On impulse, she gripped her dagger and lunged at the blue-haired girl, her thoughts racing non-stop. Of course, there are still tons of gods I've never even heard of. She was pretty surprised by So-yoon's reaction and quickly dodged out of the way. Before the girl could even recover, she swept her leg, knocking her off balance. She almost went down, and again she slashed the knife right past her face. But that's how it would go if Yu Dam-deok wasn't there. The system interface getting wrecked by that old death goddess hag and having to go to the Garden of the Three Gods. None of that ever happened in my past lives. But this girl was quick. She dodged back with a flip and landed in a defensive stance. Even in the middle of a fight, she still had time for her mind to wander. But even with things being different, we still met them in the end. She didn't let up, attacking again and again. But this time, the other girl showed her true power, easily deflecting all of her attacks. The girl effortlessly flipped her onto her back, and she thought in utter shock. But this one's different. She's strong enough to shut down my attacks without breaking a sweat, but I've never heard her name or even a whisper about her. And the most important thing, she knows I'm a regressor. Her face darkened. She wasn't going down that easy and readied herself to attack again. The other girl spoke up. I don't have any bad intentions. Her entire body was radiating divine power like a freaking tornado. Her long, shiny hair looked awesome blowing in the wind, but the other girl wasn't scared at all. She just kept dodging, not even trying to fight back. It looked like a crazy intense fight was about to go down, but then a shout stopped them both. Both of you, stop it! Both girls jumped, but they knew exactly who just showed up. Yu Dam-deok hadn't even appeared yet, but a single long sword strike split them apart, cracking the ground in a long gash. Then he finally showed up, looking totally panicked, and yelled, "Everyone chill out and let's talk this through." Neither of them said anything, which made it super awkward for him to start. He just stood behind her, scratching his head, his mind still buzzing with a ton of unanswered questions. The tension is insane. What the hell happened? This is the first time I've ever seen So-yoon this pissed off. Did something go down between you and Elia? Elia. She just told us the date for the Medusa takedown and then vanished. He remembered how it went down. All she said was, my job's done here. I'm out. Get ready. See you tomorrow. He couldn't hold back his curiosity, so after a few dry coughs, he just asked her straight up, Hey Elia, is that chick an evil god or what? But she just bowed her head and gave a one-word answer, I don't know. Hearing that, he was both shocked and confused. What? Then why were you two fighting so hard? What was the reason? This isn't like you at all. She turned away, avoiding his gaze as she answered, I don't know either. He didn't dare to ask any more questions. What's up with her? This is so not like Ju So-yul. It's the first time I've ever seen that expression on her face. She's always so calm and composed. Did I just stick my nose where it doesn't belong? He gritted his teeth and made a decision. All right, I'll just do what I can for now, Asmodeus, that old death hag, and that thing. If we can't get over this fear, we're just going to fail again. He went over to her, trying to comfort her and give her a pep talk. I know Elia is shady as hell, but if we don't level up our fear resistance fast, things are only going to get harder. So, we have to accept what Elia is doing. She didn't argue with what he'd just said. I know, I secretly admit it, you're right, but Elia, we don't have any other choice. Ragnarok starts in just 6 months. She was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. Sorry, I made you worry. Seeing her acting so strangely, he asked Ju So-yul concerned. Are you okay? She pulled up her system menu and reassured him. I'm always okay. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself first. A system notification popped up. Invisibility helmet acquired. Mirror shield acquired. He was so surprised by her concern for him that he was at a loss for words. Before he could even snap out of it, she continued to instruct him. Be careful on your mission. In a luxurious high-rise apartment building, Ju So-yul sat on the bed in her unit. She sent a message to Persephone. Do you know anything about a god named Elia? A reply came back instantly. Persephone, Ilia, let me see. I don't think I've ever heard that name. She muttered to herself. So even Persephone hasn't heard of her? She kicked off her slippers and lay down on the bed to rest. Another system message arrived. Persephone, Yu Dam-deok, don't tell me you're jealous? Haha. Lying on the bed, she sighed, thinking that Persephone's mind was always on romance. The last time I told her about the friendship bracelet from Yu Dam-deok, I could just picture her, all dreamy with her head in the clouds, gushing, "Oh my god, that's totally love," she thought to herself. He just came at me out of nowhere. My heart was pounding like crazy back then, she sighed. Has it really been less than a year? She placed a hand on her forehead. Why does it feel like a lifetime ago? Is it because of these damn repeating lives? I don't know how many more lives I have to go through. I'm just so tired now, watching my comrades die over and over, the loneliness of surviving alone in a ruined world, and the guilt of not being able to save everyone, the emptiness, the helplessness, and the anxiety of not knowing if I'm stuck in this loop forever. She felt like she was bound by chains, trapped by the loops of time. I want to escape. This burden is too much for me to handle. She curled into a ball, crying alone in despair. Sob. I just want to live a normal life. Her choked sobs filled the air. The system notification pinged repeatedly, activating the divine artifact of the Heartless Dragon. All emotions are being sealed. Her crying stopped instantly. With tears still glistening on her eyelashes, she shot up in bed. She was determined to pull herself together. There was no more time for useless emotions. I have to do what I can. Only Yu Dam-deok can destroy the Eye of the Abyss. And that thing. She wiped the remaining tears from her eyes. If I can help him succeed this time, then maybe I can be free too. In a dense forest filled with soaring storks, Dam-deok followed Elia deep into the woods. He grimaced and complained. Damn it, this forest is so gloomy and overgrown. Why the hell did we land here? We could have just flown straight to Medusa's lair. She explained why they chose this route. We have to move carefully. If we fly, we might as well just announce to that bitch that we're here to take her head. Get it? He was already getting tired from the long walk. What? Let's take a break. If we keep walking like this, we'll be exhausted before the fight even starts. However, she flatly refused. You're being a baby. If you still have the energy to talk, you're fine. Getting shot down like that, he scowled and wouldn't stop grumbling. Man, what is with this chick? Not a single likable thing about her. Just as he was about to say more, Elia suddenly stopped as if she'd spotted something. Shh. He had also spotted their target. Found her. The bitch hasn't noticed us yet. She pointed, signaling to him. Activating the mirror shield and the invisibility helmet, he zipped toward the enemy, stunning Elia with his quick and clean maneuver. After getting up close without being detected, he decided to make his move. I'm sorry, Medusa. I really don't want to do this, but I have to take your head. He swiftly took her head with his sword. However, Elia screamed, Hey, you idiot! What the hell is wrong with you? Run! That's not Medusa. He had no idea what she meant and shot back. What? Didn't you tell me to kill her? As he turned his head to look at her, the body lying on the ground shot back up and picked up the head he had just lopped off. Since when? I literally just cut your head off. Not quite. Medusa has two sisters, immortal monsters, serpent goddesses with the power to spread terror. The world calls them the Gorgon sisters. He was so shocked he was frozen to the spot, like he'd seen a ghost, watching her place the fallen head back onto her neck. She gave a creepy smile and praised, This scent is so enticing. Arian's terrifying blood-red eyes appeared. She had this hunched-over posture, like she was a hunchback, and she rubbed one cheek with her hand. Her face was all scrunched up in an annoying scowl as she grumbled, grinding her teeth. Where'd it go? I definitely smelled a human. Suddenly, appearing out of nowhere in the remote forest, Steno loomed up right behind Arian. Her mouth was already wide open, complaining nonstop. So noisy. This made Arian, who was in the middle of her own whining, turn her head slightly to look at Steno. Steno's eyes were half closed as she let out a huge yawn, even covering her mouth as if she had just woken up. The moment she appeared, she started nagging like an 80-year-old lady. My beauty sleep has been ruined. But for Arian, seeing her older sister was like finding a pot of gold. The second Steno showed up, Arian shrieked, Sister Steno! Maybe she was just cranky from being woken up, because a second later, Arian's face twisted into a scowl as she looked at Steno and dared to scold her. Don't be so careless. There's an intruder. Hearing such shocking news right after waking up, she was totally clueless. With a look that was 30% doubt and 70% disbelief, she made a dumb face and squinted her eyes, like, Are you for real? Huh? One hand on her hip, she muttered and questioned the intruder. Knew it. She doesn't believe him. She kept looking at Arian sideways and smirked disdainfully, with an attitude like, You're the one who needs a reality check. Let me spell it out for you. Get real, Arian. Who the hell would just show up here out of the blue? But life's full of surprises, bro. Seeing her older sis not believing a word she said, Arian got so pissed she turned red and argued back. It's true, but seeing how dead sure her little sis was, Steno decided to consider it. She glanced to the side, but she was still a little skeptical, so she had to ask again just to be sure. Is that so? Suddenly, Steno's eyes went wide, a strange glint flashing in them. Steno kept using that same chill, punchable tone to talk to Arian. All right then, I'll go check it out. Holy crap, so insane, totally next level. Everything around them suddenly went dark. Steno used her pro-level VIP target scanning skill. A human figure was tagged bright orange in a corner behind some trees. Welp, no hiding now. Seeing this, Steno got a huge, shit-eating grin on her face. She glanced at the tagged figure while sticking out her long, dangling tongue and flashing a sly grin. Steno couldn't believe her little sis was actually right and cried out, "For real, I found him." The snakes on her head were also nosily staring at the poor bastard's shadow. Oh, and the system popped up, telling Dam-deok that the target was detected and his stealth mode was cancelled. When Dam-deok heard that, he was so scared he nearly pissed his pants. He nervously glanced back, beads of sweat dripping down his cheeks. His dark, panda-like eyes constantly darting toward those two psycho snake women. Dam-deok gritted his teeth, cursing in his head. Damn it, they found me? Dam-deok dug his feet into the ground, getting ready to bolt while thinking of a way out. Yep, of the 36 stratagems, running is always the best one. Dam-deok activated his whirlwind skill. He didn't give a damn anymore and just materialized right in front of Arian and Steno. With a dark expression, Dam-deok gritted his teeth and shot forward. Steno and Arian, totally not expecting this, weren't mentally prepared at all. They just stood there with dumb looks on their faces, watching Dam-deok run like a bat out of hell. Seeing this, Steno looked like a total boy-crazy perv, squinting with a creepy, lecherous smile as she watched Dam-deok's retreating figure and let out a few moans of appreciation. Oh my, is that a boy? Her purple snakes were also staring intently where Steno was looking. Suddenly, the snakes turned hostile, opening their huge mouths to reveal their razor-sharp fangs, looking deadly as hell. Then Steno, like the total weirdo she is, turned to talk to her snakes. A man who sneaks around behind ladies is such a coward. Isn't that right, my darlings? She was talking all sweet and syrupy, then suddenly her voice switched to a commanding tone. Go get him. For some reason, the snakes were as obedient as puppies, listening to Steno's every word. The second she gave the order, they all shot off like rockets to chase after Dam-deok. The snakes were like Luffy's arms. They suddenly stretched out, long and dangling like a bunch of ropes, lunging toward Dam-deok as he ran through the forest as if his life depended on it. Dam-deok was constantly blocked by those weird snakes from every direction. He managed to dodge, but it looked like a real pain in the ass. As he ran and dodged, he felt how screwed he was and let out a grunt. Then, completely out of nowhere, a pitch-black hand shot straight out of the ground, about to punch Dam-deok right in the face. It caught him so off guard his eyes went wide. Arian came flying out of some random corner like a goddess nobody saw coming. She launched a massive magic uppercut from below. If Dam-deok hadn't reacted lightning fast and leaned back to dodge, his entire set of teeth would have probably been knocked clean out. Dam-deok gritted his teeth and slid back, leaning away to dodge Arian's vicious attack. Arian, looking like she hadn't seen a guy in 10 years, had her eyes light up like car headlights when she saw Dam-deok's face. Her face darkened as she flashed a grin, showing off all 10 of her sharp-as-hell teeth while staring at Dam-deok. Arian let out a little cough, then opened her mouth and roared. You look so delicious. Suddenly, that psycho Arian disappeared, and all that was left was her giant-ass snake tail, getting ready to lunge at Dam-deok. Oh, and her unmistakable shrill scream echoed out too. Let me chop you into bite-sized pieces. But with Dam-deok's main character plot armor, there was no way he was going down that easily. Dam-deok leaped up and kicked Arian's tail, sending it flying 300 meters. You could hear a loud, clear smack, and he even cursed at it in disgust. Get lost. Arian, who was hit so hard it hurt down to her core, screamed in agony like she was on the verge of death. Behind Dam-deok, who knows when they got there, Steno's bright purple snakes had already opened their mouths wide and were lunging to ambush him. This forced Dam-deok, who was busy fighting the younger sister, to glance back with a grimace, ready to take on the older one. Finding himself in a tight spot, Dam-deok had no choice but to pull out his shiny golden sword and start screaming curses as if to buff his own strength. Damn it, a pincer attack? Dam-deok was surrounded on all sides by a ton of purple snakes, all with their mouths wide open showing off their sharp fangs like a maze. He could only stand in the middle, legs spread, looking like he was about to activate his inner power to take on all of them himself. His face darkened and he grimaced, glancing behind him. Suddenly, a blue power started glowing at his back. After that, Dam-deok activated his sword wave skill. He leaped up and used that blue power to slice the snakes in Steno's body in half, smooth as butter. The severed parts of those snakes fell apart, lying all over the ground at Steno's feet. On the grass where she stood, there was even a trail of blood running between her legs. Seeing this, she was like, "What the hell? What just happened?" She let out a huh? But while you'd think getting sliced in half would be painful or infuriating, on the contrary, that psycho Steno was blushing with pleasure, like she'd just gotten off. She brought her hands up to her face, her eyes rolling back in her head, still not believing what she'd just experienced. Steno grinned from ear to ear and even stuck out her long-ass tongue, looking thirsty as hell. She laughed and stammered, I was sliced in two?" Where her hair had been severed, new snake heads suddenly started to grow. If they keep growing back like that, how the hell is he supposed to cut them all down? That psycho Steno's voice kept making these lewd moaning sounds. So sharp. How interesting. Seeing the snakes constantly regenerating, Dam-deok was so shocked he froze solid, like he'd been hit by a stun move. He just stared wide-eyed at Steno. Sweat dripped down his cheek. Dam-deok was totally confused about what to do, screaming internally. This crazy monster, did my divine power not do any damage at all? Steno still wasn't over her high. It was like Dam-deok had hit her G-spot or something. The psycho just kept her eyes rolled back, holding her face with her hands. Her grin was probably stretched from ear to ear by now. Her tongue was now like 3 times longer than before. And for some reason, her hair got way thicker. She was totally geeking out, holding her face and just marveling at it all. Ha! Since becoming immortal, this is the first time I've ever felt this thrilled. Oh, for crying out loud. This chick's immortal? Yu Dam-deok's gonna be fighting her till next Tuesday, and still not be done. It's like Steno was so high on a power trip she went insane. She stood there, legs spread wide, and shot a bunch of giant-mouthed snakes right at Yu Dam-deok, who was just standing there with a stupid look on his face. And she was screaming her lungs out like she'd never gotten the chance to before. Give me more of this! This feeling of slashing, tearing, and ripping things apart. The whole vibe around the chick got super dark, like she was some kind of shadow queen or something. A whole swarm of snakes lunged forward, ready to chow down on Yu Dam-deok. But luckily, the dudes got quick reflexes. Yu Dam-deok jumped straight up, dodging those gnarly snakes and letting out a grunt. But they just kept coming at Yu Dam-deok, one after another, the sister squad tag-teaming him. Then Arian popped up out of nowhere and charged at Yu Dam-deok from behind. Her fist was clenched tight, like she was ready to land another massive blow on him to make up for whiffing it before. The look on her face was creepy as hell, totally demonic. But of course, these sisters just had to flash this creepy-ass smile, showing off all their pointy teeth, and she didn't forget to scream, "There's still another one!" Yu Dam-deok was getting seriously pissed from being constantly ganged up on, his face all twisted in annoyance. Sweat was just pouring off him like a waterfall. He'd been grinding his teeth this whole damn time. As Yu Dam-deok gritted his teeth to dodge Arian's attack, he was internally cursing up a storm, wondering where the hell Elia was while he was stuck fighting these 2 immortal bitches alone. Damn it, where is Elia? Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok's pupils lit up like friggin' headlights. His face contorted, and he clenched his jaw so hard that some kind of freaky green gas started leaking from the corners of his mouth. It looked nasty as hell. As he fought with his teeth clenched, he thought to himself, I wanted to save my divine power for the fight against Medusa. But just when things were getting super dicey, with everything hanging by a thread, Elia showed up like a total lifesaver for Yu Dam-deok. She tossed her head back and let out a huff, like she'd just gotten back from running a marathon. Holy crap. Elia's entrance was extra as hell. She was just floating in the sky, lifting a massive chunk of earth with one hand, and yelling out, "Hey, you old snake hags!" Hearing a voice from the sky, both Arian and Steno looked up, curious. Even Yu Dam-deok couldn't be bothered to fight anymore and looked up to see the tea. Seeing that insane sight, both Arian and Steno's jaws dropped, and they screeched aggressively, "Who are you?" But Elia couldn't give a rat's ass about the snake sister's pointless question. She kept holding up the chunk of earth with one hand, and her amber eyes suddenly lit up like headlights. She flashed a smug, satisfied smirk and shot back at the 2 hags with a totally condescending tone. So slow. But it's too late now. This is a mountain that's been thoroughly fertilized. When Yu Dam-deok heard that, his face puckered up like a cat's butt. He stared up at Elia in the sky, his mouth twisting as he yelled out, "Hey, you're not seriously gonna?" Elia narrowed her eyes and shot Yu Dam-deok a mischievous grin, her tone a mix of pure innocence and "please punch me in the face. I just want to see if immortals can get crap poisoning." Ugh, you could practically smell the stink coming off Elia's words. That giant freaking turd mountain slammed into the ground with a huge crash, followed by the sound of Yu Dam-deok screaming bloody murder. "You psycho!" That ginormous pile of crap hit the ground so hard the whole earth shook like it was the end of the world. A moment later, Yu Dam-deok was on his hands and knees, coughing his guts out like he had the plague. Elia couldn't care less about Yu Dam-deok suffering behind her. After giving her teammate that aromatic gift, she just stood off to the side, stretching her muscles. She even had the nerve to shamelessly whine, Ugh, it's been a while since I used Grand Magic. I'm so tired. Meanwhile, Yu Dam-deok was still on his knees behind her, constantly wiping his nose. He was panting as he yelled, "Ugh, you! Seriously? If you were gonna pull something like that, you could have at least given me a heads up." Her teammate was totally furious, but this chick still had the audacity to completely ignore him. She just turned her head back with this dumb "what did I do wrong?" look on her face and answered nonchalantly, "What's your problem? To trick the enemy, you have to trick your allies first. You should be thanking me for controlling how much rock and dirt fell on your head." Wow. She said that like she was granting him a favor or something. Realizing he couldn't win an argument with this chick, Yu Dam-deok just gave up and yelled, "Ugh, just forget it." But a moment later, Elia started tapping her foot on the ground, muttering, "Whatever, we need to hurry. This is just a temporary fix. They'll break out soon enough." Yu Dam-deok, who'd been on an emotional roller coaster this whole time, was now in total shock, his jaw on the floor. Sweating buckets, he couldn't believe his ears and yelled back, "What? You're telling me they can escape a massive spell like that?" Elia just answered him, cool as a cucumber. You've seen it yourself. They're immortal." Yu Dam-deok, acting like a total rookie, kept arguing back with a million questions. Even if they're immortal, there has to be a limit, right? Elia looked at him with a mix of helplessness and "I'm so done with this," giving him the side-eye before switching to a commanding tone. "Okay, whatever. Just go chop off Medusa's head now. She's way weaker than the other two, so you shouldn't have a problem." Wow, look at her pretending to care all of a sudden. Yu Dam-deok actually got worried and asked, "What about you?" Elia just kept that smug look on her face, flashed a confident smile, and made a throat-slitting gesture for him. She kept nagging him like his mom. "I'll hold them off for as long as possible. You just do your part, and don't forget to take her head." Since Elia had laid out the plan so clearly, Yu Dam-deok couldn't really argue. He just obediently agreed. "All right, that's the best plan. Don't you die on me. I'll bring Medusa's head back for you." In a quiet corner of the forest, a young girl sat on a huge rock, overlooking a river with water so clear it looked like crystal. She was just chilling, talking to herself. "Hello, you came again today?" Meanwhile, Yu Dam-deok was hiding like a ninja in the nearby bushes. Seeing Medusa, Yu Dam-deok thought to himself, "Found her." He stared into his big golden shield, talking to himself in his head. The reflection in Yu Dam-deok's huge shield showed an adorable, gentle Medusa playing with a little bird on her hand. It totally confused him, and he wondered, "Is that Medusa?" But his thoughts just slipped out of his mouth. Why is she so beautiful? What a simp. Oh, and a system notification popped up. Mirror Shield displays a reflected image. Yu Dam-deok checked Medusa out from head to toe like a total creep, analyzing every detail. He looked at her hair and thought, no snake hair. Looking down at her feet, he thought, no tail, either. Using an invisibility spell, he raised his shield and slowly crept closer to where Medusa was sitting. He's on this super tense mission, but his mind keeps wandering. No magic, not even a gut feeling. Is this weak-ass girl really Medusa? Meanwhile, Medusa is as clueless as a little kid, with no idea someone is sneaking up on her. She just keeps playing with a little bird, humming softly to herself. Oh look, the system pops up with a notification. The invisibility cloak conceals the user, but Yu Dam-deok finally snaps out of it. He takes the last few steps toward Medusa. Whatever, he thinks to himself. Typical guy. All talk, now all action. He shuts his eyes tight and raises his sword, still trying to tell himself it's for the greater good. She might look human, but she's still a monster. Medusa is about to get so freaking wrecked and she's still completely clueless about anything. He sits there, staring at the feather in his hand. Yu Dam-deok has one last thought before dealing the final blow to Medusa. At least make it quick and clean. The second he's done thinking, the blade lunges straight for innocent Medusa's neck. But suddenly the ground starts shaking like a damn washing machine, making Yu Dam-deok lose his balance and fall forward. The slash goes wide. Medusa lets out a sudden, pained scream. But a second later, she opens her mouth and yells again just to get the anger out. Ow, that hurts so much. By then, Yu Dam-deok's invisibility power is gone. He's just standing on the shaking ground, thinking, the ground is moving, I missed. Damn it. And right on cue, those damn snakes show up. Perfect timing, am I right? In another part of the forest, Elia is busy fighting the two snake sisters and Stheno. Oh, look, the system pops up with another notification. Target detected, deactivating stealth mode. Medusa is shaking like a leaf, her face all scrunched up and eyes filled with tears as she clutches her cheek, which has a long gash across it. She stares at Yu Dam-deok and stammers, huh? Who? Who are you? But Yu Dam-deok is still completely lucid. He grits his teeth and swings again at Medusa, not giving a crap that she's crying and shaking. He's still dead set on finishing her off before she can react. Hit with another surprise attack. Medusa, who's like 30% surprised and 70% terrified, screams her head off like a pig getting slaughtered. But just as the blade is about to hit Medusa's neck, Yu Dam-deok suddenly freezes when she shuts her eyes tight and lets out a helpless scream. Don't! While Yu Dam-deok tries to keep his eyes shut and act all cool, he can't stop hearing Medusa's voice, crying and begging. I'm sorry, Hick, please don't kill me. This makes Yu Dam-deok's face scrunch up in confusion as he curses in his head. Damn it! Down below, Medusa is still trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as she pleads, I don't know who you are, sir, but please, please spare me. After a while, Medusa has no more tears to cry, but she keeps her eyes squeezed shut, her face a mess as she trembles and begs nonstop. Please spare me. Yu Dam-deok has been keeping his eyes closed this whole time to avoid looking into hers. Hearing her beg like this for so long, he starts to waver a bit. Yu Dam-deok grits his teeth and goes back to having a whole philosophical debate in his head. Please spare me. So, no resistance at all? He slowly lowers his sword, his heart softening at Medusa's pleas, but he's still thinking, do I really have to kill someone like this? For some reason, instead of just getting it over with, Yu Dam-deok is just standing there like a total idiot. The sword is still right next to Medusa's neck, his mind just racing with all sorts of crap. If this is what I do, then what's the difference between me and the forgotten gods, the ones who want to start Ragnarok? Aren't I just like them? Someone who doesn't give a damn about good and evil? As he's thinking this, an image of Neptune's face pops into his head, forcing him to think even harder about what he's doing. Yu Dam-deok bites his lip so hard it looks like it's about to split open, screaming on the inside. Cut to Elia, who's totally exhausted, head down and panting like a bull. She's dripping with so much sweat, you kind of feel bad for her. Arian, holding two skulls, slithers over to where Elia is slumped on the grass. She puts on this savage expression, flashing a creepy-ass smile to intimidate Elia, but doesn't forget to flex a little. This bitch can even use necromancy. But do you think these pathetic skeletons can compare to my immortality? Yeah, we get it, you're immortal. Geez, stop flexing already. Suddenly, she crushes one of the skulls in her bare hand. She mutters, if you have no other tricks. Then, fast and furious style, she's like a freaking blur. She flashes that psycho smile again, clenches her fist, and flies straight at Elia. The crazy bitch doesn't forget to scream her lungs out to sound cool. Then I'll finish you right now. This story is just full of plot twists. Just when you think Elia is totally screwed, sparks of power appear out of nowhere. Next thing you know, Arian is getting roasted in a giant freaking fireball right in front of Elia, and Yu Dam-deok appears right on time, like a hero saving the damsel in distress. He strides over to Elia, who's still slumped on the grass, and apologizes to her. Sorry, I'm late. Yep, totally the legendary hero saving the day. But seeing Yu Dam-deok's face, instead of being happy and relieved, Elia just scowls, looking totally pissed. She glares at him and yells, Hey, you! Yu Dam-deok's hands are still crackling with fire, and he just stares blankly, wondering what Elia wants to say. Little did he know, he was about to get his ass chewed out. What took you so long? Was killing Medusa that hard? Arian, surrounded by a freaking tornado of fire, hears them talking and just stands there, frozen, not even trying to get out. The chick looks totally dazed, like her soul left her body, and asks, You killed my sister? Our Medusa? Seeing this, both Elia and Yu Dam-deok curiously turn to stare at her like she's some rare zoo animal. Arian's face darkens, and she is totally livid. She grinds her teeth and turns to accuse Elia and Yu Dam-deok. Why? Why couldn't you all just leave Medusa alone? Man, this bitch really loves to wait for her opponent to drop their guard and then launch a surprise attack. You think that's cool or something, lady? As Arian charges like a psycho towards Elia and Yu Dam-deok, she starts yelling and flexing about her sister. My sister! An innocent girl who wouldn't even hurt an insect. Seeing Arian about to charge her again, Elia scrambles into a fighting stance, ready to go. She holds out a hand, scrunches up her face, and clicks her tongue so loud you could probably hear it from the next country over. At the same time, a pitch-black circle that looks like a giant cow pie suddenly appears on the ground. Elia's voice booms out like she's on a freaking neighborhood loudspeaker. As soon as she's done talking, a whole wall shoots up from that black circle, blocking Arian's path. The psycho bitch looks startled and pissed, her eyes wide as she grinds her teeth, looking scary as hell. But it looks like being pissed as hell gave Arian some kind of power buff, because her eyes roll back and she shatters Elia's pathetic little wall to pieces with just one hand. Orion was still running her mouth, all like, It's just a wall, I can smash it easy. Like, we get it, you're strong and immortal, but can you not be such a show-off, bro? The price Arian paid for being a poser was that right after she broke the wall, a damn wooden club appeared right in front of her. Arian totally didn't see that move coming and just froze solid, like she'd been hit with a stun lock. Yu Dam-deok really proves it's better to be lucky than good. The dude is sly as a fox, and while she wasn't looking, he rushed over and smashed the wooden club right into her face, so hard the thing was smoking. Splinters of wood flew everywhere, and some even grazed Yu Dam-deok's face, leaving a scratch on his cheek. Even after getting painfully smacked right in the face, Arian didn't seem pissed at all. She just turned around, flashed a grin so ugly it'd make a demon cry, and stared down Yu Dam-deok before asking him in a taunting voice, "Has your little wooden club given up already?" But while she was busy dissing Yu Dam-deok, her eyes started bugging out for no damn reason, like she was about to have a seizure or something. Her mouth was still spewing arrogant crap. "With just a wooden club? What do you think you can do to me, an immortal?" Before she could even finish her sentence, Arian's eyes rolled back in her head and she collapsed, face planting on the ground right in front of Yu Dam-deok, who was just standing there like an idiot, clutching his wooden club and staring at the chick. Seeing that Arian, who was weak as a snail but had a big mouth, got knocked out by just one of his hits, Yu Dam-deok cracked a smug smile and threw some shade right back at her. "Arian, you were so confident in your immortality that you didn't even bother dodging any attacks, and that's why you got beaten by a wooden club." She didn't lift a finger to help while her little sister was getting her ass kicked, but now that she's lying in a heap on the ground, Steno finally decides to show her face. She rushed over with a worried scowl, screaming Arian's name at the top of her lungs. Suddenly, behind Yu Dam-deok, the snakes on Steno's hair lunged forward to ambush him, but Yu Dam-deok's quick eyes spotted them in time. Way too fast, way too furious. Yu Dam-deok whipped around, gritted his teeth, and went straight to counterattacking those deep purple snakes with his bare hands. Looking at the long, squirming snakes with their mouths wide open, Yu Dam-deok thought to himself with disgust, "Ugh, looks like these snakes are considered hair, so they aren't affected by the stun effect. What a pain in the ass." The snakes kept swarming Yu Dam-deok from all sides, making it clear that dealing with them for good wasn't going to be a walk in the park. He furrowed his brows, glancing over at the snakes, his mind racing to find a way to deal with them. Even if they're cut, they'll just regenerate instantly. If this keeps up, I'm just going to run out of stamina. I need another way. With that thought, Yu Dam-deok used his power to create a sick-looking blue magic arrow. At the same time, a system window popped up with a notification, "Create magic arrow." Following that, two more system windows appeared one after another to inform Yu Dam-deok. The first one read, "Talent, Magic Research, Target, Magic Arrow." The second one announced that he had successfully converted the magic, using Mana Dagger, and then countless beams of power appeared, crisscrossing each other, looking exactly like a giant magic spiderweb. Any snake that touched those beams of power was instantly sliced to pieces, falling to the ground, while Yu Dam-deok just stood there frozen in place with a sour look on his face. His hand was still clutching the wooden club, not letting go, when suddenly, waves of magic as blue as the ocean appeared in the air. Not only that, but a ton of magic daggers also appeared, floating along with those magic waves. The waves of glowing green-blue magic daggers just floated around Yu Dam-deok. Standing in the middle of them, he just smirked 30% smug, 70% cocky as hell, and started rambling on again. "If you guys can regenerate, then I'll just overwhelm you with numbers." Right after saying that, Yu Dam-deok took off running. When Steno saw that magic spiderweb and Yu Dam-deok charging at her like a madman, she totally freaked out. The chick who was acting so high and mighty a minute ago, yapping on about being immortal, was now hiding in her shell like a turtle. Steno's eyes went wide and she ducked back, stuttering and screaming like a freaking loudspeaker. "Get away! Get away!" But sorry, sweetie, life ain't a fairy tale. Yu Dam-deok and his swarm of magic daggers flew right up in front of Steno. His face darkened, but his eyes were shining like car headlights. He raised that legendary wooden club again, ready to give the little sister one last whack, and then finish off the big sister to complete the set. On top of that, Yu Dam-deok said something that was a real low blow. "That's useless. Why are you suddenly trying to act so tough?" Another massive, earth-shattering explosion rocked the area. The force was so huge that all the trees were blown away, and the ground all around shook like crazy. It felt like the apocalypse just happened. After taking a massive hit, Steno was knocked ass over tea kettle, face planting on the ground right at Yu Dam-deok's feet. Oh, the shame, so much shame. Both sisters, defeated by a single wooden club. Suddenly, Yu Dam-deok heard someone's shrill scream right by his ear, making him jump. No! Yu Dam-deok glanced back to check out the situation, and before he could see anything, Medusa popped out of nowhere, her face all scrunched up, her mouth puckered and squawking like a duck's ass. "Stop! Please, stop!" Then she immediately put on her "I'm so innocent" face and wailed. "Why? Why is everyone treating us like this? We haven't done anything wrong." The moment Elia saw Medusa's face, she squeezed her eyes shut, covering her face with both hands while screaming out in obvious confusion. While Yu Dam-deok calmly raised his shield and closed his eyes to avoid being turned to stone, Elia's shrill cursing next to him went on and on, giving him a massive headache. "Hey, Yu Dam-deok, why is Medusa still alive? Hurry up and finish that bitch off." But Medusa's miserable face was reflected in Yu Dam-deok's bright yellow shield. He looked at Medusa, who was shaking like a leaf, her face a mix of 30% fear and 70% worry, and wondered to himself, confused, I thought she ran away by herself, but she came back to save her sisters? Since begging everyone else didn't work, Medusa immediately turned back to Yu Dam-deok, putting on her innocent as hell face to keep pleading with him. Sir, you're not a bad person, are you? You spared my life, so please stop. I don't want to see anyone else get hurt because of me anymore. Yu Dam-deok, who apparently has no backbone, heard those pleas and his face immediately darkened. He turned to Elia and mumbled, I've never asked this before, but I can't stay silent anymore. Elia was still covering her face with her hands, but her eyes were slowly starting to open. She felt a slight pang of guilt because Yu Dam-deok had figured out what she'd been hiding for so long. He continued to ask, You knew what kind of person Medusa was, didn't you? And you still wanted to kill her? Elia slowly lowered her hands while muttering, What does that even matter? Elia was so pissed, his face went dark like he was about to crap his pants. He screamed at Yu Dam-deok's back. You just have to do what the job description says. You already got paid. You trying to back out now? Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok turned his head slightly. He froze for a few seconds, lost in thought without saying a word. A moment later, Yu Dam-deok quickly shot back. Yeah, but before that, Medusa, I need to ask you something. Damn, this dude has zero integrity. It's annoying as hell. What a guy, can't even keep business and personal crap separate. Yu Dam-deok suddenly turned to ask Medusa. This is an important question, so answer honestly. Does your ability to turn people to stone only work on humans? Getting interrogated like that, Medusa tensed up, stiff as a rock. A cute little bird was perched on her shoulder, looking adorable as hell. Scared, Medusa obediently answered. Huh? Oh no, sir. It affects any living creature. Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok seized the opportunity to ask another question. Then why isn't the bird on your shoulder turned to stone? You were just playing with it at the lake a minute ago. The sudden mention of the bird made Medusa instinctively glance down at the little creature. I don't know if she was playing dumb or was actually dumb, but she hesitated and asked him back, What do you mean, sir? But then Medusa snapped out of it, quickly answering Yu Dam-deok, I don't know. I just found it when it fell from a tree and I've been taking care of it. Yu Dam-deok still looked skeptical after hearing that and pressed her. Is that all? Medusa gently stroked the little bird on her shoulder, while still having to answer Yu Dam-deok's annoying-ass questions. Yes. It was so scared at the time that it bit my finger really hard. I think it left a scar. Seeing the two of them just standing there, yapping nonstop about some pointless crap, Elia helplessly scratched her head and sighed in frustration. What a lame conversation. Did we gather here to chit-chat? Then she stood behind Yu Dam-deok and pulled the boss card, ordering him, Stop wasting time. Yu Dam-deok, you need to work on your fear resistance too. Hurry up and finish her off. Yu Dam-deok, like a total idiot, had been talking this whole time, making it seem like he'd spare Medusa, but then he suddenly did a complete 180. Yu Dam-deok gripped his wooden staff tightly and replied curtly, Yeah, right. His voice filled with guilt as he said, I'm sorry, Medusa. The second he finished speaking, the wooden staff flew right at Medusa's face. She was so caught off guard by the move that she froze solid, her eyes wide in shock. Head bowed, Medusa walked into a massive, brightly lit room, her hands in cuffs. All around her, countless people were gossiping about her. Hey, did you hear? It's totally insane. One person after another wouldn't stop whispering next to her. They say Poseidon was secretly hooking up with Athena last night, just like his old man. Medusa slowly lifted her haggard face, looking like she'd just been dragged out of a dumpster. Her entire body was covered in scratches. It was a pathetic sight. All the while, she had to listen to the judgments of people around her who only heard rumors and knew nothing. Meanwhile, Athena had a bright, smug, and arrogant look on her face, sitting on a large throne with her legs crossed and chin in her hand, acting all high and mighty. She stared down at Medusa, who was slumped pitifully on the floor. Even seeing the girl looking so miserable, Athena still had the nerve to yell and curse at her. How dare you do such a filthy thing in my temple? At that, Medusa weakly looked up, her brow furrowed, trying to explain with a mouth as dry as the Sahara Desert. Goddess, please believe me, I swear I didn't do it. I was just talking with Poseidon. Seeing Medusa talking back to her nonstop, dummy flew into a rage and screamed. Medusa, seeing that the esteemed goddess still wouldn't believe her after she'd talked herself hoarse, asked helplessly, Argue about what? Seeing the girl still wouldn't shut up and take the blame, Athena was so pissed she lost it and pressed on. Fine. Then tell me what you two were talking about. Hearing that, Medusa froze solid. It was game over, and the tears started to fall. But between sobs, Medusa stammered out a question, but Athena wouldn't let up. The heartless bitch's face darkened as she gritted her teeth and spat out bitterly, Are you going to deny it to the very end? Fine. Who knows when Athena shot to her feet, but there she was, standing tall, flinging an arm to the side as she screamed with a scowl on her face. Medusa, of the Gorgon line, I will punish you for your disrespect towards Athena. Utterly helpless, Medusa didn't know what to do but furrow her brow, her mouth agape as tears streamed down her face, listening to Athena's soul-crushing words. From now on, anyone who looks into your eyes will turn to stone, and you will never be allowed to cover your eyes again. If you dare to gouge out your eyes, I will curse your voice. If you dare to cut out your tongue, I will curse your limbs. After spitting out those depressing as hell words, Athena threw on her cloak and turned her ass around and left immediately. She didn't forget to scream one last thing to put Medusa in her place. Live in regret for your sins. Realizing she was totally screwed, Medusa still tried to raise her tightly cuffed hands and beg. No, Athena, please spare me. This is so unfair. Why am I the only one who has to suffer for this? Blue skies, white clouds, and golden sun shone over a remote village that looked like a graveyard, where the ground was so barren only a few sparse weeds could grow. Poseidon appeared out of nowhere, striding towards Medusa, who was sitting against a wall wrapped in a blanket. She didn't say a word. You couldn't even tell if she was alive or had already kicked the bucket. But the moment that dude Poseidon saw Medusa's condition, he said with pity, "So you've been in this remote place?" After saying that one line, Poseidon turned and leaned against the wall. He crossed his arms and scowled. Poseidon's eyes were unconsciously looking at the ground, but his mouth kept on rambling. You overheard me talking shit about Athena? You just happened to hear it as you passed the temple, so it's not your fault. But after sympathizing with Medusa for a few seconds, Poseidon flipped faster than a pancake. He just kept his brow furrowed, mumbling instead of clearing Medusa's name. You know, I'm the king of the sea. How could I possibly talk bad about my own niece in her own temple? But looking down at a petrified hand with a finger joint missing, and a small, petrified mouse lying on the ground, Poseidon's pity returned and he continued, I never imagined you'd have to endure a punishment crueler than death itself. You could cover your eyes with anything. Then he looked up at her face, her eyes wide open and so dry they looked like she hadn't blinked in a decade. And Poseidon still just beat around the bush instead of getting to the point. Never allowed to cover your eyes, not even with your eyelids. That bitch Athena is way too cruel. I don't know who tipped her off with a punishment that sounds like a punch to the gut. Then after spewing some random bullshit, Poseidon just hauled ass and got out of there. He didn't forget to glance back and tip Medusa off about a deserted island. There, you won't have to meet anyone, so you don't have to hide like this. In return for you keeping my secret, I'll allow you to close your eyes. Then the scene suddenly cuts to Yu Dam-deok's wooden staff pointing at the ground. Yu Dam-deok was holding the wooden staff, and it looked like he was going to attack Medusa, but it turns out he swung and missed to the side. Seeing that scared the living daylights out of Medusa. She was so scared she dropped to her knees and sat right on the ground. Yu Dam-deok, acting like some kind of hero, kept his cool and started yapping at Medusa. Chill out, I'm not going to kill you. Then we cut to Elia, who's holding a dagger and secretly sneaking up to kneel beside Medusa, but Yu Dam-deok already spotted her little scheme. He turned and spoke to Elia, making her jump. Sorry, but if you take one more step, I'll have to give up on taking Medusa's head. When Elia heard that, her face just drooped like a sad puppy. Her eyes went wide, and she just sighed helplessly. After that, knowing she couldn't get Medusa's head anymore, Elia shot to her feet. She was so pissed she could spit blood, screaming her lungs out and cussing Yu Dam-deok out. You stupid bastard. Medusa, still not knowing if she was going to be killed or not, was still sitting on the ground, looking at him in confusion. Elia was furious, but she still wanted Medusa's head, so she tried to taunt him. To come all this way just to get screwed over. You need her fear resistance ability too, huh? But if she thought that would make Yu Dam-deok change his mind, she was dead wrong. Our boy here is both kind and has a backbone. Yu Dam-deok stayed cool and confident. Not getting baited, he glanced back with a side eye and explained, I can't just kill her for no reason. That would make me no different from an evil god. Totally helpless. Elia didn't know what to do other than raise an eyebrow. She put a hand to her forehead and forced a smile. She kept rambling like a psycho. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. I tried my best, and yet I ended up disappointing him. It seems Yu Dam-deok already suspected something shady was up, so he wasn't too surprised by Elia's reaction. Yu Dam-deok kept side-eyeing Elia while muttering to himself, just as I thought, you're hiding something. After that, Yu Dam-deok turned around completely to stare Elia down. He kept interrogating her while Elia, who was totally gutted, just stood there with her head down. Why does he want Medusa's head so badly? Seeing that this dude wasn't any damn help and just kept being nosy about things that weren't his business, Elia turned her back and stormed off. She didn't forget to shout back at him. Shut up, I don't have to explain anything to you. I thought you'd be useful. After saying that, Elia vanished without a trace. Yu Dam-deok didn't give a damn and just stood there with a blank face, alone with Medusa in the desolate forest. The weather was gorgeous as hell, the sky was blue, the sun was out, and lush green trees were everywhere. Suddenly, Medusa's voice rang out, Hey, After calling him, the bold as a tiger Medusa had the nerve to blurt out to Yu Dam-deok, "How long are you going to keep your eyes closed?" Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok, who was doing God knows what, suddenly raised his hand in front of Medusa and replied, "Almost done." Yu Dam-deok suddenly used magic to heal the gash on Medusa's cheek, which made her scrunch up her face like a monkey's butthole, not understanding what was happening. As he was doing it, Yu Dam-deok thought to himself, "Even the gods can't escape the petrification curse, so why aren't your sisters and that blue bird affected?" Oh, and a system notification popped up, activating self-healing. Effectiveness is halved when used on others. The wound on Medusa's face was almost completely healed by now, and she wasn't grimacing like she was constipated anymore. Yu Dam-deok thought it over and finally came to a conclusion. So, Gorgon blood must be the answer. But just as the wound was about to close, Yu Dam-deok used a finger to swipe a drop of blood from Medusa's cheek. His mind was still racing. Just touching the blood does nothing. Oh, and the system popped up with another notification. Drinking Gorgon blood may grant a special divine artifact. Yu Dam-deok then, with a look of 3 parts disbelief and 7 parts suspicion, stared at the teeny tiny drop of Medusa's blood on his hand. He kept his mouth shut, like some loner having a conversation in his own head. Blood. Sounds a little crazy. Medusa, who had been forced to keep her eyes closed this whole time, had finally run out of patience and asked curiously, "Can I open my eyes now?" But I have no idea what the hell Yu Dam-deok had been doing, taking his sweet-ass time. He was still not done, making the girl wait. Finally, when she rushed him, he frantically replied, "Wait!" For a guy, he's slow as a turtle, so annoying. Because he was being rushed, Yu Dam-deok had no more time to overthink it. He scrunched up his face like a prune and shoved the finger straight into his mouth, thinking with determination, "Screw it. While she's not looking, might as well give it a shot." Oh, the system popped up again, announcing that Yu Dam-deok had consumed the blood of a Gorgon. Fear resistance has increased. He had obtained the Gorgon's unique divine artifact, the eye-facing Medusa. After getting the system notification, a smug grin spread across Yu Dam-deok's face. He thought, so lucky, but didn't forget to turn and tell Medusa, "You can open your eyes now." Medusa slowly opened her eyes, mumbling. The moment her eyes were fully open, she immediately switched to a different topic. Those eyes. When Medusa opened her eyes, she saw Yu Dam-deok squatting down and staring right at her. Not only that, he even had a big-ass grin on his face as he exclaimed, "Whoa, they're blue?" Seeing that Yu Dam-deok hadn't turned to stone, Medusa was so shocked she froze, her eyes wide as saucers. While Medusa was still dazed and confused about what was happening, Yu Dam-deok just kept yapping non-stop like a machine. "I thought they'd be blood red or something scarier, but they're actually this beautiful." Medusa's crystal-clear blue eyes even reflected Yu Dam-deok's image at that moment. She stammered, "Huh? How are you?" Faced with a question that was a bitch to answer, Yu Dam-deok just pointed a finger to the sky, smiled, and awkwardly launched into a whole speech for Medusa. "I've figured out a way for you to not be cursed. I'm sorry for coming here and messing up your lives, so I'll show you how to break the curse." That's some main character energy right there, so kind and decent. Hearing this, Medusa replied calmly, "You knocked out my sisters, but it's okay. I don't blame you, since you were just trying to survive." But the very next second, Medusa's eyes were already welling up with tears, her brow furrowed as she whimpered, "Sniffle." Finding someone who understood her, Medusa suddenly became overwhelmed with emotion. She broke down and started bawling her eyes out in front of Yu Dam-deok like a kid, her mouth still rambling on, letting out all the feelings she'd been bottling up for so long. "It's so unfair. So freaking unfair and humiliating. I've put up with this for so many years, totally clueless about what to do in that situation. And you just stood there, stiff as a board with that dumb look on your face, only knowing how to comfort Medusa. Fine, whatever. I'll try to find a way to break your curse." Yeah, a real happy ending for a perfect day. Another day, blue skies and white clouds. But back in the city, among the skyscrapers that were dozens of stories high, Yu Dam-deok's thoughts were echoing. Why the hell would Jusoo Yoon want to meet me here? Yu Dam-deok, in shorts and a t-shirt, was messing around on his phone when he suddenly heard his name over the loudspeaker. He jumped and instinctively looked over. Yu Dam-deok, sauna room number 32. Even standing right in front of the sauna door, Yu Dam-deok couldn't give his brain a break for a single second. His thoughts just kept racing. This is a special area for high-rank hunters, converted from part of a dungeon by the Hunters Association. I heard this place is super effective for restoring mana and healing wounds. This is my first time here. Yu Dam-deok was about to hit the sauna in this sick-ass room, so he was grinning from ear to ear. You could practically see, "This is awesome," written all over his face as he smiled and gently pushed the door open. But his happiness lasted all of 1 second before his face scrunched up like he'd just seen a giant pile of crap in the middle of the room. He was so shocked he broke into a cold sweat. He was still wondering where Leo Lux was when he opened the door and saw him, manspreading right in the middle of the sauna. The guy's face was all scowled up like someone had just seriously pissed him off. Seeing Yu Dam-deok's face must have annoyed him or something because he blurted out, "You again?" South Korea is so damn annoying, but Yu Dam-deok had no choice but to awkwardly shuffle inside. He was so flustered he felt like he was about to crap his pants, and he anxiously thought, wait, this dude wears a mask even in a sauna? Let's get out of here before there's trouble. But sitting next to him, Leo Lux actually started talking to Yu Dam-deok, though he didn't even bother to glance at him. 3 days ago, a gate appeared, causing dozens of casualties. It was like seeing Yu Dam-deok with enough free time for a sauna pissed him off, because he started nagging like a 50-year-old mom, and yet a 7-star hunter like you was nowhere to be seen. Are you just here enjoying yourself? Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok got fed up, squeezed his eyes shut, and sighed. Ugh, here we go again. Then he calmly leaned his head back and explained to Leo Lux. Don't make baseless accusations. I've had a lot on my plate lately. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced another name. Elia. Sauna room number 32. Elia casually strolled in, eyes closed and hands in her pockets, making everyone jump out of their skin in shock. Seeing Elia walk in, Yu Dam-deok looked totally confused. He furrowed his brows and stared blankly, wondering to himself, Elia, why the hell is she here? But Leo Lux's reaction was way more dramatic. He shot to his feet, walked over to her, and yelled, Elia, it's really Elia! Leo Lux just kept staring, his whole body trembling like he had a motor inside him, his mouth still blaring like a megaphone. My sister, Elia! But why? He was about to ask something, but seeing Elia's face, Leo Lux tossed that stupid question aside and shouted, No, it doesn't matter, you're alive! Elia just stood there frozen, like she'd been caught doing something wrong. Her face went dark, like she was about to crap her pants. Yu Dam-deok still couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth hanging open in a grimace. 1,000 questions raced through his mind. Why is Elia here? Isn't she a god? Wait a minute, what the hell is going on? Yu Dam-deok furrowed his brows and shot a sneaky side-eye at Leo Lux, still wondering what the hell was happening. The same Leo Lux who was acting all cool and boss-like a minute ago now looked totally pathetic. His expression was completely shattered. He stammered out, Why? Why aren't you saying anything? Elia. 1,000 whys kept popping into Yu Dam-deok's head. He shifted his gaze to the main character of this whole mess, glancing at Elia while thinking, why did Leo Lux call Elia his sister? Everyone was wondering about Elia's baffling appearance, but she just kept her head down, her face dark, not saying a word, as if she were mute. Then, out of freaking nowhere, Ju Soo-yun pops up, appearing without any warning, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, watching the whole thing. She'd been standing outside the door this whole time, looking 30% arrogant, 70% cold, but 100% tactless, as she butted into the siblings' conversation. What a cold sibling reunion. Seeing Ju Soo-yun appear like a ghost, Yu Dam-deok was confused as hell and took the chance to ask, Hey, Ju Soo-yun, what the hell is actually going on? Ju Soo-yun strode into the room, the annoying click-clack of her heels echoing on the floor. She walked up to Yu Dam-deok, who was still 30% confused and 70% dumbfounded, just staring at her with his jaw on the floor. Ju Soo-yun couldn't care less about this idiot. She stared into space but still explained, I investigated Elia because I found her suspicious. Ju Soo-yun's expression turned serious as she launched into a long-ass speech. The result? Not a single god had ever heard the name Elia, and I couldn't find any records of her either. A moment later, Ju Soo-yun was standing in the middle of the room with her hands on her hips, shooting a nasty look back at Elia, who was still frozen to the spot, unable to say a word. Ju Soo-yun kept rattling on. I started to suspect that if she doesn't exist anywhere, it must mean she's a forgotten god, but I couldn't sense their energy. Yu Dam-deok and Ju Soo-yun just kept gossiping about Elia's private life right in front of her, without a shred of shame. While she was still standing right there in the room, Yu Dam-deok heard what Ju Soo-yun said and replied, flustered. Nobody knows her? So that's why she said her pay was low. Hearing Yu Dam-deok say that was like hitting her sweet spot, Ju Soo-yun took the chance to spit another long verse. So, I changed my approach. If I couldn't find her in the divine realm, maybe I could find her in the human realm. After gathering info from a bunch of different dimensions, everything finally clicked. After going on about the divine realm, the human realm, and pretty much every other realm imaginable, Ju Soo-yun suddenly switched gears to talk about Leo Lux, the world's #1 hunter. Leo Lux also has a missing sister with the same name. After confirming what she looked like during the hunter mobilization to clear the gate a few days ago, I was certain. After listening to all this crazy-ass talk from Ju Soo-yun, Leo Lux didn't understand a damn thing. His eyes went wide as he shot back a question. Ju Soo-yun, what the hell are you talking about? But instead of answering him, Ju Soo-yun just threw more shade at Elia behind her, her mouth still running non-stop like a machine. The reason no god knows who she is, and why she doesn't have a part-time job but also hasn't been forgotten. while Elia stood there, stone-faced and salty as hell, trying to listen to Ju So-yul's assessment of her. The voice of that other chick kept ringing in her ears. To be honest, I'd never considered this. I never thought another human could use the God system. After Ju So-yul finished her whole spiel on Elia's life story, she crossed her arms, glanced over at her, and interrogated her like a criminal. Elia, who the hell are you? In response, Elia shot Ju So-yul a nasty look of her own. I don't get what that Leo Lux dude's problem is, butting into everything like some drama queen. He threw out his arms and rushed forward, using his own body to shield Elia. Not only that, but Leo Lux also screamed at Ju So-yul, "Stop! I have no idea what you're talking about. Gods? That's ridiculous." Leo Lux's voice was so loud and annoying, squawking on, it was giving me a headache. Ju So-yul, thanks to you, I found Elia. I owe you one for that, but I don't understand a word you're saying. But just then, Elia, standing behind him, suddenly shut her eyes tight and raised a finger, like she was about to cast a spell. And bingo, she snapped her fingers with a click. A burst of blinding, sickly green energy flared up, making Leo Lux, who was in the middle of arguing, jump back with his eyes wide open. He stood there amidst all that magic, confused, his face scrunching up as he whipped around to stare at Elia and yell, "Elia!" But Elia was as cold as an ice queen. She didn't give a damn about her brother. She just stared blankly into the distance and said something utterly gut-wrenching. "Go back, and never look for me again." Hearing this from the little sister he'd been searching for all this time, Leo Lux was like, "What the hell?" He kept his brow furrowed, reaching out a hand to ask one last thing before he completely vanished. "Ilya, what do you mean?" Only after Leo Lux had been completely banished from the sauna room by Ilya did she finally relax, stuffing her hands in her pockets. With her eyes still shut, she answered, "Fine, I'll confess." But just when you thought the chick would actually confess, she turned her attention to Ju So-yul instead. Ilya asked, "Ju So-yul, you went through all that trouble to investigate a girl like me. Do you really rate me that highly?" Ju So-yul had been standing there this whole time with her arms crossed, like some tireless robot. Hearing Elia spout all this nonsense, Ju So-yul's face twisted in annoyance as she shot back. "Cut the crap." Elia suddenly stepped right in front of Ju So-yul, a provocative smile on her face as she launched into a tirade. "You seem pretty confused. Did you really think you were the only one in the world who could use the system?" For some reason, Elia decided to taunt Ju So-yul. The chick's face scrunched up like a cat's butthole as she broke into a monstrous, twisted smile. She kept rambling. "Ju So-yul, you're so pathetic and arrogant. You think you're the only one who knows the next move on this chessboard?" Hearing Elia spout all this gibberish, Ju So-yul got pissed and snapped back. "What the hell are you talking about?" But having achieved her goal, Elia just turned and walked away, not giving a damn that Ju So-yul was still standing there, totally stunned and trying to process everything. She swept past Ju So-yul like the wind, but not without getting in one last dig. "Keep pretending you're some kind of prophet. I have more important things to do right now." After saying that, Elia strode over to stand in front of Dam-deok. She stared at him with that same blank face and continued her monologue. "This is it." Suddenly, standing in front of Dam-deok, Elia acted all nice and offered to pay him for his work. "Let's talk. Considerate payment for your services." Hearing this, Dam-deok got a little suspicious. He got so flustered he broke out in a sweat, his face all scrunched up as he let out a little ack. But then, naively not thinking too much about it, he quickly agreed. "All right, I have a few questions myself." Seeing Dam-deok acting like an idiot being led by the nose, Ju So-yul flared up and shouted, "Dam-deok!" But after Elia finished speaking, she glanced aside and started making demands. "I can't talk with outsiders here, which obviously means she wants to get the handsome guy alone. Smart move. As it happens, I know the perfect place." The moment Elia finished speaking, a huge wine-red rift appeared in the city sky. It was constantly radiating this dark magic, black as crap, that looked both mysterious and scary as all hell. Suddenly, a puddle of mud bubbled up from the ground, enveloping Elia's feet, which were as fair as peeled eggs. A moment later, a few strange cracks appeared in the sky, as if it was about to shatter into a million pieces. That huge, vortex-like hole that had appeared over the city, for some reason, was now suddenly right over Elia and Dam-deok's heads. But Elia's attitude was totally casual, as if she knew this was going to happen all along, so she just leisurely stuck her hands in her pockets. Ju So-yul, on the other hand, saw this and was so shocked her face went pale, looking like the world was about to end. She looked up, her jaw dropped, and she screamed like a megaphone. A gate! A massive pillar of sand appeared out of nowhere and instantly blew everything away like a hurricane. Ju So-yul, standing nearby, had to use her arms to shield her face. The pillar of sand shot straight up, piercing through the building and the sky itself. The city was now bathed in a deep purple hue. The sky looked like a giant sheet of glass, cracking and about to completely shatter. Right in the middle was a huge hole like a black hole. that strange pillar of sand shot straight up into it, as if it was all planned. Dam-deok was dragged by Elia to some godforsaken place that looked like a sealed chamber. He looked around in confusion, his face all scrunched up and his eyes darting from side to side. His brain was still trying to load, and he couldn't even form a sentence. Dam-deok stood face to face with Elia in this weird place that looked like a giant, supersized honeycomb, all colored in that same deep purple, and he just kept looking around like some clueless kid. He thought to himself, how did she get here so precisely? It's as if she already knew the gate would appear right here. While Dam-deok just stood there gawking from side to side, Elia remained completely calm. With her hands in her pockets, she stared at him intently. Then, all of a sudden, Elia bent down. Her face darkened as she bent over and continued her usual rambling. At first, I thought you were a god disguised as a human, but it turns out Elia was just bending down to pick up a stone from the ground, all while saying stuff that sounded incredibly ominous. A decently powerful person. You could be called a diamond in the rough, not just some pebble on the riverside. A useful mercenary. But that's all you are. No matter how precious a diamond in the rough is, one small stone can't change the course of a river. After hearing Elia's metaphors, Dam-deok still didn't understand a damn thing. But it seemed Dam-deok could sense he was being mocked, because his face grew serious and he asked, what are you trying to say? Instead of answering Dam-deok's question, Elia just acted all mysterious. Her expression still dark, she crushed the stone she'd just picked up in her bare hand and continued her long-winded ramble. Something unbelievable happened. She then shot Dam-deok a terrifying look that screamed, if you don't answer me, you're gonna have a serious problem with me. Then she opened her big mouth and shot back at Dam-deok. How were you able to avoid the prophecy? Who the hell are you? But it seemed like he had no idea how he'd avoided the prophecy either. He probably didn't even understand what Elia had been trying to ask him this whole time, so he just crossed his arms. Looking 3 parts confused and 7 parts annoyed, he replied, what is this prophecy everyone keeps yapping about? I'm just a human who happened to become a god. I'm just like Shu-yoon, and you can use the system. Hearing this, Elia was completely shocked. Her eyes went wide like, are you for real? And she immediately followed up with more questions. A human can use the system? No way. Elia was just asking for the sake of it. But in the end, she refused to believe him. Hearing Elia's back-and-forth suspicions, Dam-deok could only scrunch up his eyebrows in annoyance. Suddenly, the pebbles on the ground began to float up, along with Elia's droning voice. In his prophecy, there are no humans. A moment later, Elia raised her hand and summoned a super-duper gigantic boulder above her head. She was tiny, but her power was insane. Elia stood in a corner, scowling like a rabid dog, her mouth just muttering, the prophecy can't be wrong, absolutely not. The second Elia finished her sentence, that massive-ass rock flew like crazy straight toward Dam-deok. He was caught off guard and startled, with no idea what to do except stand there like an idiot, waiting for the rock to smash his head in. But suddenly, Shu-yoon appeared like a savior in Dam-deok's life. She jumped down and, with her knife, sliced that huge-ass boulder in half as smoothly as butter. Seeing Shu-yoon arrive, Dam-deok yelled out in surprise. After saving Dam-deok's ass, Shu-yoon put on her cool girl face, stared down Elia, and with an arrogant as hell tone, she asked back, you think that stupid attack could actually do anything to me? But it seemed like Elia wasn't that surprised. She put on that dark, mysterious expression again, slowly raised one hand, and started muttering, I told you, Shu-yoon, you're too arrogant. My target wasn't him from the start. Turns out, the 2 idiots had been completely led on by Elia. On that massive, deep purple honeycomb thing, Shu-yoon had punched a hole right through it when she entered, but Elia had already patched it up. Now, the walls no longer had those honeycomb patterns. Instead, they had become a large, crystal-clear mirror. Shu-yoon finally realized she'd been tricked and was so shocked she froze solid. Her eyes were wide open, and she couldn't get a single word out or act all high and mighty anymore. Shu-yoon clicked her tongue helplessly before turning to curse at Elia. You're really insane. Elia's face looked bitter as hell now, like this bitch had just been waiting for the perfect moment to wipe them both out. She replied with a scowl. I cannot accept any more variables. A moment later, the sky before Dam-deok and Shu-yoon turned pitch black. Not only that, but it started pouring rain as if the apocalypse had arrived. 2 towering walls shot up from out of nowhere, and above them, a whole bunch of monsters appeared, from ones walking on the ground to ones flying in the sky. They looked creepy as hell. And that bitch Elia's voice echoed out, sounding like she was ending it all. Damn it all. You will die here. One monster after another appeared, swarming like a plague of ants. There were red-eyed monsters with pure white whiskers, one-eyed monsters, and their best buds, the monsters with hundreds of eyes. Basically, every kind of freak imaginable was there. Hundreds of monsters kept swarming towards Shu-yoon and Dam-deok, leaving the 2 of them so shocked they just stood there stunned for a moment. But then, Shu-yoon whipped her head around and gave Elia a look that screamed, I'm about to rip your throat out, you bitch. Pissed as hell, Shu Yun asked Elia, do you have any idea what you've just done? The moment she finished asking, Shu Yun, quick as a flash, leaped up and lunged with her dagger, ready to chop Elia's head off, all while screaming her question. If this continues, all the monsters from the demon world will flood into Earth. Is that what you want to happen? But instead of looking guilty, Elia just smiled. She used both hands to continue summoning more large pillars and had the gall to ask Shu Yun back as if to provoke her. So what? Are you trying to piss me off, you witch? Elia just bent down and crossed her arms, and those pillars immediately started attacking Shu Yun relentlessly. But Shu Yun wasn't some pushover. She kept leaping from side to side, dodging those massive-ass pillars, agile as a squirrel. Not only was it not a problem, but she even used it as an opportunity, leaping from one pillar to the next and flying right past Elia with her knife, without a single wasted movement. It was cool as hell. Elia didn't have time to react. She was so surprised that she just froze for a few seconds, her eyes wide in disbelief. And there it was on her face, a gift from Shu Yun, a long gash cut across her cheek. But instead of getting pissed and fighting back, Elia glanced back at Shu Yun, smirked, and actually complimented her opponent. You've gotten stronger in the past few days? How surprising. Shu Yun got complimented, but she didn't look happy at all. In fact, she got even angrier. She furrowed her brows, scowled, and snapped at Elia. Shut up and answer my question. If you don't, I'll slit your throat. What the hell? The average hunter's response to a compliment is to threaten to slit someone's throat. Freaking weird, am I right, bros? While Elia was still sneaking glances at Shu Yun, that bitch just kept screaming her head off like a mad dog. What is your purpose? Seeing that Shu Yun still wasn't getting it, Elia, with a mix of helplessness and gentleness, asked again. You still don't understand, Shu Yun? After asking, Elia stood in the middle of this godforsaken place, looked up at the sky, and even spread her arms out like she was about to transform or something. Her mouth started muttering some incomprehensible crap again. In this situation, a life is just a cheap playing card. Even if you kill me, this world cannot escape disaster. After saying that, Elia turned to glance at Shu Yun, then narrowed her eyes into a bizarre smile and asked back in a provocative tone, This situation must feel very familiar to you, right? The gate cannot be closed. The barrier is broken. The demon army is flooding in. You've already experienced all of this in your past life. Seeing this bitch read her life like an open book, Shu Yun got scared as hell. Her face darkened, and her mouth twisted as she asked, Who the hell are you? Oh, the system window popped up again. But this time, instead of the usual calming blue, the system window was a glaring red, which you just know is a sign that some bad news is coming. Warning. The divine artifact of the Heartless Dragon is becoming unstable. Shu Yun's face immediately scrunched up like a dried apple, her lips quivering as if she were about to burst into tears. Shu Yun couldn't stay calm anymore. She was so full of rage that she had to scream out, Why? Why would you do this? You're a human too. You have a family. Why would you? But this chick Elia must have skin as thick as a tire. Shu Yun was so mad she was about to cry, but Elia just stood there with a blank face. Elia tilted her head slightly to one side. Elia's face was totally lifeless, like the freaking Annabelle doll. She asked, cold as ice, So what? Then she placed her hand on the wooden pillars she had just summoned and muttered, I bet everything for the world he always dreamed of. It's over. Shu Yun, no matter how hard you try, you can't change anything. Every word Elia said was like a dagger twisting in Shu Yun's heart. Shu Yun collapsed in defeat, falling to her knees on the ground. A moment later, all the color had drained from her face. She was completely gutted, muttering to herself with a vacant stare. No way. Old memories flooded back, images of Shu Yun sitting amidst a devastated, ruined world. The charred black buildings, none of them intact, made her feel completely helpless and hopeless, forcing her to ask herself, Again? Shu Yun doubted herself, having to ask one more time. Did I fail again this time? But instead of the image of burnt-out buildings, it was the sight of Elia standing with one arm raised before twisted, distorted pillars that were probably as tall as a mountain. The tears fall, the game is over. Teardrops trickled down onto Shu Yun's lap as she spoke in a heartbreaking, tragic voice. Maybe this is my destiny. Shu Yun just sat there, moping about her life all alone like she was in her own little world, stuck in an endless loop. She had no idea that the snake Elia had secretly summoned massive pillars and was suddenly launching them right at her. While she wasn't paying attention, Elia pulled a cheap shot like some little punk, but too fast, too furious, Yu Dam-deok suddenly charged in. An earth-shattering explosion went off right in front of Elia's eyes. The blast was so powerful that everything around them was blown away. Even Elia was hit by the blast so hard she had to cover her face with her arms. Yu Dam-deok's veiny, masculine hands clenched into a fist, smashing the giant stone pillar to smithereens with zero wasted motion. Not only that, but he looked cool as hell as he turned to diss Elia. Stop your delusions! Yeah, you tell her, man. Snap her out of it. This chick is seriously tripping. Yu Dam-deok leaned in, face to face with Elia, not holding back as he gave her a reality check. You're all alone here. Why don't you try opening your eyes and looking around? Yu Dam-deok just told Elia to look around, but the ever-nosy Shu-yun also turned her head to see. When Elia looked around as Yu Dam-deok said, she saw something that made her jump in fright, her eyes wide as saucers. As for Shu-yun, she might have been crying, but she still had to get the tea first. Yu Dam-deok then scowled, gritted his teeth, and dropped a totally badass line. What we've built won't be so easily destroyed by someone like you. Turning, they saw Saren flying high in the air, enthusiastically using his fire powers to incinerate the flying monsters one by one. Elsewhere, Guri was also hard at work, slashing the ugly monsters on the ground with his sword. Basically, everyone was doing their part. The team was seriously top tier. They fought like it was all fun and games, making as much noise as possible. One after another, they yelled out, "Damn it, I was in the middle of a game!" Another one shouted, "Awesome! I was just wanting to test out this new fire magic I learned." Another guy butted in with something totally random. "This is my first battle as a mage. I will prove the power of the Ice King here." Seeing her comrades fighting monsters together in such unity, Shu-yun was frozen solid like she'd been hit by a stun spell. A moment later, Yu Dam-deok turned to look at Shu-yun with a tender gaze. He even flashed a friendly beauty queen smile and held out his hand as he called her name sweetly, Yun. Then, he used that deadly, honey-sweet voice of his to rally Shu-yun's spirits. "I need your help. As always, only you can deal with her. While I go find the gate's core, will you help me?" he asked so earnestly. But Shu-yun's face remained dark, and she didn't say a damn word. But then, she wiped away her tears with one hand and raised the other to take Yu Dam-deok's. "All right, I'll give you a hand." A moment later, Shu-yun had gotten her spirit back. She shot to her feet, looked Yu Dam-deok straight in the eye, and replied casually as if nothing had happened, "Leave it to me." Seeing this unbelievable scene, Elia was so shocked, her eyes bugged out and her jaw dropped, but she still tried to stay calm enough to scream a question at Yu Dam-deok. "Impossible. What's happening? How could you summon the children of the primordial mother? Yu Dam-deok." After crying her eyes out, Shu-yun was back to her cool, calm, and collected self faster than you can block an X. She held a dagger in each hand again and told Yu Dam-deok with a serious face, "Go destroy the gate core, before it's too late." Seeing that Shu-yun seemed ready to fight, Yu Dam-deok put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed. He smiled and replied casually, "All right, let's finish this quick." Seeing those two acting so calm like this was a piece of cake, Elia got salty as hell. Her face scrunched up in a nasty scowl as she used one hand to summon several large pillars, bellowing, "Don't you dare underestimate me." Elia shrieked, "You bastard!" and thrust her hand forward, launching the massive pillars, but Shu-yun was already moving like lightning, charging straight for Elia. She asked scornfully, "Is that all you know how to do?" Seeing Shu-yun suddenly rush her, Elia couldn't react in time. Her eyes just widened in surprise. Blood splattered everywhere. The next moment, Elia was on her knees in a pool of bright red blood. Elia collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from her neck like a fountain. Elia tried to prop herself up with one hand, coughing uncontrollably like she had consumption. Elia's face was pale as a sheet as she gritted her teeth, trying to press a hand to the deep gash on her neck. Her eyes were still full of hatred. Looking badass as hell, Shu-yun stood like a statue in front of Elia. She pointed her blade right at Elia's face and ordered coolly, "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who you are and what your purpose is." Even now, at death's door, Elia still wasn't scared. She rested her chin on Shu-yun's blade, wincing, but still tried to act like she was fine, giving a provocative smile as she replied, "Are you stupid? I already told you, my life is just a cheap pawn." That bitch, Elia's voice kept taunting Ju So-yul. "You can't kill me, do Ju So-yul? Not a chance, not while he's watching this place." But Ju So-yul didn't give a damn about Elia's bullshit. Her face was a total stone wall as she shot back, so confident, "I'm dying to test that theory." But then, Elia just smirked, all chill like she really couldn't be killed. And that bitch's eyes suddenly lit up like a car's high beams. Elia just couldn't shake her habit of pissing people off. "Try me." But a bright red system window popped up with a warning. "The Eye of the Abyss is watching everything." After that, both Ju So-yul and Yu Dam-deok were so shocked, they had the exact same expression. Eyes wide, jaws on the floor. The two of them were so freaked out they were sweating bullets. The system window flashed another message. "The fear from the abyss will seal all actions." Hearing that, Ju So-yul couldn't keep her cool anymore, and her face went dark. She scowled, her eyes glued to Elia's face, and choked out, "The power of chaos." "Oh my god, don't tell me you're—" Elia kept her hand clamped on her neck to stop the bleeding. It looked like it hurt like hell, but she still had that damn casual smirk on her face. At the same time, an aura of dark power suddenly swirled around her body. She just kept rambling on. "You ask who I am?" A moment later, that pitch-black energy had already covered 3/4 of Elia's body. Suddenly, one of her eyes lit up like a firefly in the dark. Elia's mouth just kept moving, proudly introducing herself. I am the 100th child of mother. I am also the chosen prophet. Ju So-yul was just frozen in place, staring at the sky where a ridiculously huge, bright red, snake-like eye was watching everything below. And then Elia was completely swallowed up by that massive, mysterious, pitch-black blob of power, like she was being devoured by it. But you could still hear her muffled voice, the one who will destroy this world and bring the salvation of chaos. She stuck one hand out of that inky black mass and kept on with her speech. That's right, I am the very demon you want to destroy. Was that pitch-black blob a freaking changing room or something? Because when Elia stepped out, her outfit was totally different, a skin-tight suit and high heels. Not only that, but her hair had turned pure white, and she'd sprouted 2 horns, looking like some kind of Yaksha demon from Free Fire. After her total makeover, Elia proudly declared, "This is me." When Ju So-yul saw Elia's new look, she completely froze for a few seconds. Her brows furrowed and her mouth twisted as she yelled, "That form!" But Ju So-yul, ever the bigger person, tried to shout some sense into Elia. Do you even know what kind of god Charles is to be following him? He's a god of destruction, a being who can devour entire dimensions. Only a total psycho would follow an evil god like that. But after hearing that, Elia just lowered her gaze, looking hurt, and replied, I don't care if I'm a psycho. He's the only one who ever accepted me for who I am. Right after her transformation, Elia just dusted herself off and turned to leave. She was even nice enough to let Ju So-yul know, I'm leaving, do Ju So-yul. Elia just walked straight away, not even bothering to give Ju So-yul a single glance back. That dark and deathly purple energy just fluttered behind her. She walked off, trying to sound all cool and mysterious, rambling, the brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. The darkness of the abyss will lead the way to Tartarus. Ah, finally. Elia eventually turned back to shoot Ju So-yul a look and started using that threatening tone of hers. From now on, things aren't going to be so easy. But just when you thought Elia was looking at Ju So-yul, she was actually throwing a side-eye at Yu Dam-deok, who'd been standing there like an idiot the whole time with his jaw dropped. Seeing his expression, Elia dropped her final line just to scare the hell out of them. Because I now know your real trump card. Then, right before Ju So-yul's eyes, Elia vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but a volatile pillar of dark purple energy. The sky all around them was still getting darker, as if after dealing with that bitch Elia, Yu Dam-deok and Ju So-yul now had to deal with the freaking apocalypse. A woman's legs stepped out slowly from the cracked earth. Ju So-yul looked up at the rip in the blue sky where the heavens had been torn open and a dark aura was spreading out from it. She urged Yu Dam-deok, let's go, before things get noisy. Yu Dam-deok looked at her, beads of sweat rolling down his cheek, and sighed. Phew, this is a real mess this time. He looked up at the spatial rift. The aura was still spreading, and in the end, they couldn't destroy the gate. Bakguri's face was dark, he was shaking with rage, and he ground his teeth, cursing, damn it, that goddamn gate. The first raid team actually failed. Yu Dam-deok helplessly tried to calm him down. Hey, chill out. You're gonna get yourself hit. Saren groaned. I'm so tired. What the hell were those monsters? Good thing we managed to patch up the barrier in time, or who knows what would have happened. Yu Dam-deok walked over and patted Bakguri on the shoulder, smiling to reassure him. You both worked hard. Saren, your magic has improved a ton. You could even be called a grand mage now. Saren was surprised. What? A grand mage? Am I really at that level? Bakguri said jealously. Yeah, right. Keep stroking your own ego. Yu Dam-deok smiled. We've only put out a small fire. This is far from over. He listened to Saren and Bakguri bickering. Oh my god, are you jealous? Just because I did better than you this time. What the hell? You're so annoying. But his mind was already on something else. The fact that we couldn't find the gate's core might be connected to Elia. Could the gate appearing right then have been a coincidence? Yu Dam-deok turned to ask Ju So-yul. Hey you. Before he could finish, he saw she still had her back to him. She cut him off. Follow me. Behind Ju So-yul was a crumbling, cracked wall with a huge hole in it. She said, everything you're wondering about. The secrets I couldn't reveal. I'll tell you everything. The dark energy pouring from the rip in the sky had already spread across the entire city. The scene here was grim. A plane was approaching the rift. She suggested, first, we need to get out of here. This place is about to get crazy because of the gate. Planes were circling the city, and the ground was stained with a dark aura. A large aircraft hovered in the sky. A man in sunglasses on the plane reported, Sir Cheonan Guildmaster, it seems Hunter Yu Dam-deok is also at this gate. The Guildmaster frowned, and the man asked again, would you like to meet with him, sir? The Cheonan Guildmaster replied, no. For today, just focus on investigating the gate. He looked down at Yu Dam-deok's back on the ground below. I'll see that bastard again when I'm ready. In a lush green forest, with shadows blanketing the ground, Yu Dam-deok stood with his hands in his pockets and started talking. Elia said as much. So stop hiding things now. Ju So-yul stood still, listening. He stared right at her. Tell me everything you know. And what's the deal between you and Elia? So, what's this primal child Elia was talking about? Yu Seo-yun didn't even look at Yu Dam-deok. Catching a falling leaf, she explained that they were the first beings created by Mother Earth. Yu Seo-yun started laying it all out for Yu Dam-deok. Besides humans, there were giants, demons, and elves. Even though they all looked different, they were the seeds of their species. Primal Child was the title given to 100 of those souls. And the very first child born lived through 1,869 lives, fighting to stop Ragnarok. Yu Dam-deok was floored. But before he could even say anything, Yu Seo-yun continued. Yeah, the first primal child, the 1,869th regressor. That's me. He scratched his head. Ha, I kind of figured you were a regressor, but now there's another secret on top of that. Yu Seo-yun shot back. You knew I was a regressor? Yu Dam-deok gave her a look. We've been partners for 2 years. You think I wouldn't notice? He thought back to the past, to all those ancient buildings, even if her prophecies were kinda off. Then he remembered the towering, snowy mountains. But the weird thing was how she adapted to other dimensions so fast, almost like she'd been there before. Back then, on that mountain with the heavy snow, he'd watched her back as she walked away. So, I figured you might be a regressor, and I also figured you had a good reason for hiding it. Yu Seo-yun brought up that reason. She remembered that dark space she was once in, a place where the darkness swallowed everything whole, where you couldn't see a thing except for a glowing orb in the sky. That's right, the thing I always wanted to hide from you was the Eye of the Abyss. Yu Dam-deok was a little surprised. The Eye of the Abyss? You mean that thing that pops up in the warnings when we enter a gate? She answered instantly. Yep, she explained. It's the thing that created the gates and caused Ragnarok, the Eye of the Abyss. It's a minion, a part of chaos. If I revealed that I was a regressor, chaos would probably find a way to stop me in my next lives. That's why I hid who I was. She remembered Elia's sinister expression. Until Elia spilled my secret, her voice became somber. I have no idea how she even found out. Her expression darkened. But now, my secret has probably reached chaos. Yu Seo-yun bit her lip. This might be our last chance. Yu Dam-deok just smiled. So, what's the plan? He looked right at her. No matter what, we're still gonna protect everyone, right? Nothing's changed. She smiled back. A strange potion appeared in Yu Seo-yun's hand, its beautiful blue color shimmering in the sunlight. She sighed. Man, being with you makes all my worries feel so stupid. She tossed the potion to Yu Dam-deok, and he caught it perfectly. Holding the potion, he looked at it closely and wondered, Huh? This is? Yu Seo-yun asked. You remember it, right? It's what we drank when we took down Neptune back when we were lesser gods. Yu Dam-deok recalled that memory. Yeah, I remember. Good times. He narrowed his eyes. But he was staring at the blue window showing essence of divine power restoration, temporarily increases max power. All the details were just question marks with no explanation. Why is the info on this thing locked? She answered his question. It's super important. It's our secret weapon against chaos. Yu Dam-deok was shocked. Something this important. You want me to use it? Yu Seo-yun's face was unreadable. I prepared it for you from the very beginning, and now, we're out of time and out of options, she said in a low voice. The barrier we created is just temporary. It can stop low-level monsters, but it won't do jack against the forgotten gods, which means Ragnarok could start in just 1 month. Yu Dam-deok ran a hand over his head, his voice filled with frustration. I kinda saw this coming when we couldn't close the gate, but this is way faster than I thought. Yu Seo-yun snapped her fingers. That's why we need to round up the remaining mages. And fast. The blue window popped up with a new notification. Cargo handler needed at the pyramid. Employer, Seth. Divine power, not required. Experience, not required. Job description, deliver goods to secret rooms within the pyramid. Must be in good health. Watch out for mummies, scorpions, and high temperatures. Work hours, until the delivery is complete. No breaks. Pay. Random. Yu Dam-deok announced, get ready. This is where we're going next. He had already set foot on a vast sea of golden sand, a pyramid visible in the distance. He sighed. It's been a while since I did any manual labor. Papyrus sighed. Ugh, another newbie? He scowled. Damn it, why am I always stuck with the rookies? Papyrus, not looking too thrilled, started talking to Yu Dam-deok. Let me give you some advice. If you're just here to make some easy cash, you should just give up now. Yu Dam-deok still had his hood up. You talking to me? Papyrus shot back. Who else would I be talking to? Then suddenly he froze. Papyrus recognized Yu Dam-deok and jumped. What? A mid-tier god? Here? He glanced at Papyrus and retorted, is there a rule that says mid-tier gods can't come here? Papyrus quickly tried to explain. No, that's not it. Papyrus scratched his. Yu Dam-deok asked, oh yeah? Why's that? Papyrus held up a finger, explaining seriously. Because they work us like slaves, but the rewards are mostly just junk. For lesser gods like us, even that's pretty good. He watched the line of people shuffling towards the pyramid, but sometimes you can find precious weapons or rare divine artifacts in the mix. All of us lesser gods here are hoping to get lucky. Papyrus leaned in close to Yu Dam-deok and whispered, plus, they pay per item here. The more you deliver, the more chances you get at the good stuff. Yu Dam-deok caught on to Papyrus's plan. Oh, I get it. So you want a mid-tier god like me to give you a hand, huh? The guy gave a playful wink and a thumbs up to Yu Dam-deok. Hey, we help each other out, right? You'll get something out of it too. Oh, and by the way, just call me Papyrus. He put a hand on Papyrus's shoulder, accepting the offer. All right, Papyrus, gods gotta help each other out. Then Yu Dam-deok gave Papyrus a mischievous look. But first, there's a favor I need from you. Papyrus looked up with a clueless expression. That's when Dam-deok dropped the bomb. Let me be in charge of all the deliveries inside the pyramid. Hearing this, Papyrus gave a nervous laugh, sweat trickling down his cheek. He replied, but, usually, those deliveries are handled by the experienced staff. Dam-deok shot back, I know. So, can I do it? If anything goes wrong, it's the supervisor who takes the fall, right? While they were talking, a man completely covered up, his face wrapped in bandages, yelled out in an annoyed voice. Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up, Papyrus turned his head looking annoyed. Yeah, just a second, Dam-deok just smiled and asked again. So, what's your answer? The masked man yelled, Yo, what's taking so long? Baby replied, I'm coming, and said to Dam-deok, Okay, let's go. Dam-deok smirked, Got it. Surrounded by massive stacks of boxes, Baby announced, Yes, sir. We'll start by sorting the packages by zone over there. Staring at the massive boxes, Dam-deok was stunned. Whoa, is all this stuff really from the M post office? Baby replied, Yes, sir. The inside of the pyramid is a total maze, so everything gets sent here for sorting before delivery. Baby warned Dam-deok, remember to be careful when you grab a box. If you drop one, this whole thing's gonna collapse. Dam-deok laughed nervously. Man, this sounds like a pain. He shot a look over. You hear that? Be careful with the packages. The moment Dam-deok said that, a pile of huge boxes came crashing down on the green-haired dude. Pissed off, the green-haired guy snarled. Why do you always dump all the work on me? How come I'm always the one you call for the heavy lifting? Dam-deok just shrugged it off. All the other mages are busy. Etten's on gate duty in case that thing acts up again. Saren and Jae Sozin, the ones with high magic resistance, went to find the fifth mage, Elkin. You're the only one left who's not useless right now. The green-haired dude was practically shaking with rage. Just you wait. Once I master swordsmanship, I'll. Dam-deok turned and started walking away, calling back over his shoulder. Yeah, whatever. Just pick up the boxes you dropped. And if you break anything, you'll be working here to pay it off for the rest of your life. The green-haired guy screamed in fury. This is slave labor! You're an evil god! Just you wait! The sun set as Dam-deok, drenched in sweat and looking completely beat, gazed up at the sky. Phew. Finally finished. Baby walked up to Dam-deok with a bright smile. Wow, you really worked your butt off. Dam-deok shot him a look. Suddenly, Baby held something out to him. Oh, here, take this. Dam-deok held out his hand and asked, Is this the Eye of Horus? Baby answered, Yep. It's a spatial artifact used for storing things. You need it to get inside the pyramid. It's totally weightless. Baby hesitated. But are you sure you want to give this to me? Dam-deok replied. Yeah, don't sweat it. I just want to get this done fast so I can finally crash. Dam-deok raised the Eye of Horus, and a brilliant light shot out, sucking all the massive boxes into it. Dam-deok gave a small smile. All right, let's get going. As the sky grew dark, Dam-deok reached the massive pyramid. There, he saw a robed woman with hair that flowed all the way down to her feet. She proclaimed, The Greek gods all live on Mount Olympus, but the Egyptian gods, they all live inside this pyramid. Dam-deok was in awe. It looked huge from far away, but I had no idea it was this massive. Dam-deok and the green-haired dude just stood there, stunned, at the foot of the colossal pyramid. Suddenly, the green-haired guy asked, So, how are you going to open this door? Dam-deok just smirked. There's a password. Dam-deok held the Eye of Horus up to the door and shouted, Delivery! Light from the eye blasted onto the door. The door started to creak open, and the green-haired dude went, Whoa. As the door swung wide, it revealed a village bustling with people. The green-haired guy stared in shock. What the hell is this? A flash of light shot down from out of nowhere, kicking up a cloud of dust that covered Dam-deok. He had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, a giant dog appeared and roared, Stop! You are not allowed to enter. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Dam-deok replied, Is something wrong? We're the delivery service for the pyramid. The giant dog snarled, baring its fangs. The problem is that the pyramid is the sacred land of the gods and the Fairyans. You're one thing, but if that human over there wants to get in, he'll have to sacrifice an arm. Terrified, Dam-deok stammered. But he's my mage. Isn't there any other way? The giant dog shot back. No exceptions. Then, the beast realized something. Wait a sec. Now that I see it, you've already stepped inside the pyramid. The giant dog let out a vicious laugh. It's been a while since I've had a taste of a human. Like I said, offer up an arm. It reached its giant paw down, about to snatch the green-haired dude. The kid freaked out. Wait, crap! Dam-deok! Dam-deok shouted. Hold on, this is a total shakedown. We never heard anything about a rule like this. The giant dog glared. I told you, no, exceptions. It reached its hand out to grab the green-haired dude. The green-haired guy panicked, screaming, shit! Suddenly, a fist slammed right into the dog's face. The beast staggered, almost falling over. The punch had come from Dam-deok. The green-haired dude's face lit up. Whoa, that was so cool. Just what I'd expect from you, Dam-deok. You moved like a flash of lightning. With a tense look, Dam-deok snapped. Shut up and stay back. Dam-deok muttered under his breath. My attack didn't do anything? Don't tell me. He's a greater god? The giant dog was enraged. A worthless delivery boy like you dares to stand up to the guardian of the pyramid? You ready to die? The giant dog swung its staff with all its might at Dam-deok. It glared, screaming, Die, you outsider god. Suddenly, the staff whipped around and smacked the dog right in its own face, making it recoil in pain. The giant dog collapsed in front of Dam-deok. It had no clue what was going on. What? What the hell is happening? Why is my body moving on its own? Standing over the giant dog, Dam-deok said with a smug tone, What kind of dog bites its own master? The giant dog, furious and in pain, snarled, Master? Who the hell said you could call yourself my master? Suddenly, a blue notification window popped up. Trait, King of Dogs has been activated. Dam-deok grabbed the giant dog by the head, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. Me, of course. The dog struggled weakly to fight back. Ugh, let go of me. This power. Dam-deok just laughed. You can talk tough all you want, but your body is telling a different story. Dam-deok's face twisted into a frightening, savage grin. Now, you're going to be a good boy. Get out of my way and answer my questions. Unless you want me to put you through every humiliation imaginable. From lie down and sit all the way to roll over. Heh. The dog was starting to look terrified. Gah! This guy's a monster. Just then, the sound of heavy, powerful footsteps echoed through the hall. A pair of polished black shoes came to a stop on a cracked marble step as tiny embers rose from the ground around them. The green-haired dude, looking totally confused, backed away, his face showing that he knew something was wrong. Meanwhile, Dam-deok stepped forward from the base of the stairs. His back was resolute, not a word was spoken. The air was thick with a silent tension, and the orange-red glow from the flames made the whole place feel like a roaring inferno. The green-haired guy's voice cut through it all. Oh my god, it's pitch black. Did that guy trick me? And Dam-deok's casual reply, Nah, probably not. Bathed in the golden light reflecting off walls carved with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, the giant dog stepped out of the shadows, its eyes ice cold. The beast spoke. Come on, this way. Dam-deok followed the giant dog down a narrow hallway, bathed in golden light and covered in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. He looked up, his eyes filled with suspicion, his voice low as if he were talking to himself. Is this the path to the top of the pyramid? Why the hell is it underground? The giant dog answered, Nah, this is the way to the Sphinx's place. He froze. What? The what Sphinx? In a dark space, gleaming with the metallic gold of countless interlocking gears, a giant machine seemed to breathe with the rhythm of ancient times. The shimmering golden gears moved without stopping, emitting a steady sound, like the whisper of a forgotten world. At the foot of this complex mechanical system, the giant dog's eyes followed every movement, as if searching for an answer hidden deep within the mechanical maze. I don't know why you guys want to go to the top of the pyramid, but that place is a labyrinth that changes its structure every single day. The words served as a warning to anyone thinking of stepping into that mysterious place. The scene cuts, the light vanishes, leaving behind a thick, inky darkness, with only a faint circle of light where the giant dog's voice echoed. The Sphinx, the one who knows every nook and cranny of the pyramid, might be able to help you out. In a dim light, dyed with the warm orange of a fire or a sunset, Dam-deok appeared in the quiet scene. His gaze seemed to pierce through everything, full of determination and caution, but not without a cold edge. He spoke softly but firmly. Looks like I've come to the right place. A brilliant golden light spread through the space, as if the entire world was being enveloped in a sacred aura. Dam-deok and the dude in the green shirt quietly stepped into the majestic temple before them. A colossal golden statue shone brightly, as if waking from a 1,000-year slumber. The statue god's eyes were half closed, but its voice echoed throughout the space, deep and commanding. It's been a long time since anyone came here. What reason brings you to me? Dam-deok and the dude in green stopped in their tracks. Dam-deok looked up. We're looking for the Pharaon, and we need your guidance. The golden statue replied. You seek wisdom? To obtain wisdom, you must first prove your own. A paradox. Dam-deok smirked. A riddle? Nice, I like it. In the scene, awash with gold, a gentle light filled the room, creating a space that was both warm and ethereal. A cat-like figure appeared, probably an intelligent, talking creature. It stepped out from the shadows with a calm but cautionary tone, but it won't be easy, you know. Dam-deok had no idea what was going on. Right after that, 3 cat-like creatures appeared from the light, standing side by side with an unpredictable air, each with its own unique presence. One of them spoke, short and cold. Let me introduce myself. I am S. The second one was full of energy, as if this was the moment it had been waiting for. I'm Phi. And the last one hesitated, not finishing its name. I'm X. Then all 3 spoke in unison. The 3 of us are the Sphinx, get it? Dam-deok was stunned, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and shock as he faced the 3 cat-like creatures who possessed an extraordinary aura and presence. He stuttered, These cats are the Sphinx? A question that clearly showed his doubt and disbelief at the bizarre situation he was in. One of the 3, which looked like a black cat standing upright like a human, answered him with a clear voice. That's right, Meow. Now, no more messing around. First question, Meow. Dam-deok looked at the cats in front of him, a little surprised, but then he quickly smiled. He thought to himself, what kind of questions can these cute little cats even ask? How lame. After a moment of silence, he tilted his head and gave a slight smile. All right, ask away. The black cat with sharp eyes raised a paw to its chin, smirking as it spoke with a suggestive tone. The first question will be an easy one. One of the black cat's red eyes appeared against a dark background, signaling seriousness and tension. The sharp outlines of its eyes suggested danger as it uttered, if you can't answer. You do know the legends about us, don't you? Dam-deok was floored, unable to believe what was happening. He was stunned and sweating bullets. No one else could hear it. But that voice was echoing directly inside his head, as if it was seeping into his mind, impossible to block. A voice echoing directly in my head. This is on the same level as Hephaestus. Dam-deok pressed his lips together, his brows furrowed. His eyes were still filled with confusion but now held a spark of resolve. The beads of sweat rolling down his cheek reflected the pressure he was under. He thought to himself, I was planning to bail if things got bad, but now, I have to take this seriously. A series of strange equations appeared on the wall. Dam-deok was staring intently with a tense expression. I have to solve this riddle, but there's not enough time. Suddenly, the blue notification window popped up again. Zeus, where are you and what are you doing? The client is complaining they haven't received their delivery. Dam-deok was now extremely confused and pissed off by the unexpected message. I'm trying to concentrate. Why now of all times? That message totally broke my focus. Dam-deok realized something. Wait a second. Hey, that name sounds familiar. Zeus. Could it be that guy? The divine cat's eyes drooped, its mouth slightly open as it scratched its ear and whined. Too slow, Meow. Only 5 seconds left. The divine cat glanced over, its head tilted to the side, mouth open. 4 seconds. The second cat continued the countdown. 3 seconds. The third cat's eyes narrowed slyly, a smirk spreading across its face, showing its amusement and excitement. It continued. 2 seconds. I'm gonna have a tasty meal. Dam-deok smiled and tilted his head, his hair falling lightly over his eyes as he answered, 846. As Dam-deok stated the number 846 with a calm, confident look, the scene immediately cut to the divine cat's shocked face. It confirmed. The correct answer is 846. The expression on its face was one of pure astonishment, its eyes wide and a drop of sweat rolling down its cheek. It never expected Dam-deok to actually get it right. Dam-deok's eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a small smile, a drop of sweat on his cheek. He thought to himself, who knew Papy was the math god Papyrus? He really doesn't look that smart. Dam-deok spoke up. All right, I answered correctly, didn't I? So tell us now. The 3 cats stood together, looking worried, sweat beading on their faces. The divine cat with the purple gem cried out, Meow. Suddenly, the divine cat let out an excited laugh. Good, very good, Meow. In that case, on to the next question. Meow. Dam-deok was taken aback. What? How can this be? The divine cat replied, who told you there was only one question? Meow. We're 3 sphinxes, Meow, so of course there are 3 questions, Meow. Dam-deok clicked his tongue. Fine, bring on the next one. The divine cat leaped in front of Dam-deok. That's right. This is how it gets interesting. Meow? The cat waved its arm. Second question. Meow? The divine cat grinned slyly. We're about to have dinner, meow. So how do you divide 2 people evenly for the 3 of us to eat? Meow? The dude in green was stunned, sweating profusely. What? Dam-deok, with a cold look in his eyes, said nothing. The divine cat continued. Use this to solve the riddle. Meow. Nya ha ha. At Dam-deok's feet lay a sharp, golden sword. Dam-deok thought to himself, ugh, so these jerks never even planned on giving us the answer. They were just looking for an excuse to eat us the whole time. Cruel bastards. The god cat let out a creepy grin, licking its lips. It went on, heh, perfect. Just remember, you only get one swing with that knife. Nya, just pretend you both weigh the same and cut it. Nya. Dam-deok reached down and grabbed his sword. With the sword in hand, Dam-deok thought to himself, yeah, that's how most gods are. He held the sword up and replied, you got that right. Dam-deok smirked, adding, just lightening the load. The god cat sputtered, you. What are you? The cat's eyes flashed a menacing reddish purple, its icy stare filled with rage. It shrieked, what the hell are you doing? Nya. And just like that, everything went blurry. The wind started screaming, and the floor trembled from the pounding of heavy footsteps. Dam-deok and Blue Hair stood close together, their eyes locked in fierce determination. 3 black cats were creeping up on them from behind. Their silhouettes zipped across the glowing pink floor like shadows come to life. Flashes of light shot out from in front of them, looking like they were ripping space itself, hinting that a massive throwdown was about to happen. The blue-haired guy hit the deck with a grunt, NGA. Dam-deok just smirked. So, was that not the right answer? That blue system window popped up again. Overlord of Gogan Island, fear resistance, terrifying presence activated. Dam-deok taunted them. You want to go? Then come at me, you little kittens. The guy with his face hidden by a hood swung his sword at the 3 cats. As he did, he asked, what's the big deal? I was just giving you my answer. You're telling me Phoenix won't accept my answer just because I got a little attitude? His sword was now right at the throat of one of the cats. The cat was pissed, cursing him out for being such a smartass. Then, in a flash, its cute little cat paw swelled up to a massive size. It took a swipe at the guy. You got the guts? Then take a shot. Nya. But right as its claws shot out, a voice boomed. Stop! The cat with the yellow diamond mark stepped forward, speaking calmly but with an air of command. That is the correct answer. Nya. The purple-marked cat totally freaked out when it heard that. To show just how pissed it was about what the other cat said, it started flailing its paws around, showing off its razor-sharp claws. We give the question, and the challenger has to give a legit answer. That's our golden rule, period. Nya. And you expect me to just sit here and take that kind of disrespect? But the other cat was totally unfazed by the outrage. Look, no matter what, a riddle starts as a riddle and ends as a riddle. Nya. The purple-marked cat was still fuming, though. Nya, I know. Tch. Turns out, the dude in the hood was Dam-deok all along. He gave a little smirk listening to the 2 cats argue. They were talking about him, saying it had been ages since they'd seen a challenger this tough. Naya, that unbreakable will of his, even under all this pressure, it's impressive. Nya. He obviously heard that, so he played it cool and shot back. It's nothing. The orange-marked cat sat down, licked its paw, and then started talking to him again, all sly and challenging. The way you just shattered that whole situation was also impressive. Still, with that same cool demeanor, he calmly accepted the compliment. Thanks. The cat's mind drifted back to the old days, and it got kinda sentimental. Back in the day, there were a lot of people like you, but in the end, they all went all in, betting their entire fate on their answers without a second thought. Nya, that kind of passion. You don't forget it. Nya. And once it was done reminiscing, 2 new cats appeared next to Dam-deok. One had wings like an angel, and the other one looked like a straight-up demon. Then the other cat made the announcement. The final question, Nya. The one with the wings flashed a super sweet, innocent smile. As the riddle goes, on one side, you have an angel, who always does what you say, Nya. As for the other one, it had these wicked eyes and a dark vibe, totally fitting its role. And over here is a demon, who always does the exact opposite of what you say. Naya. And then, they dropped the question on Dam-deok. If you want to get to heaven, what do you say? Nya, you get 1 shot. 1 sentence. Nya. He kinda blanked for a sec, then quietly repeated the facts back to himself. An angel, and a demon. Then something clicked in his head. Wait, I've heard this one before. Everything went dark, like a flashback to the past. There was a little kid sitting there holding his head. Then some faceless dude in a brown hoodie walked up and asked, Hey, why are you crying out here? So the kid really was crying. He dropped one of his hands and waved him off. I don't know who you are, but just leave. Don't act like you give a crap about a useless punk like me. But the hoodie guy completely ignored him, trying to brush him off. He shot back with a challenge. So what if you're useless? Before the kid could even answer, he kept going. Ever heard that chances only come to people who are ready for them? But to a depressed kid, that advice was totally useless. Yeah, easy for you to say. I've got nothing. Even though the kid was pushing him away, the guy didn't back down and switched to a softer voice. Still, don't give up. I guarantee there's something out there that only you can do. The kid wiped his eyes and answered him. He still sounded doubtful, but at least he wasn't trying to get rid of him anymore. How would you know? Seeing that the kid was starting to come around, the guy kept going. Because I used to be just like you. Then he held up one finger, like he was about to drop some serious knowledge. Tell you what. If you can solve this riddle, I'll tell you about this insane experience I had. And then he dropped the riddle. You know the one about the angel and the demon? Dam-deok snapped back to the present. That little kid, it was him. In the end, by the time he left, I still couldn't figure out the answer. But even though I didn't get it back then, I never stopped thinking about it. I was always wondering what the hell the answer was. And when I finally figured it out, I also figured out why a loser like me was actually necessary. He put a hand on his chest. Turns out, his whole purpose was something huge. I have to protect this land. It's where the people I care about live, and where my dad is buried. As a god, I have to do the stuff no one else can. The way he put his hand on his chest made him look like some epic hero, and then he gave his answer. Doesn't matter if you're the angel or the demon. Take me to where you're from. That's my answer. His answer completely stunned the cat. It was speechless for a second. Then it finally managed to say, incredible, nya. A trippy green dimension opened up. The orange-marked cat asked what Dam-deok was after. You said you're looking for the Pharaon, yeah? I'll open up a path to the main hall for you guys, nya. Standing in that weird dimension, Dam-deok said to Guri next to him, all right, let's move. But Guri was skeptical. Hold on, bro. You sure about this? What if we're getting played? Seeing their doubt, the red-marked cat was like, chill, the riddle's totally legit. But the purple-marked cat was clearly pissed, turning away with a grunt. After hearing that, Dam-deok said something to the blue-haired guy, and they both took off. Yeah, let's bounce. But before they left, the three cats gave them some hints and warnings. The red-marked cat dropped a tip. The Pharaon's room is at the apex of the pyramid. Nia, the orange-marked cat stammered a bit. Be careful, Nia, you got this, but... Before it could even finish, the purple-marked cat cut in with a challenging tone that was also a warning. Humph, you dare step in there, you ain't coming out in one piece, are ya? So the two of them went into that space. The second they stepped through, they were in this crazy lavish palace with insane designs all over the place. Guri looked around and asked, is this the top floor? But then someone in Egyptian-style sandals ordered, halt, you deceitful god. Turns out, the voice belonged to the Pharaon, who looked super elegant with all his servants behind him, but dude was seriously pissed. I warned you, and yet you still dare to come back. The arrogance. I won't forgive your insolence again. Seeing how weird this whole situation was, Dam-deok quickly tried to explain. Whoa, hold on, I think there's some kind of misunderstanding here. But the Pharaon wasn't having it. He just screamed, shut your mouth! Then this phantom blue barrier popped up, leaving Dam-deok totally confused. The Pharaon was now surrounded by that blue shield. He clenched his fists and said firmly, I won't be tricked by your smooth words again. Before Dam-deok could even get a word in, the Pharaon kept going. You've exploited us more than enough. You really have the nerve to try and trick us now? Dam-deok looked totally freaked out. He couldn't even speak. His mind was just racing with a ton of questions. What the hell is happening? And wait a sec. Is that energy divine power? The more he thought about it, the more sweat poured down his face. The Pharaon is obviously human, so how can he be using divine power? The enraged Pharaon was practically screaming in Dam-deok's face, even if I die, I won't regret it. I'm not gonna just stand here and do nothing. I'm putting an end to your arrogance. As things got more heated, Dam-deok tried to de-escalate. Look, I really think you've got the wrong idea. Oh, and then there was a stir from the half-closed door. Just as you'd expect, a system notification popped up, making Dam-deok whip his head towards the door. Instincts activated, extreme danger detected. At the same time, a million questions flooded his mind. Someone's coming? Who could have such an insane killing aura? This power reminded him of something. A terrifying connection that made his face go grim. This is on the same level as Hades. Don't tell me it's a prime god. Seeing how grim he looked, Guri asked cluelessly, huh? What's up? He didn't get a response. Dam-deok just stuck an arm out in front of him and ordered, Guri, get back. Before he could even process what was going on, these weird colored streaks appeared. And before Guri could ask what was happening, the system displayed a message, teleporting Mage Guri back to Earth. With Guri gone, Dam-deok started to panic even more. He thought to himself, I gotta get the hell out of here, now. But the system hit Dam-deok with a nasty surprise. Teleportation failed, insufficient divine power. As soon as he saw that message, Dam-deok's panic went into overdrive. Not enough divine power? Did I burn through too much during the fight at the last gate? He was so stressed his face was drenched in sweat. I summoned all the mages, the wolf pack, and Cerberus. The door with the fancy patterns creaked open, and a massive dude in an animal-shaped hat stepped out. He leaned on the door and complained, "It's too damn loud." His eyes flicked to the side, maybe on purpose, maybe not, and he just went, "Hmm?" Then he looked over at the Fairy-on, but it didn't seem like he was talking to him. Weird. I swear I felt another presence a second ago. Seeing this guy, the Fairy-on immediately called out his name. Meanwhile, Dam-deok was hiding off to the side while those two were talking. The Pharaoh said, "I can't believe you came here yourself." Just then, the system screen displayed a notification. Invisibility hat activated. Thanks to that, Dam-deok could finally breathe a little. Phew, that guy didn't spot me. But his killing aura is so insane my instincts are going haywire. At the same time, the Pharaoh outside was in a heated argument with that other dude, his face set with total resolve. "I don't give a damn who you are. My mind is made up. I will never hand over my people. You get that? Now get lost." Then, a powerful shockwave slammed into the Pharaoh's face. It came from that other guy. He violently grabbed the Pharaoh by the throat and lifted him into the air. He was clearly pissed. "So damn noisy, you cattle." The blue aura around the Pharaoh was flaring up like crazy, and his face was twisted in pain. It looked like the other guy was absorbing it, and he seemed pretty damn pleased with himself. A Pharaoh's divine power really is a tasty treat. He said, "Totally satisfied. I'll let you live today, since you're premium grade." Watching this horrifying scene, Dam-deok's face went pale. He's absorbing his divine power? After getting his fill of the tasty treat, the guy in the animal hat gave a cold reminder. "Don't you forget, you people are just cattle who supply me with divine power, nothing more." He turned and walked away without a second glance, leaving the Pharaoh to collapse onto the floor. Before he left, he threw one last comment over his shoulder. "Next time, make sure the sacrifice is ready on schedule. Don't make me waste my time." His will completely broken, the Pharaoh silently cursed. Damn it. His face was totally lifeless as he thought in despair. So, this is the end? The last thing he saw was his people on the ground around him, wailing. Powerless to do anything, unable to even speak. He could only think, "I'm so sorry. I wanted to protect everyone with the Pharaoh's blood so none of you would have to share my fate." Sometime later, the Pharaoh woke up, struggling to open his eyes. Once he had the strength, he sat up, holding his head. "What happened?" Seeing that he was awake, Dam-deok asked with concern, "How are you feeling? You all right?" But instead of answering, the Pharaoh's expression just got uglier. You're that damn god from earlier." Dam-deok was surrounded by a bunch of kids, but hearing the Pharaoh diss him like that got on his nerves. "I'm not some damn god. The name's Yu Dam-deok, the sword god." Seeing her brother's beef with Dam-deok, a little girl jumped in to defend him. "Brother, he's a good person." A little boy holding some round beads chimed in. "Yeah, he's a good guy." With that, the kid happily showed his brother what was in his hand. "Look, it's called a baru something, and it's super yummy. He's the one who gave them to us." But hearing this just made the Pharaoh even more furious. "What the hell? Spit it out. Do you even know what that is?" But being a kid, of course he didn't listen. No way." Then suddenly, a woman's voice cut in, her hand landing on the Pharaoh's shoulder. "Hey now, calm down." The voice belonged to a girl with black hair, her mouth covered by a veil. She turned back to the Pharaoh and said, "You were just about to die. Take a deep breath, you must be a little freaked out." He shot back, "What?" Like a memory was being jogged, the Pharaoh slowly started to remember the final scene. "Wait a second, I remember. I was struck by Seth." Seeing he was having a hard time remembering, the girl just cut to the chase. "Yeah, he drained you of your life force and divine power. I was suspicious at first too, but after a slight pause, she continued, telling him how Yu Dam-deok had tried to save the Pharaoh. That guy was the one who saved you when we couldn't do a thing. Finding it a little ridiculous, he let out a soft, "Ha!" Then, as if he refused to accept any kindness from Yu Dam-deok, he said, "Even humans don't do good deeds without a motive, so why would a god?" It seemed the Pharaoh had completely lost all faith in beings like Yu Dam-deok. He voiced his thoughts on that so-called kindness. He's probably not expecting a thank you. He must have saved you because he thinks you're still useful. Faced with this line of reasoning, Yu Dam-deok just kind of froze. He tried to explain himself, but there was no way the Pharaoh was going to listen to any excuses. He turned to leave, tossing just a few words over his shoulder. "Whatever. Forget it. Gods are all the same." The girl quickly ran after him. "Wait, Pow, don't move just yet." Hearing a name that sounded kind of familiar, Yu Dam-deok quickly searched his memories. Wait a minute. He finally remembered the guy with the charcoal black hair. So he's the fourth mage Ju So-yul mentioned. I think she said he was a mummy. Maybe since we got here early, he hasn't been turned into one yet. Yu Dam-deok quickly asked before this Pharaoh dude could disappear. "Hold on, are you Pow?" But this Pow guy only turned his head halfway back, snapping angrily. "Don't just say my name like we're friends. I have no intention of getting close to your kind." faced with Pao's hostility, Yu Dam-deok's question came out a bit softer. Why are you getting angrier and angrier? The pharaoh gritted his teeth and shot back. Why? Isn't it your kind that always pretends to lend a helping hand to humans in their desperation, only to push them straight into hell? Then, those wretched memories came flooding back to him. How could I ever forget? His people were lying strewn across the ground, while Pao just stood there, watching in silence. In his memory, this was the most terrifying time. A horrific famine that drove parents to eat their own children. A plague ran rampant, causing corpses to pile up on the streets like dust. And in that desperate time, that bastard Seth appeared, his face full of cunning. In our darkest hour, a god reached out to save us. They promised I would become pharaoh, save humanity, and enjoy immortality in the realm of the gods. Following that bastard Seth's words, Pao stood on a pedestal, receiving the cheers of the people for this new pharaoh, and I became the messenger of the gods. I used the skills they gave me to save and lead my people, so they could live prosperous lives. His thoughts grew darker and darker. I lived my whole life like that, and only when I stepped into the divine realm as promised did I realize. But slowly, the dark memories returned to him, and he realized the screwed-up truth. The Pharaon was nothing but a vessel to collect faith and divine power, and all the disasters that struck the mortal world were caused by the gods themselves. As he thought of this, Pao's expression grew uglier. I was just a puppet in their cruel play. To the gods, humans are nothing but livestock. After understanding the source of this pharaoh's attitude, Yu Dam-deok felt a pang of guilt. He never imagined something like this could have happened. Still, Pao's attitude didn't change one bit. He frowned, looking pissed off. Now do you get why I hate your kind? Then he spat out a few heartless words, ignoring Yu Dam-deok's gloomy state. Get lost and don't ever come back. But even as Yu Dam-deok turned to leave, he left behind a firm promise. No, I'll be back. Reaching the door, he stopped, leaning his hand on the frame and calling back inside. Seth said next month. By then, I'll do whatever it takes to earn your trust. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The scene at the Pharaon's palace was the same. That Seth guy was the same too, with that same cocky attitude. He threw open the doors and, as soon as he entered, stated his purpose. I've come to collect the divine power. Then he continued, his eyes darting around warily. I hope there won't be any pointless resistance this time. Then, from the other side, Yu Dam-deok charged forward with a sword in his hand. But this Seth guy was even faster than Yu Dam-deok. He immediately swung his arm out. Yu Dam-deok's little sneak attack earned him a heavy price. His head was slammed into the wall by Seth with immense force. Seth's expression didn't even change. There's a little pest buzzing around here. Figures my gut feeling from before was right. Then he questioned Yu Dam-deok, whose feet were now dangling a dozen centimeters off the ground. What's your purpose for coming here? Even with his head pinned to the wall, Yu Dam-deok's eyes were filled with determination. Obviously, he glanced over at the panicking girls and the kid to save the pharaohs. Seth's grip tightened, as if he wanted to crush Yu Dam-deok's skull. Maybe that's why he brutally swung his arm. You've got some serious nerve. But then he let go, letting Yu Dam-deok fall to the ground, and said with total contempt, with that pathetic amount of divine power, where do you get off being so confident? Yu Dam-deok now seemed completely motionless, lying in a pile of rubble created by Seth. Not finished, Seth even added a polite reminder, know your place. But on Yu Dam-deok's battered face, a smile was forming. He replied with a question of his own. Divine power, you say? The scene switched to Papyrus with his hands on his hips, sighing, Sheesh, you really are a pro, senior. I can't believe what you said that day was actually true. Then Papyrus remembered the scene when Yu Dam-deok arrived. Back then, Yu Dam-deok had shown up late. Papyrus couldn't help but complain a little. Where have you been? I waited and waited, and when you didn't show, I had to sleep on the street without getting paid. Feeling guilty, Yu Dam-deok quickly said, Sorry, I was tied up with something. Yu Dam-deok looked a little embarrassed. He hesitated, then said, Hey. So, the two of them were standing under a mountain of cargo boxes, like a crazy amount. Yu Dam-deok seemed to have an idea and turned to Pappy. If I move all of this, how much will I get paid? Just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification, calculating base salary for Seth's random reward package. After 3 seconds, the system returned the result. 12,000 Seth has been transferred. Over on the other side, Seth seemed to feel something had just happened to his power. He asked Yu Dam-deok with difficulty, My divine power is being drained. What? What did you do? The system then showed another notification. Yu Dam-deok has activated self-heal. After healing up, Yu Dam-deok cracks a smile. You've been stepping on everyone for way too long. He gets up from the rubble, a misty aura swirling around him. His face is filled with more confidence than ever before. Now, let's see who's really the one with the stronger divine power. Yu Dam-deok grips his sword, a blue aura flaring around him. I'm not going to repeat myself. With every step he takes, dust billows up from under his feet. With a furious look, he swiftly swings his sword at the masked man. Release the Farians, now! The guy is caught off guard as the sword pierces through him. He clutches his stomach, cursing. A pathetic, low-level god like you. How dare you? He sneers contemptuously. Fine. You want to save that pathetic bunch of Farians? He waves his hand, and a sinister red aura appears, aiming for the old man with the long white hair and beard. Set blocks Yu Dam-deok's path. Don't even think about it. The masked man uses his dark magic to grip the old man's face, forcing his lifeless eyes open to look at him. Then, he shoves the old man towards Yu Dam-deok. Here, take him. The old man, looking as if his life force has been completely drained, collapses as his eyes turn black and his skin turns a deathly purple. Yu Dam-deok rushes to catch the old man, his expression frozen in horror. That bastard taunts him, laughing gleefully. What's this? You got a thing for collecting corpses? He holds out his hand, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Why don't you just kill him? I'll give you this, you miserable god. You actually managed to hurt me. How pathetic. Challenging the great Sed over some insignificant pity. He then unleashes his magic, and swirling chains appear, pulsing with horrifying dark energy. The Farans are nothing but livestock. No one can change the laws of the pyramid. The sharp, spiked chains shoot precisely toward Yu Dam-deok. Now be a good little sacrifice. A young, brown-skinned, blonde-haired boy standing nearby is also targeted by the chains. He just looks on, completely stunned and confused. Yu Dam-deok lunges forward, shielding the boy. The terrified kid collapses to the floor. The cat-masked man laughs sinisterly. You dare to fight for these humans? He grabs two of the chains, growling. You really think giving that livestock hope is the right thing to do? It's your stupid pity that's making all of this so much worse. The massive chains, crackling with dark energy, whip through the air. Yu Dam-deok is horrified. People all over the sanctuary are being choked, chains wrapping tight around their necks. More long chains dart out, aiming to strangle the others. They scream in panic, "Run!" All the while, the man's savage laughter echoes through the hall. Heh, the Farans here are just vessels for divine power. That is the immutable law of the pyramid. He lunges forward, snarling. So what if they are? What's so wrong with following the natural order? A man is engulfed by his aura and instantly withers into an old man. The man writhes in agony. A flash of a sword slices a chain in two with a brutal screech of metal. Yu Dam-deok declares with resolve, I will protect every single one of them, whether they're human or god, talented or not. He grips his sword tightly, fighting for a world where everyone can smile. That bastard scoffs again. Heh, you're such an idiot. His next move is even more monstrous, so fast that all you see is a loud explosion and a cloud of dust. He charges right at Yu Dam-deok. You'll never achieve anything great. Then, quick as a flash, he attacks him. Only when you abandon everything can you become truly strong. He sends the chain in his hand flying towards the people in the sanctuary, who are still reeling in confusion. Yu Dam-deok glances over for a second, and Set seizes the opportunity. He lands a solid punch to his cheek, snapping his handsome face to the side. Yu Dam-deok goes flying, spitting up a ton of blood as his back slams hard against the wall. Set looks down on him arrogantly. Look at you. He unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, brutalizing Yu Dam-deok's body. Getting distracted by those insects, he keeps pummeling Yu Dam-deok. You can't even look out for yourself. Yu Dam-deok is completely overpowered. Unable to fight back, he can only grit his teeth and take the beating. Watching from a distance, Farion clenches his fists, seething with anger. A voice asks him, Are you just going to stand there and watch? Curious, he turns to look. The voice belongs to a petite girl wearing a veil that covers half her face, Pharaon Hatshepsut. She places a hand on his back. A clear blue aura flows from her hand into his body. Here, she says, take my divine power. Farion is startled. He abruptly shoves her hand away. You. What do you think you're doing? Pharaon Hatshepsut just smiles from behind her veil. I know my own body better than anyone. Her body is already starting to slowly turn to dust. I'm not going to last much longer, she says. No, it's not just me, it's all of us. Another person places a hand on Farion's shoulder. Bao? An old man with a kind smile, a wrinkled face, and snow-white hair places his hand on Bao's shoulder. Take our power. We'll be all right. We've lived long enough, and it's all thanks to you that we've made it this far. Farion looks up, surprised. Elder. The other people in the sanctuary all begin to chime in, trying to comfort him. That's right, Bao. Thank you for never abandoning us when things got tough. Bao, we only made it this far because of you. Bao, you have to survive. He hangs his head, his body trembling. Tears stream down Farion's face, his expression filled with guilt. Everyone, I'm so sorry. He clenches his fists, his body still trembling. I'm too weak. I couldn't protect any of you. One of Pharaon Hatshepsut's arms has already faded into dust. She walks up and caresses his cheek with her remaining arm. Bow, my friend, don't cry. His expression darkens. She continues. Pharaoh Hatshepsut built a kingdom for 1,000 years, enjoyed great riches, and endured 1,000 years of suffering, all to understand love. She gently strokes his tear-stained face. I've experienced all the joys that life has to offer. Now, it's my time to go. I hope our pain can be healed with a smile. Her body begins to disintegrate rapidly, her arm turning to ash, spreading to her beautiful face as it crumbles into nothingness. Yet, a smile remains on her lips. All the people in the sanctuary turn to dust, returning to the eternal. Before she vanishes completely, Pharaoh Hatshepsut leaves one final message. Return, carried on a person's tear. Pharaoh stands in silence, an unbearable soul-crushing pain tearing him apart bit by bit. Dust settles over the sanctuary, now empty of so many people. Only Yu Dam-deok remains, still in the fight. He collapses to his knees, while the masked man stands over him, completely unscathed and looking smug. He continues his taunts. You insects aren't half bad. It's been a long time since I've felt this way. Dark energy flares in his hand. He glares at Yu Dam-deok. But this is where it ends. Die and disappear. Suddenly, Pharaoh appears, a fire of pure rage burning inside him. His power has grown immensely after receiving everyone else's strength. No, the one who's gonna die is you. Boom! Another deafening explosion ripped through the temple. Everything went white, dust everywhere. The pharaoh's wrath had been unleashed. The pyramid took a hit from the blast, losing its ancient beauty. There was so much dust it was impossible to see, and rocks were flying everywhere. Everything changed in an instant. The architecture was smashed to bits, and bricks rained down onto the floor. That bastard Set fell into a deep pit inside the pyramid, with the Pharaoh looking down on him from above. He clenched his fists, pissed off, and demanded, So, how does it feel? Falling from the top of that pyramid you were so damn proud of? Set gritted his teeth in fury. You dare. He got back up, his rage exploding as his aura grew thick. You've crossed the line. Yu Dam-deok looked down at him, shocked. Damn, a chief god for real. You were still hiding your power? The Pharaoh calmly shot back. No. This is the end. Set looked up from the deep pit to the level above, the Pharaoh's voice echoing. That place will be your grave. He ground his teeth. Because of you, this pyramid will be stained with blood today. I'll turn everything to dust. 3 black cats appeared one by one behind Set, each distinguished by a different colored diamond shape on its forehead. Where do you think you're going? Set glanced away, trying to avoid them. Get out of my way. I'm busy. The black cat remained hidden in the shadows. If you've come here, you have to solve this riddle. That's the unbreakable law of the pyramid. He froze, silent. You dare defy Set, the supreme god of the pyramid? Suddenly, the black cat's paw grew massive, its sharp claws extending and pinning. Set down. I already told you. Once you step in here, only those who can solve the riddle can leave. That's been the rule for thousands of years. I don't care what kind of god you are. He raged, his head held by the cat's sharp claws. Set, are you guys asking for a death wish? That cat continued to provoke him. You talk big, but it looks like your divine power has run out. With that little bit of power, there's no way you can beat the 3 of us. The black cat with the yellow mark on its forehead grew larger, blocking Set's path. Now then, let's begin. Recite every single crime you've ever committed. He was furious but couldn't do a thing. The black cat with the yellow mark looked at him with contempt. 30 seconds is probably way too short to list all the crimes you've committed over the last 1,000 years. We won't set a time limit. If you can't answer, you'll be trapped here until this blood-stained pyramid turns to dust. The pyramid began to crack into large chunks, losing its original shape. Someone wondered aloud, is the pyramid collapsing? Then what's going to happen to us? Where's Set? I haven't even gotten paid yet. Long lines of figures kept moving toward the pyramid. The old man with the long nose asked, Didn't that guy promise to protect all the gods who entered the pyramid? The beefy brother with a bandage on his head replied, I heard Set got his ass kicked by the pharaohs and was locked up at the bottom of the pyramid. Yu Dam-deok calmly walked past the 2 of them. Moans and groans started up again from the crowd. These past 2 days have really sucked. Do I seriously have to go find a part-time job now? Yu Dam-deok blended into the large crowd. Papyrus watched his retreating figure with regret. He's leaving? Papyrus picked up a gold nugget and wiped his tears, a mountain of gold behind him. This Papyrus is so sad. Yu Dam-deok was speechless. What the hell are you sad about? He took off the glasses Papyrus was wearing. This divine power isn't for you to get rich off of. Share it with the hard-working Egyptian gods. Got it? I'll be dropping by to check on you from time to time. Papyrus grinned and scratched his head. Of course. On my honor as Papyrus, the god of mathematics, I'll definitely get everything sorted out. He smiled. Good. Yu Dam-deok looked into the distance and saw the Pharaoh sitting alone on a sand dune, playing with gold dust. He walked closer and asked, What about the other Farians? Don't you need to build them tombs? The Farion looked at Yu Dam-deok. There's nothing left tying us to this land anymore. Instead of being buried in a tomb, just let us fly away with the wind, free and unburdened. The grains of sand fly away with the wind. We fought so hard for this freedom, but we lost too many loved ones. I can't raise a glass to celebrate, and I can't bow my head to mourn. I still have too many responsibilities to shoulder. Living this life is so damn hard, but it just keeps going. If we can meet again someday, I will give you the heart I've been protecting for so long. The Farion silently watched the dust motes fly away. The Farion spoke up, "O sword god, Yu Dam-deok, even though I once doubted you, you've granted me a favor that words can't even describe." Yu Dam-deok listened intently. The Farion stared at him, his voice earnest. The sunlight shining down made his face look unusually beautiful. "If you don't mind, I would like to stay by your side and serve you to repay my debt. Will you accept?" Yu Dam-deok looked up at the Farion. "Of course." A blue screen popped up with a notification. The Farion has become the fourth mage. Skyscrapers stood packed together, gentle sunlight shone everywhere, and the sky was a brilliant, vast blue. As Yu Dam-deok crossed the street, he thought to himself, "How long has it been since I've been back on Earth?" He held his phone, the screen showing a chat with someone else. "Looks like Ju So-yul isn't back yet." Yu Dam-deok glanced around. "I gotta go home and pig out on some fried chicken." The guildmaster of Cheongun-ok walked past him, shot him a look, and then confronted him. You're pretty carefree. Have you no clue what's going on right now? Or are you just trying to act tough?" He was startled and asked back, "Why are you here?" The guildmaster of Cheongun-ok put his hands in his pockets. "You have the nerve to ask?" Then he pulled out a stack of documents and threw them in front of Yu Dam-deok. "Try explaining this." Yu Dam-deok looked at the pile of papers that had fallen at his feet. "I'll explain. There's a rumor going around that Hunter Yu Dam-deok has been intentionally creating gates to spread fear and make a profit. Sounds pretty plausible, doesn't it?" A bead of sweat dripped down his cheek as he listened grimly to the guildmaster's order. "I'm warning you now, don't even think about running," he said with a stern face. "Everyone here is one of our hunters disguised as a civilian. There are at least 300 A-rank hunters on standby." The guildmaster of Cheongun-ok ordered, "Come with me." His secretary pushed up his glasses. He stared at Yu Dam-deok, who was sitting dejectedly in a corner. His hands were cuffed. "How long are you going to stay silent? You'd better just confess to your crimes involving the gates right now." Yu Dam-deok replied firmly, "Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. What the hell am I supposed to confess to? Get me a lawyer. Or are you guys planning on just detaining an innocent person like this? This is a serious abuse of power." The guildmaster was furious. "Humph, you little punk. I knew you'd say that, so I came prepared." The sound of a door sliding open was heard, and a pair of leather-shoed feet stepped inside. He introduced the newcomer. "This is the hunter who will be interrogating you." He spoke up, "Come in, Leo Lux." He was a guy covered from head to toe, with blue hair and golden eyes. Leo Lux walked past him. "Like I promised," Leo Lux said over his shoulder, "I'll get out of here during the interrogation." He didn't turn back to say thanks. He just stood there, staring at Yu Dam-deok, not sure what to say. The kid looked up at him. "So, we meet again, Leo Lux." Leo Lux's face darkened. "Let's get this straight. I don't give a damn what you're doing." He started to channel his blue energy. "I just need to know one thing." An aura of energy immediately flared up around Leo Lux. "Where is Elia, my sister?" Yu Dam-deok was completely unfazed. "How the hell should I know? If you're looking for Elia, you should go ask Du-yun." He stared down at the kid, not even hiding his contempt. "Fine. Different question then," Leo Lux said. "Where is Ju So-yul? I haven't found a trace of her in Korea for the last month." Yu Dam-deok flinched. "What? Ju So-yul still hasn't come back to Korea?" His voice was laced with panic. "But she said she was bringing 5 mages back with her. Did something happen to Ju So-yul?" In a lavish palace, blood dripped onto the floor, adding a grotesque vibe to the splendor as someone's voice rang out. "Your Majesty, I apologize for disturbing your peace, but an outsider is requesting an audience." Lying on the floor was a blue-haired girl with snow-white skin, her entire body stained red with blood. The servant looked on and asked, "Will you be turning this one away as well?" The one he spoke to was a girl with white hair and 2 horns on her head. Elia. Queen Elia was channeling dark magic as tendrils of black energy swirled out from her, everywhere. Elia stared at the blue-haired girl, her whole body seething with a dark aura, smiling, totally satisfied with what she just heard. "Tell them I agree." The blue-haired girl was being controlled by the dark energy. Her body was totally out of her control, and the aura radiating from her was just disgusting magic. Her eyes started glowing, like creepily, and she cracked this sinister smile. She stood up. "It's time." Meanwhile, Saren was arguing with some elf guard outside the palace gate. Ju So-yul thought to herself, "Yeah, Elves are usually dicks to outsiders, especially humans. She put a hand on her chin, frowning, but something felt off. A really bad vibe, like a bad omen. Looking up at the stone walls around the palace, Ju So-yul figured it might be better to just sneak in. She could still hear Saron and that guard going at it. She was trying to convince him to let them into the palace, but he was like, "Not allowed. You can't come in." But Saren, being stubborn, shot back, "Please, just let us in. We only want to talk." Just then, the gate suddenly swung open. The guard and Saren curiously turned to look at the gate where a girl with long gray hair and a sword at her hip was bowing respectfully, saying, "My apologies for the wait. The queen has ordered me to invite our honored guests into the palace. Please, come in." After getting through the gate, Ju So-yul and Saren entered a garden filled with vibrant, lush greenery. Saren gasped, "Whoa, the second we stepped through that gate, it's like we're in a whole different world." The queen of the elves appeared before them, with long, flowing green hair and standing in a place full of blooming flowers. Bathed in sunlight, she spoke softly, "Strange visitors, from beyond the dimensional gate, from the realm of steel and firelight. What do you seek from me?" Ju So-yul's expression turned serious. She paused for a beat, then said, "Before we offer our gifts, allow me to get straight to the point. Oh, Queen of the Elves, we need your help," she continued. "I know this is sudden, but we need you to join us." Hearing this, a nearby royal guard yelled, "How disrespectful to the queen." The elven queen just laughed lightly and replied, "It's all right, I want to hear the whole story." Where no one could see, her eyes curved into a crescent and glinted slightly. She thought to herself, "But not that it'll change anything." Flashing back, she thought excitedly, "Anyway, the elven queen you're looking for, I already killed her, but that's just the beginning. For my father, I will find and kill all 12 of the mages you're searching for. I'm so looking forward to it." The look of despair on your face. Ju So-yul started speaking again. "Are you aware that countless gates are appearing across all the dimensions right now?" To stop them, suddenly, the sound of a stomach rumbling cut her off mid-sentence. Ju So-yul ignored it and continued, "To stop the countless gates." This time, the sound was even louder and clearer. Ju So-yul whipped around and glared at Saron. She blushed, totally embarrassed, and tried to explain, "Isn't it obvious? I haven't eaten anything since we got here." The queen covered her mouth and chuckled. "Hee, are you hungry? It's rude to keep our honored guests standing. Before we talk, let's have a meal first." With that, the two of them were invited inside the palace. The palace was decked out in gold and white. White fabrics were draped on the walls for decoration, and an exquisite chandelier added to its elegance. When they entered the dining room, Ju So-yul and Saren saw figures in white cloaks setting the table with dishes that looked absolutely beautiful and delicious. Saren let out a little gasp of delight. "Whoa." She covered her mouth and said, "Is this heaven? Am I in heaven? Everything looks amazing." Ju So-yul replied, "Elven cuisine is famous throughout the divine realm, you know." Hearing that, Saren wiped the drool from her mouth with a little heh. Then, Ju So-yul gave a slight, respectful bow to the queen and said, "We thank you for this warm welcome, even though we arrived unannounced." The queen smiled and said, "It's nothing. Hospitality is a virtue of the elves. Please, enjoy the feast." Hearing this, Ju So-yul's voice turned low. "I am still lacking and do not know the elven prayer ritual. I hope that you, queen, could lead the prayer before the meal for me." The queen laughed, amused. Hee. For an outsider, you certainly know a lot about elven culture. In that case, allow me to pray to the primordial elves and the ancestral gods. The queen began to pray in a strange language. The moment Ju So-yul heard the prayer finish, her face darkened. She asked, "I have a question. Where is the queen?" As soon as she said it, the queen tilted her head, feigning surprise, and asked back, "I'm sorry, what did you say?" Before she could even finish, a sharp, red blade shot forward, stopping right in front of the queen's face. The queen's face remained completely calm, even as the speed of Ju So-yul's slash was so fast that the queen's hair, the furniture, everything went flying, and the long dining table was sliced clean in two. Ju So-yul slammed her blade into the imposter's arm, causing a loud crash as the wall behind her collapsed. Her eyes flashed as she said coldly, "The elven language has a clear distinction between social classes. You just used honorifics." The fake queen's arm was pierced straight through by Ju So-yul's blade, but instead of bleeding, the wound billowed with purple-black smoke. Her face was still calm, not a hint of fear. She chuckled, her voice mocking, "And here I thought I'd changed my form so perfectly." The fake queen suddenly started radiating an eerie purple-black smoke. Her face began to transform, with one half of it turning black. She laughed wickedly and said, "What a shame." Suddenly, she launched an energy orb at Saren, making her cry out in shock. After it was fired, the orb destroyed a huge area around them. As the dust settled, the fake queen's true form was revealed. She was a small girl with white hair tipped with sea green, yellow eyes, and two sharp horns on her head. She smirked and said, "Ha, I was hoping I could actually hurt that one, but I guess that's still a bit much for me, huh? Hearing this, Ju So-yul emerged from the smoke and dust. She glared at her with ice-cold eyes and scowled. Elia, what the hell are you plotting here? Elia sighed and replied, Oh, nothing major. Just one of the primordial children, the Elven Queen. I just went ahead and killed her. Elia continued, It's because I know you guys are gathering the primordial children around you, GM. As she spoke, her arms secretly gathered power. Then she unleashed blades made of her own energy, screaming like a maniac. So there's no way I'm gonna let you get what you want. Saren blocked the blades, wincing as she cried out, Ugh, what is going on? As the blades were about to hit Ju So-yul, she stayed completely silent. Then, her eyes flashed fiercely, and she raised her two blades. Ju So-yul's feet moved slightly, her dark blue hair whipping behind her, and while Saren was still struggling with the blades Elia had launched, Ju So-yul had already dashed to where Elia stood, slashing at her with terrifying speed. Ju So-yul lands gracefully while blood spurts from the gash she left on Elia. Cough. Elia coughs up blood, but she's still laughing like a maniac. Heh, guess facing you head-on is still a bit much for me. Her wound starts to regenerate. Elia smirks and continues. If it weren't for the body he gave me, I'd be dead for sure. But, oh well. Too bad for you. As her wound completely heals, she laughs menacingly and adds, I've stalled for more than enough time. Ju So-yul is shocked. Wait, you guys couldn't close the gate in Korea, could you? Elia's eyes widen as a twisted smile spreads across her face. Why do you think I'd waste my time here with you people? Hearing that, Ju So-yul is horrified. Could it be? Over in Korea, the sky darkens as a crack begins to spread across it. The people below can only stare up in curiosity. Elia's voice drones on from the other side. That pathetic excuse for a barrier you put up was torn to shreds a long time ago, and through that opening, the great demon has arrived. From the crack in the sky, a figure in a demon mask slowly emerges and raises a hand. Suddenly, an immense power slams down right into the middle of the city. Elia's voice cuts in mockingly. I'm so curious, how long can Yu Dam-deok hold out against the god of death, now that he's regained all of his power? Heh. The once peaceful city is now nothing but a pile of smoldering ruins. In the middle of that chaos, the demon-masked figure lands nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Ju So-yul's eyes widen, her jaw hanging open. Ju So-yul starts to lose it, sweat pouring down her face as panic takes over her mind. No way, this can't be happening. A glowing system window appears in mid-air, strange characters glittering across the screen as if waiting for a choice. Ju So-yul freezes for a second, her eyes glued to the glowing selection boxes. Elia has to be lying just to escape. Without another moment's hesitation, she raises her hand, her finger expertly gliding over the familiar lines of text. A prominent line of text hangs in the middle, with two glowing boxes below it, one for confirmation, the other a clear denial. The moment her fingertip touches the screen, the space around her trembles, as if the entire world is holding its breath for her decision. The second her finger makes contact, the panel flashes red and lets out a piercing alarm. A line of text appears in the center. Teleportation to area is not possible. Ju So-yul's eyes widen. She's completely stunned, her heart dropping into her stomach. Suddenly, Elia, who was standing nearby, speaks up, her voice dripping with cold satisfaction. She slowly walks closer, a sneer playing on her lips. Heh, what's wrong? Something not working out for you? She leans in slightly, her posture openly mocking, as if she's looking down on some pathetic loser. Her contempt is obvious in every move. Right now, your world, Earth, is outside the system's jurisdiction. That's because the old god of death received his power directly from God. A swirling ball of vibrant purple energy forms in Elia's palm, flickering and letting out a low hiss. This energy isn't just simple magic. It's pure, condensed hatred, chaos, and evil power. She smirks, gently rotating the sphere in her hand. Her voice echoes, soft yet venomous, as if mocking the fear growing inside her enemy. So, how does it feel? Even if your senses have been worn down by all those regressions, you can still feel it, can't you? That feeling of utter helplessness, knowing that everything precious to you is being destroyed, and you can't do a single thing to stop it. With that, Elia doesn't hesitate. She unleashes her attack on Ju So-yul, a gleeful, twisted look of satisfaction on her face. Go on. Savor that pain and let it really sink in. Elsewhere, in a small room, an alarm blares. Code red! Code red! The sound shrieks with urgency, red light reflecting off the metal walls, making the entire room look like it's been bathed in blood. In the room, a man in a long cloak stands perfectly still, his back to us amidst the flashing lights. The other man, whose hair hangs over his forehead, shivers slightly as if sensing something horrible. Mixed with the siren is a cold, urgent announcement over the intercom. All combat-ready hunters report to the central plaza immediately. I repeat, all hunters currently in the building. Report to the central plaza. After a brief pause, the voice comes back, even clearer. Let me rephrase that announcement. An unidentified ancient tree and one individual have emerged from the gate. All branches within a 5-kilometer radius of the gate have gone dark. All combat-ready hunters converge on the central plaza immediately. Yu Dam-deok freezes, his eyes widen in shock. An ancient tree and one person. A rattling sound comes from behind him, his wrists tense, muscles bulging under his skin. Yu Dam-deok strains, pouring all of his strength into the cuffs binding his hands. A faint screech of metal can be heard over the blaring alarms. The warning echoes in his mind. If that god of death is behind this, then sending the hunters there is just a suicide mission. In an instant, the iron cuffs on Yu Dam-deok's wrists crack and shatter, sending shiny metal fragments clattering to the floor. The red alarm light washes over his resolute face, illuminating his cold features. Yu Dam-deok steps forward, his posture straight and his steps firm. He growls, "Move, Leo Lux. I have to get to the gate." It's as if in that moment, he knows he's the only one who can do anything. I have to stop him. Leo Lux was already on guard. The moment Yu Dam-deok broke his cuffs, he instantly took a defensive stance. Sparks of electricity flared to life, coiling around his body like hissing snakes ready to strike. His eyes turned fierce, his brows furrowing in anger. He gritted his teeth and ordered, his voice dangerously low, "We're not finished here. Sit. Down." Yu Dam-deok was frantic, but he kept his cool and tried to reason with him. "The situation has changed. I don't have time to play these games with you. You have no idea what just came through that gate." Smoke began to billow around Yu Dam-deok's feet as he settled into a stance, ready to move at a moment's notice. His voice dropped. "So move." Yu Dam-deok takes off, darting past Leo Lux so quickly that his cloak flaps wildly in the wind. His eyes briefly meet the other man's, not with confrontation, but with sheer desperation and iron-willed resolve. "I don't have any more time to waste." Leo Lux stands motionless, bathed in the flickering blue light of the electricity surrounding him. The wind from Yu Dam-deok's dash hasn't even settled, his silver hair still fluttering. "I know." Before his words even fade, a massive bolt of blue lightning tears through the air, heading straight for Yu Dam-deok. Yu Dam-deok barely has time to turn before the blast is on him. He throws himself to the side, sliding across the floor. Leo Lux was practically radiating bloodlust, aiming his weapon right at Dam-deok. One move, and he'd strike without a second thought. His face was grim, and the blue glow of electricity surrounding him made him look all high and mighty. He lowered his voice, telling him that monsters had come through the gate. And just from the panicked look on your face, it's obvious you saw it with your own eyes. This is a whole different level of screwed up compared to last time. Leo Lux's eyes narrowed as he snarled. "Even so, I'm not letting you go anywhere until you tell me where Elia is. Sure, I care about this world, but it's nothing compared to Elia. My little sister." Dam-deok froze mid-step in the glowing red hallway. His back trembled slightly, his hands clenched into tight fists. He was completely on edge. Outside, the sky was already choked with a thick, ominous purple fog. Right in the middle of the city, a massive, ancient tree, black as pitch, shot up like it clawed its way out of the abyss. Its roots ripped through buildings, tearing up foundations, while its branches reached for the sky like some monster's claws. Innocent civilians were getting smacked aside by the branches, scattering and stampeding over each other like a busted anthill. The whole scene was pure chaos, like something out of a war movie. Everyone was screaming their heads off. "Ah, somebody help me!" The giant tree was thrashing its branches around like it had gone insane, each heavy swing making the ground shake. The panicked crowd had mostly cleared out, but one girl was still booking it, her desperate footsteps echoing. The shadow of a branch fell over her back like a final warning. She glanced back as she ran, her eyes wide with terror, thinking this was it. This was how she was going to die. What a shame. She never even got to become a rich sugar mama with a bunch of boy toys. Total despair flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, a red streak tore through the air like a flash of lightning. Guri leaped up, slicing the massive branch in two with his sharp sword. He shot her a look, his fiery red eyes barely glancing at her for a split second. His brow furrowed as he barked, his voice as cold as steel. "What are you still doing here? Scram, don't get in my way." The girl flinched, her face pale as she stammered, Thank you," before bolting for her life. Guri stood guard in front of her, scowling and muttering, "Ch, of all the damn times." The monstrous tree was still on a rampage, relentlessly spewing out waves of dark energy. Swirls of black energy coiled around its trunk, hissing like shrieks from hell itself. The air was so thick it was hard to breathe, sending a chill of pure fear down anyone's spine. Right in front of the tree stood the old death matron, blocking the way. She was as still as a statue, but the pressure she gave off was terrifyingly heavy. It was like she was the final gatekeeper standing between this world and total annihilation. Guri was still there, always ready for a fight against whatever was in front of him, but he knew he couldn't take these guys on alone, and a hint of worry crept in. Damn Duke. Jusu Yoon. Where the hell are you guys? The old woman narrowed her eyes in contempt, her deep voice rumbling with menace and disgust. Let's see now, one useless little punk. But you reek of that little magician brat. She tilted her head up, her voice dropping. I spared that hairy beast that was lying around inside the gate. He froze, like something just clicked. Ah, I get it now. All of you have some kind of connection to that brat. From inside the tree trunk, a figure with pure white fur flashed into view. He grit his teeth in rage, and Etten punched his way out, tearing the wood apart. He roared, his voice hoarse but powerful. Run, Guri, this thing. It's not something we can handle. Etten's arm, covered in white fur, shot out straight towards the old death matron. The raw power ripped the surrounding tree trunk to shreds. It tore like scrap paper. In the middle of the chaos, his voice rang out, urgent and filled with worry. Go find our master. The old woman slowly looked up, her gaze filled with pure hatred as it swept over him. She let out a faint, mocking laugh. Chick, how pathetic. The old hag raised her hand, and instantly, massive branches shot out like living snakes, wrapping tightly around both Etten and Guri. She didn't even bother to hide her confidence. In her eyes, those two were nothing but trash. Just try to hang on a little longer. I'm gonna rip you to shreds right in front of that kid. No need to be in a hurry. Faced with the horrifying scene before him, Guri was stunned. His whole body went rigid, and all the color drained from his face. His eyes were wide with panic as a hoarse scream tore from his throat. No! Right after Guri's shout, streaks of blue lightning slashed across the sky, shooting down like ice-cold spears. In a split second, the wave of incoming branches was sliced into tiny pieces, raining down to the ground. Guri instinctively threw an arm up to shield his face, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his heart hammering against his ribs. Following the volley of lightning, a figure plummeted from the sky like a crashing thunderbolt. The ground shook from the force of his landing. In his hands, he held a massive sword, bigger than half his body, glowing brilliantly. Blue lightning still coiled around the blade, crackling in the air like a menacing growl. It was Leo Lux. He was radiating pure killing intent, his ice-cold gaze locked on his target. He said in a low voice, Good, I made it just in time. Leo Lux glanced at Guri, his expression softening for just a moment. He lowered his voice to reassure him. You did a good job. Guri yelled out in shock. Leo Lux, what are you doing here? He replied, landing with wisps of blue smoke still swirling around him. Leo Lux gave a slight nod, his voice low but firm, like a word of praise. You did good. Dam-deok stepped up right behind him, his familiar longsword in hand. Its steel blade glinted under the purple sky, ready to slice through any threat. He looked totally imposing, a confident smirk on his face. Etten, you've had it rough too. You can rest easy now and leave this to me. Behind them, Etten let out a breath as if a huge weight had been lifted, but deep in his eyes, a flicker of disappointment remained. Cough, I'm so damn useless. Guri was ecstatic, his eyes lighting up as if he'd just seen a ray of hope. His voice was choked with a mix of emotion and lingering panic. Damn, Duke. What took you so long to get here? His gaze shot back and forth between the two of them, still trying to process everything. He asked, bewildered, What is going on? Why is Leo Lux here? Dam-deok lowered his head slightly, his voice calm and steady as a faint smile touched his lips, a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. It's complicated. I'll explain everything later. Dam-deok said quietly, his voice low but firm, his gaze serious. First, we deal with that old death matron. In his line of sight, at the very center of the battlefield, one figure stood out against the hazy purple sky. A white-haired person wearing a mask stood there, defiant. She had her hands clasped behind her back, looking bizarrely calm in the middle of all the chaos. The four heroes closed in from 4 different directions, surrounding the old hag's small frame. The air grew so tense it was suffocating, the killing intent rolling off them, feeling like it could tear space itself apart. And yet, trapped in the middle of them, the old death matron didn't even flinch. She just stood there calmly, hands behind her back, her posture perfectly straight. Her white hair fluttered gently in the wind, as if absolutely nothing in this world could ever make her waver. Behind the mask was the absolute arrogance of someone who knew exactly what he was holding. In the whirlwind of the earthquake, where the old death hag was clashing with Yu Dam-deok, the guy spat out a taunt. Heh, look who it is, you arrogant little punk. Got some balls, showing up here all by yourself, huh? He stood in the middle of the wreckage, his cold hands unleashing torrents of dark power, sucking up pieces of the world like a destructive storm. They were waves that curved like they were about to swallow the entire city. The guy boasted, Fine, I'll reward you by skinning you and your little followers alive, then offering you all up to the 3 gods. But Yu Dam-deok was no pushover. His raw physical power let him block the guy's attacks, standing tall in the face of death itself. He shot back, all cool and confident. If you think this is going to be easy like last time, You're in for a rude awakening. Every step he took was solid. He was like a damn battleship in a hurricane, fearlessly charging over the debris to save lives. He soared into the wind, his sword slicing through every single tentacle in that creep's dark energy stream. Mystical blue lightning cracked through the air, shattering it and creating a storm of chaotic fury. It was like divine whips splitting time itself, creating streaks of light like blades that ripped the darkness to shreds. Yu Dam-deok stood in the middle of the storm, his sharp sword blazing with almighty power. Light flashed from the blade like shooting stars streaking across space. The wind began to howl, and the ground began to tremble. He stood there like a hero, towering between heaven and earth, fearlessly facing off against that bastard. The guy was starting to look nervous now. His wrinkled eyes narrowed cautiously, clearly intimidated by Yu Dam-deok's power. With a grunt, he watched as the dark purple thorns were hacked to pieces by him. He stood among the filthy thorns like some vengeful spirit who hated the world, trying to look calm but totally freaking out on the inside. The guy muttered, "You're right, this time is different. I can't believe you could sever this old hag's vengeful spirit so easily." Yu Dam-deok glanced back and smirked. "Pretty reliable, wouldn't you say? I guess being number one in the world isn't just for show." Leo Lax, hidden behind a pitch-black mask, glared at him. But coming from your mouth, it just sounds like a bunch of lies." "But you haven't forgotten our deal, have you?" Yu Dam-deok replied, his face resolute. "Oh, of course not. I'll definitely keep my promise to find Elia for you, don't worry." Cut to Yu Dam-deok and Leo Lax standing face to face in a dark room. All four walls were red. Dam-deok yelled in anger, "Get the hell out of my way. While we're standing here arguing, the city's probably getting wrecked." Leo Lax shot him a dead serious glare. "Nothing else matters. As long as I find Elia, I'll do anything." With a grim look, Yu Dam-deok stared at Leo Lax. "If I have a way to find Elia, you said you'd do anything, right?" Back to the present, Yu Dam-deok was still fighting the death hag, and he charged forward. Of course, with this almighty power, he could easily rip through the waves of darkness, determined to take the old hag down. The battle exploded. The old hag unleashed her savagery with long, threatening tentacles, ready to devour everything in the hazy space. A powerful explosion echoed. The tentacles were so massive it looked like there was no way Yu Dam-deok could be saved. In this life-or-death moment, the death hag was dead set on a fight to the finish. The hag had long, disheveled gray hair and blank white eyes that stared into nothing. Its limbs were freakishly long, its body skeletal. It summoned a weird-looking flower that gave off purple smoke with strange purple flecks. It stared at the flower and mumbled, "Oh, soul-sucking flower that defies nature. Instead of rooting in the earth, you cling to the dead. You cling to the dead. Instead of reaching for the light, you hide in darkness. Even the sacred mystery of paradox itself will be corrupted by you." From the heart of the flower, a dark purple smoke slowly spread out, wrapping around the area like a thin fog, releasing an invisible, sinister energy. As Yu Dam-deok was attacking, the old hag suddenly froze in the middle of the purple smoke that was spreading everywhere. The smoke spread, covering the entire space and seeping into every corner. It blotted out the light as if it wanted to swallow everything, making Dam-deok gasp. Engulfed in the purple haze, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Poison? No, my instincts aren't screaming at me, so it can't be poison. A little too cocky, he drew his sword. A faint golden aura radiated from it. Getting lost in the dark purple miasma, he thought to himself, "Whatever this is, I'll just blast it away with my sword aura. Wave slash." Suddenly the system flashed an alert. Wave slash activation failed. External interference. Dam-deok's eyes shot wide open as he looked around, his body submerged in that toxic purple crap. It wasn't poison, it was a skill nullifying effect. This must be the Death Hag's signature power. Just as Dam-deok was trapped in the smoke, Leo Lax charged in from the outside, his sword looking totally badass. "The smoke seals your skills. Be careful, Leo Lax." Leo Lax glanced over at Dam-deok, his voice laced with mystery. "You probably haven't realized it, but I'm not from this world." Leo Lax's majestic form was revealed amidst arcs of blue lightning. "Mana is a power I've had with me since the day I was born. I've never once depended on something called skills to control it." Dam-deok just smirked. "If you only got strong by relying on skills this whole time, you should probably just give up and back off. Guess you really are something special." "All right then." With that, a golden aura began to radiate from his sword, growing brighter and brighter within the purple miasma. It was like the embodiment of justice, pushing back the overwhelming darkness. Both Leo Lax and Dam-deok shot forward like heroes saving the world. The two of them charged through the air, looking fierce and powerful. Dam-deok took the lead like a big brother. "You better keep up with me." The Death Hag raged as if they'd struck a nerve. Even with your skills sealed, you can still control mana pretty damn well, can't you?" It thrust out its skeletal hands and screamed. "Then let's see how you handle this." In the middle of a deep purple vortex, dark roots seemed to part the way for it to launch an attack at the two of them. A sword spinning deep inside that circle shot forward, faster than the speed of light, as the creature yelled its command, "Hell Tree Sword!" Dam-Dao, holding his powerful sword, yelled to Leo Lax, "Clear a path, Leo Lax!" Beneath a swirling, icy blue sky that looked like the wrath of the cosmos, the sword of justice came crashing down. It came to punish all the evil that thing had caused. Our hero controlled the vortex with epic power. White ice, black flame. Standing behind him, Leo Lax's eyes showed a hint of hesitation as he thought, just like last time, I can feel it. Your mana is seriously messed up, scary enough to destroy everything. But in that instant, his foot slammed onto the rock, wrapped in a silent storm of mystic blue lightning. Leox declared, I will break through. The blue lightning surging inside Leox got even more intense. It was like a force field, shielding him from that nasty dark aura. He totally overwhelmed the old hag and shoved his sword in her wrinkly face, blowing her mind. Right now, this fire wasn't just any fire, it was here to torch the enemy standing in his way. Blue lightning ripped through the air like angry veins in the sky, and his blade sliced through the wind, flying at the old hag with insane speed. The hag struggled helplessly, her face all scrunched up, weakly putting her bony hands up to block. I can't believe her soul tree got pierced that damn easily. Using a skill like that is supposed to be crazy hard, right? Leox didn't waste a second. Like he was the master of that blue tornado, he yelled, "Don't get shocked yet, this is nothing." The hag's jaw was on the floor. She was totally bug-eyed. How is this possible? How can a mere human have this kind of power? Night falls. The sky's full of glittery stars and a bright golden moon. And there, on this massive cliff, Medusa is just sprawled out, completely wasted. Cough. Cough. She opens her eyes wide, taking everything in. Damn, this monster. I really thought I could have stalled for a bit longer. Then, out of nowhere in the darkness, a crack in space rips open, looking like a frickin' galaxy. Smoke starts to curl up from where Medusa is lying. She blurts out, I can't believe you actually thought about going through the gate, jumping through dimensions. Cough, cough, unbelievable. Another psycho pulling a stunt like this. She thinks, great, it's gonna take me a hot minute to recover this time. Whatever, it doesn't even matter now. The shimmering light of the full moon appears again in the night, and Medusa's voice echoes. Because Ragnarok has already started. Cutscene. We see Dam-Deok, his face a mask of horror, eyes wide like he just got slapped back to reality. He screams for Du-Yoon. A vision of Ju So-yul appears, surrounded by this sinister purple aura. Her beautiful silhouette is standing right on the edge of death. She looks like an ant next to an elephant, not even half the size of these huge-ass trees. Her hair whips around as she glances over her shoulder and says one word, Saren. Right in front of her is Dam-Deok, fighting like a total badass. She starts walking towards him in her red high heels. Yeah, cutscene. A red circle, filled with weird symbols and geometric patterns, appears on the ground. Like I said, I already used a spell to block out the screams. Dam-Deok complains, what the hell took you guys so long? You didn't even bother to hit us up or anything. Du-Yoon glances back and shoots. Elia held us up. Suddenly, another voice cuts into their conversation. Turns out, Elia was still with Ju So-yul. Leox ignores Guri, who's holding his head all dizzy in the background, and steps up to ask, Eli, where's my little brother right now? Then, a super vicious voice cuts in. Leox, what are you doing here? It's the freaking death hag. Its face is still a wrinkly, ancient mess, like it's never heard of a facelift, but its mouth is wide enough to swallow the whole sky, and its pupils are just these tiny little dots. That messed up face opens its mouth, and out comes its signature raspy, deep voice. How dare these punks act so casual in front of me? Its bony hands, tipped with razor-sharp claws, appear out of the wreckage. The thing instantly casts a spell, dropping what looks like a freaking nuke on them, like a sign that the world's about to end. But then, out of the smoke, Ju So-yul appears and just sticks out her tiny arm to block it. She whips around and says in a total leader voice, we'll talk later. Use this to get your strength back. Dam-Deok pulls out a golden apple, grinning from ear to ear. A golden apple. Even though no one knows what kind of power is packed into that thing, the old hag is already freaking out. The hag's eyes go wide, so wide you can see every single blood vessel. Dam-Deok says, listen up. The death hag's biggest trick is regeneration. We need enough firepower to completely overwhelm it. The hag screams, you arrogant little brats. It digs its hands into the ground and rips up a massive chunk of earth, like it's about to eat the whole city. The others yell, what is she doing? She's so full of herself. Ju So-yul says cautiously, if this turns into a battle of attrition, we're definitely gonna lose. Ju So-yul dashes forward, leaving Dam-Deok standing there like a total idiot. I'll keep her busy. You guys figure out a plan. Dam-Deok is just stunned, like, what? Hold on, he grits his teeth. Damn it. Figure out a plan, she says. Easy for her to say. I already used my ultimate attack, White Ice Black Flame, and it didn't even scratch her. So what the hell am I supposed to do now? He stares at the hag's severed arm, thinking, hold on. It took that huge hit and it's perfectly fine? But just a second ago, a normal slash from Ju So-yul chopped off the hag's finger. He thinks, that proves her body isn't actually that tough. So why the hell didn't my attack work before? Did she use some kind of defense spell or something? No, of course she did. It'd be weird if she didn't. Okay, so if Ju So-yul's attack was a sneak attack that caught the hag off guard, he feels the wind whip past his feet, then it's obviously not some passive ability that activates on its own, like a blessing or a gut feeling, if that's the case. After thinking for a bit, Dam-deok calls out, Saren, get a spell ready. Take all the time you need, but make it your strongest, most hardcore one. Saren just smirks. Ha ha ha, perfect. I've been itching to try out a new move anyway. Dam-deok then orders Leox, back up Saren's spell. Leox gives him a look. Fine, let's give it a shot. Dam-deok's voice rings out again. Guri, Etten, you two go back up Ju So-yul. Just keep the Death Hag from pulling off any big moves. Guri accepts with total confidence. You can count on us. And Etten, stroking his super long beard, chimes in, I will complete this mission, for the honor of the Frost King. Dam-deok holds up the golden apple with a wicked grin. All right then. And with that, the crew charges forward, not even flinching as they're about to get sucked into that endless whirlpool of dark, nasty energy. Let's do this. The hag screams helplessly. You insolent punks! How dare you! Saren flies up like some magical girl from Winx, all sparkly and yellow, getting ready to blast the old hag. But the hag is still running her mouth. Fine, I'll teach you little shits your place myself. Look at these little gnats. Leox grimaces. This mana flow. It's insane. Someone else adds, just guiding the mana without that monster down there, noticing is already pushing our limits. Meanwhile, Sarone is in the middle of her chant. Her silky golden hair is whipping around in the wind, and she's muttering some weird language that only she understands. Saren opens her eyes, trying her best to hide how scared she is. Damn, casting a spell this big with no prep time really is a pain in the ass. Etten is fighting like a beast, like he's 90% pure muscle, going toe-to-toe with the old hag. Down below, Leox is acting as the spotter. Everything's ready. Send the signal down. Lucky for us, they're losing steam down there. He snaps his fingers, unleashing mystical blue lightning. Ju So-yul, who was using her knife to block the power flowing from the creature's skeletal arms, suddenly turned around as if she had sensed something. In the heat of battle, a voice warned Biriam Etten to retreat immediately. Like an angel, Saren rose into the air, carried by a golden wave of magic toward a circle filled with strange symbols. She unleashed a wave of miraculous power upon the world, catching the old death goddess completely off guard. She yelled with authority, You've been waiting for this, haven't you? Eat this, you monster. Ju So-yul's entire body was stained with blood. Her body went limp on the ground. She was unresponsive, her face pale, her eyes shut tight as if she were sinking into darkness. In a panic, Yu Dam-deok screamed in desperation, Ju So-yul, wake up! Cold sweat streamed down the young man's cheeks. His eyes were filled with fear. He tried to use a healing skill, but it had no effect. Yu Dam-deok was stunned. The healing skill wasn't working. But then, he had a sudden realization. Olympus. That's right. If I can get her there, she can be saved. The system began to activate, and a blue notification popped up, signaling that the spatial transfer was in progress. Target confirmed. Initiating spatial transfer to Olympus. A split second later, a red warning appeared, and the entire process was aborted. Reason. Destination rejected. A sense of dread began to spread. System error warning. Olympus has refused the transmission. He slammed his clenched fist into the ground, sending debris flying. In the purple light of the combat zone, his enraged roar echoed. Damn it. Why now of all times? Yu Dam-deok's face was contorted with frustration, his teeth clenched, his eyes burning with rage. How the hell am I supposed to get to Olympus now? Ju So-yul's slender arm suddenly rose, tugging at the hem of Yu Dam-deok's shirt, a final act from a body that was fading fast. Her pale lips moved, letting out a faint sound. She whispered, as if clinging to life by a thread of sheer will. Stop. Her eyes were half closed, her body heavy and splotched with blood. Her voice was quiet, but laced with urgency. Hurry. Get out of here. Ju So-yul was weak. Olympus is probably busy blocking the gate to the divine realm, and using the human world as bait. The words struck Yu Dam-deok like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened in horror, his gaze filled with fear and denial. He was losing it. Ju So-yul, don't say that. He took her blood-soaked hands, which were growing cold, gripping them tightly as if to hold on to the last fragile spark of life. He yelled, Snap out of it! Ju So-yul leaned weakly against him, like a paper doll coming apart at the seams. Even so, she was lucid enough to face the harsh reality. Her vacant eyes struggled to stay focused on him. I don't have any divine power left. To sustain my body, she continued weakly. So, Just run. He squeezed her hand again, but her grip was weakening, slipping away from reality. Blood still oozed, still red, but the sounds she made were growing fainter. With your current power, you still have a chance to stop it. As soon as she finished speaking, her hands slowly let go, falling like a dry leaf from a branch. Yu Dam-deok froze, his eyes glazed over, completely unresponsive. Only fear and emptiness consumed him. He hugged her tightly, as if he could crush the pain away with enough force. It was as if the world itself felt his pain. The ground shook, the air seemed to freeze, and he roared, "Ju Soyol!" The scene changes. In the middle of a ruined city, a massive creature stood tall, its skin a sickly purple, its body as muscular as rock, with an ugly face twisted into a ferocious grin. It bared its teeth like a predator. It looked around, its mouth hanging open provocatively. So this is the place they call Earth? It planted both hands on the ground, pushing itself up and letting out a low growl. I'm already starting to like this place. Suddenly, it whipped its head around, its gaze as sharp as a knife, locking onto a specific direction, its face showing a dangerous curiosity. A grotesque creature stood behind Yu Dam-deok, whose face was dark, his mind completely numb. The monster tilted its head slightly, its razor-sharp eyes scanning the boy's body as it muttered in disbelief. The monster wondered, its raspy voice echoing, "What's this? There's still a human left alive?" Not wasting the opportunity, it immediately wound up and swung its giant fist forward, aiming to crush Yu Dam-deok. Its face twisted with hate, it managed to let out a sickening chuckle. Heh. I was worried if I got here too late, there'd be nothing left for me. But I guess I'm in luck. Its mouth opened wide as if to tear the air itself, and a horrifying roar burst out. Die, you piece of trash. Too bad for it. It picked the wrong guy to mess with. Just as the punch was about to land, a blade flashed, and the monster's forearm was sliced clean off. The cut was shockingly clean, as if made by an industrial guillotine. The severed arm fell to the ground, gushing blue blood. It stared in shock at its missing limb, not believing its eyes. A piercing shriek echoed through the air, reverberating as if it could tear space itself. The monster clutched its severed arm, pain and horror twisting its face. The one who had attacked was Yu Dam-deok. His head was bowed, tears streaming down his cheeks, each drop hitting the cold ground, mixing with the tragic atmosphere. Yu Dam-deok whispered, "Why?" His teeth ground together with a heavy, grating sound. What the hell was it all for? His once stoic face was now scorched with rage, his chest heaving, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Yu Dam-deok demanded, his voice low but fierce. "Why can't you people just leave us alone?" His eyes were like daggers, and every word he uttered felt like it was carved into flesh. What sin did humanity commit to deserve to die like this? The monster roared, a sound so powerful it made the ground tremble, its face a mask of both fury and fear. It bellowed, "My arm! You dare cut off my arm!" But then, a mocking look flashed across its face as a new arm sprouted from the stump, as if it had never been injured. It raised that new arm, its eyes filled with defiance. "You think I was actually going to say that?" Its face gloating, it said coldly, "I am the god of regeneration. A wound like this is nothing." Not giving his enemy a chance to recover, Yu Dam-deok attacked with a storm of slashes, each sharp cut looking like it could tear the world apart. The blue light from his blade sliced through the darkness, dicing the monster's body into hundreds of scattered pieces. He struck without hesitation, his expression calm but as sharp as a dagger. The scattered pieces of the monster's body reflected his face like a shattered mirror. Even though the reflection was incomplete, his cold, sharp eyes and steely voice cut through the bloody mist. Yu Dam-deok growled, "Shut up." The creature's face was now cut into several pieces, the slices straight and clean, as if a sharp blade had cut through paper. The grotesque creature froze completely, its eyes bulging in terror. A hiss escaped its lips, no longer arrogant, but almost like a plea. But hold on, Yu Dam-deok gave it zero chance to fight back. He raised his sword, which glowed with a blue aura, its tip aimed straight at the enemy's head. He lunged forward, his eyes blazing with an intensity that could burn through anything. The blade came down without a shred of mercy, tearing the monster's body into countless pieces. The impact was so powerful that the aftershock shook the very fabric of space. Yu Dam-deok stood tall, his imposing figure shimmering in the blue light like a war god straight out of a legend. He lifted his head, a towering silhouette amidst the storm of the monster's exploding remains raining down around him. Yu Dam-deok's eyes were as emotionless as a still lake, flashing with cold contempt. A god of regeneration? What a joke. More like a pathetic bug. Just then, the system suddenly appeared before his eyes. A silver notification glowed in the blood-soaked space. "You have acquired a new power." Another line of text appeared. Super regeneration was the strongest ability of that unlucky monster. Yu Dam-deok's voice was ice cold. "Don't get cocky throwing that god title around. The second you show your faces, I'll tear you to pieces and crush you under my heel like the disgusting bugs you are." At that moment, Against the vibrant purple sky, a monster appeared with a slithering body, long, scythe-like hands, a pointed head with backward-facing spikes, and eyes that glowed with a sharp light. He spoke in a low, grating voice. How arrogant. Beside him stood a tall creature in a long robe, its arms crossed and its face hidden by a mask. It slowly sized Yu Dam-deok up. He looks pretty strong, I guess. Neither of them was in a hurry. They just stood there silently, their gazes seeming to measure Yu Dam-deok's every breath. The robed one continued contemptuously. But he's nothing special. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them suddenly shot down from the sky like two black arrows tearing through the wind, aiming straight for him. Instinctively sensing the killing intent descending upon him, he immediately snapped back into maximum alert, his eyes locked onto the approaching enemies, unwavering. He slid 1 foot back slightly, getting into the perfect stance to move. Like a predator, he shifted his center of gravity, ready to counterattack. The air around him felt like it was melting, tense as a drawn bowstring. Yu Dam-deok launched himself upward, swinging his sword powerfully at the charging robed figure. The tip of the blade struck its mask, yet the attack didn't leave a single scratch. Behind the mask, its expression remained indifferent, as if watching a clumsy joke. It taunted, "It's useless. With my power, attacks like that won't even leave a scratch." But in that exact moment, the blade of his sword suddenly twisted deeper, as if guided by an invisible force. From the point of contact, wisps of light blue smoke began to radiate, seeping through the mask, silently corroding and spreading, to the enemy's complete shock. He stood motionless in the heart of the battle, his stance as solid as a rock statue, the tip of his sword still aimed firmly at his foe. From the sword, blue light billowed up like a living flame, gradually expanding to envelop the entire area. It incinerated every inch of flesh on the monster, which shrieked in agony. The chaotic energy and the fiercely burning blue flames made the other monster lose its cool. It roared, its eyes spitting fire, unable to stop itself from lunging forward. "Get out of the way!" But the blue flame didn't back down. It swirled with the wind, erupting like a savage storm and rushing forward, incinerating him in an instant. Caught completely off guard, the monster let out a furious scream. "Damn it, it's just fire!" If you can be pierced like this, then it's over. Yu Dam-deok's hair reflected the blue flames, shimmering like burning jade. Without giving the enemy a moment to defend, he leaped into the air and brought his sword down in a powerful slash, the wind screaming as it tore through the chaos. Immediately, the freakish monster used its long, snake-like body to coil around him. From behind, its scythe-like arm swung down hard, the first step of its wicked plan. First, the right arm. A razor-sharp slash, and his right arm was severed from his body. Bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying through the air. The monster looked at the bloody wound with glee, its eyes shining with a twisted delight. It gloated. A one-armed swordsman. What easy prey. But before it could finish its sentence, a hand suddenly shot out from behind and grabbed its tail, squeezing with enough force to send a shockwave through its entire body. It was none other than Yu Dam-deok. The right arm that had just been severed had already grown back, stronger and more solid than ever, thanks to the power he had just absorbed. Without wasting a second, he grabbed the monster's tail and hurled it forward like a piece of trash. Thrown so suddenly, the monster couldn't react, its eyes wide with unconcealed terror. The monster screamed, "What the hell?" Before it could even recover, he closed the distance in a flash. He clenched his fist and threw a punch as powerful as a thunderbolt, smashing it straight into the monster's head. The impact was so massive that the ground beneath them shattered, sending debris flying like rain against the pitch-black sky. Thick, green blood trickled from the monster's mouth, its eyes filled with panic. It couldn't believe what it was seeing. It stammered, You regenerated your arm?" Then, as if suddenly realizing the truth, a glint of fear flashed in its eyes. Its voice trembled. "Gok, this bastard. He's absorbed our power." At that moment, the blue system window appeared amidst the ruins, glowing with the power he was using. Super regeneration, as if it had been amplified 1,000 times over. Yu Dam-deok didn't stop. A continuous barrage of punches slammed into the monster's long body, making green blood flow like a river. His face was ice cold, his stern gaze locked on his target, as if he was unleashing all his fury on that detestable creature. Not giving it a second to recover, he poured all his strength into one final move, completely finishing off the snake-like creature, its body bursting apart under the irresistible force. Out of nowhere, the masked enemy reappeared. It stood still for a moment, its gaze darkening as it saw its trusted comrades smashed to bits without mercy. Annoyance was clear on the face hidden behind the mask. It backed up, bringing its right hand back to build momentum for a deadly counterattack. A hoarse voice rasped as if through gritted teeth. "That crazy monster. And he's not normal." But before it could charge, its body froze. Its eyes widened as the entire battle flashed through its mind, and the realization terrified it. It muttered, "Could he be? Master God level? A god like that wasn't part of our plan." Not daring to delay any longer, it immediately turned to look at the space behind the thick black smoke where countless other creatures were still hiding. It roared out an order. "All units, retreat immediately. We'll gather reinforcements and come back." But before it could even turn around, a streak of light flashed like lightning. A razor-sharp blade swept past, cleanly severing its lower leg in a single slice. It screamed, collapsing onto the fractured ground as a pained groan escaped its throat. Just then, a small sword fell from the sky and plunged into the ground, barely a hand's breadth from its face. The sudden shock made it stop screaming, its eyes unconsciously fixed on the quivering blade. He struggled to twist around, trying to push himself up. But the second he lifted his head, his eyes locked onto hundreds of swords just hanging in the air. They were glowing with a blue light, like a freaking galaxy coming together, and every single one was pointed right at him. Dam-deok stood under this storm of blades, his hand raised as if conducting it all, his face like some god of judgment, which made the monster totally lose it. "Hold it." His voice echoed in the dead silence, sharp as a sword slash, cutting off all other sound. Then, calm as anything, he spoke as if he were just announcing a sentence that was already set in stone. "You're not getting away now." His face was set like stone as he slowly raised a hand, clenched it into a fist, and aimed it straight forward. Instantly, the hundreds of glowing swords in the air got the message, and all at once, they shot down like a meteor shower from hell. The masked freak didn't even have time to react before his body was skewered by countless blades. Agonized hisses escaped his throat, his eyes bulging with pain and panic. Dam-deok didn't stop. He shot forward in a single bound and slammed his foot down on the creature's head, grinding it deep into the cracked earth. The force sent out shockwaves, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The enemy could only roar, totally humiliated and powerless under the boot of his executioner. The mask was cracked, and his head began to splinter bit by bit under the pressure. In that moment, for the first time, real fear showed on the monster's face. He looked pathetic. "I'm so scared. I don't want to die." Dam-deok finally spoke, his voice as cold and hard as steel. "Just die." There wasn't a shred of sympathy in his eyes, only the empty judgment of someone born to wipe out evil. And just like that, he was erased from this world. A tide of blue gushed out, soaking the ground beneath them. That filthy existence was finally snuffed out. In that exact moment, a hand gently landed on Dam-deok's shoulder from behind, and a familiar, deep voice broke the silence of the ruins. "That's enough." It was Leo Lux, standing behind him. His gaze was calm and deep, and he gently patted his shoulder, as if trying to pull him back from the edge of his fury. He spoke softly. "He's already dead. Stop now and pull yourself together," he added, his voice steady but heavy with meaning. "It might not be too late." Hearing this, Dam-deok whipped around, his eyes wide with shock. He was stunned. "What?" The two faced each other, and not another sound was made. Leo Lux looked him dead in the eye and began his story. "My home was destroyed too, by monsters that poured out of a gate. Yeah, the situation back then was just like this one." He looked down, continuing his story slowly. "In the middle of that hellscape, I ended up running into the gate by accident, and from there, I started crossing through dimensions. A hazy image appeared. Inside the gate, it looked like a giant tree, its branches spreading out into different parallel worlds." Leo Lux's voice echoed through that maze of space. "Inside the gate, endless worlds are all tangled up, overlapping each other like the branches of a tree. In that maze, I saw it with my own eyes, pathways connecting to all kinds of different dimensions." Dam-deok stood there, like he'd forgotten how to breathe. Those words were like a shot of life for a hope he thought was long dead. He was floored. "So, you mean?" Their eyes met, and it felt like time just stopped. Leo Lux knew exactly what he was thinking. His lips barely moved as he said calmly, "Yeah, I can't promise we can save her." Then, as if a faint possibility sparked in his mind, his eyes flashed with resolve. "But if you're willing to bet your life on it, crossing dimensions is possible." Dam-deok was stunned into silence. A tiny, final sliver of hope had just appeared in the abyss of his despair. Yu Dam-deok's face was a mask of pure shock, a fire lighting up his eyes from amidst the ashes. He asked in disbelief, "You mean, we can actually get to Olympus?" His fists clenched so tight his knuckles went white, and his voice rang out, solid and without a single shred of hesitation. "Then it's a no-brainer. Of course we're going." Suddenly, a horrifying noise ripped through the air. A massive object slammed into a skyscraper in the distance, setting off an explosion like a bomb had just dropped. A plume of dust shot into the sky, making him whip around to stare right at where it hit. Out of the rubble, some weird creature appeared. It had the head of a goat but the body of a man, tall and wearing a long, flowing cloak. It stood there, towering over the wrecked rooftop. He spoke in a low voice. "Unbelievable. Where the hell did the guys in charge of this sector go?" He scanned the devastated landscape below, and his eyes suddenly locked with two humans staring up at him. A flash of surprise crossed his monstrous face. He looked shocked. Wait, there are still people alive here? Dam-deok narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade as he locked onto the new target. Great! Another one shows up. He didn't see any of his allies, just two leftover humans who looked weak and pathetic. His face twisted, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He grumbled, "Don't tell me they got beaten by these pathetic humans." Meanwhile, conflicting thoughts were racing through Dam-deok's mind. He knew that if he left now, it would be a total disaster. His eyes were a storm of conflict. He clenched his jaw, gritting his teeth as he growled, "Damn it! What the hell am I supposed to do?" Just then, a voice echoed through the air like a call from the gods themselves. Divine Sword Union. A figure appeared, white hair, sword in hand. It was Param. The ground rumbled, and buildings shook like they were waking up. Both Dam-deok and the goat-headed thing looked toward the weird light. One of them steeled himself, ready for a fight, while the other looked totally baffled, seeing something like this for the very first time. A fiery red sword cut through the air and shot straight for the monster. Dam-deok just stood there, his eyes wide in absolute awe at the insane spectacle. He quickly glanced over at whoever launched the attack, trying to see who could pull off such a devastating move so easily. And yeah, Dam-deok recognized the familiar silhouette right away. He was shocked. Guri. The guy had just landed, head down, looking seriously pissed. He clicked his tongue. Damn, I was saving that move to surprise everyone in the tournament. He lifted his head, his eyes as sharp as daggers, and Guri's voice cut through the ruins. Stop screwing around. Get going before it's too late. Knowing full well Dam-deok was hesitating because of Shu Yun, he hit him with a reality check. That crazy old bat can hold her own. These small fry are nothing. It was like Dam-deok snapped out of a trance. His expression was a mix of surprise and admiration as he muttered, "Guri." In the distance, the goat-headed monster was missing its entire left side. Even so, he struggled back up, his face twisted in rage. He coughed violently and then growled, "Cough! Damn it! You arrogant little punks." The second he said that, he raised his remaining arm, getting ready to cast some dark magic as his whole body started radiating a pitch-black aura. Just then, a woman's voice cut in, soft but firm, like an order you just couldn't refuse. Not so fast. A flash of energy erupted from the opposite rooftop. A brilliant light exploded, tearing the whole top floor apart and blowing the monster to bits. The space around them shook violently. It was Saron. Her hair flew in the wind, one fist clenched while the other reached forward, her eyes burning with resolve. Her voice was strained. There's no time to hesitate. Just go. Though her face was tense from the fight, her eyes were already glistening with tears. Her voice cracked. Olympus. Whatever it is, it can save Shu Yun, right? But then she pulled herself together, her tone becoming solid. We'll take care of things here. With tears welling in her eyes, she looked at Dam-deok, her voice filled with all her remaining hope. Please, take care of Du-yu. He looked up at her, his gaze softening as he accepted the responsibility. He whispered, Saren. The scene flashes back to a distant past when the world of magic was drowning in chaos, crushed by the forces of darkness. Back then, Dam-deok single-handedly crushed the chaos. A deep male voice began to narrate. When the gate to the magical world lost control, you saved my world. The image of him with that cocky grin, his face splattered with blood and covered in cuts, was forever burned into that man's memory. The man continued slowly. I swore to myself back then that no matter what, I would protect your world. The face belonged to Et. Now, his eyes were firm and his voice decisive. Same here. I finally get the chance to repay even a fraction of the debt I owe our savior. He was echoing the words of Guri and Saren like an unbreakable anthem from all those he had once given hope to. Et was resolute. So hurry up and go. This place, Earth, whatever happens, we'll protect it. After all the hardship, all the pain, they still stood together. Dam-deok couldn't hide how moved he was, his eyes shining with quiet gratitude. His voice thick with emotion, he said, You guys. He smiled, a look of deep satisfaction that was a thank you all on its own. In that moment, he was ready. No more hesitation. Dam-deok glanced at Leo Lux, his gaze more solid than ever. He was dead set on it. Leo Lux, I need you to lead the way. As if he was just waiting for those words, Leo Lux said, So, you finally decided. We're not wasting another second. Leo Lux turned and pushed off the roof, moving with the urgency of a gale-force wind. He called back, We don't have much time. Let's move. With that, they both leaped onto the roof of the ruined building, their figures like two lightning bolts painting lines of hope across the shattered sky. The second Leo Lux landed, he braced one foot against a wall, his hand tightening on his sword, ready to step across the threshold between worlds. His eyes lit up, his gaze serious, fixed straight ahead on the trembling space before them. He held his sword high, the blade erupting in a brilliant turquoise light, shining like a beacon. The light grew, looking like it was about to rip the sky in front of them wide open. The blue light exploded in a brilliant flare, painting magical ripples through space. Slowly, that light pulled back like a curtain, revealing a totally different world waiting on the other side. A cosmic portal, a mix of light and shadow, ripped open in midair. It pulsed with swirling streams of energy, trying to suck everything into it. He glanced back at Dam-deok, his eyes flashing with urgency as he gave the signal it was time. Then he urged him on. "Jump in before the tier closes." Dam-deok took a decisive step forward, his firm voice cutting through the wind. "Got it." Without hesitation, they both charged forward, their bodies becoming two streaks of light, pulled in by the screaming energy around the rift leading to the other world. A blinding white light flashed before Dam-deok's eyes. He kept a stern expression, his spirit as hard as steel, as if stepping into a life-or-death battle. The moment his feet touched the ground, he froze, a look of shock on his face. He muttered to himself, "I can't believe I'm back in this hellhole." He and Leo Lux scanned their surroundings. It was a desolate wasteland, smothered in thick darkness, and the wind itself reeked of death. His voice was cold, still as grim and ominous as ever. Lost in their vigilance, neither of them noticed a strange creature had appeared behind them, silent as a ghost slipping through the boundaries of space. This guy had long purple hair that covered his eyes, which slanted sharply up to his temples, and ears as pointed as a wild animal's. He smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. "What's this? How the hell did a human find their way here?" His grin twisted wider, stretching from ear to ear. He clicked his tongue. "I was getting so bored waiting for my turn to go out, and then some idiot just walks right in." Before the creature could get another word out, a flash of light sliced through the gloom. Dam-deok had already swung his sword with lightning speed, and in one clean slash, the thing's head went flying. Dam-deok's expression was dark, his gaze as cold as steel as he looked at the headless monster, not bothering to hide his disgust. His voice was frigid. "I don't have time to waste on trash like you." The sky suddenly filled with dark clouds, layer upon layer swirling together like a giant black dome covering everything, making the already gloomy place even more overwhelming and oppressive. Dam-deok stopped in his tracks. Before him was a swirling black vortex like a cosmic black hole, swallowing all the light around it. He stared at it, knowing this had to be the place. Leo Lux came up and stopped behind him. The air grew thick, charged with power. Dam-deok lowered his voice. "This is where the aura of Olympus is strongest." His gaze was locked on the black vortex, as if it could pierce through space itself. His face hardened with resolve as he thought, "Just hang on a little longer." Thinking of Shu Yun, he made a vow. "I swear I'm going to save you." Saying nothing more, Dam-deok and Leo Lux advanced like warriors walking through a gate of destiny, where life and hope hung on a razor's edge. But the second he stepped through, he froze, his eyes filled with terror like he'd just run into a nightmare from his past. His eyes shot open and he stammered, "Asmodeus." Out of the gloomy purple mist, a giant red-eyed demon emerged, its laugh filled with the dark, scheming menace of an ancient evil. Heh. How interesting. Truly interesting. In the chilling air, Dam-deok, wearing a black, white fur-trimmed cloak and wielding a massive sword, stared up at the giant creature. The dark ground was cracked, and Dam-deok stood in a determined fighting stance, sword in hand, his eyes fixed on the strange, swirling vortex of black and purple energy. The giant red eye sneered with contempt. "Well, look at you. The little runt from before seems to have gotten a bit stronger. Guess I'll have some real fun with you this time." Dam-deok's eyes sharpened as he glared at his enemy, gritting his teeth, unable to hide his rage. "You stubborn pest." The air was thick with the stench of death as he swung his flaming sword, the tip blazing like a star trying to shatter the darkness. He roared at the vortex. "You think I'd actually let you be revived?" He put all his strength into the slash, but in an instant, a sword materialized out of nowhere and parried his attack. The two blades locked, and he stared in absolute shock, his brows knitting together. The giant red eye from before had taken human form, a red-haired beastman whose sword was now locked with Dam-deok's. He had a look of contempt on his face. "You should be grateful. A chance to face me and this sword doesn't come around every day." Yu Dam-deok gritted his teeth. "Shut up." Without a second thought, he swung his sword at the red-headed freak, making him jump back in surprise. He tightened his grip on his sword, furious. "Get out of my way." He immediately swung his sword at him. Everything happened in a flash, the clash of their two swords creating a flash of white light. He screamed, "Get lost!" The red-headed freak wasn't scared at all, his hand still on his sword, his eyes filled with confidence. He flashed a sharp smile. Not bad. Just as I'd expect from the Sword Heart Unity stage. His gaze turned serious, like he was plotting something, his voice dropping to a whisper. In that case, he attacked with lightning speed, unleashing a blinding red light that Yu Dam-deok couldn't block in time. He roared, "How about this?" He focused with everything he had, dodging each new attack as sweat started to bead on his forehead. He thought, "Damn it, this guy's getting faster the more we fight." If I slow down for even a second, I'm toast. Leox shot out of nowhere like a lightning bolt, leaping up to attack the red-headed freak from behind. Blue lightning crackled from the tip of his sword, creating a slash filled with pure killing intent. He realized what was happening and whipped his head around, his expression calm but his eyes ice cold, without a trace of fear. What a noisy ambush. Yu Dam-deok was still struggling to hold off the red-headed freak's blade. Leox charged in, his cloak flying behind him. He attacked from behind, but was suddenly blocked by a red sword. Leox's eyes widened in shock. The red-headed freak spoke calmly. It's useless. Instantly, tens of thousands of red swords began to rain down from the sky. He continued, My sword isn't just one blade. There is no place under this sky that it cannot reach. Yu Dam-deok was still struggling miserably against the downward slash. He looked like he was about to buckle, as blood-red swords continued to pour down from the sky, and his opponent kept attacking with no intention of stopping. Heavenly Flow Sword! Leox, wearing a black mask, had only his shocked eyes visible. Just a few seconds later, Leox was pierced by those deadly swords, completely unable to defend himself. Blood sprayed everywhere as he coughed in pain. Leox collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength, his body covered in wounds that gushed blood endlessly. Yu Dam-deok glanced back in panic and worry, screaming Leox's name. The man looked at him with disgust. Oh, trying to create a distraction? With that, he swung his sword at Yu Dam-deok, creating a blast of white smoke that blew everything away. He yelled, Are you that desperate to die? The 1,000-meter-long blast of white smoke shattered the earth like a tsunami. The smoke merged with the sky, turning into a mysterious, eerie, dark purple color. He gave a challenging smirk. Yu Dam-deok slowly emerged from the thick smoke. He was still standing strong, both hands gripping his sword, his face covered in wounds and his eyes dark. The red-headed freak looked intrigued. You managed to block that attack? I guess you do have the guts to wield a sword. Even though he was panting from exhaustion, Yu Dam-deok looked up with determined eyes and said in a resentful voice, If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Seeing him like that, the red-headed freak's smile slowly twisted into something inhuman. Kahaha, quite the fighter, aren't you? It's been a long time since I found a worthy opponent. How could I possibly back down now? Both of them pointed their swords at each other. The red-headed freak spoke first. Before we go all out, state your name. He introduced himself. My name is Asmodeus. He smirked proudly and continued. You were given the mission of protecting the demon world and were once called the Sword God. Yu Dam-deok's eyes widened in shock. The Sword God? Asmodeus looked up at the sky, a faint, nostalgic smile on his face. That's right. That was back when I was a god. But that's all in the distant past now. Yu Dam-deok remembered the list in the system and realized, so that's why the title of Sword God has been vacant for so long. Yu Dam-deok looked at him, confused. With such insane power, why did you choose to side with chaos? He answered calmly, without hesitation, I've heard that question before. It's precisely because I was too powerful. He suddenly closed his eyes and continued. Because I only knew how to chase after power, I lived a life of endless struggle. He remembered his former self, forced to walk a path drenched in blood, and the feeling of resentment came flooding back. But in the eyes of the supreme gods, it's not exactly a good thing when someone strong enough to threaten their absolute authority shows up. The bitter image of a monster in a blood-soaked landscape appeared in his mind. They did everything they could to crush me, all just to protect their own power. In the end, I couldn't even hold on to my own identity and became a twisted, ugly monster. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. If it weren't for Chaos's help, I probably would have been stuck in that mindless state forever, as nothing more than a monster. Yu Dam-deok listened intently, sweat rolling down his cheek without him even noticing, as the man continued to speak. Those so-called gods are all the same, selfish and rotten to the core. A scene of cracked earth, marked with blood-red footprints, appeared as he kept talking. Life is an endless war, a moment-to-moment test of the self, a path paved with the blood of my enemies. That is the path I walk. For the sake of a world as pure as that, I chose to side with chaos. Having said that, he immediately raised his hand, his tone shifting abruptly. It seems I've been talking a bit too much. Instantly, he commanded thousands of blazing red swords to rush toward Yu Dam-deok and continued, All right, let's get started. Yu Dam-deok looked up at the sharp blades hurtling toward him at an insane speed, his face turning pale with fear, completely unprepared. Tens of thousands of blades rained down, exploding like a nuclear bomb. Countless glowing swords rushed toward Yu Dam-deok. He flinched. Yu Dam-deok showed off his masterful dodging skills, swinging his own sword to slash away the glowing blades. But it looked like it wasn't over yet. Yu Dam-deok gritted his teeth as a blade flew past, slicing a long gash across his handsome face. The bleeding wouldn't stop. All I can do is protect my vital spots. Clang after clang echoed as Yu Dam-deok agilely dodged the blows. He noticed the attack had stopped. Seizing the moment, he thought, Now's my chance to counterattack. He gripped his sword tightly, cautiously watching the man who appeared before him, Asmodeus. The man looked at Yu Dam-deok with scornful mockery. You're looking satisfied after blocking just one attack? I was expecting more, but is that all you've got? A blue aurora appeared in the dark space, ribbons of light glowing with brilliant colors. Asmodeus looked up cautiously as a glowing sword clashed with the ribbon of light. Leox appeared, his body soaked in blood, still holding his black sword as he gasped for breath. Yu Dam-deok glanced at him. Leox, you're hurt. Leox's body was covered in injuries, but he remained defiant. I can handle it, don't worry. Leo Lux eyed Asmodeus cautiously. He ran the numbers, but this was looking way too dangerous. Do we even have a chance of winning? Yu Dam-deok analyzed the situation. Even at our best, a win wasn't guaranteed. Besides, we're already gassed from all the back-to-back fights. Honestly, our chances are pretty much zero. Leo Lux's voice was low. Is that so? Well then, I have a proposal, he continued. Accept my power. Yu Dam-deok was stunned. What the hell? He explained. This is my secret art. It's a one-time only deal where I can use a mana-infused elixir to heal both your wounds and your magic. Normally, this technique only works if the target can control and has a high compatibility with lightning attribute mana. But you don't. Leo Lux clenched his fist. A ring of lightning sparked to life, enveloping his hand. However, that's exactly why, if this works, you won't just be healed, you could unlock a whole new level of power. Yu Dam-deok's eyes widened as he listened to Leo Lux's warning. But that's only if you succeed. If you fail to absorb it, you're dead. No do-overs. Leo Lux held the orb of lightning in his palm out to Yu Dam-deok. You got the guts to try it? He asked, his voice grave. From the moment I stepped through that gate, I was ready for anything, as long as I can take him down and save Yu So-yun. Yu Dam-deok's eyes blazed with determination. I'd bet my life as many times as it takes. Leo Lux pulled the lightning orb back slightly. I figured you'd say that. He pushed the lightning orb towards Yu Dam-deok. This thing's called a thunder orb. You only get one shot. Yu Dam-deok stared at it intently. Leo Lux encouraged him. Make sure you come back alive. The orb in front of Yu Dam-deok began to change, growing larger and larger until it was massive. Asmodeus smirked, intrigued. What a strange little trick. He aimed his dark sword at Leo Lux. Fine. Whatever you're plotting, it all ends here, doesn't it? Leo Lux remained silent. Asmodeus stared him down. I have high hopes for that one in the lion armor. I hope making me wait personally wasn't a waste of my time. Leo Lux shot him a look, preparing to attack. Go ahead and get your hopes up. It won't be long before I wipe that arrogant smirk right off your face, and until that happens, I'll be more than happy to play with you. The demon laughed, a sound full of arrogance, and slung his sword over his shoulder with a condescending sneer. Leo Lux, ha ha, you cocky little brat. Fine, that's great. Let's have some fun then. Before Yu Dam-deok was a mysterious, glittering, fantastical space. He was amazed. Where is this? He looked up at the starry sky, wondering, why am I here? A voice echoed out, explaining, they call this the memory lantern. Yu Dam-deok turned toward the voice and saw a small, round, glowing orb hovering above him. Yu Dam-deok asked, what is this thing? The little orb explained, I am Pandora, or more accurately, a part of Pandora. Yu Dam-deok was shocked. Pandora? It spoke again. We're out of time, so I'm skipping the fluff and getting straight to the point. As you are now, you're about to die. Yu Dam-deok panicked. What? He asked it. What are you talking about? No, first of all, why are you even here? Pandora dodged the question. Unfortunately, I don't have time to explain the details. It glowed like a lamp. But don't worry, you're an important existence to me, so I can help you, Pandora explained to Yu Dam-deok. It's likely that not only are you failing to adapt to the new mana flow, but your body is having a violent reaction against it. Simply put, the secret art you guys tried is on the verge of total failure. Yu Dam-deok listened intently. It continued. You've never experienced a sudden adaptation to mana like this before, nor do you have the skills to control such a violent flow of power. Pandora added the final line. Not in this life, at least. Yu Dam-deok froze. What are you trying to say? He stepped onto the floating fragments. Pandora watched his every move. From now on, I will use the power of Pandora to construct a fantasy world based on memories from your past lives. It kept rambling on. During this process, your current memories will get mixed up with someone else's, and you'll be completely lost. But remember, there's no dream you can't wake up from, no matter how much you wish it were real. It instructed, if you can get through this, you will definitely find me. The sky was clear blue, the air was fresh, and green trees cast long, cool shadows. Yu Dam-deok was lying in the grass. He opened his eyes wide. Where? He looked up, a little surprised. Yu So-yun was standing right in front of him. How long were you planning to sleep? She nagged. I'm not your mom, so why do I always have to be the one to wake you up? He shot up, asking in a daze, Yu So-yun? Yu So-yoon looked a little surprised, then asked, "Wait a second, are you crying?" Tears were rolling down Yu Dam-deok's cheeks, but his face was blank with confusion. Yu So-yoon was concerned. "Are you okay? Did you have a nightmare?" He asked back. "Am I crying? A nightmare? A nightmare?" "Yeah, I guess so." "Ugh, but what was the dream about?" Yu So-yoon was worried. "Are you really okay? You look really tired," she advised. "Just take a break this time. I can go to the job by myself." Yu Dam-deok stubbornly stood up. No way. I'm fine, don't worry." He didn't know why, but seeing her made him feel calmer. Yu So-yoon turned her head away, her face turning noticeably red, probably from embarrassment. She started walking fast, her face as red as a ripe tomato. "Whatever. Hearing you say cheesy stuff like that means you're fine." Yu Dam-deok chased after her. "Hey, wait up. Let's go together." As Yu Dam-deok walked, a wave of confusion washed over him. "Why do I have this weirdly bad feeling? Like I'm forgetting something really important." Yu So-yoon urged him on. "We're gonna be late, hurry up." Yu Dam-deok snapped back to reality. Right, let's go." He pushed the thought aside. It's probably nothing important anyway. Leaves fell from the trees, and the sky was still blue. The two shades of green and blue blended together, creating a strangely peaceful scene. Under the glaring sun, Dam-deok exclaimed, "Where are we even going? Didn't you say we had a part-time job at Earthphone?" So-yoon turned her head as she walked, calling back, "It could blow at any second, so we'd better stock up on golden apples." Dam-deok stood there, completely lost. "What's gonna blow?" So-yoon's next words made his legs give out. "What do you think? Ragnarok." The color drained from his face as he was hit with the terrifying image of So-yoon, covered in blood. His eyes were wide with disbelief, his lips trembling. At the mention of Ragnarok, Dam-deok clutched his head, stumbling. So-yoon called out worriedly, "You Dam-deok, what's wrong? Are you okay?" At that moment, his gaze turned ice cold. Sweat dripped down his cheek as he tried to play it cool. "No, it's nothing." But he was thinking, right. Yu So-yoon is all ready. He immediately calmed himself down. "This place is just a world recreated from my memories. None of this is real." He clenched his fists, telling himself, "I have to find this Pandora person fast and get back." Seeing Dam-deok still standing there, Shu-yun rushed over. "You good? What are you spacing out for? Come on, let's go." He was thinking to himself, "But until I find him, can't I just chill here for a bit?" Hearing Shu-yun's voice, he quickly snapped out of it. "Yeah, let's go." Scene change. Pandora had been listening to their conversation from high above. She silently judged, "Dam-deok, is that really your choice? Fine. If you're happy with it, then it doesn't matter anymore." Suddenly, Dam-deok blurted out, "Do Shu-yun, how can you go that far? Humans are already helpless against natural disasters. Ragnarok is way worse. It's literally the end of the world." She was shocked to hear him speak so harshly, totally confused, but his overpowering voice made her break out in a cold sweat, a giant question mark hanging over her head. "What the hell? Why are you talking about this all of a sudden?" Seeing her reaction, Dam-deok's voice grew even harsher, as if he were screaming right in her face. "It's important, so just answer me. Why have you never hesitated? How can you not give up when you're facing a disaster that insane?" Hearing those words, Shu-yun suddenly went quiet, her hair falling forward to hide her sad eyes. Her hand clutched her dress, tormented. "I'm not as strong as you think I am. I'm scared of failing too," I hesitate. "Every step forward is terrifying, and I can never get used to watching someone die." She lowered her head sadly and continued, "So many times, I've collapsed in fear just trying to move forward. I was so scared and terrified of giving up, I'd rather just throw my own heart away. A weak coward. That's who I am," Shu-yun whispered. "And because I'm like that, if there's ever a moment I can believe that all of this isn't meaningless, if there's ever a time I'm desperate for even a single ray of hope, that's when I'll look to you." Lifting her face to look at Dam-deok, her eyes sparkling like bright stars, she smiled gently. Dam-deok was surprised. "Me?" Shu-yun went on. "You said it yourself, didn't you? If you don't even try, you can't change anything." Dam-deok's eyes widened in disbelief. "I said that?" She flashed a radiant smile. "Who knows?" Haha. Thinking of all the times Dam-deok had fought with such strength and determination, she praised him. "What's important is that you've never just stood by and accepted injustice. You always charge forward. No matter how tough that path is, even if it's full of failure, you always show up when I need you most." She looked at him and confessed softly, "I can feel that. You're not alone in there. Instead of giving up, take one more step. There are still people giving it their all to keep moving forward." In her eyes, he was like the morning sun, lighting up the path she walked. He was completely stunned by her confession. For Soo-yoon, seeing someone like that was the deepest comfort and the motivation to never give up. Right after, she snapped back to reality, as if she wasn't herself a second ago. Feeling embarrassed, her voice turned shy. "What the heck am I even doing right now? Crash!" A shattering sound made even the eavesdropping Pandora jump. Dam-deok bowed his head and apologized. Du Shu-yun. He looked directly into Su-yun's eyes. They were standing inside a misty glass chamber. The space was eerily quiet. He said his goodbye. Let's put the part-time job on hold. I have someone I need to save. Shu-yun looked at him with an affectionate gaze, like a green jewel. A sense of regret filled the air. Her heart was heavy with sorrow, but her eyes still held a glimmer of hope. We'll definitely meet again. Back in reality, the feeling of saying goodbye was indescribable. He bowed his head in sadness. He slowly turned his head back and asked, "Let me ask you something, Pandora. What lifetime was that I just saw?" Pandora glowed with a blinding light and answered, "That was at least hundreds of lifetimes ago." Thinking of her carefree innocence, he couldn't help but feel sad and regretful. For real? The Du Soo-yun from back then seemed to show way more emotion than she does now. He wondered grimly. She used to be able to smile like that. So just how much pain and disappointment did she have to go through to become the emotionless person she is today? Seeing his sorrowful silence, Pandora consoled him. "Don't be too upset. I only wanted to test your resolve, and you passed with flying colors. Now, it's time to show you the truth." A status window popped up. Activating primordial memory. Dam-deok stared at the status window, totally confused. A question mark appeared over his head. "This is?" Pandora immediately explained. "This is your very first memory. A story from before you were even born on Earth." Suddenly, a woman with snow-white hair appeared. "Ah, my children. My primordial children. I tried so hard to protect you, and yet now, it seems even that has become impossible." Dam-deok was suspicious. "Who's that?" Pandora immediately explained. "The primordial goddess, Gaia, the mother of all creation." The woman, with her porcelain-white skin, clasped her hands in prayer. "Soon, even this primordial land will be swallowed by darkness. The final day of destiny has arrived." Suddenly, a little girl with blue hair cried out, "Mother, what exactly is this darkness that makes you so sad?" Right away, Dam-deok realized the little girl was Du Shu-yun. Gaia, with tears welling in her eyes, answered, "The encroaching darkness. Chaos. He is the father of all things, the beginning of this world, and he is everything." Hearing this, the innocent children cried out in unison, "Mother, can't you stop father? Try to talk to him. Tell him we're not bad kids, we didn't do anything wrong. I'm scared, so can we just run away? Team up with the other gods and take him down." Gaia gently explained, "All the gods are a part of me. I cannot stab my own heart. And no matter what they do, they can never escape the gaze of chaos." Teardrops began to stream from Gaia's eyes, eyes that held the entire galaxy. "I'm sorry, my children. I can't see a future where I can push him back." One of the children used all his courage to stand up. "Then I'll defeat chaos." Dam-deok was shocked, as he realized, was that him? The brave little boy placed a hand on his chest, clenching his other into a tight fist. "We're not gods, so that means we can beat him, right?" His strength made Gaia pity him and the world even more. "My child. Hearing you say that makes me both happy and heartbroken." Gaia gently caressed the boy's cheek, treasuring him. "That is just a flicker of hope that shines for a moment before it's gone. Like trying to find your way in a dark, endless ocean, it's something not even I can be sure of, and it will probably be a path more torturous than death itself." "Full of love?" Gaia asked. "My child, are you truly ready to walk that path?" The boy didn't hesitate for a second, his voice firm. "Of course." Immediately, the other children yelled out, "No way! Even Mother can't do it, so how can you? You're the slowest and weakest one of us. You were born last, and you're not special at all." Just a few seconds later, a kid with blue-black hair, Ju So-yul, instantly stood up to defend him. "Knock it off. You guys are taking it too far. This isn't the time to be fighting with each other." Hearing that, the brave kid didn't talk back. He just stayed calm and collected. "It's okay, everyone. Because you're all right. Unlike you guys, I'm slow and way weaker. I can't even master the technique that you, the first one, taught me." The boy clenched his fists with determination. "But even so, I've never once given up, and this time is no different." The little girl stared in shock as he stood there, brimming with resolve. "Who knows, maybe we can actually beat it." He smirked, his eyes firm. "If we don't even try, nothing's ever going to change." At that moment, Gayer's hands were creating something mystical. Because it contains nothing, it is nothingness, but it is also infinity. That is its greatest potential. Gayer smiled, satisfied. "Thank you, my child." Instantly, Gayer set up a system. "Now, you will all leave the darkness, to be reborn in distant and separate worlds. But with all my power, I will create a system. I will always be with you inside it." In the vast, expansive universe, among the sparkling stars, Gayer continued to set up the system exclusively for Yu Dam-deok. Because you contain nothing, you don't even realize the vastness of your own vessel. This child carries a great talent. Go forward for the sake of this great mission. Please, I'm begging you. erase its existence, and protect everything beautiful in this world. Right after that, a series of notifications popped up. True power unlocked. Forgotten talent from an ancient era. Nothingness has awakened. Yu Dam-deok slowly closed his eyes, feeling a surge of power envelop his body. The final notification appeared. Now able to absorb any power, he opened his eyes, his body overflowing with energy. His eyes glowed with a jewel-like blue light. Suddenly, a cough rang out, and a spray of fresh red blood shot out right in front of him. In the dark and spooky scene, the red-haired beast held a sword, facing a blood-soaked Leox. He scoffed, "Shh, what a moron. Your swordplay is sloppy, and all you know are cheap tricks to dazzle the eye." He wore a cloak that covered half his body, revealing a toned physique. Getting closer, he taunted, "I wonder who's the one really using cheap tricks to dazzle the eye," he said with contempt. On top of that, you're trying to protect the person behind you, but your mind is so scattered it makes your blade sluggish. What good are you then? A butcher's cleaver is a hell of a lot sharper than that. Covered in blood, Leox screamed. "Shut up!" Even though he was dog-tired, he still had to get the last word in. "Looking at that long tongue of yours." Cough. "It's less like a divine sword and more like a divine piece of crap." Pissed off, the red-haired beast attacked as he spoke. "You're half dead already, and all you've got is a big mouth. A little entertainment for a bit isn't so bad." With that, dozens of fiery red swords shot towards Leox. He yelled, "Die, I won't even bother remembering you." About to kick the bucket and his buddy still hadn't come to save him, he thought resentfully, "Damn it, are you still not done?" Just when he thought he was a goner, a circular shield suddenly appeared out of nowhere to protect him. The red-haired beast was startled. Someone dressed exactly like him had shown up, probably an ally, but why was he stopping him from killing the guy? Suddenly, someone rushed from behind and appeared in front of Leox. It was Yu Dam-deok, panting like he'd just run a marathon. "Sorry, it took me a while." Only then did Leox feel like he had some backup. He let himself collapse, muttering, "Damn it." He was complaining, but really, he was desperate as hell for him to get there. "Your face." Cough. "There are times I'm actually glad to see it." Yu Dam-deok glanced back with a look that said, "Let me handle this. I've got it from here. You rest and recover. You have to live long enough to see Elia, right?" His face covered in blood, Leox still managed to reply, "Humph. Don't waste your breath." The red-haired beast looked on, bored. And here I thought you were something special. Turns out you just absorb mana from other elements. How pathetic." Like a lightning bolt, Yu Dam-deok shot towards the red-haired guy. Seeing him charge, the guy jumped back, startled. Before he could even process it, Yu Dam-deok was already unleashing a barrage of attacks on him. Sensing the kid's power, he offered some special praise. "Yes, you're definitely different from before." The demon inside him awoke, like a pervert who'd found a new toy. "Now this is a fight worth having." He unleashed a series of moves. Heavenly Flow Sword, Horizon Slash. Red flames sparked like lightning. He panicked. He dodged it. Seeing his attack treated like trash, he refused to accept it. "Then try dodging this too." Crimson tornadoes rushed forward. Heavenly Flow Sword, ultimate technique. He poured all his strength into his final move, Dragon Ascension. The fierce whirlwind churned, threatening to swallow the entire world. Yu Dam-deok was trapped inside that whirlwind. His eyes darted back and forth, searching, before he fell into deep thought. Why is this? There are countless blades raining down on me, yet I only see a single sword. Suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he'd awakened to something. If I can bend this flow, I can make it my own. I'm sure of it. Seizing the moment, he swung his sword. Right then, a blinding light shattered the vortex. A flash of light shot past the red-haired beast's eyes. He turned to look behind him. His own sword was stuck deep in the ground. "I can't believe it. My sword aura, how could it?" His eyes went wide, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks in total shock. Yu Dam-deok was exhausted, completely spent. The red-haired beast roared in fury. "Did you just devour my sword aura?" His face was pale, completely drained of blood as he whispered, "A talent beyond the heavens." He let out a smile, but his heart was shattered. "So that's how it is. In the end, I was just a frog in a well." Facing Yu Dam-deok's green whirlwind, he was defeated. He said softly, "You've won." The epic once-in-a-thousand-years whirlwinds hadn't stopped yet. A few minutes later, the vortex slowly faded, leaving behind a light wisp of smoke. Yu Dam-deok stood majestically before the red-haired beast, sword in hand. The guy had fallen to his knees, his body emitting a brilliant light as he was about to turn to dust. He felt pain, humiliation, and regret. Only when the sword I spent my entire life honing shattered did I realize my own arrogance. It's a shame, and so bitter. Closing his eyes, he accepted the truth. But death is an inevitable part of fighting. The loser can only fall, filled with regret. I have no regrets left. Even as I turn to dust, I'm content to have fought a master like you. It was an honor. A series of notifications appeared on the system. New power awakened. Absorbed the power of the ancient sword god, reborn as the true sword god, leveled up to supreme high-ranking sword god. Yu Dam-deok closed his eyes and sighed. Leox, covered in blood, dragged himself closer, breathless, but still managed to say, "Humph. Now you've really turned into a monster." Turning around, Yu Dam-deok jumped. Leox. Leox was about to kick the bucket, coughing like he was going to hack up a lung. Yu Dam-deok freaked out, worried about the wound. "That wound is way too deep. Don't try to move so much." Leox glanced at the vortex in the distance, signaling, "It's nothing, I can still take it. Besides, don't worry about me, just go, I just need to recover a bit and I'll be right behind you." Yu Dam-deok thought to himself, "You're on death's door and you're still putting on a front." But he said softly, "Don't push it. Just focus on recovering properly. You still remember our pact, right? Thanks to it, I can summon you whenever I want." Leox recalled the deal he had promised. "I don't care about that. As long as I can find Elia, I'll do anything." And Yu Dam-deok had agreed. "You mean as long as you find Elia, you'll do anything?" Looks like that head injury didn't mess with Leox's memory. He replied, "The Master-Disciple Pact, right? I remember." Hearing that, Yu Dam-deok was relieved. "All right then, I'm out of here." The scene changes to a room with 49 damn pillars, where a shout louder than a megaphone echoes. "I can't believe you have the gall to show your face in front of me. You dare to come to this place on your own?" Yu Dam-deok was struggling against a devastating punch as the voice continued to boom. "What the hell are you scheming?" The smithing god Hephaestus, absolutely fuming, charged at Yu Dam-deok. "Get the hell out of Olympus now. You wicked creature!" Yu Dam-deok gritted his teeth, his eyes wide and brows furrowed, trying to block Hephaestus's attack with his sword. The smithing god Hephaestus was enraged. His eyes went white, his teeth clenched viciously, his whole body erupted in furious flames as he roared at Yu Dam-deok. "Leave Olympus immediately, you vile thing." Yu Dam-deok, his eyes still wide, asked in a panicked voice, "Sir Hephaestus, what are you doing?" Hephaestus raged. "You have the nerve to bring that filthy, evil energy into Olympus?" He clenched his hand into a fist, raising it to strike him down. "You're overflowing with the immense and disgusting aura of a forgotten god." The punch slammed down with such force that the ground shook and cracked, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Yu Dam-deok raised his arm to shield himself, his cape whipping behind him. Hephaestus seethed, still trying to deny it. Debris flew in front of his face. Sweat beaded on Yu Dam-deok's stunned expression as he frantically tried to explain. "Wait, there's a reason for all of this." But Hephaestus wasn't letting up. His brow furrowed. Furious, he bellowed, "Shut your mouth! I once thought you were a good person, if only for a moment. This is your final warning. Get out of Olympus now, you spawn of evil." Yu Dam-deok gritted his teeth, clearly starting to lose his patience. "Damn it, I don't have time to deal with this stupid crap." The shattered rocks were once again sent flying. Yu Dam-deok gripped his sword tightly and charged furiously at Hephaestus. "If words won't work, then I'll just force my way through." He landed a blow on Hephaestus. The god blocked it with his arm, his teeth clenched and his eyes darkening. The attack only made Hephaestus's fury explode, his brow furrowed as he let out a furious roar. "That was the last shred of decency I'll show you for old time's sake, yet you're still this stubborn. What in the world turned you into this?" A sharp green light flared in Yu Dam-deok's eyes. "Get out of my way, Hephaestus. I have to revive Ju So-yul. I don't have time to waste on this nonsense." His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. "If you don't move, I don't care who you are, I will cut you down." He swung his sword again, the blade flashing with light. The smithing god Hephaestus was sent flying by the blow, the ground shaking and flinging debris into the air. He crashed into a stone pillar, the force of the impact cracking it. The air was thick and chaotic with dust. Hephaestus's face darkened, his hands still clenched into fists. His face grim, he asked Yu Dam-deok, "Is Ju So-yul dead?" The area was shrouded in a haze of dust. Yu Dam-deok didn't dodge the question and answered Hephaestus directly. "That's right, so get out of my way. I have to see Hades as soon as possible." Hephaestus's face darkened as he slowly lowered his head, the white cloth wrapped around it fluttering gently. Countless particles of dust floated all around them. He heavily let out a cryptic phrase, "So that's how it is. Ju So-yul." His hand at his side clenched tighter, veins bulging on the back of it. The ground suddenly trembled, and stones of all sizes were thrown into the air, kicking up a storm of dust and sand. Yu Dam-deok was knocked back by this sudden force. Hephaestus gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed, as his eyes lit up with a piercing golden glow. Unacceptable. Someone bearing the power of a forgotten god cannot set foot in this place. As the smithing god who built Olympus, it is my mission to protect my masterpiece. He raised his hand, opening his palm in midair amidst the floating dust. "That is the destiny tied to my name, Hephaestus." A colossal spear appeared, wreathed in flames that made it glow with intense heat. The wind picked up, scattering dust and making the sight even more overwhelming. Hephaestus raised one hand to the sky, summoning his masterpiece, the spear Pell. He held his arm high, creating powerful, raging torrents of wind. His eyes blazed, the light streaking out in an oppressive glare. Hephaestus roared, "As long as I live, you will not take another step into this place." Hephaestus hurled the spear. It shot towards Yu Dam-deok, carrying an immense source of power. The light from the spear exploded in a furious blaze. The wind and sand raged as if in a tantrum, flying in all directions. Yu Dam-deok gritted his teeth, his hair covering his eyes but unable to hide his rage. "Looks like talking is useless with you." His hand tightened on his sword's hilt as he growled at the smithing god. "You brought this on yourself." He unleashed his attack, creating a powerful wave of light. Dust and smoke were blown through the air, whipping past the strands of his hair thrashing in the wind as Yu Dam-deok screamed. Sky-piercing sword style, horizon cleaver. Hephaestus was hit, and blood sprayed everywhere. He gritted his teeth in agony, his brow deeply furrowed, one eye squeezed shut as pain shot through his brain. Hephaestus struggled to resist, planting his feet to keep his body from collapsing. Blood from his wound splattered onto the ground as he tried to endure to the very end. "No damn way," Yu Dam-deok frowned, shouting one last piece of advice at Hephaestus. "Stop it, Hephaestus. This fight is over. Just stop and get out of the way." But Hephaestus refused to be beaten, stubbornly refusing to yield. Blood was pouring from his body, staining his muscular frame. He let out a mighty roar and summoned another masterpiece. A sphere of power appeared in his hand. The space became a chaotic mix of light from the waves of power and his own blood. Cleom Sol! A shocking explosion left nothing but smoke and dust in its wake. The thick dust hung in the air, refusing to settle. As the dust settled, all that was left was Hephaestus's body on the ground, his eyes barely open. One of his arms had been blown clean off, lying just a short distance away. Hephaestus was soaked in blood, and pools of it had formed all around him. Yu Dam-deok held his sword, the point aimed right at Hephaestus's chest. The fight was pretty much over. Hephaestus slowly spoke up. "You could end this in a freaking instant, but you're still hesitating. Still the same softy, huh?" Hephaestus pressed him. "What's the holdup? Just finish it." Yu Dam-deok gritted his teeth. "Lord Hephaestus, why did it have to come to this?" Struggling to keep his eyes open, his face a mess of dark blood, Hephaestus rasped. "Even after getting this powerful, you still look like some naive little kid." He reached a hand out as if to grab the silver blade pointed at his chest. His voice was eerily calm. "What do you think our names, the names of gods, actually mean? They're not just some convenient label. They're the missions we're tied to." Yu Dam-deok's green eyes went wide, his expression still tense. Hephaestus kept going, "And anyone who can't uphold the mission bound to their name has only one end. To be forgotten, to become a lost god." He grabbed the silver sword and yanked it into his own chest. Blood shot out. Hephaestus managed a twisted smile, his eyes narrowing as he accepted his end. A red aura started glowing from his body as white crystals began to float up. His final words were for him. "I'm sorry. I knew what you wanted, but I just couldn't turn my back on my mission. Right up to the end." Cough. "I wanted to go out as Hephaestus. I'm not blaming you. It's just, we've all got stuff we can't let go of. That's it." Yu Dam-deok watched him fade away, his green eyes filled with pain. He whispered to himself, "Lord Hephaestus, the blacksmith god, is gone, becoming a streak of red light that faded into nothing with the white crystals." Yu Dam-deok just stood there, frozen, hands clutching the sword that had just finished him off. The ground was cracked all around him, and Hephaestus's voice seemed to linger in the air. "Go and get what you want." He gritted his teeth, fighting to keep it together. "I'm sorry, and thank you." Right then, a system message popped up. "New power unlocked. You can now fully understand all equipment and items. At the same time, all beneficial effects are doubled. All attributes of Excalibur, Legend Unleashed, King Arthur's Composure, King Arthur's Advent." His grip on the sword twitched slightly. The system continued its notifications. "King of Heroes. Excalibur's Advent effect is now always active. Knights of the Round Table. All who follow you receive the King of Heroes' blessing." The whole area was just a wreck from the fight. Smoke, dust, and rocks everywhere. He raised his sword and muttered, "Time to go." The dust on the ground stirred as he moved. Up ahead was a massive castle, set against a freaky green sky filled with cracking lightning. He started walking, determined, straight for the castle, leaving weird trails of energy in his wake. In Greek mythology, there's this famous story about Orpheus. To bring back his beloved wife, he begged Hades and played his lyre with such sorrow that it moved the entire underworld. He took his wife by the hand, leading her barefoot up the stone steps toward the mouth of the cave. In the end, he was allowed to bring his wife back to the world of the living. Stars glittered in the pitch-black sky. Even though their story ended badly, Yu Dam-deok's gaze was fixed ahead. "But I'll be different." Thunder crashed against that freaky green sky. A lightning bolt slammed down right in front of him, a threatening flash of blue and white light, kicking up a wind that whipped his cloak around. The storm was still going nuts. In the middle of some creepy black smoke, Hades showed up. He was holding some kind of pitch-black energy in his hand. He was standing on top of the gate, yelling down at Yu Dam-deok. Given the special circumstances, I'll let this slide. Now get lost. Yu Dam-deok shot back. Not a chance. One hand on his sword, the other in a fist, he looked up at Hades and said calmly, I'm not leaving until Yu Su-yoon is revived. Purple energy flared to life around Hades. He scoffed, Are you serious? The energy looked like purple flames licking up from his feet. He went on, To think some punk has the balls to stand in front of the god of death himself and announce he's going to bring someone back. Vicious lightning kept tearing up the sky, and the wind was making Hades' coat flap like crazy. He stuffed his hands in his pockets. You must be tired of living. I could rip you to shreds right now, you know. Yu Dam-deok didn't even flinch, just tightened his grip on his silver sword, facing Hades head on. He kept his cool. Yu Su-yoon will be brought back. He shifted his stance, aiming the tip of his sword right at him. His green eyes flashed with a sharp light as he said, without holding back, And by the way, I'm not asking for your permission. A swirling purple and black vortex opened up behind Hades, spitting out purple lightning. Hades' face got real dark. Looks like you're in a real hurry to join the last guy. A cyclone of wind started up, but Hades just kept his hands in his pockets. No more time to waste. Let's get this over with. A vicious bolt of lightning blasted toward Yu Dam-deok. He gripped his sword with both hands, bracing for a fight. Hades' voice echoed coldly, Die. The system displayed another message. Hermes' boots, reinforced by Hephaestus' power, no longer consume divine power. At that moment, small white wings sprouted from his boots. Another lightning strike shot toward him, hitting the ground with a massive impact. Yu Dam-deok leaped into the air, flipping to dodge the attack. The system chimed again, activating Hermes' boots combo with Gale Glide skill. He strained his eyes, glancing back. Yu Dam-deok changed his posture mid-air, tightening his grip on his hilt and charging forward, his sword glowing a golden white. Wind and sand blew everywhere as he swung at Hades, his sword leaving a sharp arc of light. The guy didn't even blink. Hands still shoved in his pockets, he floated just off the ground. The glow from his power lit up his face as he said calmly, You really are a slow learner. You should have figured this out by now. Dust and debris whipped up in the wind. Hades finally took one hand out of his pocket to point at Yu Dam-deok. An ordinary slash like that can't even scratch me. A purple light surrounded them as they faced off. He kept pointing at Yu Dam-deok as he spoke. Death is just another name for me. Hades' eyes blazed with anger. You really think you can fight death itself, right here in the Underworld? Yu Dam-deok's eyes went wide, the wind whipping his hair around. A massive, blinding flash of light exploded, making the ground tremble and shatter. The dust and debris slowly settled. All around was a haze of dirt, as Yu Dam-deok planted his feet wide, standing firm on the ground. He held his sword out to one side, the strong wind whipping his cloak around him. A blue light flared, casting a glow on the side of his face as he opened his mouth to reply, Looks like you're tripping, but I didn't fly up here to fight back. The system chimed in again. Black flame, frost, lightning, merging 3 attributes. He tightened his grip on the glowing blue sword, his voice low. I didn't see it when I got here, but to think you'd leave the gate to hell right behind the castle like this. Hades panicked, as if he'd just realized something. You don't mean? Yu Dam-deok swung his sword again, his gaze as cold as ice. Heavenly Flow Sword. A white figure shot down toward the castle. In front of the castle was a gate, which appeared to be the gate to hell. Yu Dam-deok's eyes lit up with a white glow as he poured his power into the technique, Heaven's Fall. The shape of a giant sword materialized in the sky, its tip pointed straight at the top of the castle. Hades' vision went dark, his eyes widening in disbelief. His face soured as he tried to stretch out his hand, intending to use his own power to stop that sword. From the swirling vortex behind him, countless black lightning bolts shot out, hurtling toward the sword. The lightning quickly wrapped around the blade, trying to hold it back, to stop it from piercing the castle. Hades was both furious and terrified, a vein bulging on his face, as he strained to control the lightning bolts with his hand. He roared, You fool! If the gate to hell is destroyed, the spirits of the dead will turn this world into a hell like no other. Is that the kind of world you really want? Ignoring his screams, Yu Dam-deok's green eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. He said, You probably don't know this, but while you guys were locking yourselves up on Olympus, the world down below has been a living hell for a long, long time. He didn't stop, continuing his speech. Besides, I've been living in a world like hell for ages now, a place with no dreams, no hope, only a helpless loser like me. But in that place, because you believed in me and relied on me, I finally understood. The blue energy surging from his body erupted as Yu Dam-deok slammed his sword down with both hands, shouting, Even if it is hell, as long as we're together, we can get through it. The black lightning could no longer hold onto the sword and burst apart. Hades reached out, still stubbornly trying to stop it, crying out in pain. "Gak!" he screamed in desperation. "Stop!" The sky turned a dark blue-black as the sword continued its descent, and a colossal beam of white light exploded in all directions. Yu Dam-deok appeared in a white void. He was startled. "This is—" Another voice rang out, making his eyes go wide. "I knew you were stubborn, but I never thought you'd go this far." He turned his head to see a girl with long black hair standing behind him. She spoke again. "You came looking for me?" Ju So-yul spoke gently to Yu Dam-deok. "You caused such a commotion that even hell itself was shaking." Yu Dam-deok's eyes widened with joy, his voice filled with unconcealed happiness. "Ju So-yul, do you have any idea how much I've missed you? Come on, let's go back together." Ju So-yul whispered softly. "It's too late, you idiot." A few cherry blossom petals appeared, floating in the space around them. Yu Dam-deok froze, his eyes wide, a single drop of sweat trickling down the side of his face. He asked hesitantly, "What? What do you mean it's too late?" The wind picked up, carrying the petals with it, blowing his hair back. He squinted one eye in confusion. "Are these petals? The Samson?" She answered calmly with her eyes closed. "It's time. I have to go." Yu Dam-deok started to panic, covering his mouth with one hand, his brow furrowed as he spoke to her. "Ju So-yul, are you planning to turn back time again? Charles already figured out you're regressing. If you go back in this state, who knows what will happen?" She kept her eyes gently closed. "Even so, I have to go." A corner of her subconscious past appeared, where a woman with white hair, a white body, and even white eyelashes asked Ju So-yul, "Is that truly what you desire? For the first child to embrace the memories of the past and yearn for an eternal cycle of reincarnation?" The woman looked at Ju So-yul, who was still in the form of a child. "Think again. Do you truly understand the meaning of those words? That thing you call eternity is filled with a loneliness and pain so vast it's impossible to imagine. It's a chain that prevents you from moving forward, a flower that is never allowed to wither, even when it is rotted to its very core. It is truly the most terrible curse I could possibly bestow." The corners of the woman's eyes welled with tears as she asked fearfully, "Even knowing that, is this still what you wish for?" Ju So-yul clenched her small fists with determination and answered firmly, "Yes, mother, I want to help that child, so he doesn't lose his way." Back in the present, she turned her head to look at Yu Dam-deok gently. "Don't worry, because even in the next life, I'll still find you." Yu Dam-deok reached out, grabbing her arm and startling her. Yu Dam-deok couldn't accept it, shouting, "Why? Why do you have to be the only one to sacrifice herself like this? Just let go of this role you never even wanted." She raised her voice. "Let go." The tears she had been trying so hard to hold back now streamed down her face. "Do you have any idea what I've had to endure? If I could have ended it this easily, I would have given up a long time ago. No matter what I tried, this curse can't be broken. It's impossible." He took a step forward. Yu Dam-deok pulled her into his arms, cupping the back of her head with one hand. "I will save you," he said firmly. Her eyes flew open in surprise, tears still tracing paths down her cheeks. His voice echoed by her ear. "I have a way, so please, come back." Glistening tears spilled from Ju So-yul's jade-green eyes, rolling down her blushing cheeks. Yu Dam-deok's gentle voice whispered in her ear, "I will help you. Let's go together." Yu Dam-deok's hand gently supported the back of her head, soothingly comforting her. Ju So-yul seemed to completely break down, burying her face in his chest and sobbing. Streams of tears ran down the sides of her face as her hands clutched tightly to his cloak, crying like a child. "I can't take it anymore." In the middle of the white void, surrounded by floating cherry blossom petals, two figures clung to each other. The girl seemed to lean entirely into the boy's chest, letting out her pent-up sobs. Ju So-yul confessed the anguish she'd held in for so long. "I hate dying over and over again, and I don't want to see the people around me die even one more time." Suddenly, a small figure appeared, looking like a child. Who else could it be but the Samson? She covered her mouth, her voice a soft, teasing whisper. "Sai, just look at these kids." She covered her mouth with her wide sleeve, looking judgmentally at the two kids hugging and comforting each other. Humph, how embarrassing. Yu Dam-deok was startled by the sudden appearance. Lady Samson. The two of them quickly separated, shyly turning away from each other, their cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. The Samson acted as if nothing had happened, speaking calmly, "It was just getting good, and here I am, ruining the moment." She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and looked up at the two blushing teenagers. "What are you so shy about? It's perfectly natural." Her eyes narrowed as she began to speak seriously. "All right, enough teasing. I just overheard something very important. Right, that you wish to refuse regression." She stood opposite the other two and continued, "Do you have any idea? Regression isn't as simple as just turning back time." A sky filled with countless twinkling stars against a mystical blue-violet backdrop appeared, sparking the imagination. The Trinity God gently explained, Regression is, first and foremost, a rebirth. That's right, just like closing a half-written book and starting a completely new one. The cycle of life and death, rebirth, is a colossal wave that shapes this world, something that cannot and should not be pushed against the current. She raised her small hand to catch a floating flower petal. The reason she chose to use that method is precisely because she understood this. Therefore, what you're saying that you want to refuse regression is the same as refusing rebirth. The Trinity God fiddled with the petal in her hand, her eyelashes lowered, her face deep in thought. Now answer me. If a Trinity God who governs life and rebirth, a gust of wind blew past, sending her two pigtails, the hem of her long dress, and her wide sleeves fluttering. The Trinity God's expression didn't change. She continued, in her own name, in the name of her mission, says that she will not allow it. Do you still wish to proceed? She lifted her eyelids, looking straight into Yu Dam-deok's eyes. Child, will you obediently go back? His eyes widened, his eyebrows furrowed, and a drop of sweat rolled down the side of his cheek. Yu Dam-deok held out his hand, summoning his sword from a halo of white and gold light. Ah, so you've decided. The Trinity, God's face darkened. Ju So-yul, looking a little worried, also broke into a cold sweat. Yu Dam-deok gripped the hilt of his sword, declaring, I will not let Ju So-yul continue to be a sacrifice for this world. The Trinity God looked grim, her small hands clasped in front of her chest. He pointed the tip of his sword at her, affirming his stance, even if it goes against the will of the Trinity God. She suddenly brought a hand to her mouth, her lips curling into a soft giggle. With a wave of her hand, she turned the sword back into Baekseol, much to Yu Dam-deok's astonishment. She shouted, Put that sword away, you little punk! Baekseol tilted his head in confusion, looking back at him. Yu Dam-deok was shocked. No way. She just canceled Baekseol's transformation? The Trinity God sighed, placing a hand on her hip to scold him. Geez, even if your past life memories haven't fully returned, you seriously don't recognize who I am? Yu Dam-deok, still being scolded, was clueless. Huh? The Trinity God's eyes curved into a gentle smile. You really don't get it? What kind of grandma in this world would ever stand in her own grandson's way? I was just worried about the plan I read in your heart, so I pretended to be strict to hear the full extent of your determination. He asked her in surprise. Wait, you can read that too? She looked up at him, her gentle gaze matching her soft voice. Not in perfect detail, but I can sense just how dangerous that path is. She reached out and took both Yu Dam-deok's and Ju So-yul's hands. She whispered, I just want you two to be happy, because you've already suffered so much through so many lives. She raised their hands closer to her face and said tenderly, Don't worry. Just tell me. Whatever your plan is, if it's within my power, I will definitely help. The two of them looked at the Trinity God, deeply moved. The Trinity God vanished, leaving only fluttering cherry blossom petals and their words of gratitude. Thank you. Yu Dam-deok held out his hand, which glowed with a blue light at his command, summoning the priests. The blue light flared up, creating a gust of wind that blew his cloak open. The system displayed a notification, consuming divine power to summon the priests. The light dissipated, revealing the figures of 4 people and a giant beast behind them. Saren turned her head in confusion and asked Guri, What just happened? Guri wasn't sure of the situation either and gave a vague answer. This is. The ultra-cool Yu Dam-deok stepped forward, greeting them cheerfully. Is everyone all right? Saron spotted Ju So-yul behind him and softly called out, Ju So-yul Uni. Seeing them, Ju So-yul was about to greet everyone. Saron emotionally ran forward and threw her arms around her. Ju So-yul Uni! Saren burst into tears, hugging Ju So-yul tightly and sobbing. Sniffle, do you have any idea how much I missed you? Ju So-yul, feeling a bit helpless, patted her back comfortingly. I'm sorry, I missed you a lot too. Saren pointed a finger straight at Yu Dam-deok's face and yelled, Don't you dare pull any more reckless stunts like that. It would have been better for you to go and have Uni come rescue you instead. Yu Dam-deok, suddenly dragged into it, spoke up. Hey, that's harsh. Meanwhile, Guri turned to Pao to introduce himself. Hey, nice to meet you. You're the Pao that he brought back from the pyramid, right? Pao also greeted him. Yup. Oh, right, nice to meet you. Pao smiled. Are you a priest too? I've lived a life pretty far removed from rituals, so I'll try to observe and learn as much as I can. Guri smirked, introducing himself. Not bad. I like that attitude. If you don't count Yu Dam-deok and Ju So-yul, then I'm the strongest one here. I'm number 1. Pao touched his chin and exclaimed, Impressive, even though you still look like a kid who hasn't even hit adulthood. Guri wasn't about to take that, retorting, Seriously, who cares about age? Are you some kind of actual old geezer? The war of words didn't stop. Pao continued, Are you asking for real? Ha ha, I was born around 3100 BC, so calling me an old man wouldn't be wrong. Having lost the argument, Guri got flustered. Age doesn't matter, okay? What matters is power. Power. The Trinity God, watching the commotion from afar, smiled warmly. With this many kids around, it's noisy but fun. She watched them all chattering from a distance, her heart warming. It wouldn't bother her to listen to these kids chirp all day. But the world is slowly coming to an end. She spoke up, addressing Yu Dam-deok. Yu Dam-deok, the priests have all been summoned. Now, speak. She spoke more clearly so everyone could hear. Once you've decided to end the regression loop, there will be no such thing as a next time. How will you save Ju So-yul and overcome the trials ahead? Saren heard this and, looking confused, turned to Ju So-yul to ask, Save you? But you're alive and well. Ju So-yul raised a hand to signal her to be quiet and whispered, Shh, I'll explain later. Yu Dam-deok then spoke up. There's only one way. A determined glint appeared in his eyes. We have to go kill Char. Everyone was startled and alarmed by his decision. The Trinity God responded to his declaration, Kill Char. I've heard those words countless times. She thought of a figure, all in white with flowing hair and hands clasped before its chest, appearing in the vast galaxy, who had once prophesied that only when the 12 priests were gathered could they stand against Char. Yet, in thousands of lifetimes, not once had all 12 priests ever assembled. In this life, we've only managed to gather 5 priests. In the end, this time is no different from all the others. He closed his eyes and replied, That's right. Then he continued, For now. The Trinity God asked in surprise, For now? What do you mean? His gaze was resolute. We have a piece of Pandora. Baxiol looked up at him, and Dam-deok thought to himself, the moment Bion awakened the power of Hephaestus, we learned her true identity. The system displayed Bion, a fragment of Pandora, the key created by Selene, who stole the power of Kronos at the first human's request. Pandora can warp the flow of time, opening a time gate where the line between past and future is completely erased. He sat down, gently patting Baxiol's head, his thoughts still racing. So, you've been secretly helping me this whole time. Without looking up, Dam-deok told the triple goddess, We're planning to use the time gate to go back to the past. An image of his plan appeared, accompanied by his voice, back to the moment Ragnarok broke out. There, while the priests of the past are holding the line, we'll find a chance to strike from the inside. Dam-deok explained his plan clearly. If we can gather the priests from the past, the present, and even those who haven't become priests yet, and unite them as one, the prophecy of the 12 will finally come true. Hearing this from behind, Soo-yoon rested her chin on her hand and thought, It sounds totally insane, but it might actually be possible. A million thoughts raced in her eyes. After all, her mother's prophecy only ever said that the 12 priests had to gather together. The triple goddess was horrified by Dam-deok's words. You want to go back to the past? Does this child truly understand the price of crossing the stream of time? The mysterious Milky Way seemed to appear before her, its light reflecting off her flowing hair. She warned him cautiously, Once you go against the natural order, you will become strangers to this world, no longer under the god's blessing, nor a part of the world's order. The moment you leave my sight, you will never be able to reincarnate or be reborn again. Ever. Her face was grim, heavy with thought. She asked softly, Dam-deok, my child, do you really want to give up everything to walk that path? He placed a hand over his chest, affirming his decision to her. Yes, I'm ready. His voice was steely and resolute. No matter what price I have to pay, I still believe this is the path I must take. He turned to look at the priests. That's why I want to hear what you all think, too. He faced the 5 priests and continued his solemn question. It's time to choose. Either walk this path with me, or go back to living another human life in the cycle of reincarnation. Dam-deok didn't stop, continuing with conviction, I can swear this to you. Even if, in the end, you are no longer by my side, I will not blame you for it at all. Guri crossed his arms and smirked. What's with the weird talk? Don't tell me you're planning on leaving me behind? Saren was just as composed, waving a hand with a light laugh. I've managed to live this long without even knowing if reincarnation was real in the first place, so I'm cool with just living like this from now on. Etten also spoke up without hesitation. My loyalty has always been to my lord. That is my answer. Bao replied fiercely. You're the one who set us free. I refuse to live another life in my own cowardice. Leolak followed suit. Reincarnation or whatever, it doesn't matter. All I want is a world where I can live in peace with my little brother. Dam-deok's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and emotion washing over him as he looked at everyone. Only then did Soo-yoon speak. It's a little too early to get all choked up. We haven't even started yet, right? She tilted her head gently. When this is all over, let's celebrate as much as we want. Dam-deok looked at her and smiled softly. Yeah. The triple goddess walked forward, speaking gently. So, it seems everyone has made their decision. Cherry blossoms flew through the air again as the goddess continued with a heavy heart. Parting is such a foreign concept to me, this desire to reach out and hold on to you. It must be just my own clumsy greed. Dam-deok looked at her, stunned, and whispered, Lady Goddess. She stood facing the priests, Dam-deok and Soo-yoon, her voice tinged with reluctance. However, as a grandmother who loves her grandchildren, And as the ruler of reincarnation, I will bless the path you are about to take, even if this is the very last time. She squinted, a shimmering tear clinging to her eyelashes as she gave a gentle smile. Go forth, my beloved children. The triple goddess vanished with the cherry blossoms, leaving behind a final message. I hope you will not lose your way and can live a peaceful life. The petals stopped floating in the air, landing just before the tips of Dam-deok's shoes. He stood before his group, his eyes filled with a determination to move forward. All right, let's go. A massive, jagged mountain pierced the blue sky, its peaks shrouded in clouds and mist. His voice echoed across the land, to Rut's sanctuary. Before the gates of the royal war altar, giant stone pillars were being hit by a ferocious attack, a brilliant blue light spreading out and sending shards of rock and dust flying everywhere. A guard with a tuft of yellow hair sticking out of his helmet ran in, panting as he tried to report. Lord Rut. Rut, who seemed completely clueless, was still lounging on his throne. The divine sword has launched an attack right at the gates of the royal war altar. Outside, Saren and Guri were relentlessly attacking the temple, causing it to explode in a blinding golden flash. The guard inside continued his report. The priests he brought with him are brazenly destroying the temple without a shred of respect. On the other side, Leolak and his comrades were determined to smash the giant stone pillars, sending rock flying everywhere. The guard's voice started to get frantic. With our current forces, we can't stop them. If this keeps up, then boom. Before he could finish, clouds of dust billowed in, and a bright light shone on his back, making him freeze in shock. Dam-deok and his crew had already broken through. He strode in boldly, sword in hand, his voice dripping with mockery. So this is where you were hiding, Rut. Dam-deok continued to insult him. The world is ending, and yet you're holed up behind locked doors like a pathetic coward. Feeling comfortable? At that, Rot's brows furrowed, his eyes sharp and furious as he growled, You! The guard immediately jumped in front of him protectively, sword in hand, wearing a blue cape and a yellow skirt. Seriously, only someone with a god-awful sense of style could appreciate that outfit. He snarled at Dam-deok. You lunatic! He screamed, Stop this madness at once and bow down. The king of the gods himself will pass judgment on you. Just as he finished speaking, a massive blow slammed into his head, dazing him. A strange creature with long, thick white fur like a wild beast's, and several bluestone spikes on its forehead had appeared. It was Etten. He was the one who had just delivered the knockout blow. Sprawled out on the floor, the guard's face was ferocious, his teeth bared as he snarled, You're the one who should be bowing down. Dam-deok looked at Rut with a dead serious expression. Wrote, You wanted to hear Pandora's prophecy from Prometheus, and to get it, you tortured him mercilessly for all eternity. But you know that, right? Prophecies are always vague. People don't normally go to such lengths for something so sketchy. Thinking back to Zeus's brutal torture, he continued, Which means you had something you were really after, something specific. He kept thinking about the attack on Olympus, the giant pillars crumbling, the soldiers who fell, and his voice rose. Ragnarok was happening, and you just locked the gates. Even when Olympus was getting wrecked, you just stayed parked on your throne. That's the reason. Hearing this, Zeus's face went dark. He was totally speechless, but Yu Dam-deok just kept yelling, Pandora's gate. It's here, isn't it? You've been trying to get to that gate. He rocketed off his throne, landing right in front of Yu Dam-deok, crackling with golden lightning. His face was pure rage, and he was muttering as he lunged, And you're gonna die right here. A fist shot straight for Yu Dam-deok's face. He didn't even have time to block, just froze up, totally dazed. But yeah, right, like it was gonna be that easy. Yu Dam-deok didn't come here alone. The second he threw that punch, a flash of light zipped by and sliced his arm clean off, making him freak out, his eyes practically bugging out of his head from the shock. Shu Yun rushed past, shot Zeus a look, and dropped a little reminder. That's not gonna happen. He glared after her, screaming in agony, You bitch! You actually dared to chop off my arm! He was still glaring after Shu Yun, but he was about to get a fistful of pow from the front, while Saron jumped right on top of his head and threw down a glowing orange magic circle. She screamed, totally pissed. Did you just call my big sis a bitch? You scumbag! A system notification instantly popped up. Blessing of King Arthur. The abilities of all followers have been massively boosted. Pow just glared, disgusted. He launched a punch that totally wrecked Zeus's jaw, making his eyes roll into the back of his head as he bit down on the pain. But they weren't done yet. Saren's eyes blazed as she screamed, Take this! He got swallowed by a freaking whirlwind of fire, and she yelled, Get out of here! Making him howl in pure agony. And it still wasn't over. Leox charged in, swinging a ridiculously huge sword. He and Guri slashed at Zeus from both sides, freezing him in place with no way to react. Then, an explosion. Boom! A massive blast of bright orange light sent rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Yu Dam-deok walked up to where the explosion just went off, sword in hand. He thought to himself, Yeah, I knew something was weird. Why didn't he dodge? Why'd he take that hit head on? Taking a hit on purpose when he totally could have dodged it. And then he saw it. He was standing in front of this blindingly gold gate, designed like a perfect circle, with these symmetrical patterns like the sun and constellations, looking like a gateway to another dimension or to some ultimate power. He couldn't help but say out loud, "It makes way more sense that he was trying to protect whatever's hidden back there." Yu Dam-deok just stared at the gate. "To think you were hiding something like this? What the hell are you planning?" Zeus was just sprawled out on the ground, face down, his back totally covered in wounds. Bexiol came running over, all excited. Suddenly, the crescent moon on her forehead started giving off this weird golden glow. The crescent moon on the gate started glowing with the exact same light, like the two moons were connected or something. Then, out of the golden light, Pandora appeared, her voice full of sorrow. "It's been such a long, long wait." Pandora immediately walked right up to Yu Dam-deok. "You've finally come to find me, the child who will save the world." He couldn't quite believe it, whispering her name, Pandora. Her entire body glowed with golden light. "Yes, I saw you in the world of consciousness, but you look pretty much the same in the real world. After an eternity, keeping your original form isn't exactly an easy thing to do." He gave Pandora a confused look. "Last time too. Why did you help me?" "Pandora, what's your real goal? What do you want?" She pulled a rainbow-colored jewel out of the gate and tried to calm him down. "Don't worry. You and we're on the same side. That's why I can give my power to you." Pandora handed the jewel to Yu Dam-deok. He just held it in his hand, kind of blown away. She kept going, "This is the essence. It holds my soul and the power of Kronos. This power, which goes beyond time itself, only you can use it the right way." The system window popped up, new power acquired. Guri was watching all this from the back. He asked, "So if we have that power, we can actually go fight chaos, right?" Zhu Yun, who was also standing there, just said, "Right." Suddenly, from behind Guri, that bastard Zeus got back on his feet, his face all charred, the 2 slash marks from earlier still on his chest. His eyes were glowing like friggin' headlights, but Guri apparently didn't even notice and kept talking. It's finally time for the showdown. A streak of golden light shot past like a spark. Zeus, covered in crackling gold lightning, lunged forward and snatched Pandora, making Yu Dam-deok totally freeze up. Looking like a total psycho who just busted out of an asylum, his eyes went wide and he roared, "I've been waiting for this exact moment, Pandora." That finally snapped Yu Dam-deok out of it. He gripped his sword till it started glowing and screamed, "Zeus!" Zeus shot him a look and pulled his leg back. Bam! One kick sent Yu Dam-deok flying. He then squeezed Pandora so hard she couldn't breathe, growling through his teeth. "Ah, Pandora, you stupid, stupid bitch." His pupils dilated and he bared his teeth in this sick grin, his face completely twisted. He looked like a totally unhinged psycho. He glared down at Pandora. "Did you really think you could hide forever? I've been waiting for this moment ever since you stole Kronos' power." Pandora struggled. "Let me go." Yu Dam-deok, totally worn out, staggered forward to stop him. "Don't do anything crazy, Zeus, don't you get it? Pandora is the key to beating chaos. If you care even a little bit about this world, then help us." Zeus glared back and screamed, "You're the one who doesn't know anything. Helping Pandora to defeat chaos? How pathetic. You're just a poor little puppet." He kept going. "Who do you think opened the box that held chaos? The so-called Pandora's box?" Yu Dam-deok was horrified, totally in disbelief. "What?" But Zeus wasn't done. "Let me tell you guys the truth. Pandora. She's the one who started this whole apocalypse. She's the one who broke Chaos's seal." Yu Dam-deok's face went completely white, drained of all color. Zeus raised his severed arm, which started sparking with billions of golden lightning bolts, and said, "Enough of this pointless talk." He immediately commanded a bajillion lightning bolts to crash down from the sky. "Come down!" The lightning was so intense Yu Dam-deok had to cover his face, gritting his teeth through the pain, sweat pouring down his face as he grunted, "Ung," and just like that, Zeus's arm had grown back. He grabbed a massive lightning bolt as thousands of smaller ones crackled around it. "The only reason I sealed this power away was because I was worried Olympus would get destroyed." Golden lightning wrapped around his entire body, his face twisted with rage as he crushed Pandora in his grip. But now, there's no reason to hold back. He shot forward like a total psycho, eyes rolled back white, mouth stretched ear to ear, and vanished without a trace, not even leaving a speck of dust behind. Pandora struggled, screaming, "You can't!" Instantly, a rainbow-colored light wrapped around Yu Dam-deok and his crew. Everyone's eyes went wide as a blinding golden light erupted. The towering mountain range in front of them was engulfed in lightning and then exploded. The mountain's explosion left behind a massive crater, its surface fractured in a spiderweb pattern spreading out from the center, a testament to the aftershock of the blast. A small figure stood in the middle of the crater. It was Rot. He was still gripping Pandora tightly in his hand. He glanced over and said, "So, you used the power of time." Such a pointless struggle. He opened his mouth and bellowed, "It doesn't even matter. After all, if you disappear, they'll all just disappear right along with you." The scene shifts to a city park on a beautiful sunny day. The sky was clear blue. Yu Dam-deok sat on the ground, looking up. Where am I? He clutched his head, thinking. Right before Rot's attack hit, I definitely felt Pandora's power. Did she save us? But what Rot had said, it didn't sound like a lie. Thinking back, Rot had said Pandora, she was the beginning of this whole apocalypse and the one who broke the seal. He was so confused. Plus, what's with that weirdly familiar feeling I get when I see as soon as possible? Suddenly, a voice shattered his thoughts, startling him. Hey, why do you have to be so dramatic? Curious, he turned his head and saw a kid being bullied. They were kicking him over and over while yelling, "Put your hands down, if you don't want another punch." Ugh, that's enough. Let's just see what happens if we let the useless loser die. You useless piece of shit. Yu Dam-deok was shocked to realize that kid was his own younger self, Yu Dam-deok. He leaned against a wall, lost in thought. I still remember that day. Suddenly, two students walked by, grinning from ear to ear as they called out mockingly. The one in front, carrying a pair of shoes slung over his shoulder, spoke up. "Hey, you beggar trash, I'm tossing your shoes in that trash can over there. Go find 'em yourself." Haha. The one next to him immediately chimed in. "No talent, got nothing to your name. If you just drop dead, nobody would even bother looking for you, right?" Ha ha. He remembered the private school he'd studied his ass off to get into, acing the written exam with the highest score. I went right up to the thug who was spreading bullshit rumors that I got in through some non-talent exception, and that's what started this whole mess. As evening fell, the sound of sobbing echoed from a street corner. Yu Dam-deok's memories continued, showing the image of his shoes lying in a trash can. The day all my hard work was shot down by other people. A streetlight shone down as the memories continued. The day I felt like this whole world built on talent was just a giant wall blocking my path. The day someone's strange words of comfort stuck with me forever. The past Yu Dam-deok sat huddled against a wall. That inferiority complex haunted me for a long, long time, making me blame even the smallest failure on my so-called lack of talent. But then, when I finally gained powers that were second to none, I realized something. In your happiest moments, having talent or not doesn't matter at all. His train of thought ended, and he let out a long sigh. He glanced up. I can't believe that weird riddle guy was actually me. So this is the power of time. He controlled the orb in his hand. I think I get it now. How to control this power, he thought. But first, a mechanical voice rang out. Deactivate Heracos's lion armor. The armor vanished, and he threw on a cloak that covered most of his face. In the quiet of the night, a voice called out, Hey kid, why are you crying in a place like this? Elsewhere, Rot stood before Pandora. The power of time is pretty amazing, isn't it? He approached her step by step, a current of crackling lightning forming in his hand. He said, If I just kill you in the past, before any of this started, then none of it will exist anymore. The girl still clutched the box as he roared, Now, disappear along with my mistakes. Just then, a streak of blue light shot down from the sky. Skystream soared. He landed, breathing heavily. I knew it. I knew you'd show up at this exact moment. Rot was stunned. How did you? The mechanical voice rang out again. Activate Heracos's lion armor. As soon as the words were spoken, the armor materialized. Sword in hand, he declared boldly. A guy like you, who trembled before Charles and ran away, would obviously go after Pandora in the past first. Rot shot back angrily. Then why are you stopping me? That Pandora bitch has to die. He gathered power into his arm. If your goal is also to destroy Charles, then don't get in my way. Bolts of lightning rained down, but he blocked every single one with his bare hands, his gaze fixed firmly on Rot. Charles has to go, but if Pandora dies, everything related to me will be thrown completely off course. If Pandora is the beginning of everything, then whether I like it or not, the only reason I exist right now is because of her. The past you're trying to so casually erase is this very present, a present that someone fought desperately to build, and that someone scraped together bit by bit in pure desperation. On that journey, I met people, I saved them, and I saved the world they live in. He rushed at Rot, practically screaming, All of those precious things are why I can never forgive you for trying to wipe it all away like it never even happened. Rot pulled his hand back for a counterattack. You fool, you're really gonna weigh that trivial crap against the entire world? Even if I have to destroy the realm of the gods, I will get what I want, he struck back, unleashing his as soon as possible technique as a whirlwind of lightning erupted around him. You, Pandora. I'll bury you all along with Olympus. His terrifying power shattered the ground around them, sending earth and stone flying, forcing Yu Dam-deok to brace himself just to stay upright. He stood protectively in front of Pandora. That must be his way of protecting himself. Feeling a surge of emotion, he thought to himself, There's that weirdly familiar feeling again. What the hell is going on? Pandora cried out softly from behind him. Hearing her, Yu Dam-deok wanted to turn back, but his reason screamed at him, "Snap out of it. This is no time to be spacing out. I can't protect Pandora and fight at the same time. I have to change the location." Yu Dam-deok weighed his options. "I need a place that can handle explosive lightning. What about in the sky?" He thought of the lightning. A smile spread across his lips, though his mind was a mess. Could it be that, from the very beginning, everything was already set in stone? Yu Dam-deok braced himself and charged. The past, the present, and even my choice in this very moment. He used all his strength to launch an orb of power straight at him. A murderous glint flashed in both their eyes. "You said it like you meant it. Come with me. Kronos is headed to the past, back where we belong." The system's voice chimed in, initiating the time jump. As the rain poured down, he said to you, "I seriously don't get it. You were just balancing there on the tip of his lightning spear." He kept going, "I don't know what you're scheming, but this is a huge mistake. Even I stay the hell away from touching this spear, and I'm the one using it." You started to come to, and he was still rambling on about Yu Dam-deok, like, "If you get hit in a weak spot, you're dead for sure." Your hand reached out and grabbed his spear. His eyes went wide, not believing what he was seeing. Yu Dam-deok gripped the spear tight and said, "Actually, I've always wondered something. Just what kind of lightning does it take to unlock this state?" It was only then that he could see your eyes. They looked like they had lightning crackling inside them. You shot back. "Well, yeah. After getting zapped by this thing, it's pretty obvious it would unlock, right?" He shouted, "No way! What kind of trick did you pull? How are you still alive and totally fine?" Yu Dam-deok just replied casually, "Because this is the second time. In your hand, an identical spear formed, only its color was different." The system announced again, "White Snow is copying. Aship." The two of you were locked in a tense face-off when you suddenly used his own lightning to attack him. Yu Dam-deok said smugly, "How's a taste of your own medicine?" You both shot up into the sky, right in the middle of the storm. The lightning had now become a sky-piercing tornado. Kronos looked up at the sky. "Take this!" Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck him straight down. The sky cleared to blue with white clouds, as a strange beam of light landed in the forest below. When the light faded, there you were, Yu Dam-deok, back again, and Pandora was already there waiting. You glanced over at her and got straight to the point. "Pandora, if you're the one who masterminded all this, I gotta ask, did you really break Charles's seal?" You pressed on, "What's your real goal here?" Pandora answered, "Yeah, I'm the one who broke Charles's seal. It had to be done." She continued, "Because it was all so that we humans could finally break free from the gods' control." The pink-haired girl formally introduced herself. "I am Pandora, the first human and the first child of the creator god." Her sparkling eyes opened as she softly began to tell her story. "The day I was born, flowers rained down from the heavens." She remembered the scene back then, filled with cheers and celebration. "All the gods in the world blessed and loved me for being born." Pandora remembered herself from back then, an innocent little girl always holding beautiful bouquets of flowers. She continued with a bitter tone, "I used to cry and sometimes laugh by their side. I believed all that love was real." She chided herself. How naive. But reality wasn't so sweet. Pandora had discovered their secret. "But I soon realized the truth," she said, exposing them right from the moment she was born. In the Song of Eros, what I called the love gifted by the gods, it wasn't a parent's love, or a soulmate's friendship, or even ordinary affection. She remembered the ones who always smiled and laughed with her, but deep down, they were just a pack of animals. "They always had me tied down," the pink-haired girl said bitterly. "They only cared about me like a pet that would keep them satisfied. As long as someone obeyed them, they didn't care who it was." She revealed the reason they had treated her so well. "Because their true goal was the divine power they could get through me." Pandora looked at the box in her hands and told Yu Dam-deok, "When I found out everything, I took action to change this tragic reality and planned to open Pandora's box." You asked her angrily, "But what's the point if you just turn the world into this?" You shot back at her. "Do you have any idea what Charles did after you opened that box?" Pandora didn't even flinch at being yelled at, just calmly replied, "Yeah, I heard all about it from Prometheus." She looked at you, Yu Dam-deok, and continued, "What the future would become, and even the fact that you would come here, was all destiny. But even so, the reason I opened the box," she clutched it tightly, explaining, "was because it was the only way to stop her." Yu Dam-deok asked, confused, "You knew what would happen, but you still had to stop her? Just who the hell is she anyway?" Trying to hide the person's identity, Pandora could only say, "I can't tell you," she continued cryptically. "Not as long as the system exists, because she's listening to everything through it." You were shocked. "The system? What are you talking about?" Pandora's face stayed calm as she replied, "Sorry, it's frustrating, I know. I hate that I can't explain everything clearly myself, but everything I do is to protect humanity. Yeah, that's it. I hope you can understand that. The sky was clear blue over the quiet forest. The two of them kept talking. Yu Dam-deok spoke up. You say you're protecting humanity from the gods, but you drove the world to ruin to do it. He asked her grimly. So what was the point of any of it? You looked Pandora dead in the eye and said, honestly, call me selfish, but I still have a reason to keep you alive. You're the one who caused this whole mess. Yu Dam-deok picked up the sword from the ground and said, don't expect me to understand you, because I'll never get it if even the fact that I can't kill you is part of your plan. Without another word, you held the sword to Pandora's throat. Maybe Kronos was right. She just closed her eyes, waiting for death. When you didn't move, she cracked her eyes open slightly. You hesitated as you spoke, and so, the system suddenly displayed a notification. I request to form a priest contract with Pandora. Yu Dam-deok told her coldly. Your plans, your beliefs, your destiny, whatever, drop it all, right here, and hand it over to me. She was totally shocked to hear that. It was the only choice she had right now. The two of you stood facing each other in silence for a moment. You had already lowered your sword, and then she finally spoke. Got it. Feeling that was a bit too blunt, she corrected herself. No, I understand. The system chimed in again. Priest contract, complete. Pandora bowed her head and said quietly, oh, child of salvation, I hope you'll be the one to put an end to all of this. The system notifications rolled in. All of Kronos' power has been acquired. Preparing for time jump as soon as the priest summoning is complete. Yu Dam-deok just dropped one cold line and turned to leave. All right, I'll handle it. The system announced, teleporting to the fairy realm immediately after the Ragnarok event. Suddenly, you stopped and said, oh, and by the way, next time we meet, don't pull that again. Pandora looked totally lost. Pull what? You just smirked and replied, what do you think? Formalities. I don't really get a kick out of hearing some kid use honorifics with someone old enough to be their great-grandfather. And just like that, he was gone, his words echoing in the air. See you around then. Pandora just stood there, saying nothing, still clutching that box. Night fell. At a crumbling castle, chunks of stone and brick were falling non-stop. Inside the castle was a girl, totally messed up with injuries. She whispered weakly, healing, so slow. As if her quiet complaint was a cue, a huge chunk of the wall came crashing down right then. The girl's eyes filled with frustration. I haven't even healed up properly yet. Luckily, that slab of wall landed right next to her. The girl's body was still completely motionless. Even she was pretty surprised by her own luck. This is so wrong. I don't have any strength left. But then, even bigger pieces of the wall started to fall, one after another. The girl figured this was the end for her. But hey, getting this far? That's enough revenge, right? For those damn gods who just stood by and watched our world get wiped out. Her words were swallowed by the sound of the massive wall falling. Right, Mom? It was about to crush her, but her body had zero strength left. She wondered, this is enough for me, right? As the girl faced her imminent death, her mind started to waver. So why? Why do I feel so empty inside? Her eyes were filled with pain. Just in the nick of time, a guy appeared, shielding the girl with his body. He was dressed discreetly, so you couldn't see his face clearly. That person was Leo Lux. He asked worriedly, Elle, are you hurt? Turns out this weak girl was Elia. She was completely shocked to see him. Leo, what are you doing here? The sound of another person's footsteps came with a voice. What do you mean, what? Yu Dam-deok had come to rescue Elia, and he brought others with him. He said cheerfully, you're my priestess, so of course I had to come. Elia was even more stunned. Yu Dam-deok. Even though she was weak, her voice was still strong. She yelled at him, no way, how could you possibly be here? He didn't answer, just conjured a flame and burned a small piece of paper in his hand. A system notification appeared. Self-healing activated. Effectiveness is halved when used on others. Yu Dam-deok slowly began to explain. We used the Pandora gate to find you. From the future. Her body was being healed by the system. Hearing him say that, the look on Elia's face changed completely. Pandora. Could it be what Mr. Cho mentioned? She was starting to get agitated. No, it can't be. It's not supposed to be like this. She started to lose it, screaming at him. Why? Just why? Why are you still alive and well? What was the point of everything I've done until now? From behind, Leo Lux placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. Ilya. He soothed her gently. You've been through so much. All on your own. I'm sorry, but I'm here now. Ilya violently shrugged his hand off her shoulder. She glared at Leo Lux with pure hatred. Shut up, don't you dare pretend to care. I don't consider someone like you family. She unloaded years of pent-up resentment on him. You could never understand. After our homeland was destroyed, when it was just the two of us who escaped, do you have any idea how miserable I was? Everyone we ever knew died. Our friends, our grandparents, even mom and dad. At this point, Elia couldn't hold back her tears. And yet, how could you live so peacefully in a new world, like nothing ever happened? I just wanted to die. I regretted so much not dying with everyone else back then. She recounted everything she had been through, and you know what's even more pathetic? The person who gave me a reason to keep living wasn't you. It was Charles, the monster who destroyed our home. He told me that if I helped him fulfill his karma, he'd give me our homeland back. And he was the one who told me the truth about the gods who used our world as a shield. I was so desperate. I clung to even those words. Ever since then, I've been living by his command, just to get revenge, just to go back to our old world. I even took the hand of my enemy. Elia choked up, and yet you. Leo Lux, who had been silent with a heavy expression, finally spoke softly. He started talking about what happened to him too. When I first landed in that strange world, all I could think about was protecting you. I believed it was my responsibility, and I just struggled obsessively. His eyes, too, were filled with an unspeakable sorrow. You said I lived as if nothing happened, but that's not true, Elia. I was sad, hurt, tormented, and so damn scared. Hearing him say this, Elia's anger faltered, and she turned to look at him. Leo Lux continued his story. While I was searching for a safe place, building a new life, all under the excuse of protecting you, I ended up neglecting you. He remembered the pain of the day she turned her back and left. The day you left me, looking like that. The pain of losing my last family member was more than I could bear. A pain that you must have been feeling for a very long time. I didn't understand it back then. Leo Lux sank to his knees and spoke again. I just wanted to fix things, but I didn't even know what I did wrong. There was nothing else I could do. So I just searched for you endlessly. Every time I heard a rumor about someone turning into a monster, I'd drop everything and run there. He recalled his first meeting with Yu Dam-deok, and then I saw them, people who weren't related by blood, but were bonded together like a real family. He said to Elia sorrowfully, "Only then did I finally understand my mistake. Family isn't just a responsibility. It's about truly needing and trusting each other. I know it's late, but I'm so sorry, Elia." Her eyes stared at him, stunned. Her emotions overflowed, tears spilling from her eyes like a glass filled to the brim. Elia choked out her accusation. "Why? Why are you only telling me this now? It's too late. My hands are so stained with blood, there's no turning back now." From a distance, Yu Dam-deok walked over and spoke to the two siblings. "If you want to make things right, there's still one last chance." He was referring to a bizarre space where the gloomy sky was fractured, and a massive tree branch had pierced through a building. He continued, "I know where Charles is, and I have the ability to artificially open a portal between dimensions." Yu Dam-deok gently held out his hand to Elia. "We're going to catch Charles, and to do that, Elia, we absolutely need your help." She was moved by his words. "Let's defeat Charles together and fix everything." Elia hesitated, full of shame. What I've done is unforgivable," but she agreed to his plan. If these blood-stained hands can still be of some use, Elia opened her heart and reached out, taking Yu Dam-deok's arm. He was happy too. "All right then, let's go. Let's catch Charles together." In another dimension, the sky was a blazing red, but it was still filled with bright stars, just like a real world. A crack appeared in the sky, connecting to the place they had just left. Yu Dam-deok spoke up. "So this is where Charles is?" Shu Yun, who was beside him, replied, "I can feel it. It's completely different from my memories. But this is the primordial land, the place where we were born." He stared into the distance, absolutely positive that on the other side, 3 blood-red eyes appeared in the sky, staring down at a person with long, snow-white hair. It was Charles and Gur. Charles closed in on Gur, asking with contempt, "Gur, did you really think sealing me away would end everything?" She raised a hand to shield herself from his dark power, her voice weak. "Get lost, Charles. I can't let it end like this." The tendrils of dark power tightened around her arm. Charles hinted at her darkly, "You, of all people, should know that all things must follow their natural course." He tried to sweet-talk her. "Just give up and let's leave together." Gur struggled to resist, finding it hard to even speak. A weapon shot through the air, kicking up a storm of dust and rock. It sliced through the black tendrils gripping Gur, and a hand reached out to catch her. Shu Yun gently held her, calling out worriedly, "Mom." Charles's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized her, the child of Tukation. He then furiously launched his dark power at the two of them. "Don't get in my way." Suddenly, a voice rang out from nowhere. "This is where you stop, Charles." A young man rushed in to block his path, the sword in his hand cleaving Charles's dark energy in two. Charles looked at Yu Dam-deok and sneered, mimicking Gur's voice. "My dear boy, for my sake you must stop, Charles." His eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at them. Lying in Shu Yun's arms, Jur started to come to. "Ugh." Shu Yun looked down, worried. "Mom, are you okay?" She struggled to get the words out. My darling? She looked at Shu Yun with pleading eyes. Hurry. If you don't do it, everything will be devoured and disappear forever. Seeing how bad the situation was, Yu Dam-deok yelled, Shu Yun, get Ger out of here, now. He then launched himself toward Charles. He used his technique, Heavenly Flow Sword, Horizon Splitter, and decisively cut him in half. But even after being sliced in two, Charles was completely fine. Instead, he just provoked him. That's useless. He continued to mock him. All power originates from me. As he spoke, his body stitched itself back together, making Yu Dam-deok grit his teeth in shock. Charles used his power to create terrifying humanoid monsters in the air. Even the pathetic little power you all are using originally came from me. The first Neppen, with the face of an old man, warned, give up. The second one echoed, despair. Then came the third, accept it. And finally, the fourth one, and merge with me. All of them charged at him at once. Yu Dam-deok gritted his teeth, worried. Just one of these guys was already a pain in the ass. A pair of hands holding a weapon appeared as a voice called out, Blade Body Unification! After that, his teammates jumped in one by one to block the monsters. Gurium turned to him and shouted, Yu Dam-deok, leave these guys to us. We'll buy you some time, so you go fight Charles. Yu Dam-deok immediately shut it down. No way. You can't handle them alone. We have to do this together. The ground beneath him suddenly rumbled, and a voice called out, Just go already, you idiot. Alia appeared before him. Isn't this what a priestess is for? Yu Dam-deok was surprised to see her step up. Elia. She gave him a reassuring smile. Those things are just weakened copies of the original. Buying some time is no problem at all. Plus, his former lackey is here, so what's to worry about? What are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and go. You're the only one who can take him down and give us a fighting chance. Yu Dam-deok froze for a moment. He gripped his sword tightly. Elia had convinced him. He resolved to face Charles head-on. All right, I'm counting on you guys. Watching him go, Elia yelled from below, Go! Land a good one on him for us. Yu Dam-deok's eyes were filled with determination. He shot forward with all his might, creating an insane gust of wind. The wind began to swirl around his body, and the sword in his hand started to glow. A system notification popped up, unifying all acquired attributes. Yu Dam-deok charged forward. Facing Charles, he once again used his Heavenly Flow Sword. He unleashed his heaven-shattering technique, and dozens of blades flew straight at him. Charles's eyes widened in pure shock. The impact was immense, and a brilliant flash of light lit up the sky. Gurium shielded his face, trying to see what was happening. What the hell was that? Since when could Yu Dam-deok use a skill that insane? Elia added, That was nuts. Did it actually hit him? Shu Yun stared at the scene, frozen. She realized something was wrong. No, that's not it, she said hesitantly. The blades hit Charles, but his power is slowly devouring them. Charles grew more and more smug. It's useless. You should realize that all your struggling is meaningless before me. Yu Dam-deok couldn't believe his eyes. Horrified, he quickly turned and screamed, Danger! Everyone, get back! Before he could finish his sentence, shards of rock flew past his face. The ground shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. The sudden blast knocked the others to the ground. Damn it! The ground continued to break apart. Shu Yun held Jur tightly, but a powerful force slammed into them, making her cry out in pain. Charles snatched Jur right out of her hands. His voice echoed. Finally, Charles brought her before him. Now, come with me, Ger. He quickly began to absorb her. Ger screamed in agony. No, stop! Shu Yun watched helplessly, unable to believe what she was seeing. This can't be happening, she said in despair. Without all 12 priestesses, there's no way to fight Charles. I guess we really couldn't count on a miracle. Shu Yun collapsed in defeat. It's all over now. Yu Dam-deok used his sword to support himself on a crumbling cliff. He held an object in his hands and said, Thank you for all your hard work until now. Bitch Seo. He looked at it gently. It's thanks to you that I've made it this far. Big Seo thought to itself. His will? Yu Dam-deok slowly stood up. From now on, leave it to me. It tried to hold him back. A figure leaped across the shattered rocks. Shu Yun rushed over to him, calling out, Yu Dam-deok. She asked, completely confused. Wait, what are you thinking? Yu Dam-deok answered calmly, I'm going to Charles. His eyes were filled with resolve. He looked at Charles and whispered, I'll use my ability to absorb him. That's the only way left. Shu Yun asked in shock. What? He turned back to her with a clear smile on his face and said a gentle goodbye. Shu Yun, take good care of everyone. Yu Dam-deok quickly leaped off the cliff, heading for Charles. She screamed, No, Yu Dam-deok! He pushed himself to rush toward Charles. As Yu Dam-deok came face to face with him, the system appeared again. Talentless, activate. He reached his hand out toward Charles and began to absorb him. Charles looked at him with contempt. How ridiculous. My power isn't something a nobody like you can handle. Slowly, it began to invade his body. Come on, stop fighting and just merge with me. Yu Dam-deok smirked. How would you know without trying? He clenched the absorbing hand. There's only one thing. I finally understood. Yu Dam-deok screamed, declaring, the reason I was born with this trash ability was all for this moment. A blinding light tried to swallow him whole. A massive explosion went off, shaking the ground until it cracked apart. Yu Dam-deok woke up in a daze, totally clueless about what the hell was going on. He clutched his pounding head and mumbled, where am I? A woman with long hair and sharp horns, who'd clearly been waiting, said, so, you're finally awake. The woman slowly turned her head, her expression terrifyingly grim. I have been waiting for you. He recognized her instantly, blurting out, no way. Are you Charles? He sneered at Yu Dam-deok. How pathetic, Asura. I don't intend to kill you, or rather, it's more like I can't. Yu Dam-deok was floored by what Charles said. Right now, your power and mine are eating away at each other, like our souls are chained to the same body. Yu Dam-deok couldn't remember a thing. What the hell is going on, he wondered. Just then, a woman with long, flowing platinum hair emerged from a black hole, yelling, my child, this is your chance. All you have to do is sacrifice yourself, and the world will go back to the way it was. He just stood there, stunned. She pushed him. Hurry! For the sake of the world, take down Charles. Go on! Yu Dam-deok stared at her for a long moment, thinking hard, when the name Gaia suddenly hit him. Charles looked absolutely disgusted. He shot the woman a judgmental glare. You crazy witch. He raised his hand, about to do something. In a flash, dark energy coiled around her, and she screamed in agony. Yu Dam-deok, startled, lunged forward to stop him. Stop it! Charles coldly raised his hand, ready to strike. If you want to off yourself, then go ahead and kill me. I won't even try to stop you. Charles's sudden words made him freeze in his tracks. But before you do, let me tell you why Pandora summoned me to this world. This is the truth. Dark energy began to surround Yu Dam-deok, who was still reeling in disbelief. Back in the past, he was confronting Gaia directly. Gaia, what are you doing here? Do you even know what it is you're touching? She answered casually, of course I know. I'm rewriting the laws of the world. To create a world that's more fitting for us, I'm going to create a system, Gaia continued softly. From now on, all the gods will have to go through this system to buy the authorities I've crafted with my own power. The children who get a taste of this authority will become addicted to its power. To get more, they'll become desperate and won't be able to live without the system. Hearing Gaia's thoughts, Charles's face filled with disbelief. Isn't that just? Seeing that she was about to change the world's laws, he rushed to stop her. That's no different than raising livestock. Stop it right now. Life is meant to be unpredictable. You have to know that they won't just do what we want. Gaia ignored him completely. She asked, so what? What if they believe it's their own free will? She placed her hand on the system to change it, turning it into a device for control. If we creators just disappear, then the gods who are hooked on that forbidden fruit called authority will gladly lock themselves in the cage known as the system. As she spoke, an image appeared of someone proudly holding an orb with people trapped inside. And then, for the sake of reputation, they'll turn themselves into copies of me to control the human race. By doing that, we can stop chaos before it even starts. She explained that this was the only mercy a creator like her could give her creations. Charles shot back forcefully. That's a load of crap. Gaia, you think I can't see your plan to make them all dependent on you? He rushed towards her, trying to stop her. Gaia's face remained cold, completely ignoring him. He roared, aren't you just scared of being forgotten forever? Without a hint of hesitation, she admitted, yes, I am. Her hand gently touched a mysterious box. She coldly tossed it at Charles. So don't get in my way. He stared in shock at the glowing box in front of him, realizing what it was. The sealing coffin, but it was too late. The box's terrifying power started sucking him in. Gah! Charles screamed at Gaia in terror. Gaia, stop! He screamed relentlessly. What you're doing is wrong. This won't get you what you want. She just coldly said one word back to him. No, I will be remembered forever. Absolutely. Yu Dam-deok's eyes shot open. Shocked by this version of the truth, stunned, he touched his head, unable to believe it. What the hell is this? Charles replied grimly. This is the truth that Gaia hid. He slowly turned his back to him. You already know what happened after that. The result is, we failed. Sadness flooded Charles's eyes as he spoke. To stop me from taking over everything if I ever got free, Gaia shattered the unified world into countless different dimensions. He formed a dark purple shape in his hand for Yu Dam-deok to see. And to take back control in those fractured dimensions, I created the things you call the Chaos Gates. Yu Dam-deok stood frozen after hearing everything Charles said. His hand unconsciously clenched into a fist as he thought angrily. So, is that what Pandora meant back then? All those lives were sacrificed, just for a pathetic power struggle like this. Gaia spoke up again, trying to stop him from being convinced. My child, what are you waiting for? He remained silent, ignoring her constant nagging. No matter what the reason was, Charles had still extinguished countless lives. She tried to awkwardly defend herself. My child, please believe me. I'm not like them. I don't control you. I protect you. He still stood there in silence. Gaia kept rambling. Just leave everything to me, like you always have. Thanks to your noble sacrifice, everything will go back to the way it should be. That is your destiny. Yu Dam-deok raised his hand, looking at the dark power that now resembled Charles's, and then he asked him a question. If I'm really merged with you right now, Charles, then this feeling, like countless dimensions, are seeping into me. It's all real, right? He asked. Charles answered with a sour look. Yeah, it is. I devoured every dimension, so now the world is made of you and me. He raised his hand again, feeling the power inside him. Is that so? Yu Dam-deok let his power explode with a force Charles never saw coming. Stunned, he looked at him. What do you think you're doing? He created an orb of his own and said softly, I'm going to remake this world so that these self-proclaimed gods can never interfere again. Gaia was aghast, pleading, Stop, my child! This is insane! Gaia's eyes gradually filled with fear, a constant warning in them. Humanity's existence had always been maintained under strict management. You don't get it. Civilization, progress, peace. All of it can only exist because of the gods' fence. Yu Dam-deok smirked faintly. I don't need any damn fence. He smiled, happier than he'd ever been, confident that even without those things, he was sure humans could still make it. I believe in humanity's potential. With that, Yu Dam-deok used his power to shatter the different dimensions. A light flashed, and Guy and Charles were nowhere to be seen. He himself was now floating in the middle of that dimension. He still couldn't believe what had just happened. A complex look filled his eyes. Yu Dam-deok gently closed his eyes. His body was slowly fading from the dimension. A scene from the past appeared once more, a voice echoing in his ear. Die! The once familiar face was now becoming a blur. Kill it, that person said. Kill. She was silent for a moment. Ju So-yul raised a hand to wipe away the tear, and at the same time, said, It's that dream again. Baexiol, who was on her lap, carefully looked up, and she quickly apologized. Sorry, Baexiol, did I wake you up? From behind, someone approached and called out to her. Saren appeared behind her, her worry clear. You had that weird dream again, didn't you? You looked so tired, so I didn't want to call you, but I probably should have just woken you up. Ju So-yul calmly reassured her. It's fine now. She held a bag in her hand and gave it to her, saying in a stern voice, What do you mean, fine? Have you been sleeping well lately? You're not overworking yourself, are you? Are you eating enough? Ju So-yul closed her eyes, exasperated, and replied, What are you, my mom? I'm sleeping great, eating plenty, so don't worry. Ju So-yul quickly changed the subject. But something smells amazing. Is that coffee? Her friend replied, Leo's playing barista for the whole neighborhood again. Hey, now. Ju So-yul gripped the coffee cup in her hand, thinking to herself that, actually, she was really curious too, wondering why she kept having the same dream over and over. She chewed on her straw, thinking from a distance about why she felt a sense of longing for a man in her dream that she didn't even know. Suddenly, the public announcement system crackled to life. Attention, we have confirmed the appearance of a gate near Durr Park. All civilians in the vicinity, please evacuate immediately. All hunters near the scene, please report to the location at once. Saren turned to look at it, worried. The broadcast repeated, I repeat. Saren turned to call for Ju So-yul. Hey, she replied. Yeah, let's go. Dozens of helicopters appeared in the sky. Below, the corpses of slain monsters lay strewn across the ground. Saren bowed her head to a soldier, encouraging him. Good work. Leo, standing nearby, said, You guys got here fast. Ju So-yul walked over and asked him, Leo, where are the others? Leo replied, Etten and Pao aren't here yet, but everyone else is. Suddenly, a laugh rang out. Whoa, look at this mess. Guri couldn't help but laugh at Elia's appearance, saying, And here you said you were going to study seriously. Oh my god, seriously. She clenched her fists in anger and yelled, God damn it, shut the hell up. He turned to Ju So-yul and the others. Hey guys, come check this one out. It's hilarious. Saren put a hand on her hip, exasperated, and said, Why are you teasing her when she's actually trying to study? It's cute. Elia's face darkened as she grumbled angrily. Hey, are you seriously asking for a death wish? Guri didn't give up and continued to tease her. You've got a real knack for this, El. Just keep it up. Elia couldn't take it anymore and impatiently kicked Guri in the leg, shouting, I told you to stop, you asshole! Saren watched the scene unfold and sighed helplessly. I knew this would happen. A thought drifted through Ju So-yul's mind. It's weird, but we just clicked from the very first time we met. Her thoughts continued to flood in. We just naturally became a team, and were almost always together. A large foot stepped forward as the two continued to bicker loudly. The school violence committee? My ass. A committee your head. You skip class all the time and you're gonna pull that card? A voice cut in, stopping them. Both of you, shut up right now! Etten separated the two of them, saying, You guys are getting way too relaxed in front of me. I swear, I don't know when you'll ever grow up. Ju So-yul thought to herself. Sometimes, even in a perfectly normal, everyday scene like this, I feel a strange, almost creepy sense of familiarity. The argument wasn't over. Elia yelled in frustration, Hey, let go of me, Etten. That thing needs another beating to come to its senses. Guri wasn't about to back down, shouting back, This psycho! We gotta let the wolves see her true face. Farron, standing behind them, grabbed his tie, saying helplessly, The second they see each other, they start trouble. Saren heard his voice and turned to reply, You're here? Ju So-yul's thoughts continued to drift, as if she were waiting for someone who didn't even exist. Farron asked her, Looks like you came with Etten? Saren replied, We just ran into each other on the way here. Ju So-yul slapped her cheeks, trying to snap out of it. I'm overthinking things again today. She thought to herself, Anyway, for now, I need to focus on closing the gate. Ju So-yul looked at the gate before them and said, Everyone, get ready to move in. The atmosphere inside was incredibly grim. Charles's voice echoed, Die, die. His face was terrifying as he said, Good, kill it. Faryon, Leo, and Guri charged forward. From behind, she commanded, Stick to the plan. They attacked Charles in unison, leaving him no time to react. Just then, Sarone rushed forward, unleashing her power as she yelled, Eat this! He couldn't react in time and let out a pained scream. Taking advantage of the monster's weakness, Ju So-yul quickly leaped onto its body. Her eyes darted around as she said, Found it. With another swift jump, Ju So-yul dove past his sharp teeth toward the gate's core. Charles's eyes widened as if he were giving an order. Kill me. Her eyes briefly scanned over him as the core was quickly shattered. Ju So-yul had completely defeated him. Guri saw it and praised her. Damn, such clean skills. Always a pleasure to watch. Etten turned to look at the gate and announced to everyone, Everybody, regroup on me. The gate is about to collapse. They quickly jumped onto the giant's large hand, holding on tight. Escaping safely was the final part of the plan. Suddenly, Saren noticed something. She looked down and called out to Ju So-yul, who was staring blankly at her own hand. Hey, aren't you coming? Ju So-yul looked at her hand and replied, I just need to confirm one thing. Her feet carried her forward in a leap. Ju So-yul gave an order to Etten. Etten, as your captain, I order you to get the kids out of here first. I'll be right out. The giant quickly replied, Yeah, confirmed. They shouted worriedly, What? Etten, wait. The giant immediately disagreed. I can't do that. The captain's order is the top priority. He stood up, ready to leave, as someone shouted, Hey, wait a minute! Ju So-yul ran forward. Tears streamed down her face as she asked herself, Why? She clenched her fist. Why did I forget about that? The memories of the past resurfaced once again. Ju So-yul clasped their hands tightly. A flower petal appeared on her own hand as someone softly called the name Di-yoon. The person's face immediately became clear. Yu Dam-deok smiled and called to her, Di-yoon. Ju So-yul looked at her hand, tears flowing endlessly. As she ran toward Charles, a voice rang out. Just being remembered. That alone is enough for a god to exist. Humans aren't much different. They're the ones who leave memories behind and then just disappear. That's all there is to it. A hand lifted a petal, and for people like that, the magical flower of reincarnation bloomed. My final gift to you. Let it continue to bind your fates together. The white-haired girl closed her eyes and said, These children are human, but they were once gods. Even if I can no longer watch over you. Her footsteps slowly came to a halt. Ju So-yul looked at Charles, calling out Yu Dam-deok's name. He screamed, Just kill me! The monster roared. No more freaks are going to interfere with this world. Order will only be restored once all the others have been wiped out. Tears streaming down her face, she asked him. So, was that the reason? Is that why you sent me signals in my dreams? Ju So-yul continued. How could I ever just let you go? She reached out to touch Yu Dam-deok. You must have suffered so much. I'm sorry. From now on, I'm never leaving you alone again. Her palm touched his body, sparking with little lights. So, don't you leave me behind, either. The light grew brighter, and a hand suddenly burst out from the monster's body. Ju So-yul immediately rushed in and threw her arms around him. Emotionally, she said, I missed you so much. Startled, Yu Dam-deok called out her name. With a welcoming voice, Ju So-yul said, Welcome home. Yu Dam-deok returned her embrace, accepting her welcome home.